I clearly awakened a level of oil that even ants can't burn. Yet, I was treated by the school beauty as a heater in winter. Just as I was drained of the last drop of oil, I unexpectedly activated the martial god life system. If I kneel down and apologize, I'll be rewarded with a GF-level turtle shell set. Or if I slap him twice, I can randomly draw a divine oil. However, I didn't hesitate and directly gifted him this batch of rice bean oil. With one strike, I hit the fallen star rock, activating the automatic cultivation sheet. Years later, I became a corrective tool in the eyes of geniuses. Standing above thousands, I quietly pulled out a support stick. It was just a lit cigarette. I didn't cough. At that moment, I stood in the awakening ability exam room, glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings. My heart tightened. Wasn't it just a little skin cut at the hospital? How did I end up here? In the next moment, before I could react, countless memories surged into my mind. After digesting all the memories, I realized I was a male in a world of abilities in martial arts. I snapped my fingers, and a flickering flame appeared at my fingertip. I sighed about this ability the original owner had. It was hard to describe. This ability was only useful for lighting a cigarette, and with a gust of wind, the flame flickered and almost extinguished. Indeed, this was the original owner's ability, just a tiny flame. Then I helplessly glanced at the plot specially released by the school for testing. At that moment, a figure in a white dress walked up to me, saying, "Chen Fan, here's the marriage letter," hurriedly using the script. "Give it to me quickly." Seeing this, I was speechless, holding my forehead, thinking, here comes that person. Indeed, the original owner came here to hand over the script to his childhood friend, Lu Ruyan. Strictly speaking, this title was just a means for Lu Ruyan to manipulate the original owner. Seeing me staring blankly, Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with disdain as she said, "Chen Fan, are you even listening? Don't worry, as long as Song Qingshu reaches elite level Qi, I'll agree to go on a date with you. Aren't you happy about that?" I replied in surprise. "Are you happy?" Lu Ruyan smiled and nodded. "Right, haven't you asked me about this several times?" Hearing this, my mouth twitched. According to my memories, in a month, the martial arts college entrance exam would be held, and the purpose of this blood chi test was to eliminate a batch of talentless martial arts candidates in advance. The standard line for this test was 120 cards, and my blood chi value was 84 cards 2 days ago. Even if I refined this giant chi pill, it would only increase my chi by at most 10 cards. With a level 1 talent, as long as I work hard, I can still enter the ranks of dancers, provided I can manage my resources. However, the original owner was precisely a sycophant who couldn't retain resources. More than half of the resources provided by the school were taken by Lu Ruyan. I also noticed that Lu Ruyan had just mentioned that her boyfriend, Song Qingshu, wanted to use her plot to step into the elite level, gaining more attention and resources. So Lu Ruyan was using my future as a stepping stone for Song Qingshu's current record. Damn, they want to drain me completely, even bombarding my last chance. Unfortunately, I am not the original owner. I chuckled and swatted Lu Ruyan's hand away, thinking, looks like your fingers are drugged to create this illusion. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was unexpectedly stunned, thinking she had misheard. "Chen Fan, what did you just say?" I was left speechless. Someone actually wanted to be scolded twice. Could they really be sick? I said, "I was just complimenting you for being crazy." The system detected that the host established a martial god life, successfully binding, and now analyzing tasks based on the host's abilities. Seeing this, I suddenly froze. "Confucius, you finally arrived. I was just thinking of using this chi pill for a gamble. If I died, it wouldn't matter if I failed." Unexpectedly, happiness suddenly came. Lu Ruyan clenched her fist but held back to maintain her composure, coldly huffing, "I don't have time for this. Hurry and give me the chi pill, or I swear I won't talk to you again." I had a face full of black lines, thinking, can't there be a bit of goodwill? Always saying you won't talk to me. Do I really care if you do? The system panel wrote again, analysis successful, beginning life choices. Choice 1, immediately kneel and apologize to Lu Ruyan. People have their pride. You won't have much of a future if you don't. Reward, F-level turtle shell set. Choice 2, carve wood, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on the young and poor. In a fit of anger, I struck back. Reward, also a substitute for extreme training. Choice 3, give him 2 slaps as a lesson, so he remembers. Reward, randomly draw a type of otherworldly fire. Seeing this, my eyes widened. I wasn't mistaken, this was indeed. That was a spark of starlight. It could burn through bamboo and devour all things. Any kind would do. In this world, any of them would be above SSS level in a second. What is there to hesitate about? Love women or love talent? It's not even a question. Any hesitation is a disrespect to one's character. Without a moment's hesitation, I instinctively acted, slapping Lu Ruyan on both sides of her face, leaving her stunned. She covered her swollen face, her eyes filled with disbelief. this waste, whom she thought she could toy with, actually hit her. She then shouted angrily, "Chen Fan, how dare you hit me?" I coldly laughed and said, "I hit you, this useless person, using my future as a stepping stone for Song Qingshu. Do you really think I can't see through you? You think a charger can find a few data cables? How naive can you be?" Lu Ruyan's face turned red with anger, her chest heaving. She was about to teach Chen Fan a lesson, but when a few people appeared in the corridor, she held back her anger to maintain her pristine image. "I'll tell you, Chen Fan, this is all for your own good. With your talent, you can't pass the blood chi test. Helping Song Qingshu with your chi pill is so he can help you when he becomes a dancer, but you really don't know what's good for you." Her tone was full of sarcastic disdain, and after saying that, she left the corridor without looking back. At that moment, I recalled the system prompt, task completed, beginning to extract items. "Congratulations, host, you've obtained the Fallen Star Rock." In an instant, I felt my blood chi surge rapidly. Hearing it was the Fallen Star Rock, I was instantly overjoyed. It is well known as a cultivation sheet. I can refine my energy through new techniques, not only constantly training myself but also incinerating my enemies from the inside out. I can clearly feel my meridians gradually opening up, my energy and blood skyrocketing, revitalizing my entire body. In just a moment, I felt my energy break through the 150 mark. I couldn't help but exclaim that this cultivation sheet is incredible. My energy continues to rise, and breaking through 150 is just a matter of time before I enter the elite rank. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the broadcast rang out on time, announcing all candidates to gather at the training field for the energy test. I smirked, showing no hesitation, and strode out of the classroom. My martial arts journey begins today. The training field was bustling with voices, hundreds of martial arts candidates, some completely calm, while others had already given up. As I stepped into the training field, I immediately attracted countless gazes, becoming the center of attention. Many people moved away from me as if I were a bad omen. It was a critical testing period, and they didn't want to be associated with any bad luck. At that moment, a voice filled with disdain and contempt rang out. "Chen Fan showing off isn't a good thing." I looked over in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Ruoyan and her boyfriend Song Qingshu approaching, both wearing an air of superiority. Because I was unwilling to take out the energy-gathering pill, Song Qingshu had to spend thousands to buy a contract from someone else, something that was supposed to be free, costing him money instead. He was ready to take out his frustrations on me. Then, with a voice full of sarcasm, Song Qingshu said, "With that little spark of yours, even if you were given another 10 months, you wouldn't meet the testing standards. You might as well give up and save yourself some face in the final test." Wow, someone actually came forward to experience the feeling of weightlessness. After being blown up for so long, letting these two off would be a shame. I can't let them get away with what they owe me. With my hands in my pockets, I said, "If you think I won't pass the test, why don't we make a bet?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu laughed as if he heard a joke. "Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? You want to bet with me?" The surrounding crowd couldn't help but laugh. Everyone knew that my awakened ability was the worst in the school, and this move seemed ridiculous to them. It was like slapping myself in the face. Seeing this, I wasted no time and took out the energy-gathering pill. This was my bet. As expected, Song Qingshu immediately agreed, saying, "You brought this upon yourself, I didn't force you." He then arrogantly pulled out a card and said, "This card has 100,000 on it. If you win, it's yours." Seeing this, Lu Ruoyan thought I was scared and, recalling those two slaps, felt an unusual anger. She then pulled out a card and contemptuously said, "Chen Fan, since you love to gamble so much, why not add me to the mix? This card has 50,000 on it. If you win, you keep it. If you lose, you kneel before me." Before she finished speaking, I quickly replied, "Deal. Double the joy." At that moment, my smile couldn't be contained. Where there is a sleeping dragon, there is also a phoenix chick. Before they could question it, the announcement buzzed again, instructing everyone to return to their respective class lines to prepare for the test. Song Qingshu calmly turned and left with Lu Ruoyan, convinced in his heart that the outcome of this bet was already decided. Once all candidates were lined up, the testing device automatically started, and the energy test officially began. After a few minutes of heated discussion, a loud announcement rang out. Class 1, Song Qingshu's energy is 149, passing the test. In an instant, the chatter in the training field reached a peak. 149 was just one shy of breaking into the elite rank. Song Qingshu was indeed the top student in the elite class. How could Chen Fan compete with him in a bet? The school leaders in the stands nodded in satisfaction. 150 energy is the standard for distinguishing elite performers. Achieving this number ensures that students rank at the top in exams, hence it's referred to as the elite level. Enjoying the envious gazes of others, Song Qingshu arrogantly walked back to his class line, glancing at me along the way. He wanted to show off. I didn't have time to pay him any mind, as it was my turn for the test. I slowly walked up to the testing platform. In an instant, not only the candidates but even the school leaders in the stands lost interest. They believed my hope of passing with a first-level talent was virtually zero. Even Lu Ruoyan in the audience couldn't help but smirk, thinking, "Chen Fan, this is all you're doing." At that moment, his mind was already imagining a scene where I would be begging him for another chance after the test. But the next moment, the testing voice rang out in shock, "Class 3, Chen Fan, energy value 146. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent, and all candidates wore expressions of shock. What the hell is going on? 146 is the second highest score. How did Chen Fan do this? I remember he was just above 80 last month. He skyrocketed by 50 or 60 points in a month. He had me fooled all along, acting like a pig to eat a tiger." At this moment, Lu Ruoyan felt a strong sense of disbelief. It felt like a hammer struck the back of her head. Chen Fan actually scored 146, higher than her. How could that be possible? Lu Ruoyan bit her red lips, filled with unwillingness. She had prepared herself for Chen Fan to beg for her forgiveness, but how did it turn into this situation? Before Lu Ruoyan could recover from her shock, Song Qingshu couldn't sit still. This is impossible. Chen Fan was only above 80 last month. How could his energy have skyrocketed this much? The machine must be malfunctioning. Hearing this, Principal Chen Zhengtian on the platform looked over at the testing instructor. The testing instructor immediately checked the device, and shortly after, he announced, "The equipment is functioning properly. Chen Fan's energy is indeed 146. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu's expression froze, as if his entire body had turned to ice. He wanted to question it again, but his throat couldn't produce any sound. On the platform, Principal Chen Zhengtian nodded in satisfaction after hearing the testing instructor's words, truly surprised that Chen Fan had kept this from us for so long. He then turned to Class 3's homeroom teacher, Su Yang, and reminded him, "Little Su, make sure to educate Chen Fan later. He shouldn't engage in such childish behavior of acting weak." Su Yang immediately nodded and said, "Principal, don't worry, I will. I actually like this student, Chen Fan. His parents went missing, leaving him all alone, and he puts in a lot of effort in his training. Aside from being a bit timid and having somewhat lacking talent, he has no other issues to prevent him from getting this far. It's truly not easy. But since this kid has shown his potential, as his homeroom teacher, I naturally need to help him out." I was unaware of how people viewed me. At that moment, I walked down from the testing platform under everyone's gaze, approached Song Qingshu and Lu Ruoyan, and extended my hand, saying, "Hand it over." Just 3 simple words almost broke Song Qingshu and Lu Ruoyan's composure. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds, they had no choice but to pull out the cards. Without any hesitation, I took the cards, raised an eyebrow at them, and said, "If there are more good things like this in the future, remember to contact me," then made a gesture as if to call. This made Song Qingshu's face even darker. As time passed, the energy test came to an end, with over 200 out of 500 martial arts candidates eliminated. What I need to do next is prepare for the martial arts college entrance exam. The refining speed of the fallen star rock has returned to normal, but even at normal speed, it's still several times that of an ordinary person. With my current physical fitness and abilities, I cannot fully utilize the power of the fallen star rock. I am up against over 1 million martial arts candidates from the entire Hanxia region, among whom are S-level and even SS-level geniuses. I only have 1 month left. I must make myself stronger. The system detected the host's will and notified that every time the host levels up, they can draw once for the night. I was surprised to hear this. Leveling up would grant me 1 billion, and with an additional 50 energy points, I could enter the first tier of dancers, which means I'd quickly have a chance to draw. In the blink of an eye, the night sky was filled with stars. After a hearty meal with my winnings, I returned to my empty home. Since my parents went missing in a flood 10 years ago, this home has only borne the traces of my solitary existence. I felt somewhat helpless about it too. With both parents gone, I must rise to power. Then I returned to my room to check my energy. It had been about 6 hours since the energy test, and I had gained 3 points, reaching 149. This speed can be described as far ahead of others. It's important to know that for A-level talent, it is very difficult to increase even 1 energy point in 2 days. This made me marvel again at the power of the cultivation cheat, my ability to refine my body rivals or even surpasses S-level talent. With the enhancement of my abilities, surpassing SSS level is just a matter of time. But what's urgent right now isn't this, it's martial techniques. The talent of a martial artist and their techniques complement each other, both are indispensable. Fortunately, I ranked first in Class 3 for this energy test, and I have a chance to enter the weapon vault tomorrow. This was also established by the school to motivate martial arts candidates to train hard. The matter of the moonlit dancer seems to have found its direction. With this thought, I couldn't help but yawn. As the sky darkened, my energy surged, and fatigue washed over me. I quickly washed up and lay down in bed. In no time, I fell into a deep sleep. However, the fallen star rock lurking within me did not cease its activity. The next day, early morning, Fong Chen slowly opened his eyes. Bathed in the glow of dawn, he could clearly feel that his vitality had reached 151 cards. He had stepped into the elite level. Jiangchang No. 1 High School. As soon as he entered the teaching building, Fong Chen could hear the chatter of Class 3 from a distance. The noise was much louder than that of Class 1 and Class 2. Among the voices, he could vaguely hear his name. Just as Fong Chen stepped into the classroom, the entire Class 3 instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. Fong Chen didn't find this strange. A student who had always ranked at the bottom suddenly jumped to second place. This would be a hot topic of discussion and attention anywhere. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chen walked to his seat. A hidden corner, very much in line with the original owner's personality. He had just sat down, and before he could think much, he saw someone in the front row suddenly turn around, unable to hide his excitement as he said, "Fong Chen, this test was all thanks to you. You really gave our class a good breath of relief." The person next to him immediately echoed, "That's right, you should have seen it." When they heard you had 146 cards of vitality, the faces of Class 1 and Class 2 turned green. "Every time we test, our class has the worst results, but this time we finally turned the tide." With these two starting off, the whole classroom became lively again, everyone crowding around Fong Chen, excited. "Fong Chen, how did you train your vitality to increase so fast? Share some tips with us." Under Su Yang's guidance, all the martial arts exam students in Class 3 had never belittled others. They had no bad impressions of Fong Chen in his memories. So, Fong Chen was ready to speak the truth. He planned to cover up his points increase with effort. But before he could open his mouth, someone jumped in first. What experience could there be? Fong Chen has come this far definitely relying on hard work. Right, it must be like that. He must have been secretly training behind our backs. The training at school is already tough enough. I didn't expect Fong Chen to give himself extra tasks. How can I sit still? The sound of the keyboard lulled me to sleep, while the images of training kept me awake all night. Training isn't hard, it's amazing. Damn, I'm inexplicably fired up. Looking at everyone so energized, Fong Chen couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth like the Dragon King. Sure enough, after entering the realm, a great scholar would argue for me. At this moment, he received a message from his homeroom teacher Su Yang, asking him to come to the office. Here it comes, time to choose martial arts techniques from the martial arts library. He didn't delay and immediately left the classroom, heading to the office at the end of the corridor. "You're here, hurry and sit." Upon seeing Fong Chen, Su Yang immediately took out a silver token from the side and placed it on the table. "This is the pass for the martial arts library, you just need to take it with you later." Fong Chen pulled out a chair and sat down, glancing at the silver token on the table. The silver token represented a martial arts exam student who had not yet entered the elite level. He was about to speak when he heard Su Yang say seriously, "I've already chosen the martial arts technique for you. Xin Yan Dao Lu is very suitable for you, just choose this one." Also, Class 1 Song Shu has taken a long leave to go home for training. Replacing him to go to the martial arts library is Min Ying. I know you two have had conflicts. If she causes trouble for you later, just ignore it to avoid getting hurt. At this point, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh and said, "Just think about it, with such a high vitality value, why didn't you reveal it earlier? You had to wait until yesterday, isn't that nonsense? If you had revealed it earlier, I could have helped you step into the elite level sooner, and this Xianyan Dao Lu would have been yours already. Don't engage in such childish behavior in the future, do you hear me?" Although his tone carried a hint of reproach, Fong Chen felt warmth in his heart. Martial arts techniques and weapons, like awakened talents, are also divided into SSS, SS, A, B, C, D, E levels. The higher the level, the more powerful the effect. And Xianyan Daolu belongs to the B-level martial arts technique, exclusive to the elite level, not something that can be obtained with just a silver token. In order to make up for his shortcomings in martial arts, Su Yang had put in quite a bit of effort. "Forget it, old classmate, you should take this favor back," Fong Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Yang immediately became anxious. "You brat, just take it, you don't need to worry about anything else." Fong Chen chuckled lightly. "I've already entered the elite level, I can take the Xianyan knife record myself." "Don't be stubborn, how can you take it?" "Wait." Su Yang, who had just picked up his cup, seemed to freeze, staring at Fong Chen in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Fong Chen didn't say much more, standing up and placing his hand on a small blood energy detector nearby. 151 cards. As the value appeared, Su-young seemed to awaken from a dream, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Yesterday it was 146 cards. Today it's 151 cards. What terrifying speed is this? After being stunned for a moment, Su-young seemed to think of something and couldn't help but glare at Fong Chen. Tell me, how much blood energy value have you been holding back? None, this time I really have none. Fong Chen spoke honestly. If there's a next time, I must make you remember this. Although Su-young was scolding, the smile at the corner of his mouth was already hard to suppress. Class 3 had never produced an elite-level student, and Fong Chen was the first. Now, he had finally gained some ground with the other class teachers. Since you've already entered the elite level, how will you choose your courses from now on? Su-young asked. For any martial arts examinee who had reached the elite level, the school's regular courses were already useless to them. At this point, they could request the school to customize exclusive courses and complete their training under the school's arrangement. This was also the reason why elite levels were not seen in blood energy tests. The two were simply not treated the same. Another option was to leave the school and train independently. Those who chose this option usually came from families with excellent conditions, able to provide resources that the school could not. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chen's expression became serious. I plan to leave the city to hunt monsters. Hunt monsters? This answer surprised Su-young a bit. The monsters outside the city were something even first-level martial artists were reluctant to face, and ordinary people avoided them like the plague. Fong Chen actually wanted to go out and hunt monsters? Su-young didn't say much, just stared at the young man for a while, and seeing Fong Chen's determined gaze, he showed an appreciative expression. Your choice really surprises me. I agree. With only 1 month left, no matter how perfect the school customizes the courses, nothing beats the rapid growth from real combat. Your choice is not wrong. What Su-young said was indeed in line with Fong Chen's thoughts. 1 month of time. Compared to practice, the effects of real combat were several times greater. This way, he could refine the martial skills that would normally take months to master in a short time. Otherwise, it would only hold back his blood energy. Moreover, the college entrance examination was also real combat. This was also a way for him to familiarize himself with the examination environment in advance. Take these two things. Su-young exchanged the silver token for a golden elite-level token, along with a medal placed in front of Fong Chen. What is this? Fong Chen glanced at the medal. This is a medal I received for killing monsters when I joined the army back in the day. Take it with you when you leave the city. The camp leader at the 72nd Monster Wilderness is my comrade, and he will take care of you when he sees the medal. Fong Chen didn't hesitate to accept the medal. The weight of the medal was not something that the earlier favor could compare to. Su-young was willing to give it to help him, so he could only repay it with the best results. Don't worry, old classmate, you'll definitely become famous after the college entrance examination. Get lost, stop talking nonsense. Then I'll take my leave. With that, Fong Chen grabbed the token and stood up to leave the office. After he left, Su-young chuckled softly. This kid, he's already puffing up before he even starts. Alright, I almost forgot to tell the principal about Fong Chen. Su-young hurriedly picked up his phone and dialed Chen Jingtian's number. After leaving the office, Fong Chen exited the teaching building and headed towards the martial arts library. Along the way, he encountered people from Class 2 and Class 4. With yesterday's test, the disdain in their eyes had vanished. Arriving outside the martial arts library, they happened to see Min Yingying walking in. Fong Chen didn't hesitate either. Bang! As the heavy door closed, Fong Chen was the last to step into the martial arts library. The layout of the entire library was similar to that of a library, filled with an array of books, the shelves brimming with martial arts texts. Fong Chen walked forward slowly, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the spacious hall, resonating like a drumbeat. Reaching the end of the library, he focused his gaze on the top few bookshelves. These were all B-grade martial arts techniques, the highest level that could be stored in a first-class martial arts library. The record of the mysterious flame blade was among them. He carefully took it down. The cover of the blade record depicted flames intertwined with a flame dragon, leaping off the page as if alive. As he opened it, a chilling aura rushed at him, causing him to hold his breath and concentrate. The record of the mysterious flame blade had 5 levels, with each stage of the blade technique symbolized by flames, progressing from shallow to deep, from a spark to a raging inferno. Fong Chen studied it closely. Every move and stance in the technique seemed to contain boundless power, and he could feel the scorching wind generated when wielding the blade. It truly resonates with me. Fong Chen's gaze lingered on the blade record, his heart surging with a desire for this technique. He closed his eyes, imagining himself executing the blade techniques. Flames danced at the tip of the blade, and with every strike, a thunderous roar accompanied it. Even a small flame, under the influence of this martial art, could unleash several times its power. Su Yang had indeed put in a lot of effort. Half an hour spent selecting martial arts techniques passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen's thoughts were pulled away from the record of the mysterious flame blade. In half an hour, he hadn't even grasped the basics of the first level, and he had a month ahead of him to be busy. Time to go. He took the record of the mysterious flame blade to the supervising teacher. The two from Class 2 and Class 4 had already completed their registration. As for Min Yingying, she had finished selecting her techniques a while ago and left the library. Fang Chen placed the record of the mysterious flame blade on the table, immediately drawing the attention of the two. The record of the mysterious flame blade? The two from Class 2 and Class 4 instinctively felt that Su Yan was helping Fang Chen. They didn't remind him to avoid embarrassment. After completing the registration, the three were ready to leave. As the heavy door swung open, Fang Chen saw a familiar figure. Min Yingying. At that moment, she was blocking the door, her eyes fixed on Fang Chen. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow. No wonder she arrived early and left early, it was to confront him. Fang Chen. Min Yingying's voice came out through clenched teeth, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. That 50,000 yuan is my savings from half a year, you better return it to me quickly. Otherwise, you won't be leaving today. This scene made the two beside them exchange glances involuntarily. Looking at Min Yingying, it was clear she was determined to get her money back. Although Fang Chen's vitality was higher than Min Yingying's, he had never learned martial arts. Min Yingying, on the other hand, was a frequent visitor to the martial arts library and had learned more techniques than he could count on one hand. If Fang Chen refused, a confrontation would only lead to one outcome: Fang Chen would be in serious trouble. At that moment, Min Yingying was also calculating in her mind. Not letting Fang Chen leave was merely a threat. After all, they were in school, and she dared not break the rules against fighting. However, she knew where Fang Chen lived. If he dared to refuse, she would come looking for him tonight. Fine. I'll give it to you. Fang Chen's calm voice interrupted Min Yingying's thoughts. She seemed to have misheard, finding it hard to believe. You said, you want to give me the money? What else? Fang Chen said affectionately, after what happened yesterday, I regretted it and have been looking for a chance to return the money to you, to make up for my mistake. Min Yingying was still a bit dazed. No, this wasn't how things were supposed to go. Fang Chen should have refused and been beaten up by her, right? How did it turn into this? Come on, give me your phone, I'll transfer the money to you. Fang Chen gently extended his hand. This scene also surprised the two beside them. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Who turned you into this? Giving in so quickly? Min Yingying looked at Fang Chen's affectionate gaze, and based on her confidence in her own charm, she immediately conjured up an answer. Fang Chen hadn't let her go. Fang Chen regretted it. He was still her devoted admirer. Unconsciously, she returned to her former demeanor, haughtily taking out her phone and handing it over, accompanied by a cold snort. Don't think that just because you transferred the money, I can forgive you. Fang Chen remained silent, quietly taking the phone. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he performed a series of actions before handing the phone back. The moment she received the phone, Min Yingying's eyes lit up. 200,000. The two beside her were astonished. No way, bro, you really gave it. Why is there 5,000 more? Min Yingying was excited. No need to thank me, I helped you apply for an online loan. Min Yingying? Online loan? Fang Chen, you actually applied for an online loan for me? What? Was the limit too low? Fang Chen had an innocent look. Should I help you apply for a bear loan instead? Apply for what? Realizing she had been played, Min Yingying lost her earlier arrogance, her eyes filled with malice. Fang Chen, who do you think you are? You don't really think that just because your vitality is high, I would look at you more, right? With your talent, you'll always be a waste. Speaking of which, the reason I have my current vitality is all thanks to you. If it weren't for your little resources, I wouldn't bother with you. Song Shu will step into the elite level tomorrow, and you will always be behind him. Fang Chen unconsciously raised an eyebrow. Queue up? I'm a student, can I cut in line? Ha? Min Yingying was momentarily stunned, then realized. Fang Chen was calling himself a. Now, she completely exploded, spewing sarcastic remarks mixed with curses, trying to disturb Fang Chen's inner peace. She changed her mind, she wanted to force Fang Chen to act. That way, she would have a reason and opportunity to retaliate against him, to return all the grievances she had suffered. Just thinking about how Fang Chen made her bear a loan of 200,000 made her furious. Damn it! It would be best to beat him into a disability, make him miss the martial arts exam, and ruin his martial path. She wanted to see Fang Chen kneeling on the ground begging her. Even if the teacher came, so what? After all, it was Fong Chen who struck first. A guy who dares to lay hands on a woman deserves to be crippled. With that thought, she became more and more aggressive in her insults. For a waste like you, losing your parents is actually a good thing, so they won't be looked down upon by others. As her words fell, she noticed Fong Chen's hand suddenly raised. Here it comes. This waste finally couldn't hold back. What? You want to hit me? Come on. Min Yingying was almost laughing out loud. Fong Chen calmly picked his nose, not even having time to flick it away. In an instant, his movement changed. His waist twisted to the extreme, and his right arm drew a full moon. Goodbye, youth, fully drawn. Unafraid of time, unafraid of the wind. At this moment, he grasped the essence of the unity of waist and horse. Using all his strength, his palm instantly slapped Min Yingying's fair face. Smack! Min Yingying's body spiraled upward, propelled by her head, blood spraying from her mouth in a circular arc due to inertia. After 2.5 rotations, she crashed down within the circle. She was completely dazed. The two beside her were also stunned. No way! How did Fong Chen just strike? They clearly saw that he was only a few cards short of vitality, yet they didn't catch Fong Chen's movement? Min Yingying had 143 cards of vitality, and she was just slapped to the ground? You all heard it, she told me to hit her, that's why I did. Fong Chen looked at the two, shrugging his shoulders with a hint of helplessness. I've never seen such a request in my life. Ah! Min Yingying, coming back to her senses, trembled as she touched her swollen face, enduring the pain as she picked off a flattened booger. Fong Chen, I'm going to kill you. The extreme anger made her disregard the pain as she struggled to get up, her body swaying, wanting to strike Fong Chen. But Fong Chen just smiled, unable to suppress the grin at the corner of his mouth. Truly needy. She can actually stand up. What a greedy little girl, not even satisfied with one slap. He couldn't hide his excitement, gently raising his arm, which instinctively made Min Yingying take a few steps back. Fong Chen's smile appeared to her like that of a malevolent spirit, and her mind suddenly cleared. Only then did she realize that she hadn't seen Fong Chen's movements clearly just now. What on earth was happening? At that moment, she felt a chill run down her spine. The Fong Chen before her seemed no longer someone she could easily manipulate. You too, what's going on? At that moment, a teacher happened to pass by and caught sight of the blood circle on the ground resembling a Taiji diagram, his expression turning serious. Seeing this, Min Yingying felt as if she had found a savior and immediately broke free from her panic. Teacher, Fong Chen just hit me, look at my swollen face. I went to him to apologize, asking him to return the money I had saved for 5 years, and he slapped me without a word. What kind of psychological damage can a slap do to a child over 10 years old? Tears streamed down her face as she covered her face with her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Her emotional shift was truly remarkable. This is what a seasoned actor is like. Fong Chen couldn't help but praise her inwardly. Fong Chen, do you have anything to say? After hearing Min Yingying's words, the teacher's expression became very grave. Seeing this, Min Yingying felt delighted. The school prohibited martial arts students from fighting. Fong Chen was finished. Fong Chen, however, offered no response, calmly taking out a golden token and displaying it before the others. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The two students from Class 2 and Class 4 stood dumbfounded for a while before they finally reacted. Elite level? One of them murmured. At that moment, they suddenly understood. Fong Chen obtaining the Xianyan knife record was not due to Su Yang's help, and the slap that sent Min Yingying flying was based on his genuine ability. Just yesterday, he was at 146 cards, and today he had reached the elite level. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? The teacher passing by was equally stunned. Elite level. What did that even matter? With Fong Chen, there were only 5 elite levels in the entire school, and they were the backbone of the school's college entrance examination results. As the saying goes, those who are favored have nothing to fear. Fighting? The principal was practically ready to hold the elite level in his hands. What did a fight matter? Rules are dead, but for the elite level, they are alive. Looking at it this way, Min Yingying seemed to have only a slightly bigger face, nothing more. Only Min Yingying's pupils kept shrinking. This is impossible. His vitality was clearly only 146 cards yesterday. How could he reach the elite level? This is impossible. Min Yingying screamed in disbelief. But just then, the school's loudspeaker suddenly blared. Hello, hello. Principal Chen Jingtian's voice came through, now announcing that Fong Chen from Martial Arts Class 3 has broken through 150 cards in vitality, becoming the 5th elite martial arts student in the school. I hope all martial arts students learn from Fong Chen, showcase their talents, and strive for good results in the college entrance examination. As the words fell, the entire teaching building erupted with deafening cheers. From far away, one could hear someone shouting, damn, that's awesome. Meanwhile, Min Yingying's heart sank to the bottom. If she could still question it before, now the evidence was plastered on her face. Her throat couldn't produce any sound. Fang Chen had stepped into the elite level. He had entered the elite level even faster than Song Shu. She had taken that slap for nothing. Her pupils slightly contracted. A wave of inexplicable fear surged within her. She realized how reckless her previous actions had been. She was no longer dealing with an ordinary person, but with Fang Chen, who had truly entered the elite ranks. I have something to do, I'll be leaving first. The teacher didn't stay long, just greeted them and left. No, don't go. Min Yingying's right hand weakly grasped at the air a few times. Fang Chen just looked at her gently. He had originally wanted to listen to Su Yang and not cause trouble. He even kindly helped Min Yingying with 200,000. Who would have thought that such a warm-hearted act would be repaid with malice? It truly chilled his heart. Bang! 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 2.5 circles plus 3 beams of light illuminated her face. Min Yingying finally became symmetrical. Min Yingying covered her flushed face, biting her red lips, swollen to the point where she couldn't speak. Tears swirled in her eyes, evoking pity in those who looked on. Seeing the former school beauty in such a state, the people from class 2 couldn't help but cautiously say, Fang Chen, isn't this a bit too harsh? After all, Yingying is a girl. Fang Chen looked surprised. You actually discriminate against women. Ha! The class 2 students were confused, pointing at themselves. Me? Fang Chen changed from his playful demeanor to an unusually serious tone. When a girl challenges you, it means she sees you as an equal opponent. You must do your best to defeat her, otherwise, it's discrimination against women and a lack of respect for the weaker group. You still say you don't discriminate. The two couldn't help but gasp. Can it be explained this way? Besides, what's the difference between a guy looking for death and a monster? I showed mercy by sparing her life, which just proves one thing. Do you know what it is? The two shook their heads. It shows I'm kind. After saying that, Fang Chen waved his hand and left, not taking a single cloud with him. Afterward, Fang Chen didn't stay at school for long and took a taxi to the Warrior Building. He was going to hunt monsters outside the city tomorrow, so he needed to prepare thoroughly. Standing at the foot of the Warrior Building, he looked up at the towering skyscraper. Truly a landmark building. Fang Chen sighed. The Warrior Building included warrior certification, potions, martial arts, training, tasks, and covered many aspects of being a warrior. Fang Chen first went to the potion service hall, where he was received by the staff and sold the chi-gathering pill in his hand for 30,000. As expected, potions make money at any time, Fang Chen exclaimed. It's worth noting that the chi-gathering pill is a resource uniformly distributed to national martial arts exam candidates and is not a high-quality pill. Even this could be worth 30,000. Quite enviable. After browsing the potion hall, Fang Chen headed to the weapon hall. With the college entrance examination approaching, the previously sparsely populated weapon hall was now crowded, especially with senior students. They were constantly selecting various weapons. Fang Chen joined in, and after some selection, he gritted his teeth and took out the compensation money issued by the government after his parents' death. He bought a B-grade alloy combat knife for 120,000. Looking at the mere 3,000 left in his account, Fang Chen finally understood those 4 words, poor in literature, rich in martial arts. Once prepared, Fang Chen planned to head to the testing room. Ever since he obtained the fallen heart flame yesterday, he hadn't had a chance to release it. As for its power, he had a rough guess, but it still needed to be confirmed in practice. Just as he reached the elevator, he spotted a striking figure among the newcomers to the weapon hall. The girl was tall, dressed in a deep red combat suit that accentuated her perfect curves. Especially her long legs, slender and proportionate. If some old lechers saw her, they would surely think, fighting her, I have enough confidence. Fang Chen, you're here too? The girl was taken aback upon seeing Fang Chen, then smiled and waved to greet him. Long time no see, Li Mingqi, Fang Chen responded with a smile. He and Li Mingqi were in the same class in their second year, their relationship not particularly close, just having exchanged a few words. As for why he had an impression of her, it was because Li Mingqi was one of the 4 elite students from his school before him. She awakened an A-grade fire-type ability, the Azure Moonflame Tiger. He remembered the day of the awakening ceremony very clearly. Just after he awakened his E-grade small flame, Li Mingqi awakened her ability. A fierce tiger phantom engulfed in azure flames opened its mouth wide, almost tangible. The next moment, his small flame extinguished automatically, leaving him frustrated and wanting to take a small pill. Meanwhile, Li Mingqi, with her astonishing talent, stepped into the elite level before the end of the first semester of her senior year. Since then, he had not seen Li Mingqi at school again. Noticing that she was accompanied by someone, he was too lazy to engage in much conversation. "There are too many people, let's talk another time," he said, waving his hand and walking straight into the elevator in front of him. After Li Mingqi nodded in response, she entered the weapon hall with her best friend. Following this brief encounter, their conversation naturally turned to Fong Chen. "Mingqi, did that guy just now have any interest in you?" Her friend Chi Wan, also dressed in combat gear, raised her eyebrows meaningfully. Seeing this, Li Mingqi knew her old habit had resurfaced. "Why are you so obsessed? You think everyone is interested in me? Fong Chen is just my classmate from sophomore year. Then I can relax." Chi Wan raised her eyebrows again. "I just saw him buy a B-grade alloy sword, over $1 million. If he's willing to spend that much, his awakened talent must be quite high, right? Rich, talented, and good-looking. Hurry up and introduce me to him." Li Mingqi replied, "Don't even think about it. Fong Chen awakened an E-grade fire ability, he's not your type." "What?" Chi Wan couldn't help but raise her voice. "An E-grade buying a B-grade weapon? That's simply wasteful. Are you sure you're not being selfish and trying to trick me? Maybe he has high vitality. What does it have to do with you?" Li Mingqi felt helpless about Chi Wan's tendency to have ideas about anyone she found attractive. She was from the second high school, so she naturally didn't know about the first high school. As for Fong Chen, Li Mingqi hadn't been to school since the second half of her senior year, and her impression of him was still from months ago. "Sigh, it's hard to come across someone good-looking, and he's actually an E-grade. Are you sure you're not lying to me?" "Lying? Hurry up and buy a weapon, we have to go out of town tomorrow." Fong Chen took the elevator down and found a testing room exclusively for high school students. The entire room was made of alloy, allowing warriors to maximize their abilities. Fong Chen placed the alloy sword aside. Since he hadn't mastered any martial skills yet, he was only testing the power of the fallen heart flame this time. Standing in the center of the testing room, a determined look flickered in his eyes. With a low shout, his entire aura instantly became intense, and a hot, domineering force erupted from within him. That was the power of the fallen heart flame. The temperature in the entire space soared to its peak in an instant, as if he were in a furnace. Flames twisted and soared like a red dragon, dancing wildly and licking the surrounding walls. The alloy testing room seemed to become fragile in the face of this power, and its surface began to melt. Fong Chen retracted the fallen heart flame and did not continue testing. The temperature in the testing room began to drop. The alloy walls slowly changed from crimson back to their original color. However, the marks left by the ravaging flames clearly indicated that what had just happened was not an illusion. Fong Chen let out a breath, revealing a somewhat satisfied smile. At this moment, he finally had a concrete understanding of the power of the fallen heart flame. The alloy used to build the testing room was B-grade, and the fallen heart flame could quickly heat it to red. This power was already comparable to a full-force strike from a first-tier beginner warrior. If combined with martial skills, the power could even reach first-tier intermediate. Unfortunately, his own abilities prevented the fallen heart flame from exerting its full strength. "Indeed, I need to speed up my martial skill training," Fong Chen couldn't help but urge himself in his heart. After finishing the test, he began to pack up his things. "Next time, I won't come during the day, there are too many people, and I couldn't even fit into the elevator, had to take the stairs." "What are you thinking? Before the college entrance examination, the warrior building will always be like this. There's no difference between coming during the day or at night." "That's true, I might as well treat it like a visit to the warrior building." Outside the testing room, in the corridor, Li Mingqi and Chi Wan walked with the weapons they had just bought, looking somewhat helpless. At that moment, a testing room door opened several dozen meters away from them. Fong Chen stepped out, holding the long sword. Li Mingqi did not expect to meet Fong Chen again so soon. She wanted to greet him, but Fong Chen completely ignored them and walked straight towards the stairs. "Looks like you weren't lying to me, he really isn't interested in you. He didn't even notice you this close," Chi Wan said teasingly from behind. Li Mingqi shot her a glare. "Let's hurry up." The two women walked straight ahead, just about to pass by the testing room that Fong Chen had used. But the next moment, they both stopped in unison. "Why is it so hot?" Chi Wan frowned, exchanging a puzzled glance with Li Mingqi. The two of them walked into the testing room together. The moment they crossed the threshold, the temperature surged by several degrees. Such a rich fire element. As a fire-type ability user, Li Mingqi couldn't help but slightly part her lips. Chi Wan reached out to touch the alloy wall. The scorching heat made her quickly retract her hand. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. She was also an A-class awakener, an elite from the second high school. And she got burned just like that. This energy seems to have reached the initial stage of level 1, or even vaguely into the intermediate stage of level 1. Even though Chi Wan was not a fire-type awakener, she could still feel a violent energy. If it were me attacking, I could barely reach this level with all my strength. Munchie, what about you? Li Mingqi lightly touched the alloy wall, her clear eyes narrowing. To be able to burn B-class alloy to this temperature, this person's flames are above mine. Stronger than you? Chi-won found it hard to believe. Munchie, are you joking? This is a testing room specifically for high school students. You are ranked first among high school students awakening the fire element. How could there be someone stronger than you? I'm not too sure. Li Mingqi shook her head with a slight frown. Being able to touch the intermediate stage of level 1, and the flames are still above yours. When did Jiangcheng produce such a monster? As Chi-won was speaking, she suddenly thought of something and slapped her thigh. Fang Chen just walked out of this testing room, could it be him? She immediately fixed her gaze on Li Mingqi. Munchie, are you really not hiding anything from me? If you don't believe me, you can go ask at the first high school. Li Mingqi couldn't help but roll her eyes. An E-class talent had already sealed Fang Chen's future. Even if his blood value was high, he couldn't produce damage at that level of talent. So even if she hadn't been to school for a few months, she didn't believe this was something Fang Chen could do. Seeing that Li Mingqi had said so, Chi-won immediately dismissed her earlier thoughts. After all, they had been best friends for over a decade. Their bond was strong. How could it be that a man could turn friends into enemies? If that's the case, it must be that a level 1 warrior mistakenly entered the testing room, and Fang Chen just happened to pass by. Chi-won breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise, our college entrance exam scores would definitely drop by 1. The scorching temperature made Li Mingqi feel a sense of oppression, and she didn't want to linger any longer. Let's go, before hunting the monsters, I want to try that dessert shop. Let's go, let's go. As for the matter of Li Mingqi and her friend entering the testing room, Fang Chen was completely unaware. After leaving the warrior building, it was already late. He first filled his stomach and bought some compressed food to ensure he wouldn't starve in the monster beast wilderness for the next month. Then he returned home and checked his blood value as usual. 157 cards. Time to rest. The next day, Fang Chen got up early, donned his gear, prepared the necessary supplies, picked up his B-class alloy battle knife, and stepped out of the house. He would spend the next month in the monster beast wilderness. Arriving at the city gate, he felt the grandeur of the city walls deeply at the moment he got off the bus. As the city gate opened, the desolate and ruined scene outside immediately came into view, starkly contrasting with the prosperity inside the city. The city walls were like a dividing line, completely isolating these two worlds. It was Fang Chen's first time leaving the city. He understood. Once he left the city, the concept of safety would no longer exist. Only the crisis brought by the monster beasts. A moment's inattention could lead to death. Following the instructions, he walked towards the 72nd monster beast wilderness. Since the spiritual energy of this world had revived and all living beings embarked on the path of awakening, the battles between humans and monster beasts had never ceased. To facilitate the fight against the monster beasts, the human camp had numbered the areas where the beasts resided, designating them as monster beast wildernesses. Among them, the 72nd monster beast wilderness was the closest to Jiang City, which was also the main reason many martial artists from Jiang City chose to train here. Walking along the path, Fang Chen looked around. In the distance, countless human buildings had collapsed into ruins, and some tall buildings had even been severed in half. It was hard not to feel a sense of pressure, wondering what kind of battles had taken place. After a journey of more than 10 minutes, Fang Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the 72nd monster beast wilderness. What greeted his eyes was a military camp, standing guard like a city wall. At the top of the camp hung a solemn insignia. Dragon Guard Army, the strongest force in the entire Hanxia against the monster beasts. Halt! 2 members of the Dragon Guard Army stopped Fang Chen. Show your identification and state your purpose. Fang Chen, here to hunt monsters in the 72nd monster beast wilderness. Fang Chen handed over his identification along with the medal Su Yang had given him. Please pass this medal to your camp commander, thank you. The Dragon Guard soldiers exchanged a meaningful glance with him, took the medal, and their tone turned unfriendly. Understood, go wait in the square. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen walked straight into the military camp. Watching his figure, the 2 Dragon Guard soldiers were filled with disdain. Another one here to gild himself. Inside the tent, Camp Commander Wei Chang stared at the medal just delivered to him. Dressed in military uniform, his gaze was deep, and his brow revealed the unique toughness of a soldier, with sharp eyebrows framing eyes that exuded a chilling aura. He held the medal in his hand and instructed a subordinate beside him, pull up this Fang Chen's information. Yes. Moments later, Fang Chen's information appeared on a large screen nearby. Name, Fang Chen. Jiang City No. 1 High School, Senior Class 3 Martial Arts Examinee. Vitality, 151 cards. Awakening Talent, E-Level Flame. E-level flame? Isn't that just a small flame? He dares to come to the monster beast wilderness to hunt monsters with this? Upon seeing Feng Chen's profile, one of the Dragon Guard soldiers couldn't help but exclaim, "Chen Gu, this looks like someone here to gild himself. Our camp is already short-handed, and the brothers are exhausted enough. How could we have the energy to protect this guy?" The tone was filled with indignation. Wei Cheng did not refute. Confusion also arose in his eyes. Why would Su Yang send someone with E-level talent here? Could it really be for gilding? Gilding refers to those from families who know they won't achieve good results, using connections to come to the monster beast wilderness. With the help of others, they accumulate military merit by hunting monster beasts to reduce their scores. This is a common cheating method. Both Wei Cheng and the entire Dragon Guard army looked down upon such practices. Anyone who entered the martial arts university through this method would push aside an ordinary family martial arts examinee who had put in countless efforts. The soldiers of the Dragon Guard army were mostly from ordinary families, and Wei Cheng himself had risen from a poor background through hard work to reach his current position. He understood the difficulties faced by ordinary martial arts examinees. Therefore, in his camp, there had never been any incidents of gilding. No matter what price was offered, he had never agreed. However, this time, facing Feng Chen, he found it hard to make a decision. After some thought, he put away the medal and made a decision. Let this Feng Chen in, no need to arrange for someone to protect him. If something happens, I'll go save him. As a comrade for over a decade, he trusted Su Yang's character. Su Yang would not engage in gilding. As for Feng Chen, the best he could do was to ensure his safety, which would also be an explanation to Su Yang. As for how much military merit he could earn, that depended on Feng Chen himself. Seeing Wei Cheng say this, the other Dragon Guard soldiers no longer had any objections. On the other side, Feng Chen arrived at the military camp square. In the short stretch of 100 meters, he caught the attention of several Dragon Guard soldiers. From the moment he took out his medal, he actually knew he had been misunderstood. He had heard before that the Dragon Guard was tired of gilded matters. For this, he didn't need to explain. The results would come in due time. Stepping into the square, he was greeted by dozens of people in combat uniforms, of varying ages. Indeed, wherever there is money to be made, there will be people. In recent years, as the beast tide grew stronger, the pressure on the Dragon Guard increased. Thus, the Dragon Guard sought out martial artists from the social strata through rewards to hunt beasts in the wilderness. Many martial artists had made a fortune from slaying beasts or encountered fortuitous events that propelled them to success, leading to a continuous influx of hunters, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Dragon Guard. Among the dozens of people present, half were there to make money. The other half were mostly young faces, likely there to adapt to the college entrance examination. As he scanned these individuals, his gaze landed in a corner. Feng Chen instinctively squinted. In the corner sat a girl about his age, around 175 centimeters tall, with legs comparable to a supermodel, her combat attire accentuating her slender waist and ample bosom. A true E-rank powerhouse. It made it hard for Feng Chen to look away. Damn instincts. Of course, Feng Chen wasn't paying attention to her because she resembled an investigator, but rather because of her strength. The fallen heart flame enhanced his perception, allowing him to clearly sense that the woman had already stepped into the ranks of second-tier martial artists. This was a rarity among the young people present. This also made the surrounding wilderness hunters hesitant to approach her. At that moment, the girl noticed Feng Chen's gaze and raised the corner of her mouth in a smile. Feng Chen tactfully shifted his gaze. He walked to the center of the square, where the bounty board was located. This was far more attractive than the woman. Low-tier beast, 30 military merits. First-tier low-level beast, 100 military merits. First-tier mid-level beast, 300 military merits. First-tier high-level beast, 600 military merits. Second-tier low-level beast, 900 military merits. Feng Chen read through the bounty tasks from low-level to fourth-tier beasts. This was all money. He remembered it particularly well, having never studied so diligently. Next to the bounty board, there was another screen detailing other uses for military merits. 100 military merits, exchange for recovery potions. 500 military merits, exchange for C-rank alloy weapons or armor. 1,000 military merits, exchange for B-rank alloy weapons or armor. 3,000 military merits, exchange for A-rank alloy weapons or armor. There was nothing beyond that. S-rank and above alloy weapons were scarce and not commonly seen. Feng Chen silently calculated. 3,000 military merits for an A-rank alloy weapon. He would need to kill 100 low-tier beasts to obtain that. His B-rank battle knife was likely to be worn out. Those heading to the 72nd Beast Wilderness, hurry up and come in, the camp leader has something to say. At that moment, an old soldier shouted towards the square. Following that, a dozen people hurriedly entered the square. Upon seeing two figures among them, Fang Chen instinctively raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence! Similarly, as soon as Li Mingqi and Qi Wan stepped into the square, they spotted Fang Chen and were momentarily taken aback. Just as they were about to raise their hands to greet him, a man in Dragon Guard uniform walked to the center of the square. The entire square fell silent. Li Mingqi had to swallow the words that were about to come out. Welcome everyone to the 72nd Beast Wilderness. I am the camp leader, Wei Chang. His voice resonated like a bell in everyone's ears. Subsequently, several Dragon Guard soldiers distributed packages to everyone. Fang Chen opened his to find a wristwatch. Wei Cheng explained, "This is your personal exclusive wristwatch. You must wear it to enter the Beast Wilderness. Once you enter the Beast Wilderness, all the spoils from your hunts will be at your own disposal. If you encounter danger, you can press the rescue button on your watch, and we will send someone to rescue you." Upon hearing this, many people's eyes gradually lit up, their hands fidgeting with excitement, unable to contain themselves. But Wei Cheng's next words instantly doused their enthusiasm. But the premise is that you can live long enough to press the button, and live long enough to wait for our rescue. His calm tone made many smiles fade, and they couldn't help but feel a lump in their throats. Lastly, let me remind you again, do not recklessly venture to the southwest of the 72nd Beast Wilderness and the border with the 75th Wilderness, lest you lose your life. After finishing his speech, Wei Cheng said no more and waved his hand to his subordinates. The gate to the 72nd Beast Wilderness slowly opened. A foul-smelling air rushed into the square through the gap, making people uneasy. The demon hunters who had been waiting for a long time stepped out of their last safe zone. The second-tier girl also stepped into the Beast Wilderness at the first opportunity. As Wei Cheng passed by Fang Chen, he stopped. Don't be reckless. If you encounter danger, call for help immediately. I will ensure your safety. After leaving this sentence, Wei Cheng did not linger and left the square. Fang Chen said nothing more. He understood that Wei Cheng's promise to protect him was already the best assurance for Su Yang. Fang Chen, I didn't expect you to come hunting demons too. Want to team up? Li Mingqi approached Fang Chen with a smile. Qi Wan, who was beside her, chimed in, we're also here to familiarize ourselves with the exam site. If we stick together, it counts as having each other's backs. Due to leaving in a hurry yesterday, Fang Chen hadn't paid much attention to Qi Wan. Now that he looked closely, he realized she wasn't much different in appearance from Li Mingqi. When she spoke, her fair face revealed small dimples, and her voice was sweet, giving off a neighborly vibe. Faced with the invitation from the two, Fang Chen also realized one thing, Li Mingqi didn't know he had already stepped into the elite level. Even so, they still invited him to team up, willing to offer him help. He had to admit, both girls had kind hearts, but he still chose to decline. Sorry, I'm planning to go solo. One was a warm, long-legged school beauty. The other was a sweet neighborly girl with dimples. The impact was simply overwhelming. But his main purpose this time was to hone himself, which was different from the goals of the two girls. Acting together would only limit his own actions. After all, how could a woman be everlasting? Don't you agree, immortal lord? Well, okay then. Li Mingqi clearly didn't expect Fang Chen to refuse. Seeing his serious expression, she didn't persuade him further. You all be careful. After leaving this sentence, Fang Chen stepped into the Beast Wilderness without looking back. What a stubborn guy, can't he see that we want to help him? Qi Wan pouted, a bit annoyed. To refuse our invitation, do you think this Fang Chen doesn't like women? Li Mingqi was speechless, she didn't have Qi Wan's carefree thoughts. But thinking of Fang Chen's determined gaze, which seemed like he was about to join a party, a hint of self-doubt arose in her heart. Could it be that her charm had diminished? After leaving the Dragon Guard military camp, Fang Chen headed west. After walking about 10 kilometers, he took out a map. The entire Beast Wilderness resembled a fan shape, with different colors marking different areas. The outermost area closest to the Dragon Guard was green, indicating a low danger level, mostly inhabited by low-tier beasts. The middle area was yellow, with beasts mostly at the first tier. Then came the southwestern area mentioned by Wei Chang, marked in red, where the beasts ranged from the second to the third tier. Finally, the border with the 75th Beast Wilderness was marked in dark red, indicating extreme danger. Fang Chen glanced at his watch, he was already in the green area. Low-tier beasts were equivalent to non-martial humans, and he planned to practice with this level first. Although his attack power had already reached the first tier, being cautious was never a bad thing. After walking a few more kilometers west, Fang Chen finally arrived at a beast den marked on the map. This is an office building. Fang Chen carefully surveyed the damaged floors while cautiously stepping over the shards of glass on the ground, maintaining his composure to avoid making any noise. Su Yang had once taught him that demon beasts were different from humans. They retained the instincts of wild animals. Therefore, the first thing humans do when hunting demon beasts is to observe their surroundings and ensure their own safety. Otherwise, they could be decapitated by a demon beast that suddenly appears, just as Wei Chang had said, without even a chance to call for help. After ensuring his safety, Feng Chen heard the sound of a clash not far away. There are demon beasts fighting. He cautiously entered the nearby office building and climbed to the 10th floor along the crumbling staircase. Entering a company whose name was no longer discernible, he saw weathered fabric banners hanging on the walls and ceiling. He could vaguely make out the words, "If you have time, go work overtime. Everyone working together is what really counts. Overtime is great. Sleep 1 hour less, create more value for the company. Don't do 996, just do 007. Tomorrow's you will definitely thank today's you for your hard work." Feng Chen couldn't help but gasp. A few hours of sleep a day. The physical condition of people back then was even stronger than that of modern martial artists. Impressive. Feng Chen quietly walked to the window and looked down. In the central square of several office buildings, two demon beasts resembling both cows and horses were attacking each other with their horns, their foreheads covered in blood. Surrounding them lay no fewer than a dozen corpses of their kind, all with crushed skulls. It seemed they had been taken down by these two. With a mournful cry, one of them ultimately lost, collapsing with eyes full of unwillingness. The other let out an excited howl, and due to the continuous fighting, its vitality began to surge. Clearly, it was about to level up. In the next moment, a demon wolf suddenly burst out from the office building behind, biting it to death. Its vitality was drained, its flesh devoured, and its fur glistened with luster. It was eaten. Feng Chen witnessed this scene without joy or sorrow, only a sense of helplessness for the fallen one. So hardworking, who else could die if not you? As for this demon wolf, based on the knowledge from the textbook Demon Beast Compendium, Feng Chen recognized it as a low-tier ferocious wolf. Unlike ordinary wolves, these ferocious wolves preferred to act alone. After surveying the surroundings and confirming there were no other hidden demon beasts, Feng Chen drew his ally combat knife, a surge of battle intent rising within him. "It's you!" He quickly jumped through the concrete, reaching the second floor of the building where the ferocious wolf had just hidden. With a running start, he leaped down from the second floor. His body spun dramatically, using inertia to slash at the ferocious wolf's neck. Roar! In an instant, the ferocious wolf spotted Feng Chen, and its instincts made it retreat quickly. But it was still grazed by Feng Chen's attack. As Feng Chen landed, he quickly stepped back a few paces to maintain distance from the wolf. Looking at the wound that had yet to reveal any bone, Feng Chen marveled at the toughness of the demon beast's skin. He hadn't held back at all with that strike. Roar! The pain provoked the ferocious wolf to bare its fangs, its claws extended, and its gray-black fur fluffed up. It let out a bloodthirsty roar. In an instant, it charged towards Feng Chen, leaping at him from 3 or 4 meters away, its mouth wide open, aiming to kill him in one blow. Feng Chen remained calm, gripping his knife tightly, meeting the ferocious wolf's attack with his own vitality. He intended to use this battle to hone the first level of the Xianyan knife record. The ally combat knife clashed against the ferocious wolf's claws, sparking. As they exchanged blows, Feng Chen continuously countered using the Xianyan knife record, and with each encounter, his technique became more proficient. The ally combat knife began to heat up, the original sparks transforming into flames. This was the flame belonging to the knife record. The ferocious wolf's violent strength became increasingly insignificant in the face of Feng Chen's knife skills, its claws being torn apart by the flames. Puff! With a single slash, the ferocious wolf's head fell to the ground. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. The first level of the Xianyan blade technique. Success! The long knife swung down, carving a line of blood on the ground. The surging adrenaline slowly faded, and Feng Chen stepped out of the excitement he had just felt. So this is what it feels like to slay a demon beast. He clenched his fingers, imprinting this feeling in his mind. The feeling of battle. Only by familiarizing himself with this sensation could he remain calmer and more adept at mastering the Xianyan blade technique in the upcoming hunts. At this moment, he felt even more certain about his decision to hunt demons. The martial skills that had eluded him for so long were suddenly understood through a single battle. He also gained practical experience. A double benefit. However, he still recognized his shortcomings. Although he had mastered the first level of the Xianyan blade technique, he had yet to reach perfection. There were still flaws in the details of his swordplay. More combat training was needed. He took photos of the dead demon beasts around him with his watch, which would count as his kill record. Just as he was about to leave for the next location, a rustling sound of grass and trees broke the silence. It was exceptionally clear in the empty wilderness. Fong Chen's pupils constricted sharply. 5 or 6 ferocious wolves emerged from all directions, drooling from their foul mouths, their eyes bloodshot, occasionally glancing at the fallen demon beasts and then at Fong Chen. Fong Chen immediately understood that they had been attracted by the smell of blood. He drew the alloy combat knife that was stuck in the ground, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. Just when he was thinking he needed more combat training, it was delivered right to his doorstep. Well then, since they've come, they won't leave. Fong Chen struck first. Roar! A low wolf howl shattered the silence, and several ferocious wolves immediately began their attack. Their agile figures darted through the grass, moving with incredible speed. Fong Chen's figure swayed, dodging one of the ferocious wolves' pounces, and then he swung his knife at another. The blade, carrying a wave of heat, seemed to split the air in two. The battle was intense and brutal. With each dodge and every strike, Fong Chen's precision increased, and his eyes grew brighter. His experience points soared. With a piercing wolf howl, the first ferocious wolf was slain by him. Then came the second, the third. After the blade sliced through the neck of the fifth wolf, the tip of the knife stopped in front of the sixth ferocious wolf. Why don't you dodge? Sorry, I forgot you can't talk. Fong Chen smiled apologetically. Put. The sixth ferocious wolf was split in two, its upper body hitting the ground with a painful wail. Fong Chen offered his farewell words. Stop howling. Your butt's on the tree, it doesn't hurt anymore. The next day, in the morning, inside the Dragon Guard military tent, Captain Wei Chang checked the situation of the 72nd Demon Beast Wilderness as usual. After confirming that all the instruments were stable and showed no abnormalities, he began to inquire about the situation of those who had entered the Demon Beast Wilderness yesterday. His subordinates began to report, yesterday, a total of 37 people entered the 72nd Demon Beast Wilderness. 9 returned at night. 5 sent out distress signals, of which 2 died before rescue could arrive. 2 others died without sending out a distress signal. As of now, there are still 21 people in the Demon Beast Wilderness. Wei Chang nodded, about to leave, but then thought of something and asked, has Fong Chen returned? No, he is still in the wilderness. Wei Chang showed a hint of surprise. Pull up his watch data. Yes. Moments later, Fong Chen's hunting record from yesterday appeared on a nearby screen. Initially just a bit surprised, Wei Chang was suddenly stunned, then transformed into disbelief. Several subordinates beside him widened their eyes in unison. Name, Fong Chen, number of demon beasts hunted, 6 low-level rock demon bulls, 9 low-level ferocious wolves, 1 low-level water snake, 2 low-level fire rabbits. Photos. 6, 9, 1, 2, a total of 18. This Fong Chen actually killed 18 low-level demon beasts yesterday. Wow, did I see that wrong? One person immediately started rubbing his eyes, and a few others beside him did the same, looking again. They hadn't seen it wrong. It was still 18. They were stunned. Not just them, even Wei Chang was dumbfounded, unable to speak. For him, 18 low-level demon beasts could be easily wiped out. But the one who did it was Fong Chen, who only had a vitality of a little over 150. It should be noted that even a non-combatant with a vitality of over 190 would find it extremely difficult to kill 6 low-level demon beasts in a single day. But Fong Chen not only accomplished it, he even doubled it. Check if anyone helped him. Wei Chang still found it hard to believe. His subordinate immediately checked the information on Fong Chen's wristwatch and reported, according to the instrument, no one was found to assist him. Fong Chen has been alone from start to finish. Hearing this answer, Wei Chang had to believe it, even if he didn't want to. His subordinate continued, I also checked Fong Chen's situation today, just now, he has already killed 5 low-level demon beasts. The military tent fell silent again. Then, excited shouts erupted. Wow, I really underestimated him. I didn't expect this kid to be so brave. 18 in a day, when I was young, 3 a day was already tough. I thought he was just here to gain some experience. I didn't expect I was narrow-minded. When I get back, I must invite him for drinks to apologize. Wei Chang also laughed. Su Yang really didn't let me down. He had thought that with Fong Chen's abilities, without anyone following to protect him, he would be scared and come back immediately after going out. Or he would stay in the wilderness, killing 1 low-level demon beast a day would already be considered good. Unexpectedly, in just one day, this kid went on a killing spree. Now, no one would question him anymore. Even without using any special abilities, just based on his hunting skills, this kid's college entrance exam results can't be bad. Wei Cheng's appreciation for talent surged, and he immediately instructed his subordinates, pay close attention to Fong Chen. We can't let such a good seedling have any accidents here. Subordinate, understood. 2 days later, at night, in an abandoned building, Fang Chen was roasting meat with special fire while evenly sprinkling the barbecue seasoning he brought from the city. The aroma instantly wafted out, and he began to feast. Under the continuous honing of the falling heart flame, he had killed 53 low-level demon beasts in these 4 days, feeling no fatigue at all. His vitality had reached 173. This afternoon, facing the attack of 8 low-level demon beasts, the Xianyan knife technique allowed him to take them down one by one, completely different from the struggle he faced at the beginning against the fierce wolf. He had fully mastered the second level of the Xianyan knife technique. At this point, Fang Chen understood that low-level demon beasts no longer had any effect on his growth. Staying here would only waste time. He needed stronger opponents. It's time to leave here and head to the Yellow Zone to look for first-level demon beasts. I consulted with the Emperor of the Sacred Saint, and he gave me 9 holy cups that day. If I don't hit you with the next 9 strikes, I'll leave. In the Yellow Zone, at an amusement park, facing a blood shadow cat, 2 meters long, with blood-red fur and taut muscles, as if it could tear him apart at any moment. Fang Chen's lips curled into a smile. If not, then it's fate, it's heaven punishing you for playing with the lives of others. A blade of light flashed. A line of blood gradually appeared on the neck of the first-level low-level demon beast, the blood shadow cat. Bang! Its head fell off, the expression still frozen in its previous ferocity. The cold corpse turned into a warm number belonging to Fang Chen. 1 more demon eliminated. Today was the 3rd day since Fang Chen arrived in the Yellow Zone. This was already the 13th first-level low-level demon beast he had killed. After finishing, he did not leave but looked 30 meters away at the 6 blood shadow cats that were gradually approaching. A sharp cold light shone in their slender pupils. Fang Chen smiled. I'll give everyone a minute to choose to stay, the result will be the same as this one. He didn't care at all about these cat demons, wiping the alloy blade with the fur of the dead blood shadow cat. The blood shadow cats were still closing in. Fang Chen finished wiping and tightened his grip on the battle knife, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. It's about time. 10. 1. In an instant, Fang Chen moved. With the alloy battle knife in hand, he charged at the 6 blood shadow cats. Sensing danger, the blood shadow cats let out a low growl and all pounced towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen's expression was relaxed, but his aura suddenly became sharp, and the alloy battle knife instantly radiated immense heat. The 3rd level of the Xianyan knife record. In that moment, flames coalesced around his battle knife, roaring through the air like a dragon, exuding supreme majesty. A few slashes were made. The blood of the blood shadow cats stained the ground. They howled and flailed, while Fang Chen stood in their midst, his battle knife drenched in blood, his fighting spirit even more intense. Ultimately, with a few piercing roars, the 6 blood shadow cats transformed into warm military achievements. This scene made the 3 demon hunters not far away shiver involuntarily. They glanced at the 3 dead blood shadow cats beneath them, their eyelids twitching. It had taken them half a day to kill those blood shadow cats, and they were just cut down in a few strokes? And there were 6 of them. So young. Could he be a high school student? Are high school students this strong now? We can't take high school jobs anymore. Even demon beasts aren't as terrifying as high school students. As the echoes of battle faded, Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings, his cold gaze sweeping like a sharp blade. He slowly sheathed the alloy battle knife, calmly glancing at the 3 people not far away, ignoring them. He was just passing through, casually eliminating a few threats. Arriving in the Yellow Zone, he still chose to develop cautiously from the weakest area. After 3 days of fighting with first-tier low-level demon beasts, his vitality had reached 189 cards, and in about 2 more days, he would reach 200 cards. He would break through to a first-tier warrior. The Xianyan knife record had also reached the 3rd level. To advance further and perfect the 3rd level of the knife technique, he needed to head to the area of first-tier intermediate demon beasts. Fang Chen glanced at the sky. The sun was setting, and it would soon be dark. He chose not to act but instead found a hidden corner to rest. The night belonged to the demon beasts. Their hunting instincts and heightened senses made them far more capable at night than warriors of the same level. Non-warriors, before stepping into the realm of warriors, had senses similar to ordinary people. Only upon becoming a first-tier warrior would their senses see a significant enhancement. The next day, as dawn broke, Fang Chen woke up, replenished his energy, and headed towards the direction marked on the map. According to the map, 20 kilometers to the southwest was an abandoned town. It was home to many first-tier intermediate demon beasts. It was the most suitable place for him nearby. About 4 hours later, Fang Chen arrived at the outskirts of the abandoned town. Weeds were thick, entwined around the cracked stone road, and wild vines ruthlessly consumed the ancient city walls. The crumbling concrete was stained with dried blood and claw marks from demon beasts. The buildings were on the verge of collapse, and with a gust of wind, debris would tumble down. The doors and windows of the houses in the town were shattered. The former prosperity now lay in cobwebs and dust. Fong Chen still cautiously checked his surroundings first. After some exploration, he gained an understanding of the general distribution of demon beasts in the town. Due to the size and instincts of the demon beasts, most gathered in the open and flat area to the south of the town. Only a few demon beasts were active within the town. This was an opportunity. Fong Chen entered the dilapidated concrete jungle, searching for the shadows of demon beasts. About half an hour later, Fong Chen finally spotted his target. A first-tier intermediate rock lion. Its body was covered in rocky armor, and with each step, the ground trembled beneath it. Fong Chen was about to draw his battle knife but stopped halfway. Something's off, there are people. Two slender figures emerged from a nearby alley, taking the lead and confronting the rock lion. After a strike, both sides separated. Fong Chen clearly saw the two people. At this moment, Li Mingqi and Qi Wan distanced themselves from the rock lion, stabilizing their forms, both with serious expressions. The buzzing weapons trembled in their arms. Damn, I really didn't expect the skin of this rock lion to be so tough. Qi Wan shouted angrily. The rock lion has heavy defense and slow movements. We must finish this quickly. Li Mingqi gripped her knife tightly, suppressing the tremors of the blade. Fong Chen watched from a distance. This was a trial belonging to Li Mingqi and Qi Wan. He would not intervene. At the same time, he was observing, wanting to understand the true strength of elite-level fighters. Use all your strength. Li Mingqi called out softly. A shadow of a tiger engulfed in blue flames appeared behind her, quickly merging into her body. Immediately, blue flame patterns emerged on her face. A-level ability, Blue Moon Flame Tiger. The blue flames traveled down her arm, enveloping the blade in her hand. The temperature around her surged several times, turning the weeds into ashes in an instant. After Li Mingqi's soft call, Qi Wan's spear buzzed in her hand, her gaze becoming several times sharper than before. It's actually an A-level ability, Gun Soul. Fong Chen was somewhat surprised. This ability was known as invincible in close combat. He had only seen it in textbooks. All over 190 cards of vitality. Plus the configuration of B-level alloy weapons and combat suits. No wonder they dare to challenge a mid-level first-tier monster, he sighed. Make your move. Qi Wan's entire being was like a white rainbow, instantly appearing beside the rock lion, her spear thrusting out with a thunderous roar. Boom! Before the rock lion could react, the spearhead pierced through its rocky armor, embedding itself in its right leg, bursting forth with blood. Roar! The rock lion howled in pain, its eyes turning blood red, its heavy body starting to sway wildly, trying to shake Qi Wan off. But in the next moment, Li Mingqi tightly gripped her long knife, accompanied by rolling blue flames, appearing on the other side, delivering a heavy chop to its neck. The force was so great that even Fong Chen, 100 meters away, felt a wave of heat wash over his face. It's actually the Xianyan knife technique. Fong Chen immediately recognized the familiar swordplay. I didn't expect her to be at the third level. Suddenly, Fong Chen's expression changed. He saw Li Mingqi's fiery wave stirring up the dust on the ground. In an instant, the entire environment was engulfed in dust and smoke. Fong Chen's heart sank. Damn, it's getting smoky. Everything was just as Fong Chen had anticipated. When the smoke cleared, Li Mingqi's long knife was deeply embedded in the rock lion's neck armor, unable to push down even a fraction more with all her strength. At this moment, the intense pain turned the rock lion's fury into a brewing storm. With a deafening roar that shook the heavens, it seemed as if the entire world trembled. In a nearly frenzied manner, the rock lion suddenly charged towards a nearby concrete wall. Bang! A low building was instantly smashed to pieces, concrete and bricks flying everywhere. Fortunately, Li Mingqi and Qi Wan had seen through the rock lion's intentions before it charged, quickly releasing their weapons and dodging aside, escaping unscathed. However, the rock lion had already gone mad. Even though the surroundings were in ruins, its roar showed no signs of ending. Its body twisted, bloodshot eyes locking onto Li Mingqi and Qi Wan, blocking their path completely. This situation is not right. Li Mingqi instantly realized the problem. The rock lion had been enraged, so why had it stopped? Similarly, Fong Chen also noticed this issue. Why isn't it attacking? Could it be? Fong Chen realized something and immediately jumped to a higher place, glancing southward. Sure enough, in the distance, dust was being stirred up. It indicated that a large number of monsters were rushing this way. The rock lion's roar just now was a call for help. If Chen Haonan's mobile office was nearby, it had probably already arrived. The noise from the rushing monsters was so great that Li Mingqi and Qi Wan also noticed. Not good. Hurry up and go. The two of them completely lost their previous calmness. They couldn't handle one rock lion, let alone a few more. They wouldn't even be able to escape. As for the weapons embedded in the rock lion, Ha, if their lives were gone, what use would the weapons be? However, just as they were about to leave from the left or right, they suddenly discovered that the stones on the ground were trembling continuously, and there were sounds of beast footsteps around them. These were the beasts that were already in the town. They had come upon hearing the noise. Although there weren't many, the sensation of trembling told the two women that they were surrounded by beasts, and they were blocked. They were unsure of the number of beasts in the town. If they rashly fled in all directions, being caught by one of the beasts could very likely lead to being besieged. What should we do? Chi-Wan's voice was laced with fear. Li Mingqi, though also somewhat terrified, forced herself to remain calm. You call for help now, and I'll go to a higher point to check the situation of the beasts around and find the weakest point to break through. Just as Chi-Wan was about to say, okay, a voice suddenly came from behind them. No need to look, the safest route is straight ahead. Chi-Wan and Li Mingqi turned around sharply. Fong Chen. The two women's eyes widened in disbelief at seeing Fong Chen at this moment. Fong Chen, how did you get here? Li Mingqi was the first to react, hurriedly asking. There's no time to explain right now, you two step aside. As he spoke, he drew out his ally combat knife. Just now, from the high point, he had clearly seen the situation around them. Beasts were visible all around, all of them intermediate-level first-tier beasts, and rashly breaking through could very likely lead to being spotted by the beasts. The path straight ahead, where the rock lion was the best point for an assault. If he moved quickly, he wouldn't attract the attention of the other beasts. Originally, he hadn't planned to get involved in Li Mingqi and Chi-Wan's trial. He intended to just take a quick look and slip away. But he never expected this rock lion to be so strange, even shaking people. No, it should be shaking beasts. This put him in a passive position. If he didn't take action, he would only fall into the encirclement of the beasts. The three of them could very likely die here. He had no choice but to act. Leaving with Li Mingqi and Chi-Wan also counted as repaying their previous kindness. As Fong Chen drew out his ally combat knife, ready to fight the rock lion, Li Mingqi hurriedly reminded him, Fong Chen, neither Chi-Wan nor I can handle the rock lion together. Maybe we should try another way. Before she could finish her sentence, a sound that tore through the air exploded. The ground beneath Fong Chen's feet erupted, and his figure transformed into a blur, instantly appearing above the rock lion. Li Mingqi understood his concern. After all, with the added Qingyan, she and Chi-Wan, who was outputting all her strength with her gun spirit, were no match for the rock lion. He couldn't take it down relying solely on martial skills. Therefore, to quickly slay the rock lion, he could only unleash his full power. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged from him. The fallen heart flame within him erupted like a awakened beast. Transparent flames blossomed, resembling a furious flower in full bloom. The air in the small town was instantly scorched and distorted, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. The temperature soared, evaporating the moisture in the air without a trace. At that moment, Li Mingqi and Chi-Wan felt as if they were in a hell of flames, experiencing a pressure that pressed down to their very core. Is this a small flame? In this furnace-like world, Fong Chen, with the fallen heart flame enveloping his blade, transformed into a giant dragon. The third level of the Xianyang blade record. With a flick of the blade, the giant dragon surged forth, the heat waves rolling as it pounced towards the massive rock lion. The rock lion had yet to feel fear in its eyes. The blade light swept past, flashing by in an instant. With the heat and ferocity of the fallen heart flame, the rock lion's head went bang and fell to the ground. Then, its entire body crashed to one side. The ground trembled as if cheering for Fong Chen's strike. The two women also forgot their fear in that moment. Like statues, a dazed feeling spread from the top of their heads to their toes, rendering them unable to move. It's dead. Just like that. Dead. Chi-Wan stammered. The image of Fong Chen's strike lingered in her mind. The rock lion, which she and Li Mingqi had been unable to defeat together, was killed by Fong Chen with just one blow. What happened to the little flame we talked about? What was that earth-shattering fire just now? At this moment, she recalled how she had previously said that Fong Chen was stubborn and that she didn't like women. Was this not liking? It was clear that he found them both a nuisance. Li Mingqi felt her throat go dry, unable to utter a word. The cry of the Qingyue flame tiger within her was like a sharp dagger, piercing her heart. She was one with the Qingyue flame tiger, and she could feel it. Was afraid. It was afraid of Fong Chen's flames. It even had thoughts of wanting to submit. This was the suppression of fire against fire. Like a king overlooking his subjects. At that moment, she remembered the scene in the testing room. That flame that could almost melt B-grade alloys. She thought it was the tester for martial artists. It was Fong Chen. It turned out she had seen the answer from the very beginning. Stop dawdling, hurry up and go. If you don't leave now, just wait to be surrounded by the beasts. Fong Chen shouted, casually taking a photo of the rock lion, glancing at the corpse with a hint of confusion, and left without looking back. Chi-Wan and Li Mingqi also regained their senses at that moment. They pulled weapons from the rock lion and hurried to catch up. After continuous evasion and 2 hours of relentless running, the three of them finally shook off the pursuit of the beasts and arrived at a relatively safe area. They leaned breathlessly against the edge of some ruins. Far from the roars of the beasts and the panic of being chased, only the rustling of leaves and the dappled sunlight filtering through the treetops remained on the ground like golden threads. Feeling the aftertaste of having escaped death, their tense emotions began to ease, replaced by deep fatigue and relief. "It's good to still be alive," Chi-Wan said carelessly as she looked around. Li Mingqi, still shaken, could only helplessly facepalm at her optimism. "Fang Chen, thank you so much this time." Li Mingqi looked at Fang Chen. As she spoke, she recalled the scene of Fang Chen making his move, as if it were etched in her mind, impossible to shake off. Although Fang Chen did not release flames at this moment, she still felt a sense of being suppressed, a feeling of being dominated. Fang Chen replied flatly, "No need to be polite, I just happened to be there." In the end, it was just our bad luck to encounter a rock lion that had gained intelligence. Gained intelligence? Li Mingqi's delicate face was filled with astonishment. Impossible, that rock lion was only a mid-level first tier, how could it gain intelligence? But thinking of the rock lion's behavior, she fell into doubt. Rock lions are solitary beasts and usually do not share the same area with group beasts. But this time, it was the exact opposite. At the same time, after being injured, it kept roaring towards the south, to attract other beasts, deliberately crashing into walls to shake her and Chi-Wan off, and blocking the road without attacking, as if it knew it was not a match and wanted to block the way until other beasts arrived to attack together. These behaviors indeed resembled those of an intelligent beast. "This is too strange." Li Mingqi still found it hard to believe. According to textbooks, generally only beasts above the third tier can gain intelligence and have the ability to think. Beasts below that rely entirely on instinct for survival. To this, Fang Chen had no explanation. Maybe this rock lion fell off a cliff. After all, in a world where spiritual energy has revived, anything could happen. "Now that we've escaped, let's not think about what happened before. I certainly won't go back." Chi-Wan smiled as she walked in front of Fang Chen, her fair face breaking into two small dimples, revealing two little tiger teeth on her red lips. "Fang Chen, what level of fire ability did you awaken? It's even stronger than Mingqi's Qingyue Flame Tiger?" Upon hearing this, Li Mingqi's expression also turned serious. What happened to the little flame we talked about? It had ultimately come. Regarding this question, Fang Chen had anticipated it from the moment he made his move. "It's nothing, just mutated." His tone was flat, as if he were recounting something very ordinary. He couldn't very well say it was the supreme fire of all fires, could he? Saying that would only make those who played with fire unhappy. But in the ears of the two women, it was like the sound of a bell exploding. Mutation. A mutation that has a probability of 1 in 10 million. Chi-Wan's lips trembled slightly. She never expected such a thing to happen right before her eyes. Although Li Mingqi had mentally prepared herself for the mutation, her heart still couldn't help but race. There were examples of ability mutations, but evolving from A rank to A rank in one go was unprecedented. Fang Chen was the first case. Moreover, the power of the ability was even greater than hers. I've heard people say that ability mutations can happen more than once. Fang Chen, you might still have a chance. Chi-Wan quickly digested the news of the mutation and her thoughts jumped to the number of mutations. That's right, I mutated once at the first level. Fang Chen didn't speak, but nodded in appreciation. He was grateful to Chi-Wan for helping him find a reason. He would explain it this way in the future. Seeing Fang Chen nod, the little stars in Chi-Wan's eyes were about to burst out. She patted Li Mingqi's shoulder. "Sister, I knew you weren't hiding anything from me." Knowing you still asked Fang Chen. Li Mingqi couldn't help but show a subway old man's expression. She knew her best friend had taken a liking to Fang Chen. Originally, she found Fang Chen pleasing to the eye, but due to his talent, she didn't have any major thoughts. Now the only shortcoming had been made up for. Without a doubt, with her straightforward personality, she would act immediately. Sure enough, Chi-Wan happily said, "Fang Chen, it's getting dark, let's go catch some fish in the river over there. Look, there are mermaids too." That's a dead person. As night fell, for safety reasons, Fang Chen did not leave. Without the corpses of demon beasts, Fang Chen could only take out compressed food. Li Mingqi and the others were the same. After hearing that Fang Chen would leave tomorrow, Chi-Wan was very reluctant and kept asking Fang Chen if he could take them with him. To this, Li Mingqi was quite helpless. "Alright, Wan, our strength is just dragging Fang Chen down, so stop thinking about it. Let's honestly work on improving our strength first, then we can try again in the small town." Chi-Wan sighed. "Okay." After spending some time together, Fang Chen had a good grasp of the personalities of these two best friends. Chi Wan was carefree and lively. Li Mingqi spoke gently and handled things calmly. Especially those legs. Never mind, let's not show everyone. Just as Li Mingqi said, he would return to the small town next, and bringing them along would only be a burden. Unless they were like Xiao Cheng. He didn't mind being Fa high. Otherwise, forget it. At night, to prevent danger, the three discussed the order of the watch. First was Li Mingqi, then Chi Wan, and finally Fang Chen. In the dilapidated concrete room. Since Li Mingqi was outside keeping watch, only Fang Chen and Chi Wan remained in the small space. One in each corner. Chi Wan stared intently at Fang Chen, who had just closed his eyes to rest, not blinking. With only the two of them in such a perfectly timed environment, wouldn't she do something? Of course, that was impossible. Just thinking about Fang Chen saving her during the day made her heart race. Good talent, good looks. She hadn't encountered a man like this in years. She absolutely couldn't let go so easily. She knew Fang Chen wasn't asleep yet. This was the last chance to deepen their feelings. Her red lips parted slightly, wanting to say something but hesitating. What should she say? Are you asleep? No, that would be weird. After a moment, Chi Wan raised the corners of her mouth, her brows and eyes adding a touch of charm. Since her previous initiative wasn't enough, she might as well be a bit more proactive. She said softly, Fang Chen, could you come a little closer? I'm a bit scared sleeping here alone as a girl. Her tone was filled with a pitiful flavor. Outside the door, Li Mingqi's eyes widened in an instant. You're scared? You've killed over 20 demon beasts, and you're scared? She never expected Chi Wan would go to such lengths for Fang Chen. How could she not understand her best friend? A woman so straightforward and carefree had suddenly turned into a trap. You're so unfamiliar that you make me scared. But deep down, she began to feel a vague sense of unease. She actually hoped Fang Chen wouldn't agree. Absolutely not agree. Finally, Fang Chen spoke. Then you can sleep as half a girl, and the one who's scared will be me. Chi Wan, 0_0 Chi Wan, 0_0? Chi Wan? L? Li Mingqi couldn't help but laugh. The next morning, a gentle breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness, and a blush had already appeared on the horizon. Fang Chen woke up Li Mingqi and the other girl. Under Chi Wan's reluctant gaze, he packed his things and left. Chi Wan pouted, a bit unhappy. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? You don't even know how to talk to people. Li Mingqi immediately gave her a smack on the head. The person has already gone far away. Hurry up and take the clip out of your throat. It's making me uneasy. What's so uneasy about it? They've been talking like this for so many years, okay? Don't just say things with your eyes wide open. Li Mingqi. After running for several hours, Fang Chen returned to the ruined town once again. Although he had used the strange fire last time and was able to slay a mid-level first-tier beast, that was only accomplished with the enhancement of the fallen heart flame. Martial skills still needed to be honed through blood and physical training to improve. Fang Chen returned to the ruins and waited for several minutes before finally meeting the first customer of the day. A mid-level first-tier blood shadow cat. He drew out the slightly curled-edged alloy battle knife. His originally casual gaze instantly turned sharp. The hunt began. For days later, in the center of the town, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled over this dilapidated town, casting golden light that reflected a mottled ground. Fang Chen leaned against a dead beast, using the strange fire to stop the bleeding from his wounds. His clothes were already stained red with blood, and the alloy battle knife in his hand was still trembling slightly. The surroundings were a mess, with the corpses of beasts piled haphazardly, each with a different death pose, yet all exuding a chilling ferocity. All the beasts in this town had been wiped out by Fang Chen. He had started by fighting while fleeing, gradually reaching a stalemate, and finally, it became a one-sided slaughter. He closed his eyes, feeling the silence around him and the calmness within. His breathing gradually steadied, but the lingering smell of blood filled the air. Just the day before yesterday, his blood energy had broken through 200 calories, reaching the realm of a first-tier warrior. Both his physical quality and senses had undergone a qualitative change. This was also the beginning of his transition from fleeing to counterattacking. The Xianyan knife record had also reached the third level of perfection during these 4 days of training. He had already sensed the barrier to the fourth level the day before yesterday. However, after 3 consecutive days of hunting, he had not broken through. It seems it's time to change places, Fang Chen sighed. He summoned the system panel that had not appeared for a long time. The continuous killing of beasts over the past 2 days had caused him to forget about extracting strange fire. I hope to draw a type of strong attacking strange fire, Fang Chen silently wished. As he stepped into the first tier, his strength increased, and the power of the fallen heart flame also rose by a tier. The effect of honing his body had reached SS level, and his attack power reached S level. The other two abilities he had not mastered before were also under his control. The fallen heart flame, born from the heart, is formless and colorless, manifesting through the heart, leaving no trace. This fire possesses 3 special abilities. The first is the cultivation cheat that Fang Chen had already mastered. The effect is excellent, and both the elderly and children love it, preparing to repurchase. The second is heart fire forging. It can generate heart fire at the enemy's heart, capable of incinerating the heart in an instant. The third ability restrains soul power, which is more aptly referred to as mental power in this world. At present, the fallen heart flame was only slightly lacking in attack. Therefore, Fang Chen wanted a type of strange fire with even more terrifying attack power. Detected that the host has entered the initial stage of a first-tier warrior. Would you like to extract strange fire? Extract. Beginning to extract strange fire. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sea Heart Flame. Fang Chen couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth. He. Although the Sea Heart Flame was only ranked 15th, its power was incredibly formidable. This fire was born in water, capable of transforming into towering waves of flames, and could even dissolve into water, making mountains, rivers, and seas a part of it. Its lethality was no less than that of the higher ranked. As the Sea Heart Flame continuously surged in, he could clearly feel its attack power rivaling that of SS-level abilities, perfectly compensating for his lack of offensive strength. Before Fang Chen could rejoice, the system's prompt sounded again. The host has entered the first tier, and a life choice is available again. Choice 1, get accepted into a top martial arts university. Reward, the latest Spring Cup, equipped with a dual-core processing chip, powerful and convenient for one-handed use, ensuring you never feel lonely in life. Choice 2, get accepted into any top martial arts university. Reward, S-level body tempering technique, making you even tougher. Choice 3, become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Freely choose a top martial arts university. Reward, the book is The Alchemist Week. My pills can summon heavenly thunder. Also known as Encyclopedia of Alchemy. It seemed that every time he leveled up, the system would issue a task option. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he checked the options. Choice 1 was a bit tempting. To avoid doing something foolish, he quickly skipped over Choice 1 and didn't dare to look again. As for Choices 2 and 3, he could only say, let's do our best in the martial arts exam. With the extraction complete, he should leave this place. However, before that, Fang Chen had something he needed to say. Come out, you've been hiding from me for a day. He looked towards the small alley on the left, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Could it be that you have taken a liking to me and want to go home with me? As soon as he finished speaking, a silver bell-like laugh echoed from the alley. Going home with you wouldn't be a problem for me, but can you actually follow through on your words, little brother? A long leg emerged from the shadows of the alley. She walked gracefully out of the narrow space, her long legs straight and her proportions striking, especially her upper body. Quite mesmerizing. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, sketching an almost imperceptible smile, with a captivating charm as sunlight poured down from the street corner, adding a soft halo to her figure, making Fang Chen unable to help but glance, twice, 3 times, his gaze unwilling to shift even a bit. The person before him was the second-tier young woman he had seen in the square. Fang Chen had found her strange back then. He never expected her to be this strange. Just as dawn broke, she suddenly appeared nearby, staring at him while he killed monsters, even showing an appreciative expression. Could it be infatuation? Thinking of this, Fang Chen wrapped his clothes tighter. A boy must protect himself when outside. He firmly disapproved of such behavior. If you're in a hurry, why don't we use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, carefree, and start right here? He pointed to the corpse of a monster beside him. It's just a pity that the audience is already dead. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the woman paused for a moment, then smiled seductively. Sounds good, but how can you bring out the flavor without seasoning and cooking? Let's flirt a bit first, how about that? The woman walked over to a piece of rubble opposite Fang Chen, crossed her legs fitting perfectly together. She rejected Fang Chen's friend request. Let me introduce myself, my name is Guan Ning. The woman blinked her lively peach blossom eyes, looking at Fang Chen with allure. You look like a senior in high school, so you should have heard of my name. No, Fang Chen replied crisply. Anyone who dared to say you should have heard of me must have some fame. Fang Chen directly rejected her pretentiousness. On one hand, he didn't want to fly high, and on the other, he genuinely hadn't heard of her. This left Guan Ning momentarily stunned, like a motivational speaker on stage, ready to hear applause, only to suddenly realize they had walked into the wrong place. She said again, you must have heard of the top scorer in last year's martial arts exam in Jiangcheng, right? Fang Chen instinctively asked, could it be you? Guan Ning chuckled lightly. No, she ranked behind me. Goodness, caught off guard, he was still tricked by her. Fong Chen rummaged through his memories. Last year's college entrance exam results in Jiangcheng were the best in history, with the top scorer ranking 23rd among martial arts candidates nationwide. Out of over 1 million martial arts candidates, those who made it into the top 30 were all exceptional talents. They would be talked about by the next batch of candidates as a target to chase. No wonder Guan Ning dared to say that. However, at that time, the original owner was only focused on Min Ying and had not paid much attention to many things in the outside world, which was why he had never heard of the name Guan Ning. Seeing that Fong Chen was silent, Guan Ning smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm saying all this just to help both sides understand each other better for a smoother collaboration." Why did her tone sound a bit flirtatious? Fong Chen replied calmly, "Collaboration? That's right." Guan Ning crossed her legs and blinked her peach blossom eyes. "I came to the monster beast wilderness to obtain the core root of a plant-type monster. But it's quite difficult, and I need a fire-type ability user to help me. Originally, I was looking for your female classmate, but unfortunately, her strength was still lacking, so she recommended you to me." She glanced at the dead monster beast beside them. "From your previous performance, it seems you've already stepped into the ranks of first-tier warriors, which barely meets my minimum expectations. As long as you agree, once the task is completed, I will reward you with 5,000 military merits. What do you think?" So she had been observing him all day to assess his strength. Fong Chen frowned slightly. He extracted the core point from her words. Plant-type monster beasts. In this world, monster beasts are divided into two categories. The first type is animal-type monster beasts. The other type is plant-type monster beasts. As the name suggests, plant-type monster beasts are life forms that have evolved from simple plants. Their attack methods are more complex and they are better at disguising themselves. In the eyes of warriors, they are even more difficult to deal with than regular monster beasts. A few years ago, a climbing vine evolved and destroyed a city. In just a few hours, over 100,000 lives were lost. It was only after a master-level warrior intervened that the climbing vine was killed. Since then, many warriors have been wary of plant-type monster beasts. However, plant-type monster beasts have a common weakness: they are afraid of fire. This is also why Guan Ning was looking for a fire-type ability user. According to the map, the yellow area has no plant-type monster beasts, so... Fong Chen stared into Guan Ning's eyes. "You want to go to the red area?" "That's right." Guan Ning's lips curled slightly, the corners of her eyes forming a delicate arc. "Don't be afraid, with me protecting you, there won't be any danger." Fong Chen took a deep breath, his expression turning serious for the first time. "It's difficult. Too difficult. How could I possibly feel at ease with just your word? After all, I'm only a first-tier warrior. Going to the red area, where wolves are lurking, is no different from seeking death." His tone was tragic, like someone about to face death. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Guan Ning's eyes. She shook her head helplessly. "It seems I've been rejected again." Before she could finish her sentence, Fong Chen raised his hand to interrupt her. "I think you might have misunderstood. What I mean is, you need to pay more." Guan Ning, huh? With someone to protect him, why not take a stroll in the red area and broaden his horizons? Fong Chen had no intention of missing this opportunity. He had already wanted to change locations. Why not take this chance to engage with high-level monster beasts and see the gap in his strength? It would greatly help in breaking through the barrier of the Xianyan knife record, while also increasing the chances of completing option 3. As for the protection Guan Ning mentioned, he would not entrust his life to her. That would be no different from seeking death. If there is danger, with his flexible moral bottom line, he will definitely slip away first. With the sea heart flame, as long as he wants to leave, the monsters in the red area cannot keep him. After Guaning realized this, a smile returned to her lips, slightly complaining. "I am, after all, a famous beauty from the Martial University of Magic City. So many boys are eager to team up with me but haven't had the chance yet, and you are still thinking about adding money. What a little straight man. How will you find a girlfriend in the future?" She sighed helplessly. "Come on, how much more?" The two bargained for quite a while. Although Guaning was somewhat reluctant, they reached an agreement for a reward of 7,000 military merits. During the conversation, Fong Chen discovered that this woman had a charm that did not belong to her age. The aura she exuded always made him feel a tickle. Of course, he meant in his heart. "Really? You have to believe him." Seeing that the cooperation was completed, Guaning no longer delayed and stood up. "Let's go, it's getting late. There are too many corpses here, which will definitely attract other monsters. It's not safe to rest here. There is a ruin 5 kilometers away. We will rest there tonight and set off tomorrow morning." After saying that, Guaning gently turned around, her beautifully curved and exquisitely contoured back appearing before Fong Chen's eyes. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her fragrant shoulders, a few playful strands lightly brushing against her skin, making her look exceptionally alluring. Fang Chen felt that familiar sensation again. Damn! That ticklish feeling returned. Looking at this wonderful back, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge in his throat, an impulse to backstab her. Damn! It can't be the buff brought by the sea heart flame. He didn't dare to get up, trying to cover it up. Taking deep breaths in succession, he tried to calm his emotions. Guining turned around, raising the corner of her mouth. Why aren't you getting up? Do you want to backstab me? Fang Chen, you are my benefactor now, my battle knife is also set aside. How could I backstab you? Guining flicked her hair by her ear and chuckled, to stab someone, you don't necessarily need a knife. As she spoke, she didn't forget to glance at Fang Chen's pants. Fang Chen? Damn! She actually discovered the hidden long knife. No way! Fang Chen was startled. The ticklish feeling appeared when they were discussing the price just now, combined with her earlier words. So, this was not the bonus from the sea heart flame at all. Showing her back was this woman deliberately teasing him, to take revenge for him adding money. Demoness, what have you done to me? In the 72nd Monster Beast Wilderness, Red Area, a desolate expanse. The environment here is vastly different from the yellow area. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood, making one nauseous, and countless monster corpses are scattered on the ground, the stench of rotting flesh mixed with the scent of death, forming a suffocating odor. The surrounding scenery looks particularly bleak, with some white bones scattered on the withered yellow grass. Fang Chen cautiously followed Guining's back, walking along a small path. This was their second day in the red area. The route they were taking was one that Guining had previously scouted, and they had not encountered any danger. According to her, they would reach their destination in another 2 hours. This time, Guining was looking for something, the core root of a third-tier low-level monster, the charming illusion vine. According to the textbook, any creature that eats the main branches and leaves of the charming illusion vine will fall into an illusion, and if they cannot break free, they will be controlled by the vine. It is a creature of very high danger level. Looking at Guining's back, Fang Chen recalled the situation that afternoon. He vaguely had a guess in his heart. It was a type of mental attack. It should be related to her awakened talent. At the same time, he gradually figured out Guining's temperament. On the surface, she looked very alluring, but inside she was a scheming woman, a bit dark-hearted. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to backstab him over 2,000 military merits. We are almost at the destination, you should talk about your awakened abilities now, Fang Chen asked as he walked. The day before yesterday, he had asked about what abilities Guan Ning had awakened, but who knew that this woman would insist on waiting until they reached their destination to talk about it? If he wanted to know, he could satisfy Guan Ning's request. Of course, it had to be a proper request. A mischievous smile appeared on Guan Ning's charming face. You're so eager to know before we even get there? Same old rule. Call me sister and I'll tell you. Just because she was a year older, she wanted him to call her sister. So assertive, why didn't she just sit in the front seat? He realized that this woman just wanted to take advantage of him. Fang Chen scoffed, that'll cost extra. In an instant, both of them huffed in unison, reaching an agreement to stop talking. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at their destination. Climbing up a building to overlook, the entire view of the destination came into sight. It was a botanical garden. Now it had fallen into a desolate silence. Outside the garden, 2 or 3 dozen demon beasts wandered restlessly, their eyes revealing confusion and hesitation, like puppets. Among them, Fang Chen also saw a few old friends of the same species, blood shadow cats and fierce wolves. Their sizes were 4 to 5 meters larger than their previous lower-level counterparts. Just from their length, it could be judged that they were second-tier low-level demon beasts. As they walked further in, the dilapidated garden gate leaned at an angle, countless writhing vines climbing among the ruins, dyeing the entire botanical garden a shade of green. The most abundant vines were in the central area of the garden. The core vines there were nearly half a meter thick, resembling giant pythons. I've already surveyed the situation here, Guan Ning said softly, pointing to the demon beasts outside the garden. These are all demon beasts that have become puppets of the enchanting illusion vines. They can also be considered the bodyguards of the enchanting illusion vines, and they are the first danger we will face. It seemed that the enchanting illusion vines had gained intelligence some time ago. After a few minutes of explanation, Fang Chen had a rough understanding of the situation in the botanical garden and what they were going to do next. In simple terms, they needed to break through the encirclement of the demon beasts outside the garden, then head to the central area of the botanical garden, using his flames to restrain the branches of the enchanting illusion vines, helping Guan Ning reduce her pressure and allowing her to focus on dealing with the main body. What he needed to do was merely to restrain once they entered the central area. But this made Fong Chen even more curious. The 2 or 3 dozen demon beasts outside were genuine second-tier demon beasts, while Guan Ning was only second-tier herself. No matter how talented she was, even if she could fight above her level, she couldn't withstand the attacks of so many demon beasts. How did she plan to get in? Here, eat this, Guan Ning said, taking out a pill and handing it to Fong Chen. What is this? Fong Chen didn't dare to take it. Guan Ning pointed to the demon beasts outside. Didn't you kill the last batch of spectators? This time I've found you another group, and there are even more. A smile played on her lips as her finger traced the curve of her upper body. Her red lips slightly pursed. Hurry up and eat it, so we can get to work. There are no demon beasts watching. It's more exciting. Old Sister G. Fong Chen scoffed, eating medicine as soon as we arrive. Who do you think I am? Guan Ning smiled sweetly, no longer joking. You can't get past those 2 or 3 dozen with your strength, so I prepared poison. I'll spread it through the air in a bit. But the quantity is a bit large, and the poison is scarce, so it can only cause about 10 minutes of paralysis. That's enough time for us to get through. Once we reach the central area, as long as we injure the main vine of the enchanting illusion vines, it will be too preoccupied to control these demon beasts. Once these demon beasts wake up, they will immediately flee and won't pose a threat to us. As for this pill, it's the antidote to the poison. Just eat it. Saying this, she handed the pill to Fong Chen again. Fong Chen glanced at the pill, then at Guan Ning. I don't need it. How ridiculous. Who knew what kind of pill this was? What if Guan Ning was using him as cannon fodder, poisoning him and throwing him into the demon beast horde? What if she had designs on his body, and he ended up dazed? It was better to be cautious. At this moment, Guan Ning had lost her previous charm, her peach blossom eyes wide open in disbelief. How can you get in without eating? I have my own methods. A little demon beast, can it really obtain the? Fong Chen continued, since you can investigate the entire botanical garden situation, you must have other ways to get in. Don't worry about me, we'll meet inside the botanical garden later. Upon hearing this, Guan Ning was slightly surprised, but seeing the look in Fong Chen's eyes, which didn't seem to be joking, she didn't say more. Although it had only been 2 or 3 days, she could tell that Fong Chen was not someone who acted recklessly without brains. Moreover, Fong Chen was right, she indeed had other ways to enter the botanical garden, and poisoning was just to take care of Fong Chen. Since Fong Chen didn't need it, then that method could be discarded. Guan Ning put the pill back into her spatial ring. In that case, there's no need to say more, let's prepare to go in. She lightly pursed her red lips. By the way, aren't you curious about my? Then don't blink. In the next moment, a shadow of a fox demon with pitch-black fur and an exceptionally alluring presence appeared behind Guan Ning. The fox's figure was long and elegant, its fur glistening with a hint of enchanting luster that made it impossible to look away. Its eyes sparkled like stars, the flickering pupils seemed to draw one in, gently swaying its tail, every movement exuding graceful allure, making one's heart sway. The intertwining of mystery and charm made the surrounding air seem to become hot and hazy. Fong Chen once again experienced a tingling sensation. S-Class, Charming Shadow Celestial Fox. Charming Shadow Celestial Fox. S-Class. The first 2 characters of the name break down into the abilities of the Charming Shadow Celestial Fox. The first is Charm, manifested as a mental attack. It can silently manipulate others' emotions through charm, making them develop feelings for the ability user, gradually falling in love, and ultimately succumbing. The other is the well-known Shadow System. This is Fong Chen's general understanding of the Charming Shadow Celestial Fox. No wonder it felt tingly. It turned out to be the ability of charm. Indeed, that day's backstab incident was caused by Guan Ning. At the same time, Fong Chen also understood why Guan Ning insisted on showcasing her only after reaching the destination. The charm ability was too strong. She was afraid he would be moved by her and wouldn't be able to walk on the way. Seeing Fong Chen staring at her, Guan Ning lightly bit her lip. Don't keep staring at me, or you'll fall in love with me. Fong Chen chuckled. Falling in love with you and loving you are 2 different things. Guan Ning was taken aback for a moment, then a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Good boy, you dare to talk to your sister like that. In the next moment, Fong Chen's smile suddenly faded. He stiffened instantly. Damn, this woman has intensified the release of her charm. The little man in Fong Chen's heart roared in anger. After a moment, he had no choice but to slightly bend his waist as a sign of respect. Glancing at Fong Chen's figure, a look of triumph flashed in Guan Ning's eyes. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, her tone charming and proud. Rebelling against your sister won't bring you any good. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'm leaving first, don't keep me waiting too long. Guan Ning's red lips were flirtatious, as if she was certain Fong Chen would be slower than her. Then she took a step back and vanished into the shadows beside her. Fang Chen, after his body no longer felt stiff, stretched lazily, pretending as if nothing had happened. He walked down the stairs bit by bit, his footsteps leaving a low and clear echo on the broken concrete floor. His pace was neither fast nor slow, heading towards the abandoned botanical garden. Gradually, Fang Chen got closer to the botanical garden, and the lurking demon beasts around suddenly sensed his presence. Their gazes were like sharp blades, piercing directly at Fang Chen. But before the demon beasts could roar or attack, their expressions twisted rapidly instead. Standing still, unable to move an inch, Fang Chen, however, remained calm. As the fallen heart flame was activated, one demon beast after another experienced the burning of the heart fire. Pain seemed to sweep across the entire area in an instant, and the expressions of all the demon beasts began to turn ferocious. Their bodies convulsed continuously, as if battling against the invisible flames in the void. Su Rian's current abilities were not enough to burn these demon beasts to death, but he could at least render them immobile for a few minutes. That was enough time for him to enter the botanical garden. Meanwhile, outside the camp of the Dragon Guard, Su Yang, led by a member of the Dragon Guard, walked into the camp. In recent days, he had been increasingly anxious. The reason, of course, was Fang Chen. Originally, he had expected that with Fang Chen's strength, he would only stay in the demon beast wasteland for 6 or 7 days at most. He would slay some low-level demon beasts, and if luck was on his side, he might even kill a low-level first-tier beast. That would be sufficient. Who would have thought that since this guy entered the 72nd wasteland to hunt demons, he hadn't seen anyone return for over 10 days. Although he often contacted Wei Chang to inquire about Fang Chen's situation, every time he heard Wei Chang say, "Fang Chen is doing great, Fang Chen is amazing," it was either that he had hunted dozens of low-level demon beasts or killed over a dozen low-level first-tier beasts. He even killed a mid-level first-tier beast. Was this really the same person? He began to doubt whether Wei Chang had mistaken the person. With Fang Chen's small flame, how could he achieve such glorious results? Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and decided to see the real situation for himself. Just as he was thinking this, Su Yang was brought to a tent. Stepping inside, the first thing he saw was Wei Chang, who was checking the situation of the 72nd Demon Beast Wasteland. When Wei Chang saw Su Yang arrive, his serious expression immediately changed. "Old Su, I've been waiting for you for half a day, hurry and sit down." Wei Chang smiled and pulled his old comrade to a chair nearby. "We haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 months, don't leave tonight, I prepared some drinks, we won't go back until we're drunk." Su Yang had no mood to drink, completely unaware of Fang Chen's current situation. "We'll talk about tonight later, quickly pull up Fang Chen's data for me. I've heard you talk about how amazing Fang Chen is on the phone every day, do I not know my own student? Are we talking about the same person? Hey, look at what you're saying, if I didn't know Fang Chen, would I not know your medal? How could I possibly make a mistake?" Seeing that Su Yang still didn't believe him, Wei Chang was too lazy to explain further and directly had someone pull up the data on the demon beasts Fang Chen had hunted, displaying it on a nearby screen. The next moment, Su Yang was stunned. Name, Fang Chen. Number of demon beasts hunted, 53 low-level demon beasts, 31 low-level first-tier demon beasts, 22 mid-level first-tier demon beasts. Photo, Wei Chang had long been accustomed to Fang Chen's achievements. Seeing Su Yang's expression at that moment, he felt as if he were looking at his past self. "So, I didn't lie to you, this is Fang Chen's photo, right? I've told you so many times over the phone, and you just wouldn't believe it. Now you should believe it, right?" At this moment, Su Yang couldn't hear Wei Chang's voice at all. His mind was blank, and all he could hear was the sound of his own heartbeat. The photo on the screen was indeed Fang Chen's, with no falsehood. But how could these achievements be so exaggerated? At that moment, he really wanted to take back what he had just said. "I know my own student. Are we talking about the same person?" He truly didn't know anymore. After a long while, Su Yang finally came back to his senses from his shock, pointing at the screen as if to ask. But before he could speak, Wei Chang preemptively said, "No need to ask, all of these were killed by this kid alone, no one helped him." With that one sentence, Su Yang's words were sent back to him. At this moment, Su Yang had no choice but to accept that this was the reality of Fang Chen. Just then, the tent door was pushed open. A Dragon Guard soldier walked in and said, "Captain, there are 2 martial arts students who just returned from the wasteland outside. They said they saw their teacher here and wanted to say hello." "Let them in," Wei Chang said. A few seconds later, Li Mengqi and Qi Wan walked in. "Teacher Su. Mengqi, I didn't expect you to come to the Demon Beast Wasteland as well." Su Yang's instinctive professional habit kicked in, and he couldn't help but ask, "How does it feel in this line of work? Does Wu Kao have confidence in making the top 10? "It should be fine," Li Mengqi replied, still somewhat confident in herself. After these few days of training, she and Chi-won had already managed to reach the intermediate level of the first tier. With this level, making the top 10 in Jiang City shouldn't be too much of a problem. At that moment, Chi-won, seeing the information about Fong Chen on the screen, couldn't help but curiously ask, "Teacher Su, are you Fong Chen's homeroom teacher?" Su Yang nodded. "That's right. Why, do you know Fong Chen?" Chi-won was an elite from the second high school, and they had met a few times, but from her tone, it sounded like she knew Fong Chen quite well. Just over 10 days ago, Fong Chen was still a nobody. How could they possibly have interacted? Unexpectedly, Chi-won exclaimed excitedly, "Of course I know him. If it weren't for Fong Chen saving me and Mengqi, we might not have made it back. You haven't seen it, Fong Chen killed an intermediate first-tier rock lion with a single strike. That scene has been stuck in my mind, I can't shake it off." Li Mingqi, sitting beside them, felt a bit helpless. Chi-won was so talkative, it felt like she was meeting a teacher. Su Yang was once again stunned. Killed an intermediate first tier with a single strike. Quick, tell me more about this. After several minutes of narration, Su Yang, who had already accepted reality, felt a wave of emotions rise again. Killing an intermediate tier monster with a single strike. Saving Li Mingqi and Chi-won, who had entered the elite level months before him. This made Su Yang once again reconsider his previous thoughts. Was this really the Fong Chen from his third class? Then Li Mingqi shared the story of Fong Chen's mutated flame. After taking a few minutes to calm down, Su Yang finally sighed. No wonder this kid's strength has grown so rapidly. It turns out his talent has mutated. I told him not to hide anymore, but I didn't expect he still held back. He then realized that it wasn't that Fong Chen hadn't mentioned it, but rather that he hadn't asked at all. Although he sighed, the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. As Fong Chen's teacher, he was genuinely happy for him. He was also happy for himself. Having such a talented student would make the school value him as a homeroom teacher even more. By the way, why haven't I seen any data on Fong Chen killing monsters these past 2 days? Su Yang suddenly realized this issue and looked at the screen again, confirming he wasn't mistaken. In the past 2 or 3 days, Fong Chen hadn't killed a single monster. Could something have happened? Wei Cheng also noticed this issue and quickly ordered, "Bring up Fong Chen's location." Yes. In the next moment, Fong Chen's exact location was displayed. How could he be there? Wei Cheng's voice instantly rose. On the screen, the point representing Fong Chen's location was in a red zone. Has this kid gone mad, daring to go to such a place? This is simply reckless. Su Yang also hadn't expected this situation. No matter how much shock Fong Chen had given him before, the red zone was not a place Fong Chen should enter. In his eyes, this behavior was no different from seeking death. Without time to think too much, Su Yang hurriedly shouted to Wei Chang, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and rescue him." Before Wei Chang could act, Li Mingqi quickly spoke up, "Teacher Su, you don't need to worry. I know why Fong Chen is there." "You know?" Li Mingqi nodded and recounted her encounter with Guan Ning. After hearing this, Wei Cheng immediately had someone check Guan Ning's location. Sure enough, she was right next to Fong Chen. Seeing this, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had been drained of energy, and sat down in a chair nearby. This kid is too bold. He actually followed Guan Ning into the red zone. Is that a place he can go? What if? Before he could finish, Wei Chang patted his shoulder, interrupting him. "Don't worry, I've seen Guan Ning's information. She was the 15th in the last national martial arts exam. She's undoubtedly a genius. With her protection, Fong Chen won't be in any danger. Besides, isn't there me keeping an eye on things?" Li Mingqi comforted at that moment, "Teacher Su, Fong Chen isn't a reckless person. Since he dares to go, he must have thought through his escape route." Su Yang sighed. "We can only trust him now." Meanwhile, Guan Ning, by constantly leaping in the shadows, finally reduced the distance to the beast horde to 100 meters. She became more serious. The sun was high in the sky, and there weren't many shadows on the ground. She had to remain cautious at all times to sneak into the botanical garden through the shadows. Originally, she could have chosen to act at night, which was her strong suit. But to take care of Fong Chen, she had to switch to daytime. After several jumps, Guan Ning was getting closer to the entrance of the botanical garden. She was gradually distancing herself from danger. But she was increasingly puzzled. Where was Fong Chen? From the moment she was 100 meters away from the beast horde until now, she hadn't seen Fong Chen once. Guan Ning subconsciously felt that she hadn't looked carefully enough. After slipping into a safe spot, she stealthily emerged half of her pretty face from the shadows. A pair of peach blossom eyes scanned the beast horde she had left behind. She was searching for Fong Chen's figure. But after a minute, there was still no sign of him. "No way, dude. Where are you?" Guan Ning was starting to lose her composure. How long has it been? Fong Chen hadn't even shown his face. Could it be that he had already gone in? The moment that thought appeared, Guan Ning immediately dismissed it. Fang Chen had just stepped into the first tier, while she was a second-tier warrior with shadow abilities. How could Fang Chen be faster than her? Then, Guan Ning instinctively thought of two scenarios: Fang Chen had run away, or Fang Chen had been eaten. The moment the second thought crossed her mind, she felt a chill run down her spine. She had promised to protect Fang Chen. If he died here, how would she explain it to others when she got out? It shouldn't be, right? Fang Chen doesn't seem like a reckless person, she told herself, but gradually began to feel less confident. Could something really have happened? If I had known, I shouldn't have listened to this guy. I should have forced him to take the medicine. Guan Ning hurriedly checked her surroundings for any fresh bloodstains. After looking for a while and finding none, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. For safety's sake, she slipped back into the shadows. At this moment, she had already convinced herself that Fang Chen had run away. You little brat, how dare you run away? I won't let you off when I get out. With that thought, she was about to turn back, but instinctively stopped. It was too much of a waste to go back after coming this far. She might as well go in and take another look. Without any hesitation, Guan Ning took action again and used shadow teleportation to enter the botanical garden. Originally, she wanted to go to the central area, but when she passed the agreed meeting point, she suddenly froze. She saw a figure sitting in the ruins, leisurely eating dry rations. This was a place Guan Ning had scouted beforehand, one of the few areas untouched by vines. The safety factor was relatively high, which was why Guan Ning chose this spot to meet. But at that moment, she felt as if she were dreaming. How did he get in? She had thought Fang Chen had run away, but now a living person was right in front of her. Clearly, she hadn't seen Fang Chen's figure just moments ago. Could it be? Guan Ning recalled the answer she had initially dismissed. Fang Chen had entered the botanical garden faster than her. The bullet that had been fired a few minutes ago now struck her in the forehead. If you don't come out soon, I'm going to start sleeping. With that, Fang Chen swallowed the last bit of his dry rations. He sensed someone approaching nearby as soon as Guan Ning arrived. He couldn't help but complain that shadow abilities were really ineffective during the day. He had gotten in 5 minutes, while Guan Ning had taken over 20. In the shadows, Guan Ning quickly adjusted her emotions to avoid letting Fang Chen notice that she had almost run away. Once the smile returned to her lips, she stepped out of the shadows with her long legs. You actually arrived earlier than me. It seems you've been hiding quite a bit from me. I'm really getting more and more interested in you. I'm curious, how did you get in? Guan Ning walked over and sat down next to Fang Chen, and in an instant, a faint fragrance wafted into Fang Chen's nostrils. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, her gaze flowing like the first thaw of spring water, both clear and enchanting, her lips full, lightly biting, just staring at Fang Chen. Can you tell me? This was an attempt to extract information. Fang Chen smiled inwardly. He could clearly feel Guan Ning's allure increasing, enticing him. Unfortunately, he already knew that this kind of allure was a mental attack. Guan Ning wanted to manipulate him further and had to ask if the fallen heart flame would agree. The horn of counterattack sounded. He calmly replied, how else could I have come in? Of course, I walked in on 2 legs. Guan Ning? She was taken aback. This was not the answer she had imagined. Was Fang Chen not successfully seduced by her? Although her allure had not yet reached a very powerful level, it was still enough to increase the other person's favorability and entice them to reveal answers. Although she knew that asking about others' secrets was somewhat disgraceful, Fang Chen's ability to enter here safely truly baffled her. If she could learn this method, it would reduce a lot of danger in the future. To be safe, she increased the intensity of her allure, her fingers tracing curves. As long as you tell me, how about I give you 3,000 military merits afterwards? Fang Chen's expression remained indifferent. No need. Guan Ning's mental power was completely blocked by the fallen heart flame, and he felt no rigid desire at all. Fang Chen's calm attitude once again stunned Guan Ning. She was somewhat incredulous. 5,000 military merits, will that work? I already have enough money. I actually think you're quite nice. Fang Chen smiled at her. Although Fang Chen's words sounded like he was being enchanted, the desire in his eyes could not be hidden from Guan Ning. Fang Chen was not deceived. I don't believe it. Guan Ning's inner self screamed. She couldn't believe she couldn't handle a first-tier martial artist. Her competitive spirit surged immediately. She maximized her allure output. With her red lips slightly pursed, her fair skin accentuated the seductive crimson, her gaze flowing with charm, she smiled. So what do you want? Fang Chen's expression was excited. I want. What do you want? I want my country to prosper and grow strong. Do you want to see it? I want to see. I want to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of my country. Do you want to do it? I want to do it. I want to be a loyal servant of the people. Tell me, where are you most sensitive? Political stance. Where is it hardest? National defense and military. Are you willing to be my slave? We in Hansha have no slaves. Wow, you're so handsome. Do you accept mounts? No. You won't accept such a stunning girl like me? Then who do you want to accept? To reclaim the land swallowed by demon beasts. In the last sentence, Fangchen could not hide his inner anger, instinctively standing up and shouting, his momentum overwhelming, like swallowing mountains and rivers. As martial artists, why fear a battle? At this moment, Guan Ning's mind went blank. No, why was this getting more and more exciting? It was simply going too far. At this moment, she had to accept once again a fact that was hard for her to believe. Fangchen had no feelings at all for her allure. This is impossible. Guan Ning's heart refused to believe. It had only been about 20 minutes from outside the garden to here. How could Fangchen seem like a different person? Her allure would even affect high-level second-tier martial artists, and Fangchen was only a first-tier. How was he blocking his mental power? Could it be? At this moment, Fangchen realized he had become a bit too excited and hurriedly sat down, apologizing to Guan Ning. Sorry, your question just hit me right in the heart. I lost my composure, my apologies. Just as he finished speaking, Guan Ning stood up with evident disdain. Standing aside, she looked at him with a somewhat speechless expression, a mix of disdain and a half-smile. Fangchen was stunned. No way, sister, I just blocked your mental power. Why are you changing your face so quickly? Guan Ning let out a light snort. Don't think I don't know how you did it. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Fangchen was full of questions. Wait, you know? What do you know? What else could it be? Guan Ning's deep gaze swept over Fangchen's lower body. According to what you said, you walked here, which should take about 5 or 6 minutes. I took about 20 minutes to get here. Counting the time it took you to take off and put on your pants, you were under 10 minutes. That's too fast. After saying that, her eyes narrowed, and the corners of her mouth lifted, as if she wanted to laugh but was afraid it would ruin their friendship. At that moment, the tables turned. It was Fangchen's turn to be confused, and he immediately understood what Guan Ning was implying. Wait, big sister, are you speaking human language? The sage's time can indeed resist seduction, but do I need that with my physique? You're slandering me. Guan Ning scoffed. Look, you're getting anxious. The next moment, her expression changed drastically, panic in her eyes. What are you doing? Why are you taking off your pants? Practice is the only standard for testing truth. Didn't you say you don't believe it? Let's try it. Put your pants back on. Weren't you just asking me if I wanted it? Put them on quickly. Ah! With that scream, Fangchen listlessly pulled up his pants. You tease, I get hard. If I don't take them off you think too much. If I do you get unhappy. So hard to please. At this moment, Guan Ning covered her eyes with her hands. A shy blush as hot as fire stained her entire face. Even her ears and neck were dotted with red. Gone was her usual charming demeanor. Who would refuse a girl with a hint of mature allure? It's all about the contrast. Fangchen's eyebrows lifted. This was the true Guan Ning. Her previous appearance was merely a protective color given by her talent. Fangchen, how dare you play me? Seeing Fangchen put on his pants, Guan Ning realized she had been played. The most shameful part was that she had exposed her contrasting side. It felt worse than being killed. She glared at Fangchen, the blush on her face still present, combined with her naturally charming features, exuding an air of a beautiful woman in anger. I will definitely make you pay today, she said angrily. But just then, Fangchen suddenly raised his arm, interrupting her. In an instant, Guan Ning sensed something and hurriedly looked ahead. She saw tiny vines emerging from the gaps in the piled concrete. The ground beneath them was writhing, with vines in the soil as well. The charming illusion vines had discovered them. It's all your fault. Guan Ning shot Fangchen a glare. If it weren't for you making me cry out, the charming illusion vines wouldn't have found us so quickly. Hey, watch your words. What do you mean I made you cry out? Fangchen replied. You. Guan Ning was furious, but clearly, this wasn't the time to be angry. Stay close to me. We need to go to the central area to deal with the charming illusion vines now. Bang! A vine shot out like a spike, instantly shattering the rubble beneath Fangchen's feet. Just as it was about to pierce Fangchen's thigh, a flash of blade light appeared. The vine was instantly crushed. Stay close to me, Guan Ning shouted as she waved the dagger in her hand, constantly jumping among the shattered stones, dodging the attacks of several vines. At that moment, they were running along a pre-designed route, heading towards the center of the botanical garden. As they got closer, the light filtering through the plants became increasingly thin, creating an eerie atmosphere. The surrounding vines writhed like living creatures, crazily attacking them. They weaved through the ruins, the gravel beneath their feet crunching. At any moment they could be ensnared by the vines. 200 meters to the left front, there's a gap in the rubble. Once we get past that, we can get close to the main body of the charming illusion vines. It won't let us in easily. Be ready to set fire. With that, Guan Ning suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the left front, and Feng Chen quickly followed. The main body of the plant-based demon beast has roots that are difficult to move, relying on its own vines and branches for attack. The enchanting illusion vine is just like that. As they got closer, 2 branches, each a meter thick, emerged from the surroundings. Every swing would send countless fragments of stone and rubble flying, akin to a full-force strike from a second-tier low-level demon beast. Soon, the writhing vines surrounded them, attempting to encircle and kill the 2. Even the gap in front was about to be blocked. Seeing this, Feng Chen knew it was time to act. Just as the vines were about to engulf them, the fallen heart flame erupted instantly. The temperature in the entire space surged dramatically, a suffocating wave of heat swept in, and the surrounding air was instantly evaporated. Under Feng Chen's control, the fallen heart flame transformed into a fiery python, twisting the space as if it were a living creature, spreading with unparalleled power. The weak vines were licked by the flames, instantly turning to ashes. The second-tier vines were also scorched by the fallen heart flame, writhing in agony in the blaze, like countless injured snakes. They kept thrashing, trying to escape the merciless burning, but no matter what, they could not extinguish the searing flames. This scene surprised Guan Ning. It was her first time seeing Feng Chen unleash flames. Previously, she had only heard Li Mingqi say that Feng Chen's flames were strong, but she didn't expect him to burn the second-tier low-level vines into a frenzy with just first-tier strength, even making them unable to extinguish the fire. Especially at the moment when the transparent flames erupted from Feng Chen's body, even she, who was already prepared, felt a terrifying heat. This kind of flame, she had never heard of. But now was not the time to be dazed. She quickly took out a pair of battle boots from her spatial ring and tossed them to Feng Chen. These are S-rank battle boots that can increase your speed several times. Once we get close to the main body, there will be more than a dozen second-tier low-level vines. As long as you wear these boots, quickly dodge, and use the flames to restrain them, those vines won't be able to hurt you. As for the main body, leave it to me. Feng Chen weighed the boots and asked, have you worn these boots? Guan Ning nodded. Feng Chen, then can you give me a different pair? I don't like wearing used ones. Guan Ning's mouth twitched. At such a critical moment, this guy was causing trouble. Do you know how many people want to buy my original pair but haven't had the chance? You actually find them undesirable. Just this pair, wear it or not. After the pants dropping incident, her true colors were exposed. She decided not to pretend so deeply. After all, charming Feng Chen was useless, and it was better to be straightforward. Seeing that she couldn't change them, Feng Chen no longer insisted and burned the battle boots with the fallen heart flame. What are you doing? Guan Ning asked, confused. I'm afraid you have athlete's foot, so I'm disinfecting them in advance. You have athlete's foot, my jade feet smell nice. Guan Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. After the little interlude, Feng Chen hurriedly put on the battle boots, and the S-rank memory alloy quickly conformed to his foot shape, making his legs feel incredibly light. Good stuff. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Let's start moving. Taking advantage of the fact that the surrounding vines had not yet broken free from the fallen heart flame, Guan Ning called out softly, and the two quickly slipped through the gaps in the concrete, arriving inside an abandoned building. They could vaguely see words on the wall through the gaps in the vines. Exhibition Hall. The ruins were covered with writhing vines, resembling countless twisting snakes. In the far right corner, the vines appeared particularly lush, especially a thick vine that was a full 5 meters wide, coiling around the entire ruin like a giant python. It was the main body of the enchanting illusion vine. Guan Ning's purpose for this trip was to obtain a segment of its root. Before they could act, all the vines around them lashed out like whips. Feng Chen showed no hesitation. The fallen heart flame erupted instantly, forming a barrier of fire. In that moment, Guan Ning slipped into the shadows beside her. Faced with the overwhelming vines, Feng Chen exerted all his strength, pushing the power of the fallen heart flame to its limits. Large swathes of fine vines turned to ashes. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Dozens of 1-meter-thick vines burst from the ground, whipping towards him. Feng Chen quickly dodged. The ruins behind him shattered into debris. Following that, the second, third, all attacked. Feng Chen evaded the onslaught, his alloy combat knife continuously swinging in counterattack. The feeling of battling plant-type monsters was completely different from that of animal-type monsters. His combat experience was soaring. Meanwhile, in the right corner of the exhibition hall, Guan Ning hid in the shadows, her eyes fixed intently on the roots of the enchanting illusion vine. At this moment, Feng Chen had drawn most of the firepower. As for the main body of the enchanting illusion vine, it was too thick and required time to swing. She had to seize this moment for a quick victory, grab the roots, and avoid falling into a deadly struggle. In the next moment, she darted out from the shadows, her speed reaching its peak, like a fleeting shadow rushing towards the roots of the enchanting illusion vine. Just as she was less than half a meter away, some fine vines instantly changed direction and attacked her. At the same time, the enchanting illusion vine sensed danger, and its main body began to writhe. Guan Ning dared not stop, wielding her dagger, instantly severing dozens of vines, and was about to touch the roots. Suddenly, a sense of crisis surged into her mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Ning quickly retreated. In the next moment, the ground where she had been standing exploded, dirt flying, revealing a massive crack. Following that, a pitch-black long snake emerged from the ground. About 20 meters long, its body was like black silk, shimmering with a cold luster. Its eyes were like two deep black holes, showing confusion but fixated on Guan Ning, exuding a chilling hunger. Black crystal snake. Guan Ning was startled. She hadn't expected the enchanting illusion vine to hide a second-tier intermediate black crystal snake underground for protection. A glance revealed that the main body of the enchanting illusion vine was also attacking her. At this moment, she found herself in a desperate situation, surrounded. Run! In an instant, Guan Ning made a decision in her heart, preparing to escape with Fang Chen. This time, it was her mistake for not investigating the situation clearly. Faced with the third-tier enchanting illusion vine and the second-tier intermediate black crystal snake's assault, she had no chance of winning. She had to escape immediately. Just as she was about to tell Fang Chen to hurry and flee, Fang Chen's voice rang out before hers. What are you waiting for? The black crystal snake can't move anymore, hurry and attack. Fang Chen shouted while dodging attacks. He had been keeping an eye on Guan Ning's situation, and the appearance of the black crystal snake had caught him off guard as well. He hadn't expected the enchanting illusion vine to be so cunning. A large group of bodyguards outside wasn't enough, and it had arranged for a personal assistant. Without hesitation, he ignited the heart fire of the black crystal snake. The third-tier enchanting illusion vine was too high in level, and the heart fire was useless against it. But the second-tier intermediate black crystal snake could be paralyzed for about a minute. This time should be enough for Guan Ning. With Fang Chen's shout, Guan Ning immediately looked at the black crystal snake. Sure enough, the black crystal snake's face was twisted, its body coiled as if being scorched by flames, unable to move. Without time to think about how Fang Chen had done it, Guan Ning struck again, rushing forward. Using all her strength, she instantly severed the roots and grabbed them in her hands. But just then, a vine suddenly shot out from the side, piercing into Guan Ning's abdomen, blood instantly staining her clothes. Ignoring the pain, Guan Ning slashed it off with a knife and slipped into the nearby shadows. Seeing that Guan Ning had succeeded, Fang Chen did not linger and immediately escaped through the previous entrance. Guan Ning also darted out from the shadows, enduring the pain as she returned to Fang Chen's side. The two quickly sprinted towards the exit of the botanical garden. The enchanting illusion vine was thoroughly enraged by Guan Ning's earlier strike, its trunk like a giant python tightly following behind them. The surrounding vines surged towards them like a dense sea of snakes. The two of them dared not be careless, using all their means. However, due to her thigh injury, Guan Ning's speed was increasingly slow. Moreover, since the sun had not yet set, there were few shadows to escape into. With no other choice, Fang Chen grabbed her arm and, without waiting for her consent, threw her onto his back. Guan Ning didn't have time to think and was carried by Fang Chen just like that. Finally, after running for more than 10 minutes, they escaped the area covered by the enchanting vines. Finding a relatively safe spot, Fang Chen set Guan Ning down and leaned against a nearby rock, letting out a long breath as he tried to calm his racing heart. As the danger faded, everything that had happened replayed in his mind. The thought that he had actually carried Guan Ning on his back made her ears flush slightly, and she instinctively glanced at Fang Chen's profile. This guy actually looked quite handsome. A few minutes later, after stopping the bleeding from her wound, Guan Ning, who had been waiting for Fang Chen to speak, couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you mad at me?" Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's face darkened instantly. "How could I not be mad? I just haven't figured out how to retort you yet. If it weren't for you not surveying the situation properly, there could have been an accident. We almost got killed. You need to pay more, definitely more," Fang Chen said, while thinking about what had happened earlier. The black crystal snake was icy cold, able to burrow underground and stop its heart from beating, almost like hibernation. To be honest, in such a situation, it was very difficult for someone without skills to detect the black crystal snake. But that didn't mean Guan Ning was off the hook. She had to be thoroughly squeezed for this, otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. At this moment, Guan Ning silently retracted her earlier thoughts. This guy was not handsome at all. She didn't refute Fang Chen, this time it was indeed her fault, and she admitted it. Moreover, if it weren't for Fang Chen's help, she wouldn't have been able to obtain the roots of the enchanting vines or escape from the botanical garden. I only have over 7,000 military merits, and I've given them all to you. If you don't mind, I'll give you these S-class battle boots as a reward. No, I mind very much, Fang Chen replied immediately. This time, Guan Ning wasn't angry. Instead, she couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Compared to the flattering men she had encountered, Fang Chen was much more pleasing to the eye. You can't refuse, you have to accept them. She smiled lightly, her expression different from the previous flirtatious smile. Due to Guan Ning's injury, to avoid encountering danger again, the two decided to leave immediately and head back to the outskirts. Fang Chen stood up and glanced at Guan Ning's leg. Do you need me to carry you? Guan Ning smiled. Does that mean I have to pay more? That's right. Can I buy it on credit? Sure, just pay it back before we leave the monster beast wilderness, otherwise, even if you go to the ends of the earth. Fang Chen paused. Forget about the ends of the earth. I will still find you. Guan Ning chuckled. No problem. As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Chen skillfully grabbed her wrist, threw her onto his back again, and started running. While running, he reminded her, stay close, or you'll fall off. Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. You're slandering me again. Fang Chen quickened his pace, deliberately choosing the rougher paths. Guan Ning couldn't help but complain, hey, slow down, it's shaking my wound, I'm your benefactor, and this is how you treat me? Why are you so hard to please? Hiss. Wait, why is your body so hot? Sometimes friction doesn't necessarily start a fire. You old flirt. 2 days later, the two finally returned to the outskirts of the monster beast wilderness. The midday sun shone down, casting a golden hue over the earth, as if everything was coated in gold. The shadows of the trees danced, and a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness, dispelling some of the heat. In the shade, after changing the medicine on her wound, Guan Ning enjoyed the breeze, twirling a strand of hair around her fingertip, her long, charming eyes sparkling like gems. She asked, what are you planning to do next? Fang Chen replied, there are still more than 10 days until the college entrance examination. We will continue hunting monsters. Since that's the case, I won't continue to accompany you. Guan Ning lazily stretched and slowly got up. The task was already completed, and there was no need for her to stay here. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something, took out paper and a pen from her spatial ring, wrote something down, and handed it to Fang Chen. This is my contact information. Remember to add me after you leave the monster beast wilderness. As for this line, remember to change it to a note, so you won't forget me. Fang Chen glanced at it after receiving it. There was an account number and a line of text. Why do you want to take off my pants to drink water? Fang Chen chuckled lightly, tore off a piece of paper, wrote down his account number and a line of notes, and handed it to Guan Ning. Guan Ning took a look and showed an expression of as expected. Stabbing you in the back doesn't necessarily mean harming you. I'm about to leave. Can you give me a heart sign? She blinked, her peach blossom eyes shimmering. Fang Chen's expression was calm. You haven't repaid the military merit for bringing you back yet, and you still want to ask me for a favor? Let me tell you, confessing to me also requires extra payment. Guan Ning said, then I'll transfer the money to you after I go out. Fang Chen quickly brought his hands together, forming a heart shape. The heart has been made, you better not default on it. How could I? If I have the chance, I want you to make one for me every day. Fang Chen? He then sighed and couldn't help but chuckle. As expected, in this regard, I'm no match for you. Guan Ning smiled sweetly, and that smile seemed to bring back the scene of their first meeting. I'm leaving. She tucked the paper away and turned to leave. Watching her back, Fang Chen shouted, you still haven't repaid the military merit for your loan. Guan Ning looked back, if you want it, come find me at the Magic City Military University. The blazing sun hung high, scorching the earth. Fang Chen leaned against the corpse of a monster beast, sweat trickling down his forehead. He glanced at the B-grade alloy war knife in his hand, a blade that had accompanied him for nearly a month. Just moments ago, it had snapped in two during the battle. The broken tip was embedded in the soil, and the once razor-sharp edge seemed to be recounting the battles of the past month. Today marked the 30th day Fang Chen had spent in the monster beast wilderness. It was also the last day. Since parting ways with Guan Ning, he had been hunting monsters alone in the yellow zone, occasionally visiting the red zone to say hello. With the help of countless kind-hearted monster beasts, he had completely mastered the Xianyan knife record, reaching the 5th level. Feeling his own strength, Fang Chen couldn't help but ponder, I should be able to achieve a good score on the college entrance examination. Originally, he had set a goal for himself to be in the top 100 nationwide. To be honest, he felt a bit anxious. After all, he had just obtained the Fallen Heart Flame, and he couldn't compare to the children of large families for the martial arts candidates who had awakened top-tier talents long ago. They not only had high talent but also abundant resources. Some even hired masters to teach them. The gap was evident. But after meeting Li Mingqi and Qi Wan, his thoughts changed. Getting first place in Jiang City shouldn't be too much to ask, right? He could probably rank in the top 30 among candidates nationwide. I should head back. He glanced at the sky. If he delayed any longer, he might not make it back to the Dragon Guard army camp before dark. The martial arts exam is tomorrow. I should go home and rest well tonight. I heard that the question setter has changed this year. I wonder how difficult it will be. He ran all the way. Fang Chen finally returned to the vicinity of the Dragon Guard army camp before dark. When he was about 300 or 400 meters away, the guard at the gate of the Dragon Guard army spotted Fang Chen and hurriedly ran back to the camp. Why are you running? Do I look like a monster beast? Before he could react, Wei Cheng came out from inside the gate. You brat, finally willing to come back. If you hadn't returned, I would have gone to look for you. As Fang Chen approached, Wei Cheng excitedly patted his shoulder. Hurry up and go in, everyone is waiting for you. Waiting for me? Fang Chen was pulled into the military camp square by Wei Cheng. Returning to this place again, his feelings were completely different. Compared to the dangers outside that could lead to death at any moment, he felt incredibly at ease here. But what was with so many people staring at him? In the square, dozens of Dragon Guard soldiers were excitedly looking at him. Fang Chen, you brat, you finally came back. We've been waiting for you for over 10 days. You can't leave tonight, let's have a good drink together. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood their excitement. It was because he had proven himself through his actions, dispelling their doubts. Sorry, I have to go back tonight, otherwise, I won't make it in time tomorrow morning. Before he could finish, Wei Cheng waved his hand. Don't worry, I already talked to old Su. If you come out late, I'll drive you to the exam site. Tonight, you just need to rest in the barracks. Has old Ban been here? Fang Chen was surprised. He came over 10 days ago and stayed for 2 days before leaving. Wei Cheng said, let's not talk about that. Come on, I'll take you to check your military achievements. You can choose whatever you want to exchange in the barracks. I'll give you an 80% discount today. You must get a good score tomorrow. With that, he put his arm around Fang Chen's shoulder and happily headed to the place to exchange military achievements. This scene left some demon hunters who had just returned from the beast wilderness in utter astonishment. What the hell, who is this guy? He actually got Wei Cheng to personally take him to exchange points. I've been in and out of the beast wilderness at least 30 times, and I've never seen Captain Wei this happy. This kid is young, could he be some young master from a big family? Isn't it said that Wei Cheng hates these rich kids the most? Upon hearing this, a Dragon Guard soldier scoffed, if you could kill a mid-level rock lion with one strike at 17 and slay 100 first-level beasts in a month, you could also have our captain personally take you to exchange points. Kill a mid-level rock lion with one strike? And slay over 100 first-level beasts? How could a 17 or 18-year-old kid do that? Don't lie to us. Clearly, some people did not believe the earlier claims. At this moment, 3 demon hunters spoke in unison, it should be true. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely recognize these 3 as the spectators when he killed the blood shadow cat at the amusement park. It had been over 20 days since that day. This was also the 3rd time they had come to hunt demons in the wilderness since that hunt. They truly did not expect Fang Chen to have stayed in the beast wilderness for a whole month. One of them excitedly said, over 20 days ago, he instantly killed 7 low-level blood shadow cats with 5 strikes. I still remember that scene. With his current strength, let alone first-level beasts, he could even take on second-level beasts. As soon as this was said, those who were still skeptical fell silent. These 3 had some reputation among demon hunters. If they dared to say such things, it proved that it was not false. Damn, when I was 17, I was still thinking about how to find a girlfriend, and this kid can already kill mid-level beasts. Is he cheating? I remember the elite high school seniors from previous years weren't this fierce. He is indeed a genius, not to mention Wei Cheng, even I want to take him home. As soon as this was said, several demon hunters quickly distanced themselves from this man. Inside the tent, Wei Cheng brought Fang Chen to the screen. The information about him was already displayed on the screen. Name, Fang Chen. Senior student at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Number of demons hunted, 53 low-level beasts, 33 first-level low-level beasts, 42 first-level mid-level beasts, 37 first-level high-level beasts, 12 second-level low-level beasts. Military achievement statistics, 50,490. Even though Wei Cheng had seen the numbers on the screen more than 10 times, his heart still surged like crashing waves. Killing his second-level low-level beast at 17, I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. Immediately after, he added, the girl named Guan Ning left all her military achievements to you when she left. So, your actual military achievement should be 57,520. Hearing the number, Fong Chen was somewhat surprised. He had been too focused on hunting demons before and had never calculated it. He didn't expect it to have already exceeded 50,000. As for the second-tier low-level demon beasts, he had only managed to hunt them with the help of the fallen Heartflame. Using only martial skills, he could only deal with first-tier high-level demon beasts. Without delay, Fong Chen immediately exchanged for 2 A-grade battle knives, a combat suit, and a space ring. The remaining military achievements were all exchanged for money. Due to the large amount being exchanged, it required approval, and his days of becoming a millionaire were postponed by 3 days. While waiting for the items to be delivered, Wei Chang went out to make a phone call. When he returned, he was even happier than before. Fong Chen, I just reported your demon hunting results. The higher-ups decided to award you a medal in the next couple of days. It's a pity that my rank is not high enough to present it on your behalf. I was originally thinking of sharing in your good fortune. To this, Fong Chen was not surprised. The Dragon Guard army had regulations that anyone who made significant contributions would receive a medal awarded by the Dragon Guard army. His hunting of so many demon beasts had resulted in military achievements exceeding 50,000. It was only natural for him to be awarded. Thanks, Changgu, he said. Wei Cheng patted Fong Chen's shoulder. What are you being polite for? You killed so many demon beasts, I don't know how many brothers I saved from dying. I should be the one saying thank you. At this moment, Fong Chen suddenly thought of something. There's something I almost forgot to mention. The fact that the rock lion had gained intelligence had always been a knot in his heart. It was indeed a bit out of the ordinary. For safety's sake, he brought it up. After hearing this, Wei Cheng was not flustered. Your female classmate has already told me about this. Speaking of which, you guys really have bad luck to encounter such a one-in-a-million event. Fong Chen was slightly surprised. So, you know the reason for the rock lion gaining intelligence? Of course I do. Wei Cheng raised his hand and pointed to the map on the wall. The reason is right here. The dark red area? Fong Chen never expected the answer to be here. A few days ago, after he killed a second-tier low-level demon beast in the red area, he had climbed to a high point and glanced towards the dark red area. However, from that far glance, he saw nothing clearly, yet it instantly gave him a sense of being watched. The yin in his body surged. This feeling had never even been evoked by the enchanting illusion vine. What exactly was in the dark red area? Just as he wanted to continue asking, Wei Cheng's voice came first. I can only tell you this much, if we go further, it will involve secrets. He patted Fong Chen's shoulder. Don't worry about the unknown, just know that no matter what happens, the Dragon Guard army will always stand at the forefront. That's enough. Looking at Wei Cheng's eyes, Fong Chen nodded and did not ask further. Although Wei Cheng did not say it explicitly, he could hear that. The existence in the dark red area could put the entire military camp, even the whole Jiang city, in crisis. Don't overthink it, let's hurry out. Wei Cheng smiled. Earlier, a few people thought you were here to gild yourself, but they ended up being slapped in the face by you and are thinking of apologizing. Just in time for you to be awarded. Combining the two events into one, I've had someone prepare it, and tonight we'll have a feast. Tomorrow, I'll personally drive you to the exam site. Fong Chen, okay. The next day, the sky turned a fish belly white, and the martial arts exam candidates from the 3 high schools in Jiang City instantly woke up. Today was the most important day of their lives. They hurriedly got up, donned their combat suits, and checked their equipment. Some left home accompanied by their parents, heading to school. Others set out alone, stepping out of their homes with determined strides. The martial arts exam location was outside the city, and private cars could not go there. They could only take the school bus, escorted by the Dragon Guard, to their destination. On the playground of the 4 high schools, many students boarded the bus under the watchful eyes of their parents. Lan Zi, you must work hard, Dad is waiting for you at home. Dad, don't call me by my nickname. Daughter, the demon beasts are dangerous, you must protect yourself. Child, your parents came to see you, you must do your best. As the roar of the engine sounded, the bus slowly left the school. The martial arts examination. It was the grand event of Hanxia every year. Countless people were paying attention. A single day would determine the fate of countless lives. On the road, traffic control had been implemented to ensure that the candidates arrived at the examination site on time. Even the Dragon Guard was patrolling the streets to guarantee the smooth progress of the martial arts examination. Under the gaze of countless people, the bus left the city. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the bus stopped in a desolate area, and the martial arts candidates began to disembark one after another. Looking around, they were surrounded by concrete ruins, various buildings collapsed and in disrepair. Between these buildings, a Dragon Guard stood every few meters, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Occasionally, the howls of demon beasts could be heard. Faced with this scene, over 3,000 martial arts candidates had different reactions. Some were eager to try, wielding their battle knives as if they were ready to be the first to rush into the examination hall. Others trembled, taking deep breaths to calm their nerves. Calm, excited, indifferent. Emotions varied. Hey, have you seen Fong Chen? I haven't seen him at all. I was just about to say that. Our class is counting on him to hold the fort. Could it be that he's late? That would be a big deal. If he hasn't arrived, how can the old teacher let us depart? I heard Fong Chen has been hunting demons in the 72nd Demon Beast Wilderness for a month. What if something happened? In the team from Class 3, the martial arts candidates panicked when they couldn't find Fong Chen. Min Yingying, who was nearby, heard their conversation and smirked. The examination site was a designated area set aside by the Education Bureau outside the city, and to ensure safety, it was specifically guarded by the Dragon Guard. Besides the school bus, only military vehicles were allowed to enter. At this moment, all buses for picking up students and teachers had already left. Fong Chen had no other way to enter the examination hall. As for the Dragon Guard, as Fong Chen's childhood friend, she couldn't recall any military connections he had. The remark about Fong Chen dying in the Demon Beast Wilderness struck a chord with her. A month ago, when Fong Chen slapped her twice, the memory was still vivid. Every time she thought of it, her face instinctively hurt. It had already cast a shadow in her heart. Now, she couldn't help but wish Fong Chen would die in the Demon Beast Wilderness. Fong Chen died in the Demon Beast Wilderness? It's unlikely that Fong Chen would die there. Suddenly, Song Shu shouted, startling Min Yingying, who nearly stumbled. No matter how high Fong Chen's vitality is, his abilities are ultimately useless. He must have known he wouldn't do well and was too embarrassed to come. But Fong Chen doesn't seem like the type to be afraid to come. Song Shu muttered to himself. Min Yingying shot him a disdainful glance, silently stepping back to maintain a proper distance. Some people around were also confused by Song Shu's words. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he acting so strange? Yeah, he sounds weird. He looks like a different person. Just then, the originally closed gate of the examination hall opened again. A military vehicle drove in, instantly attracting the attention of some people. The leaders of the Education Bureau and the principal, like the students, had arrived by bus. Instinctively, everyone felt that this military vehicle must be delivering some important figure. Some students' eyes unconsciously lit up with excitement. Click! Under everyone's gaze, the front passenger door opened, and a tall figure stepped out of the vehicle. What are you all staring at? Do I have something written on my face? Fong Chen noticed everyone staring blankly at him and instinctively touched his face. Wei Cheng got out of the driver's seat, resting his arm on the car door, and shouted, Fong Chen, do well on the exam, and remember to come back and find us when you have time. After saying that, he returned to the car, and with a flick of the tail, left the exam area, the engine roaring out a long trail of dust. Did I see that right? Is that Wei Cheng, the camp leader from the 72nd Beast Wilderness? He actually came to personally send Fong Chen for the exam? The military sending students, this is one of a kind. The people from Class 3 were buzzing with discussion. In contrast, Min Yingying's expression was as if she had just eaten something unpleasant. She had just been happy that Fong Chen had died in the Beast Wilderness. The next moment, he appeared in the exam room, full of life, and it was even the Dragon Guard camp leader who personally brought him, indicating their close relationship. When did Fong Chen get involved with the Dragon Guard? How come she didn't know? At that moment, Song Shu swaggered up to Fong Chen, a look of disdain on his face. Fong Chen, even if you made it to the exam room, so what? In the end, you will still be. What was it again? Oh right, you'll be trampled underfoot by me. Fong Chen looked blankly at this guy who suddenly jumped out. Dude, who are you? Why is your head so pointy? After 3 days apart, one must look at each other with new eyes. At this moment, there was an unusual fit. Song Shu, who had originally been quite dashing, now looked like a bald man with a slightly pointy head. His eyes radiated an indescribable wisdom. You say my head is pointy? Then let me ask you, are you a boy or a girl? If you're a boy, then let me ask you, is your head pointy too? Fong Chen? Looking at this guy who was trying hard to think but couldn't articulate anything, he was even more confused. Dude, are you speaking Chinese? I can't understand a word. Fong Chen held back his laughter, looking at Min Yingying, making a gesture like he when pointing in a direction and turning to laugh. Who did this? I ask you, who did this? How did our young master Song end up like this? Sorry, I just remembered something funny. The people around them had just felt that Song Shu was a bit strange. As soon as Fong Chen spoke, they instinctively looked at Min Yingying. As Song Shu's girlfriend, she must know the reason. Min Yingying felt the gaze of the crowd, like an ant on a hot pan, uncomfortable all over, and the more she looked at Song Shu, the more she disliked him. She couldn't help but complain in her heart about how she ended up with such a guy as her boyfriend. As for the reason, she definitely knew, but saying it would only be more embarrassing. She bit her red lips and remained silent. A classmate, however, noticed something. I've seen this situation with Song Shu before in a martial arts exam candidate. To enhance their strength, they keep taking drugs, and when the medicinal power in their body accumulates and can't be digested, they end up like this. A period of rest will fix it. But there's still a small chance of leaving behind after effects. Everyone suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder he speaks so strangely. How much medicine did he take to end up like this? As soon as this was said, Song Shu immediately became unhappy, pointing angrily at that person. You're talking nonsense. I don't take drugs. I'm all natural. I don't even use qi-gathering pills, at most just a bit of glucose and vitamins, nothing else. Fang Chen couldn't help but ask quietly, if you don't use glucose and vitamins, then what do you use? Song Shu proudly replied, of course, it's qi-gathering pills. Instantly, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. The expressions of the crowd shifted from speechless to pity, as if looking at a child, and Fang Chen silently mocked in his heart. What a battle between the left and right brain. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Min Ying clenched her fists, anger rising from her heart. As Song Shu's girlfriend, she felt humiliated by association. Song Shu had become this way all because of Fang Chen. A month ago, when she told Song Shu that Fang Chen had entered the elite level, Song Shu panicked instantly. He couldn't believe that he had been surpassed by Fang Chen. In order to put Fang Chen back under her foot, Song Shu bought a large number of qi-gathering pills and qi-increasing powder, and began to take them in large quantities. No matter how she persuaded him, he wouldn't listen. As a result, the effects of the medicine piled up too much, leading to the current situation. So, Song Shu was harmed by Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen smiling at the corner of his mouth, her anger surged, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Fang Chen, don't get too proud. Although Shu is a bit unclear, his vitality has already reached 198 cards, and he will soon step into the first rank. What do you have to compare with him? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd immediately retracted the pity in their eyes. 198 cards? I've worked hard for so long and only reached 162 cards. A genius like Li Mingqi only stepped into the first rank 10 days ago. Song Shu is impressive. Fang Chen couldn't help but gasp. Cards, vitality. What a distant term. It had been over half a month since he broke through to the first rank, and he was almost forgetting it. With the fallen heart flame present, who cared about this? Min Ying thought Fang Chen was scared and, relying on her connections, said, Fang Chen, it's not too late to be afraid now. As long as you're willing to kneel and apologize, during the monster hunt, I can let Song Shu help. Before she could finish, she was pushed aside by a huge force. Sorry, let me through. A graceful figure pushed through the crowd, and upon seeing Fang Chen, her pretty face instantly blossomed with a bright smile. Fang Chen, I finally found you. Qiwan jumped to Fang Chen's side, while Li Mingqi behind her helplessly cast a glance at Fang Chen. Sorry, Wan insisted on coming to find you, and I couldn't stop her. After saying that, she unconsciously took a step forward, closing the distance to Fang Chen. Qiwan didn't notice this small action at all, chattering beside Fang Chen like a sparrow. Two school beauties surrounded the same boy. This strange scene left the surrounding people stunned for a moment, until they heard Qiwan casually say, Fang Chen, Mingqi and I have both stepped into the first rank, so our martial arts exam shouldn't be too far behind you. Her plain tones sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Li Mingqi and Qiwan were both first-rank martial artists. What did it mean that they wouldn't be too far behind Fang Chen? Fang Chen, you've already stepped into the first rank? A student from class 3 couldn't help but ask. What? You guys didn't know? Qiwan scratched her face in confusion. Didn't Teacher Su tell you about Fang Chen saving me and Mingqi in the monster beast wilderness? Li Mingqi was also puzzled. She hadn't returned to school and didn't know about this. Qiwan's words crashed over everyone like a wave. Wow, Brother Chen has stepped into the first rank. Bro, when will classes start? I'll kneel to listen. No way, Brother Chen, if you're going to cheat, just quit the game, we can't play anymore. Brother Chen, can you take me along during the monster hunt later? Just a bite to eat will do. The topic that was originally discussing Song Shu instantly shifted to Fang Chen. 198 cards? What was that? Was there a first-rank martial artist who was appealing? Moreover, it was achieved through taking drugs. Some girls even raised their eyebrows, wanting to get closer to Fang Chen for a chance at a future, but were glared back by Qiwan and Li Mingqi. At this moment, Min Ying felt as if her body was bound by an invisible rope, unable to move. Fang Chen had actually stepped into the first rank? How could it be so fast? But she couldn't voice her doubts. After all, it was Li Mingqi and Chi Wan. One was the school beauty of her previous school, and the other was the school beauty of the second school. In front of so many people surrounding Fong Chen, how could they possibly lie? Did they not care about their reputation? She had to believe it, even if she didn't want to. She suddenly understood why Wei Chang would send Fong Chen to the exam venue. Such a good genius. If he didn't send him, there would be plenty of people who would. At this moment, Min Yingying couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. If only. Yingying, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy? Seeing his girlfriend sad, Song Shu immediately shouted, I'll make him apologize to you. The word brittle was said with extra force, wanting to showcase his charm as a boyfriend. But this sentence struck Min Yingying's tear ducts like a death blow. She cried out, wow. Now she regretted having such a boyfriend as Song Shu. While crying, she pushed Song Shu to vent her emotions. Did you not hear? Fong Chen has entered the first level. Song Shu was stunned for a moment, his affectionate expression turning serious. Fong Chen has entered the first level. But it's unlikely that Fong Chen has entered the first level. Wow. Min Yingying cried even harder. Fong Chen, why do you look so unhappy? Chi Wan blinked her big eyes. It was intentional. She had come to deliberately mess with Min Yingying. Fong Chen looked dejectedly at Chi Wan's pretty face. He had long noticed that Chi Wan and Li Mingqi were paying attention to this place. They hadn't just happened to appear but had deliberately chosen a time to trouble Min Yingying. He didn't expect Chi Wan to be so bold and yet have such a little scheme. Indeed, women are naturally suited for palace intrigue. Unfortunately, Fong Chen was not happy. In his original plan, he wanted to treat Min Yingying, this greedy girl, to her favorite big mouthfuls. Then he would reveal his first-level cultivation. The scene would fall silent. I am a first-level martial artist. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Unfortunately, there was no plot going in reverse. I'm fine, he forced a laugh. Just then, a sudden uproar erupted from the south. Damn, they're fighting. Xin Shang and Zhang Feng are going to fight. Hurry over to take a look. The entire venue was over 5,000 square meters, with more than 3,000 candidates standing around. The commotion was about 300 meters away from Fong Chen, and countless candidates rushed over to see the excitement. Most of the people from Class 1 also went. Xin Shang? Why does that sound so familiar? Fong Chen pondered. Li Mingqi beside him reminded, that's the first student from our Class 1 to enter the elite level of the martial arts exam. Zhang Feng is the first elite level from our Class 2. They are going to fight. Let's go take a look. Chi Wan took the opportunity to get close to Fong Chen, grabbing his hand and pushing through the crowd towards the south. This made Li Mingqi's heart skip a beat, and she hurriedly followed. Seeing the main characters leave, those watching the excitement immediately dispersed. Min Yingying seized the chance to escape to a corner, wanting to be alone and beautiful, but Song Shu wouldn't allow it, following closely beside her. Don't worry, Yingying, the effects of the medicine have worn off quite a bit. When we kill the monsters, stick close to me, and I won't let your score be low. Min Yingying blinked her swollen red eyes in slight confusion. Are you really sober? Song Shu nodded. Of course, I am. Then what is 1 plus 1? Simple, 2. What about 2 plus 2? 4. Min Yingying's eyes lit up, eagerly asking, where should I touch to be the most sensitive? Song Shu smiled confidently, without any hesitation. Cut your salary. Wow. Min Yingying collapsed. On the other side, Fong Chen was pulled by Chi Wan, squeezing through the crowd to the front. What came into view was a young man with a sword on his back, his face angular, with an ancient and steady demeanor. Even in the crowd, his calm demeanor made people unable to help but take a second glance. Shen Chang, the first student from Class 1 to enter the elite level, always ranked first in Class 1. An A-level sword soul ability, rumored to be able to rival S-level abilities in full combat. This was the information Fong Chen recalled. Opposite Shen Chang stood a bald boy, grinning as he constantly moved his wrists, weak electric arcs occasionally appearing around him. His eager demeanor was completely different from Shen Chang's temperament. Shen Chang, we haven't seen each other for 2 months. How about we practice a bit before the exam starts? Boring. Shen Chang's calm tone instantly drew oaths of admiration from many girls around. This guy Zhang Feng awakened an A-level strong electric ability, which often makes him very excited. Don't mind him, Chi Wan reminded from the side. Hiss. Fong Chen couldn't help but gasp. What a classic, passionate yet aloof trope this is. What era are we in, and who still watches such traditional character setups? You guys say, is it Shen Chang or Zhang Feng who will take first place in Zhangcheng this time? Do we even need to say? Of course, it's Zhang Feng from our second high school. Last year's martial arts exam, your first high school lost to our second high school, and this year will be the same. You're talking nonsense, it must be Shen Chang. Xin Sheng stepped into the first tier even earlier than Zhang Feng. This time it has to be him. Why can't it be someone else? Ha, what are you thinking? Since Xin Sheng and Zhang Feng awakened their talents, they've been suppressing all the martial arts exam candidates. First place will definitely be one of them. The crowd from the first and second high schools was fervently debating, unwilling to back down. Li Mingqi and Qi Wan glanced at Feng Chen in unison. The group of candidates from the south, quiet down quickly, save your energy for hunting the monsters. A loudspeaker interrupted the commotion. Turning around, they saw the principals of the 4 high schools and all the homeroom teachers walking out of a tent. Leading them was the director of the Education Bureau, Lu Qingfeng. Once they reached the center of the square, Lu Qingfeng took the microphone. In 30 minutes, the martial arts exam will begin. Here, I will reiterate the important points of the martial arts exam. This martial arts exam lasts for 12 hours, from 9 in the morning to 9 in the evening. The content of the martial arts exam is monster hunting, and the exam site is the western abandoned district of Jiangchang. A large number of monsters have been released in the exam site, and martial arts candidates will score points by hunting various levels of monsters. The exam site is divided into an outer area, a central area, an inner area, and a core area. The outer area has low-tier monsters, the central area has low-level first-tier monsters, the inner area has mid-level and high-level first-tier monsters, and the core area has second-tier monsters. The following content was just the usual talk. Feng Chen listened while contemplating the rules and details just mentioned. The ground he stood on was indeed, as the exam site name suggested, in the western district of Jiangchang. Unfortunately, 20 years ago, it suffered an attack from monsters, and for safety, the government had to relocate all residents from the western city to other districts, abandoning this area. 7 years ago, thanks to the efforts of the Dragon Guard army, they finally reclaimed the western district. But it was left in ruins, no longer suitable for habitation. Thus, the government designated it as a training ground for the Dragon Guard army and martial arts candidates. As for the rules, they were similar to those in the Monster Wasteland. The only difference was that one rewarded military merit, while the other rewarded points. The division of the 4 areas was to better distinguish the candidates' abilities. The outer area was relatively simple, manageable even for candidates who had not yet reached the elite level. The central and inner areas were prepared for elite-level candidates and those who had stepped into the first tier. The core area was akin to the last major question in a written exam, only the capable would succeed. Soon, with the words wishing all candidates a successful start, the explanation concluded. In the next moment, hundreds of Dragon Guard soldiers distributed boxes to the candidates. Upon opening them, they found familiar items, wristwatches. This time, they would record scores and provide positioning. This gave Feng Chen a sense of returning to the Monster Wasteland. After putting on the wristwatch, he discovered another new item in the box, a soft, foam-like ball. It was called a barrier ball. Whenever a candidate encountered danger, they could crush it to create a barrier that would envelop them. Even high-level second-tier monsters could not break through it. But everyone knew that in life and death moments, there was no time to crush the barrier ball. Equipment distribution is complete. There are 5 minutes until 9. All candidates, proceed to the exam site and prepare for the martial arts exam. As the announcement ended, the crowd of 3,000 moved toward the gate leading to the exam site. Among the crowd, Li Mingqi quietly asked, Feng Chen, which direction do you plan to start hunting monsters from? The west. I think it will be quite thrilling. Then Wan and I will head east. After hearing this, Qi Wan was somewhat unwilling and was about to speak when she noticed Li Mingqi's eyes signaling her to stop. Soon, as the crowd surged towards the main gate, the time reached 9 o'clock. Ka. The heavy iron gate was slowly pushed open. The Jiangcheng martial arts examination officially begins. With this command, Xin Sheng and Zhang Feng, along with a few other first-tier candidates, rushed in without hesitation. In fact, Xin Sheng and Zhang Feng, in their eagerness to be first, unleashed their powers and quickly disappeared from the crowd sight. Following them, thousands of candidates tightened their grips on their weapons and charged into the examination hall. I must get into the Southern Province Martial University. Watch me dominate the world. I heard this time the questions were set by General Wang. I wonder what the final question will be. You can't even enter the inner area, yet you dare to think about the final question. Everyone was incredibly excited, determined to achieve good results in this examination to repay their years of hard work. Feng Chen, however, remained as calm as a still pond. After the ordeal in the beast wilderness, it was hard for him to feel such excitement again. As for the plan to kill beasts, how to kill, there was none. Just go all out, see one, kill one, and that's it. Feng Chen, see you in the inner area. Li Mingqi greeted him and led Qi Wan towards the eastern side of the examination hall. As the two school beauties left, several candidates from Class 3, who wanted Fong Chen to guide them, hurriedly surrounded him. "Brother Chen, please take us with you." Fong Chen replied, "I think you should go hunt beasts with Li Lingqi instead." "Over there?" One person glanced towards the east, puzzled, and asked, "Why? Are the beasts in the east easier?" "Damn, look!" One person suddenly shouted, interrupting their confusion, pointing ahead. "There are three three-eyed lizards." They saw 3 giant lizards, 2 meters long with 3 eyes, crawling out from the corner of a small alley, flicking their tongues as they watched the continuously flowing martial arts candidates, eventually locking their gaze on Fong Chen and the others. Their eyes turned red, as if they were looking at prey. "Damn, we just entered the examination hall and there are already beasts." "Brother Chen, I remember 3-eyed lizards have high defense. With 3 of them, even a first-tier martial artist would find it hard to deal with. Let's strike together." The 4 words hadn't even left his mouth when Fong Chen had already vanished from their sight. The next time they caught sight of him, he was in front of the 3 three-eyed lizards. A knife slashed through. A line of blood appeared on the necks of the 3 three-eyed lizards. With a bang, 3 heads fell simultaneously. It was like a breeze passing through, without any obstruction, without a trace of reluctance. Fong Chen's expression was emotionless, without pause. Killing was like the most familiar melody in his life, swift and clean. Since the knife was drawn, there was no possibility of sheathing it back. His figure darted away like a flash of lightning, without a hint of delay. The hunt began, leaving the few people behind in disarray. They had just been thinking about cooperating, but Fong Chen had finished it with a single strike. After a while, they finally came to their senses and recognized the reality. 1 knife for 3 three-eyed lizards. Brother Chen is really fierce. Sending us to the other side is for our own good. With this speed of hunting beasts, we won't get any meat at all. Is Brother Chen really someone who just recently stepped into the first tier? The group turned in unison, no longer having any attachment to the West. Meanwhile, thousands of drones rose from the gathering place of the candidates, flying to various parts of the examination hall to monitor and live-stream the examination situation, ensuring the fairness of the martial arts examination. As the most important day in the country, the live broadcast of the examination would be watched by hundreds of millions. Not only would all high schools broadcast it simultaneously, but the admissions offices of various universities were also keeping a close watch. After all the drones flew away, Lu Qingfeng, Chen Zhengtian, and other principals and teachers returned to their previous tents to monitor the candidates' situation. At this moment, Fong Chen was like a whirlwind, swiftly moving through the ruins. The once prosperous West District had now turned into a scene of devastation, surrounded by traces of destruction left by the beasts. The charred buildings, broken vehicles, and human bones all told the tale of the disaster's brutality. Roar! As he ran, a massive black beast suddenly leaped out from behind a leaning building. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, wanting to tear Fong Chen to pieces. However, Fong Chen didn't even turn his head. He casually drew a shimmering A-grade alloy battle knife, slicing through the air in an arc. The blade flashed like a rainbow, piercing the beast's throat. With a thud, the beast's head fell, blood splattering instantly, staining the surrounding ruins red. Fong Chen did not pause, continuing forward as more roars of beasts echoed in his ears. He was already familiar with this ruinous environment from his time in the beast wasteland. He moved nimbly among the ruins, his knife techniques precise, his figure darting like lightning between the beasts, the blade flashing, blood flying. Every move was incredibly accurate, each strike harvesting the lives of the beasts. As more beasts were slain, the feeling he had in the beast wasteland returned. Not enough. Still not enough. I want to kill 10. He roared in his heart. The beasts represented points, the more points, the safer he felt. He didn't want to end up with just a cup after the final tally, even though that thing was quite useful. No, I've killed all the beasts in this straight line. I need to change locations. He immediately changed direction, running to the right. 600 meters ahead, a shopping mall was marked on the map, and the data on his wristwatch showed dozens of low-level beasts had been released. Inside the mall, just as a dozen second-year students were excitedly preparing to attack the 5 bloodclaw demon leopards in front of them, suddenly, a figure swiftly swept past, creating a gust of wind. When they opened their eyes again, they were somewhat dazed. The bloodclaw demon leopards had already been decapitated. Their heads rolled to their feet, looking more confused than they were. What the hell was that? How did the beasts die before we even attacked? I think it was a person. What kind of person is that powerful? Stop thinking, we're already behind on points, let's hurry and change locations. The group quickly moved to the center of the mall, only to find all the beasts inside were dead. No way? Weren't they alive just now? Change again. They switched locations again. How are they dead again? Change. After switching 4 times, The group numbly stared at the corpses in front of them. Still dead. In just a few minutes, over 20 beasts are all dead. Who the hell did this? In front of him, I feel as useless as a rookie. An hour later, in the examination area's tent, the atmosphere was tense yet exciting. Hundreds of large screens were arranged in neat rows, alternating to show the scenes of various candidates in the examination hall. As the images on the screens switched continuously, the candidates' fierce battles surged like a tide, overwhelming the viewers. A dozen senior class teachers sat beside the screens, their eyes sharp, focused on every detail displayed. They were all experienced martial artists, occasionally whispering to each other, discussing the candidates' performances and potential. Around them, dozens of Dragon Guard soldiers stood quietly, each with a focused expression. As the guardians of the martial arts examination, they were responsible for the candidates' safety. If any candidate encountered an accident, they would quickly rescue them. At the center of the camp was a massive projection screen. At this moment, the director of the Education Bureau, Lu Qingfeng, the principal of the first high school, Chen Jingtian, the principal of the second high school, Yu Jihong, and the principals of the third and fourth high schools all stood in front of the screen. Although Xin Chang and Jiang Feng are both quite good, they still fall short compared to Chu Yan. It will be a bit difficult for Jiangqing to secure a spot in the top 30 nationally this time, Lu Qingfeng sighed slightly. However, with their strength, they still have a chance to place in the top 60 nationally. If we say it out loud, our Jiangqing's martial arts examination strength isn't falling behind, said Yu Jihong, the principal of the second high school, with a smile. Don't worry, old Lu, this month I specifically invited a 5th-tier lightning ability martial artist to help Jiang Feng with special training. This kid might even break into the top 50. The four principals were old friends of Lu Qingfeng from their youth, speaking straightforwardly. So confident? Lu Qingfeng replied, it's almost been an hour and a half, the score rankings should be updated soon. How about we stick to the old rule? You and old Qin bet on whether the top score is Xin Chang or Jiang Feng, and the loser treats everyone to a meal. The principals of the third and fourth schools wisely refrained from interjecting. The scores of the third and fourth schools had always lagged behind the first and second, merely watching the spectacle of their rivals while happily enjoying free meals. I can bet. But let's make it clear, this time we can't settle for cheap wine like last year, or I'll have a sore throat. Yu Jihong's smug smile made Chen Jingtian shake his head helplessly. You old rascal, starting to show off again. Last year, it was also a bet between the two. Unfortunately, the second school had a Chu Yan, who ranked 23rd nationally, rubbing the first school into the ground. So when Yu Jihong mentioned wine, he was actually boasting about the second school's performance last year. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yu Jihong asked. Chen Jingtian shook his head. I just think it doesn't have to be Xin Chang or Jiang Feng. It could be someone else. Someone else? Yu Jihong instinctively raised his voice. Not just him, even Lu Qingfeng and the two principals from the third and fourth schools looked as if they had misheard. Old Chen, what do you mean? Is there someone stronger than Jiang Feng and the others? You'll know when you see the rankings in a bit. Chen Jingtian revealed a meaningful smile, making Yu Jihong feel like he was being set up. Lu Qingfeng and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What was Chen Jingtian up to? Soon, the hour and a half was up. The projection screen lit up. The real-time scores of thousands of candidates were displayed from top to bottom. First place, Feng Chen, score, 680. Second place, Jiang Feng, score, 450. Third place, Xin Shang, score, 440. Fourth place, Li Mingqi, score, 430. Fourth place, Shi Wan, score, 430. First place Feng Chen, second place Jiang Feng. Most people read the rankings from top to bottom, and Yu Jihong was no exception. However, after reading the second place, he instinctively read it again. First place Feng Chen. He thought he had misread, rubbing his eyes and looking again. No change at all. Then, Yu Jihong was stunned. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Chen Jingtian looked at Yu Jihong, who seemed to have been hit by a surprise attack, unable to suppress his smile. Yes, this was the expression he wanted. He had been rubbed in the face by Yu Jihong with Chu Yan's matter, and now he finally felt relieved. It was worth it to have kept Feng Chen's matter hidden for more than half a month. Just thinking about it made him secretly pleased. Yu Jihong was dazed for a moment, then thought of something, incredulously turning his gaze to Chen Jingtian. Feng Chen, from your first school? Lu Qingfeng and the others looked at Chen Jingtian in unison. At the same time, the three homeroom teachers from the first school's senior class instinctively looked at Su Yang, their expressions mirroring those of Lu Qingfeng and the others. Su Yang couldn't help but smile as well. For the past few years, they had been suppressed by other classes, but this time they could finally hold their heads high. Half a month ago, after returning from the 72nd Beast Wilderness, he immediately told Chen Jingtian about Fang Chen. Chen Jingtian was also shocked by Fang Chen's achievements, saying that Fang Chen's strength was already comparable to Xin Cheng. After that, he laughed heartily and instructed him not to disclose Fang Chen's matter. He wanted to give Yu Jihong a surprise. Today, the scene they had envisioned for over 10 days finally appeared. Facing the inquiries of the four, Chen Jingtian nodded seriously. That's right. Hiss. The principals of the third and fourth schools gasped. Old Chen, when did your first school produce another genius? How come we didn't know? An hour and a half, 680 points, actually more than 200 points ahead of the second place Jiang Feng, and even 100 points higher than last year's Su Yan. Wait, it's still increasing. On the screen, Fang Chen's score was constantly changing. 680, 700, 720, 740. It rolled over every minute. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Before Lu Qingfeng could speak, Yu Jihong couldn't sit still any longer. Quick! Bring up the real-time footage of this candidate Fang Chen hunting demons. His voice was loud. This shout echoed the doubts of many present. With such a terrifying speed of score increase, it was hard not to suspect that Fang Chen was cheating. Lu Qingfeng thought the same. This speed was simply unbelievable. If Fang Chen was cheating, then things would be serious. Soon, the drone footage of Fang Chen's exam was projected onto the screen. At first glance, Fang Chen had swiftly taken down two low-level demon beasts with a single strike. His sword technique was sharp and quick, without any hesitation. Just as he finished, without any pause, he instantly attacked the two low-level blood shadow cats ahead. Another strike, quickly resolved. Correspondingly, the score continued to soar. 740, 760, 780. What a fast sword technique! The principal of the third middle school exclaimed instinctively. Not only is his sword technique good, but his physical quality is also exceptionally strong. From the speed of his bursts, he is a first-tier low-level warrior, Lu Qingfeng agreed. As a third-tier warrior, he could tell at a glance that Fang Chen was using his own strength. One strike, two, even several demon beasts. Such strength could definitely account for the current score. The previous doubts quickly shattered. At that moment, Fang Chen's voice came from the screen. What a hassle, all the demon beasts are dead. I have to change locations again. Before the people in the tent could react, a member of the Dragon Guard rushed in. Director Lu, it's bad, the demon beasts in the western outer area have decreased by nearly half in just an hour and a half. Many candidates have no demon beasts to kill. Lu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. No demon beasts to kill? How is that possible? Where did all the demon beasts that were released go? The Dragon Guard glanced at Fang Chen on the screen. More than half of them were killed by this candidate. One sentence struck everyone present like a powerful electric shock. He killed them? Yu Jihong pointed at the screen. Fang Chen's score is only over 800. There's no way he could have killed that many. In an instant, not only Lu Qingfeng and the principals of the third and fourth middle schools, but even Chen Jingtian was a bit dazed. It should be known that thousands of low-level demon beasts were evenly released in the eastern, southern, western, and northern outer areas. According to the types and dangers of the low-level demon beasts, they were divided into 10 points, 20 points, and 30 points. According to what this Dragon Guard said, Fang Chen had killed nearly half of the demon beasts in the western area, which was about 120 or so. No matter how you calculated it, it shouldn't be over 800 points. No, you all look at the screen. The principal of the third middle school shouted. Everyone hurriedly looked. They saw Fang Chen searching for demon beasts on the screen, not killing any, but the score on the leaderboard was still continuously increasing. 920, 930, 950. In less than 3 minutes, it broke 1,000 points. But it didn't stop there, it continued to increase. At that moment, everyone instinctively understood something. Could it be that the system's score increase speed is not as fast as Fang Chen's speed in killing demons? A teacher couldn't help but mutter. Stop using the system, quickly manually tally Fang Chen's score. Lu Qingfeng immediately instructed. Soon, several teachers quickly began to compile Fang Chen's data and started manual calculations. Half a minute later, the result came out. 1840 points. A teacher shouted. Over 1800 points? Wang Jihong raised his voice again. He had already prepared himself mentally. It couldn't possibly exceed over 1200 points. He never expected it to be over 1800 points. He couldn't help but exclaim, Old Chen, did your school really produce such a genius? You're hiding it too deep, aren't you? Are you not saying it on purpose to mess with me? At this moment, Chen Jingtian was also a bit dazed. For the past half month, he had been asking Su Yang to keep an eye on Fang Chen's movements in the beast wilderness. He knew that Fang Chen was hunting second-tier beasts. That's why he was so confident in Fang Chen. But he truly didn't expect that in just an hour and a half, Fang Chen had killed so many low-tier beasts, and he did it so smoothly. Even if it was like chopping vegetables, he should be tired by now, right? From this score, it seems that Fang Chen has indeed hunted nearly half of the beasts in the West. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng had to accept this fact. As the director of the Education Bureau, he quickly calmed his inner thoughts and instructed the Dragon Guard troops beside him, quickly release the spare low-tier beasts. We can't let it affect the candidates hunting. To ensure that candidates could continuously earn points, the martial arts exam always had spare beasts. The release time was fixed, with low-tier beasts in the outer area being released every 4 hours. This was the first time in many years of the Jiangqing martial arts exam that beasts were released 2.5 hours early. If this were told to other districts, they definitely wouldn't believe it. After giving the orders, Lu Qingfeng and Yu Jihong stood united and began to interrogate Chen Zhengtian. Old Chen, hurry up and explain, what exactly is going on with Fang Chen? 1800 points in an hour and a half. Such a score would place him in the top 10 in exam districts like Magic City and Kyoto. How can you hide this? If you had reported such a genius earlier, we would have done everything to cultivate him, and he would definitely be even stronger than now. Hearing this, Chen Jingtian knew he could no longer hide it, so he revealed Fang Chen's mutated talent and the matter of going to the beast wilderness. However, he held back and did not mention that Fang Chen's abilities were already comparable to A-grade talent. I see. Lu Qingfeng nodded as he spoke. Chen Zhengtian had only learned about Fang Chen's true situation a few days ago. With such urgent timing, calling someone back from the beast wilderness had instead harmed Fang Chen. Chen Jingtian's choice was not wrong. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel that in just a month, someone could grow from an inconspicuous role to this level. Truly terrifying. Old Chen, why are you still holding back at this point? Yu Jihong said somewhat gloomily. Just as they were about to get down to business, who knew the door could only open one way? Isn't this torturing people? I just want to torment you for all the times you've been nagging me about Su Yin this past year. If you want to know what level of talent Fang Chen has, just obediently keep reading. Chen Zhengtian said proudly. Lu Qingfeng looked at these two old fellows and felt helpless. Meanwhile, in the western outer area, in a dilapidated community, after hunting low-tier beasts, Li Mengqi and Qiwan rested against a tree and then opened their wristwatches to check the recently announced score list. Fang Chen actually has 1,730 points. Qiwan's eyes widened. It's still rising. This score must mean he has killed half of the beasts in the west. She grabbed Li Mengqi's hand, her eyes shining with gratitude. Mengqi, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you didn't want me to stay by Fang Chen's side and wanted to break us apart, which is why you brought me to the east. I didn't expect you were doing it for my own good. I shouldn't have doubted you in my heart. Li Mengqi's gaze was gentle as water, her lips curling up slightly. What are you thinking? How could I break you and Fang Chen apart? She looked at the constantly rising numbers on her wristwatch, her throat dry, unable to help but exclaim. I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. I thought that after we stepped into the first tier, the gap between us would narrow, but I didn't expect to still be far behind. While saying this, she thought to herself, fortunately, Fang Chen has killed enough, we almost got discovered. On the other side, after Fang Chen made a round in the west, he found it difficult to locate any more beasts. According to the martial arts exam regulations, when the number of beasts decreases, they must be replenished, but this takes more than half an hour. As soon as he thought about not scoring for over half an hour, Fang Chen decided to head to the central area. Staying in the outer area had lost its meaning. Having finished the multiple-choice questions, it was time to tackle some fill-in-the-blank questions, which would yield higher scores. He dashed westward. After running for more than 10 minutes, his watch indicated that he had entered the central area. Standing on a bumpy main road, he took a deep breath. The scent of demon beasts. Excitement sparkled in Fang Chen's eyes as he unconsciously tightened his grip on the battle knife in his hand. Treasures, here I come. He sprinted out, his gaze fixed on a demon beast 100 meters away, as if he were looking at a piece of cake. The martial arts candidates by the roadside couldn't help but murmur, his gaze looks even more beastly than the demon beast. Hey, are you acting alone? In an abandoned neighborhood, 3 candidates from the second high school were frowning when they suddenly spotted a candidate wielding a battle knife, their eyes lighting up as they hurried over to speak. They wanted to ask if he was willing to team up to hunt demons. Among the more than 3,000 martial arts candidates, only a handful had reached the first level, while the rest were non-warriors. Only 200 or 300 had a vitality of over 150 cards. To face a first-level demon beast alone was basically seeking death. Therefore, many chose to team up for hunting, as the scores would be evenly distributed, making it much more efficient than going solo. Thus, after entering the central area, martial arts candidates typically moved in groups of 4 or 5. Seeing the possibility of forming a team of 4, one of the boys among the 3 candidates quickly said, "Are you willing to?" Suddenly, a low-level blood-claw demon leopard sprang out from the ruins, opening its mouth wide and leaping into the air. The 3 instantly tightened their grips on their weapons, entering combat mode. But the next moment, the blood-claw demon leopard in mid-air suddenly split in 2, falling to either side of Fong Chen. Fong Chen shook the blood off his knife, his expression calm as he asked the 3, "What were you just saying?" Nothing." The boy glanced at the blood-claw demon leopard on the ground, then at Fong Chen, swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Fong Chen raised an eyebrow. Half-spoken words, a riddle. "Chen Gu, you're here too." At that moment, 4 students from the first high school entered through the south gate of the neighborhood. Upon seeing Fong Chen, they seemed startled and paused for a moment. One of them, from class 3, hurriedly approached to ask, "Chen Gu, which direction are you planning to go next?" "North." "Alright, then you carry on." Immediately, the class 3 candidate quickly returned to his team. "Hurry! Let's head south. Quick!" The 4 entered the neighborhood for less than a minute before turning to leave, as if they had made a certain decision, not looking at Fong Chen again. Fong Chen paid no further attention to the 3 beside him and walked north. After he had gone far, the 3 from the second high school approached the now-split blood-claw demon leopard to examine the corpse. He split a low-level blood-claw demon leopard with one strike. "Are you sure he's a senior martial arts candidate? Is there really someone more ferocious than Zhang Feng? Who is this guy? I just heard someone from the first high school call him Chen Gu. Could it be?" As she spoke, the girl opened the score leaderboard on her watch. "Is he Fong Chen? It should be him. Wow. 2680 points, and it increased again, a full 1380 points more than Zhang Feng. This is just too insane. I remember last year, Su Xuejie only had a little over 1,600 points at this time." Before the leaderboard was released, they, like all candidates, had speculated that the top scorer would be either Xin Cheng or Zhang Feng. There were even mentions of Li Mingqi, Qi Wan, and other first-level martial arts candidates. This year's top scorer in Jiangcheng would surely emerge from among these few. But as the leaderboard appeared, they were stunned. Who is Fong Chen? Gradually, as the scores kept rising, they became numb. Fong Chen is really amazing. Initially, the 3 had some doubts about Fong Chen. But just now, having witnessed Fong Chen in action, their doubts vanished in an instant. At the same time, they understood why the people from Class 1 turned and left. "Hurry to the south, or you'll be killed by the monsters." On the other side, Fong Chen was advancing northward, conquering cities and territories. The fallen heart flame constantly helped him refine his body, keeping his stamina abundant. He felt no fatigue at all. According to the map, Fong Chen arrived at the ruins of a commercial street. Broken walls and remnants, crooked signs, all covered in dust and dirt. The shop doors on both sides of the street had long been shattered, and shards of glass sparkled in the sunlight with a blinding glare. A pungent smell filled the air, mixed with traces of decay and burning, making one feel nauseous. This place was marked on the map as twice the size of the surrounding areas, indicating that double the number of monsters had been released here. Before him, many had already entered to hunt monsters. Occasionally, the figures of a group of examinees flashed through the gaps in the buildings. Then, Fong Chen set off. He gripped his alloy war knife tightly, swiftly weaving through the ruins, capturing the shadows of the monsters. "Old friend, it's you." He quickly locked onto 3 blood shadow cats, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, like a lightning bolt slicing through the sky. The 3 blood shadow cats, upon hearing his voice, had not yet reacted when blood splattered out, splitting them apart. "Next dream chaser, please." Fong Chen's gaze automatically locked onto 3 blood-claw demon leopards outside a cafe. The blood-claw demon leopards instantly bristled, instinctively feeling a sense of fear, and turned to flee. But the next moment, they fell to the ground, looking back to find their legs gone. Their vision rolled a few times, dazedly staring at the sky. "Continue." He moved again, specifically targeting monsters that no one else was dealing with. After all, he wasn't a demon. He still wanted to leave some opportunities for his classmates. He began to sweep through the entire commercial street like a whirlwind, as if in a no-man's land. Some who were about to strike were stunned. Before they could act, the monsters were already dead. It was the people from Class 1 who reacted first. "Damn, Brother Chen is here, hurry and run. We can't stay here. Don't go that way, turn back to the south. Quick, if we don't go now, the monsters in the south will be killed by others. Are all of you from Class 1 this fierce?" A group of people hurriedly fled, looking more terrified than if they had encountered a second-tier monster. But two figures stood frozen in place, shock and disbelief etched on their faces. After more than 2 hours of monster hunting, Songshu had already digested most of the residual medicinal power in his body. Not only was his mind clear, but he had also stepped into the first tier. He ranked 53rd on the score list. He had been invited by the people from Class 1 to hunt monsters here. Faced with everyone's flattery, even though Fong Chen was first on the score list, he boasted that he could fight Fong Chen. But at this moment, he couldn't even steady the alloy weapon in his hand. This was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. In terms of speed and knife skills, Fong Chen completely crushed him. The monsters he had killed using his special abilities, Fong Chen only needed one strike. Before the exam, he had said he would step on Fong Chen, but now it seemed he was no different from a clown. At this moment, looking at the dead monsters felt like looking in a mirror. His body trembled uncontrollably. The weapon in his hand clattered to the ground. On the other side, Minengying felt as if her heart was being cut. The inner wound from before had not healed, instead, it had worsened. She even felt a sense of breathlessness. How could this happen? She spoke, as if asking herself. Clearly, Fong Chen was just her little lapdog. Clearly, Fong Chen was just a useless person she could command. How had he grown into someone she could hardly look up to? Even she, no matter how foolish, could see that Fong Chen's talent was no longer a small spark. Fong Chen would get into the top-tier martial arts university, and his life would be smooth sailing. Meanwhile, she was still troubled about how to kill a low-tier first-level monster. A strong sense of defeat swept through her heart. No, I can't just give up like this. She was unwilling to be abandoned like this. Apologize. Yes, if I apologize, Fong Chen will definitely forgive me. He has liked me for so many years, how could he possibly let me go? As long as Fong Chen helps me, I can definitely squeeze into the top 10 on the score list. Minengying's eyes turned red at a visible speed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she shouted to Fong Chen, who was hunting demons. Fong Chen, I was wrong, can you help me? Her voice was mixed with sobs, evoking pity in others. As a kind-hearted person, Fong Chen felt a pang in his heart. Unable to bear seeing the girl in front of him so sad, he left with 2 words, reluctant to go. Minengying's tears suddenly stopped. Although she was a bit far from Fong Chen, making it hard for her to hear what he said, she was very familiar with that lip movement. Idiot. Jiangchang No. 1 High School. Students from the first and second year gathered in the training ground under the organization of the school leaders, watching the live broadcast of the Jiangchang martial arts exam on the big screen. This was a traditional event for the school, aiming to let students understand the cruelty of the martial arts exam while cheering for their school's candidates to boost morale. However, the current situation was somewhat different from what they had expected. On the big screen, Fong Chen had just killed a low-level first-tier demon beast with 1 slash. The students below erupted in cheers again. Wow, another slash. Senior Fong is amazing. Stop bragging, this is my Chenggu. How could he not be impressive? I admire seniors like Fong, enduring for years, and suddenly becoming a dragon. But Senior Fong actually scolded that girl, isn't that a bit inappropriate? No, dude, you're being a simp. Didn't you see that girl's boyfriend right next to her? No, I'm not a simp, she's really different from others. Compared to the excitement of the crowd, some students were sullen. They were fans of Xin Shang. As a cool and aloof male god, he was also known as the school hunk and the best in the school. Naturally, he had a large fan base. Originally, the fans were excited to see Xin Shang, even talking about how strong their brother was before the live broadcast started. But as the broadcast began, they didn't expect their brother to be overshadowed by Fong Chen. At first, they were speechless. Who is this person? I want to see Xin Shang. Yeah, I want to see Xin Shang. As the martial arts exam progressed, they began to change their tune. That slash was pretty cool. Heh, no matter how many he kills, my brother is still more handsome, but his profile is quite good looking. 2 hours later, they all fell silent. One girl quietly took out her phone, opened the 12th group chat with her 4 best friends, and sent a message. Sisters, Fong Chen is so handsome, I really want to cheer for him, but I'm afraid of being found out. She quickly received a reply. Me too, just hold on, we mustn't expose that we'd betrayed our brother. Looking at the students who regarded Fong Chen as an idol and role model, several leaders nearby showed worried expressions. They had originally hoped to let the students feel the ferocity of the demon beasts through this live broadcast, but Fong Chen was killing them one by one, showing no aspect of the demon beasts at all. Xin Shang at least had to deal with them for a while. This live broadcast had completely turned into Fong Chen's solo show. After some discussion, the school leaders decided to continue the broadcast and later educate the candidates about the demon beasts. After all, with Fang Chen's momentum now, if it continued, there would be no interruption. They were very likely to witness a miracle in the Jiangcheng martial arts exam, breaking into the national top 10. Wow, Senior Fang can't find any more demon beasts. He's killed everything within a radius of 10 kilometers, where else can he look? Look, Senior Fang is heading to the inner area. I wonder if he can still kill them one by one. That might be a bit difficult, after all, Senior Fang is only at the initial stage of the first tier. Xinshang and all the seniors who entered the first level went to the inner area an hour ago and have only killed 2 demon beasts, and that was through cooperation. Looking at the figures running towards the inner area on the big screen, everyone lost the excitement they had before and instead felt a vague unease. The distance between the central area and the inner area is the dividing line for martial arts exam candidates. Those who can come to the inner area are all geniuses from each city. If the outer area and central area rely on physical ability and martial skills, then the inner area relies on talent. And Fang Chen had never released his special ability from the beginning of the exam until now. I heard someone say that Senior Fang's special ability seems to be a small flame of E rank. That was in the past. Just now, my old teacher said that Senior Fang's current strength must mean his talent has mutated. Could it be that Senior Fang's small flame has mutated into an A rank ability? Impossible, the highest mutation is only B rank. There has never been an example of a rank. Look, what is Senior Fang doing? Damn, he is attracting monsters. Meanwhile, in the examination hall, inner area, an empty park, Fang Chen took out the many demon beasts he had hunted from his spatial ring and stacked them together. Among them were blood-claw demon leopards, blood shadow cats, pearl snakes, and dozens of other species. The blood of these demon beasts mixed together, emitting a pungent smell of blood. Fang Chen spread his arms, feeling the wind direction around him. It was blowing towards the north of the inner area. He nodded in satisfaction. Come here, my little cuties, Uncle has your favorite big red knife. At this moment, he completely let himself go. In the outer area and central area, there were many people, and he needed to be cautious, not daring to let loose too much. But the inner area was different. Only about 20 people could come here, and he had no scruples. Nearly 100 demon beasts were released in the entire inner area. It would be a pity not to kill them, but searching for them one by one would waste time. So, it was better to let these little cuties come to him on their own. The mixed blood of more than a dozen types of demon beasts could maximize the bloody smell, which was more effective than fragrant incense for demon beasts that had not yet developed intelligence. Coupled with a little breeze to tease them, the scene to come was quite interesting to think about. Next, he just needed to wait. However, Fang Chen turned around and looked at the 2 gatekeepers a few meters away, one on the left and one on the right, and said helplessly, "You two, I'm not a demon beast. Do you really need to stare at me like that?" Xinxing, dressed in blood-stained blue clothes, held a sword in both hands, leaning against a tree, giving Fang Chen a side profile that could kill. He coldly left 6 words, "Of course, it's for you." His tone was filled with strong aggression. Fang Chen's legs instinctively tightened, sensing the pressure from this guy, and couldn't help but take a step back. "Not bro, why are you so aggressive? Be normal, I'm scared," Xinxing said with a face full of black lines. "Ah, finally, someone else said it." Jiang Feng, also covered in blood, laughed so hard he nearly fell over. "Xinxing, I told you before that this domineering CEO tactic doesn't work on men, now you believe it, right?" Hearing this, Xinxing instinctively turned his head away, not daring to look at the two, a hint of embarrassment visible. Hiss. After all this time, the cold demeanor was just for show. Showing off in front of others was the real deal. Jiang Feng excitedly looked at Fang Chen and struck a pose. "Fang Chen, while the demon beasts haven't come, let's have a few rounds." "Alright, you're not normal either." Fang Chen sighed. These two had arrived one after the other after he came to the park. They hadn't said a word, just waiting there. Candidates were not allowed to attack each other. Once discovered, their exam qualifications would be immediately revoked. So, he had been too lazy to care at the time. But who knew these two would just stand there and watch him work alone? Seeing Fang Chen's indifferent expression and that he had no intention of responding, Jiang Feng had no choice but to give up. He smiled and said, "Your score for first place is indeed eye-catching. I originally came here out of curiosity to see how you hunt demons, but I didn't expect you to invite us to join you." He touched his bald head and added, "I really feel a bit embarrassed." Fang Chen was puzzled. "When did I invite you to hunt demons together?" Jiang Feng pointed at the pile of demon beast corpses. "Using this to lure monsters is just like inviting us to hunt." "Wait, you didn't invite us to hunt demons? Are you planning to deal with a dozen incoming demon beasts by yourself?" Fang Chen finally understood. These two had misinterpreted his action of luring monsters as an invitation to hunt together. After all, in the inner area, it had never happened that one person faced off against a dozen demon beasts. He nodded, but to be safe, he reminded them, if you want the demon beasts to come to you, don't compete with me for the kills later. Demon beasts equate to points, and points determine the outcome of his mission. He didn't want to work hard only to end up with just a cup. Fang Chen's response left Zhang Feng dumbfounded, and even the cold-faced Xin Chang was momentarily stunned. Haven't you read the materials on the martial exam? Zhang Feng urged anxiously. The only demon beast in the inner area is the Silverhorn Thunder Elephant, which ranks among the top in attack power for its level. Those demon beasts in the outer two layers can't compare, you can't handle them alone. Even if the three of us join forces, we can't fight against a dozen Silverhorn Thunder Elephants. Xin Chang nodded in agreement, rarely frowning as he whispered, that may be true, but the Silverhorn Thunder Elephant's advantage is its defense, while its speed is quite slow. As long as the three of us work together and leverage our speed advantage, killing 3 or 4 Silverhorn Thunder Elephants is still feasible. Although Xin Chang didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was clear. To ensure the safety of the candidates, only one demon beast would be deployed at each location in the inner area. It wouldn't be like the previous 2 areas, where 3 or 4 demon beasts could appear in one spot. Therefore, once the smell of blood spread, the Silverhorn Thunder Elephants wouldn't all arrive at the same time. They could use this time difference to hunt together. Uniting the top 3 combat powers of Jiang City would not only greatly enhance their strength but also significantly increase their safety. Fang Chen nodded, that's indeed a good plan. Xin Chang and Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Fang Chen continued, I think you can try finding someone else, it should work. Xin Chang? Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng quickly reacted, wait, do you still want to deal with the beast horde by yourself? What else? Fang Chen patted his shoulder, don't worry, there are enough demon beasts for you to kill. Ha? Zhang Feng's mind hadn't caught up yet. Suddenly, a tremor swept through their bodies from beneath their feet. The ground was shaking. The surrounding trees swayed, making rustling sounds. Zhang Feng and Xin Qing quickly looked towards the north. The tremor was coming from that direction. At that moment, a massive cloud of dust rose in the northern sky, blocking out the sun, as if a storm was about to arrive. Accompanying the dust, they could clearly hear deafening roars, deep and fierce, as if the demon beasts from the abyss were awakening. Zhang Feng and Xin Chang's expressions suddenly turned serious. The Silverhorn Thunder Elephants were coming. On the other side, inside the examination area tent, the live broadcast on the big screen was divided into 2 sections. One showed Fang Chen and the 3 of them, while the other displayed aerial footage of the dust cloud. In the haze, the shadows of gigantic demon beasts could be faintly seen. Lu Qingfeng and the others had already heard Chen Jingtian recount Fang Chen's achievements in the demon beast wasteland, so they weren't as tense as Zhang Feng and Xin Chang. After all, if he could hunt even low-level second-tier demon beasts, a dozen Silverhorn Thunder Elephants wouldn't pose a threat. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim, to be able to leapfrog and hunt a second-tier low-level monster with a first-tier low-level talent, I've only seen such talent in the top 10 of the martial arts exam every year. Hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, everyone revealed genuine smiles. In the decades of martial arts exams in Jiangcheng, the best result was last year's Chu Yan, who ranked 23rd nationwide. It was thought that this year would not see any further progress. Unexpectedly, a hopeful candidate named Fang Chen appeared, who might enter the top 10. If that really happens, Jiangcheng's influence nationwide will greatly increase, bringing countless benefits. It's still just over 4 hours into the exam. It's a bit early to talk about the top 10 nationwide, let's be pragmatic. Let's wait until Fang Chen hunts down these more than 10 Silverhorn Thunder Elephants and secures the top spot in Jiangcheng's martial arts exam before discussing it. Yu Jihong interrupted everyone's fantasies, but the corners of his mouth were no less raised than anyone else's. He was a talent lover, even if Fang Chen was from a different school, he still liked him. However, there was one thing gnawing at his heart, making him exceptionally uncomfortable. Old Chen, it's already this time, you might as well stop hiding it. What level of ability has Fang Chen mutated into? Just say it quickly. Seeing Yu Jihong's impatience, Chen Jingtian knew the effect had been achieved and was no longer prepared to keep it hidden. However, he didn't plan to say it himself. Xiaosu, Fang Chen is your student, you say it. As soon as this was said, many head teachers in the back revealed envious expressions, watching Su Yang walk to Lu Qingfeng and the others. Chen Jingtian was clearly trying to promote Su Yang. They could only watch helplessly. After all, Fang Chen was far ahead. Su Yang, coming from the Dragon Guard army, had killed countless monsters and seen many grand scenes. Facing several big figures, he showed no signs of fear. It's A-level. Fang Chen's mutated flames are comparable to A-level abilities. A-level. Yu Jihong couldn't help but exclaim. In past examples of ability mutations, the highest record was only from E level to B level, yet this kid Fang Chen has jumped 3 levels. If this gets out, it will be another new record. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. A-level ability, no wonder Fang Chen's strength has surged so quickly. But relying solely on A-level talent to hunt second-tier monsters might be a bit difficult, right? Could it be that this kid has other trump cards? Shen Zhengtian, previously, this kid killed too quickly and didn't reveal much. We can't speculate. Let's just watch. Facing more than 10 Silverhorn Thunder Elephants, he won't be able to hide. Saying this, he patted Su Yang's shoulder. Xiao Su, Fang Chen is your student. You should watch with us. Su Yan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the park, facing the rolling dust and the increasingly approaching sound of hooves, Zhang Feng and Shen Qing felt a strong sense of tension rising in their hearts. Before they could remind Fang Chen, a massive figure burst out from the smoke in the wasteland 400 meters away. Its body was covered in thick skin that shimmered with silver light, resembling armor, exuding a metallic cold glow. Its limbs were strong and powerful, with large paws that made a heavy rumbling sound as they struck the ground, as if each step could shake the earth. The most striking feature was its pair of silver horns, sharp as blades, standing straight up and flashing with dazzling light. The tips of the horns seemed to contain the power of lightning, occasionally bursting forth with arcs of blue electricity, accompanied by a low rumble of thunder, creating an invisible sense of oppression. Upon seeing Fang Chen and the others, along with the monster corpses beside them, its wide mouth revealed sharp fangs, and the roar it emitted was as shocking as thunder, sending chills down one's spine. A first-tier high-level Silverhorn Thunder Elephant. Starting off with such intensity, is this how it's played? Watching the first-tier high-level Silverhorn Thunder Elephant baring its teeth and charging towards them, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel his throat tighten. Fang Chen, you need to pay close attention. This is a first-tier high-level monster. Are you really going to fight it yourself? Even a first-tier advanced demon beast could only be barely handled by him and Shen Qing working together. In his view, Fang Chen's actions were simply helping himself to a new account. Of course it's me, could it be you one? Fang Chen said no more, drawing his battle knife and walking forward at a leisurely pace. Zhang Feng wanted to raise his hand to stop Fang Chen and persuade him again, but was held back by Shen Qing. Since he has said that, we can just watch. If something unexpected happens, it won't be too late to save him. Hearing this, Zhang Feng helplessly rubbed his bald head. It can only be this way. He said bluntly, I guess the demon beasts in the first 2 layers were too easy, which made him swell with pride, thinking that the demon beasts in the inner area would be easy to handle as well. Just wait, he'll suffer for it. Don't you think so, Shen Qing? He turned his head, only to see Shen Qing once again crossing his arms and holding his sword, cold and silent. Zhang Feng channeled his inner brother. Here we go again, this is never ending. At this moment, Fang Chen was alone, slowly moving forward. The Silverhorn Thunder Elephant charged at him like a raging thunder, and behind it, at a distance of 400 meters, several more Silverhorn Thunder Elephants could be seen. The air around seemed to tremble from their stampede. As the distance closed, the foremost Silverhorn Thunder Elephant grew increasingly massive in view, like a moving mountain, the sense of oppression becoming more intense. Just a few meters away from Fang Chen, the Silverhorn Thunder Elephant suddenly raised its front hoof, as if to crush Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen moved. A transparent flame erupted from his body like a fountain, instantly enveloping him. With him as the center, the surrounding vegetation within 100 meters turned to ash in an instant. The scorching heat swept across the entire park, the air around twisted as if even space was trembling. The fallen heart flame swirled around Fang Chen, forming a massive flame shield that resisted the stomp of the Silverhorn Thunder Elephant. Then, a terrifying heat burst forth, scattering like fireworks, directly knocking the Silverhorn Thunder Elephant to the ground. The horrifying transparent flames burned the body of the Silverhorn Thunder Elephant, which let out a painful roar. The look in Fang Chen's eyes was fierce, instinctively wanting to rise from the ground and tear apart the human that brought it pain. But suddenly, with a cry of agony, it froze in place, unable to move. Seeing the effect of the heart fire burning, Fang Chen abruptly raised his battle knife, channeling the strength from all parts of his body to deal with the astonishing defense of the Silverhorn Thunder Elephant, the 5th level of the Xianyan knife record. In an instant, the ally battle knife in his hand was enveloped in the fallen heart flame, and he swung it down fiercely, the flame shockwave like a giant dragon, rushing towards the Silverhorn Thunder Elephant with immense power. Before it could react, a flash of knife light instantly sliced through the massive body of the Silverhorn Thunder Elephant. The intense heat made the surrounding air hiss, as if even time froze at that moment. With a bang, the rigid body of the Silverhorn Thunder Elephant split in half, collapsing to the ground, signaling its death. From the moment he struck to the end, it took less than 10 seconds. Fang Chen showed no hesitation, quickly shifting his gaze to the next target. Still the same action. The transparent flame surged forward, striking the body of the silver-horned thunder elephant. Before it could evade, the heart fire burned, rendering it immobile, followed by a clean and swift strike. Facing the relentless silver-horned thunder elephants, Fang Chen, wrapped in the fallen heart flame, took down one with each swing of his knife. As for the first-tier intermediate ones, they either died under the burning of the fallen heart flame or succumbed to the heart fire, silently collapsing to the ground. In just 5 minutes, 6 silver-horned thunder elephants had already perished. Galilu Jiangfeng swallowed hard, pointing at Fang Chen, mechanically turning his head. Shen Chang, your eyes are sharp, can you tell me this isn't an illusion? But at this moment, Shen Sheng completely did not hear Jiang Feng's voice, all his consciousness was focused on Fang Chen. He no longer even assumed the posture of holding a sword with both arms, standing straight and stiff, completely devoid of his previous grace. Originally, he had doubts about Fang Chen's score. The only reason was that he had never heard of Fang Chen's name. A person of no repute was unexpectedly overshadowing him in Jiangfeng since the start of the exam. The score was skyrocketing like a rocket. His proud nature made it hard for him not to be suspicious. Thus, he found Fang Chen in the inner area, wanting to see if there was any cheating through his demon hunting. At this moment, Fang Chen gave him an answer. An impeccable answer. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, seeing that Shen Qing was silent for a long time, helplessly rubbed his eyes. Sure enough, it was still the same scene as before. Fang Chen was still hunting. No, it should be called slaughter. The silver-horned thunder elephant had no ability to resist, not even able to let out a sound. Unlike Shen Qing, his emotions were fully displayed on his face. He had originally come to check if Fang Chen was cheating as well, but now, it was unnecessary. The first-tier high-level demon beast that he and Shen Qing could only contend with together was easily slain by Fang Chen, as if he were just clearing small monsters. What more was there to say? Just thinking about how he had just said that Fang Chen was getting arrogant made him bitterly smile. With this strength, how much more could he possibly inflate? Fang Chen's transparent flame seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? I've seen Li Mingqi's A-grade Qingyue Flame Tiger, and the destructive power of these two is not even on the same level. Jiang Feng frowned. Shen Qing, do you feel? Before he could finish, Shen Qing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. I feel it. Fang Chen's talent brings an exceptionally strong sense of oppression to my sword soul. Fang Chen's talent is definitely not A-grade. He turned his head to meet Jiang Feng's gaze. It's S-grade. Fang Chen has S-grade talent. Shen Qing voiced what Jiang Feng wanted to say. S-grade talent. It had never appeared in Jiang City, and they never expected to witness it today. After a moment, he smiled freely and rubbed his bald head. Shen Qing, we've been competing for first place for a year, and unexpectedly, we've been intercepted this time. Fang Chen really is something, hiding so deeply, making me worry for nothing. After saying that, he shifted his gaze back to the battlefield, watching the domineering and upright figure, admiration evident in his eyes. I'm afraid from today on, the whole Jiang city will remember the name Fang Chen. At that moment, Fang Chen had slain all the silver-horned thunder elephants that had been drawn in. The corpses on the ground emitted a fragrant aroma under the roasting of the falling heart flame. Want some roasted meat? He shouted. Jiang Feng waved his hand. No need. If you don't go hunt demons soon, you might end up killing them all. In the martial arts examination area, inside the tent. When the silver-horned thunder elephant raised its front hooves to crush Fang Chen, everyone's hearts tightened. Before they had time to worry, in an instant, the transparent flames erupted, the temperature soared, and the air in the entire area twisted. The drone following Fang Chen was instantly destroyed. The projection went black in an instant. Lu Qingfeng had no time to marvel and immediately instructed, quick, get a new drone to replace it. The drones for the martial arts exam were specially made, crafted from B-grade alloy to ensure quality. Fang Chen's mere burst of abilities had caused the drone to collapse. Everyone found it hard to imagine the kind of impact it must have been. Soon, a new drone took over, and the image returned. However, the first silver-horned thunder elephant had already been slain. The footage was only cut off for a dozen seconds, and a first-tier high-level silver-horned thunder elephant just died like that. Could it be another one-hit kill? Just as Yu Jihong raised the question, Fang Chen immediately answered it. The transparent flames burned, the silver-horned thunder elephant writhed in pain, then became immobile, and finally met its end with a final strike. The movements were fluid and effortless, as if he were slaughtering a chicken, without any difficulty at all. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This is too fast, right? The principal of the third school exclaimed, if it weren't for the live broadcast, I would find it hard to believe this video is real. The principal of the fourth middle school pointed at the screen, look, that 1-tier intermediate has fallen dead before even getting close to Fong Chen. The teachers behind him couldn't help but exclaim, and that one was burned to death by flames. Why are these silver-horn thunder elephants frozen in place, unable to move, just letting Fong Chen hunt them down? Transparent flames, how have I never seen this kind of talent before? Looking at the distorted air on the screen, even though they were inside the tent, they felt the scorching heat, their bodies unable to resist the rising temperature. Soon, Yu Jihong realized something and felt his whole body tremble. Old Chen, you're not being fair, is this an A-level ability? You call this an A-level ability? Is your A-level ability this strong? He asked in rapid succession. At this moment, Chen Jingtian felt like his heart was about to leap out of his chest. As a school principal, how could he not see what level Fong Chen's flames were? S-level. It's actually an S-level talent. An S-level talent had appeared in Jiangcheng, and it was still at the first middle school. He struggled to speak, feeling dizzy. Faced with Yu Jihong's question, he didn't know how to respond and could only look at Su Yang beside him. What on earth is going on? Su Yang, covered in goosebumps, spread his hands. My goodness. How could he know that Fong Chen had an S-level talent? He still wanted to ask someone. Fong Chen has really surprised us again, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim, his mouth unable to close. At this moment, he really wanted to shout, we're set. Regardless of Fong Chen's final results, just with an S-level talent, he could easily overshadow the education bureau directors of several surrounding cities. Just thinking about it felt great. At this moment, Long Weijun walked into the tent again. Before he could speak, Lu Qingfeng said, no need to say anything, just restock. After saying this, Lu Qingfeng felt like he was running an online store, restocking when there was no inventory. It felt pretty good, actually. If only it could be like this every year. Hey, don't focus on the S-level abilities yet, look at the screen quickly. Fong Chen is using the Xianyan knife technique, and he has already reached the 5th level. Yu Jihong's voice pulled everyone out of their shock, and they turned their attention back to the screen. Everyone present was a martial artist of at least the 2nd tier and could recognize Fong Chen's martial technique. Xianyan knife technique, 5th level. They had killed too quickly in the previous 2 areas, and they hadn't seen it clearly. Now they realized that Fong Chen had actually cultivated his martial technique to this level. Especially Su Yang, who clearly remembered that Fong Chen had only obtained the Xianyan knife technique a month ago. To reach this level in just a month was simply unbelievable. However, compared to the S-level talent, the 5th level seemed less shocking. Fong Chen is so relaxed in the inner area, it seems only the core area can challenge him. Yu Jihong said, Old Lu, this year Wang Jun is setting the questions. That old guy loves to come up with strange and unusual things. What kind of questions are in the core area? Are they difficult? The martial arts exam questions are top secret, known only to the education bureau directors of each city. Even these principals had no way of knowing. When it came to this question, Lu Qingfeng frowned. It's not hard to say, but it's also hard to say. Speak plainly. The core area has a multiple choice question. A multiple choice question? Across Jiangcheng. As the most important day of the year for the country, the viewership for the martial arts exam live broadcast was unprecedented. No matter how busy they were, they had to find time to check the scoreboards. The first place young man is also named Fong Chen, just like the little Chen from upstairs. In a supermarket, the owner was chatting with a few neighbors. The Fong Chen you mentioned, I've seen him too. He looks quite handsome. It shouldn't be him, right? What's the use of saying this? Just open the live broadcast and you'll know. As the live broadcast opened, the scene of Fong Chen taking down one cute creature after another appeared before their eyes. They felt their minds go blank. Wow, it really is little Chen. Not at all. How could there be such a big change in just a month? I've been slaughtering pigs for over 10 years and never seen anyone so calm and composed. Look at his score, over 8,000 points. That's a full 5,000 points more than the second place. He's even stronger than last year's Chu Yan. Similar conversations were happening all over Jiangcheng. Countless people noticed and began to discuss the name Fong Chen. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Guard army camp at the 72nd Monster Beast Wilderness. Awesome! Fong Chen is really killing it. Over 8,000 points, Fong Chen is too fierce. I only got over 800 points in my senior year martial arts exam, and he's 10 times my score. That knife from Fong Chen was really cool. If he comes here again, I must ask him for guidance. If he keeps killing like this, he might become famous nationwide. In the square, the screen that originally displayed military achievements was now broadcasting Fong Chen's martial arts exam live. The crowd was filled with excitement. Wei Chang was among them. Watching Fong Chen hunt monsters, he couldn't help but feel thrilled, reminiscing about his own youth. After another monster fell, Wei Chang stepped out of the crowd, returned to the tent, and dialed a number. Hello, General, it's me, Wei Chang. You should check out the live broadcast of the martial arts exam in Jiangcheng. It will definitely surprise you. Time quietly passed, and the martial arts exam reached its 7th hour. Nearly half of the monsters in the inner area had been cleared. Fang Chen no longer lingered and moved to the final core area. Due to the different levels and numbers of monsters in each area, the size of the area shrank exponentially from the outer to the core region. Fang Chen quickly arrived at the core area. The map indicated that this was a suburban area of the West Abandoned District, roughly the size of a town. Looking around, there weren't many buildings. The wild grass grew thick, and in the distance, the shadow of a lake could be seen, with the air mixed with the scent of water. Fang Chen was about to investigate what kind of monster was here when suddenly, his watch vibrated, and a message appeared on the small screen. According to the location, you have reached the core area of the exam. Next, you need to choose the exam content based on the prompts. Choose the exam content? Fang Chen frowned slightly. Such a situation had never occurred in previous martial arts exams. The core area, like the inner area, only released the same type of monster. Candidates could hunt anyone they found. This year, however, it had changed. The monsters in the core area are divided into two types. The first type is the second-tier primary blood-claw demon leopard. Successfully hunting it will earn 5,000 points. The second type is the second-tier primary two-headed water python. Successfully hunting it will earn 9,000 points. The release locations will be marked on the map. Each candidate in this area can only hunt one monster. Candidates are advised to choose according to their abilities. After glancing at the map showing the distribution of monsters, Fang Chen suddenly understood why a choice was necessary. The blood-clawed demon leopard was released on land. Hunting on land was familiar to candidates and allowed them to maximize their abilities. The two-headed water python, however, was released in the water. Animal-type monsters are divided into three categories: land monsters, sky monsters, and water monsters. Monsters like the blood-clawed demon leopard and silverhorn thunder elephant are land monsters, which are the most common for human martial artists. Sky and water monsters, on the other hand, give countless martial artists headaches. These two environments are not the home ground for humans, making it difficult to exert full strength in battle. Facing water monsters of the same level, survival is nearly impossible unless one has awakened water-type abilities, which is why coastal cities in the south frequently suffer from attacks by sea monsters with no way to defend themselves. The difficulty of the two options is not on the same level at all. Hunting monsters in the water, no wonder it offers an extra 4,000 points. Fang Chen chuckled softly. Su Yang had been speculating about the final big question since last year, guessing all the land monsters. He never expected there would be water-type monsters. This was the first time in the martial arts exam. I have to say, the question setter knows how to stir things up. Just as he was about to set off, 8 figures appeared in the distance on the wasteland. Fang Chen. Shiwan began waving to greet him from 300 or 400 meters away. Beside her were Li Mingqi, Xin Qing, and Zhang Feng. The remaining 4 were candidates for the martial arts exam who Fang Chen had met once or twice, all at the first level. What are you doing here? Fang Chen asked as they approached. This made Zhang Feng and Xin Qing exchange glances. They really wanted to shout out loud. What else could it be for? Of course, they were waiting for the replenishment in the inner area. We happened to run into each other, so we decided to hunt second-tier monsters together, Qiwan said, bouncing with excitement, her eyes shining as she looked at Fang Chen. The core area rules state that one person can only hunt one monster. With 8 people teaming up, they could hunt 8 times. Each person could share no more than one monster, which was allowed. We have a lot of people, and we're planning to challenge the two-headed water python. Li Mingqi blinked her starry eyes and asked, "What about you, Fang Chen?" Fang Chen replied flatly, "Me too." At this response, Zhang Feng and Xin Cheng merely frowned, then returned to normal. The scenes from the inner area kept replaying in their minds. They did not want to go through that again. Moreover, even if Fang Chen failed to hunt, their scores would not surpass his. Unless all 8 of them could hunt 8 two-headed water pythons, each getting 9,000 points. But that was nearly impossible. With their strength, hunting more than 3 would likely cost them dearly. As for hunting blood-claw demon leopards, 5 would be the limit. Calculating the scores, the two-headed water python offered slightly higher points, which is why they made this choice. The other 4, seeing Zhang Feng and Xin Cheng's reactions, wisely chose not to speak. The disbelief and suppression they had imagined did not occur. After all, Fang Chen was far ahead. However, Li Mingqi couldn't help but remind them, fighting in water is most disadvantageous for us fire-type ability users. Are you sure you want to choose the two-headed water python? Qiwan nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at rice. It was well known that water extinguishes fire. They couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, I have a plan, Fang Chen said calmly. In that case, let's go together, we're all heading to the same place. With Fang Chen saying this, Shi Wan and Li Mingqi felt relieved. The area where the two-headed water python was released was in a reservoir to the west of the core area. According to some information on their watches, several two-headed water pythons had been isolated using special methods before the martial arts exam, only moving within their respective areas to facilitate the candidates' hunting. This measure also slightly reduced the difficulty of the hunt. If they were to run around in the entire reservoir, hunting would be nearly impossible. Soon, the 9 arrived 100 meters from the reservoir, and the sight before them made them stop in their tracks. The reservoir was already damaged, the water surface shimmering, with sunlight filtering through the thin clouds, creating glimmers of silver. However, beneath this beautiful scene lay a hint of unease. Dirty water seeped from several cracks, the murky liquid contrasting sharply with the clear water surface. Occasionally, dark long shadows stirred beneath the water, creating ripples. If we get any closer, the two-headed water python will notice us, Xinqing said, no longer crossing her arms but covering her face and rubbing her nose, suggesting, let's discuss how to strike while we still can. Li Mingqi looked at Fang Chen. What are you planning to do? You all discuss it. I'm in a hurry. Fang Chen waved his hand and walked toward the reservoir. No one stopped him. They just silently watched his back. As Fang Chen approached, a massive wave suddenly surged up, tearing the water surface apart. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the two-headed water python leaped out of the water. Its body exceeded 15 meters, glistening with a slippery sheen under the sunlight. Two heads were held high, the one on the left slightly larger, revealing sharp teeth, its cold vertical pupils like two icy lights, looking down as Fang Chen approached step by step. The head on the right had its mouth slightly open, seemingly letting out a low growl that intimidated the crowd on the shore. Jiang Feng and the others instinctively felt their throats tighten. The imposing presence of the two-headed water python was completely beyond that of the previous silver-horned thunder elephant. One of the first-tier individuals involuntarily stepped back, a wave of fear rising in his heart. Fang Chen looked at this colossal creature, nearly 10 times his size, and a seriousness he had never felt before surfaced in his eyes. This time, he might have to reveal all his cards. Since Fang Chen is preparing to strike first, then let's take this opportunity to observe the weaknesses of the two-headed water python, to facilitate our actions, Xinqing reminded the others. Look, Fang Chen has drawn his knife. Jiwan's voice made everyone's heart leap. It was about to begin. Fang Chen looked at the beast before him, flicking its tongue, waiting for him to come closer, and couldn't help but curl his lips. The two-headed water python was a water-type beast, inherently restraining flames. Moreover, it was currently in the water, further enhancing its resistance to fire. Relying solely on the power of the fallen heart flame and the heart fires burning was not enough to inflict substantial damage on the two-headed water python. Such difficulty was indeed worth 9,000 points. Difficult? Then let's not bother. Let's just ignite the reservoir directly. In an instant, the sound of rolling waves filled his ears. Waves of heat mixed with sea breeze slapped against his face. A warmth completely different from the fallen heart flame quietly emerged. The two-headed water python seemed to sense something, its vertical pupils growing even colder. Why do I hear the sound of waves? Jiwan blurted out, her round eyes flashing with confusion. Could it be an auditory hallucination? It's not an auditory hallucination, I heard it too. The sound of rolling waves, Li Mingqi said, her brows furrowed. What on earth is happening? I heard it too, but we are on a plain, the surface of the reservoir is very calm. Where are the waves coming from? No, it's not just the waves, there's also a terrifying heat. Jiang Feng's expression was strange as he stared ahead. It seems to be coming from Fang Chen. At this moment, the two-headed water python seemed to sense danger, its gaze becoming much clearer, wanting to escape. Too late. Fang Chen curled his lips, whispering softly, "Show yourself, little treasure." In an instant, deep blue flames erupted like a fountain. The deep blue luster, like the ocean, wrapped in sea breeze, instantly ignited the surrounding air. The power of this flame surged like a tide, instantly forming a towering wave dozens of feet high behind Fang Chen. It was as if the ocean was roaring, but it was also like a sea of fire wanting to burn everything. The special effect of the sea heart flames is truly terrifying. Kick. Fang Chen suddenly waved his hand. The rolling sound of waves mixed with unparalleled heat swept toward the two-headed water python. Faced with this wave that resembled a sky curtain, the two-headed water python instinctively felt threatened, its instincts urging it to sink quickly. It wanted to use the water in the reservoir to resist the terrifying heat. However, when the deep blue flame wave touched the water's surface, the imagined loud sound of flames colliding with water did not occur, the flames did not extinguish, and steam did not explode. In an instant, this small area of water turned blue. The flames danced wildly on the water's surface, instantly submerging the figure of the two-headed water python, forming a sea of scorching fire. Fire and water merged, and this small area of water ignited completely. Water and fire have merged? Chi-wan, Li Mingqi, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, as if they were dreaming. Two things that were naturally antagonistic were now merging before their eyes. The water's surface had turned into a sea of fire. That towering wave just now was actually flames? Flames actually have the sound of waves. What on earth is going on? The few of them stammered, already at a loss for words. The second type of flame. Fang Chen actually has a second type of flame that has never been heard of before. Could it have mutated again? Chi-wan filled in the answer in her mind. The heat and ferocity of this flame are actually several times stronger than the previous transparent flame. Jiang Feng and Shen Sheng clenched their fists, once again feeling the suppression of their talents. Among them, Li Mingqi felt it the most intensely. She was a fire-type ability user, the one most capable of sensing the power of flames. That feeling of a king overlooking his subjects swept over her body again, making her breath quicken and her face flush. In the reservoir, as the sea heart flame met the water's surface, it transformed into a sea of blazing fire. At this moment, water was fire. The two-headed water python hiding underwater felt an unprecedented sting. Its body was burned by the flames, the pain cutting through it like a knife, making it unbearable. Its massive form thrashed in the water, trying to extinguish the flames with water, but the sting was like a maggot burrowing into its flesh, constantly eroding its body. In extreme agony, the two-headed water python suddenly burst from the water, both heads raised, roaring deafeningly, trying to escape this sea of fire. I never said you could leave. Fang Chen did not hesitate for a moment. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, locking onto the figure of the two-headed water python. The fallen heart flame erupted. It took shape, transforming into a massive crimson python covered in magma, blocking the path of the two-headed giant python. Seeing itself obstructed, the two-headed water python rolled in the air, trying to evade. But the crimson python followed closely, mercilessly burning its skin, entangling with it. The pain from the two types of flames drove the water python into a frenzy, its two heads twisting continuously, trying to break free from the flame's grasp, but to no avail. At this moment, Fang Chen had become the master of this battle. The water area burned by the sea heart flame was his domain. The two-headed water python struggled desperately in the sea of fire, yet the two were like merciless chains, binding it tightly. Under the scorching flames, the roars of the two-headed water python grew weaker, and the struggles of its two heads gradually diminished. Finally, with a desperate shriek, the figure of the two-headed water python slowly disappeared into the sea of fire. It's finally over. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. To outsiders, it seemed he had won this battle with great ease. But only he could feel that controlling two for less than 3 minutes had nearly drained all his stamina, leaving him weak. Even with the tempering of the fallen heart flame, he almost couldn't hold on. He had used all his trump cards, pushing his strength to the limit. He didn't dare to catch his breath, fearing the two-headed water python might escape. Just like the fallen heart flame, his strength was only enough for the sea heart flame to dissolve in this small area of water, while the two-headed water python could move in a range twice that of this water area. If it managed to escape, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, he held on and hunted the two-headed water python in his own domain. The core area is done. I can go back and launch a counterattack. Thankfully, the exhaustion was only temporary, and he would recover in no time. Fang Chen left the shore and walked back to Li Mingqi and the others. His expression was calm. Basic skills, don't mess up. After Fang Chen left, Shen Sheng asked the others in confusion, did you see the two-headed water python's weakness? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Shen Sheng sighed, well, I didn't see it either. I was too busy watching Fang Chen. Fang Chen actually chose to hunt alone? Even if he can deal with second-tier low-level beasts, the two-headed water python is in the water. In the examination area, in the tent. When they saw Fang Chen walking alone towards the shore, everyone couldn't sit still. Earlier, when Fang Chen joined Zhang Feng and the others, they hadn't heard what they said due to the drone being too far away. Seeing the 9 of them walking towards the reservoir together, they thought they were preparing to cooperate. They didn't expect Fang Chen to go alone. No one blamed Fang Chen for this action, as his strength was evident. Even if he failed to hunt the two-headed water python, he would definitely be able to escape. They were just worried. Times have changed. Fang Chen was no longer an unknown youth, but the top scorer in the martial arts exam of Jiangcheng, possessing S-class supernatural talent. Every move he made stirred the hearts of countless people. They were afraid to hold him too tightly, fearing he might slip away. Even knowing that Fang Chen could escape, Shen Zhengtian couldn't help but say, old Lu, why not send the nearby dragon guard to keep an eye on him, just in case something happens? Yu Jihong immediately agreed, that's right. It took us decades in Jiangcheng to produce a genius like Fang Chen. We absolutely cannot let anything go wrong. The principals of San Zhong and Si Zhong nearby also nodded anxiously. Lu Qingfeng chuckled helplessly. How could he not see that these people were overly worried? But just to be safe, he nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll send someone over right away. I won't let anything happen to Fang Chen. After saying that, he immediately took out his walkie-talkie to give orders. Once he finished, he suddenly frowned. Where is that sound of waves coming from? Old Lu, look at the screen. Chen Zhengtian shouted, and Lu Qingfeng quickly looked up. On the screen, a deep blue wave rose behind Fang Chen, crashing onto the water's surface. The blue flames did not extinguish but merged into the water, turning the reservoir into a sea of fire. The two-headed water python was struggling in pain. In the next moment, a lava giant python entangled with it. Under the two different colored flames, the two-headed water python turned to ashes. The entire battle took less than 5 minutes. Lu Qingfeng stared at the screen, not daring to blink, one hand picking up the walkie-talkie. Where are you now? Almost there? No need to go, come back. Then, everyone exchanged glances, looking at each other. Finally, it was Yu Jihong, who talked too much, who spoke first. Another kind of flame we've never seen before. After a long pause, Chen Zhengtian finally said, did you feel that? This blue flame is even stronger than the previous transparent flame. It seems like it's SS level. Lu Qingfeng's tone was extremely stiff. They had been martial artists for over 20 years and had seen countless talents. They could judge the level of supernatural abilities at a glance. For a moment, the entire tent was deathly silent. Facing the two-headed water python, Fang Chen once again shattered their understanding. Once again, he left them speechless with methods they had never seen before. The praise for Fang Chen had not stopped since the score list appeared. At this moment, they no longer knew what words to use to express themselves again. Simply put, they were numb. After a long while, Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath, pulling himself out of the numbness. Whether its SS level is still just a guess, it needs to be tested later. What we should pay attention to right now is Fang Chen's score. He quickly asked, has Fang Chen's score been calculated yet? A teacher immediately replied, 18,210 points. The voice trembled uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, the teachers began to shift from numbness to excitement, cheers rising and falling, with some unable to help but pump their fists in celebration. Over 18,000 points. Over 18,000 points. Last year, Xu Yan only scored a little over 12,000 after the exam. Don't even mention Xu Yan, last year's national champion only scored a little over 17,000. There are still more than 4 hours left in the martial arts exam. Fang Chen's score will continue to grow. Could he be this year's martial arts champion? Although it was just a guess, this statement detonated like a bomb in the hearts of Chen Zhengtian, Lu Qingfeng, and others. The entire tent became even more boisterous. Fang Chen is truly a blessing for our Jiangcheng. Chen Jingtian's voice was particularly loud amidst the noise, his smile almost overflowing. Lu Qingfeng was so excited that he clenched his fists tightly. Jiangcheng was about to become known to everyone. How could he not be excited? Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took out his phone and began dialing. Hello, old Wang. What was the top score in your Guan city? Just 8,000. Are you asking how much the top score in Jiangcheng is? I won't tell you. Ha ha ha. Wait to see the provincial score list, it will definitely surprise you. The moment the call ended, another call came in. Seeing the incoming number, Lu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. Su Yang, beside him, looked at the tall figure of the boy on the screen, filled with pride. In just a month, that boy who had been at the bottom had grown to the peak of national martial arts exam candidates. It seemed that, as Fang Chen had said, he would become famous after the martial arts exam. Wow, over 18,000 points. This is simply a miracle. No one has ever scored this much at this time. Senior Fang is amazing. Don't explode, Senior Fang is my idol, and I still want to use him. If only I could replicate him. Wow, you guys need to calm down. The girl's face turned redder than any love confession, but the girl's excited blush represented. At this moment, all the first and second year students at the first high school were at the peak of their emotions. Their admiration for Fang Chen reached its zenith. Finally, a female fan of Xinqing couldn't hold back any longer. She threw off all restraints and stood up, shouting, Senior Fang, I declare you. My mind and my heart are both saying, I declare you. At that instant, her 4 best friends simultaneously stood up, looking at her displeased. Senior Fang is mine. The friend group officially announced its split. Meanwhile, at the examination venue, the assembly area, nearly 1,000 candidates had already been brought back from the examination room. They had all encountered danger and crushed their barrier balls. The barrier ball could only protect them once, crushing it meant their martial arts exam was over. To facilitate the viewing of the situation in the examination room for these thousands of people, Lu Qingfeng specially arranged for drones to project the scores. When Fang Chen's score updated to 18,210, everyone present was left speechless. I only have a little over 1,000 points, and Fang Chen has 18,000, this isn't fair. That blue flame and that lava giant python were so powerful, I didn't expect Fang Chen to hide it so well. If I had known, I would have pursued him from the start. Speaking of which, the first time I saw him, I looked down on him. Seeing him in this square, I looked down a bit. Now seeing him, I'm completely in awe. In a corner, Minengying looked at the figure on the screen, filled with endless regret. Half an hour ago, in order not to offend Fang Chen, Song Shu had directly kicked her out. Faced with a first-level low-level monster, she was no match and crushed her barrier ball. Her martial arts exam score remained at just over 2,000 points. Listening to the praises of Fang Chen around her, she lowered her head, not daring to look up. The martial arts exam has ended. The scoring program on the wristwatch has been closed. All candidates please leave the examination room as soon as possible. The martial arts exam has ended. The scoring program on the wristwatch has been closed. All candidates please leave the examination room as soon as possible. Time quietly passed. The blood-red sunset over the western wasteland turned into a deep night. With the sound of the horn and the reminder from the wristwatch, the martial arts exam officially ended. At this moment, nearly 2,000 candidates had already finished the martial arts exam early and were waiting here. The projection in the center of the square clearly displayed the score list for the Jiangcheng martial arts exam. First place, Fang Chen, score, 20,370 points. Second place, Zhang Feng, score, 9,850 points. Third place, Xinsheng, score, 9,840 points. Fourth place, Li Mengqi, score, 9,420 points. Fifth place, Qi Wan, score, 9,390 points. Sixth place, Zhang Xiaoyang, score, 8,830 points. Over 20,000 points. I've looked at it dozens of times, and I still can't quite believe it. Me too, it feels like a dream. I didn't expect such scores to appear in Jiangcheng. Under the projection, several reporters were taking pictures while marveling. Not just them, but thousands of candidates felt the same way. The anticipated battle between Zhang Feng and Xinsheng did not happen. Instead, Fang Chen emerged, crushing the competition with over 20,000 points. At the entrance of the examination room, Lu Qingfeng and a group of teachers had already been waiting there to welcome Fang Chen. As the examination hall's door opened, the remaining candidates gradually walked out. Those who fought until this moment were basically elites, all covered in blood. When they saw the scoreboard in the center of the square, they could only smile helplessly. Compared to Fang Chen's score of over 20,000, the results were not impressive. Soon, Zhang Feng and the other 7 also emerged from the examination hall, walking towards the entrance. The most eye-catching was Zhang Feng. His bald head was drenched in the blood of demon beasts, resembling a bloody marinated egg. The others, although splattered with blood, were fortunate to have hair covering their faces, allowing their features to be seen. Especially Xinsheng, who held a sword in one hand, exuding a heroic vibe. However, when he caught sight of the massive scoreboard from a distance, he immediately deflated. That guy Fang Chen is just too terrifying. Zhang Feng rubbed his bald head, wiping off a handful of blood, and said helplessly, I almost died in the jaws of a two-headed water python, and I didn't even reach half of his score. This is tough. Stimulated by the scene of Fang Chen hunting the two-headed water pythons, the 8 of them exerted all their strength to hunt down 4 of them. 3 of them even got injured. They didn't expect to fall so short. As they reached the entrance, each was arranged behind their respective principals, waiting for Fang Chen together. Fang Chen is coming out. At an unknown voice's light shout, over 2,000 people in the square immediately surged towards the entrance, eager to see what this 20,000-point powerhouse looked like. Several reporters struggled to squeeze to the front, finally pointing their cameras at the tall figure. Hey, did you notice that Fang Chen doesn't seem to have much blood on him? That's true. The bloody marinated egg couldn't help but reply to the 2. If you could also take one down with a single strike, you could be like Fang Chen. This remark instantly sparked a strong reaction. 1 strike each, is that for real? Bro, it's clear you haven't encountered my brother Chen, you're really lucky. Good thing I turned around the moment I met brother Chen. You wouldn't understand the feeling of opening your eyes to find all the demon beasts dead. The person spoke with a sense of despair. Fang Chen, welcome back. As Fang Chen approached, Lu Qingfeng and the others immediately stepped forward to greet him. Yu Jihong, straightforward as ever, paid no mind to the blood on Fang Chen and laughed heartily while putting an arm around his shoulder. Well done, Fang Chen. With a score of 20,000, Jiang City is going to be set ablaze by you. Watching this scene, Chen Jingtian couldn't help but twitch his mouth, as if he were Fang Chen's principal. Lu Qingfeng continued, Fang Chen, I've already spoken with the directors of the education bureaus in various cities of the southern province, and I can tell you clearly, you are the top scorer of the martial arts examination in the southern province. This statement instantly stirred up a wave of excitement. Brother Chen is amazing. 20,000 points, not just the top scorer of the southern province, but possibly the top scorer of the entire country. Brother Chen, do you need any men? Men, step aside, I'm a woman, I go first. What's wrong with being a woman? Queue up behind. Some bold girls' eyes sparkled as they immediately expressed their affection. Shiwan bit her back teeth in frustration. Following that, all the teachers began to applaud. The applause rippled like waves on the water, stirring thousands of martial arts candidates. The sound was thunderous, echoing throughout the square. This made Zhang Feng and Shen Qing envious. Last year's applause for Chu Yan wasn't this loud. For this scene, Fang Chen did not have much psychological fluctuation. After all, the score was right there, he had anticipated it long ago. Unfortunately, the national rankings would be released the afternoon after the martial arts examination each year. He still had to endure for another 2 days. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng patted his shoulder and spoke again, someone is coming to see you, you need to be prepared. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the time, he'll be here soon. Someone is looking for me? Fang Chen was taken aback. His parents were missing, and he hadn't been in contact with relatives for a while. Who could be looking for him that would prompt Lu Qingfeng to send a message? Just as he was about to ask who it was, he saw Lu Qingfeng turn to look towards the main urban area of Jiang City, his expression serious. The other principals beside him looked just as serious as Lu Qingfeng. This scene inevitably piqued Fang Chen's curiosity, and as he raised his head, his pupils suddenly constricted. A majestic figure was seen striding through the night sky 100 meters away. His tall stature, outlined against the starlight, appeared exceptionally upright, like a towering mountain, exuding a strong sense of oppression. With each step he took, the air beneath him rippled like the surface of water. Each step covered a distance of 100 meters. Walking through the air, a dozong expert. No, here, he should be called a master. Fang Chen was immensely shocked. This was the first time he had seen a master-level expert. The martial artist ranks are divided into 9 levels, each further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. Upon reaching a specific realm, one would acquire unique abilities of that realm. The characteristic of a 6th-level martial artist is the ability to walk through the air. This realm is known as the Master Realm. The 6th-level Dragon Guard soldiers are referred to as battle generals. Every city has a 6th-level expert stationed to maintain the safety of the entire city. The person who came this time was from the main urban area of Jiang City. It must be. It's Xiang Tianwen. Someone shouted excitedly. Instantly, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards him. Xiang Tianwen, why is he here? Under the gaze of the crowd, Xiang Tianwen landed steadily in front of Fang Chen. He wore the uniform of the Dragon Guard, the dark fabric appearing particularly stable in the night, with a badge on his chest shining brightly. A scar ran across his cheek, telling tales of battles and life and death experiences, adding a sense of sternness to his presence. Well done, Fang Chen. Xiang Tianwen, a 6th-level battle general, the highest commander of the Dragon Guard in Jiang City, and also the strongest person in Jiang City. The western wasteland area beneath his feet had been reclaimed from the beasts by Xiang Tianwen and the Dragon Guard. Such a significant figure stood right in front of Fang Chen. The presence of Xiang Tianwen left all the martial examination candidates exchanging glances, puzzled. In previous martial examinations, Xiang Tianwen had never appeared. Today was the first time. Even Fang Chen felt the same. The safety of the martial examination was the responsibility of the Dragon Guard, but that alone was not enough to warrant Xiang Tianwen's direct involvement. At this moment, Fang Chen noticed that Xiang Tianwen was holding a red square box in his right hand. I've met Battle General Xiang. Once Xiang Tianwen touched the ground, Lu Qingfeng and other principals hurriedly bowed. Their eyes were filled with respect. This man was a hero of Jiang City. If it weren't for Xiang Tianwen's protection, perhaps 1/10 of Jiang City's population would have perished at the hands of the beasts over the past decade. Xiang Tianwen nodded at Lu Qingfeng, then looked at Fang Chen with approval. Last year's Chu Yan surprised me, and I didn't expect another little guy like you to emerge this year. A score of 20,000 points, I fear no one would dare to believe it if I said it out loud. Truly, Jiang City is blessed, ha. Xiang Tianwen laughed heartily, his voice ringing out like a bell. Those nearby felt their ears buzzing from the sound. Is this what a 6th-level martial artist is like? Fang Chen trembled inside. He was the closest to Xiang Tianwen, and just the laughter left him somewhat dazed. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Xiang Tianwen's boisterous laughter and open personality were simply a magnified version of Wei Chang. His thoughts were directly reflected on his face. Once the laughter faded, Xiang Tianwen pushed the red box forward, speaking earnestly, Fang Chen, on behalf of the Dragon Guard, I award you the 3rd level medal for your achievements in hunting beasts in the 72nd Beast Wilderness and maintaining the safety of Jiang City. Fang Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. The 3rd level medal was equivalent to a 3rd-class merit in his past life, representing honor. Upon seeing the red square box, he had guessed it would be an award. Although he had mentally prepared himself, hearing Xiang Tianwen say it out loud still stirred his excitement. Meanwhile, the surrounding martial examination candidates were instantly in an uproar. Receiving a 3rd level medal, does anyone know why? Wasn't Chen Gu hunting beasts in the 72nd Beast Wilderness? He must have killed a lot. How many does he have to kill to reach the level of being awarded? With 20,000 points from the martial arts examination as a foundation, no one doubted the authenticity of Fang Chen hunting demons in the Demon Beast Wilderness. It was all speculation about how many military merits he had earned. Watching the crowd guess back and forth, Li Mingqi interjected, 50,490 military merits. Although she had left the Demon Beast Wilderness halfway, she had been keeping an eye on Fang Chen. When she learned last night that he had over 50,000 military merits, she couldn't help but scream. Just like the surrounding martial arts examinees at that moment. Each one gaped, as if they could fit a fist in their mouths. Over 50,000 military merits, how many demon beasts did he have to kill for that? No wonder Brother Chen is doing so well in today's exam. If there were no time limit, I'm afraid the demon beasts in the exam hall wouldn't be enough for Brother Chen to kill alone. Among the lively martial arts examinees, only one person remained unusually calm, even furrowing her brows. Mingqi, how do you know about Fang Chen's military merits? Have you been keeping an eye on him? Qi Wan stared into Li Mingqi's eyes. Li Mingqi instinctively felt a shock in her heart. In a moment of careless talk, she forgot about her best friend. Normally so carefree, how did she suddenly become so sharp? Li Mingqi quickly composed herself and said, Teacher Su told me. Su Yang? Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen received a red square box from Xiang Tianwen. Upon opening it, a medal came into view. The blood-red color shimmered, as if telling everyone that it needed to be earned from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Fang Chen closed the box and turned his gaze to Xiang Tianwen. Thank you, General Xiang. No need to be polite. Xiang Tianwen patted Fang Chen's shoulder. You hunted so many demon beasts, saving dozens of Dragon Guard soldiers from sacrifice. I should be the one thanking you. I hope you can continue to work hard in the future, protecting yourself and more people. This scene was captured by the reporters nearby. It's getting late. You all must be tired after a day of exams. Xiang Tianwen said, the awarding of honors is complete, so I won't disturb you any longer. He looked at Director Lu Qingfeng. Director Lu, make sure the students get home safely. I'll head back now. After saying that, he patted Fang Chen's shoulder again and took off into the air. Watching the gradually receding figure, Lu Qingfeng's thoughts were myriad. Generally, it takes several days from decision to awarding honors. But Fang Chen had only decided yesterday. And today Xiang Tianwen awarded him the medal in front of everyone, even under the reporters' cameras. Though not explicitly stated, Xiang Tianwen's actions undoubtedly aimed to win over Fang Chen and support him. Fang Chen was an orphan, although he had already secured the top spot in the martial arts examination in the southern province. There was no telling if someone would have designs on him in the future. Xiang Tianwen was subtly intimidating those people. Anyone who dared to target Fang Chen would have to weigh the Dragon Guard behind him. Fang Chen was also aware of this. After the awarding of honors, Xiang Tianwen did not conduct a coercive inquiry in front of everyone, asking whether he was willing to sacrifice for the country, which would only add to his pressure. Instead, he advised him to protect himself first. This warmed Fang Chen's heart. The martial arts examination has ended. All examinees should board the bus in an orderly manner. As Lu Qingfeng's voice rang out again, the onlookers finally dispersed. Under the guidance of the teachers and the Dragon Guard, all examinees boarded the bus in an orderly fashion and drove out of the martial arts examination area. As for Fang Chen, he boarded the principal's bus. Without the crowd of students watching, the teachers began to talk more. They asked Fang Chen if he had any tips for cultivation that they could pass on to the next batch of martial arts examinees. After several exchanges, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, Fang Chen, have you thought about which martial arts university to apply to? Magic City Martial Arts University. Fang Chen thought for a moment. Su Yang nodded. With your score, you will definitely be able to get into Magic City Martial Arts University. He then shifted the topic, but I'm afraid the other 3 top martial arts universities won't agree so easily. There are hundreds of martial arts universities in Hwansha. The 4 recognized top martial arts universities are Kyoto Martial Arts University, Magic City Martial Arts University, Mountain River Martial Arts University, and Military Defense Martial Arts University. Shanghai University is located in the central region of Hwansha and is jointly organized by 4 provinces. The Military Defense Martial Arts University is the exclusive university for the Dragon Guard Army, and Tianwen graduated from the Military Defense Martial Arts University. The 4 martial arts universities have average strength, and none of them will yield to the others. Therefore, in order to surpass the other 3, the 4 martial arts universities are exceptionally frantic in their competition for geniuses. Old Su is right, with your score of over 20,000, and being the first in the southern province, your special recruitment qualification is a done deal. The 4 martial arts universities won't just sit back and watch you be snatched away by another university. They will definitely offer a lot of resources to win you over, and even S-level martial arts techniques might be on the table. By then, it won't be too late for you to make a decision, Chen Zhengtian said. Everyone nodded in agreement. It's a simple principle, whoever offers more, that's who you go with. Feng Chen nodded in response. I didn't expect it, Xiao Chun, you usually seem so quiet and gentle, but you actually got first place in the martial arts exam. Your live stream today really got me excited, 1/ for each, it was exhilarating. Xiao Chen, my daughter will also take the college entrance exam next year, can you help tutor her? Aunt Wang, I remember your daughter is taking the literature exam. Shut up, you talk too much. Feng Chen first took a bus back to school, and then Su Yang drove him home. The usually quiet community at 9 o'clock was now bustling with noise. After seeing Feng Chen return, everyone couldn't help but come forward to chat. The strong reaction to his first place made Feng Chen feel a bit helpless. After chatting with the neighbors for more than 10 minutes, he finally returned to his long-lost home. The familiar atmosphere made him instantly feel exhausted. He had gone to the monster beast wilderness to become stronger, spending an entire month on edge, eating and sleeping outdoors. Plus, the continuous hunting today. At this moment, he could finally take a good rest. Refreshing. After washing off the smell of blood, he lay on the bed and picked up his phone that had been on the bedside. There was no signal in the monster beast wilderness, so he had left his phone at home for a month. After turning it on, he opened the chat app. Aside from Su Yang asking him for news about the monster beast wilderness a few days ago, there was nothing else. Even in the family group chat, no one had inquired about his martial arts exam situation. The original owner really had no friends. Feng Chen shook his head helplessly. There were, however, several friend requests. They were from Li Mingqi, Qi Wan, and an netizen named Ning Ning. All 3 requests were from half a month ago. The later friend requests were from today, including Zhang Feng, Shen Sheng, and several first-tier martial arts exam candidates. The last one was from an old friend who had been deleted. The request read, Feng Chen, I want to talk to you. Feng Chen ignored it and accepted all the friend requests above. He also noted Ning Ning as why do you want to take off my pants to drink water? Immediately, he was pulled into a group by Qi Wan. The group consisted of a dozen high-end combatants from this year's martial arts exam in Jiangcheng. With his addition, the originally quiet group chat instantly became lively. Qi Wan, finally here, welcome welcome. Li Mingqi, Feng Chen, which martial arts university are you planning to apply to? Feng Chen, it depends on what resources the 4 martial arts universities are willing to offer. Zhang Feng, you've been showing off again. Shen Xing, cold expression meme. Feng Chen chatted casually. At this moment, a new message notification piqued his interest. Why do you want to take off my pants to drink water? It's been a few minutes since I added you, why aren't you talking? Stabbing you in the back isn't necessarily to harm you. I'm a bit thirsty, looking for water to drink. Guan Ning, it's a pity you're not by my side, otherwise, I would definitely reward you well. Come on, open your mouth Feng Chen. Be gentle, don't spill on the bed. Guan Ning, little brother, when you wet the bed as a child, you get scolded, but when you grow up, you get praised for it. Feng Chen, hiss, wait a minute, I suddenly feel unwell, I need to go to the hospital. Guan Ning, what's wrong, little brother? Feng Chen, I think I'm sick, my body is stiff in some areas. Guan Ning, little brat, are you trying to lead a riot? Be careful, don't let your phone screen go blank. Wicked smile emoji. After a round of skirmishes, Feng Chen was successfully defeated on horseback. Faced with this old master, he ultimately felt his strength was lacking. As they chatted more, the topic eventually turned to the martial arts exam. Guan Ning, how did the martial arts exam go? Feng Chen, over 20,000 points. Guan Ning, ha, you're just bragging. I just went through the martial arts exam last year, and despite all my efforts, I only scored over 14,000 points. Feng Chen, Are you doubting my abilities? Guan Ning, index finger and thumb a little gap emoji. Fong Chen, look at my sword. After another exchange, Fong Chen learned that Guan Ning had been busy with activities these past few days and hadn't watched the martial arts exam livestream. He didn't care much and was about to sleep when suddenly, someone in the family group chat mentioned him. Fong Chen frowned. It was truly unprecedented, someone was actually looking for him. After his parents went missing 10 years ago, this group of relatives had avoided contacting him for fear of being dragged down. Fong Chen didn't find this inappropriate. After all, they weren't a wealthy family, and having one more mouth to feed meant one more expense. If the kids chose the path of a martial artist, the compensation money from his parents wouldn't be enough. To put it bluntly, being a martial artist costs a lot of money, and no one is willing to take that gamble. They only occasionally checked in during holidays. Opening the group chat, it was the group owner, his aunt Fong Wei, who had tagged everyone. I haven't been back to Zhangcheng in years. The day after tomorrow, I'll bring Zhang Chang and Xiaolin back home. Is everyone free? Let's meet up, our family will treat. Several uncles replied that it had indeed been years since they last met, and it was time to return to their hometown. Fong Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. 7 years ago, Fong Hui's family left Zhangcheng to do business in another province and had never returned. Several uncles also left with their families. The entire Jiangcheng was left with just his family. To be more precise, it was just him. To put it bluntly, he had long lost any connection with these relatives. Their return this time must have other reasons, it wouldn't be because of him. To put it harshly, he was just an afterthought in the mention. No one cared about his reply. He then turned off his phone and went to sleep. Fatigue quickly enveloped him, and in just a moment, he fell into a deep slumber. He slept until the next afternoon. It wasn't until the system voice rang in his ear that he jolted awake. Task completed. Starting to distribute is the Alchemist Week? My pills can summon thunder. Also known as Alchemist Encyclopedia. In the Martial Arts University of Magic City, in the admissions office. In a space of over 500 square meters, dozens of large screens were lined up in order. Each screen displayed the names of various provinces in Huangsha, Kyoto, Magic City, High Province. Surrounding the screens were dozens of 3rd and 4th tier martial arts teachers gathered together, discussing excitedly. Who do you think will be this year's top scorer in the martial arts exam? That's hard to say. Chung Hongi from Magic City, Lin Song from Kyoto, both have S-level talent and were among the first candidates we noticed. They should have the best chances. Hey, you can't say it so definitively. Dongqi from East Province, Zhang Qingha from Liao Province, and Suyu from Hai Province also have S-level talent, not at all inferior to Chung Hongi and Lin Song. And Chen Ing from South Province, she also has S-level talent and can compete for the top scorer. If all these geniuses could join our Magic City Martial University, I'd wake up smiling from my dreams. I wish to, but unfortunately, the other 3 won't agree. Time is almost up. The score list will be sent over. This year, who will be the top scorer in the martial arts exam? Every year, on the first day after the martial arts exam, the education bureaus of each province will compile the scores of their martial arts candidates. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the score list will be sent to the General Education Bureau. The 4 top martial arts universities, as the backbone of Huangsha's martial artist training, will also receive the score list at the same time to facilitate recruitment, as long as it's not leaked in advance. Deng Xiong pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, glanced at the time, and noted that it was almost 5 o'clock. As the director of the admissions office for Wuhan University in the Magic City, the moment it hit 5, it marked the busiest time of the year for her. She lowered her crossed leg, slowly stood up from her seat, and walked to the center of the office. The scoreboards from all provinces have been released. Everyone, get ready. As her cold voice echoed, dozens of teachers below the screen held their breath, their eyes fixed on the numerous screens. The moment the screens lit up, they had to make quick judgments based on the rankings to avoid having candidates snatched away by the other 3 Wuhan University campuses. In the next moment, a central screen lit up instantly, displaying the score list. This is the score list for the Magic City. The first place is Chung Hongi, with a score of 16,990. One teacher shouted. After looking at it, the teachers showed no signs of excitement. After all, the Magic City was their own examination area, and they had watched the martial arts exam in its entirety yesterday. They were already quite familiar with the rankings. Everyone is familiar with Chung Hongi's information. No need to check it, Deng Xiong immediately instructed. Sun Kai, you know the martial arts candidates from the Magic City best. Besides Chung Hongi, why don't you check the top 10 on the list? Okay. The male teacher named Sun Kai immediately left the office without any hesitation. Soon after, 2 more screens lit up. These are the score lists for Kyoto and Guang Province. The first place in Kyoto is Lin Song, with a score of 17,090. As soon as the score was announced, the teachers exchanged glances. It's even higher than Shang Hongyi. The top scorer in the martial arts exam is almost certain. Deng Xiong frowned slightly and spoke again. Li Shangfei, you're from Kyoto, why don't you check it out? Though she said this, she understood in her heart that Lin Song was from Kyoto, and with Kyoto's Wuhan University in front, the chances of coming to the magic city Wuhan University were basically zero. She then turned her attention to the score list for Guang Province. First place, Zhang Ji, score 16,200. She immediately instructed, pull up the live recording of Zhang Ji's martial arts exam and his information. In the next moment, a screen began to play Zhang Ji's martial arts exam recording and his information. S-level thunder and lightning ability. You can see from his moves that he has a mature control over his abilities. His mastery of martial skills is also very proficient. Although he is weaker than Lin Song and Chang Hongyi, he is still a rare talent. The teachers began to discuss among themselves. Deng Xiong immediately instructed, Wang Lingling, you go check Guang Province. Okay. The score list from the East Province has come in. The first place is Gong Qi, with a score of 16,890. After a few minutes, the score lists from 15 provinces had already arrived. Among them, 3 provinces did not meet the special recruitment level due to the first place scores being too low, so Deng Xiong did not send anyone there. Now, they ranked based on the score lists they had received. The score list was as follows. First place, Lin Song, from Kyoto, score 17,090. Second place, Cheng Hongyi, from the Magic City, score 16,990. Third place, Zhang Qinghe, from Liao Province, score 16,950. Fourth place, Gong Qi, from East Province, score 16,890. Fifth place, Suyu, from Hai Province, score 16,770. Sixth place, Chen Jingfeng, from Cheng Province, score 16,450. Continuing down to the 20th place, the scores dropped directly from 15,000 to around 12,000. A difference of about 3,000 points represented a drop in the martial arts candidate's talent from S level to A level. After the 43rd place, the scores officially fell below 10,000. After the 281st place, A-level talent students disappeared, with scores dropping to around 5,000. From this point on, it was similar to the literary exam. A 1-point difference could lead to a drop of dozens or even hundreds of ranks. The martial arts exam was different from the literary exam. It emphasized talent. As long as the talent was good enough, with a little effort, one could achieve a decent ranking. Therefore, above the 281st candidate, the score differences were significant. Below the 281st, it was truly a fierce competition. This also represented the reality of this world. Truly gifted individuals actually make up only a very small part. More are just ordinary people. It seems this time the top scholar is set in stone. It's Lin Song. What a pity for Chang Hongyi. He fell short of Lin Song by 100 points. Why hasn't the score list from the southern province come yet? It's here. The score list from the southern province is here. A teacher shouted, and everyone hurried over. Just one glance, and everyone was frozen in place. Half a minute later, someone stammered, first place, Fang Chen, score 20,370 points. 20,000 points. I must be seeing things. He actually scored over 3,000 points more than Lin Song. Fang Chen, why have I never heard of this name? Shouldn't it be Chen Ying? The teachers were all in disbelief. Even Deng Xiong, who had seen countless geniuses, felt her breath catch, unable to suppress her racing heart. 20,000 points, no one had ever reached that score. But she quickly calmed down. Quick, pull up Fang Chen's information and the martial arts exam video. Whether it's really 20,000 points, it would be clear at a glance. Soon, Fang Chen's information and the martial arts exam video appeared on the screen. Fang Chen, 18 years old, student of class 3 at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, awakened talent. E-grade Little Flame? Are you kidding? A Little Flame scoring over 20,000 points, this score must be a mistake. After some teachers finished reading Fang Chen's information, they were even more confused. Some hurriedly reminded, stop looking at the information, quickly watch the video. In the footage, Fang Chen effortlessly slashed a first-tier low-level demon beast, his movements fluid as flowing water. Such strong physical quality. And this sword technique, fast, accurate, ruthless, not at all inferior to the top few. But just relying on this, he can't score 20,000 points. Adjust the video to the inner area. Deng Xiong immediately ordered. As the staff operated, soon, the footage of Fang Chen hunting demons in the inner area was presented to everyone. He's actually piling up demon beast corpses. Is he trying to lure monsters? The silver horn thunder elephant is here. With a loud boom, the entire recording went black, and when it played again, a first-tier high-level silverhorn thunder elephant was already dead. Fang Chen was surrounded by transparent flames, distorting the air with heat. Then, the incoming demon beasts were either burned to death or cut down with a single stroke. It was astonishingly easy. This scene left the teachers dumbfounded. Transparent flames, why have I never heard of them? How are these demon beasts just standing there to be cut down? Could it be the ability of the flames? The 5th level of the Xian Yan sword record, mastered perfectly, no wonder he can take one down with a single strike. Even Lin Song and Chang Hongyi suffered quite a bit in the inner area, yet he seems so relaxed. Is this an E-grade talent little flame? For the city of Jiangchang, although it is not the capital of the southern province, everyone present was familiar with it, because last year, Jiangchang produced a Chu Yan. With A-grade talent, she ranked 23rd in the nation, shocking everyone who looked at the score list at the time. Deng Xiong immediately sent someone to recruit her. Unexpectedly, just a year later, another Fang Chen appeared, crushing everyone with a score of over 20,000 points. He surpassed the second in the southern province, Shening, by over 3,000 points. It was as if he was on a different level, followed only by Lin Song and Shening. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that there are great opportunities underground in Jiangchang? Some teachers couldn't help but murmur. Deng Xiong was equally puzzled. The talent Fang Chen displayed was too different from the information. She calmly asked a nearby staff member, "Is there an error in Fang Chen's information?" The staff member immediately replied, "This information was pulled from the Jiangcheng student database and has not been altered." Then there's only one possibility left, ability mutation. Deng Xiong took a deep breath, staring at Fang Chen's transparent fire crow, trying to calm her emotions. Based on my observations, Fang Chen's transparent flames are of S-grade talent. The surrounding teachers, all seasoned martial artists with sharp eyes, began to speculate about the level of Fang Chen's flames. Although she was mentally prepared, upon hearing Deng Xiong's confirmation, she couldn't help but exclaim, E-level mutation to S-level. Rising 5 levels, this is simply a miracle. Deng Xiong looked at the video. Her years of experience in recruitment and the intuition of a 5th-tier warrior told her that Fang Chen still had means he hadn't used. She instructed again, adjust the progress to the core area. Immediately, the screen switched again, arriving at the reservoir in the core area. Fang Chen was seen strolling alone towards the shore. This kid is actually challenging the two-headed water python by himself? Chang Hongyi even found someone to cooperate, and he's doing it alone. Before the words were finished, Fang Chen on the screen moved. A surge of blue coalesced into a towering wave, then dissolved in the water, burning the two-headed water python to the point of agony. Soon after, the lava giant python appeared. In just a few minutes, the two-headed water python was easily burned to death. At that moment, the entire office fell silent. Everyone was frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Even Deng Xiong, known for her calmness, was like a statue, with only her trembling fingers revealing her inner turmoil. After a long while, she finally spoke in a stuttering voice, SS. Level flame. Everyone's breathing quickened. They had thought the transparent flame was already stunning, but unexpectedly, a blue flame that could dissolve in water appeared, with even more destructive power. SS level. This kind of talent hadn't appeared in Hanja for over a decade. They never expected to witness it again today. The score leaderboard was updated successfully at that moment. First place, Fang Chen, from Nan Province, scored 20,370 points. Second place, Lin Song, from Kyoto, scored 17,090 points. Third place, Cheng Hongyi, from Modu, scored 16,990 points. Fourth place, Zhang Qinghe, from Liao Province, scored 16,950 points. Fifth place, Chen Ying, from Nan Province, scored 16,930 points. Sixth place, Gong Qi, from Dong Province, scored 16,890 points. Seventh place, Su Yu, from Hai Province, scored 16,770 points. Faced with Fang Chen's overwhelming lead, everyone was at a loss for words, only able to sigh. SS level, no wonder he has over 20,000 points. It's only natural that Cheng Hongyi and Lin Song are behind him. If it weren't for considering the candidates from Jian City, his score would probably reach 25,000 points. Deng Xiong took a deep breath again, no longer thinking, and immediately commanded, designate Fang Chen as the most important person for this special recruitment, without exception. Upon hearing this, all the teachers' eyes lit up instantly. They all hoped to be chosen as the special recruit for Fang Chen. But after some thought, Deng Xiong said, I'll handle Fang Chen's special recruitment. Although everyone felt a bit regretful, they were not dissatisfied. With both S-level and SS-level talents, such a genius would certainly attract envy from the other 3 martial universities. They would definitely send their highest-ranking special recruitment teachers to negotiate. And the highest-ranking special recruitment teacher from their university was Deng Xiong. Glancing at the tall figure on the screen, Deng Xiong couldn't help but murmur, ordinary rewards probably won't be enough to win over Fong Chen. Meanwhile, Fong Chen suddenly woke up from his dream. Countless alchemy knowledge surged into his mind like a tide, causing him to catch his breath. Complex formulas, the properties of various herbs, the techniques and taboos of alchemy seemed to transform into flickering points of light, spinning wildly in his mind. It felt as if countless voices were roaring in his ears, seemingly competing to tell him every detail. Minutes later, the alchemy knowledge in his mind was no longer chaotic and began to be organized systematically. Finally, it merged into an illusory book. Weak alchemist? My pills can summon heavenly thunder. Hiss. Looking at this book, Fong Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. I came in first? He truly hadn't expected the system to issue the task reward in advance. It seems the score leaderboard has already come out, just not published. He subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a cup. He did not waste the month he spent in the beast wilderness, enduring wind and rain. I actually slept for so long. Fong Chen glanced at the time. It was already nearly 5:30 in the afternoon. A feeling of hunger filled his entire body. After going downstairs for a hearty meal, he returned home and began to digest Encyclopedia of Alchemy. Knowledge, both big and small, flooded his mind once again. After an hour, although he had only digested a little, he reached a conclusion. This book was simply tailor-made for him. Because it all required fire. What era is it? Still using traditional methods to refine medicine. Others are using induction cookers. Of course, that was just a joke. Encyclopedia of Alchemy was a product adjusted by the system according to his fire-type abilities. The potions refined with his would have effects several times higher than similar potions on the market, with zero side effects. It was like having a cheat code. No wonder it was something that required being the best in the country to obtain. Fong Chen sighed. However, to refine such cheat-like potions, the requirements for controlling reached a perverse level. Although the system had given him, he could only control it. For detailed operations, he was still quite lacking. It was like the difference between an ordinary person and a doctor. Both can use a needle, but one pricks, while the other stitches wounds. During his time in the beast wilderness, he had focused entirely on hunting beasts to improve his combat skills. He hadn't paid attention to this aspect. If his ability to control were stronger, hunting the two-headed water python would be much faster. Looks like I'll be busy during the summer vacation. Fong Chen sighed, suddenly remembering something. Why don't I use to make something fun? As everyone knows, as long as is well fused, it can produce effects greater than the sum of its parts. The explosive energy generated, if not world-destroying, would still be equivalent to that of a small boy. People from certain places have praised it. Some even thought about repurchasing. So, Fong Chen decided to give it a try. However, he didn't plan to make any fire lotus. This world has developed a sense of arrogance and prejudice towards should not be defined. If you think otherwise, then setting aside the facts, does that make you right? Fong Chen wanted to be a man not defined by the mundane. But with his current skills, he couldn't just make whatever he wanted. He still needed practice. Time waits for no one, and just as he was about to get started, suddenly, his phone rang with a notification. Opening it, he saw Chi Wan had sent a message in the group chat. Chi Wan, the martial arts exam results will be out tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon. Should we find a place to hang out? Zhang Feng, why do I feel like your intentions are not just about having fun? Chi Wan, you really know how to read people. Li Mingqi, we can hang out while waiting for the results. I'm fine with that. Zhang Qiuyang, I'm fine too. Fong Chen was also fine. Being alone at home was indeed boring. He wasn't a workaholic. It was better to go out and have some fun. After fighting all his life, he deserved to relax. Fong Chen, I'm fine. Chi Wan, do you guys have any places in mind? Zhang Feng at Qingfeng, come out and speak. Zhang Feng, let's go to Xinqing's hotel. It has everything: food, drinks, and entertainment. Xinqing, no problem. Xinqing, here's the map location. Chi Wan, Tianyun Hotel, it's actually your family's business, you're rich. Xinqing, I'm very low-key. Zhang Feng, Zhang Feng, whoever is with Xinqing, come down quickly. Tianyun Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Jiang City, without exception. Those who can come here are basically the upper class of Jiang City. He didn't expect it to be Xinqing's family business. Compared to that, the more than 10 million military merit points suddenly seem less appealing. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. The money from the military merit exchange had arrived last night. It came so quickly, probably because of Tianwen's intervention. He didn't think too much about it. Fang Chen returned his focus to the task at hand, releasing the fallen heart flame and the sea heart flame. He carefully controlled the two flames to fuse them together. As the flames intertwined and drew closer, a low humming sound filled the air, as if two forces were clashing fiercely. Fang Chen's heartbeat quickened, and his movements became increasingly steady. He knew that only within this delicate balance could the two flames achieve perfect fusion. As the two exotic fires began to converge and permeate each other, Fang Chen's body and mind were completely immersed in it. Time quietly slipped away. The colors outside the house gradually lightened from dusk to dawn. A beam of morning light dappled on the windowsill. Fang Chen remained absorbed in the process. Gradually, the eastern sky unfolded like a brocade curtain, becoming more radiant, the sun piercing through the clouds from the east, rising high, then quietly descending. Around 5 in the afternoon, Fang Chen broke free from his immersion, looking at the flame in his hand, about the size of half a fingernail. The blue and transparent colors intertwined and merged, captivating the eye. He had successfully fused the two exotic fires, but only to this extent. Not to mention a lotus flower, he couldn't even form half a petal. Yet the energy contained within was equivalent to a full-force strike from a first-tier low-level martial artist. Indeed, the beginning is always the hardest. A whole day has passed, and this is all I've managed to fuse. Fang Chen glanced at the time and couldn't help but sigh. However, he considered it a preliminary success, and with more practice in the future, the day he could manipulate exotic fire over red roses wouldn't be far off. At the same time, he sensed that he was close to breaking through to the first-tier intermediate level. The constant cultivation of the falling heart flame allowed him to train several times faster than others. As for the breakthrough time, it would be in the next few days. It's getting late, I should head to Tianyun Hotel. Fang Chen stood up, tidied up briefly, and went downstairs to take a cab to Tianyun Hotel. Before he arrived, he saw Chi Wan and Li Mingqi waiting at the hotel entrance. After getting out of the car, Chi Wan hurried over. Let's go, Fang Chen, everyone is upstairs. Fang Chen nodded, and the three entered the hotel together. Meanwhile, at Tianyun Hotel, in a private room on the 3rd floor, Fang Hui and her family of 3 sat in the main seats. Around them, a circle of more than 10 people chatted and laughed, all relatives of Fang Chen. Fang Hui's husband, Zhang Chang, placed the menu on the table. It's been years since we've seen each other, feel free to order whatever you want, our treat. That would be too much trouble. Fang Chen's aunt and second uncle waved their hands symbolically. Fang Hui couldn't hide the smile at the corners of her mouth and said, "We're all family, there's no need to be polite." As soon as she said this, everyone stopped holding back and eagerly grabbed the menu. After ordering a few of their favorite dishes, Fang Chen's aunt, Fang Mei, finally turned her gaze to Fang Hui's son and said, "Shaolin, this child, I've always thought he was clever and bright, he will definitely achieve great things when he grows up. After all, when you take someone's money, you have to flatter them a bit." Fang Hui's second uncle quickly chimed in, "I thought the same back then, just look at him. Shaolin has indeed not disappointed us. Not only does he have a B-level talent, but he also scored over 4,000 points in the martial arts exam, making him the first in our family to achieve such a score. With such a high score, getting into those renowned martial arts universities will definitely be no problem." Saying this, our Fang family will have a lot of face. Although Fang Hui mentioned wanting to go home to see everyone, she specifically brought up her son Zhang Lin's score of over 4,000 in the martial arts exam. Everyone was an adult. How could they not see what the real reason for wanting to return to Jiangcheng was? It was merely to show off. Regarding this, Fang Mei and the uncles couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. They hadn't seen these relatives in over a decade, and they didn't even make a phone call regularly. Where was the family bond? What were they pretending for? Though they thought this way, they still rushed back from other provinces. A score of 4,000, while far behind the S and A-level geniuses, was still considered outstanding among ordinary people. If handled well, he could definitely get into a very good martial arts university. The road ahead could be considered smooth. It was still necessary to build good relationships in advance. Hearing Fang Mei and the second uncle's remarks, Fang Hui couldn't help but curl her lips. "Hey, everyone, let's tone down the compliments a bit. If we say too much, this kid will get carried away." Zhang Chang interjected at the right moment. Right, we can't praise this child too much. Those over 4,000 points were earned in a group. As for university, I've already asked someone, getting into a top-tier school like Wuhan University shouldn't be a problem. Top tier? Fang Mei couldn't help but raise her voice. That's really impressive. Our Fang family has never had a top-tier martial arts student before. Shaolin, the future of our Fang family depends on you. The slender Zhang Lin, hearing this praise, instinctively lifted his head a bit. With a hint of superiority, he said, "Don't worry, auntie, as long as I'm here, we'll definitely have good days ahead." But, he scanned the room, frowning in displeasure. Why hasn't Fang Chen arrived yet? Fong Chen? Fong Mei and the second uncle exchanged glances. If it weren't for Zhang Lin's words, they wouldn't have noticed someone was missing. Yeah, why hasn't Fong Chen come? I tagged everyone earlier. Fong Wei was puzzled. In fact, she was more surprised that Zhang Lin even remembered Fong Chen. Who is Fong Chen? The over 50-year-old uncle couldn't help but chime in, his eyes filled with confusion. Hey, big brother, Fong Chen is our younger brother Fong Jie's son, the second uncle quickly reminded. Oh, so he's our Jie's son, the uncle said with an awkward smile. Look at my memory, getting older means forgetting everything. After saying that, he couldn't help but praise Zhang Lin. No wonder Xiao Lin is so smart, his memory is really good. This made the second uncle's lips twitch. They had been waiting here for a long time, and he had been silent all this while, only to drop a big one. The uncle's words hit the mark for Fong Wei. Hey, maybe Fong Chen just didn't see us. She didn't think it was her fault for not noticing Fong Chen, but rather instinctively believed it was Fong Chen's issue. Fong Mei quickly agreed. Hui, you're just too easy to talk to. Fong Chen is clearly in the group. He doesn't even bother to reply, so that's his problem. We finally came back, and he doesn't even show his face. Does he even care about us relatives? A round of flattery and criticism left Fong Hui and her husband unable to keep their lips from curling down. She felt increasingly certain about their decision to return to Jiangcheng. As for what Fong Chen thought, who cared? I seem to remember that Fong Chen is about the same age as Xiao Lin, Zhang Chang said. Did he also take the martial arts exam the day before yesterday? I wonder how he did. If he's not much different from Xiao Lin, as his uncle, I could help him find some connections to get into a decent university. This statement left the few people around momentarily speechless. They had just left Jiangcheng to develop in another province. They rarely paid attention to news from Jiangcheng. Who would care about what rank Fong Chen could achieve? Moreover, the martial arts exam was live-streamed, with evidence to back it up, making it dozens of times harder to fake than liberal arts scores. Whatever score he got and what university he could apply to were completely transparent. You still want to find connections? That was definitely overstepping. But they didn't want to call him out. The second uncle continued with a smile. I'm afraid there's no chance. I asked Fong Chen last year. His awakened talent is an E-level little flame. No matter how hard he tries, his score won't be too high. That's really a pity, Zhang Chang sighed. I guess he didn't do well on the exam and is too embarrassed to see us, which is why he didn't come. After all, young people care about their image. Everyone nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin silently breathed a sigh of relief. He was the same age as Fong Chen. Before Fong Chen's parents went missing, many people liked to compare the two of them. Fong Chen's academic performance always overshadowed him, leading many to say Fong Chen was smarter than him. Even after leaving Jiangcheng for over 10 years, this matter remained fresh in his memory. One of the reasons he returned this time was to see how Fong Chen had performed on the exam. Before I came back, I heard someone online say that the top scorer in the Jiangcheng martial arts exam seems to be named Fong Chen, and his score is very high. I was originally thinking of looking for the live stream recording to see if it's the Fong Chen we know. Zhang Lin couldn't help but smile. But hearing what Uncle Air said, I think it's unnecessary. Uncle Air patted his chest. I specifically asked someone about this matter, and Fong Chen indeed has E-level talent. Just then, the door to the private room opened, and several waiters brought the dishes to the table. Fong Wei waved to the relatives. Since Fong Chen isn't here, let's not mention him anymore. The food is served. Let's eat quickly. After eating, we can go back to our hometown and see if there have been any big changes. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, VIP reception room. Sitting on the sofa, Deng Xiong crossed her long legs, pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, which added a touch of coolness to her charming face. She slightly parted her red lips. As I expected, it's you three who came. In the room, besides her, there were 2 men and 1 woman sitting on the reception sofa. One was Zhong Liangkai, the director of the admissions office of Kyoto Martial University. He was slightly overweight, with a round face that always wore a smile, resembling a middle-aged uncle. The second was Mu Songrong, the director of the admissions office of Shanha Martial University. With her wavy long hair cascading down, her split cheongsam clung tightly to her skin, perfectly showcasing her voluptuous figure, in stark contrast to Deng Xiong's cool demeanor. Finally, there was Zhuang Hui, the director of the admissions office of Junfang Martial University, dressed in military uniform, sitting casually on the sofa without a hint of restraint. All 4 were the highest-ranking admissions officers from their respective schools, enough to show their regard for Fong Chen. At the same time, the 4 were also old friends for over a decade, having engaged in both open and covert competition to recruit geniuses for their schools. It had been 5 years since the last time they met, which was also for an exceptional talent. I can't let a genius like Fong Chen be taken away by you. Zhang Liangkai rubbed his round belly, wearing a charming smile. There are no outsiders here, so stop pretending to be a good guy, you smiling tiger. Mu Songrong rolled her eyes. Who doesn't know that before you were reassigned to a civil position, you were notorious for being a killer star? Now you're acting like a great benefactor. Zhuang Hui couldn't help but laugh heartily, his voice booming. It's been so many years since we last met, and you two are still so fond of bickering. Zhang Liangkai sighed helplessly. Isn't it just because I took a martial arts student from you 6 years ago? Do you have to confront me every time we meet? Deng Xiong calmly watched Zhang Liangkai and Mu Songrong bicker without interjecting. The scene before her was already quite rare. Just a bit of verbal sparring. If it had been 5 years ago, the chances of the four of them getting into a physical altercation were several times greater than just exchanging words. There was no helping it. Geniuses were always a scarce resource. If you couldn't grab one, it was gone. Creak. The office door was pushed open. Chen Zhengtian walked in cautiously, keeping a low profile. Sorry, teachers, I was just in a meeting with the Provincial Education Bureau and arrived a bit late. All four were fifth-tier martial artists and the highest-ranking admissions officers from their respective martial universities. He, as a principal, was not someone they could easily provoke. If it weren't for the reminder from the duty teacher, he wouldn't have even known these four big shots were here. Zhuang Hui waved his hand. It's our fault, we should have notified you in advance. For a genius like Fang Chen, of course, the sooner they could meet him, the better. They couldn't even notify him in advance to avoid being discovered. So, he rushed to Jiangcheng without stopping. Unfortunately, the other three had the same thought. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of No. 1 high school, the four of them ran into each other, almost arriving at the same time. This was enough to show how strong Fang Chen's allure was. Principal Chen, where is Fang Chen now? Zhou Liangkai asked with a smile. It was indeed all about Fang Chen. Chen Zhengtian had just learned from the Provincial Education Bureau about Fang Chen's national ranking. First in the country. A cliff-like lead of over 3,000 points ahead of the second place, Lin Song. He thought about the four teachers from the martial arts university coming, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. He should be at home, I'll call and ask. Chen Zhengtian hurriedly took out his phone. As soon as it rang, it was answered. Hello, Fang Chen, where are you now? Tian Yun Hotel? Hurry over, the four. Before he could finish, Deng Xiong and the others all stood up in unison. Time is tight, let's not make Fang Chen come over. We'll go find him, Zhuang Hui said. Chen Zhengtian was taken aback for a moment and quickly said into the phone, Fang Chen, I'm going to find you with the teachers from the martial arts university. Just wait at Tian Yun Hotel, don't go anywhere. At Tian Yun Hotel, in a luxurious private room on the top floor. Fang Chen hung up the phone. The dozen or so classmates beside him exchanged glances. They all heard the voice on the phone. The top admissions teachers from the four martial arts universities had actually come. They wouldn't even dare to dream of this. But thinking of Fang Chen's 20,000 points, they instantly felt relieved. They weren't as abnormal as Fang Chen. It only takes 10 minutes to get from school to here, Shi Wan said. Fang Chen, let's hurry down to welcome them. Zhang Feng interjected, I want to go too, it's a good chance to see the world. Me too, just thinking about this scene is exciting. Fang Chen nodded, then let's all go down together. The group of more than 10 people walked out of the private room and took the elevator downstairs. Xinsheng also found a staff member to help Fang Chen arrange a top suite for further discussions with the four teachers. Just as they arrived in the lobby, a sudden commotion erupted. Fang Hui and the others rushed down from upstairs, among them Zhang Chang, who was slightly tipsy, repeatedly shouting to settle the bill. The others nodded, saying it wasn't necessary, but no one went to pull him back. Walking at the front, Zhang Lin had his hands in his pockets, chin held high, and a smile almost overflowing from his face. He had thoroughly enjoyed this meal. Since the dishes were served, although he claimed not to mention Fang Chen anymore, Fang Chen's name still popped up from time to time, followed by praises. If the meal hadn't ended, he could have listened for another half hour. But missing someone to watch made him feel a bit regretful. At that moment, he looked up and saw a very familiar figure in the lobby. Fang Chen. Although it had been over 10 years since they last met, he remembered Fang Chen's appearance exceptionally clearly. At the same time, another group of relatives also spotted Fang Chen. At first, they were a bit puzzled. After so many years, they had long forgotten what he looked like. After a pause of about 10 seconds, the second uncle stepped forward cautiously and said, Xiao Chen? Fang Chen had noticed them when they came downstairs and was somewhat surprised. He hadn't paid attention to which day Fang Hui had mentioned returning or where they were going. He didn't expect to run into them at the same hotel today. What a coincidence. Fang Chen, who are they? Qi Wan asked from the side. Before Fang Chen could respond, Fang Mei spoke up first. Xiao Chen, How can you be so inconsiderate? Just now in the private room, although she was straightforward and praised Fong Hui's family the most, she couldn't casually compliment them like the second uncle and the eldest uncle did. She had suffered from a lack of culture. Now that Fong Chen appeared, she certainly wouldn't hold back, trying to give Fong Hui's family some face. Today is the day your aunt's family returns to Jiangcheng. How can you not come? She didn't say it was the Fong family's return to Jiangcheng but specifically mentioned Fong Hui's family, indirectly elevating Fong Hui's family and indicating that they were the core. Seeing Fong Mei act without decorum and take the lead, the second uncle couldn't sit still. He immediately became the spokesperson for Fong Hui's family, pointing at Chi Wan and the others, and said earnestly, Xiao Chen, these are all your classmates, right? I know you young people finish your martial arts exams and go out for meals and such, but you can't choose today, can you? Your aunt has finally returned from another province, and there's Xiao Lin, who scored over 4,000 in the martial arts exam. On such an important day, our whole family is gathered to celebrate. How can you not come? You're being too inconsiderate. These people must be out of their minds. Chi Wan frowned slightly. As soon as they met, they clung to Fong Chen like dogs. They held their heads high the entire time, lecturing Fong Chen from a superior position, completely indifferent to his expression. She couldn't help but glance at Li Mingqi and Zhang Feng beside her. Their expressions were similar, wanting to say something but holding back. These people were Fong Chen's relatives. Since he didn't speak, they felt awkward to open their mouths. This calm scene only made Fong Hui and her group more excited. Xiao Chen, don't take it to heart. Your aunt and your second uncle are just looking out for you. Fong Hui played the good person. Just let us know in advance next time, I won't blame you. That's right, Xiao Chen is not a child anymore, he has his own circle. Dining with classmates who are similar to him is nothing to worry about. Zhang Chang stumbled a bit as he walked up to Fong Chen and patted his shoulder. It's fine, Xiao Chen, I've been through it too. It's just that you didn't do well in the martial arts exam, not as high as your brother's 4,000 points, right? It's nothing, we're relatives, it doesn't matter. As soon as these words were spoken, Chi Wan and the others couldn't help but gasp. 20,000 points is lower than 4,000. How bold. Little did they know, Zhang Lin thought his dad was right. Fong Chen's score was indeed lower than his. A hint of provocation and pride unconsciously flashed in his eyes. Fong Chen, even though we haven't seen each other for over 10 years, I've always remembered you. Don't worry, I'm your brother. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just come find me. Upon hearing this, a group of relatives immediately couldn't help but praise. Xiao Lin is so understanding, starting to support Fong Chen so early. Fong Chen, be sensible and quickly say thank you. Hearing this, Zhang Lin raised his chin high, striking a haughty pose, and asked, by the way, Fong Chen, I haven't asked how many points you scored yet. Which university are you planning to apply to? If your score isn't enough, I can ask my dad to help you think of a way. Just then, four urgent screeching sounds of brakes suddenly rang out outside the hotel, scraping against everyone's eardrums. Looking in the direction of the sound, four luxury cars, each with different license plates, parked at the entrance without any regard. The doors opened, and four people with completely different styles stepped out. You smiling tiger, driving so fast, trying to die? If you didn't chase me, would I drive this fast? No matter how fast, it's still not as fast as Deng Xiong. At this moment, Chen Zhengtian hurriedly approached the four. The four luxury cars filled the entrance, leaving him no choice but to park in the outdoor parking lot. Seeing Fong Chen waiting in the lobby, Chen Zhengtian was about to introduce him. However, Deng Xiong and the others stepped ahead towards Fong Chen. They were already very familiar with Fong Chen's appearance. Fong Chen, I am Deng Xiong, the director of the admissions office of Modu Martial University. I came here to invite you to choose our Modu Martial University. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Lin and the others held their breath. Deng Xiong, director of the admissions office of Modu Martial University? Here to find Fong Chen? Can this even be said in one sentence? Just as Fong Hui and the others were in a daze, the other three hurriedly spoke up. Modu Martial University isn't that great. If you're coming, come to our Kyoto Martial University. Zhong Liangkai revealed a friendly smile. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zhong Liangkai, the director of the admissions office of Kyoto Martial University, and I hope Fong Chen can choose our Kyoto Martial University. You too, what era is it? Still using traditional special recruitment methods? Mu Songrong tucked her hair behind her ear, smiling. Fong, I'm Mu Songrong, the director of the admissions office of Shanha Martial University. Our Shanha Martial University has countless beauties like me. When it was Zhuang Hui's turn, he helplessly shook his head and said, I'm straightforward, so I'll just say it. Fong Chen, I am Zhuang Hui, the director of the admissions office of the Military Defense Martial University. As long as you come to our military defense martial university, we will do our best to meet any conditions you have. The 4 top martial universities of the entire Hansha: Magic City Martial University, Kyoto Martial University, Mountain River Martial University, and Military Defense Martial University had all gathered their admissions directors. This was a scene that ordinary people could never possibly witness, yet it was happening right before Feng Hui, Zhang Chang, and the others' eyes. Could these 4 people be fake? This thought instantly appeared in their minds. But the 4 luxury cars and the high-level martial artist aura that these 4 exuded struck a heavy blow to their hearts. The most nervous was the second uncle. He had left Jiang City 5 years ago, and at that time, Shen Jingtian was already the principal of the first high school. He had met him before. Yet now, Shen Jingtian showed immense respect towards these 4. What was there to doubt? Everything happening before them was real. Fang Chen was being specially recruited by the 4 top martial universities. Teachers, there are too many people here. Let's go to a private room to talk. Shen Jingtian hurriedly stepped forward. Xin Sheng took the opportunity to say, the room is ready, it's in the top floor private box. Upon hearing this, Deng Qiong and the others glanced at Feng Hui and the others. There are indeed a bit too many people. Let's go up and talk, Shen Jingtian instructed. Fang Chen, you go with the 4 teachers, I won't go in. As the principal, he wasn't qualified to participate in the unified special recruitment of the 4 martial universities. Okay. Fang Chen nodded and smirked at Zhang Lin beside him. Looks like your dad won't have a chance to help me out anymore. Seeing this, Chen Jingtian couldn't help but ask, Fang Chen, who are they? His gaze flicked towards Feng Hui and the others. With Fang Chen's current achievements, his future was undoubtedly bright. If these people were related to Fang Chen, he definitely wanted to have a good chat and get closer. Fang Chen's expression was calm. A bunch of idiots, I don't know them. Simple words, extreme enjoyment. Fang Chen had never been a good person. So what if these relatives met? What did it mean to come up and bite? Like a damn dog, barking non-stop. Hearing the response, Chi Wan's mouth dropped open. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Fang Chen replied, I just wanted to see the variety of idiots in this world. Like these few guys, each had their own performance. Hypocritical, putting on airs, etc. Different from Min Yingying's kind of performance persona. But fundamentally, they were still connected. Crazy. On the other hand, he still had to give a little face to his missing father. Idiot. You called us idiots? Fang Mei's lips trembled. He was actually scolded by a junior. Fang Chen laughed, making a gesture like Yi Wen's expression pack. You actually want to confirm it again? You. Fang Mei was furious, her eyes showing a fierce look. But the next moment, she was on the ground. The aura of the 5-level martial artists from Deng Qiong and the others erupted instantly, pressing down on Fang Mei. Just the pressure made her stick to the ground, unable to move. In that moment, she even felt the taste of death. This made Feng Hui, Zhang Lin, and the other relatives' hair stand on end. Zhang Chang, who was still slightly drunk, turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably as he glanced at Feng Mei on the ground, cursing her in his heart. They came to specially recruit Fang Chen, and she still dared to act against him. Wasn't that just looking for death? And the previously arrogant Zhang Lin now didn't even have the courage to look up. Teachers, let's go upstairs. Fang Chen naturally knew that the actions of these 4 were to show goodwill towards him, so he no longer delayed and decided to get to the point sooner. Alright. Deng Qiong and the others nodded. From Fang Chan's recent series of performances, they had roughly figured out his character. Straightforward, not soft-hearted. Such a person, as long as they didn't deliberately seek stimulation, was easy to get along with. Although they didn't understand what had happened between Fang Chen and these people, with Fang Chen's national first-place achievement right there, they didn't need to know. Under the guidance of the waiter, Fang Chen and the 4 of them stepped onto the elevator to go upstairs. It was not until this moment that the pressure from the 5th-tier powerhouse finally dissipated. Only then could Fang Mei move, curling up on the ground in terror, and no one dared to help her. The relatives were all frozen in place, cold sweat beating on their foreheads, taking deep breaths to calm their emotions. After a while, Zhang Lin's fear slowly faded, and he struggled to control his trembling. What exactly is going on? Fang Chen. How could he be specially recruited by the 4 top martial arts universities? This question went unanswered by all the relatives. Meanwhile, Chen Jingtian did not even spare them a glance, directing his attention to Xin Sheng and the others. A smile returned to his face. You little ones did quite well on your exams. Chi Wan was surprised. Principal Chen, have you already received the score list? Chen Zhengtian nodded. The Provincial Education Bureau sent it to me an hour ago. But you can check it now too. Me? Chi Wan thought of something and looked at the time. It was already 8 in the evening, and the national score list had been published. She had just been accompanying Fong Chen to greet the teachers from the 4 martial arts universities and had completely forgotten about this. The others were the same. They hurriedly took out their phones to check their scores. "Ah, I see my ranking. 59th in the nation," Jiang Feng exclaimed, his body crackling with excitement. Following that was Shin Qing's brief statement. "I'm 66th. I'm 97th, Li Mingqi said. "I'm 118th, Shi Wan said excitedly. After that, the others also shared their martial arts exam results, the lowest being over 400. This left Zhang Lin, 10 meters away, dumbfounded, his expression seemingly frozen. His father, Zhang Chang, was the same. He had thought Fong Chen was on the same level as his classmates, yet he ranked so high on the national score list. The previous remark hit him like a boomerang, cutting off his voice. Fong Chen had his own circle, but it was a circle of geniuses they could never hope to connect with. In the face of these people's talents, Zhang Lin, whom he was so proud of, was nothing. "Hurry, Shaolin, quickly check your ranking," Fong Wei shouted. Zhang Lin snapped back to reality and hurriedly took out his phone to check. But the moment the score list opened, he froze in place. National Martial Arts Exam Score List. First, Fong Chen, from Jiangcheng, score 20,370. Second, Lin Song, from Kyoto, score 17,090. Fong Chen, first in the nation. Zhang Lin trembled all over, his eyes filled with shock. Opening the score list, a name so familiar it was almost too familiar caught his eye. Fong Chen, 20,370 points. More than 3,000 points ahead of the second place, Lin Song, from Jiangcheng. At this moment, their family was indeed in Jiangcheng. Coupled with everything that had just happened, they had no choice but to believe, even if they didn't want to. The first place on the score list was indeed Fong Chen, not someone with the same name. At this moment, Zhang Lin suddenly understood the reactions of Qi Wan and the others earlier. Because in their eyes, their family was indeed no different from fools. Fong Wei seemed to have lost her ability to speak. Covering her mouth, she couldn't make a sound. While she had been pleased with Zhang Lin's score of over 4,000, the Fong Chen she had never cared about had already taken first place in the nation. She suddenly realized that it wasn't that Fong Chen didn't come to see them, but that he simply looked down on them. At this moment, all the relatives also saw the score list, their expressions dazed. Over 20,000 points. Over 20,000 points. No wonder the teachers from the 4 top martial arts universities came. With a top scorer of over 20,000 points beside me, I actually went to celebrate a score of over 4,000. I really am sick. Smack! The uncle gave himself a hard slap. Damn it, I supported the wrong person. He now regretted not having paid attention to Fong Chen all these years. Even if Wu Kao had sent a message to comfort Fong Chen the day before yesterday, it could have stabilized their familial bond, allowing them to enjoy endless blessings in the future. Quick, look at the Jiangcheng news, Uncle Air suddenly shouted. Everyone hurriedly opened the news. The phone displayed a picture of Xiang Tianwen awarding a medal to Fong Chen after the martial arts examination. Everyone was stunned again. Xiang Tianwen actually personally awarded Fong Chen. If I remember correctly, he's a 6th-tier powerhouse. We can't even curry favor with 4th-tier martial artists, yet Fong Chen has already established a connection with a 6th-tier powerhouse. And this article mentions over 50,000 military merits. How much is that worth? Each of them felt regret gnawing at their insides. But the one who regretted the most was Aunt Fong Mei. At that moment, she looked at Xiang Tianwen's figure on the news, and an invisible aura of death once again enveloped her. The top of the National Martial Arts Examination, awarded by a 6th-tier powerhouse. And she had just thought of taking action against Fong Chen. Just lying on the ground was already the greatest mercy for her. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she hurriedly got up from the ground, not even bothering to say goodbye, and fled in a panic. Seeing this, Uncle Air's face turned as pale as death. Although he hadn't sought death like Fong Mei, he had also unwittingly stepped on Fong Chen's toes. He suppressed his shivering, completely losing the earlier accusatory tone towards Fong Chen. He didn't even have time to say goodbye and left the place. The remaining Fong Hui and others exchanged glances. One misstep led to another. They had never cared about Fong Chen and were still ready to criticize him. They didn't even have the courage to beg for Fong Chen's forgiveness. If they provoked Fong Chen again, the consequences were unimaginable. Let's go. Hurry up and leave. Zheng Chang immediately pulled his wife and child away. This place, he never wanted to return to in his lifetime. As for this group of relatives, it would be best if they never met again. Watching Zheng Chang's family leave, the remaining few dared not linger and hurriedly left the Tianyun Hotel. The originally noisy hall fell silent. Seeing this group of people in a panic, Li Mingqi and others instinctively blurted out, "Indeed a bunch of fools." Meanwhile, in the top-floor private room, Fang Chen and Deng Xiong's group of 4 had already taken their seats. Deng Xiong didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Fang Chen, your previous data showed you as an E-level little flame, but the abilities you displayed during the martial arts examination were not so. Can you explain the reason?" The other 3 nodded in agreement. They were initially puzzled about this matter. Although they had already formed a conclusion in their hearts, they still needed to understand according to the admission regulations. Fang Chen had anticipated this question and prepared an answer. "My ability has mutated." What was the specific time? "A month ago during the martial arts examination." Deng Xiong nodded and did not inquire about the reason for the mutation. In the past, someone had tried to understand this issue. However, after extensive investigation, it was found that there were too many reasons that could lead to ability mutation. Bloodlines, external stimuli, or even a fright could cause a mutation. Therefore, to this day, the reasons were attributed to the martial artist's innate talent. She continued, "Fang Chen, due to your mutated talent, it has never appeared before. So please demonstrate your ability. We need to analyze and record it." Fang Chen nodded and immediately summoned 2 types of. A transparent, slightly milky white flame and a deep blue flame floated in front of him. Such domineering energy! Zhuang Hui exclaimed, his thick eyebrows furrowing together as he stared at the 2 flames. The other 3 were equally serious. The previously amiable Zhong Liangkai had lost most of his smile. "I've never seen such flames. Just a small flame can make a 5th tier like me feel a bit uneasy." Deng Xiong pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, using it to conceal her inner shock. From the energy contained, it can be analyzed that this transparent flame is S-level, and the deep blue flame is SS level. But analyzing the talent level cannot be based solely on these. Classmate Fang Chen, please describe the general abilities of these 2 types of flames. All right. Fang Chen nodded and explained the heartfire of the falling heart flame, which scorches, blocks, and burns mental attacks, as well as the melting water ability of the sea heart flame. These were abilities that had already been exposed, so he didn't need to hide them. The more he spoke, the more resources he could obtain. However, he did not mention the cultivation sheet. That ability was too overpowered and was better kept hidden for now. Upon hearing Fang Chen's account, Deng Xiong and the others instinctively tensed their bodies and clenched their fists. They had seen the paralysis caused by the heart fire and the melting water of the sea heart flame. It was already enough to be considered extraordinary. They never expected it could also block mental attacks. The 4 of them couldn't help but exchange glances, all with serious expressions. Deng Xiong was the first to speak. "I believe both types of flames are SS-level talents." "Me too," the other 3 chimed in unison. Hearing this, Deng Xiong pushed her golden eyes again, but it was already useless. The shock in her eyes was impossible to conceal. This result exceeded her expectations. An SS-level talent was already a 1 in 10 million chance, yet Fang Chen had 2. It was simply unbelievable. The other 3 were no better off. They were all breathing rapidly, wishing they could grab Fang Chen and take him back to their school right away. Only Fang Chen knew that if it weren't for his low strength, these 2 would not be below SSS level at all. Finally, Mutsong could no longer hold back and took the initiative. "Classmate Fang Chen, as long as you can come to our Shanhao Wuda, you will be rewarded with a scholarship of 10 million and S-level access to the martial arts library, with S-level martial arts for you to choose from. Additionally, I will give you an S-level piece of equipment. This is the limit of what I can promise. What do you think?" As soon as Mutsong's promise was made, the expressions of the other 3 changed. Mutsong was lying. This was not her limit but exceeded it. In previous recruitment meetings, the highest offer had been a scholarship of 10 million plus 1 S-level piece of equipment. This time, she even brought out S-level access. She was clearly trying to compete fiercely, but thinking of Fang Chen's talent, they were ready to fight. Zhong Liangkai gritted his teeth. "Classmate Fang Chen, we at Kyoto Wuda are willing to offer a scholarship of 10 million S-level access to the martial arts library, plus 2 S-level pieces of equipment. We hope you can join us." As soon as these words were spoken, Mutsong's face instantly turned a shade of liver color. Her eyes were filled with anger as she glared at Zhong Liangkai. But she had no way out. Shanhao Wuda's foundation was slightly weaker than Kyoto Wuda, and she could no longer offer more. Zhuang Hui sighed and said helplessly, "Classmate Fang Chen, we at Junfang Wuda cannot offer you too much materially. We can only reward you with 8 million in scholarship and S-level access to the martial arts library. But I can promise you that after graduation, you can become a colonel in the Dragon Guard army." He used the military's advantages to make up for the shortcomings in rewards. With Zhuang Hui's addition, the atmosphere in the entire box became extremely tense. All 3 pairs of eyes were on Deng Xiong. It was down to her. After thinking for a moment, Deng Xiong slowly spoke. The conditions we offer at Moda Wuda are a scholarship of 10 million, S-level access to the martial arts library, and 2 S-level pieces of equipment. This is also the limit of what I can offer. But then she suddenly changed her tone. However, I can help you find a girlfriend, the school beauty of Moda Wuda. Fong Chen? Mu Song? Zhong Liangkai? Xuan Hui? Old Su, do you want a wife? This phrase suddenly echoed in Fong Chen's mind. But before he could speak, a phone was pushed onto the table in front of him. On the phone was a photo of a girl with a charming and affectionate look. This is my daughter, she looks quite good. What do you think? Mu Song and the other two were stunned for a moment before suddenly reacting. Deng Xiong, is this how you recruit students, using your own daughter as bait? Mu Songrong frowned tightly. Deng Xiong, you are being too unreasonable. Zhong Liang temporarily formed a united front with Mu Songrong. Deng Xiong looked at Mu Songrong calmly. I learned this from you. Learned from me? Mu Songrong was taken aback, suddenly recalling that she had mentioned in the hall before that there were many beauties at Shanha Wuda. Hiss. What a good application of learning. She was using my words. I only said there are many beauties. You didn't have to push your daughter out like that, and even think about becoming Fong Chen's mother-in-law. Do you have no shame? Exactly, do you have no shame? Zhong Liang fanned the flames from the side. Zhuang Hui's eyes turned, seizing the opportunity to add to Fong Chen, our military defense Wuda school beauty is also quite good. If you have any thoughts, I can help you meet her. Hey, Lao Zhuang, why are you starting too? Fong Chen, don't be deceived by them. Our Shanha Wuda has the most school beauties and the best quality. The 4 revered 5th-level warriors actually began to argue like children about which school's beauty was more numerous and prettier. Are they really resorting to beauty tricks? If this got out, outsiders wouldn't dare to believe it. Fong Chen glanced at the photo on his phone again. He couldn't help but exclaim how small the world is. The person in the photo, he knew very well. It was the one who had to take off her pants. Wan Ning. He never expected to see her again in this context. Still Deng Xiong's daughter. Fong Chen, it's time to make a decision. Which Wuda do you want to choose? After a brief argument, the 4 calmed down and asked the final question. They had said all they could, and it was up to Fong Chen's own decision now. Under the gaze of the 4, Fong Chen fell into deep thought. He was a realistic person. Since he had to choose, he would definitely choose the option that maximized benefits. Thus, the options were reduced to Kyoto Wuda and Moda Wuda. Both of these Wuda were equal in terms of resources, strength, and heritage. What they could offer him was about the same. Since that was the case, it would be better to choose one that had a prior impression. I choose Moda Warrior University. Fong Chen firmly stated his choice. Fong Chen, do you want to think about it again? Right, don't make a hasty decision. Our Kyoto Wuda is much larger than Moda Wuda. Mu Songrong and Zhong Liang tried to persuade him. These were double SS level geniuses. They couldn't just watch him be taken away. But seeing Fong Chen's determined expression, they ultimately sighed. Alas, really a step behind. They had done their utmost and could not promise more rewards. Under these conditions, under the gaze of the 4, Fong Chen's choice must have been made with determination and consideration. It was basically hard to persuade him otherwise. Deng Xiong, you won. Zhong Liang sighed. As 5th-level powerhouses, they could take it or leave it, and would not entangle themselves. Fong Chen, I wish your future path as a warrior will always be brilliant. You can come visit us at Kyoto Wuda in the future. Our Shanha Wuda also welcomes you. Military defense Wuda is the same. After offering their blessings, the 3 reluctantly left. The moment they exited the private room, all 3 took out their phones simultaneously and began to send messages. The first one was taken away, so they had to put more effort into the students below. Inside the private room, only Fong Chen and Deng Xiong remained. At this moment, Deng Xiong's lips curved with a noticeable arc, a genuine happiness from winning this competition for talent, completely different from her previous calm demeanor. Fong Chen, thank you for choosing our Moda Wuda. Rest assured, we will not disappoint you. She took out a document from her spatial ring and handed it over. This is the special recruitment contract, please sign it. Fong Chen opened it to check, and the terms matched what Deng Xiong had promised before. A reward of 10 million, S-level access to the martial arts library, and 2 pieces of S-level equipment. After confirming everything was correct, Fong Chen signed his name and handed it back. Deng Xiong breathed a sigh of relief. With the contract signed, the special recruitment was officially concluded. Classmate Fong Chen, from now on you are a student of our Moda Wuda. The school starts on September 1st, and Moda Wuda looks forward to your arrival. However, she changed her tone. May I ask what specific reason you chose Moda Wuda? The material conditions she offered were the same as those from Jingdu Wuda. Fang Chen's choice of Moto Wuda must align with something in his heart. The points that could attract Fang Chen would surely have an extraordinary appeal to other special recruits as well. If they could know and expand on this advantage, they would have another means of special recruitment in the future. As for Guan Ning, that was just something she casually mentioned. It was to show her determination to recruit Fang Chen. How could such an important life decision as choosing a martial arts university be influenced by a girl he had never met? The reason is, Fang Chen picked up the phone that Deng Qiong had not yet taken back and pointed at Guan Ning on the screen. I chose her. Deng Qiong? After Fang Chen recounted the incident with the 72nd number Demon Beast Wasteland, Deng Qiong realized that her ability to recruit Fang Chen was thanks to her daughter. A casual act of hers unexpectedly became the key to success. She had only this one daughter. This advantage could not be expanded. Using it on Fang Chen alone was enough. If the two of them could be together, if Guan Ning pursued him, Deng Qiong would be very willing. The dual SS-level talents were indeed too dazzling. Moreover, she wouldn't have to worry about her daughter anymore. Classmate Fang Chen, let's exchange contact information. On the day of school, I will send someone to pick you up outside the school. After exchanging contact information, Deng Qiong did not linger and slowly stood up. The admissions office had a lot of work. She had to hurry back to oversee things. I'll see you off. Fang Chen went downstairs with Deng Qiong, and upon reaching the lobby, he found Lu Qingfeng and Su Yang there as well. Seeing Deng Qiong, Lu Qingfeng hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. After a brief conversation, Deng Qiong left by car. Fang Chen, what conditions did Moto Wuda offer you? Zhang Feng walked up to Fang Chen, rubbing his bald head, eager to know. Qi Wan and the others immediately surrounded him. Even Lu Qingfeng and the others came over, wanting to find out. Fang Chen did not hide it and handed them the contract. 10 million scholarship, S-level access to the martial arts library, and 2 pieces of S-level equipment. Zhang Feng and the others' eyes widened. This is too extravagant. S-level access to the martial arts library, choose any S-level martial arts. I could never dream of such a scenario. Lu Qingfeng and the others were shocked. The entire Jiang City martial arts library did not store a single S-level martial arts technique. One can imagine how precious it was. Yet Moto Wuda had directly opened the access. To recruit Fang Chen, they truly spent a lot. And that 10 million. This reward was too much. Lu Qingfeng felt embarrassed to mention what was next, but he still happily patted Fang Chen on the shoulder. Fang Chen, thank you so much this time. Thank me? Fang Chen was puzzled. Yes. Lu Qingfeng nodded. I'm here to inform you that 3 days from now, City will hold the summary conference for this year's martial arts examination. The Provincial Education Bureau will award the top 200 in the score rankings of the Southern Province. As the national first, you will receive a scholarship of 5 million and give a speech. And I, along with Old Chen and Su Yang, have also benefited from your light and have been recognized as outstanding cadres this time. The principal and teachers will also give speeches. Naturally, we have to thank you. You're too kind. Fang Chen replied. City is the provincial capital of the Southern Province. In terms of economic and political status, it cannot be compared to Jiang City. Therefore, major conferences in the Southern Province are held in City, and this one is no exception. However, there was one thing he was very concerned about. That is, what to talk about in the speech. Talk about how hard he worked to get to this point? That sounds good. Alright, old Lu, since we've finished talking, let's hurry up and leave. We shouldn't waste the young people's time, they still want to have fun, Chen Jingtian urged from the side. Okay, Lu Qingfeng nodded, reminding Zhang Feng and the others beside him, we'll meet at the Education Bureau in 3 days, and we'll take the bus. Zhang Feng and the others, all ranked within the top 200 in Nan Province, were also heading to Ansheng. Alright, Zhang Feng and the others replied. Fang Chen, I'll come to your house to pick you up in 3 days, Su Yang said, and then left with Lu Qingfeng. Ah, it's finally over, Li Mingqi sighed, only to be pulled by Qi Wan. The matter is over, but the celebration is just beginning. The score list has been released, we must not return until we're drunk tonight. Okay. Zhang Feng wrapped his arm around Shen Cheng's shoulder, raising an eyebrow, shall we have a drink off? Let's do it. And Fang Chen, I may have lost to you in scores, but you won't outdrink me. Fang Chen smirked, then let's give it a try. Meanwhile, with the release of the score list, the entire internet exploded. Countless articles were published on major platforms, grabbing the attention of netizens. A nameless kid actually took first place in the National Martial Arts exam. He was actually, a young man did such a thing to hundreds of demon beasts for his ranking. After a day of hard work, the young man finally smiled at the results. The young man's abilities are too formidable, the demon beasts couldn't hold on. Each one piqued curiosity. Countless people clicked on the news with excitement, only to start cursing. They sent their regards to the families of the writers. As Fang Chen became the hot topic for taking first place in the National Martial Arts exam, damn, over 20,000 points, this kid is amazing. That's over 3,000 points more than the second place. This score must have broken the martial arts exam record. Fang Chen? Jian Chang? What are those? I've never heard of them. Over 20,000 points? This is too fake. How could anyone score over 20,000? Are we in the era when the exam questions were easy decades ago? As public opinion fermented, more and more people began to voice their doubts. Over 20,000 points were indeed eye-catching. Coupled with the significant lead, it was hard not to raise suspicions. Some people directly called it a scandal. Among them, the voices of doubt from Kyoto and Motu were the loudest. They felt it was unfair to Lin Song and Cheng Hongi. Fake, it must be fake. I was in the same exam room as Lin Song. I know his strength. There's absolutely no way anyone is stronger than him. Cheng Hongi is the strongest. I bet Lin Song probably cheated. I found information on this Fang Chen. His talent is actually E-level Little Flame? Can you believe it? Little Flame, are you kidding? This is the score list released by the state. You should have some rationality in your doubts. Lychee, what do you want me to take? I'm going to find the martial arts exam footage. I don't believe anyone can score over 20,000. As more and more people searched for Fang Chen's martial arts exam footage, the moment of reversal in public opinion quietly arrived. Damn, 1/ for each, that's too fierce. Without using any abilities, not even martial skills, just 1/ for each, is this even human? Sorry. No way, can this really be done? Look at the profile picture above, that person is a woman. Under a video of Fang Chen in the central area, comments were multiplying rapidly. This situation was happening simultaneously under countless videos related to Fang Chen. As more videos emerged, the footage of Fang Chen releasing 2 types of flames was also released. Damn. Even high-level first-tier demon beasts go down with 1/. This must be cheating. What level of talent is this transparent flame? How is it so terrifying? This blue flame actually dissolves in water. Is this E-level Little Flame? Fang Chen, no. Brother Chen. There were too many people outside just now. I apologize to you now. Is there anyone from Jiancheng? Can you give me Fang Chen's contact information? I want to discuss a business deal with him. Are there any like-minded individuals? Let's invest together and have Fang Chen create a mold. Sister, me. The once roaring public opinion quieted down instantly after a series of videos were released. It turned into a discussion about the level of Fang Chen's. Some guessed A, while others said S. Opinions varied widely. At this moment, the official account of Moto Wuda released a message. This year's National Martial Arts Exam first place, Fang Chen, has officially joined Moto Wuda. After analysis, both of Fang Chen's flame abilities are SS-level talents. Instantly, the internet was once again stirred up. Fang Chen, dual SS-level talent. Explosive. Damn, 2 SS levels, this. I can't even speak. After all this, I only guessed half right. I thought both flames were S-level. SSSS, 4 S's, how did he even get that? Brother Chen, can you share an S with me? Last year, a beautiful country had an SS level, and it made them so arrogant. Now with Brother Chen, I'm going to find them and settle the score. To think he was snatched away by Moto Wuda, it makes my teeth itch. In a service area, Deng Xiong had just finished eating and returned to her car. Looking at the comments under Moto Wuda's official account, she instinctively pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses. This announcement was made at her request. An SS-level talent is something that might not appear in 10 years. Such a talent can invisibly unite the confidence of the entire nation. In this era plagued by demon beasts, confidence is extremely important. Therefore, Fang Chen's talent does not need to be hidden, nor can it be. Watching the surge of comments, it was clear the effect was quite good. Time to go. She closed the car door and was about to step on the gas. Suddenly, she thought of something. Although Guan Ning was not present for Fang Chen's special recruitment, her contribution was the greatest. Immediately, Deng Xiong picked up her phone and began messaging her daughter, trying to subtly bring her and Fang Chen together. At the same time, she warned Guan Ning to be mindful of Chu Yen. Moto Wuda, in the girls' dormitory. It was more appropriate to call it a villa than a dormitory. A small villa with 2 floors, fully equipped with various furniture and appliances. Bang! The kitchen door opened, and Guan Ning walked out holding a glass of freshly squeezed juice. At this moment, she was wearing a tight tank top, her graceful and slender figure fully revealed. Entering the living room, she took off her slippers, her fair feet stepping onto the plush mat one step at a time. She reached the sofa, first placing the juice on the table. Then, with a leap, she threw herself onto the incredibly soft sofa. So comfortable. 5 minutes ago, she had completed a task with her teammate and roommate and returned to their little nest. 5 or 6 days of roughing it had left her feeling a bit tired. Lying on the sofa now, her comfortable toes involuntarily curled up. Her roommate was currently taking a shower in her room, the door not closed, and the sound of water could be heard. Guan Ning took out her phone to see if anyone had messaged her in the past couple of days. But as soon as the screen lit up, dozens of news notifications popped up. This year's martial arts exam first place is from Zhangcheng. Moda Wuda has released a statement, successfully recruiting this year's first place candidate. Zhangcheng? Guan Ning frowned slightly, immediately recalling the score Fang Chen had told her 2 days ago. Over 20,000 points. At that time, she thought Fang Chen was joking. After all, over 20,000 points was quite outrageous. Plus, she was in the middle of a task and didn't have time to verify the authenticity of that score. She had set the matter aside. But now, seeing Zhangcheng, memories flooded back into her mind. Could it be? With a nervous heart, she opened the score list. Upon seeing the first place, her heart sank completely. First place, Fang Chen, from Nan Province, scored 20,370 points. It's actually true. This little guy really scored over 20,000 points, and he's still the first in the country. She didn't pause for a moment and quickly read through all the news about Fang Chen. A few minutes later, her throat felt dry, and she couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. Her mind was filled with keywords from the news. 20,370 points. First in the National Martial Arts Exam. Double SS level talent. Special recruitment from the Martial Arts University in Magic City. Any one of these could spark a hot topic, and now they all converged on one person. After a while, she exhaled, and the corners of her mouth instinctively curled into a charming smile. She picked up a doll beside her and gave its head a hard flick. Good for you, Fang Chen, even hiding an SS-level flame from me. Previously, in the Monster Beast Wilderness, when she felt the terrifying heat of Fang Chen's transparent flame, she suspected it was an S-level talent. But the recent news shattered her guess. Double SS level. Fang Chen also had a blue flame. This guy really has a lot of tricks. She was starting to doubt whether she could still take advantage of Fang Chen. Now that the results were out, as his older sister, she naturally had to go and congratulate him. She picked up her phone and opened the chat box for, stabbing you from behind doesn't necessarily mean harm. Why do you want to drink water and take off my pants? Little brother has grown up, actually taking the national first place. Speak, how do you want your sister to reward you? 10 seconds. Half a minute. 1 minute. 3 minutes. Guan Ning didn't receive a reply. At this hour, he should be celebrating, not replying is normal. Guan Ning comforted herself and was about to close her phone. Suddenly, a message came in. Stabbing you from behind doesn't necessarily mean harm, thank you. Guan Ning hurriedly replied. Guan Ning, thank you? What are you thanking me for? Fang Chen, I was just playing a game, losing streak, but after you messaged me, I won the next few rounds. Hiss. Guan Ning gasped. This kid's skills have really improved. A fiery fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. Guan Ning picked up her phone, placed it vertically on the table, took a side photo of her juice, and sent it to Fang Chen. Guan Ning, do you see the tea in this cup of juice? Fang Chen, this is fruit juice, where's the tea? Guan Ning, the tea is inside. Fang Chen, shocked yellow round face. Then, Guan Ning took out a bit of tea leaves, sprinkled them on the surface of the juice, and snapped a photo to send. Guan Ning, look, isn't the tea inside? Fang Chen, okay, you're playing tricks, right? Playing. Guan Ning was taken aback. Guan Ning, you've really learned, you're getting harder to deal with. Fang Chen, learned? I fully support it. Guan Ning, good, I've decided to keep you as a friend. Fang Chen, what position? Guan Ning, for this question, come to the stairway, and I'll tell you. A few minutes later, Guan Ning couldn't hide her surprise. In just a few days, this kid had grown so rapidly that she was already vaguely unable to suppress it. Suddenly, her phone received a new message. It wasn't from Fang Chen, but from her dear mother, Deng Xiong. Deng Xiong, you played a crucial role in Fang Chen being recruited by the Martial Arts University in Magic City, and I will reward you. I've heard about your relationship with Fang Chen. Being able to interact with boys to this extent is quite an improvement. I really like this young man Fang Chen. You can interact more, I don't oppose it, but be careful not to go too fast. At the same time, I want to remind you, stay away from Chu Yan. Don't let her sleep with you. What? What is all this? What do you mean I played a crucial role? And what does don't go too fast refer to? Guan Ning was completely confused. She knew her dear mother's personality, she must be too lazy to explain, so she directly asked Fong Chen. After Fong Chen explained, Guan Ning learned that there had been a situation regarding selling daughters during the recruitment, which was quite a coincidence. So she replied to Deng Xiong, Guan Ning, selling daughters during recruitment, are you still my real mom? The previous boots were given to Fong Chen, and for the reward, I want a new S-class equipment. Deng Xiong, it's impossible for the school to reward you, but I can fund you to buy one, as long as you complete a task. Guan Ning, what task? Deng Xiong, you go. After reading the task, Guan Ning was speechless. Guan Ning, in front of so many people? Are you crazy? Deng Xiong, if I don't save you, you'll be led astray by Chu Yan. Guan Ning, I've said it many times, I really have nothing to do with her. Deng Xiong, pat, pat. The sound of slippers came from the second floor. Ning Ning, why do you look so worried? Chu Yan, wrapped in a white bath towel, slowly walked out of the room, the towel tightly wrapped around her body, outlining her graceful curves. Her wet hair draped over her shoulders, a few strands gently sticking to her neck. Paired with her fair skin and clearly defined features, she exuded a visually cold beauty. It's nothing, just chatting with my mom, Guan Ning replied. Is that so? Chu Yan's lips curled into a slight arc as she slowly walked down the stairs, her steps light, her long legs appearing particularly enchanting under the towel's wrap, her cold eyes domineeringly fixed on Guan Ning. The aura was not only captivating to men but also to women. She entered the living room, took off her slippers, and her water-dripping jade feet stepped onto the carpet, walking step by step to the sofa. Looking at Guan Ning sprawled out, her tight tank top clinging to her skin, her perfect figure was fully displayed, especially the scenic view of her side profile. She lightly pursed her red lips, a sparkle in her eyes that contradicted her cold demeanor. The next moment, she moved. As her waist bent down at a 45-degree angle, she could no longer move an inch. A fair finger pressed against her forehead. If you don't take off your pants, I already know what you want to do. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Guan Ning helplessly retracted her finger and sat on the sofa, leaving half the space empty. If you're going to sit, then sit. Don't always think about climbing on me. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan changed from her previous domineering and cold demeanor, slowly sitting down, the sofa sinking into a peach shape. She displayed a look of grievance as if her scheme had failed. Ning Ning, you weren't like this before, you never used to guard against me. After saying that, her hips unconsciously shifted closer to Guan Ning. The next moment, she was pushed back by Guan Ning's jade foot. Before was before, now is now. Saying this, Guan Ning shot her a glance. Even my mom noticed something was off with you and messaged me not to let you sleep with me. Speaking of this matter, Guan Ning felt quite helpless. On the first day of school last year, when she first saw this roommate, she instinctively thought she was very cold. Chu Yan's initial behavior matched her expectations. Chu Yan spoke little, presenting herself as a high-cold goddess, indifferent to the many boys pursuing her. As they lived under the same roof, they gradually became familiar and became best friends, starting to team up to complete tasks. But gradually, Guan Ning noticed something was off. Chu Yan often liked to wander into her room, even borrowing a series of excuses to sleep in her room. For example, the sheets were wet, the bed was broken, and so on. Guan Ning didn't pay much attention to it, after all, they were both girls. But until one night, Chu Yan found another excuse to sleep in the same bed with her. Just as she was sound asleep, she suddenly felt someone touching her. The warrior's alertness jolted her awake. From then on, she discovered the deepest secret in Chu Yan's heart. The coldness was just her disguise. Wanting to sleep with her was the truth. That day, when Chu Yan realized she couldn't hide it anymore, she expressed her feelings. It was also that day that Guan Ning's mindset collapsed. After killing so many monsters, she didn't expect the most dangerous one was right beside her. After that, she strictly ordered Chu Yan to give up her forced affection. But habits are hard to change. Chu Yan still couldn't help but frequently harass her. But each time, she was blocked. I don't have any tools, how could I sleep with you? Felt wronged, I just wanted to know more about you. Guan Ning instantly got goosebumps. You don't even hear that from a scumbag, it's really greasy. Put away your crooked thoughts and hurry up and look at the news. There's a national martial arts exam champion from Jiangcheng. Martial arts exam champion, is that for real? Chu Yan quickly grabbed her phone. Soon, she was shocked. Over 20,000 points. How is that possible? As video after video played, Chu Yan's expression changed, mirroring Guan Ning's from earlier. In the end, she felt numb. Double SS level, this talent is just too terrifying. Wait, why haven't I heard of this name Fong Chen in Jiangcheng before? But it seems like I've heard it somewhere recently? After thinking for a moment, she raised her eyebrows in surprise and looked at Guan Ning. Is he the one who teamed up with you to take down the mysterious enchantment vine? Guan Ning nodded. That's right, it's him. I was just chatting with him. This little guy is growing fast. I'm already vaguely not his match. Saying this, she picked up her phone and started chatting with Feng Chen again, a clear smile lingering at the corners of her mouth as she typed. She didn't notice that Chu Yan's lips were tightly pressed together, her eyes flashing with unwillingness. Why are you so happy? You wouldn't have fallen for him, would you? The words slipped out of Chu Yan's mouth. What are you thinking? We've only met once. Guan Ning's eyes were fixed on the screen. Hearing this, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Guan Ning added, but I think this little guy is pretty good, and he's quite handsome. A complete reversal. Chu Yan's heart lifted again. She firmly noted down the name Feng Chen in her mind. After a while, she spoke with a hint of melancholy. Ning Ning, you won't abandon me in the future, right? You're my best friend, not my enemy. Why would I abandon you? That's good. Chu Yan relaxed, her eyes reigniting with passion, her legs instinctively closing together. Enough talk, I need to go take a shower. Guan Ning turned off her phone, slowly stood up, and walked into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. After running around for 5 or 6 days, she needed to wash her body well today. The soft light spilled around, creating a warm and tranquil atmosphere. She slowly took off her outer clothes, revealing her smooth skin. Turning on the faucet, warm water poured down instantly, falling like a gentle rain, softly kissing her skin. Water droplets slid down her shoulders, flowing along her elegant curves, finally pooling on the smooth floor. Guan Ning's feet were long and slender, her ankles as exquisite as white jade, her arches graceful and natural, perfect like a work of art. She gently lifted one foot, water droplets rolling on her toes, bringing a refreshing sensation that made her feel incredibly comfortable. Just as she was about to wash herself, suddenly, creak! A sudden sound of the table scraping against the floor interrupted her. She paused her movements, feeling a bit helpless, knowing that Chu Yan was starting to grind the corner of the table. She called out lightly, remember to wipe the table clean after you're done. The next moment, Chu Yan's voice came through. How did you know I was here? The sound is so loud, how could I not know? Hurry up and find a boyfriend, or you'll fall into depravity sooner or later. You said you wanted a medicinal cauldron? Is it that kind of cauldron for refining medicine? In the martial artist building, in the potion hall. Facing the manager's inquiry, Feng Chen nodded. After a whole night of fun, Jiang Feng and the others were still in dreamland. Only he was full of energy, with by his side, drinking like it was water. As soon as dawn broke, he left the Tianyun Hotel and came to the martial artist building to buy a medicinal cauldron. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. Single fire control is not as good as applying it in practice. Practicing fire control and alchemy, improving both at the same time, is a wonderful thing. Teacher, I really want to improve. But seeing the manager's troubled expression, Feng Chen instinctively felt something was off. Sure enough, the manager's next words confirmed his suspicion. I'm sorry, Feng, but nowadays, potion making relies entirely on instruments. We really don't have any alchemical cauldrons here. Feng Chen's heart sank. The Encyclopedia of Alchemy was born alongside and ordinary instruments simply couldn't withstand the energy of. Only the official recommended alchemical cauldron from the system could be used. What to do? The previous emperor's venture was cut short before it even began? At this moment, the manager spoke again. I think you can go to the potion market in Anqing. The potion market in Anqing is the largest in the entire southern province, not only featuring modern potions but also some traditional alchemists. You might find the alchemical cauldron you need. Traditional alchemists? Feng Chen raised an eyebrow. He had some impression of that. After the revival of spiritual energy in this world, alchemy was initially divided into two categories. One was traditional alchemists who used ancient methods in cauldrons to refine potions, and the other was the familiar technological school. However, with the development of the times, the traditional school quickly fell behind modern alchemy due to the dual disadvantages of potion quality and quantity. I suppose there are quite a few cauldrons left. Just in time, I can go to Wanqing the day after tomorrow and check out the potion market. After that, Feng Chen left the warrior building and returned home. Focus. He continued to refine the. Meanwhile, in Anqing, at the warrior building, inside an A-class training room, a graceful figure with a ponytail stood quietly. She closed her eyes, holding a long spear that glimmered with a cold light. The strong lights cast upon her, outlining her slender figure. At this moment, she seemed to merge with the spear, exuding an unparalleled aura. In that instant, she suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze like lightning. The spear in her hand thrust out fiercely, a gust of wind howling up. The surrounding air was torn apart, emitting a low humming sound. Swish! A crisp sound rang out as the spear tip left a deep mark on the wall, like a lightning bolt, breaking the wall's tranquility and appearing particularly glaring. The girl retracted her spear, looking at the mark on the wall, taking a deep breath, her ponytail swaying gently. Not bad, in 2 days I'll be able to break through to intermediate level 1. At that moment, the training room door was pushed open, and a girl walked in with a helpless expression. I called you, but you didn't answer. I knew you were here. What are you doing? You ranked 5th in the National Martial Arts exam, yet you're still training so hard. You're so competitive. The trailing off, what the heck? This girl training was none other than the 5th place in the National Martial Arts exam, Chen Ying. I'm doing this for Fong Chen. When she mentioned Fong Chen's name, Chen Ying's tone became heavier, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the spear. Her body trembled, and her previously calm eyes were filled with excitement. In 2 days, he will be here, and I must get myself into the best condition. I must be with him. Chen Ying couldn't help but smile. As her best friend, Lu Shanshan immediately recognized that Chen Ying was falling back into her old habits and helplessly facepalmed. No wonder she was a martial arts fanatic. Fong Chen was probably in trouble now. Just as she was thinking this, Chen Ying suddenly turned her head, staring at her, and said seriously, "Don't call me a martial arts fanatic next time." Lu Shanshan was taken aback, then waved her hand. Got it. Martial arts fanatic. You still call. Just retract your abilities, and you won't hear it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The morning breeze blew gently, carrying a hint of chill, rustling the leaves. Fong Chen woke from his dream and immediately felt his body. He had stepped into intermediate level 1. He had a premonition of this 2 days ago and finally broke through successfully last night. Clenching his fist, he could clearly feel that his strength was about 4 times that of when he was at low level 1. The fallen heart flame had tempered his body to more than twice the strength of a warrior of the same level. With his current strength, facing low-level second-tier monsters again would not leave him as defenseless as before. Better hurry and get ready. He quickly got out of bed, and just as he finished washing up, he received a call from Su Yang. He was already downstairs. The two had a simple breakfast before heading to the Education Bureau. Upon arrival, Zhang Feng and the others were already there, greeting Fong Chen as they saw him. Everyone's here, let's go. With a command from Lu Qingfeng, the bus slowly started and left Zhang City, heading towards An City. Fong Chen sat by the window, watching the scenery outside, which flowed like moving paintings, gradually receding as the bus picked up speed. The lush mountains and bustling urban areas formed a beautiful landscape, refreshing to the heart. This was, in fact, the second time he had left Zhang City in his memory. The first time was before his parents went missing. However, amidst this beautiful scenery, the occasional sight of abandoned urban areas tightened his heart. Ruined walls, collapsed towers, and dilapidated buildings stood silently under the sun. Occasionally, he could see some torn billboards, their once vibrant colors faded, replaced by a scene of devastation. These places, like the western abandoned district of Zhang City, had once been a paradise for people, but now were scarred by the invasion of monsters. Although the monsters had been driven away, the remaining ruins were no longer suitable for habitation, reduced to wastelands. Compared to the city centers of various cities, these abandoned districts were the truest reflection of this world. Monsters rampaged, and humanity was not the ruler of this world. Fong Chen understood that there were many things that could lead to humanity's extinction. He was merely a solitary boat adrift in the tide. All he could do was seize every opportunity to equip himself with more means to escape difficulties. Alchemy was one of those means. As his level increased, the function of the fallen heart flame cultivation cheat would gradually weaken. By then, alchemy would be able to play its proper role. It could not only help him gather more resources but also enhance his strength. It was a powerful trump card. As time passed, they arrived in An City. The bus entered the urban area of An City. Fong Chen looked out the window. Tall buildings stood in clusters, and the traffic was bustling, far more prosperous than Zhang City, truly deserving of the title of provincial capital of the South Province. Fong Chen, we're almost there. I need to remind you of something. Once we arrive, you need to pay attention to someone. Lu Qingfeng, sitting at the front of the bus, suddenly spoke, pulling Fong Chen's thoughts back and catching the attention of others as well. Who? Fong Chen asked. Chen Ying. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng and the others exchanged glances, showing confusion. Fong Chen also frowned slightly, puzzled. He was naturally familiar with the name Chen Ying. She ranked just behind him on the South Province score list and 5th on the national score list, undoubtedly a top genius. Why should we pay attention to her? Chi-Wan couldn't help but ask first. Lu Qingfeng explained, you don't know this girl well, she's famously obsessed with martial arts in An City and extremely combative. Aside from Fong Chen, she has fought all the other top 10 on the national score list. Chen Jingtian interjected, originally, the outside world speculated that she would be the top scorer in the South Province martial arts exam, but unexpectedly, it was Fang Chen who took it. Given her combative nature, she definitely won't miss the chance to challenge Fang Chen now that she knows he's in city. Jiang Feng shrugged. Fang Chen is already far ahead. If she really comes looking for him, it would just be self-humiliation. Shi Wan and the others nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Fang Chen hunt monsters, they had a clear understanding of his strength. She couldn't win, it was impossible. I will refuse her, Fang Chen said flatly. He wouldn't engage in thankless tasks unless Chen Ning could provide a reason he couldn't refuse. Refuse? Lu Qingfeng chuckled lightly. That's what I need to remind you about. Anyone Chen Ning wants to challenge has never refused her. It's like being caught by a handle. At this, everyone widened their eyes. Unable to refuse? How is that possible? Jiang Feng found it hard to believe. Lu Qingfeng replied, I don't know the reason either. I previously speculated it might be related to her awakened talent, so I asked the director of the education bureau in city. Who knows this guy? Hiding things from me, as if waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Because of this, I want to remind you to pay attention to Chen Ning. She's a bit strange. This remark piqued Fang Chen's interest. What kind of ability could be so mysterious? If Chen Ning came to find him and was rejected, how would she handle him? He was filled with eager anticipation. At this moment, they were less than 300 meters away from the target hotel. The award ceremony would be held tomorrow morning, and tonight they would stay overnight in Ancheng. For this, the Provincial Education Bureau had long made preparations, booking an entire hotel for the candidates who had come from afar to rest. Shi Wan and the others stood up to look at the hotel, only to see it crowded with people outside. Why are there so many people? They're all candidates from other cities, Jiang Feng replied. Hey, they're all looking at us and pointing, Shi Wan said, puzzled. They must be waiting for Fang Chen. Lu Qingfeng glanced through the glass. Last year when Xu Yan came, it was the same scene. Speaking of which, this girl has a pretty strange personality. She doesn't pay any attention to the boys who admire her. Jiang Feng nodded. Yeah, Senior Chu Yan was like that in school too, very mysterious. She just doesn't know how to talk. Xu Wan shot Jiang Feng a glare. Senior Chu is just aloof, do you understand? It's completely different from someone like Xin Cheng who shows off in front of others. Xin Xing couldn't hold back any longer and, in a fit of anger, turned away to sulk, maintaining her composure and saying nothing. In the past couple of days, Fang Chen had occasionally heard news about this senior from others and had gained a rough understanding of her. Her talent was an A-grade healing ability. Her healing ability was somewhat different from others. When healing herself, the effect was 4 to 5 times stronger than healing others, reaching the boundary of S-grade talent. It could also help her recover stamina. It had a flavor of a weakened version of the fallen heart flame. Xu Yan relied on this skill to wield a long knife at the martial arts examination, cutting from Tsim Sha Sui to Causeway Bay without a pause. She ranked 23rd among the top 30 S-grade candidates. One couldn't say she wasn't strong. As for whether she had any other hidden abilities, that was unclear. Baisheng Hotel. It was the hotel arranged by the Anqing Education Bureau for candidates and principals from various cities. At this moment, the hotel parking lot was filled with 50 or 60 people, all martial arts candidates, some from Anqing and others from other cities in the southern province. Since they were unfamiliar with each other, they were all chatting among themselves. They all had one purpose here, to see the top candidate of this session. Here they come, the bus from Jiangcheng is arriving. With a light shout, everyone immediately turned their gaze to the end of the road outside the hotel. A bus slowly approached and, under their watchful eyes, stopped at the hotel entrance. The door opened, and as Fang Chen stepped off, it instantly caused a commotion. Wow, he is Fang Chen, that bald head looks impressive. Get out of here, you fake fan. Just a glance from afar, and you can tell he's terrifyingly strong. Fang Chen's looks were decent, standing at 1 meter 86, combined with the aura of the strange fire that exuded a sense of superiority. It made many girls present gaze at him with admiration. He looks much better in real life than in the videos. Does Fang Chen have a girlfriend? Sister, don't rush, wait in line. I'm about to be a college student, can I cut in line? These voices earned fierce glares from Qi Wan and Li Mingqi. What a joke! Those closest to the water get the first taste of the moon. They hadn't even made a move yet, so when would it be the outsider's turn? Looking at the tall figure beside her, Qi Wan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. I've been so proactive, when will Fang Chen give me a sign? Recently, although she hadn't directly expressed her feelings, she had indirectly hinted many times. She had initiated conversations before the martial arts exam, chatted in the group, invited Fang Chen to gatherings, especially during the drinking party a few days ago, where she had, under the influence of alcohol, asked Fang Chen what he thought of her. But before Fang Chen could respond, she succumbed to the alcohol and fell into a deep sleep. Did she really have to confess? She was carefree, but to put it bluntly, she was still a bit shy. Beside her, Li Mingqi was much simpler in thought. She absolutely could not let Qi Wan discover her feelings. Fang Chen naturally did not notice the complex expressions of the two as he was about to enter the hotel under the gaze of the crowd. At that moment, a high-pitched female voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. Fang Chen, I, Chening, challenge you. Before the voice faded, a graceful figure stepped out from the back of the crowd. Her jet-black hair was tied into a simple yet powerful ponytail, swaying gently with each of her agile movements. She stood tall like a pine tree, her facial features distinct, her skin as white as snow, making her bright eyes shine brilliantly, as if they could see into the depths of one's heart. Oh my, is the first and second of Nan province finally going to face off? I knew Chening was combative, but I didn't expect her to be so eager right after Fang Chen arrived. Who do you think will win? It's an open book exam, do you even need to ask me? Not necessarily, who knows what Chen Ying's talent is? Just wait and see, our sister Ying's talent will shock you. The crowd consisted of the top 200 martial arts exam candidates from Nan province. The battle between the first and second was undoubtedly a big deal for them. Seeing that there was a show to watch, everyone perked up, their eyes wide open, afraid of missing the action. Qi Wan and Li Mingqi stared at the unfriendly girl, whose appearance and demeanor were not inferior to theirs, along with her status as the second in the province, which made them feel a hint of crisis. It has finally come. Fang Chen turned around to look at Chening, who was staring at him intently. Empty-handed. Using this to test the cadre? Sorry, I'm not interested, he said directly. Chen Ying's expression was calm, as if she had anticipated this. Are you sure you want to refuse me? Fang Chen nodded, his tone flat. Of course, unless you can give me what I want, otherwise I don't feel safe. With his version T0 martial soul manifestation, he wouldn't bother without any incentive. Fang Chen's words instantly resonated with those around him. Yeah, there's not even a reward for winning, why should I accept the challenge? Just putting in effort, I wouldn't accept either. At least show some sincerity. Some local martial arts candidates from Anqing couldn't help but speak up, daring to refuse Sister Ring. Just wait for your mindset to collapse later. In response, Chening remained unfazed, instead raising the corner of her mouth, looking at Fang Chen. It seems you don't know me very well. I'm here to challenge you, not to ask you, but to inform you. What a domineering female CEO. Fang Chen silently tagged Chening in his mind. Not only a martial arts fanatic but also domineering. If he didn't agree, she'd just push forward, without even applying any lubricant. The way she raised her mouth seemed as if she had him all figured out. It seemed her confidence came from her extraordinary ability. He couldn't be bothered to respond. He turned to leave. But the next moment, Chening called out to him, wait, you might as well watch what happens next before answering me again. As soon as she said this, the local martial arts candidates from Anqing panicked. Quick! Retreat! Immediately, 5 or 6 candidates quickly retreated several meters. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Fang Chen became interested. What could happen that would make these people so fearful? He instinctively turned back to see what kind of trick Chening was up to. Sorry, my family situation hasn't been great since I was young, and I've spent all the money I could on training, so I can't offer anything in this challenge, Chening said, swinging her ponytail, speaking generously. But I really want to fight against someone stronger than me, so I can become stronger. Sometimes I have to resort to some despicable tactics to force the other party to agree. So, I apologize. She spoke very candidly, without any concealment, as if preparing Fang Chen psychologically. Then, Chening looked at Qi Wan beside her, her eyebrows charming. I'll confess for you that you like Fang Chen. Her voice was loud, and everyone present heard it, frowning in unison. Fang Chen squinted, not understanding what Chening was trying to do. Qi Wan was taken aback, her fair face visibly turning red. In an instant, her mind was in turmoil, unable to think clearly. She thought to herself that this woman was crazy. Why did she have to say it so bluntly? How would she face Fang Chen in the future? Just as she was getting angry and wanted to retort, Chening spoke first. Sorry, I'm not crazy. I'm just helping you say it because you're too hesitant, which also alleviates your pain. You should thank me for that. As for how you face Fang Chen, that's not something I care about. In an instant, Qi Wan's mind went blank, a tingling sensation shooting from her tailbone to the top of her head. Her lips trembled. You. Before she could finish her sentence, Chening placed a finger on her thin lips. Don't speak yet. Let me tell you something fun. Then her gaze fell on the confused Li Mingqi, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Mingqi, you wouldn't want Wan to know about that, would you? Li Mingqi's heart jolted. What are you talking about? Panic surged within her. What do you mean by Wan knowing? Is it about liking Fang Chen? No, that's impossible. I've kept this secret all along, she can't possibly know. She must be talking about something else. No need to guess, it's exactly that. Chunning smirked. No matter how much you hide it, your heart is still telling me. You like Fong Chen, but you're afraid your best friend will find out. Chi-Wan mechanically turned her head, staring blankly at her best friend. Is what she said true? Li Mingqi was stunned, the usually composed girl now filled with a panic she had never experienced before. How is that possible? I've never shown it. Could it be that time during the martial arts exam? No way. Or was it when I deliberately got Wan drunk a few days ago, afraid she would confess to Fong Chen? No. Even less likely. Chening wasn't even there, how could she know? Chening raised an eyebrow slightly. How would I know? Of course, you told me. You told me you were afraid Wan would confess to Fong Chen, so you deliberately got her drunk. And about that martial arts exam, you didn't tell me the specifics. Boom! Li Mingqi felt as if thunder had struck beside her. Everything she had just thought was heard by Chening. Her lips trembled. You can hear my thoughts. After saying that, she hurriedly covered her mouth. Once those words were out, everything Chening had said was confirmed. The people around instinctively widened their mouths, their expressions varying. Big news. Explosive news. Shocked. To prevent her best friend from confessing, she actually got her drunk. Not just them, Fong Chen was also stunned, looking at Li Mingqi in surprise. He wasn't dense, he could tell Chi-Wan was being proactive with him, but he truly hadn't noticed anything about Li Mingqi. What was going on? Best friend cover-up? As for Chang Ying's extraordinary ability, it was already evident. An S-rank telepathy, able to sense others' thoughts, emotions, and even memories. But this was only a capability used by low-tier warriors. Once the level reached 5 or above, the ability to sense others' thoughts would evolve into controlling their minds, turning them into puppets. It could even create environments, surrounding an entire city. Wiping out a whole city would be a piece of cake. Seeing that the situation was off, Lu Qingfeng and the others exchanged glances and hurriedly left. Young people's matters should be resolved by young people themselves. At this moment, Li Mingqi's fair and delicate face was completely flushed, her ears bright red. She trembled as she said, I'll go pack my things first. She covered her face and fled into the hotel. No. I need to clarify things. Chi-Wan hurriedly chased after her. Now, the onlookers had guessed Chen Ying's talent. They understood why the martial arts students from An City had retreated so far. It turned out they were being courteous, afraid of being read, wanting to give the opportunity to them. What a good landlord's friendship. Fong Chen and the others understood why Lu Qingfeng would say that the challenged person would agree. Having one's inner secrets exposed is no different from having one's lifeline grasped by someone else. What decent person writes a diary? Can what is read aloud be called heartfelt words? So it's an S-level telepathy, truly terrifying. Jiang Feng nervously took a step back, wanting to distance himself from this frightening woman. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Chuning turned her gaze towards him, revealing a smile like that of the Buddha. Word by word, she said, you say this, but what you really think is. Chi-Wan and Li Mingqi actually both like Fong Chen. Fong Chen, you really should die, when will such good fortune come to me? Instantly, the entire scene fell silent again, and everyone looked at Jiang Feng with pity. Jiang Feng's face turned stiff, drained of color. The shame of having his inner thoughts read made him want to escape, but he forced himself to calm down, putting on a look of indifference. Damn, I haven't even heard what Fong Chen and Chen Chang are thinking. I can't leave. If I die together. Wait, this woman won't read my thoughts again, will she? Then, he saw Chening curl her lips, seemingly saying, just as you wish. You were just saying. After saying that, Shen Xing rarely panicked, gritting her teeth as she looked at him. What a dead poor Taoist who still has to die with his friends. Shen Xing suddenly turned around, wanting to escape this place of trouble, but Chen Ying's voice rang out. No, I have to leave here. I can't let Fong Chen know I'm secretly imitating him to show off. Shen Cheng's right leg, which had just been lifted, was pulled back, and she turned around. Since she couldn't win, she would join Jiang Feng's camp. Staring at Fong Chen, her thoughts were written all over her face. Let's all die together. Chening smiled brightly at the two of them. If you want to take revenge on me, you can challenge me anytime. I won't refuse anyone. Then, under everyone's anticipation, she finally turned her gaze to Fong Chen, raising her eyebrows. Now, do you still want to refuse me? What an overt threat. Fong Chen's expression was calm. He realized that Chuning wasn't directly reading his mind but was first targeting Chi-Wan and the others. This was to shake his psychological defenses. Anyone facing mind reading would subconsciously tell themselves not to think about certain things. However, the more they did that, the more they would think about it. Chen Ying could use this to eavesdrop on more secrets, thus manipulating him. As for Chen Ying's methods, he didn't find them unpleasant. She had already made it clear that she didn't have many resources. In this world, where demon beasts lurked and death could come at any moment, Chen Ying had to use some means to become stronger. At the same time, she also made it clear that if anyone was unconvinced, they could challenge her. She gave others a chance. With high talent and means, she was indeed a remarkable woman. As for how far she would go with her methods, Chen Ying must have a measure in her heart, otherwise, she wouldn't be standing here healthily. But to think she could manipulate Fong Chen, she would likely be disappointed. Telepathy belonged to mental attacks, and he was immune. Fong Chen, why not agree to the challenge, to avoid ending up like us? Jiang Feng put on a comforting expression, but in reality, it was a retreat to advance. The little man in his heart was constantly screaming, "You can't agree to the challenge. If you do, how will I watch the show?" "That's right, Fong Chen, just forget it. It's just a fight." Xin Sheng, seeing Jiang Feng's persuasion, hurriedly spoke up. In reality, she had been muttering in her heart, "Since my brother is already like this, Fong Chen, please do us a favor and come join us." The two's persuasion completely placed Fong Chen on the fire, making the surrounding crowd even more interested. Damn, Fong Chen is the #1 in the country. If he agrees this time, doesn't that mean he's been manipulated by Chen Ying? If he doesn't agree, he'll be mind-read. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Why not just leave? The #1 in the country, running away now, does he still have any face left? If it were me, I'd agree to the challenge. At least defeating Chen Ying in strength would still have some face. At this point, do you still think Chen Ying will lose? Damn, you just woke me up. The ones being killed in the exam are all mindless beasts. With Chen Ying's current strength as a first-tier warrior, the strongest ability she can unleash with her S-level talent is perception. Illusions and other mental attacks can only be unlocked later when one's mental strength reaches a certain level. In the martial arts exam, the opponents are all mindless beasts, lacking thought and driven only by instinct. Chen Ying cannot read their thoughts and can only engage in close combat as an archer, relying solely on her physical prowess to reach 5th place nationwide. It's simply monstrous. If these beasts had intelligence, her score would skyrocket, possibly surpassing Lin Song. That's why everyone is rethinking the outcome of their duel. Truly deserving of the title of martial arts fanatic. Fong Chen looked at the girl with the upturned corners of her mouth, feeling he had her figured out, and gave his answer. "I'm still not interested." Upon hearing this, Chen Ying's expression froze, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Everyone she had threatened with this method had agreed. Fong Chen was the first to refuse. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and the others' eyes lit up, unable to suppress their smiles. "It's okay, Fong Chen, no matter what choice you make, we support you. Don't worry, whatever Chen Ying says later, we'll pretend we can't hear." Right, brothers in spirit. The guys were just waiting to watch the show. Fong Chen calmly stared at Chen Ying. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving." Seeing that Fong Chen was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, Chen Ying's expression grew serious, deciding to stop holding back. "Then I can only force you to act." As soon as she said this, everyone around perked up, especially Jiang Cheng and his group, their eyes nearly popping out with excitement. They would finally know what Fong Chen was thinking. 10 seconds. Half a minute. 1 minute. 2 minutes. A full 3 minutes passed, yet they heard no words from Chen Ying. The crowd looked on in confusion, only to see Chen Ying frozen in place, her eyes filled with disbelief. What's going on? Did she hear some big secret? Or did Fong Chen say something outrageous? Hurry up and say something, I'm dying of curiosity. The crowd urged. At this moment, Chen Ying's heart felt like a string being plucked, starting to panic. This is impossible. She stared into Fong Chen's eyes. Why can't I hear your thoughts? In an instant, the surroundings fell silent again. S-level talent for telepathy. Even warriors 2 tiers above her could still sense what the other was thinking. Fellow warriors simply couldn't resist. How could she not perceive Fong Chen's thoughts? Can't hear. This is unlikely. Could it be that Fong Chen is already a 4th-tier warrior? Could it be that Sister Ring let him off easy? The onlookers instinctively thought of this, but seeing Chen Ying's incredulous expression, they found their answer. What are you thinking? Sister Ying's personality. When has she ever let anyone off easy? So that means Fong. No, Brother Chen has the ability to resist mental attacks. Aren't there just 2 types of flames? How did another ability come into play? Terrifying. Fong Chen smirked, turning to pat Jiang Feng and the others on the shoulder. Brothers in spirit. Watching Fong Chen's uncontainable smile, Jiang Feng and the others parted their lips but couldn't make a sound. They had come to watch the show, yet they were witnessing Fong Chen shine once more in front of everyone. This isn't how it's supposed to go. At this moment, Chen Ying's expression shifted from surprise to confusion. Initially, she thought it was her own issue, so she tried to sense again. But the result was the same. Aside from some high-tier warriors, this was the first time she couldn't perceive the thoughts of another. She thought she had Fang Chen under control, only to find herself being countered. Moreover, when she tried to sense Fang Chen's thoughts, her mental strength detected a wave of heat. Could it be Fang Chen's flames? Either way, let me remind you. Fang Chen looked at Chening, his tone serious. Don't try to sense me again, it will be very dangerous. Just now, he suppressed the falling heart flame, otherwise, with Chen Ying's first-tier strength, her soul would definitely have been burned by the falling heart flame. He had to remind her. Chening looked at Fang Chen's expression, thought of that heat, realized the seriousness of the situation, and nodded, saying, "Got it." This scene made everyone around gasp in surprise. Chening actually nodded. How abnormal was Fang Chen's method of restraining his mental power? "Stop dawdling, hurry up to the upstairs," Fang Chen said as he turned and walked into the hotel lobby. Seeing that there was no more trouble, Zhang Feng and Xin Xing, having not witnessed the good show, followed him in a daze. As for Chening, her gaze remained fixed on Fang Chen, never wavering. Her eyes were full of him. She was unwilling. The people from Jiang City were arranged on the 10th floor of the hotel, each in their own room. Because of the top score in the country, Fang Chen was assigned a luxurious suite. The room was spacious and bright, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the warm light and exquisite decor complementing each other, making one feel an unparalleled comfort and luxury. Fang Chen tidied up a bit and prepared to go out. The award ceremony would be held tomorrow morning, and this afternoon was free time. He wanted to take this opportunity to go to the potion market to buy a cauldron. Speaking of which, at this moment, he was like a craftsman who had watched no less than 10,000 films, so familiar with everything, yet had never practiced in reality. Although an ordinary cauldron could be used, with his first-time technique and skills, an ordinary cauldron would definitely not satisfy him, and might even explode in anger. Therefore, this time, his goal was to get a sturdy and durable cauldron. He opened the door and was about to leave when he saw two people standing outside. Chi Wan was in a posture as if she was about to knock on the door. Seeing the door open, she immediately withdrew her hand, her fair and delicate face once again flushed with color. Li Mengqi beside her was the same. Shouldn't they be angry? Why were they here? Fang Chen was puzzled. What are you two doing? We wanted to ask where you are going this afternoon? Chi Wan's voice was not as loud as usual, clearly still not having recovered from what had just happened. As for Li Mengqi, she turned her face away, completely unable to look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen replied, "I'm going to the potion market, what's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Chi Wan's throat moved, and she mustered her courage to say, "Then can you choose one of us to accompany you?" Her voice grew smaller and smaller, almost fading away by the end, her face so red it seemed like it could bleed. Li Mengqi lowered her head even more. But Chi Wan's voice grew louder in Fang Chen's mind, even echoing. He felt a tingling sensation rushing from his feet to the top of his head. Chi Wan was clearly using the question to make him choose. One of the two of them, a choice between two. This sudden scene caught him completely off guard. What had happened in between? Shouldn't a rivalry between best friends be a life and death struggle? Why was the question thrown to him? Was their friendship really that good? At this moment, after asking the question, the two girls simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. This was the result they had agreed upon. Originally, when they came upstairs, it was quite awkward facing each other. After all, who could allow their best friend to be interested in the boy they liked? But a friendship of over 10 years couldn't just be broken. In the end, under Chi Wan's initiative, the two reached a consensus. Since their feelings had already been revealed to Fang Chen, why not let him make a decision? Can I have them both? Fang Chen maintained his inner stability, his mind racing. In this situation, choosing either one would be wrong and would hurt the other. If he chose neither, the problem would be even bigger. It would directly indicate that he was just playing the field. Refusing. If he refused, would he still be a man? What should he do now? When the time came to use the book, Fang Chen only regretted not having learned more about this area. In this tense atmosphere, a graceful figure walked down the corridor from the end. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Was this his savior coming? At the same time, Chi Wan and Li Mengqi also noticed the footsteps, turned to look, and their expressions changed drastically. They saw the culprit that had led them to stand here had appeared again. What are you doing here? Fang Chen asked. Of course, I'm here to find you. Chening walked up to the three of them. Although I didn't succeed downstairs just now, I don't intend to let it go like this. I have nothing to give you, and I'm not a smart person, so I can't think of any other way. So I plan to follow you, even if it means going all the way to Jiangcheng, until you agree to me. After saying this, she glanced at the highly vigilant Qi Wan and Li Mingqi, smiling gently. Don't worry, before it was to force Fang Chen to take action, it was unavoidable. Right now, I've turned off my abilities, so I won't hear what you're thinking. By the way, if you're unhappy with me, you can challenge me anytime. Although she said this, to Li Mingqi and Qi Wan, it sounded like the whisper of a demon. You say you didn't hear it? Girls have many secrets, and if one or two more embarrassing ones were overheard, they would have to change cities to live. This place was not suitable for staying long. The two women instantly made a decision. Fang Chen, I suddenly remembered I haven't collected my laundry. I have to go first. Me too, I won't accompany you out. The two hurriedly fled, having long lost their desire for answers. Chening was already used to such scenes. However, she suddenly felt Fang Chen's gaze on her soften. The latest version of the powerful pill, 9 yuan for 2. Rat poison for rats, big ones and small ones all caught. Love her, just buy it, strong for 24 hours. Anqing's pharmacy market was vast. As soon as they entered the market, they were greeted by a bustling crowd, the lively sounds of selling and conversation intertwined, creating a lively atmosphere. Every corner of the market exuded a rich medicinal fragrance, where traditional pills and modern potions gathered together. Fang Chen wandered while searching for the traces of the medicinal cauldron, and Chening followed closely beside him, not leaving his sight from the hotel to the market. Passing by a pharmacy, Fang Chen stopped. The shop owner was live streaming, holding a bottle of potion in his left hand and raising his right arm to shout, "Family, our rejuvenation pills are all handmade, previously exclusive to high-level warriors. I begged the manufacturer for a long time to get this stock. Today, 9 yuan for 2 bottles, hop on." Keeping up with the times, Fang Chen glanced lightly at a medicinal cauldron displayed at the shop entrance and then left. This was already the 12th medicinal cauldron he had seen since arriving at the market, and he could tell just by looking that the quality of this cauldron was very poor. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Having already browsed half the market, the remaining half wouldn't be any better in quality. Looking at your troubled expression, it seems the medicinal cauldrons here don't meet your requirements. Chening, noticing that Fang Chen would stop for a moment in front of every medicinal cauldron shop, guessed his purpose for coming here. Her opportunity had come. She continued, I happen to know a place where the medicinal cauldrons will definitely meet your requirements. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen indeed became interested. Rather than wandering aimlessly in the pharmacy market, it was better to go directly to the place Chening mentioned. But seeing the smirk on Chen Ying's lips, Fang Chen immediately understood what she was trying to do. If that medicinal cauldron is really as you say, I can agree to your challenge. Seeing hope, Chen Ying's smile widened. Don't worry, it will definitely meet your requirements. As for whether you can take it away, that's your business. Can I take it away? Fang Chen asked in confusion. Doesn't the other party sell it? Not exactly, just for some other reasons. After saying this, Chuning took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Shan, there's someone who wants to try your medicinal cauldron. Okay, I'll take him over right now. After hanging up, Chuning shook her head at Fang Chen, her long ponytail swaying. Let's go, the destination isn't far from here, and someone is already waiting for us. Shan? That name sounds a bit familiar. Fang Chen didn't ask further and followed Chening as they left. Indeed, as Chening said, the destination was not far. The two walked about 4 kilometers and arrived outside a pharmaceutical factory. Qinglan Pharmaceutical? Looking at the large characters, Fang Chen felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment of reflection, he remembered that the qi-gathering pill issued by the school before was produced by Qinglan Pharmaceutical. Come in. Chening, who had already reached the security checkpoint, waved to him. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and followed. As they passed by, the security guard did not stop them at all, even showing great respect. Qinglan Pharmaceutical was a well-known pharmaceutical giant in the southern province, and basically all the qi-gathering pills for martial arts candidates in the southern province came from here. The fact that Chuning could enter freely must be related to that girl named Shan. The vast area of Qinglan Pharmaceutical was breathtaking. Upon stepping through the gate, everywhere he looked was occupied by those neatly arranged modern pharmaceutical equipment, all operating in an orderly manner. Chening led Fang Chen past these modern factories, walking towards the east. They continued until they reached the end of the factory area before stopping. Here we are, this is it. In front of them was a 3-story building, and looking inside was an exhibition hall with various exhibition stands arranged neatly. Standing outside the building was a graceful figure, dressed in a style similar to Chen Ying's, though the scenery on her upper body was slightly inferior to Chen Ying's. She is. Chening was about to introduce Fang Chen but was interrupted. No need for you to introduce, I can do it myself. After saying that, the girl sized up Fang Chen and smirked. My name is Lu Shan. You should have seen my name, Fang Chen. Lu Shanshan, third place on the Southern Province martial arts exam score list, Fang Chen instantly recalled. No wonder it sounded familiar. Fang Chen replied, third in the Southern Province, of course I remember. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanshan sighed helplessly, yeah, with you two freaks around, I can only rank third. By the way, at this time, shouldn't you be in a room battling it out for 300 rounds? How come you're here to see the cauldron? As soon as this was said, even Chening couldn't help but blush, giving her a fierce glare. We clearly came to find a training ground to spar, can't you say it normally? Lu Shanshan playfully stuck out her tongue in response. Her personality was even more straightforward than Chen Ying's, and she could drive, making her like an enhanced version of Chen Ying. But in terms of dimensions, Chen Ying was her enhanced version. Fang Chen silently tagged Lu Shanshan in his mind. Chen Ying was already used to her demeanor and continued, I couldn't sense Fang Chen's inner thoughts, so I had no choice but to find other ways to get him to accept my challenge. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanshan was taken aback, a look of shock appearing in her eyes. The thing I've dreamed of resolving has actually been resolved. No wonder you're the number one in the country. Alright, Chen Ying urged, hurry up and let Fang Chen take a look at your medicinal cauldron. Okay, please come in, both of you. Lu Shanshan led the two into the building. Inside the first floor exhibition hall, various types of medicinal pills dazzled the eyes. Rows of display cabinets were neatly arranged, and the soft lighting in the glass showcases illuminated the exquisite details of each exhibit. The medicines shimmered under the light, and the pills emitted a faint herbal fragrance, refreshing the mind. The medicines and pills displayed in this exhibition hall are all products of our Qinglan Pharmaceutical, Lu Shanshan explained to Fang Chen as they walked. When they reached the central area of the exhibition hall, she stopped, pointing to a pill in one of the display cases. This pill is our flagship product and also our best-selling product. It took my grandfather over 20 years to perfect the formula, and it belongs to the top tier in today's pharmaceutical industry. As she spoke about this, Lu Shanshan's voice was filled with pride. Fang Chen looked over, and the pill in the display case was an old friend of his, as well as an old friend of all martial arts candidates in the country. The Qi Gathering Pill. Compared to the tens of thousands of yuan for other potions, the low price and high quality of the Qi Gathering Pill are loved by countless people. It can be called a national product, and Lu Shanshan indeed has the capital to be proud. But this Qi Gathering Pill could be even better. Seeing that Fang Chen and the others had no reaction, Lu Shanshan felt as if she were playing the lute to a cow. Boring. She pouted, too lazy to explain further. She led the two into the elevator. The elevator descended slowly, stopping at the very bottom, the fifth basement level. As the elevator doors opened, a wave of heat rushed in. A wave of heat swept over, instantly stirring the falling heart flame and the sea heart flame within Fang Chen. No! It should be said it was excitement. That intense heat rolled through his blood like a raging fire, filling him with an indescribable impulse. What is this wave of heat? A hint of confusion flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Let's go. Lu Shanshan led the way out of the elevator. The three walked down the corridor, illuminated by bright lights, arriving at a door. At this point, the exotic fire danced even more eagerly. This is it. Lu Shanshan pushed the door open. Instantly, a heat far greater than before surged out from the room, as if a scorching breath was erupting from the depths of the flames, causing Fang Chen to furrow his brows. Entering the room, the sight before him left him stunned. In the center of the large room stood a medicinal cauldron, blood red all over, with a surface marked by complex patterns, each line resembling ancient runes, flickering with a faint glow. What was even more astonishing was that red flames were actually burning within the cauldron. This flame was completely different from ordinary flames, flickering with an eerie light, as if alive, dancing within the cauldron, sometimes rising high, sometimes sinking low, emitting a buzzing sound of flickering firelight. The energy emitted was several times stronger than the enchanting vines in the monster beast wilderness, causing every pore on Fang Chen's body to tremble slightly, making him even more curious about this cauldron. Is this the eternal flame? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. Lu Shanshan nodded. That's right, it's the eternal flame. The eternal flame, an SS-level talent. True to its name, it is an unquenchable blood-red flame, with attack power at the top tier of SS-level talents. To extinguish it, one must have the ability of a flame wielder or a high-level martial artist. This was all information Fang Chen was aware of. No wonder the was excited, it had encountered a companion. This cauldron was crafted by someone my grandfather knew using SS-level alloy when he was young, specifically for alchemy, Lu Shanshan explained. To maximize the cauldron's capabilities, he found a 6th-level martial artist with the eternal flame to place the flame within the cauldron. Unfortunately, traditional alchemy has been replaced by modern pharmacology, a trend that could not be reversed, so my grandfather abandoned this cauldron. Originally, my grandfather wanted to find that martial artist again to extinguish the eternal flame, but later learned that he died in battle, and since then, the flame has never extinguished. Later, to help Qinglan Pharmaceuticals gain fame, my grandfather announced that anyone who could extinguish the flame in this cauldron with a strength below 3rd level could take the cauldron for free. At first, people came in droves, but all returned empty-handed, and gradually, fewer and fewer came. Lu Shanshan looked at Fang Chen. This year, you are the first. An SS-level alloy worth a fortune, available for free, is indeed very attractive. As for why it had to be martial artists below 3rd level, Fang Chen had already guessed the answer in his heart. The wielder of the Eternal Flame was a 6th-level powerhouse, who had already passed away, but the Eternal Flame he left behind still reached the strength of a low-level 3rd-level martial artist. Exceeding this level, it would be too easy to take the cauldron. The advertisement never got out, and they lost a cauldron, which was not worth the loss. Does this cauldron meet your expectations? Chuning, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded. Very good, I am very satisfied. An SS-level alloy cauldron is enough to withstand the energy of the... Unexpectedly, Chuning changed her tone. Since that's the case, let's hurry and leave. Leave? Fang Chen raised an eyebrow. Why leave? Chuning was taken aback. This unresting fire can unleash the power of a 3rd-tier warrior. Are you really thinking of challenging it? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen understood why Chuning had a confident smile at the medicine market. She had anticipated that this cauldron would definitely catch his eye, but he wouldn't be able to take it. Chuning thought she had him under control this time, now urging him to leave, so they could compete. At this moment, Lu Shanshan grasped the doorknob, ready to close the door. You mustn't act recklessly, the power of a 3rd-tier warrior is not something you can contend with. You can wait 2 years to come back. No need. Fang Chen twisted his neck. Today, this cauldron is mine. He took 2 steps forward, feeling the heat wave rushing towards him. Just then, the blood-red flames in the medicine cauldron suddenly danced wildly, as if warning him not to approach. Fang Chen, don't do anything reckless, Chuning hurriedly advised. Meanwhile, Lu Shanshan took out her phone to call for help. Fang Chen was the top of the national martial arts exam. He couldn't afford to have an accident at Qinglan Pharmaceuticals. At that moment, the transparent fallen heart flame within Fang Chen erupted violently. With a low rumble, the strange fire took shape, coalescing into a giant lava python that slithered out, as if it were a fiery creature rising from the depths of the earth. The flowing lava continuously streamed over its body, shimmering with red and gold light, exuding a suffocating heat. The temperature in the entire space surged several times in an instant, and the air was filled with a scorching aura that made it hard to breathe. Shock appeared on Chuning and Lu Shanshan's faces as they fixed their gazes on the lava python. The heat it emitted was no less than that of the unresting fire, a pressure they had never felt in the martial arts exam recordings. The pressure was comparable to that of the unresting fire. Especially for Chuning, the tremor in her heart was even more intense. As a psychic ability user, her perception was several times that of ordinary warriors, and she could clearly sense that the flame Fang Chen released was the very means that had previously blocked her mental power. Feeling the violent energy, she suddenly understood. Fang Chen must have suppressed the flame before. If he hadn't, she would have been burned by it. A flame that could burn mental power. How could such a miraculous ability exist? But then, Chuning calmed down. Fang Chen's gifted flame was indeed formidable, but the unresting fire was also an SS-level flame, releasing energy at the level of a low-tier 3rd-tier warrior. No matter how strong Fang Chen's talent was, he was only a 1st-tier warrior. How could he possibly compete with a low-tier 3rd-tier warrior? The outcome was already evident. At this moment, the unresting fire in the cauldron sensed a threat and trembled violently. The energy within the cauldron began to erupt, and the entire cauldron ignited with blood-red flames, terrifying heat continuously surging forth, issuing a warning, trying to assert its dominance. In the next moment, the lava python opened its massive mouth and roared, the terrifying heat transforming into ripples that struck the cauldron, causing it to shake. The unresting fire instantly weakened. This unresting fire seems to be afraid, Lu Shanshan exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had never seen the unresting fire like this. Fang Chen curled his lips into a smile. Among all fires, the strange fire is supreme. When the strange fire appears, all fires submit. The good show was just beginning. If a high-level warrior controlled the unresting fire, due to their own strength, even with the enhancement of the strange fire, Fang Chen would still be no match. The gap in levels could not be compensated for by talent. But at this moment, the unresting fire was an unclaimed entity. Among all fires, the strange fire is supreme. The unresting fire had only one outcome, submission. The lava python, taking shape from the strange fire, gazed at the unresting fire in the cauldron with eyes as fiery as its flames, coiling in the air, releasing scorching energy, and launched an assault on the unresting fire. As the giant python approached, the eternal flame felt a suppression of its level, and the brilliance of the flames began to dim, the power of resistance growing weaker. Under the pressure of the lava giant python, the eternal flame in the cauldron began to flicker violently, seemingly with nowhere to escape, gradually losing its vitality. Finally, in the presence of the three, it was completely extinguished. The lava giant python circled in the air, as if proclaiming its victory, its massive body radiating a dazzling light. It then returned to Fong Chen's body. In that moment, the temperature in the entire room suddenly dropped, and a thick, scorched scent filled the air. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. Is this it? Cheneng and Lu Shanshan were utterly shocked by the scene before them, finding it hard to believe. They had witnessed the emergence of the lava giant python and felt that sense of oppression, yet the fall of the eternal flame came so swiftly, as if everything had happened in an instant. The eternal flame that hasn't been extinguished for over a decade is gone just like that? Lu Shanshan's mind was in chaos, unable to accept this sudden turn of events. This was the eternal flame of third-tier strength. An SS-level talent. Just like that, it was suppressed and extinguished by Fong Chen's flames. No! It would be more accurate to say that the eternal flame scared itself to death. The lava giant python merely roared, without even making a move, and the eternal flame was gone. Lu Shanshan bit her lip tightly, her heart filled with complex emotions. She was completely shaken by Fong Chen's power. Truly the best in the country. At this moment, Cheneng felt as if she were bound by invisible ropes, unable to make a sound. Just moments ago, she had thought that Fong Chen would undoubtedly lose, but in just a brief moment, that eternal flame that had made her heart race was so easily suppressed and extinguished by Fong Chen's flames. She could see that the extinguishing of the eternal flame was not due to how strong Fong Chen was, but rather out of fear of his flames. An SS-level talent flame was afraid of another SS-level talent flame. It was something no one would believe if told. Then she thought of how Fong Chen had two types of flames, and he had only released one to achieve such an effect. If both types were released at the same time, wouldn't the eternal flame be extinguished on the spot? Thinking of this, the shock in Chen Ying's eyes instantly turned to delight. She had never seen such a formidable talent. Her combative nature was completely ignited at this moment, and she wished she could battle Fong Chen for 300 rounds right now. Hey, miss, what happened, miss? At that moment, the voice from the phone Lu Shanshan had dialed earlier pulled the two back to reality. Nothing happened. Lu Shanshan hung up the phone and then dialed another number. Hello, Grandpa, someone successfully took the cauldron away. Meanwhile, Fong Chen had already walked to the cauldron, merging his waist in horse, lifting it up, the cauldron still retaining the residual warmth of the eternal flame. Lu Shanshan, I won't be polite. Lu Shanshan, who had just hung up the phone, nodded, we keep our word, you can take it. Fong Chen was no longer polite and immediately stored the cauldron in his spatial ring. Fong Chen, my grandpa heard that you successfully took the cauldron and wants to meet you. Is that okay? Lu Shanshan asked. Of course. Fong Chen nodded. After all, he had taken someone else's SS-level alloy cauldron, so it was only right to meet. Where is your grandpa? He was just working and has already rushed to the exhibition hall. We can go up and wait. The three exited the room, retracing their steps, and just as they returned to the hall, an elderly man in a white lab coat rushed over, shouting urgently before he even arrived. Who successfully took the cauldron? Lu Shanshan introduced to Fong Chen, this old man is my grandpa, the chief fifth-tier pharmacist of Qinglun Pharmaceutical. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qinghai stood in front of Fong Chen, his eyes shining as he scrutinized him. You are Fong Chen? Fong Chen nodded, yes. As he spoke, he took a look at the old man. With a head full of white hair yet full of spirit, his deep-set eyes sparkled with the brilliance of youth, carrying a hint of a mischievous old man. Lu Qinghai stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, very good. This young man not only looks good, but his strength is also impressive, and his age is just right. He raised an eyebrow and asked, are you interested in considering our Shanshan? How about marrying into our family? Fong Chen? Lu Qinghai's voice thundered in the ears of Fong Chen, Cheneng, and Lu Shanshan. Fong Chen stood there in a daze. Wait, this shift in tone is a bit too fast. What is this, a potion? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Lu Shanshan instantly exploded, grabbing the old man's beard and pulling it to the side. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lu Qinghai winced in pain, his features contorting as he hurriedly pushed Lu Shanshan's hand away. You girl, how can you be so disrespectful? Lu Shanshan rolled her eyes. Who told you to speak without any decorum? What decorum? Lu Qinghai tidied his disheveled beard, his tone firm. I'm just considering our family's future. Your parents don't have much talent for potions, and you only know how to fight and kill, showing no interest in potions. With such a big factory like Qinglan Pharmaceuticals, who can I pass it on to in the future? Now that I've finally met a young man with excellent talent who was also interested in alchemy and is the same age as you, I have to ask. But you can't just come out and say this to Feng Chen. Lu Shanshan was speechless. We just met for the first time. Feng Chen, you shouldn't listen to this old man's nonsense. They really are a pair of grandparent and grandchild. Feng Chen changed the subject. Master Lu, this medicinal cauldron is too precious. I feel a bit embarrassed just taking it like this. Lu Qinghai waved his hand. You're too polite. The Lu family has always kept their word. You extinguishing the unquenchable fire is your own skill, so don't feel any psychological burden. If you really feel bad about it. He raised an eyebrow again. Get closer to Shanshan. Is it getting closer or getting? Feng Chen chuckled. Let's talk about this later. Actually, I have something I want to discuss with you, so it won't be like I'm taking your medicinal cauldron for nothing. What is it? Feng Chen pointed to the display case of the qi-gathering pill in the central area. I have a formula for a qi-gathering pill that has double the efficacy at the same cost as yours from Qinglan Pharmaceuticals. I wonder if old Lu is interested. Double? A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Qinghai's eyes. He was about to ask back, but seeing Feng Chen's calm expression, he swallowed the words back. Could it be that this kid is telling the truth? Is he just bragging? Lu Shanshan, however, did not hold back. Feng Chen, this qi-gathering pill took my grandpa over 20 years to perfect. Do you really have something stronger? Feng Chen knew that explaining was useless, so it was better to show results directly. He took out paper and pen from his spatial ring and wrote down the required materials for the qi-gathering pill from the Encyclopedia of Alchemy. Old Lu, could you help me gather these materials? The formulas in the Encyclopedia of Alchemy had been perfected to the extreme. Just taking out one could stir up a storm in the market. Sure enough, Lu Qinghai glanced at it, and his expression immediately became serious. As a fifth-tier alchemist, he could see at a glance that the ratios of the materials written were quite sophisticated. Alright, I'll have someone prepare it right away. In less than 10 minutes, a staff member brought the materials. Feng Chen didn't waste time. After receiving the materials, he returned to the elevator, ready to go back to the room where he had stored the medicinal cauldron to refine medicine. Lu Qinghai and the others hurriedly followed. Back in the room, Feng Chen took out the medicinal cauldron he had just received and summoned the falling heart flame. The qi-gathering pill was a first-tier pill. Even though he had never refined medicine before, he found it easy to grasp. With a thought, the transparent falling heart flame surged like a lively fire serpent, swiftly injecting itself into the cauldron, instantly enveloping the entire vessel. The temperature rose sharply, and the intense energy churned within. He quickly added the prepared herbs one by one into the cauldron, and with each addition, the flames inside began to fluctuate. Each herb, under the enhancement of the falling heart flame, appeared more vibrant, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. What a domineering flame! Lu Qinghai, a fifth-tier alchemist, recognized the power of the falling heart flame at a glance. At the same time, he was captivated by Feng Chen's exquisite fire control techniques. Every movement of Feng Chen was perfectly timed, as if he were one with the flame. This cauldron is simply a perfect match for him. Lu Qinghai silently praised. His journey in alchemy began with traditional methods, and he had his own ways of controlling fire. But at 18, he was worlds apart from Feng Chen. As the alchemical process deepened, Feng Chen's techniques became increasingly skilled, and his control over the flames grew more precise. Under the influence of the flames, a rich medicinal aroma wafted from the cauldron. It's done! A satisfied smile appeared on Feng Chen's lips. He gently opened the lid of the cauldron, and the intoxicating fragrance of the medicine rushed out. He took out the finished qi-gathering pill and handed it to Lu Qinghai. Lu Qinghai received the pill and examined it closely, his brow furrowing tighter. Grandpa, how is it? Lu Shanshan hurriedly asked. Feng Chen lied. Lied? Lu Qinghai nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. The efficacy of this qi-gathering pill is not just double that of ours, it's almost triple. The cost is nearly the same as ours. How? How is that possible? Lu Shanshan was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Although she wasn't in the alchemy field, she was very clear about her family's qi-gathering pill. There were no more than 3 fingers worth of competitors in the market. Yet now, Feng Chen had easily surpassed it. This was too comprehensive. Old Lu was being modest. The efficacy of this qi-gathering pill relies on the control of the flames. If it were produced using modern pharmaceutical techniques, the efficacy would only be double. Feng Chen was stating facts. Traditional alchemy, 1 cauldron, 1 pill, naturally had no complaints about efficacy. But the downside was the low yield, with very high restrictions, which tested the alchemist's abilities. Modern pharmacology could achieve large-scale production without requiring technical skills from the alchemist. The downside? The efficacy would drop significantly. This was also the reason traditional alchemy was replaced by modern pharmaceuticals. You don't need to be modest. Lu Qinghai waved his hand. I've lived over 70 years and have never seen an alchemical genius like you. I was thinking of having you take over our Qinglan Pharmaceuticals, but now it seems that would be a limitation for you. Shanshan is simply not worthy of you. Lu Shanshan? Hey, old man, you can say what you want, but don't attack others personally. What makes me unworthy of him? At this moment, Lu Qinghai had no time to pay her any mind and continued to Fang Chen, I want the formula for this chi-gathering pill, name your price, and I'll agree to anything. In his view, Fang Chen's future would surely be brilliant, and spending any amount of money to acquire this formula would be worth it. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Fang Chen, when he developed other formulas in the future, he could authorize Qinglan Pharmaceuticals to produce them. Qinglan Pharmaceuticals would then have a chance to enter the top tier of the pharmaceutical industry. Old Lu, since I took your cauldron, I'll give you this formula, but I want 10% of the profits from the chi-gathering pill, Fang Chen stated clearly. If there was no profit to be made, he wouldn't give away the formula for free. The martial arts path burned through money too quickly, his small fortune of a few million wouldn't last long. Using the formula to make money was the most sustainable method, much safer than hunting monsters in the wilderness. Of course, no problem. Lu Qinghai put his arm around Fang Chen's shoulder, extremely close. Come on, let's go sign the contract now. Also, don't call me Lu Lao in the future, it makes me feel old. Just call me Lu Gu. No problem, Lu Gu. Lu Shanshan? Then, Lu Qinghai called his son who manages the business to draft a contract. During the process of signing, Lu Qinghai occasionally asked Fang Chen for his insights on alchemy. Fang Chen took a written exam, sharing insights from the Encyclopedia of Alchemy, which left Lu Qinghai astonished and greatly benefited. In a moment of excitement, he wanted to become sworn brothers with Fang Chen. If it weren't for Lu Shanshan intervening, Fang Chen would have truly become a super junior. After signing the contract, the sky was already darkening. Lu Shanshan's parents warmly invited Fang Chen to stay for dinner, and Chening, being an old acquaintance of their family, naturally stayed as well. At the dinner table, Lu Shanshan's mother was very enthusiastic, constantly serving Fang Chen dishes and inquiring about his family situation. Lu Shanshan was speechless about the household registration questions. Mom, I just met Fang Chen today, why are you asking so much? What do you know, you little child? Just eat your food and don't interrupt. After dinner, a tipsy Lu Qinghai wanted to see Fang Chen off but was politely declined. He had to arrange for his granddaughter. Shanshan, I still have to attend your award ceremony tomorrow, so I'll rest first. You send off your Uncle Fang for me. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanshan's face darkened with anger. She never expected that her first meeting with Fang Chen would escalate to such a level. The root cause of all this was the old man in front of her. Unable to contain her frustration, she yanked Lu Qinghai's beard hard. This was followed by a loud cry. Afterward, Fang Chen and Chening left, and their battle would continue the next day. Back at the hotel, it was nearing midnight. Fang Chen quickly fell asleep. As the morning light quietly crept onto the windowsill, the award ceremony was about to begin. At 8:41 a.m., at the Baisheng Hotel, Fang Chen had just finished washing up when there was a knock on the door. Who is it so early in the morning? Fang Chen mumbled as he walked to the door and opened it. In front of him stood Li Mingqi and Qi Wan, each holding a breakfast. Their expressions were no different from yesterday afternoon. Fang Chen, we both bought you breakfast. Which one do you want to eat? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. A second chance? Before he could react, Li Mingqi raised the breakfast in her hand. Fang Chen, I bought a bit too much, how about you eat mine? As she spoke, her fingers gripping the takeout bag unconsciously tightened, turning her fingertips white. Although she was braver than yesterday, her eyes still looked elsewhere, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I bought more. Qi Wan's voice followed, also offering her breakfast. Fang Chen's heart tightened, he was once again faced with this tricky situation. Two girls with completely different personalities had prepared breakfast for him. What should I do? Fang Chen thought anxiously. Would yesterday's savior appear again? At that moment, it seemed heaven heard his call. Tap tap tap, the sound of footsteps echoed, and that familiar figure appeared again. However, she was also holding breakfast. Good morning. Chening walked up to the three, smiling as she greeted them. Seeing the breakfasts in Li Mingqi and Qi Wan's hands, her eyebrows raised, looks like I came at the wrong time. As she spoke, she smiled at Fang Chen. I was worried you wouldn't have enough to eat and would delay our match, so I bought you some breakfast. Now it seems I was overthinking. Listening to her teasing, Fang Chen's expression remained calm, but he felt relieved inside. Chen is here, so they should give up now. But the expected outcome did not happen. Li Mengqi and Qi Wan, this pair of contrasting friends, seemed to have reached an agreement and showed no signs of leaving. What's going on? Do we have to reach a conclusion today? Fang Chen looked at Qi Wan's determined expression. It seemed so. But at this moment, he was no longer panicked, he already knew what to do. Having one more Chening meant one more choice, he didn't need to choose between 2 or 3 options. It's fine as long as everyone eats together. But just then, a graceful figure appeared in the corridor. What are you all blocking the door for so early in the morning? Lu Shanshan, also carrying breakfast, came to the side of the 4. What are you doing here? Chening asked, puzzled. What else could it be? My grandfather was invited to the award ceremony, and he was worried that Fang Chen wouldn't eat enough, so he insisted I bring him some food. Lu Shanshan spat. That old deng, his own granddaughter hasn't eaten yet, and he only cares about outsiders. Meanwhile, Li Mengqi and Qi Wan were stunned. They had anticipated that Chen would come. If it was just Chen watching, they wouldn't mind. After all, their true feelings had already been read by Chen. They could bear a little more. But they didn't expect another audience. One more person meant more psychological pressure, which had already exceeded their capacity to cope. Wouldn't it be awkward? Li Mengqi and Qi Wan unconsciously lowered their hands that were holding breakfast. Seeing this, Fang Chen felt clarity in his heart. The situation had completely turned around. How about we eat together? Fang Chen said, a sincere smile on his face. Before his words fell, Lu Shanshan was the first to walk into the room. She could naturally see that Li Mengqi and Qi Wan had ulterior motives, but she didn't care about that. She had been forced to come by Lu Qinghai and was already starving. She hurriedly placed the breakfast on the table. Let's eat, let's eat. Chen also showed no hesitation and directly walked into the room. She only cared about her battle with Fang Chen, everything else was not within her consideration. After placing the breakfast on the table, she said, let's eat, let's eat. This scene made Li Mengqi and Qi Wan panic unconsciously. They knew Chen Ying's intentions, but nothing was absolute. Who knew if Chen Ying had other thoughts? Plus, there was an unfamiliar woman added to the mix. If she had ulterior motives, wouldn't they have gained an invisible enemy? No way. We absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Li Mengqi and Qi Wan exchanged glances and immediately formed a united front. Their years of close friendship kicked in as they walked into the room together, placing the breakfast on the table, their gazes vigilant, as if declaring their sovereignty. Just as the crisis quietly dissipated, Fang Chen was about to close the door and enjoy his breakfast. At that moment, the hot-blooded, proud duo happened to pass by. Jiang Feng rubbed his bald head and said, Fang Chen, let's go eat breakfast together. Fang Chen replied naturally, no need, someone brought me food. Jiang Feng and Xin Qing instantly beamed with excitement. The aroma of the food immediately attracted them. Is it Qi Wan or Li Mengqi? Quick, let us see who won between the two of them. Jiang Feng pushed Fang Chen aside. The next moment, Jiang Feng and Xin Qing saw the situation inside the room. The first thing they noticed was the 2 girls they were interested in, Qi Wan and Li Mengqi. The 2 were staring at them fiercely, their eyes cold as if they wanted to swallow them whole. Opposite the 2 girls, on the left was Chen Ying, who was engrossed in her breakfast, and while eating, she reminded Fang Chen, hurry up and eat, don't starve. Her concerned tone sounded like that of a family member. On the right was a girl they had never seen before. Dressed similarly to Chen Ying, her looks were on par with Qi Wan and Li Mengqi, but she was focused on her food, not paying them any attention. After a few seconds, the 2 turned their necks stiffly, looking at Fang Chen. Are they all here for you? Fang Chen nodded. Yeah. At that moment, Jiang Feng felt a difficulty in breathing, as if the world was no longer beautiful. At this time, Qi Wan said unhappily, if you haven't eaten, go eat, don't delay Fang Chen's meal. She cursed inwardly, damn it, as if it wasn't enough for women to be interested in Fang Chen, now there's a man too. Bang! Jiang Feng slammed the door shut. The entire room was left with Fang Chen and the 4 girls. Why are you closing the door so hard? Fang Chen mumbled as he walked to the dining table, not caring whose breakfast it was, grabbing it to eat. Nothing was more important than having a meal. At the entire dining table, Fang Chen, Chen Ying, and Lu Shanshan were enjoying their meal in a carefree manner. Qi Wan and Li Mengqi, on the other hand, were sullen and had no appetite at all. Only the 2 of them had reached a consensus in their wounded world. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Jiang Feng leaned against the wall, looking lost and dejected. Xin Chang leaned against the wall, silent. The gloom on their faces was about to overflow. They had originally wanted to enjoy the gossip, but instead, they were hit by it. Qi Wan and Li Mengqi, the 2 campus beauties of Jiangcheng, their beauty levels need not be mentioned. After yesterday's events, they had thought there would be a storm of blood and tears among friends, but now they were all sitting at Fong Chen's dining table. Chen Ying, the second from the southern province, had promised to challenge Fong Chen, and now the challenge had come to the dining table. Where would the next challenge lead? And there was another stunning girl. 4 girls in one room, this. A few minutes later, Jiang Feng slowly spoke. Fong Chen really deserves to die. I agree. At 9:11 a.m., in the Anqing Education Bureau, Conference Hall. In 19 minutes, the award ceremony for this year's Southern Province Martial Arts examination would begin here. At this time, many students and teachers had already entered and were waiting. Hey, have you heard? Fong Chen accepted Chen Ying's challenge. Didn't he refuse yesterday at the hotel? I don't know what happened, but it was a martial arts student from Anqing who told me that Chen Ying came here early in the morning to apply for the training ground. Does that mean they will start fighting right after the award ceremony? Amidst the discussions, Lu Qingfeng, Chen Zhengtian, and Su Yang, dressed neatly, entered the venue. The Baixing Hotel was less than 500 meters from the Education Bureau, so they arrived here ahead of Fong Chen and the others. All 3 of them were to speak on stage today, and just thinking about it made their excitement surge. Especially for Chen Zhengtian and Su Yang, it was their first time speaking here, and they felt a bit lightheaded. Old Lu, you really came quite late. Just then, the director of the Anqing Education Bureau happened to meet Lu Qingfeng and the others, stopping to greet them. Experts always show up last. The curve of Lu Qingfeng's mouth was clearly proud. There was no helping it, after all, Jiangcheng had produced the national champion. How lonely it is to be invincible. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's smug look, Huang Tao smirked. This year, you really got to show off. The 2 were old friends and didn't mind. After that, Huang Tao introduced the person beside him to Lu Qingfeng and the others. This is Master Lu Qinghai from Qinglan Pharmaceutical, invited to attend the award ceremony today. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lu Qingfeng and the others immediately became serious. Every year's award ceremony would invite a highly influential figure to lend some prestige. Last year, they invited a 6th-tier martial artist based in Anqing. This year, it was Lu Qinghai. There were 10 6th-tier martial artists in the entire southern province, but no 6th-tier pharmacists, only 3 5th-tier pharmacists. Lu Qinghai was one of them, highlighting the rarity of high-tier pharmacists. This was undoubtedly a big shot. But why did Lu Qinghai have one less tuft of beard? Before the 3 could greet him, Lu Qinghai waved his hand, speaking in a friendly tone. What master or not, I'm just an old man, can't compare to the young people nowadays. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow and saw the words Jiangcheng on Lu Qingfeng's name tag, smiling even more. So it's family, then there's no need to be polite. After the award ceremony, let's have a good chat. A simple sentence left Lu Qingfeng and the others dumbfounded. A big shot like Lu Qinghai, even with Lu Qingfeng's social status, it would be hard to get acquainted with him. How did he suddenly become family? Of course, no problem. Lu Qingfeng said, flattered. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qinghai's gaze turned towards the entrance of the venue, excitedly waving his arms. Fong Chen, come here. At the entrance, Fong Chen walked into the hall with the 4 beauties. This stunning sight left many boys in disbelief, frequently turning their heads, gritting their teeth, ultimately feeling helpless. Hearing someone call his name, Fong Chen turned to look and saw Lu Qinghai waving at him 20 meters away, with Su Yang and the others beside him, so he walked over. The others dispersed, looking for their own spots. After talking to you yesterday, I've gained a lot from the potion aspect. I feel like I've been elevated as a person. Lu Qinghai stepped forward and hooked his arm around Fong Chen's shoulder as soon as he arrived, extremely close, like brothers who had known each other for years. This scene left Lu Qingfeng, Huang Tao, and the others stunned. Fong Chen had benefited a 5th-tier potion master so much that they instinctively thought they had misheard. But the next moment, they heard an even more explosive statement. That's because Brother Lu, you have exceptional talent. In an instant, the mouths of those around turned into O shapes. Brother Lu? Fong Chen referred to the 5th-tier potion master Lu Qinghai as Brother Lu? And Lu Qinghai was still very happy? They felt their brains were not enough to process this. You're too modest, kid. Lu Qinghai excitedly patted Fong Chen's shoulder, and seeing the others still stunned, he casually mentioned the events of Qinglan Pharmaceutical from yesterday. After listening to the story, Lu Qingfeng and the others took a while to recover from their shock. They had easily taken away a tripod that no one had been able to touch for over a decade. They had brought out the formula for the qi-gathering pill that shocked Lu Qinghai and reached a cooperation agreement. In just one afternoon, Fong Chen had accomplished so much. Compared to Fong Chen, they felt like they were just passing time in an city. Lu Qingfeng suddenly understood why Lu Qinghai had just said they were all family. It wasn't because Lu Qinghai was easygoing, but because of Fong Chen. They had benefited from Fong Chen's light. Su Yang instinctively turned his head and happened to make eye contact with Chen Zhengtian. The two chuckled at the same time, their eyes filled with appreciation. More than a month ago, that student who had struggled with blood gas testing had now grown to a point where they could only look up to him. Time quickly reached 9:23, and all the participants had basically arrived. The award ceremony was about to begin. Fang Chen separated from the others and walked to the designated spot in the venue, right next to Chening. At 9:30, the award ceremony officially began. It was the same old routine, starting with the host's speech to warm up the atmosphere. Then, the leaders of the Education Bureau took turns to speak, praising the results of this year's martial arts exam in the southern province. After that, it was Fang Chen's turn to give a speech. Next, let's invite Fang Chen, the student who ranked first in the national martial arts exam scores, to give a speech. Amidst a round of applause, Fang Chen stepped onto the podium and slowly delivered his prepared speech under the gaze of 100 people. To summarize, I, Fang Chen, owe my success today to my exceptional talent, plus my hard work. During the speech, he didn't forget to speed up the refining of the falling heart flame. After that, Su Yang, Chen Zhengtian, and Lu Qingfeng took turns to speak. After an hour and a half, the much-anticipated awards segment finally arrived. Looking at the 5 million prize in his hand, Fang Chen revealed a heartfelt smile. Finally, everyone took a group photo to commemorate the occasion, and the award ceremony for this year's martial arts exam in the southern province came to a complete end. The leaders of the Education Bureau and the principal and teachers all left the venue. Around 2 in the afternoon was the time to leave in city, and they wanted to take this opportunity to strengthen their bonds. As for the martial arts exam candidates, after leaving the conference hall, they did not choose to return to the hotel but all surged into the training ground of the Education Bureau. The end of the award ceremony meant that the competition between Fang Chen and Chening was about to begin. They wanted to take the chance to secure a good position for watching the battle. Once the people in the back had mostly left, the two main characters in the front slowly stood up. Although my ability is useless against you, I still have other trump cards, Chening said, raising her red lips. Be careful. Fang Chen chuckled lightly, I'll be watching. Inside the training ground, it was already packed to the brim. All the candidates attending the award ceremony, except for the two main characters who had not yet arrived, were here. So what do you all think of the results? What else can we think? Of course, we just watch with our eyes. You think about it, if the demon beasts in the martial arts exam have intelligence, Chen Ying's score wouldn't be much different from Fang Chen's, right? That's for sure. The martial arts students from Anqing helped Chening raise her flag. Sister Ying's strength is well known to us. She stepped into the first level 4 months ago, breaking the record for the fastest entry into the first level in the South Province. Fang Chen only stepped into the first level more than half a month ago. I've looked into this. Sister Ying has been in the first level much longer than him, and she's training with our top-tier A-level martial arts techniques in Anqing. Fang Chen is just taking advantage of the demon beasts not having intelligence. Otherwise, the first place would definitely be Sister Ying's. So what if he has high talent? Who says that high talent means being the strongest? Zhang Feng and the others scoffed at these words. As witnesses to Fang Chen's martial arts exam, they were well aware of his strength. They couldn't be bothered to argue. Meanwhile, Lu Shanshan frowned instinctively. Although she had seen Fang Chen's flames and their power, she didn't believe Chening would lose. To prepare for her match against Fang Chen, Chening had started training days ago, becoming several times stronger than during the martial arts exam, and she had some hidden techniques. For Fang Chen to win against her, he would have to pay a price. Just then, the crowd stirred, all looking towards the entrance. The main character has arrived. Following the sound, they saw Chening stepping into the training ground first. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a soft halo around her. She had changed into a tight-fitting combat suit, the black fabric clinging to her like a second skin, outlining her perfect figure. Her long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and she held a long spear that swayed gently with her steps, her body moving with grace and power. Her unadorned face bore a determined expression, her eyes sharp like a blade, as if she were a general heading to the battlefield. As she stepped in, her powerful aura instantly silenced the entire training ground. The spear! Chiwan furrowed her brows slightly. As a holder of an A-level ability with a gun spirit, she was particularly sensitive to martial artists using firearms. She could sense the momentum emanating from Chening, which had already fused with the long spear in her hand. Even she found it difficult to reach such a level. In comparison, her own ability felt almost fake. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she muttered, Fang Chen might face some resistance in winning. After Chening, it was Fang Chen. He wore the same combat suit from the martial arts exam, holding an A-level battle knife that glimmered slightly, its blade sharp enough to make one's heart race. In that moment, it was as if they were seeing him again from the martial arts exam. Because this was a battle between the first and second place in the South Province, the Education Bureau had specially arranged for 2 third-level teachers to oversee the event to prevent any accidents. As Fang Chen and the others stepped onto the stage, one teacher shouted, "This is just a challenge. During the match, if one side concedes or faints, the other side must stop. If not, we will intervene to ensure safety. Also, let me remind you, if you realize you can't win, concede quickly to avoid any accidents." One was the national first place, and the other was the national 5th place. If either got injured, it would be a serious matter. It had to be made clear. Understood. Fang Chen and Chen Ying spoke simultaneously. Alright, the challenge begins. Before the words fell, Chen Ying's momentum suddenly surged, the air around her trembling slightly under her aura. The long spear in her hand emitted a deep and powerful hum, as if it were about to pierce Fang Chen in the next moment. Intermediate first level. A gasp arose from the crowd. It was like a giant stone dropping into calm water. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Damn, intermediate first level. Sister Ying has stepped into the intermediate first level. No matter how high the talent, one fears level suppression, Fang Chen might be in trouble. Sister Ying has once again broken the record for the fastest entry into the intermediate first level in the South Province. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng and the others felt a jolt in their hearts. They hadn't even touched the threshold of the intermediate first level, and Chen Ying had already stepped in. Although they still firmly believed Fang Chen would win, it wouldn't be an easy victory. The 2 teachers outside the arena were equally shocked. As veterans, they understood best the difficulties of a martial artist's upgrade. Transitioning from the first-tier beginner to the intermediate level was no easy feat. It required not only talent but also countless days and nights of hard practice and perseverance. The achievement they had spent hundreds of days and nights to accomplish, Chen Ying had managed to achieve so quickly. Such a rapid ascent was undoubtedly the mark of a once-in-a-million genius. Fang Chen is in trouble, one teacher thought to himself. Chen Ying smiled slightly, her eyes shining with determination as she raised her spear, its tip pointing directly at Fang Chen. "I want to have a straightforward fight with you, so I hope you won't hold back." Her voice was clear and loud, filled with passionate fighting spirit. "That's exactly what I intend." Fang Chen chuckled lightly, his aura suddenly rising, an invisible wave rippling through the air, shocking everyone present. He is also at the first-tier intermediate level. The crowd's voices quieted, each person seemingly frozen in place, their expressions dazed. Who just said Fang Chen only stepped into the first tier a month and a half ago? Can you really advance from first tier low to first tier intermediate in half a month? Impossible, my information is definitely correct. How did Fang Chen do it? Even more shocked than this group were Zhang Feng and the others. Fang Chen had indeed only entered the first tier a month and a half ago. Even at the speed of the top geniuses, it was impossible to reach the first tier intermediate level in just over 10 days. That's why they thought Fang Chen would have a hard time this time. But unexpectedly, Fang Chen quickly taught them a lesson, showing them one truth: he could not be judged by common standards. Zhang Feng rubbed his bald head, feeling quite helpless. Damn it, I've been fooled again. The 2 teachers beside him were stunned. The previous genius was already astonishing enough, but now another freak had appeared. Is it true? Are all the young people nowadays so abnormal? Can we have a little breathing room? Upon seeing Fang Chen reach the first-tier intermediate level, Chen Ying was first taken aback, then a surge of battle intent erupted in her eyes, her body tensing. She didn't care how long it took Fang Chen to reach the first-tier intermediate level, all she saw was the desire for battle. Being at the same level was exactly the fight she wanted. Chen Ying gripped her spear tightly, assuming a stance ready to thrust. The spear tip radiated heat, distorting the air in front of her, as if it were a burning candle, warped to the point of making one's heart race. That intense heat swept over like flames, causing those around her to involuntarily take a few steps back. A-level martial skill, solar spear technique. Someone recognized Chen Ying's martial skill and shouted. But before the voice had even faded, Chen Ying had already vanished from her spot, transforming into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Fang Chen. The spear in her hand carried a fierce heat, its tip like a fire dragon, thrusting forward with overwhelming momentum, as if it aimed to crush everything that stood in her way. Just as the spear tip was about to touch Fang Chen, the fallen heart flame suddenly erupted, igniting like a blaze within him, instantly setting the surrounding air ablaze. That intense energy surged forth like a tide, forming an invisible barrier that kept Chen Ying's spear at bay, unable to advance an inch. It was blocked. This is an A-level martial skill, and it was blocked so easily? The heat of this flame is terrifying. This scene truly exceeded everyone's expectations. The destructive power of an A-level martial skill was more than 5 times that of a B-level martial skill. If it were them facing an A-level martial skill attack, they would have only 2 options: dodge or exert all their strength to block. But Fang Chen merely released flames to fend off the attack, making it seem incredibly effortless. Chen Ying was not flustered, this was all within her expectations. If Fang Chen were easy to deal with, he wouldn't be the number one in the country. Solar Spear Technique, 4th form. Chen Ying shouted angrily. The heat at the spear tip surged again, instantly piercing through Fang Chen's flame barrier. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not dodge, he raised his battle knife sharply, colliding with the spear shaft, sending sparks flying. In that instant, the fallen heart flame attached itself to the blade, the scorching flames spreading up the sword like a living creature, instantly enveloping the entire battle knife. The sword drew an arc, its momentum like a rainbow, directly pressing towards Chen Ying. Although the Xianyan sword technique was a B-grade martial skill, with the enhancement of the fallen heart flame, its attack power was not at all inferior to A-grade martial skills. Chen Ying felt a sense of crisis and was about to retreat explosively. At that moment, the fallen heart flame coalesced behind her, transforming into a giant lava python, slithering out and lunging towards Chen Ying. Fang Chen's assault surged like a tide, giving her no chance to catch her breath. In an instant, both her front and back paths were blocked. Her expression changed drastically as she made a quick decision. To capture the thief, first capture the king. As long as she swiftly dealt with Fang Chen, the flames behind her would naturally dissipate. The crisis would be resolved. She had to use all her strength to quickly end the battle. Liang Yang Spear Technique, 5th level. Chen Ying gritted her teeth, this was her last trump card. The spear lunged forward fiercely, striking with all her might. What awaited her was Fang Chen's battle knife. Xianyan Sword Technique, 5th level. The spear tip collided with the blade, a violent clash echoed, the surrounding air was about to be torn apart, a strong wind whipped up, and sparks flew like dazzling fireworks. However, despite the ferocity of the attack being blocked meant that Chen Ying had lost. The lava python, under Fang Chen's control, had already closed in behind Chen Ying. With the front and back strikes combined, with a bang, Chen Ying was sent flying by the hilt of the knife. As she fell to the ground, the venue fell silent. Seconds later, Chen Ying's voice broke the quiet atmosphere, I concede. The onlookers felt as if they had been struck on the head with a blunt object. Is it over just like that? From start to finish, it seems Fang Chen only made 3 strikes. Who was it that said Fang Chen had the advantage because the beast had no intelligence? This is just one type of flame. If both types were unleashed, I can't imagine how terrifying it would be. This is freaking amazing. At that moment, the martial arts candidates in city felt as if their throats were choked, unable to make a sound. To be honest, they all knew the outcome of this battle, Fang Chen would win. They just wanted to cheer for their leader in their own way. But they never expected Fang Chen to win so easily. From the start to the end, it didn't even take a minute. It was more appropriate to say it was a crushing victory. As for whether it was fair that Fang Chen used his abilities while Chen Ying did not, they didn't care at all. In the martial arts world, the weak are prey to the strong. Where is the fairness? Chen Ying not using her abilities was because she was restrained by Fang Chen. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't. Moreover, Chen Ying was learning A-grade martial skills, which was also unfair to Fang Chen. Ultimately, it all came down to one's own strength. There was nothing wrong with that. Not using an advantage would be foolishly reckless. Lu Shanshan's heart was even more stirred. She understood Chen Ying's strength the best. Whether it was the intermediate level of the first stage or the 5th level of the Liang Yang Spear Technique, these 2 trump cards would make anyone in the national top 10 suffer greatly against anyone other than Fang Chen. But Fang Chen easily resolved them. She couldn't help but think, what a terrifying guy. For a moment, everyone present looked at Fang Chen with admiration. This battle was not just between Fang Chen and Chen Ying. They also used this opportunity to imagine what the outcome would be if they faced Fang Chen. But the result was evidently the same, they would be instantly killed by Fang Chen. The winner is Fang Chen. The teacher beside them slowly spoke, the astonishment in his pupils still not fading. They also didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. Only Jiang Feng and a few others showed expressions of as expected, standing out from the rest. How is it? No problem, right? On the stage, Fang Chen walked up to Chen Ying and extended his hand. Chen Ying, who had already recovered from the intense pain, did not hesitate to grasp Fang Chen's hand to rise. Thank you for holding back. She felt no regret after losing, only satisfaction from the duel and a lingering fear. If Fang Chen had not held back and had switched the blade for the hilt, she would have already fallen into a pool of blood. She had completely understood the gap between herself and Fang Chen. It was hard for her to imagine how quickly she would be defeated if Fang Chen unleashed another type of blue flame. No need to thank me, Fang Chen said with a smile. He had gained a lot from this competition. Without the enhancement of if it had been replaced with another S-class talent, he would have surely lost in martial arts. The level of martial skills was his greatest weakness, and after school started, he would first need to make up for this aspect. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at Chen Ying's strength. A psychic ability user, her physical strength could actually rival his, who had a cultivation cheat. Truly impressive. Just wait, I will definitely surpass you in the future, Chen Ying said, raising the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Fang Chen chuckled lightly, I'll be waiting for you. This scene made Zhang Feng unable to hold back his true feelings, clicking his tongue and saying, that gaze, that dialogue, that atmosphere. He turned to look at Shen Cheng and the others. Do you feel that Fang Chen and Chen Ying are quite a match? Seeing the hungry looks from Qi Wan and Li Mingqi, he swallowed the last back. Shen Cheng scoffed, let you ship. The competition ended, and although the onlookers were reluctant, it was time to leave. At that moment, Lu Shanshan shouted, everyone, while we still have 2 hours, let's go out for a meal, it's on me. A meal, I'm in. I want to go, just to liven things up. Who knows if we can meet again in the future, we must go. Faced with Lu Shanshan's generosity, everyone responded enthusiastically, all agreeing. The end of the awards ceremony meant that their identities as martial arts exam candidates would soon disappear. What awaited them next was a brand new university life, an unknown yet exciting journey. The path of a martial artist was fraught with danger. No one knew what their future would hold. It could be soaring to great heights and earning the admiration of thousands, or stagnating and living a mundane life, or even dying in danger. It was better to enjoy the present and put a perfect period on this youthful journey, transforming it into a beautiful wish for the future. June 18th. It was the third day since returning from Ancheng. The online buzz about the martial arts exam had quietly dissipated, falling off the trending list. New hot topics were rising, presenting themselves to the public. Fang Chen's name was no longer mentioned on a large scale. At 2 in the afternoon, Fang Chen bought a villa in the urban area of Jiang City for a price of 500,000, a sum he wouldn't have dared to imagine in his previous life. In this world plagued by demon beasts, even living in the city wasn't necessarily safe, and fixed assets like houses naturally weren't worth much. He originally didn't want to buy it because he had a house left by his parents, but due to the need for alchemy, he required control over. For the safety of the neighbors, he had no choice but to spend this unnecessary money. At night, Zhang Feng and the others came to visit the new house upon hearing the news, and they also brought news of special admissions. Today, the admission teachers from 4 martial arts universities came to find me, and I chose the Military Defense Martial University. After saying this, Zhang Feng took a big bite of the roasted demon beast's foreleg that Fang Chen had prepared. What about you guys? Fang Chen brought over a case of wine, looking at the others. One admission teacher was responsible for one city, and since Zhang Feng ranked high, the teacher would definitely look for other candidates with good scores after finding him. Xin Sheng and the others, with scores in the top 200, also had special admission qualifications. I chose Kyoto, Xin Sheng said, as taciturn as ever. Li Mingqi, in a ladylike manner, tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Only the teachers from Modu, Kyoto, and Shanghai University came to find me. After comprehensive consideration, I chose Shanghai Martial University. When it was Chi-Wan's turn, she couldn't help but sigh, I'm even worse off, only the teacher from Shanghai Martial University came to find me. Clearly, she had no choice. After that, no admission teachers came to find them, and they could only register later. Just the choice of a martial university had scattered everyone present across the country. This made even the usually lively Zhang Feng feel a bit melancholic. But this is something that cannot be helped, people must grow, and parting is inevitable. Come, cheers! Zhang Feng raised his glass. Everyone raised their glasses in response. That night, they drank quite a bit, and even Fang Chen got a little drunk. Time always passes quietly. After moving, Fang Chen immersed himself in the process of alchemy and fire manipulation. On July 10th, Chen Ying and Lu Shanshan visited Jiang City. There were 2 purposes for this trip. One was that Chen Ying was itching to try her hand. The other was that Lu Shanshan came in place of Lu Qinghai to inform Fang Chen about the production status of the Gathering Qi Pill. In another half-month, the new version of the Gathering Qi Pill would be released. As for Wu University, being the second and third in the southern province, they received strong invitations from 4 Wu universities. In the end, both chose Kyoto Wu University. As the host, Fang Chen naturally fulfilled his duties, inviting Zhang Feng and others to eat and play, and they had a blast for 3 days. On the morning of their departure, Fang Chen had another match with Chen Ying. At her strong request, Fang Chen unleashed 2 types of flames. Chen Ying was instantly defeated. On July 24th, to prevent his skills from becoming rusty, Fang Chen went to the 72nd Monster Beast Wilderness to hunt monsters again. After slaying 34 first-tier high-level monsters in the yellow zone, he returned to the red zone. To verify the extent of his strength, he went all out and successfully killed a second-tier intermediate monster. After spending 15 days in the monster beast wilderness, Fang Chen returned to the Dragon Guard army camp. That night, he drank with Wei Chang, who ended up passed out on the ground. The next day, upon returning home, he learned the news. The new version of the Gathering Chi pill sold out on the day it was launched, becoming a hot topic across major platforms. At the same time, there was another heartbreaking news. Qingqing in the eastern province was attacked by ocean monsters, with 15,342 casualties in the Dragon Guard army, but the monsters were repelled. On August 29, Fang Chen finally managed to create a small red flower in one go, and his alchemy skills improved, allowing him to refine second-tier pills. That night, he had one last gathering with Jiang Feng and the others. After a few bottles of wine, Qi Wan and Li Mingqi, fueled by the alcohol, finally couldn't help but ask him who he would choose. For a moment, Jiang Feng and Shen Qing's eyes were nearly popping out in anticipation. This time, there was no Chenning to help. He could only pretend to be drunk and skip the question. Avoidance may be shameful, but it is effective. He resolved to hone his skills in college and strive to find the best choice regarding this matter. To reach, no, you came at just the right time. Such a level. On August 30th, with only one day left before the start of school, Fang Chen went to visit Su Yang. Following a unanimous decision by the Education Bureau, Su Yang had been promoted to grade director. Upon seeing Fang Chen arrive, he was all smiles. On September 1st, the day school started, and the time to part ways. In the morning, at Jiang City High-Speed Railway Station. I'm leaving first. Jiang Feng had the earliest ticket, and under the gaze of his parents and Fang Chen, he boarded the high-speed train, leaving Jiang City. After that, it was Fang Chen's turn. Under the reluctant gazes of Qi Wan and Li Mingqi, he stepped onto the high-speed train heading to the Magic City. The journey from Jiang City to the Magic City took about 3 hours. After sending a message to Deng Xiong, he received a reply that a special staff member had been arranged to meet him, and he just needed to go to school. Fang Chen didn't think much of it, closed his eyes, and rested against the window. 3 hours later, Fang Chen finally arrived in the Magic City, a city he was very unfamiliar with. The early summer sunlight poured through the clouds onto the earth, and the air was filled with a warm and vibrant atmosphere. He took a taxi and told the driver to head to Magic City Warrior University. The scenery outside the car window whizzed by, with modern skyscrapers interspersed with old neighborhoods, and the streets bustling with crowds. It felt completely different from the small city of Jiang City. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at Magic City Warrior University. As one of the 4 top martial universities in the country, Magic City Warrior University was bustling on the first day of school, with traffic and crowds nearly blocking the entrance. Fang Chen got out of the car outside the school gate. He was tall and had an outstanding demeanor, and the passing girls occasionally cast surprised glances at him. Some girls couldn't help but turn back frequently, their gazes shifting from, "Hey, this guy looks pretty good," to "Hey, why does he look so familiar?" Finally, one took out her phone and compared pictures. He is that. Fang Chen didn't pay much attention to this, he only cared about reciprocity. It was summer, the perfect season for admiring legs. Especially at a top school like Wudi in the Magic City, the students' figures were beyond words. How they looked at Fang Chen was how Fang Chen would respond in kind. It was all about fairness. But there were also techniques involved. To look at a girl, you should first look into her eyes. If you find she isn't looking at you, then you can look at her legs. Fang Chen adhered to the truths of his previous life. As he reached the school gate with this sense of fairness, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Do you think I'm pretty, little brother?" As a top school, Wudi in the Magic City only admitted the best martial arts students from across the country. Therefore, the admission process was not like that of an ordinary Wudi, where one person might be responsible for a dozen or even be left unattended. Here, the orientation was one-on-one. Although it was a tiring job, all the clubs were eager to take it on. The reason was simple, they wanted to leave a deep impression on the new students to facilitate future recruitment. At the same time, the focus was on assessing the quality of the new students, making it easier for the senior students to take action. Otherwise, how boring would a university life focused solely on training be? Just like Wei Yi at this moment, watching the long legs revealed by the heat. He couldn't help but marvel at the quality of the new female students. He was the vice president of the Greystone Club and had volunteered to handle the new student orientation. Although he called it volunteering, it was more accurate to say he was showing off. To leave a deep impression on the freshmen, he had specially styled himself today, wearing an expensive battle outfit, gently and attentively answering various questions from the new students. He also instructed his junior brothers to provide one-on-one service, enhancing his image among the newcomers through the display of authority. But just then, a commotion suddenly erupted from inside the school gate. What's going on? Wei Yi stopped a sophomore martial artist who had just walked out. Guan Ning and Chu Yan are here. Guan Ning and Chu Yan. Wei Yi's expression froze. He knew these two, and not just him, all the students at Wude in the Magic City knew them. They were the two biggest campus beauties of Wude. These two rarely appeared in crowded places, so what was happening today? As the noise gradually approached, Wei Yi finally caught sight of the two girls through the gaps in the crowd. One was charming and alluring, like a flower blooming in spring, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The other was a cold ice queen, like snowflakes in winter, pure and chilling, evoking a sense of awe. They stood out remarkably in the crowd. The surrounding girls showed various expressions of envy and jealousy. Seeing so many people looking at her, Chu Yan shot a fierce glare at Guan Ning. She hated crowded places, especially those filled with boys. And everything at this moment was thanks to Guan Ning. However, Guan Ning didn't notice Chu Yan's mood and pulled her to a corner by the school gate, constantly scanning the crowd with an expression full of anticipation. Is the campus beauty waiting for someone? No way, neither of them belongs to any club. Then what do you think they're here for? They must be waiting for someone. A guy or a girl? Do we even need to think? It must be a girl, men can't get close to them at all. The surrounding sophomore martial artists chattered away. As the two biggest campus beauties of their year, they had been hearing news about them since they enrolled. It was either some family heir pursuing Guan Ning without success or some genius being rejected by Chu Yan before even getting close. It was simply a tragic situation. But the freshmen didn't know any of this. Upon seeing the two girls, they all eagerly wanted to step forward and ask for contact information. But when they felt Chu Yan's cold aura up close, they immediately lowered their flags and retreated, their words unspoken as they slipped away. Wei Yi couldn't help but sneer at this scene. Girls like Guan Ning and Chu Yan were simply beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. Not only were they strikingly beautiful, but their talents were also exceptional. Any man who could match them had to excel in both aspects. Clearly, Wei Yi believed he was that man. Although he had never spoken to either of them, it didn't hinder his confidence. He envisioned himself, in front of everyone, getting close to the school beauty who completely ignored others, laughing and chatting with her while envious glances were cast his way. Wasn't this an incredibly exciting opportunity to shine in public? As for the new students' enrollment, he could leave that to his subordinates. After finishing his thoughts, Wei Yi picked up 2 bottles of water from a nearby table and leisurely walked to about a meter away from the two girls, maintaining an appropriate distance, and handed them the water. Are you here to pick someone up too? He asked, his gaze fixed on Chu Yan. He felt that compared to the charming and flowery Guan Ning, Chu Yan, who expressed her emotions on her face, would be easier to break through. To put it bluntly, he couldn't see through Guan Ning. In this martial arts examination, Guan Ning ranked 15th in the country, while he was 20th. The gap in strength made it hard for him to grasp her true nature. Moreover, with a 5th-tier mother and a 6th-tier father, just thinking about it was stressful. It was better to set his sights on Chu Yan. They say that being aloof creates a sense of distance, making one feel inferior. But this only applies to ordinary warriors. Someone like him, with exceptional talent and a high position as the vice president of the Greystone Society, would surely pique Chu Yan's interest. Thus, under Wei Yi's confident gaze and the attention of the onlookers, Chu Yan merely glanced at him, then quickly pulled Guan Ning back 3 or 4 meters, maintaining a safe distance. Wei Yi was stunned. What's going on? He found it hard to believe. During his year at the Martial Arts University in Magic City, many girls wished they could get a little closer to him. But now he was actually being rejected. The onlookers sighed in relief at this scene. Thankfully, the goddess was still the same goddess, without a hint of change. Wei Yi, whose pride was wounded, was not ready to give up and wanted to try again. But just as he lifted his foot, Guan Ning spoke up, "No need, we have water." With that one sentence, she completely blocked his path, leaving him stunned for a moment before putting his foot back down, engulfed in self-doubt. Am I really that lacking? I couldn't even give them a bottle of water. In just 2 minutes, he experienced a crushing defeat in life, and he seemed to understand something. It wasn't that he wasn't good enough, it was that these two women were inherently indifferent to men, their hearts were made of ice. Yes, that's it. No man could get close to them. Wei Yi smiled in relief, no longer seeking to humiliate himself, and turned back to welcome the new students. Since the two school beauties wouldn't give him face, he would have to find it with the younger girls. But just as he turned around, he heard Guan Ning's excited voice behind him. "Fong Chen! Over here, Fong Chen!" In an instant, all eyes turned to this direction. Guan Ning waved her arms lightly, her voice like a crisp bell, playful and coy, as if she had spotted a boy she had long admired. This unprecedented style pierced the hearts of the surrounding boys like Cupid's arrow, leaving them breathless. Mom, I'm in love. Who is Fong Chen? Who the hell is Fong Chen? Wei Yi's heart trembled even more. Fong Chen? Why does that name sound familiar? Wait, they're calling a boy's name. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Fong Chen, was reciprocating the gesture, returning the favor without acknowledging Guan Ning's calls, pretending to be just a passerby. Seeing him like this, Guan Ning's expression darkened terrifyingly, with complex emotions swirling in her eyes. In order to complete her mother's task, Gu Weining organized a welcoming event for Fong Chen with a bit of flair. She specifically invited Chu Yan, the two campus beauties making their grand entrance just to welcome him. And Fong Chen. He was actually staring at legs. Even though Fong Chen concealed it well, Gu Weining still noticed. Her eyes were like measuring sticks. Gu Weining quickly slipped into the shadows beside him, appearing behind Fong Chen. Her gaze was dark, and the corners of her lips curled into a cold smirk. Do you like what you see, little brother? A boy. It turned out to be a boy. Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and when they opened them again, the scene remained the same. Gu Weining had actually taken the initiative to approach a boy. Relatives, it must be relatives. Yes, that's right, it must be the bond of blood. Who says it has to be relatives? What if this guy has a thing for boys? That makes sense. Chu Yan was even angrier than the others. Watching Gu Weining approach Fong Chen, she instinctively clenched her fists. Meanwhile, Fong Chen calmly turned around, looking at the familiar face. Good looking. But compared to you, it's quite lacking. That's more like it. The coldness in Gu Weining's smile softened a bit. Although she knew Fong Chen was just playing along, didn't that just prove he cared about her opinion? Wait, why do I care about this? With no time to think, she hurriedly said, let's go, your fellow townsman is waiting for you over there. Fellow townsman? Fong Chen looked up and happened to meet Chu Yan's icy gaze, which seemed to freeze him in place. Was this the expression of fellow townsman meeting? Before he could ponder further, Gu Weining grabbed the hem of his clothes and pulled him along. At that moment, someone finally recognized Fong Chen. I remember now, Fong Chen, the top scorer in this year's National Martial Arts exam, with dual SS level talent. Damn, no wonder that name sounds so familiar, he's the one with over 20,000 points. It's been almost 2 months, I almost forgot he was from Magic City Martial University. In an instant, the direction of the discussion shifted dramatically. No wonder it sounded familiar. Wei muttered to himself, given Fong Chen's talent, it wouldn't be surprising if even the school director came out to greet him, let alone the campus beauties. Unfortunately, Gu Weining and the others had already made their move, otherwise, he would have personally shown Fong Chen around. With such terrifying talent, joining the Greystone Society in the future would surely boost the entire group's strength, making it possible for them to reach the top. As for Fong Chen stealing his spotlight, he wasn't one of those fools who got angry and jealous over girls being taken. On the other side, Fong Chen, led by Gu Weining, met up with Chu Yan, looking at the cold-faced fellow townsman before him. He didn't make the mistake of greeting her and finally understood why Zhang Feng and the others said Chu Yan was strange. She was indeed beautiful, but her gaze was like a knife aimed at him. Let's hurry up, Gu Weining whispered. As Fong Chen's identity was recognized, more and more people gathered at the school gate, all paying attention to the scene. It was her first time standing next to a man in such a public place, and the feeling of being watched made her anxious. Especially the way some people were whispering. It stirred up some unusual emotions within her. It felt like returning to a time when a boy and a girl together would attract the crowd's teasing. Okay. Fong Chen also noticed the increasing crowd and stepped into the campus under everyone's gaze. Once the three of them walked away, the voices of the crowd at the school gate gradually grew louder. Just now, the three main characters were here, so they had to keep their voices down. Now that they were gone, there was no need for such restraint. I never expected Gu Weining to be so close to Fong Chen. Yeah, she even grabbed his clothes, they must be a couple. No wonder so many geniuses who pursued her ended up failing. It turns out she has someone in her heart. Guangda's campus beauty as a girlfriend. I'm so envious I could break my back teeth. Hey, grabbing a hem doesn't mean much. I bet it was Chu Yan looking for Fong Chen. What do you mean? Chu Yan and Fong Chen are both from Jiang City. Hey, what you said seems to make some sense. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were racing, and they began to daydream. Meanwhile, Fong Chen and the other two had already entered the campus. After completing the enrollment procedures for Fong Chen, Guan Ning began to gradually introduce him to the campus facilities. This is the training ground, which can accommodate 1,000 martial artists training at the same time. The huge spherical building ahead is the virtual training room, which can also hold 1,000 people. On the left is. Fong Chen followed the direction pointed by Guan Ning, walking and looking. Various massive buildings came into his view, towering like majestic mountains, standing in every corner of the campus, exuding an unparalleled aura. No wonder it's the top martial arts university in the country. Fong Chen sighed inwardly. It would have been better if that iceberg beside him wasn't there. Fong Chen cast a faint glance at Chu Yan, who had maintained that expression from the beginning, showing him no good face at all. But when her gaze fell on Guan Ning, it would reveal tenderness. Why does she remind me so much of Lala? The thought just appeared and was dismissed by Fong Chen. How could it be so coincidental? Besides, isn't it said that Lala is all about the aggressive type? How could she be so beautiful? There must be another reason. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to ask Guan Ning. If only Chen Ning were here. Just as he was feeling this way, Guan Ning's voice rang out again. I've introduced everything that needs to be introduced, and next, I want to talk about a special point of attention. What is it? Fong Chen asked. It's the credit system. Guan Ning took long strides along the school's path. At Magic City Martial University, all expenses are not settled with money, but with credits. From meals and training to buying equipment and potions, everything is settled with credits. Every new student will have an initial 100 credits for expenses. And the most important point is coming. At this point, Guan Ning walked in front of Fong Chen, stopped, and raised her finger to emphasize, credits cannot be exchanged for money. Once your initial credits are spent, you can obtain credits again through the following methods. First, there is a rating every 6 months, conducted through competitions, where the higher your ranking, the more credits you will be rewarded. Defeating others will also earn you credits. And the first rating for new students is the freshman competition. This will be explained to you by the vice president at tomorrow's freshman assembly. The second method is trading with other students. For example, students from the potion department will sell their crafted potions to earn credits. The school does not oppose this kind of trading, in fact, it supports it. As for the third and final method, it is to accept and complete tasks issued by the school. This is also the reason we can get to know each other. Do you understand? Guan Ning raised the corner of her lips, and the way she spoke reminded Fong Chen of the fashionable English teacher that everyone talked about in his previous life, evoking many thoughts. Of course. Although Guan Ning didn't explain everything in detail, she had made the general points clear. Credits are the hard currency of Magic City University. The 3 methods of obtaining them may differ in form, but their essence is the same. To become stronger. As for information about departments, he had already checked online during the summer vacation. Magic City Martial University is divided into the War Academy, Tactical Academy, Potion Academy, and Support Academy. New students will choose their departments at the freshman assembly. While talking, they unknowingly arrived at the dormitory area. Looking at the dormitory in front of him, Fong Chen instinctively raised an eyebrow. He couldn't help but marvel again. No wonder it's Magic City Martial University. They actually use villas as dormitories. The 3 stopped at the entrance of the boys' dormitory area, where a sign read "No entry for girls." The passing boys frequently turned their heads, their eyes filled with envy as if saying, "Damn, who is that guy?" Seeing this, Guan Ning's eyes curved slightly at the corners. Being welcomed by 2 beautiful ladies, isn't that quite impressive? Fong Chen glanced at Chu Yan and replied word by word, "It really is quite impressive." Following Fong Chen's gaze, Guan Ning looked at Chu Yan beside her, whose cold face seemed to say no entry for strangers. She smiled awkwardly, regretting bringing Chu Yan along. Originally, she wanted the 2 of them to create a good impression for Fong Chen, but who knew Chu Yan had been wearing a frosty expression the whole time. This made it so that neither she nor Fong Chen could even show half of their usual chatting skills. It felt like a couple shopping together, but with a third person tagging along, unable to say anything. Of course, she and Fong Chen were not a couple, that was just a metaphor. Yes, a metaphor. Alright, we've said what we needed to say, and the person has been delivered, so I have no more business here. If my mom asks how the welcome was, you must say it was good, understood? The way she said this was completely devoid of charm, more like a spoiled princess. The revelation of her true self made the coldness on Chu Yan's face instinctively intensify. Got it. Fong Chen, being perceptive, didn't say more and was about to turn to leave. Guan Ning hurriedly called him back. My mom said to invite you to dinner tonight. Where do you want to eat? The cafeteria. I want to see what the school cafeteria at Magic City Wu University is like. Okay, see you at the cafeteria at 5:30. Fong Chen waved his hand and walked into the dormitory area. Once he was far away, Guan Ning finally let out a sigh of relief, not saying a word as she turned to leave, heading towards the girls' dormitory area. Chu Yan followed closely behind. As soon as Guan Ning returned to her dorm, Chu Yan slammed the door shut with a bang, her voice laced with anger. Why? Guan Ning naturally knew what she was asking and couldn't be bothered to respond, sitting on the sofa and playing with her phone. But clearly, Xu Yan wasn't going to let her off easily, sitting down in the chair opposite her. "Why are you so close to that Fang Chen?" "Why?" Guan Ning sighed. "Close? We've been like this for years, okay? You're talking nonsense." Xu Yan's gaze sharpened. "When you just asked if Fang, that guy heard you, your tone was just like a girlfriend's." "Was it?" Guan Ning thought for a moment, then her ears turned slightly red. It was indeed as Chu Yan said, her spoiled tone did sound like Fang Chen's girlfriend. This surprised her a bit. When did she become so familiar with Fang Chen that she unconsciously shed her charming facade? This kind of situation had only happened before with family and Xu Yan. "Maybe we just chatted too much before." She changed the subject. "You should hurry up and find a boyfriend, stop thinking about me all day, it's scary." As a best friend, she was genuinely advising Chu Yan. "I treat you as my best friend, and you're lusting after my body." However, Chu Yan coldly snorted, "I have no interest in men, I only care about you. I don't believe I can't cure you." Guan Ning's expression turned serious. She realized that persuading Chu Yan was already useless, she had to take drastic measures. Her eyes turned, and she thought of something, taking a deep breath. "What if I got together with Fang Chen, what would you do?" As soon as the words came out, Chu Yan looked as if she had been struck by lightning, her emotions shifting rapidly in just a few seconds. From fear to panic, then to unwillingness, and finally gradually compromising. "Then let's all three be together." Guan Ning was speechless, facepalming. "You're really hopeless." If Fang Chen heard this, he would probably laugh himself awake. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had already tidied up his room. The dormitory environment was nice, a two-story villa, giving a warm and comfortable feeling. The overall modern design included a refrigerator, microwave, dishwasher, and even a coffee machine, allowing him to enjoy a rich cup of coffee at any time. This setup made him, who was used to living in a six-person dorm in his previous life, feel a bit unaccustomed. His room was upstairs, and the people downstairs had not yet arrived. With nothing to do, he took out his phone and, following Guan Ning's earlier description, searched for his information page through the internal network of Magic City Wu University. Name, Fang Chen, age, 18, ability, SS level transparent flame, SS level blue flame. Permission, S level martial arts library access. Rating, pending. Credits, 100, just as Guan Ning said, he indeed had 100 credits. As for the rating, it seemed it would be obtained through competitions. He then opened the exclusive forum software for Magic City Wu University. This software combined forums, shopping, and tasks into one. In the shopping section for potions, there were over 100 pages of official school sales, covering more than 1,000 types of potions. Personal sales had over 30 pages, with descriptions stating that the potions were made by certain students from the Potion Academy. However, the reviews for personal sales were mostly complaints. Buyer, "Damn it, I wanted a speed-boosting potion, and you sent me an aphrodisiac." Seller, "You're just being picky, just say if the potion I gave you boosted your speed or not." Buyer, "You son of a b**********, I'm going to hunt monsters." Seller, hiss. "Bro, how are you doing with the monsters?" Such situations were countless. Continuing to browse, Fang Chen also saw equipment for sale. SSS level alloy weapons were priced at 500,000 credits. Fang Chen quietly exited. Next, he saw sales for monster bodies, and even land for sale. That's right, land. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy a 10-year usage right for a piece of land at Magic City Wu University. Truly a mixed bag. After that, Fang Chen opened the task page. There were all kinds of tasks, some involving cooperation with the city's monster hunting team, some for finding testers for potions, and others for team exploration of monster wastelands. Prices ranged from 10 credits to 3,000 credits. Among them, Fang Chen saw a task he was very familiar with. Task, 1 core root of the enchanting illusion vine, price 1,000 credits. Note, the enchanting illusion vine must reach the 3rd stage. Only 1,000 credits for the 3rd stage. Fang Chen couldn't help but be astonished. He and Guan Ning had taken such great risks to earn so few credits. This task was indeed not easy to complete. However, there were also some extremely simple tasks. For example, one that had just been posted. Task, the Royal Hotel in the southern suburbs of Magic City is recruiting 30 male martial artists, requiring a strong physique and handsome appearance. It showed that the task had been completed just 1 second after being posted. Indeed, there were too many people who didn't want to work hard. Just then, Fang Chen heard the sound of the villa door being pushed open downstairs. Looks like my roommate has arrived. Fang Chen walked out of his room, and his new roommate happened to walk into the living room. The boy had a handsome face, with distinct and harmonious features. His eyes were deep, his nose was high, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised. revealing a faint smile that showcased his composure and elegance. He wore well-tailored clothes made of smooth and luxurious fabric. At first glance, it made one feel it was expensive. "I'm Lu Feng, and you?" The handsome boy introduced himself simply. He seemed to be a rich kid. As Feng Chen walked down the stairs, he replied, "Feng Chen." "Feng Chen?" Lu Feng was taken aback, a bit excited, and said, "Damn, the number one in the country is actually my roommate." As soon as Feng Chen entered the living room, Lu Feng casually draped his arm over his shoulder. "Feng. No, brother Chen. Do you know any level talent reaching number one in the country, with dual SS level talents? I've been hearing about this for 2 months, and I didn't expect to meet the real person. No way, I have to tell my family about this right now, let them be happy too." After saying that, Lu Feng hurriedly took out his phone to send a message. The familiar and charming rich boy. Just as Feng Chen was labeling Lu Feng in his mind, he suddenly noticed something missing. He saw several hickeys on Lu Feng's neck, and he had the scent of a woman's perfume on him. It seemed he had just come from a woman's embrace. The label needed to be changed. He should be a naturally sociable playboy. With someone like him around, Wudu would surely have its share of fun over the next 4 years. The two sat on the sofa and began to chat casually. During their conversation, Feng Chen learned the basic information about Lu Feng. Lu Feng, from the Eastern Province, ranked 18th in the National Martial Arts exam, with an S-level talent of the Greenwood Forest Wolf, possessing wood-based abilities. Afterward, Lu Feng went into his room to tidy up. The door was left ajar, and Feng Chen could see Lu Feng casually wave his hand, causing hundreds of pieces of clothing to transfer from his spatial ring to the bed. Once everything was stuffed into the wardrobe, he walked out of the room, looking somewhat helpless. "Our room is really small, I can't even fit half of my clothes in here." Feng Chen's eyes widened suddenly. "Only half? How do you have so many clothes?" Goodness, he had just thought the room was spacious, only to realize that Lu Feng didn't even have enough space for his clothes. "Is this the life of a wealthy young master?" "Chen Ge, you wouldn't understand this," Lu Feng said, sitting beside him on the sofa. "The more clothes you have, the more freshness you bring to girls." This was a piece of knowledge he had never heard before. Feng Chen's expression turned serious. "What do you mean?" Seeing Feng Chen so eager to learn, Lu Feng spoke freely. "Chen Ge, humans are visual creatures, very concerned about what they see. And to attract others' attention, the most direct and important thing is appearance. The craftsmanship of the clothes, the colors, the style of the watch, all these will unconsciously influence a girl's evaluation of you. But that's just the supporting role, the most important thing is." He raised his eyebrows high. "It's the person. When you reach a certain level of excellence, you will unconsciously attract the opposite sex. Just like your talent and my good looks." After saying this, he couldn't help but flick his bangs, wanting to exude charm. But then he suddenly remembered that there were only the two of them in the room, and he quickly stopped. Over-exuding charm would only. Could he be the mentor I've been looking for? Feng Chen asked softly. "So, you have a lot of experience?" Lu Feng hooked his arm around Feng Chen's shoulder. "Of course." Seeing that he actually had an aspect stronger than Feng Chen, the national number one, Lu Feng couldn't help but smirk. Showcasing in front of others, time waits for no one. "Chen Ge, although my strength is not as good as yours, I still have quite a bit of insight when it comes to picking up girls. When I first entered school, I hooked up with a girl, and her quality was definitely this." As he spoke, Lu Feng gave a thumbs up. It was unclear whether he was talking about the girl or himself. "We had a great conversation, and when we parted, we were reluctant to say goodbye. To comfort her, I suggested around 5:20 in the afternoon, for her to bring her roommate to the school cafeteria for a meal, just to see each other again and start a wonderful college life." Was that reluctance? He was just craving her roommate. Feng Chen couldn't be bothered to comment. Lu Feng asked, "Chen Ge, do you want to go together? Just right for a 2-on-2. With your reputation, just sitting there will attract the other person's attention. As for the rest, leave it to me. What do you think?" Feng Chen immediately shook his head. "That probably won't work. I've already promised someone else to have dinner together tonight." Lu Feng's eyes widened slightly. "A guy or a girl?" "A girl. How does she look?" "You'll find out then." Feng Chen didn't elaborate further. The looks of Guan Ning and Xu Yan couldn't be conveyed just by words. It was better to let him see for himself. "We agreed on around 5:30. Our destination is the same, so let's go together." What a coincidence. Though he said that, Lu Feng was secretly mumbling in his heart. After talking with Feng Chen, he could tell that Feng Chen's emotional skills were not outstanding. But with his strength and reputation, the girls he could date would surely not be too bad. However, compared to his own, they still seemed a bit lacking. Plus, Feng Chen's reluctance to describe the girl's appearance further confirmed his judgment. That's right, just like that. The two continued to chat, sometimes engaging, sometimes not. As the clock struck 5, they officially set sail. In the cafeteria of the Magic City University, the windows were lined up neatly, showcasing a dazzling array of dishes made from various magical beasts, exuding an enticing aroma that was hard to resist. As Fang Chen and his companion stepped into the cafeteria, Lu Feng's eyes immediately locked onto their target. He nudged Fang Chen with his elbow. "Did you see? The girl waving over there, 100 meters ahead, that's them. Not bad quality." Fang Chen acknowledged Lu Feng's discerning eye. The girl waving was dressed in a light white dress, her figure well proportioned and curves graceful, her gestures seemingly conveying, "I am full of youthful vitality." Beside her was another girl, a stark contrast. She was slender, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing a simple shirt paired with fitted jeans, understated yet exuding a cool demeanor. She sat quietly, calm and reserved. One was as warm as sunshine, the other as cool as moonlight. The clash of styles made Lu Feng involuntarily curl the corners of his mouth. "How's my eye for beauty?" he asked. Fang Chen replied nonchalantly, "It's okay." "Just okay?" Lu Feng was taken aback. Such looks were merely okay? How high were his standards? But he didn't question it, instinctively feeling that Fang Chen was being stubborn. After all, he was the top student in the country, wanting to maintain some face was normal. Meanwhile, the two girls were quietly conversing. "Zhang Jiai, which one is Fang Chen?" The cool girl, Tang Yu, spoke first. "It's the taller one, he has a colder aura," Zhang Jiai replied softly while waving. An hour ago, Lu Feng had mentioned that Fang Chen would be coming with him. Upon hearing this, they were incredibly excited. This was a genius with double SS-level abilities. The future was unimaginable if they could be with him. To this end, they had made special plans. Since Zhang Jiai had already made arrangements with Lu Feng, the task of approaching Fang Chen fell to Tang Yu. As the school beauty in high school, Tang Yu was quite confident in her charm and methods. She had encountered capable men like Fang Chen before. Such men were never short of women, so being overly proactive was futile. They needed to be challenged, and being cool was a good choice. It could not only stimulate the other's competitive spirit but also provide a sense of conquest, all while presenting herself as pure. It was simply too effective. Little did she know, her good roommate Zhang Jiai had her own little schemes. In her view, Fang Chen was not so easily obtainable. She could let Tang Yu take the lead, and then she would act according to the situation. If there was no opportunity, she could retreat to Lu Feng. No matter how it played out, she wouldn't lose. Playing tactics required a bit of heart. As for her and Lu Feng, everyone had their own motives, so no one could criticize anyone else. "Let me introduce, this is Fang Chen, and he is also my roommate Lu Feng." Lu Feng took the lead in introducing the four of them. Following that, Zhang Jiai introduced the two of them. As for Tang Yu, she maintained her cool demeanor, sitting upright. Fang Chen sat in his seat, remaining silent. Although he was still learning about emotions, it didn't mean he couldn't discern the truth. With someone like Li Mingqi or Qi Wan in front of him, he could easily tell that Zhang Jiai's neighborly charm was an act. It was as if the word youth was written all over her face. As for Tang Yu, there was even less to say. Just hours ago, he had seen Xu Yan, and the authenticity of her coolness was immediately recognizable. Looking at Lu Feng, they were chatting happily, every word drawing giggles from Zhang Jiai, her beautiful eyes sparkling. It was clear he was an old hand in the flower garden. The two girls knew their own kind better than he did. Thus, all four of them were quite skilled. After chatting for a while, noticing that Fang Chen was not very talkative, Tang Yu, based on her past experiences, conducted a systematic evaluation of him. Good-looking, strong, but a bit shy. The reason might be that he had focused solely on training in the past, lacking emotional experiences. Considering everything, as long as she put in the effort, she could win him over. With this thought, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Tang Yu's mouth. Her hopes were high. "I was just chatting and now I'm hungry, and I don't even know what the cafeteria sells." Zhang Jiai, who reached the same conclusion, assisted Tang Yu. "How about I go with Lu Feng to check the west window, and you and Fang Chen go to the east window?" Tang Yu was about to respond with a cool but unexpectedly, Fang Chen spoke first. "Why don't the three of you go together?" "I have to go." Zhang Jiai was taken aback. "Go where?" "I forgot to mention, Fang Chen has plans with someone else and won't be eating with us," Lu Feng explained. "Plans with someone? Male or female?" Before the two girls could ask, a commotion suddenly erupted at the cafeteria entrance. They instinctively looked over. Two stunningly beautiful girls walked in, constantly glancing around the cafeteria. "Wow, why are Guan Ning and Chu Yan here? No wonder they're the two campus beauties. Just seeing them makes my appetite return. Damn, which guy is dating these kinds of girls? It's infuriating. Who are they looking for?" The crowd around them buzzed with discussion. At that moment, Lu Feng was also stunned by the sight of the two girls. He admitted that even though he had seen many girls, he had never encountered such breathtaking beauty. This scene nearly overflowed with jealousy in Zhang Jiayi's eyes. Just moments ago, they were chatting about boys, and now he was staring at other girls, completely ignoring her. But she felt helpless. Compared to the looks and aura of those two girls, her second-hand youth was like a mere new sprout, utterly unremarkable. Guan Ning, Xu Yan, Tang Yu murmured, I remember now, they're the two campus beauties from the second year. Her voice was noticeably lacking in strength. This was the pressure brought on by Guan Ning and Xu Yan, especially after seeing Xu Yan. Her pretense of being cool and aloof felt even more pronounced, almost disappearing entirely. Just then, Guan Ning's gaze fell on them, and she paused slightly before breaking into a smile and walking over with Xu Yan. Did you find someone? The people around instinctively turned their attention to Lu Feng and the others. In an instant, they became the center of attention in the cafeteria. Lu Feng was taken aback, realizing something, and turned his neck stiffly, looking incredulously at his roommate beside him. Zhang Jiayi and Tang Yu also suddenly understood. But it was too late. Guan Ning and Xu Yan had already approached them. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Chen slowly stood up and said to Lu Feng and the others, we're going to eat first, you can chat slowly. After saying that, Feng Chen left with the two girls, heading towards the cafeteria window. Just those 5 simple words, without any elaboration, struck Lu Feng's mind like a thunderclap. So, they were here to find Feng Chen. So, they were the ones Feng Chen had made plans with. At that moment, his previous assumptions came back to him like a boomerang. Feng Chen's emotional capabilities weren't outstanding, and the girls he dated were inferior to his. But how inferior? It was clearly a crushing difference. When Feng Chen said not bad, it wasn't to save face, he was clearly giving Lu Feng face. It turned out, the fool was me all along. Lu Feng felt helpless. Chen Ge, you've kept this from me so well. Hurry up and start the class. At that moment, Tang Yu felt like a statue, her soul deeply shaken. She had previously thought that as long as she put in the effort, she could win over Feng Chen. What a huge joke. Her looks didn't even qualify her to compete with Xu Yan. She was pretending to be cool, while the other was genuinely aloof. She was just showing off in front of the experts. Feng Chen was quiet, it wasn't shyness, it was disdain. Having seen the mountains, why would he care about a small hill? One glance was enough. As for Zhang Jiayi, she had completely dismissed any thoughts of Feng Chen. In front of the charming and affectionate Guan Ning, her second-hand youth was worthless. She should honestly tend to her own little patch of land. That mountain called Feng Chen was simply not something she could conquer. Wow, who was that guy just now? The two campus beauties actually approached him? I remember now, it's Feng Chen. He's Feng Chen. Isn't that Feng Chen, the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam? No wonder. If I scored over 20,000 points and ranked first, I'd be even more arrogant than him. I think I saw a post on the forum saying that Guan Ning and Xu Yan helped Feng Chen with the orientation. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Lu Feng and the two women got up to get their meals. Although Lu Feng maintained his professional demeanor as a sea king, joking and laughing with the two women, he could clearly feel that his enthusiasm was not as fervent as before. After getting their meals, Lu Feng looked at the 7 or 8 dishes on the table and had no appetite at all. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to waste. The meals at the Martial Arts University of Magic City were cheaper than Feng Chen had imagined. A dozen dishes cost less than 0.5 credits, and the taste was quite good. As Guan Ning's creditor, he was not polite at all, eating heartily and making a show of it, chatting with Guan Ning from time to time. They had spent a few days together in the monster beast wilderness, and when they escaped from the enchanting illusion vines, Feng Chen had even carried Guan Ning on his back. Their relationship couldn't be said to be as close as brothers, but they were certainly very familiar. The two laughed and joked, with no barriers between them. This made Xu Yan, who was watching from the side, feel angry, her chopsticks creaking in her grip. By the way, the freshman competition is tomorrow. You should have no problem getting first place, right? Guan Ning laid her chopsticks down, flicking her long hair that hung in front of her face, and asked, do you want me to go to the scene to cheer for you? Every year, on the first day of the new students' enrollment, the Martial Arts University of Magic City holds a freshman conference, which includes the freshman competition and the selection of departments. Feng Chen chuckled lightly, you just want to go see it yourself, and you have to use the excuse of cheering for me. Come on, what exactly is your purpose, you enchantress? Realizing she had been found out, Guan Ning showed no surprise. Today, I'm either helping you with the orientation or treating you to a meal. Is it too much to ask you to buy me a cup of milk tea? Feng Chen nodded, of course, no problem. After all, she had been busy for so long, he had to show some appreciation. He took out his phone, opened the milk tea page. Let's order now, and after we finish eating, we can go pick it up. What do you want to drink? Guan Ning twirled a strand of her long hair around her finger. Black peach thick tea, black peach thick tea? How come there's no? As Fang Chen was searching on his phone, he paused, surprised, and looked up just in time to see the corner of Guan Ning's lips curl up. This morning, with Chu Yan beside them, their conversation had not crossed any lines. Why was it starting now? Although Fang Chen was unclear about Guan Ning's intentions, he had no intention of backing down. There's no black peach thick tea, but there is black peach creamy thick tea. Do you want that? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crack. Chu Yan's creaking chopsticks finally snapped in her grip, her eyes fixed on Fang Chen, filled with anger and resentment. What did I do to provoke her? Just as Fang Chen was bewildered, Chu Yan slammed her chopsticks on the table. I'm full. After saying that, she shot a complex glance at Guan Ning and then got up and left the cafeteria. Seeing this, Guan Ning secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her goal had been achieved. She had deliberately wanted to drive Chu Yan away. During the day, she had dared to say something as outrageous as 3 people living together. Now, she would let Chu Yan taste the bitterness of the bull's head. Sure enough, the first step had not been maintained, and she left angrily. Without taking strong measures, Chu Yan would not learn her lesson. She had to adjust Chu Yan's sexual orientation back. Guan Ning secretly made up her mind. She was truly worried sick for this best friend. And Fang Chen, seeing that someone had finally left, finally asked the question he had been holding in all day. I met her for the first time today. I shouldn't have offended her, right? Guan Ning shook her head. Of course not. Then what's wrong with her? Guan Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, her mind racing. After all, Chu Yan was her best friend, and she couldn't reveal the secret of her sexual orientation. But with that being the case, she was like a ticking time bomb. If Fang Chen accidentally offended her one day, he would inevitably get hurt. After thinking it over, she made a decision. The best way to avoid getting hurt by a bomb was to stay away from it. She promised, absolutely without a trace of selfish desire. You see, when she was young, she was bullied by boys, so she gets very irritable whenever she sees them. As she spoke, she leaned in closer, her expression serious, and whispered, she's a bit psychologically twisted. She likes to punish boys by shoving her foot in their mouths, so you better stay away from her. Hiss. The good points are over. What about the bad ones? Fang Chen asked. What about you? Guan Ning replied, I like it too. Fang Chen showed a look that was truly characteristic of her. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, am I really that easy to fool? Although Guan Ning's explanation made sense, Chu Yan had indeed shown her disdain for him during the day. But why did Chu Yan still follow Guan Ning to the orientation and even have meals with her? Meanwhile, he had noticed some things. When he wasn't talking to Guan Ning, although Chu Yan showed disdain, no, it should be called anger, she could still eat. But it wasn't until Guan Ning went too far that Chu Yan completely exploded. Clearly, Guan Ning was hiding something. However, he already had a rough guess but needed to verify it. After dinner, Fang Chen and Guan Ning left the cafeteria. At this time, the sun was setting, and the sky was bathed in a soft amber hue, resembling a land draped in golden satin. The two walked side by side on a small path, sipping milk tea. For the reward of her beloved mother, Guan Ning decided to see it through and deliver Fang Chen to the boys' dormitory, completing the task perfectly. Halfway there, Fang Chen put down his milk tea and asked, do you remember what I said when I helped you escape from the red zone? Guan Ning was taken aback and nodded. I remember, you said if I didn't pay you back, you'd chase me to the ends of the earth. And find me. Fang Chen chuckled. Well, I'm here now, where's my money? Hearing this, Guan Ning suddenly remembered that although she had left all her military merits to Fang Chen, she hadn't given him the money. After leaving the monster beast wilderness, she had rushed back to the demon city without stopping, and with all the things she had to deal with, including treating her leg injury, she had forgotten about it. She awkwardly scratched her face. Sorry, I'll transfer it to you right away. Wait. Fang Chen stopped her. I'm short on money right now, so if you're going to give me money, let's turn this into money too. Fang Chen took out a pair of S-class battle boots from his space ring and stuffed them into Guan Ning's arms. Are you crazy? Guan Ning exclaimed in surprise. These are S-class battle boots. Why are you giving them to me? Fang Chen replied calmly, I already talked to Teacher Deng this afternoon and know that you don't even have a single S-class piece of equipment right now. You even went so far as to greet me at the school gate in front of so many people for this. Guan Ning's ears turned slightly red. You know about that. Although she had a 5th-tier mother and a 6th-tier father, her family was quite wealthy. But her dear mother, to prevent her from becoming like some rich kids who squander everything, wanted her to be able to stand on her own in this dangerous world as soon as possible. She rarely helped her with equipment. These S-Class battle boots were something she had saved up for over half a year to exchange for. But she didn't plan to take the boots back. After all, Fang Chen had saved her life. Compared to that, a pair of boots was nothing. You should take them back, Just as she was saying this, she was interrupted by Fang Chen. The school promised to give me 2 sets of S-Class equipment, and with my talent, I won't lack S-Class equipment in the future. So, just keep them. As for the money, based on the situation at the time, it's worth a few thousand military merits, which is about 4 million when converted to money. Remember to transfer it to me later. After saying this, Fang Chen walked into the dormitory area without looking back. Looking at the no entry for girls sign, Guan Ning realized she had quietly arrived outside the boys' dormitory area. Holding the S-Class battle boots in her arms, it was clear she wasn't going to return them. Watching Fang Chen's back, Guan Ning muttered, "This guy is really straightforward, he doesn't even know how to find an excuse." But she didn't notice that the corners of her lips were curling up. Meanwhile, Fang Chen, who had entered the dormitory, let out a deep sigh of relief. The S-Class battle boots have been sent out, so there should be some effect, right? Guan Ning had a bit of a dark side, and Fang Chen was well aware of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the flag bearer during the Beast Wilderness. As the saying goes, sincerity conquers darkness. Fang Chen just wanted to see if it would work. His current situation was that his growing strength had a significant gap from his emotional means. "Teacher, I really want to improve." So, he sent out the S-Class battle boots, hoping to bridge the distance between himself and Guan Ning. A negative distance was also feasible. Although the temporary effect was not obvious, if it worked, then both the person and the battle boots would be his. Moreover, he wasn't at a loss. He had checked the price of the S-Class battle boots. They were around 20 million on the market. This price far exceeded the amount he had spent during the Beast Wilderness, and the 4 million matched perfectly. So, he was merely returning the excess price to Guan Ning to draw closer. The idea was beautiful, but whether it would achieve the desired effect was uncertain. After all, he wasn't a master of emotions. And the real master was excitedly walking over from the living room to greet him. "Chen Ge, you finally came back." Lu Feng pulled Fang Chen to the sofa. "Come, sit down quickly. What are you trying to do?" Fang Chen frowned. "What else could it be? Of course, it's to hear you give a lecture. You have no idea, I ate this meal like chewing wax, with no flavor at all." "Chen Ge, no. Teacher Chen, you have to tell me how you managed to win over these 2 campus beauties. I really want to improve." "You want to improve too?" Fang Chen awkwardly said, "I really don't have much with them." "Chen Ge, if you don't want to talk, that's fine, but there's no need to fool a fool." Lu Feng was agitated. "When I came back, I already checked. Guan Ning and Chu Yan, these 2 campus beauties, are notoriously hard to approach. No less than 20 geniuses and young masters from families have been rejected. And yet you can be with them, and you say there's nothing between you?" Seeing Lu Feng about to explode with jealousy, Fang Chen hurriedly explained the Beast Wilderness and Deng Xiang's arrangements briefly. After all, Lu Feng was a teacher, and he hoped to learn knowledge from him in the future. Lu Feng gradually calmed down after hearing this. His expression shifted from, "So that's how it is," to "After all this, it turns out to be this." "I see." His gaze was calm, but he was mumbling in his heart, "Fortunately, it turns out there was a reason for this. If Chen Ge were to pressure me further in terms of emotions, I might just shut down." Fang Chen naturally didn't know what Lu Feng was thinking. He felt his phone vibrating continuously. Someone had sent him a message. Unlocking the screen, the first message was a bank notification. Guan Ning had transferred the money to him. After that message disappeared, there was a message from Qi Wan. Opening it, he saw a photo of her standing at the entrance of Shanghai University. Below the image was a text. "Qi Wan, Fang Chen, this is the entrance to Shanghai University. Isn't it impressive?" Fang Chen instinctively frowned. Although his rank wasn't high, he could tell that Qi Wan's purpose in sending this photo was not to show him the school gate, but to show herself. But how should he reply? Just as Fang Chen was about to ponder, he suddenly remembered that a master was sitting right next to him. Fang Chen quickly leaned on Lu Feng's shoulder and placed the phone in front of him. "How should I reply?" Lu Feng was taken aback, feeling pleased. "Ha, it turns out even the number 1 in the country has to ask me sometimes." Lu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, eager to play the role of a teacher. "Let me take a look." After saying that, he looked at the phone. He saw the girl on the screen standing at the entrance of Shanghai University, wearing a simple white short-sleeved shirt paired with fitted jeans, perfectly showcasing her youthful vitality. The overall look exuded a sense of familiarity like a childhood friend next door, and her smile was as warm as a spring breeze, as if it could instantly bridge the distance with those around her. Her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, a few strands fluttering gently in the breeze, adding a touch of playfulness. Lu Feng's smile immediately fell. Although the photo was edited, it was still clear that the girl's appearance was not inferior to Guan Ning and Chu Yan, especially with that neighborly girl vibe. If he weren't so well versed in the world, his heart would surely race. He even found himself thinking of his childhood sweetheart. Although he had no less than 10 childhood sweethearts, it didn't stop him from reminiscing about each one. At that moment, he suspected Fong Chen was showing off. But looking at Fong Chen's sincere eyes, he felt he might be overthinking it. As a skill ingrained in his bones, Lu Feng immediately offered a suggestion. If I were you, I would say your photo editing skills are a bit lacking. Fong Chen was taken aback. What good is that? Lu Feng replied confidently, you'll find out soon enough. Hearing this, Fong Chen wasted no time and immediately sent a message. Fong Chen, your photo editing skills are a bit lacking. Instantly, Shi Wan replied. Shi Wan? Fong Chen turned his gaze to Lu Feng. Lu Feng immediately said, the rhythm is now in your hands, it's time to launch an attack. You should reply that compared to you in person, the photo is way off, deduct 3 points from 10, and now I can only give 5. Fong Chen, compared to you in person, the photo is way off, deduct 3 points from 10, and now I can only give 5. Shi Wan, happy emoji. Shi Wan, where did the other 2 points go? Shi Wan, confused emoji. After 3 consecutive replies, Fong Chen understood. This was the charm of chatting. It had such ups and downs. What he thought was a complaint turned into praise, instantly lifting Chi Wan's spirits and sparking a conversation. Master, I really want to improve. Fong Chen's expression was excited, he had never desired knowledge so much. Lu Feng waved his hand, stay low-key, this is all just a breeze. You should reply like this. But just as he was about to speak, Fong Chen's phone rang again, someone else had sent him a message. Fong Chen opened it, it was from Li Mingqi. Like Chi Wan, it was also a photo taken at the gate of Shanhe University, accompanied by a caption. Li Mingqi, Shanhe Wuda is great, how about Moda Wuda? Lu Feng was stunned. This girl was also standing at the gate of Shanhe University, but her style was completely different from the previous childhood sweetheart. She wore a white dress, looking particularly fresh and charming in the sunlight. The hem of her dress swayed gently, as if dancing with the surrounding flowers and trees, bringing a touch of vitality. Her long hair fluttered in the breeze, a few strands casually falling on her shoulder, highlighting her elegance and innocence. White moonlight. This was the word that instantly came to Lu Feng's mind. In front of this girl's aura, Zheng Jiayi's white dress was practically being rubbed into the ground. How should I reply to this? Fong Chen's voice once again reached his ears. Reply? What the hell? Such a stunning beauty, I've only encountered more than 2 in my entire life, and Fong Chen, in just a short moment, has 2, plus Guan Ning and Chu Yan. How could he shamelessly ask me for help? The confidence Lu Feng had built up earlier vanished completely. This guy Fong Chen was definitely. At that moment, the phone rang again, a new message notification. The note read Chening. Chening? The 5th in the nation? Chening? Lu Feng hurriedly checked the message content. Chening, remember to find me when you come to Kyoto, I'm going to book a room. Suddenly, the quiet room was filled with the sound of a lock clicking. That was Lu Feng shutting himself off. Book. A room? Brother Chen, are you this flashy? Do you still need me to teach you this? Lu Feng clutched his chest. The 5th in the nation is already yours. Compared to you, I'm just a rookie. Not to mention Lu Feng, even Fong Chen was momentarily stunned upon seeing this message. It was too straightforward. Soon after, he guessed it was sent by Lu Shanshan. Sure enough, the message was immediately retracted, and a new message came in. Chening, sorry, that was just Shanshan sending it. I've already dealt with her. Fong Chen hurriedly showed this message to Lu Feng. He absolutely could not offend this teacher, otherwise, how could he continue to improve? But in Lu Feng's eyes, Fong Chen was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, deliberately showing off. He was extremely jealous. Chen Gu, spare me, I know I'm no match for you. I really didn't mean to do that. Fong Chen had no choice but to explain about Chening and Lu Shanshan. After that, Lu Feng's mood calmed down quite a bit, but he clearly didn't fully believe it, his eyes worry, preventing Fong Chen from stabbing him again. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Chen Gu, you've explained so much to me, you must have something you need my help with, right? Fong Chen nodded seriously. How can I become a man like you? Lu Feng's expression immediately became serious. Have vision. Just as the two were chatting, on the forum of Wu University in Magic City, a post was rapidly gaining popularity. 2 campus beauties welcome new freshmen. Who is this person? On the school's forum, any post related to campus beauties would not have low heat. Coupled with the gimmick of 2 girls and 1 boy, anyone who saw it couldn't help but click to check it out. The post detailed the welcoming of Guan Ning and Chu Yan to Fong Chen. At the same time, to further increase the heat, The poster also shared the speculations of the crowd after the three left. In no time, the comments section of the post was bustling. Is there anyone who was there? Can anyone say if this is true? Ouch. It hurts. Too painful. Upstairs, get over it. Just based on a welcoming event to rashly judge that Fangchen has a relationship with the two campus beauties is too arbitrary. I don't believe it anyway. Is that disbelief? That's jealousy. You say I'm jealous? Let's settle it offline. I was there. I saw with my own eyes how excited Guan the campus beauty was to greet Fangchen. With the emergence of this comment, more and more eyewitnesses began to speak up. Some even posted photos of the three walking on campus. Now that there was evidence, the voices of doubt quickly disappeared, and many sent their blessings. Why? What is this based on? I'm going crazy. Fangchen really should. As the blessings increased, a topic's popularity rapidly soared, which was who exactly came to pick up Fangchen. Do we even need to think? It must be Guan the campus beauty. Hey, Guan the campus beauty's family is from Magic City. How could she possibly know Fangchen? But Chu the campus beauty is from Jiangcheng. Both Fang and Chu are from Jiangcheng. Could they really have a relationship? Is there anyone from Jiangcheng? Come out and say something. This doesn't make sense. If Chu and Fang really have a relationship, then why is Guan the one chatting with Fang? Don't think about it. A new scoop is coming. Immediately, some kind-hearted people posted a photo from the cafeteria, showing Chu Yan angrily throwing down her chopsticks and leaving in a huff. Accompanied by the caption, Chu glared fiercely at Guan when she left. Hiss. Could it be that Chu is jealous? Isn't it obvious? The picture speaks for itself. If Chu is jealous of Fang and Guan, that means Chu has feelings for Fang, but Fang is very close to Guan and Chu are best friends. So confusing. I need to think this through. What is this, a male version of a love triangle? Isn't anyone speaking up for Xingqing? She's also a campus beauty. Upstairs, you're crying at the wrong grave. The scheming frog has been touching your belly, the truth is only one. Start your speech. As more and more people expressed their interpretations of the relationship between Fangchen and the two girls, the speculation began to develop in an uncontrollable direction. It turned into a story where Chu Yin loved Fangchen, but for Fangchen's future, she hid her feelings, and finally after a year, when she met Fangchen at Wu University in Magic City, she happily brought Guan Ning along to welcome him, only to find that Guan Ning fell in love with Fangchen at first sight and boldly revealed her feelings, leaving Chu Yan, who loved him but couldn't have him, furious and departing. Although it was nonsense, people loved to read it, and they were thoroughly entertained. In no time, opinions were divided. Some angrily criticized Guan Ning for butting in, while others advised Chu Yan not to be so weak. As for the evaluation of Fangchen by others, it was quite unified. Damn it! Soon, the post went viral and was pinned to the top. At that moment, in a two-story girls' dormitory, Guan Ning was wearing a light sleepwear, feeling good as she lay on her bed. The E-grade blanket was flattened. Her slender legs were raised, and her fair feet swayed left and right. Just a moment ago, her dear mother had told her that she had perfectly completed her task and had already ordered an S-grade weapon dagger for her, which would arrive tomorrow. Plus, with the battle boots Fangchen had given her, she now had 2 pieces of S-grade equipment. Bang! The door was suddenly slammed open, startling Guan Ning, who trembled. Turning around, she saw Chu Yan looking at her coldly, gripping her phone tightly. Galilu Guan Ning couldn't help but swallow, feeling a bit flustered. What was going on? Could it be that the intensity of the stimulation was too much, angering Chu Yan, who was here to punish her? Thinking of this, she hurriedly tucked her beautifully long legs away to avoid provoking any primal instincts. Seeing this, Chu Yan snorted coldly, "I'm not here to deal with you." Guan Ning instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "Then what are you doing here at this late hour? You scared me. You still have the nerve to say that." Chu Yan shot her a glare and pulled out a chair to sit down. "Do you know how the whole school is talking about the 3 of us right now? The 3 of us?" Guan Ning was confused. "Isn't it just you and me? Wait, is it Fangchen? Who else could it be? The forum is saying that I like him, and this is all you're doing." Chu Yan glared at her coldly. "The forum?" Guan Ning quickly opened her phone to check the forum. She initially wanted to browse a bit, but the pinned post was about her. She hurriedly opened it to read. A few minutes later, after browsing through most of the comments, she was stunned. "I've become the third party in a love triangle? What is this? And this, it even says you two are the official couple. What nonsense is this?" Her voice involuntarily rose a few pitches. "Isn't this all your fault? You had to provoke me, and now look what happened." Chu Yan rolled her eyes. "No way, I have to clarify this matter. I can't just let them talk nonsense." Guan Ning wanted to comment but was stopped by Chu Yan. "I advise you to forget it. The more you try to clarify, the worse it gets. Before you can explain, another narrative will develop. Once these people get bored, this matter will naturally end. Saying this, she shot Guan Ning a cold glare. Learn your lesson this time. Xu Yan hadn't expected that the trivial connection of both she and Fang Chen coming from Jiangchang would be magnified infinitely by these gossiping crowds, evolving into her secretly liking Fang Chen. There were even people writing a series of tragic stories about their supposed sibling romance, with a bunch of comments below saying, "So sweet made me cry. These two must be tied together tightly, they can never be separated." What's so sweet about this? She didn't understand. Fang Chen? In the future, she would definitely not have too much entanglement with this guy, absolutely not. Frustrated, she scolded Guan Ning a couple more times before leaving the room. Guan Ning climbed back onto her bed, unable to resist opening the post and refreshing the comments repeatedly. The more she read, the more frustrated she felt. What's so sweet about it, really? Why is everyone writing about them? What about me? She felt a bit angry but didn't know why. She just felt increasingly stifled. A vague and indescribable emotion was brewing inside her. After pondering for a long time, she attributed the source of this emotion to those fans. She opened her alternate account. If you won't write it, I'll write it myself. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was lying on his bed. After mentioning in the group chat how Chu Yan had given him a cold shoulder during the day, he received a significant response. Zhang Feng, you might be exaggerating a bit. Senior Chu, in high school, although she didn't talk to boys, she never gave them a bad face. Shi Wan, did you provoke Senior Chu? At this moment, Fang Chen's answer was already on the tip of his tongue. Xu Yan was just aloof, but she wouldn't give other boys a cold shoulder. Yet, she had done so to him. The only connection between him and Xu Yan was Guan Ning. Xu Yan was jealous. She was a tease. Although he had long suspected it, Fang Chen's heart was still in turmoil. It turned out he had already guessed the answer, but had denied it himself. What a sin! Compared to boys who would immediately enter a game of werewolf upon realizing there was a classmate beside them, playing out a scenario of intrigue where no one trusts anyone, girls were more forgiving in this regard. Otherwise, Guan Ning would have moved out of the dormitory long ago. But from the way Guan Ning drove him to dinner, deliberately trying to provoke Chu Yan, it was clear their relationship hadn't reached that point yet. Otherwise, facing Fang Chen, the third wheel, Chu Yan would have already taken action. The likely reason for her inaction was that it was not justified. Thinking of this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Guan Ning is probably normal. But just to be safe, I still need to find an opportunity to verify it. At that moment, a voice came from downstairs. Chen Gu, quick, look at the forum, you're trending. I'm trending? Fang Chen opened the forum, and his eyes immediately fell on a post about himself. Clicking in, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Goodness, he had just been wondering if he was the third party, and unexpectedly, the forum was already buzzing about his tragic love story with Chu Yan. Love unreturned, and being robbed of love by his best friend Guan Ning. It was simply too melodramatic. He could hardly imagine the expressions on the faces of the two girls at that moment. Just then, an article about him and Guan Ning was quietly bumped up. Though it wasn't long, it was continuously updated. The comments were all overwhelmingly sweet. Fang Chen clicked to read, and indeed, it was very sweet. The author's IP was Ding. What a talent! Just as Fang Chen was about to scroll down to read more, he received a message. From the official account of Modu Wuda. All freshmen, get ready, the grand competition is tomorrow. At the same time, all freshmen at Modu Wuda received this message. A storm was brewing. The next day, the morning breeze carried a slight chill, rustling the dense leaves. The glaring sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, flickering and changing, dazzling to the eyes. Today was the first day of school for the freshmen, and also the day of the freshman assembly. At this moment, the competition venue was already filled with many second-year students. In the audience of thousands, groups of 3 or 5 sat together, discussing among themselves. Awesome, awesome, we second years are finally enjoying ourselves. Last year, those second years were sitting here, and now it's our turn. This year's freshman competition, the first place is definitely Fang Chen. With double SS level talent, it's indeed shocking. I remember the last time an SS level talent appeared was 7 years ago. After the freshman competition, the principal took him as a disciple on the spot. We can't just look at Fang Chen, there's also Chang Honi among the freshmen, ranked third in the nation, not to be underestimated. With both the first and third here, this year's quality is very high. On the contrary, I heard from the admissions office that because Fang Chen was snatched by our school, the other 3 Wuda schools went on a crazy recruitment spree for the following students, and only 3 from the top 20 nationwide came. 3? That's half less than our year. Hey, look, Guan Ning and Chu Yan are here. A light shout drew countless gazes to the entrance of the competition venue. Guan Ning and Chu Yan walked into the arena. As the two biggest campus beauties of the second year, wherever they went, they attracted attention. Not to mention the events of last night, their popularity was unprecedented. As they walked from the entrance to the audience, discussions about them never ceased. Some even said, "Why haven't they started fighting yet?" Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes flashed with cold light. For this situation, she originally didn't want to come, the pressure was just too great. But if she didn't show up, it would be like indirectly admitting to those speculations, so she could only brace herself and come. As for Guan Ning, she had already promised Fong Chen, so she naturally had to be there. As the two of them sat down in a corner of the front row of the audience, the discussions about them gradually diminished. Ultimately, the topic returned to the freshman competition. Last year, Yuning Tian defeated 56 people in the first round and then challenged 6 more in the second round. That scene is still vivid in my memory. Bro, don't say that. I was knocked out of the ring by one of his punches. I wonder if Fong Chen can break that record. As the discussions grew more numerous, the entire competition venue became lively, filled with a tense and excited atmosphere. At that moment, the freshmen began to enter the competition arena one after another, stepping onto the stage. They were all dressed in combat uniforms, holding various weapons, eager to try their skills. Some hadn't even slept the night before, rushing to the training ground to adjust their state to the best possible level, all for the sake of achieving good results in today's competition. They didn't want to let down the efforts of an entire summer. The freshman competition, as a staple event of Magic City Martial University every year, was quite famous. Many students who had just passed the martial arts exam began training just a few days later, aiming to secure a good ranking in the freshman competition and gain more resources. Others were dissatisfied with their martial arts exam scores and wanted to use this opportunity to prove themselves again. This created a tense atmosphere around the stage. Compared to the lively audience, it was like two different worlds. As the number of participants increased, the tension in the arena intensified. Fong Chen was also among the crowd, stepping onto the stage with Lu Feng. "This is really big." Fong Chen looked around. The area of the stage was equivalent to 2 football fields from his past life. Over 1,000 freshmen standing here seemed unusually sparse. Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's Magic City Martial University, such a large venue allows for a full-on brawl." Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind descended from the sky. "Look up! Someone is flying on a sword." A loud shout made everyone on the stage endure the strong wind and look up. They saw a figure over 20 meters high in the southern sky, sword-light flickering, with both hands behind their back, walking on the sword as if in a trance, like an immortal descending from the heavens. Instantly, the audience gasped, holding their breath. Walking on air? A master-level expert? Then why are they stepping on a sword? Damn, I know who it is. The sky is at it again. It was the wind. Fong Chen realized that the person flying on the sword was not a master but a wind-type ability user. Using the power of the wind to soar, achieving the effect of flying, was truly eye-catching. But, who was so ostentatious? At that moment, the sword wielder had already flown directly above the stage. Suddenly, the figure moved slightly, separating from the sword. The sword tip fell straight down from the air, like a beam of golden light. Bang! The sword embedded itself into the stage, just 7 meters in front of Fong Chen. Then, the wind howled, and the sword wielder slowly descended, standing on the sword hilt embedded in the stage, facing Fong Chen, their long hair cascading down. Such a stylish entrance left the stage in silence. The shock the scene brought to everyone was like a boulder thrown into the center of a lake, creating ripples that could not settle for a long time. A question arose in their hearts: who was so ostentatious? Just then, Fong Chen clearly saw the appearance of the newcomer, with sharp features and a handsomeness that rivaled Lu Feng. Standing tall like a pine tree, he had an undeniable presence without needing to say much. The black combat outfit accentuated his tall figure. But, why was he staring at him? Fong Chen noticed that this person had been fixated on him while suspended in midair, especially when standing on the sword hilt, as if his gaze were welded to him, unable to shift even slightly. He had been thinking about the same thing yesterday. Would it really appear today? If he were to look for someone, it should be Lu Feng. That guy is much more handsome. Just then, the person spoke. "I am Chang Outyen from Magic City, Fong Chen. I look forward to battling you." After saying this, he jumped down from the sword hilt and landed on the arena. The long sword embedded in the ground was pulled out by a gust of wind, drawing an arc in the air before inserting itself back into its sheath in a very flashy manner. He then turned and walked towards the center of the arena, leaving only his back to Fong Chen and the others. Chang Outyen from Magic City? Who is Chang Outyen? Is there such a name among the new students? The surrounding new students began to discuss animatedly. I haven't heard of this name either. No need to think about it. It's a fake name. Fake? Then what is his real name? Of course it's Chung Honi. We people from Magic City are used to it. Chang Honi, the third in the nation, Chung Honi? No wonder he made such a grand entrance. As soon as this was said, Fang Chen noticed that Chung Honi, who had not walked far, had a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, but he forcibly suppressed it, though his chin instinctively lifted a bit. Hiss. This guy is enjoying it. Fang Chen glanced at the Magic City newcomer who had just mentioned the name, only to see his eyes filled with helplessness as he looked at Chung Honi. It was like watching something too familiar but being unable to stop it. Chang Outyen. Outyen. No wonder he kept staring at me. It turns out he was trying to show off? Fang Chen curled his lips, although he didn't understand where Chang Honi's confidence came from. Since he had come to experience weightlessness, he naturally had to agree. I'll make you fly in a bit. Why not now? Because someone was coming. In the vast sky, 3 men and 2 women slowly stepped through the air, as if they were deities walking down from the clouds. With each step they took, ripples spread through the air, like a lake being gently brushed by a breeze, shimmering with light. Especially the man at the forefront, dressed in a deep blue robe, the corners of his robe fluttering in the wind. His aura was overwhelming, as if he were the ruler of heaven and earth. With each step he took, the surrounding space trembled slightly, seemingly bowing to him. They're here, the vice principal and the deans of the 4 major colleges have finally arrived. The voices around Fang Chen reached his ears. Fang Chen's expression immediately became serious. Long Yi, the vice principal of Magic City Martial University, a 7th-tier martial arts grandmaster. This was an existence even more powerful than Xiang Tianwen. With each step he took, even the space trembled. And the 4 deans behind him were all 6th-tier masters. A single university had so many powerful figures. The foundation of Magic City Martial University was indeed profound. Soon, the 5 of them landed on the large podium beside the arena. With their arrival, 5 more people walked out from behind the podium, all teachers from Magic City Martial University, including Deng Xiong. At this moment, the entire competition venue fell completely silent. No one spoke. Because the arrival of Long Yi and the others signified that the freshman conference was about to begin. I believe everyone has heard my name, Long Yi. Long Yi's voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the competition venue. I am a straightforward person, so I won't say much in the way of pleasantries. Let's start explaining the content of the freshman conference. The freshman conference consists of 2 parts, the freshman competition and the selection of colleges. The so-called freshman competition is a way to rank and rate your combat power through battles. The ratings are divided into S, A, B, and C levels. The higher the rating, the more resources you will receive each year. An S level can earn 10,000 credits per year, an A level 5,000 credits, a B level 1,000 credits, and as for C level, only 100 credits. Of course, the combat power rankings are not set in stone. Everyone can challenge someone ranked above them once a month, and if they succeed, their ranking will naturally rise. Besides the overall combat power ranking, each academy also has its own ranking list, targeting corresponding abilities for evaluation, which is similar to the combat power list. The audience below listened, their expressions grave. They understood that S-class and A-class geniuses only accounted for a small portion. 8 out of 10 of them were B-class and C-class. Surviving in Magic City Martial University with just 1,000 credits or 100 credits was already a problem, let alone cultivating. Yet, no one raised objections or doubts. This world was inherently unfair, and in a highly competitive academy like Magic City Martial University, fairness was even less likely to exist. Distributing resources evenly among all students would only create a situation where no one could excel. To obtain more resources, one had to fight for it. This was reality. Seeing that no one voiced dissent, Long Yi nodded in satisfaction and continued, Next, let's discuss the rules for the freshman competition. The freshman competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a free-for-all battle among 100 participants. This year's new students total 1139, divided into 10 batches for combat. Afterward, rankings will be determined based on the number of enemies defeated. Only the top 10 can advance to the second stage. Understand this clearly, it's not about being the last one standing in the free-for-all, but about how many enemies you defeat. In the first stage, defeating one person earns you 20 credits. Remember, no enhancing or recovery potions are allowed. If caught, you will be disqualified immediately. Upon hearing this, the previously silent arena buzzed with some noise. Defeating someone also earns credits. Sorry, guys. I won't hold back either. Shall we team up to kick others out first? Sister, you won't backstab me, right? Magic City Martial University operates purely on credits. Daily expenses like food only take up a small amount of credits, which can also be spent outside the school. Even equipment can be bought outside. But there is one thing that is hard to acquire outside: martial skills. As a top-tier academy, the stock of martial skills at Magic City Martial University surpasses even the top families by more than tenfold. To purchase them, one must use credits. Without martial skills, it's like a student lacking textbooks. Even if a teacher wants to teach, they won't understand. This is the importance of martial skills. This is also why everyone was excited to hear that defeating others could earn credits, gripping their weapons tighter. I have to give it my all. The fighting spirit in Lu Feng's eyes surged, completely shedding his previous carefree demeanor. As for Fang Chen, he felt the same. Although he had S-Class access to the martial skills library and could choose S-Class martial skills, his goals were far beyond that. Next, I will talk about the second stage of the freshman competition. Long Ye's voice rang out again. The 10 who advance from the first stage will enter a free challenge round in the second stage, where defeating one person earns 200 credits. However, each person only has one chance to compete. If you want to challenge consecutively, you cannot leave midway, nor can you use potions. After this explanation, the discussions quieted down significantly. After all, those confident in advancing to the second stage would not exceed 30. Long Ye continued, "Finally, let me remind you of one more thing. Those who perform excellently in this freshman competition will have the opportunity to be taken as apprentices by teachers. So, definitely do not hide your strength." As soon as this was said, the previously faint discussions erupted. "Wow, this is great. Let's go for it. Brothers, let's do this. I hope a teacher notices me." One-on-one teaching from a teacher can accelerate learning speed by several times compared to regular classes. This was also the reason for all the new students' excitement. "Alright, now let's draw for the first round of matches." Long Yi waved his hand lightly at the podium, and a virtual projection screen measuring 100 meters appeared in the air above the competition arena. On the screen were thousands of names, all belonging to the new students. Accompanied by a flickering light on these names, soon, the names of 114 individuals were selected. The selected students stay on the stage, the rest go to the audience. With Long Ye's command, the unselected freshman stepped down from the stage. However, Lu Feng remained. His name was among those in the first round. "Are you confident?" Fang Chen asked. "Don't worry, I'm still the 18th in the nation. Defeating more than 20 people is no problem," Lu Feng replied with a confident smile. "Then I'll wait for you in the audience," Fang Chen said, patting his shoulder as he stepped down from the stage. On his way down, he also saw Chung Hongyi heading towards the audience. "This competition is supervised by me and the teachers present, so you don't have to worry about being too heavy-handed. Just go all out," Long Yi reassured. After confirming that the non-competitors had left, he waved his hand. "The freshman competition starts now." As soon as the words left his mouth, the more than 100 martial arts students on the stage instantly transformed, like ignited powder kegs, all began to act. In an instant, everyone's abilities erupted. On the left side of the stage, a burly man radiated a strong golden light. A layer of hard metallic armor formed on his body in a short time, resisting any attack. He gripped a giant axe tightly and charged forward, the axe carving a dazzling arc in the air, aimed directly at an opponent ahead. The opponent quickly conjured a wall of earth in front of him to block the attack. Bang! At that moment, someone in the center of the stage was knocked off the platform. Meanwhile, on the right side of the stage, a woman unleashed her ability Frost. With a gentle lift of her palm, the temperature around her plummeted, covering the ground with a thin layer of frost, directly targeting an opponent who was using fire abilities. The opponent hurriedly gathered flames, trying to turn the ice spikes into steam, but the power of the frost exceeded his expectations, and several ice spikes suddenly shot up, about to pierce him. A layer of white light appeared on his body, blocking the attack. However, he slowly rose into the air and fell outside the competition stage, losing his qualification. It must have been a teacher who intervened to protect him. Fang Chen sat in the audience, observing the events on the stage. To make it easier to compete later, he chose not to sit next to Guan Ning and the others. With the protective measures in place, the students on the stage became more unrestrained, and the competition grew fiercer. The ability users showcased their skills, with powers and martial techniques intertwining. The air was filled with flames, frost, and various other energies, creating a spectacular battle scene. Every martial artist was giving their all, and the entire stage seemed to transform into a frenzied battlefield, where life and death were uncertain, and the intense struggle stirred the blood. A young man in a black robe moved like a ghost on the stage, his body flickering between light and shadow. Just as he was about to launch a sneak attack on someone, a plant vine suddenly appeared on the ground, wrapping around him. No matter how much he struggled to cut it, he couldn't break free, and in less than 3 seconds, he was thrown off the stage. The ends of these vines came from Lu Feng, who, as the 18th in the National Martial Arts Examination, was naturally among the top in strength. At this moment, mysterious wolf patterns appeared on Lu Feng's body. Beneath his feet, a large number of vines emerged from the ground within a 3-meter radius, spreading outwards. S-class ability, Greenwood Wolf. Lu Feng controlled these vines, and with his will, they quickly attacked the surrounding freshmen. The freshmen, seeing this, felt a wave of panic, trying to fend off the vines with their weapons, only to find that the strength of the vines far exceeded their imagination. The vines coiled around them like agile snakes, tightly binding their hands and feet, making it difficult for them to move. Some martial artists were struck by the vines and were instantly knocked back, in a sorry state. The chaotic battle lasted shorter than everyone expected. In less than half an hour, only Lu Feng remained on the entire stage. The virtual big screen high above also displayed the rankings of this chaotic battle at this moment. First place, Lu Feng, defeated 31 people. Second place, Wang Ji, defeated 14 people. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun fighting. Lu Feng stepped down from the arena and sat down beside Fang Chen. With a score of 31, I should be able to enter the second stage. Just to be clear, if you want to challenge me, don't challenge me first, give me some face. Fang Chen nodded, no problem. Just then, the virtual big screen in the sky flickered again, and another 114 people were selected. This batch is really too disappointing. In the competition arena, on the podium, the president of the War Academy, Xiao Jun, looked at the second round of matches on the stage, his muscular face filled with disappointment. It's been 2 rounds, and aside from Lu Feng, who was barely acceptable, the rest are all underwhelming. With this level, how can we compete with the other 3 schools in the future? Standing beside him, Deng Xiong adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her expression calm and unruffled. As the director of the admissions office, she appeared at the freshman conference to assess the strength of the new students and summarize previous work. She did not refute Xiao Jun's complaints. Xiao Jun was straightforward and outspoken, not targeting the admissions department. Moreover, what Xiao Jun said was true, the quality of this year's freshmen was indeed lacking, specifically the top-tier combat power. Because Fang Chen was recruited by them, the other 3 martial arts universities were desperately pursuing students ranked at the top. As a result, fewer than 10 of the top 50 students nationwide came to Modu Martial Arts University. Last year, 16 of the top 50 applied to Modu Martial Arts University. The year before, there were even 17. Compared to that, this year was worlds apart. What she needed to do now was wait. Wait for Fang Chen to take action to prove that her choice was not wrong. Xiao Jun, with Fang Chen, the number of top-ranked students will inevitably decrease. This situation is unavoidable. The speaker was Hua Danqin, the president of the Auxiliary Academy. She had long eyebrows like willows, a straight nose, and thin lips that curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Dressed in a simple qipao, her curvaceous figure was revealed, making her a woman of great charm. Hua Danqin knew that Deng Xiong was a cold person and was too lazy to explain, so she spoke up for her. After hearing this, Xiao Jun sighed, of course I know this, but I can't help but feel anxious. Although we have gained a double SS level genius like Fang Chen, the overall strength of the freshmen has indeed declined. This year's ranking among the 4 martial arts universities is likely to be outside the top 2. Upon hearing this, Hua Danqin couldn't help but frown. Although the strength of the 4 top martial arts universities was close, there were still rankings. In the past decade, Modu Martial Arts University and Kyoto Martial Arts University had balanced each other out, either being first or second. Shanhua Martial Arts University and Junfeng Martial Arts University only ranked 3rd and 4th. But according to the current situation, due to the significant reduction in the number of students in the top 100 of the martial arts exam, this year's freshmen's overall strength is the weakest Modu Martial Arts University has seen in over a decade, likely placing them 4th. Although Fang Chen's strength is very strong, he is ultimately just one person. It is unprecedented to rely on one person to significantly elevate the overall strength of over 1,000 people. No need to worry. Long Yi, who had not spoken until now, said, "You all have seen Fang Chen's information. In just a month, he can grow from a poor student to the national number 1. And now, more than 2 months have passed since the martial arts exam. Perhaps he can bring us unexpected surprises. We'll just have to wait and see." Xiao Jun sighed lightly. "You always have such a good attitude. Hey, where's Lao Chi? Why have you been staring at the freshman without saying anything?" The dean of the Tactical Academy, Shishanza, sat upright, his eyes constantly searching the crowd of freshmen in the audience. "I'm looking for someone." "Who are you looking for?" Xiao Jun asked, puzzled. "Who else could it be?" Hua Danqin chuckled lightly. Of course, it's Su Ming, whom he's been thinking about for almost a month. Su Ming. Xiao Jun's eyes lit up. Isn't that the student who entered the top 30 with an A-level talent? Hua Danqin nodded. Exactly. He is the second student in nearly 10 years, besides our academy's Chu Yan, to enter the national top 30 with an A-level ability. In this chaotic situation, even an S-level talent facing him, I'm afraid wouldn't stand a chance. The second round of the chaotic battle ended in about half an hour. The first place only defeated 19 people, which was a huge gap compared to Lu Feng. The visual impression was even more lacking, causing the onlooking sophomores to shake their heads repeatedly. At this moment, the selection for the third round began. After another burst of light, a new 114 people were selected. Fang Chen was still absent, but he saw a familiar name. Chang Outyen. Chang Hongyi. Just as the many selected freshmen stood up from the audience, preparing to walk towards the arena, a sudden gust of wind swept through the stands. Everyone turned their heads, their gazes fixed on the figure soaring into the sky on a sword. Chang Hongyi enjoyed the attention of the crowd in midair, lightly waving his hand. The sword beneath him advanced, his figure like a swallow, his robe fluttering. In an instant, he reached above the arena. Then he changed his descent method, hands behind his back, stepping on the wind as if descending a staircase. Finally, he landed on the arena, facing away from the audience. It was as if he was turning his back on all beings. So pretentious. Really can show off. This guy never misses a chance to act cool. If many freshmen previously couldn't understand and thought Chang Hongyi's entrance was very stylish, this time they saw through it. Although the presentation was different, the essence was the same. He was showing off in front of people. Who would want to pose every time they appeared? Isn't that tiring? Especially some freshmen from Magic City, instinctively turned their heads away, not daring to look. Eating the same dish repeatedly would definitely be nauseating. And for them, Chang Hongyi's show-off had been a mental assault for 1 or 2 years. Even Long Yi on the podium and the teachers silently turned away. As the top student in this year's martial arts exam in Magic City, they naturally knew what kind of person Chang Hongyi was. This kid really is consistently embarrassing. At such a young age, if he steps into the 6th level, what will happen? Soon, all the new students for the third round arrived, and everyone kept their distance from Chang Hongyi. The third place in the national martial arts exam represented Chang Hongyi's strength, and no one wanted to provoke him. The third round of chaotic battle, now, begins. Before the words fell, the more than 100 new ability users on the arena immediately began to choose their opponents. As for Chang Hongyi, no one dared to approach him. Seeing this scene, Chang Hongyi couldn't help but smile. This was the best recognition of his strength, and a great sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. He heard Chang Outyen shout loudly, "No one supports my ambition, I will tread the snow to the mountain peak myself." He felt these two lines fit the current scene perfectly. As long as he didn't feel embarrassed, it was others who should feel embarrassed. Meanwhile, others were stunned. "Bro, are you asking us to support your future? I can't do that." At this moment, Chang Hongyi took a deep breath and shouted again. "Sword, come!" The long sword flew into his hand in an arc. The momentum of a mid-level first stage suddenly erupted. The air around began to violently fluctuate, and a fierce wind rose. With his will, the surrounding wind gathered, forming countless small tornadoes. Chang Hongyi waved the long sword in his hand, and the tornadoes moved like agile snakes, mixed with strands of electric current, rapidly spreading outward, accompanied by the sound of tearing air, stirring up dust and debris, rushing towards the other student warriors. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow. S-level ability, Storm Summoning. S-level ability, Storm Summoning. Although there were two extremely destructive elements of wind and electricity, the wind element dominated, and the electric part was minimal, only having a paralyzing effect. So it could only be rated as S-level. If the electricity were replaced with thunder, storm and thunder summoning would be an SS-level ability. Even so, Chang Hongyi was not someone these people in the arena could handle. The first to suffer was a burly male student who didn't even have time to react before being swept up by a tornado. Immediately after, a girl wielding twin daggers attempted to confront him, her blades flashing as they aimed directly at Chang Hongyi. However, Chang Hongyi's tornado gave her no chance, instantly sweeping away her daggers, their gleam vanishing in the raging wind. She stumbled back in terror, her face pale, utterly unable to withstand this powerful force. With Chang Hongyi's move, the entire arena's spectacle significantly increased. His intermediate first-tier strength combined with S-class talent made him stand out among the crowd. To deal with him, some freshmen had no choice but to team up. Finally, a standout has appeared. This guy is the first place in this year's Magic City martial arts exam. First place, no wonder. At this moment, the sophomore martial artists in the audience began to murmur. This was to be expected. Last year, during the freshman competition, the first place in the first round had defeated over 40 people. The battles in the remaining 9 rounds were even more intense. By the end of the first stage, the top 10 were separated by only 1 or 2 people. In contrast, this year's freshman competition had only 19 people in the first place of the second round melee. The gap was simply too large. At this moment, Chung Hongi truly refreshed their perspectives, and the results did not disappoint them. First place, Chung Hongi, defeated 56 people. Second place, Liangya, defeated 21 people. Not bad, not bad, finally someone I can look at with pleasure. On the podium, Xiao Jun nodded in satisfaction, defeating 56 people, the same result as last year's Yining Tian. This kid Chung Hongi has made significant progress over the summer. After saying this, he looked at the deans and teachers beside him. I plan to take Chung Hongi as my disciple. Does anyone want to compete for him? Hua Danchin, his talent is not my specialty, I have no thoughts on it. Me neither. I have no thoughts either. The other teachers responded one after another. Alright then, this kid belongs to me. Xiao Jun grinned widely. Meanwhile, Chung Hongi on the arena looked at the ranking on the screen and nodded in satisfaction. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped onto his flying sword and soared into the air. It started again, endlessly. Fong Chen really felt a bit tired of this. This guy is so pretentious, I can hardly stand it. Lu Feng said helplessly. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would really want to compete with this guy. Just then, the light points on the virtual big screen began to jump again. The names of 114 people were selected in order. Fong Chen's name was among them. Finally, it's my turn. Fong Chen grabbed the alloy battle knife beside him and quickly stood up. Chenggu, 60 people should be no problem, right? Put some pressure on that guy's arrogance. Lu Feng said excitedly. He wasn't a match for Cheng Hongi, but Fong Chen was. Fong Chen smirked. Count on it. After saying that, Fong Chen walked down from the audience and headed for the arena. This scene was seen by Cheng Hongi, who was sitting high in the audience. His hands unconsciously clenched tightly. On the other side, Wan Ning also saw Fong Chen's figure. Originally disinterested, she instantly perked up, immediately exiting her sweet romance writing page and putting away her phone. This scene made Chu Yen snort coldly. Just after 3 rounds of competition, this woman had been secretly holding her phone, not letting her see what she was doing. The moment she saw Fong Chen, she put it away. Oomph, biased woman. She fixed her gaze firmly on Fong Chen, her rival, wanting to see what was so special about this guy. On the arena, the freshman saw Fong Chen take the stage and instantly wilted. No way, how could it be so coincidental to match up with the national first place? Damn matching mechanism. No, I have to stay far away from him. Thinking that staying far away will help? You're too naive. We might as well team up to take him down. With just the 2 of us? Dream on, hurry and retreat. As the number 1 in the nation and the owner of dual SS level talents, Fong Chen was immediately avoided by all the new students. Except for him, the remaining 113 people all retreated to the west side of the arena, gathering together, gripping their weapons tightly, and looking at him. It was clearly a scene of 113 versus 1. At first glance, it seemed that all the new students were afraid to engage with Fong Chen and had retreated far away. There was no problem with that. But upon closer inspection, there was a significant issue. Everyone had retreated to the west side of the arena and had gathered together. It should be noted that during the 3rd round of the melee, many new students had distanced themselves from Chung Hongi and were scattered throughout the arena. There were people in every direction. Fong Chen frowned. This was very strange. Meanwhile, the people on the podium also noticed something was off. I didn't expect Su Ming to be in this melee as well, Hua Danchin said with a smirk, looking at Long Yi in the center. These people have unconsciously gathered together, and the match hasn't even started yet. Does this count as an early move? No need to pay attention, Long Yi said, watching the scene on the arena with great interest. With dual SS level talents, he naturally needs to be treated specially. The S-level permissions of the martial arts library are not so easily obtained. Moreover, no one has attacked yet, so how can it be considered an early move? Xiao Jun laughed heartily. Finally, we have a good show to watch. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions became serious. This melee would be the most exciting battle among the 10 melees. Meanwhile, Deng Xiong frowned. As the admissions director, he was well aware of Su Ming's abilities. A-level talent, the ability of persuasion. A mental type ability. It could communicate with people in secret and unconsciously persuade them. This ability had no lethality but could invisibly rally a group for team battles. Su Ming had relied on this ability to collaborate with more than a dozen first-tier candidates to hunt monsters in the National Martial Arts exam, ultimately achieving the 26th place in the nation. This was also why Qi Shanzi, the dean of the Tactical Academy, valued him so highly. A natural tactical leader. Deng Qiong knew that Fang Chen's flames restrained mental type abilities, but Qi Shanzi didn't need Fang Chen to take action. He only needed to persuade the remaining 112 people to cooperate with him. Even if Fang Chen's talent was incredibly strong, facing such a numerical disadvantage would be difficult to handle. Next, it would be 112 versus 1. This was an unprecedented scene. At the same time, the audience also noticed that something was wrong. Huan Ning couldn't help but feel tense, clenching her fists until her fingertips turned white. Fang Chen is in trouble now. In trouble? Then don't bother. On the arena, Fang Chen sneered. He could naturally see that someone was manipulating all of this behind the scenes, but he was too lazy to find out who it was. Since everyone was targeting him, then let them all fly. At this moment, Long Ye's voice came through. The fourth round of the new student competition melee officially begins. Boom! Before the sound faded, the fallen heart flame and the sea heart flame erupted instantly. The lava giant python soared and rolled in the air, causing the air around it to begin to distort, emitting a faint humming sound. Meanwhile, the deep blue sea heart flame transformed into towering waves, bringing with it a suffocating hot wind that swept across the entire arena. The two types of appeared simultaneously, instantly raising the surrounding temperature to the extreme, as if even the air was trembling in response. This is Fang Chen's two types of flames? The audience, swept up in the heat wave, was astonished. Their understanding of Fang Chen was only through the recorded martial arts exam, and the feeling of watching it live was completely different. This burning heat made them instinctively uneasy. Especially the fire-type ability users, their sense of fear was even stronger. On the podium, Long Yi and the others watched this scene, their expressions slightly tense. Hua Danqin couldn't help but exclaim, the feeling from these two types of flames is even stronger than the Taiyin void fire. Qi Shanzi nodded and said, especially that transparent flame, as soon as my mental power gets close, I can feel a burning sensation. How is this possible? Xiao Jun couldn't believe it. Lao Qi, you're a 6th tier, while Fang Chen is only 1st tier. This is something even the Taiyin void fire can't achieve. It's precisely because I'm 6th tier that I'm fine, Qi Shanzi said, his brow furrowed. If Fang Chen were 2 tiers higher, my mental energy would probably have been burned to ashes by now. As soon as these words were spoken, the teachers were alarmed, and Long Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. For a 6th tier mental ability user to say such a thing, Fang Chen's flame was truly terrifying. On the arena, Fang Chen did not attack immediately but placed his hands in front of his chest and began to rub fire. As the two types of erupted, the remaining 112 people's expressions changed drastically. Feeling the two violent energies, a wave of fear surged in their hearts. Despite possessing powerful abilities themselves, they felt so small in the face of this suffocating might. They had no time to think as everyone retreated to the western side of the arena, hurriedly gripping their weapons, ready to strike. What is Fang Chen doing? Why isn't he attacking? Damn, we're all here, how can he attack? No matter how strong he is, he can't take on all 113 of us. Right, he's scared. Fang Chen is wary of us. Yes, it must be that way. Unconsciously, the 112 people began to huddle closer together. This made a bespectacled boy in the crowd instinctively curl his lips and shout, everyone, continuing like this isn't a solution. Why don't we join forces and take the initiative? With the combined strength of our 113, Fang Chen will definitely not be our opponent. His voice was like a spell, ringing in the ears of the newcomers. Though it only echoed once, it left an imprint in everyone's minds, causing it to resonate continuously. Gradually, the originally cautious crowd began to grow excited. Yes, as long as we work together, Fang Chen is not our opponent. Why should we only defend? Why can't we take the initiative? No matter how high his talent, he can't possibly be our match. With each excited statement, the resistance among these people reached its peak. Seeing this, Su Ming appeared even more composed and shouted again, we can't rush at Fang Chen all at once, that will only weaken our strength. We must use tactics. I understand team battles well. If everyone is willing to trust me, I guarantee we can kick Fang Chen out of this melee without losing 10 people. His words were like adding a fuse to a firecracker, drawing 100 responses. Okay, we'll listen to you. I've never liked Fang Chen, let's just do it. Rather than being kicked out by him, I'd rather fight to the death. I've come this far, why should I fall here? I'm not willing. So many people are supporting me from behind, believing in me. I want to keep going. I want the sky to no longer cover my eyes. We are the hope of this generation. Defeat Fang Chen. Defeat Fang Chen. Tell us, what should we do? At this moment, the 112 people achieved an unprecedented unity. This group of newcomers, How did they suddenly get fired up? How embarrassing. Why should they be awkward? I'm the one who's awkward. Though it's awkward, it has unwittingly twisted their hearts into a single rope. Fong Chen is in trouble now. In the audience, Guan Ning watched the scene on the arena, her brow furrowed, her charming peach blossom eyes revealing unease. As the national number one with double SS level abilities, anything Fong Chen did would be magnified infinitely. If he couldn't even pass the first round of the newcomer competition, that would be a big deal. Future rumors would surely drown him, even ruining his mindset. Meanwhile, Xu Yan was gloating, secretly pleased. She was just waiting to see Fong Chen defeated, unable to even make it into the top 10. That way, the resentment could be quelled. At the same time, on the podium, looking at the new students who had already banded together, Hua Danqin couldn't help but praise. Su Ming first took advantage of the new students' fear of Fong Chen, secretly inciting them to gather together. Then he spoke to tempt them, stirring up opposition, guiding their emotions, making everyone excited and usable for him. She looked at Qi Shanzi. With such methods, no wonder you, old Qi, value him so much. Qi Shanzi chuckled lightly. Su Ming is indeed a rare tactical genius. I want to take him as my disciple. No one is going to snatch him from you, right? Don't worry, it's most suitable for you to take in a talent in tactics. No one will compete with you. Xiao Jun smiled, looking at the isolated figure on the arena, but Fong Chen is probably in trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, all the teachers' gazes turned to Fong Chen. Compared to the praise Su Ming received, his situation was simply terrible. Although the previous rounds Cheng Hongyi also faced an attack, those new students did not unite and their attacks lacked coordination. But Fong Chen was different. He was facing an army of 112 with a core leader. More people, more unity. If various abilities were utilized properly, even a high-level second-tier warrior could be worn down. No matter how outstanding Fong Chen's talent was, he couldn't escape the result of failure. Fong Chen probably didn't anticipate this situation, standing there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. What has he been doing playing with fire since just now? But at that moment, Long Yi suddenly shouted, "Everyone get ready, protect the new students." He sensed an exceptionally terrifying energy from the swirling flames in Fong Chen's hands. On the arena, seeing that Fong Chen had not yet made a move, Su Ming no longer hesitated and took the initiative. Long-range warriors attack now. Close combat warriors form groups of 5, encircle Fong Chen and prepare for a surprise attack. Mental and support types provide rear support. Action! Before his words fell, the long immobile Fong Chen took the lead. He spread his arms, and a Patrick star appeared in his palms. It flowed with transparent fluorescence and deep blue like water. It gently spun in Fong Chen's hands, like a star floating in the universe, flying towards the 112 new students across from him. Art is an explosion. Go, Patrick Star! Under the gaze of Su Ming and others, the small Patrick Star quickly flew to their side. At that moment, it burst forth with dazzling light. The raging flames were as scorching as the sun, shooting into the sky, instantly engulfing the surrounding air. It transformed into a gigantic Patrick Star. Art is an explosion. The light radiated in all directions, as if it were going to ignite the entire arena, illuminating every audience member's face in a golden hue. The massive energy shockwaves surged towards the audience, like a raging beast. At the critical moment, Xiao Jun instantly appeared above the arena, waving his hand. An invisible energy barrier rose around the arena, like a transparent shield, firmly intercepting the shockwave within. Inside the barrier, flames and smoke raged, the intense light reddening the entire arena, thick smoke rolling like waves, obscuring everyone's vision. Only vague outlines and flickering light points could be seen. What exactly happened? The second-year students in the audience witnessed this scene, filled with terror, their faces written with disbelief. What was that explosion? This energy actually made me feel the breath of death. It was Fong Chen. The explosion was caused by that thing Fong Chen released. Some covered their mouths, some stared blankly, and even some were so shocked they were speechless. They were all upperclassmen, most of whom had already stepped into the second tier. Yet the explosion just now made them feel death approaching. If it weren't for Dean Zhao's intervention, the explosive energy would have definitely burned them. At that moment, the flames and smoke within the barrier gradually dissipated under Xiao Jun's suppression, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the arena. Although they had an idea of the outcome, they still anticipated the revelation of the truth behind this fierce battle. As the smoke cleared, the scene in the arena came into view, leaving everyone in the audience dumbfounded. The arena was riddled with countless deep cracks, as if the earth had torn apart in violent tremors. The charred blackness covered the entire arena, leaving it in ruins and emitting a pungent smell of burning, as if it had endured a catastrophe. The air around was still thick with the heat of embers, causing heart palpitations. All the contestants on the stage, except for Fang Chen, were enveloped in a layer of white light. The result was already clear. These 113 people had lost. They stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with terror, their hearts pounding as if they were about to leap out of their chests. They watched helplessly as Patrick's star exploded before them, a massive fireball bursting forth and igniting the entire world. The flames roared like a raging dragon, sweeping towards them with a deafening roar. In that moment, time seemed to stop, all sounds were suppressed, and only the sound of their heartbeats echoed in their ears. The fear of death surged like a tide, nearly drowning them. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a dazzling white light flickered, and a halo appeared on the surface of their bodies, wrapping them in a transparent protective film that blocked the flames. As the fire dissipated, everything before them gradually became clear, allowing their thoughts to resume. I survived. Someone emerged from the recent explosion, their voice still trembling. Some even collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily to calm their inner terror. Su Ming looked at the scene before him in disbelief. His spirit was completely shaken. Clearly, the 113 people had gathered together. Clearly they were so excited. Clearly they were ready to strike. But in that instant, the 113 were defeated by Fang Chen. They didn't even have the chance to make a move. Is this the dual SS level talent? Truly terrifying. This was Su Ming's most genuine sentiment, and he let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, any plan is rendered useless in the face of overwhelming firepower. Fang Chen still stood in his previous position, protected by two types of, and after the explosion, only the corners of his clothes were slightly damaged. Looking at the eliminated crowd, he couldn't help but smirk. He recalled the passionate scene before the explosion. Ha, 3 punches shattered your passionate dream. Sorry to disappoint you. His tone was calm, yet extremely flamboyant. The next moment, the virtual screen in the air began to announce the results. First place, Fang Chen, defeated 113 people. As for second place, there was no second place. In an instant, the competition venue, immersed in shock, erupted. 113 people. One person defeated 113 people. This is simply unheard of. And it was just one strike, just one strike. This is a miracle. The power of that strike definitely reached the third tier, otherwise, it wouldn't have such great force. More and more people began to realize this. Yes, it indeed reached the third tier, otherwise, how could I, a mid-level second tier, feel such palpitations? A first-tier martial artist actually unleashed a third-tier attack. How can I, a senior student, hold my head up? Compared to him, I've learned nothing this year. I'm still a freshman. Chin good, don't play like this. He won, Fang Chen won. Guan Ning instinctively stood up, wanting to shout, but suddenly remembered that this didn't fit her alluring persona in the eyes of outsiders, so she sat back down. Looking around to see no one paying attention to her, she happily clenched her fists and waved. I knew that guy Fang Chen could do it. Wait a minute. She suddenly realized a problem. That was, she was only at the high level of the second tier, while Fang Chen was already capable of fighting at the third tier. This growth rate is simply too fast. You have to know that when Fang Chen stepped into the first rank, she was watching from the side. It has only been 3 months, 3 months. Now, when I spar with Fang Chen, I don't even know if I can win. At this rate, the gap between the two of us will only grow larger, and a sense of tension instinctively arose in Guan Ning's heart. Meanwhile, Xu Yan beside her completely didn't hear what Guan Ning said. At this moment, her mind was blank, her head empty. 1. Fang Chen defeated 113 people by himself? This kind of thing actually happened, and he only used one move. The scene before her was completely different from what she had imagined, and her heart involuntarily became anxious. Her cheeks flushed. Fang Chen's strength had completely exceeded her expectations. With such talent, she would definitely not be Fang Chen's match in the future. Guan Ning would definitely get closer to Fang Chen, and she couldn't stop it. What to do? She had clearly vowed to be with Guan Ning forever. Her heart only had room for Guan Ning. Could it be that they really had to live together as she had said before, the three of them? No. That was just something she said casually. It absolutely couldn't happen. His manifestation is above mine. At this moment, Cheng Hongyi tightly gripped the armrests of his chair, his eyes fixed on the spotlighted Fang Chen. Unlike others who marveled at Fang Chen's strength, he was feeling the atmosphere at this moment. He muttered, hundreds of enemies, no one optimistic, using just one move, forcing a 6th-rank master to come out and save. When the smoke clears, standing on the arena, defeating 113 people, everyone is astonished. This. Cheng Hongyi's body trembled involuntarily. This is the ultimate manifestation I seek. Everything I did before is nothing compared to this move. He is doing what I wanted to do. Why isn't this person me? On the podium, Xiao Jun had returned from the arena, and Hua Danqin at this moment retracted the white light from the new students. This was her talent, able to form a protective layer on people. How does it feel? Hearing Long Ye's inquiry, Xiao Jun sighed deeply, unable to hide his excitement. Third rank. I can feel that Fang Chen's strike reached the initial stage of the third rank. Hua Danqin echoed. The protective layer I gave the new students also clearly felt that this explosive energy reached the low level of the third rank. If it was just a guess before, now with the words of two sixth-rank masters, one had to believe it. An intermediate first rank released a low-level third rank attack, unheard of. 113 people. Since the establishment of the Martial University in Magic City, there has never been such a record. 113 people are just the number on the arena, not Fang Chen's limit. A combined effort of 113 first-rank martial artists could exhaust a high-level second-rank martial artist, but against a third-rank martial artist, they would only be slaughtered. Although it was only a rank difference, it was a chasm. Hard to cross. Incredible, simply unbelievable. Xiao Jun laughed happily, his joy evident. I take back what I said before, this batch of new students, as long as Fang Chen is here, can still rank in the top 2. Literally, Fang Chen alone raised the level of the entire new batch. This made the usually calm Deng Xiong unable to help but roll her eyes. The change was so fast, it was like two different people. But the corners of her lips unconsciously lifted into a slight arc. Fang Chen's move this time proved that her choice was not wrong. At this moment, Hua Danqin looked at Long Yi. How come I couldn't tell what martial skill Fang Chen used? Long Ye's gaze slightly condensed. I couldn't tell either. Just a few simple words left those around them stunned. Long Yi was a 7th-rank martial arts grandmaster, the top combat power of Hanxia, having traversed the entire territory of Hanxia and seen countless martial skills and talents. If even he couldn't tell what martial skill Fang Chen used, then it was highly likely that. Are you saying this move was created by Fang Chen himself? Hua Danqin's eyes were filled with astonishment. A first-rank martial artist, creating their own martial skill. Incomprehensible. Long Yi did not answer, which was tantamount to acquiescence. This made everyone breathe heavily. A genius, an absolute genius. Xiao Jun shouted excitedly, Oh Long, you haven't taken a disciple in 5 years, and now there's such a good seedling, why aren't you making a move? If you keep dragging your feet, I won't be polite. Hua Danqin nodded and said, Xiao Jun is right, Fang Chen's talent is extraordinary, and his future achievements will definitely surpass ours. Right now, the principal is not here, you are the strongest person in the entire Magic City Martial University, and only you can teach him. Long Yi looked at Fang Chen, who had already returned to the audience platform, and sighed helplessly, I don't know how many years it will take for this guy to come back, I must oversee the entire Magic City Martial University, and I have no heart to teach disciples. Moreover, Fang Chen's talent clashes with mine, my teaching him may not yield better results than yours. Xiao Jun spread his hands, since you say that, then I won't hold back. Long Yi chuckled lightly, you can forget it, I've already decided who will teach Fang Chen. Who? Naturally, it's Lin Qin. As soon as this name was mentioned, the entire podium erupted. Old Long, are you kidding? Xiao Jun looked as if he had been startled, his eyes wide open. Don't you know Lin Qin's current situation? Hua Danqin echoed, that's right. Although Lin Qin's Taiyin Void Fire is close to Fang Chen's talent, she can't even take care of herself right now. How can she teach Fang Chen? Shi Shanza and others nearby also nodded in agreement with the two. Fang Chen's talent was evident to all, and if the wrong teacher was chosen, it could seriously hinder his growth. Long Yi smiled lightly, don't worry, only Lin Qin is the most suitable to teach Fang Chen. It's also time to let her out for a spin, otherwise, the outside world is about to forget that Magic City Martial University has such a genius mentor. Because the arena was too severely damaged, the equipment department of Magic City Martial University repaired the entire arena. 20 minutes later, the 5th round of the melee officially began. Due to Fang Chen's outstanding performance, the subsequent matches were somewhat disappointing in comparison. 3 hours later, the 10 rounds of melee ended. The virtual big screen displayed the rankings. First place, Fang Chen, defeated 113 people. Second place, Zheng Hongyi, defeated 56 people. Third place, Yang Lu, defeated 35 people. Fourth place, Lu Feng, defeated 31 people. Surprisingly, Lu Feng ranked 4th, overtaken by a girl named Yang Lu. This made Lu Feng pound his chest in regret, lamenting that he hadn't worked hard during the 2 months of summer vacation, allowing someone to surpass him as a top 20 nationwide contender. But the most eye-catching on the leaderboard was the subsequent ranking, with a total of 189 people having 0 results. This situation was unprecedented at Magic City Martial University. Next up is the free challenge match, Long Yi shouted, anyone who wants to challenge can come up to the stage. As soon as this was said, the top 10, except for Fong Chen and Chung Hongyi, frowned, looking at each other, contemplating who would be the most suitable to challenge. After all, no one wanted to lose in the first match. However, at this moment, Fong Chen stood up and walked towards the arena. It was not his habit to be the last to appear. The earlier he appeared, the sooner he could rest. He stepped onto the arena again, his gaze fixed on Chung Hongyi, and shouted, "I want to start my challenge from second place." Chung Hongyi, high up in the audience, felt a jolt in his heart. Although he still forced himself to remain calm, the color had drained from his handsome face. At this moment, he began to regret why he had chosen to say that one sentence to Fong Chen when he was being so arrogant at the beginning. After 2 months of hard work over the summer, he thought he could compete with Fong Chen. But after that explosion, he had completely understood. He was weak. He still needed to practice. After a few seconds of mental struggle, to avoid a huge gap between pre-match and post-match, which would cause the image he had built over the years to collapse, Chung Hongyi slowly stood up and chose to walk down from the audience. Damn, he didn't even fly? It's still Brother Chen, the genius corrector. Finally, I can't see him showing off anymore. I've been waiting for this day for over 2 years. A new student from Magic City cried tears of joy. When he reached the stage, Chung Hongyi looked at the tall figure opposite him and said in a voice only the two could hear, "Chenggu, don't slap my face." Seeing Cheng Outyan, the Dragon King, take the initiative to bow his head, Fong Chen naturally had to give him some face. What's wrong with young people showing off? The match begins. With a command, Chung Hongyi's supernatural ability instantly activated, and a fierce wind howled, shaking the surrounding air and rushing towards Fong Chen. He chose close combat, not giving Fong Chen a chance to gather fire. Although he already knew the outcome in his heart, he still wanted to give it a try. To give Chung Hongyi some face, Fong Chen also unleashed 2 types of a lava giant python and waves several feet high, blocking Chung Hongyi's fierce wind. What terrifying heat! Facing a 3-to-1 situation, Chung Hongyi resolutely moved forward, continuously attacking, but each of his assaults was easily deflected by Fong Chen. In the end, after 4 minutes, Fong Chen defeated Chung Hongyi with absolute superiority. The match is over, the winner is Fong Chen. Chung Hongyi slowly stood up from the ground. Although he felt unwilling, he turned around and gratefully glanced at Fong Chen. He understood that if Fong Chen had not held back, he would have been defeated in 2 minutes. The new students on the stage couldn't help but exclaim, "Winning is so easy. No one can match Chenggu, he is far ahead." It's no wonder the school beauty likes him. Even if the school beauty gets in the way, I still want to get Fong Chen's contact information. After Chung Hongyi left the stage, Fong Chen's gaze turned to Yang Lu. Next. 16 minutes later, Fong Chen successfully defeated 9 opponents, breaking the record of 8 set by Magic City Martial University. Of course, everyone knew this was the limit of numbers, not Fong Chen's limit. After he stepped down from the stage, Chung Hongyi immediately took the stage. Since he couldn't outshine Fong Chen, he can only make things difficult for the people behind him. Thus, like Fong Chen, he challenged from high to low, ultimately defeating 7 people. The next few were not as confident as Fong Chen and Chung Hongyi, all choosing to take on the lowest-ranked opponents first. Yang Lu defeated 3 people. Lu Feng defeated 3 people. This left the last-ranked person with no words to express their frustration, having been defeated 8 times. Finally, around 3 in the afternoon, the new student competition came to an end. The new student competition is officially over. Now, we will announce the rankings and the credits earned. First place, Fong Chen, credits earned, 4060, rating, SS level. Second place, Chung Hongyi, credits earned, 2050, rating, S level. Third place, Yang Lu, credits earned, 1300, rating, S level. Fourth place, Lu Feng, credits earned, 1220, rating, S level. After the 10th place, the rating changed from S level to A level. After the 57th place, the rating changed from A level to B level. Among 1139 people, 1082 were rated B and C level, which was harsh but realistic. No one had any complaints. In this world, there are only 2 outcomes for complaining about the fairness of results: mediocrity and death at the hands of monsters. As for Fong Chen's SS level rating, although everyone was surprised, they felt it was only natural. To possess the strength to dominate a level and only be rated S level would be strange. As for the initial rule stating that the highest rating was only S level, rules are meant to be broken. At this moment, Long Ye's voice rang out again, the new student competition has ended. Next is the second item of the new student conference, choosing schools. The first to introduce was the president of the War Academy, Xiao Jun. I am Xiao Jun, the president of the War Academy. The War Academy is the purest academy, dedicated to combat, cultivating an extreme physique and enjoying the thrill of close combat. That is the War Academy. The speech was very brief. perfectly fitting the rough image of Xiao Jun. Next was the president of the Auxiliary Academy, Hua Danqin. The core of the Auxiliary Academy is not in combat, but in assistance. Only students with talents in long-range attacks, healing, and mental abilities will be admitted. Students with melee talents should think carefully. After that was the dean of the Tactical Academy, Shi Shanze. His speech was long, focusing on the explanation of tactics, and he cited several wars as examples. Through this, more new students came to understand the capabilities of the tactical department. After the dean of the Potion Academy, Fang Yu, finished his speech, the selection of schools officially began. Most of the new students had already chosen their desired academy during the summer vacation and quickly made their decisions. Only a very small number were still indecisive. As for Fang Chen, he naturally chose the War Academy. An hour later, the selection of schools officially ended. Out of 1,139 people, 587 chose the War Academy, 239 chose the Support Academy, 229 chose the Potion Academy, and 84 chose the Tactical Academy. This one-sided situation was quite normal. Melee talents accounted for a large proportion among warriors, so naturally, more people chose the War Academy, followed by those with support abilities. In comparison, the Potion Academy and Tactical Academy had much stricter conditions. Those who chose the Potion Academy, aside from students whose talents were not suited for combat, were mostly wealthy heirs. Training a potion master required a large amount of materials and money, which ordinary families simply could not afford. This was also the reason why most martial arts high schools did not offer potion courses. As for the Tactical Academy, the restrictions were even greater. Not only did one need to be a mental ability user, but one also had to have outstanding intelligence. Just these two criteria kept a group of people out. Not to mention the need for strong psychological qualities and other factors. In short, it is easy to train thousands of warriors, but it is very difficult to cultivate a qualified leader. After the school selection was completed, it was time for the final highly anticipated segment. The mentors would take on disciples. The new students fought desperately in the competition to showcase themselves. In terms of purpose, credits were just a small aspect. What they really wanted was to be noticed by a mentor and accepted as a disciple. This way, they would have the opportunity to stand out from the crowd. Leading the way was still Xiao Jun, who stood at the podium, looking at the new students gathered again in the arena, and shouted loudly, "Cheng Honi, Lu Feng, Yang Lu, do you three wish to be my disciples?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at the three with envy. Lu Feng and Yang Lu immediately shouted, "We are willing to be disciples." This made Xiao Jun on the podium nod in satisfaction, but as he pointed, he realized something was missing and hurriedly looked towards the arena. There he saw Cheng Honi standing with his hands behind his back, a proud expression on his face, staring intently at Long Yi, his head held high, speaking defiantly, "With my talent, only Long." Before he could finish, a pressure descended from the sky, instantly knocking him unconscious and causing him to collapse to the ground. The people around cast sympathetic glances. They all had the answer to Cheng Honi's unfinished words in their hearts. Only Long Yi can be my master. He didn't even give face to a 6th-tier master. Fang Chen silently gave Cheng Honi a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of you. After that, Hua Danqin, Shi Shanze, and Fang Yu took turns selecting students. When Shi Shanze selected Su Ming, some new students from the 4th round of the melee finally woke up. No wonder they had inexplicably retreated to the west side of the arena. No wonder they felt as if they were on fire and dared to challenge Fang Chen. It turned out that Su Ming had been stirring things up behind them all along. But then, a wave of fear surged in their hearts. To be able to manipulate them without them realizing it, Su Ming was truly terrifying. After the 4 deans had selected their students, it was the turn of a dozen mentors. After another dozen students were selected, the new student conference came to an end. I announced that the new student conference is officially over. As the words fell, Long Yi stepped into the air. He left gently, just as he had come, without taking a single cloud away. The 4 deans followed closely behind and left the competition venue, followed by the mentors. It wasn't until everyone on the podium had left that Lu Feng could no longer help but speak up. "Chen Gu, why didn't anyone choose you?" Fang Chen spread his hands, looking bewildered. "My mother hen." He looked in the direction where Long Yi had disappeared. "I didn't get in the car. I didn't get in the car." No need to shout. Just as Fang Chen was confused, a calm voice sounded from behind. "Teacher Deng?" Fang Chen turned around and was taken aback to see the newcomer. "Could it be that you want to take me as your disciple?" "I don't have that qualification." Deng Xiong pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses. "Your teacher has already been arranged by the vice principal. I'm just here to tell you." She glanced at the curious new students around. "This isn't a place to talk. Let's change locations and chat while we eat, and we can call Guan Ning along." Why call Guan Ning? Fang Chen was puzzled but didn't ask further. After greeting Lu Feng, Fang Chen followed Deng Xiong away from the competition venue. At that moment, Cheng Hongyi, who had fainted on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. He hurriedly got up and grabbed a new student, asking, after I fainted, did Long Yi say he wanted to take me as his disciple? The new student shook his head. Seeing this, Cheng Hongyi staggered back a step, clenched his fists in anger. With my talent, only Long Yi can be my master. Xiao Jun, you misunderstood. Boom! A pressure descended from the sky, knocking Cheng Hongyi unconscious again, falling to the ground. Then, a cold snort unique to Xiao Jun came from the direction the four deans had left. Meanwhile, Fang Chen followed Deng Xiong to a parking lot. At the entrance, he saw two familiar figures, Guan Ning and Xu Yan. The former had a hint of confusion in her charming expression, while the latter looked sullen, especially when she saw Deng Xiong. Her expression became even more serious. Why did you call me here? As soon as Fang Chen and the others approached, Guan Ning immediately asked. She had just seen Fang Chen earn so many credits and was about to ask him to treat her to a meal, but Deng Xiong called her, asking her to wait in the parking lot. Not understanding, she was even more puzzled to see Fang Chen come here with her mother. What else could it be? You haven't been home for almost 2 months, it's just right to take you home for a meal. Deng Xiong replied calmly. Is that it? Guan Ning was taken aback. Deng Xiong, that's right, just that. Then why is Fang Chen following you? Of course, he's coming with us to eat. Guan Ning was even more confused. Before she could ask, her dear mother looked at Chu Yan first, her gaze icy. Fang Chen saved Guan Ning before. I'm inviting him to dinner to express my gratitude, and by the way, to talk about some other things. As soon as these words came out, Xu Yan's face immediately darkened, and she unwillingly replied, I understand, auntie. With that, she turned and left without looking back. Guan Ning could only watch helplessly from the side. The two were at odds, and if she intervened now, it would only make things worse. Fang Chen observed this scene, pondering. Although Deng Xiong didn't say it outright, she was driving Chu Yan away, still using his name. It was as if she was telling Chu Yan, my daughter has already found a boyfriend, and I'm very satisfied, preparing to matchmake them, so you should leave her alone. Fang Chen couldn't help but wonder if this situation was intentional on Deng Xiong's part. And indeed, it was. Deng Xiong watched Xu Yan's departing figure. Although her expression was calm, she felt relieved inside. Earlier, on the podium, she had taken the initiative to inform Fang Chen about the teacher's news. After not explicitly stating it, she called Guan Ning to the parking lot, knowing that Xu Yan would definitely come as well. So she brought Fang Chen here under the pretext of discussing matters, with the purpose of telling Xu Yan, I intend to matchmake these two, so you should give up on that thought. The first half of her statement was just a feint. Although she was very satisfied with Fang Chen, feelings were still a matter for the young people themselves. The latter half was her true intention. For this, she had even prepared a backup plan. Truly, worrying about this daughter was exhausting. Deng Xiong said calmly, let's go, I've had someone prepare the meal. Saying this, she opened the door of a luxury car beside her. Get in. A little over 10 minutes later, the luxury car drove into a villa area and stopped in front of a 3-story villa. How can we eat at home? Guan Ning started to complain even before getting out of the car. Can't we find a restaurant? I'm so tired of this. Where did you get so much to say? Deng Xiong shot her a glance after getting out of the car and then opened the villa's gate. Fang Chen, hurry up and come in. Fang Chen nodded, surveying the surroundings of the villa. To be honest, it was not as good as his small villa in Zhangcheng, but it was expensive. As one of the 2 safest cities in Huanxia, the housing prices were naturally outrageous. According to the prices in the Magic City, just the piece of land he was standing on could buy his small villa. Rich people. Fang Chen walked into the villa with the reluctant Guan Ning. The interior was luxuriously decorated, with exquisite art pieces hanging on the walls and the floor made of smooth natural marble, reflecting a soft sheen. In the spacious living room, there were luxurious sofas and a delicate coffee table, and the whole space exuded an air of nobility and elegance. There was also a strong aroma of food. Welcome back. The maid greeted Deng Xiong as soon as she saw her. The dining table nearby was already filled with dishes. Deng Xiong nodded. Seeing that there were outsiders, the maid tactfully left. Only the 3 of them remained in the living room. Fang Chen, sit down quickly. Deng Xiong pointed to a chair nearby. Fang Chen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down immediately, while Guan Ning sat next to Deng Xiong and unhesitatingly picked up her chopsticks to eat. Why did you start eating first? Deng Xiong asked, somewhat displeased. So what? Guan Ning replied, I'm already so familiar with him, what's there to be reserved about? Saying this, she kicked Fang Chen's foot under the table, stop dawdling, hurry up and eat. Deng Xiong sighed helplessly. Fang Chen, hurry up and use your chopsticks, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Why does this feel like meeting the parents? Fang Chen nodded and began to eat. At this moment, Deng Xiong brought up the matter of taking on a disciple. According to Vice Principal Long Ye's decision, your future mentor will be Lin Qin. Lin Qin? Fang Chen swallowed a piece of beef and asked in confusion, why haven't I seen this name on the official website of Magic City Wuda? The official website of Magic City Wuda lists all the teachers, not only for the convenience of students but also to showcase their teaching strength. Including the 4 deans present today, there are still 2 6th-level masters at Magic City Wuda, plus Long Yi and that mysterious principal. The strength of Magic City Wuda has already surpassed the entire southern province. I haven't heard of her either? Guan Ning blinked, completely losing her previous charm. Deng Xiong's expression was calm. You wouldn't know because she hasn't taught students for 10 years, and she hasn't even shown her face. If I hadn't joined Magic City Wuda 12 years ago, I wouldn't know much about her either. 10 years? Guan Ning was so surprised that she choked on her food and hurriedly took a sip of water to clear her throat. 10 years without showing her face, can she still be considered a teacher? Fang Chen was also somewhat surprised. Which academy would keep a teacher who hasn't taught for 10 years? Unless Deng Xiong, of course she counts, because she is the strongest person at Magic City Wuda besides the principal and vice principal. She is also a 7th level grandmaster. The martial artist realm is divided into 9 levels. After reaching the 6th level, one can walk on air, becoming a martial arts master, which is a watershed in the martial artist realm. Only by reaching this level can one truly enter the ranks of the strong. And a 7th level grandmaster is a rarity among millions. It is also the foundation for measuring whether a country is a strong nation. Huanxia has significant international influence precisely because of having no less than 10 grandmasters. To have such a strong person, Magic City Wuda actually has one. This made Fang Chen once again refresh his view of the strength of Magic City Wuda. As for the 8th level martial sovereign and the 9th level martial saint, he had never heard of such information, he had never even heard of them. At this moment, Deng Xiong added, however, Lin Qin's 7th level has encountered some problems, which is also the reason she hasn't taught for 10 years. Problems? What problems? Guan Ning asked Fang Chen, stepping forward. Deng Xiong was not in a hurry. She took a few bites of food and sipped her porridge before slowly speaking. It should be said that her ability has encountered issues. As she spoke, she looked at Fang Chen. Lin Qin's talent is SS level Taiyin, which is somewhat similar to your transparent flame. Although Taiyin is a flame, it is exceptionally cold. A wisp can freeze everything within 1,000 meters. This flame also has a powerful destructive effect on mental strength. However, at this point, she did not continue but picked up her food to eat. This left Guan Ning feeling stuck. Mom, can you please finish your sentence in one go? Why did you get stuck at the crucial part? It's so frustrating. Fang Chen was also complaining, but only in his heart. Deng Xiong paid no attention to her daughter's urging, leisurely eating a few more bites before continuing. But Taiyin is a double-edged sword. It not only harms the mental strength of others but also inflicts damage on the practitioner themselves. The higher the level, the stronger the backlash. Until 10 years ago, when Deng Xiong reached the 7th level, the backlash became even more powerful, to the point where she could no longer move. Lin Qin had to seal herself off to avoid harming others. This sealing lasted for 10 years, which is also why she is not on the official website. Not all abilities can be controlled by the practitioners themselves. Some mental-type practitioners can be unconsciously backlashed by their talents, leading to mental disorders. Such backlash situations are not uncommon. It turns out Lin Qin is the same. No, she should now be referred to as a teacher. Fang Chen asked, since it's so dangerous, why let her teach me? Can't we find someone else? Deng Xiong, unhurried, replied after eating for a while, having her teach you was Vice Principal Long Ye's intention. He did not explain the specific reasons. After dinner, I will send you Lin Qin's location, and you can meet her tomorrow. From now on, your cultural classes will be with the academy, while your martial arts training will be entirely with Lin Qin. Fang Chen nodded after hearing this, continuing to eat without asking further. Deng Xiong had said enough. He figured he wouldn't be able to ask anything more. All he could do was meet his teacher tomorrow. As for cultural classes, yes, martial artists also have cultural classes, but what they study is not poetry or foreign language vocabulary, but rather the weaknesses of magical beasts, types of potions, and some applications of abilities. This is the content of cultural classes. Don't think that becoming a martial artist means you can just study. What a joke. Ha ha ha. That only exists in fantasy. Relying solely on brute force to navigate this world will lead to a quick death. At this moment, Guan Ning blinked, looking at her mother with confusion. Why do I feel like you're acting strange today? What's strange? You didn't used to speak so hesitantly. Maybe I'm just hungry, Deng Xiong replied, her expression showing no signs of fluctuation. This answer left Guan Ning still puzzled, but she didn't feel anything was wrong. After eating for a while longer, Deng Xiong reminded Feng Chen, remember to go to the equipment department to collect your 2 pieces of S-level equipment. Don't forget. Feng Chen nodded in response, pondering in his heart. How could he forget about S-level equipment? Deng Xiong seemed to be looking for something to talk about. Thus, Deng Xiong's intermittent remarks stretched the meal until after 10 o'clock at night. She glanced at the sky outside, her eyes behind her golden-rimmed glasses revealing a satisfied expression. Seeing that the meal was finally coming to an end, Feng Chen hurriedly spoke, Teacher Deng, it's getting late. I'll head back now. Guan Ning echoed, I'm going back to school too. Just as the two were about to get up, Deng Xiong rarely smiled, forget it, it's already very late. You two should stay here for the night and go back tomorrow. She looked at Feng Chen and said, I've had the room tidied up, it's upstairs. Feng Chen? The plot thickens. At this moment, Feng Chen finally reacted. No wonder such a small matter required a meal, and at home no less. No wonder Deng Xiong spoke so leisurely, even making small talk. Everything was done to deliver a heavy blow to Chu Yan. What happened in the parking lot was just a minor skirmish, this was the real deal. Deliberately dragging out the time was to keep him and Guan Ning there after 10 o'clock under the pretext of a reason. What was Chu Yan supposed to think? Her roommate was actually spending the night with a boy, living in the same villa. Although it couldn't be called cohabitation, she would probably feel uncomfortable for quite a while. Deng Xiong took this opportunity to hit Chu Yan hard, expressing her emotional stance towards her daughter. To kill was to strike at the heart. But there was a fatal problem. What if Feng Chen insisted on leaving? Wouldn't everything done before be a waste? Feng Chen looked at Deng Xiong's smile and realized it wasn't a waste. This was all part of her plan. Deng Xiong could use this opportunity to see what he really thought of Guan Ning. It was simply killing several birds with one stone. Hiss. Feng Chen took a deep breath. Indeed, women's thoughts were very profound. At the same time, Guan Ning also sensed this, her eyes widening, about to say something. But she was shot down by a glare from Deng Xiong. Though she was unwilling, she could only swallow her anger. After all, her mother was a 5th-tier martial artist, she had no chance to act recklessly. She could only curse inwardly, is there such a mother? Calculating even her own daughter. But she felt helpless. Her mother had a more traditional mindset, how could she allow someone like Chu Yan to be so close? Yet she and Chu Yan were best friends, although this friend had always been thinking about her. The bond between sisters still existed and couldn't easily disappear. Having come this far was not her wish, but there was no time to think about that now. Guan Ning secretly glanced at Feng Chen, then quickly looked away, her ears slowly turning red. The charming and affectionate girl transformed into a shy little girl. She truly didn't expect her mother to have calculated Feng Chen's thoughts as well. Again, she cursed her mother for acting this way. She and Feng Chen only had an ordinary relationship, they hadn't considered anything further. Yet she unconsciously hoped, what will Feng Chen say? Feng Chen was feeling a lot of turmoil. He hadn't expected to come this far, but Lu Feng had already taught him that one couldn't be timid when it came to feelings. Thinking of his mother-in-law sending in the main attack, he decided, let's do it. Brothers. However, he still had to pretend to be polite, staying over. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Deng Xiong chuckled lightly, it's fine, the villa is big, there are plenty of rooms, no need to worry. Feng Chen replied, in that case, I won't be polite. At that moment, Guan Ning, with her head down, didn't notice her ears had turned completely red. It's getting late, so let's hurry and rest. Deng Xiong pushed her gold-rimmed glasses, trying hard to suppress the smile that wanted to rise, and instructed Guan Ning, don't just stand there, quickly take Feng Chen to the room. She added fuel to the fire. Got it, Guan Ning replied, and after feeling her face cool down a bit, she slowly stood up and said to Feng Chen, let's go, the room is upstairs. Feng Chen nodded in response, taking note of her expression. Watching the two of them ascend the stairs one after the other, disappearing from his sight, Deng Xiong finally couldn't suppress her smile, which curved upward. All the effort wasn't in vain. Through this meal, she successfully brought the two young people closer together. She didn't want such a good son-in-law to be taken away, now her only worry was her daughter. She knew Guan Ning well, she appeared charming and graceful on the outside, but her emotional life was a mess. If she, as a mother, didn't send in some main attack, who knew how long Guan Ning would remain stagnant? She stood up, ready to go back to her room to rest. The maid would take care of the dishes on the table, so she didn't have to worry about that. At that moment, she suddenly remembered that she had left a document in the car, so she changed into her shoes, walked out of the villa, found the materials in the car, and returned to the villa, still the same as before. She didn't pay much attention, and immediately cut some fruit, eating while flipping through the documents. Gradually, she sensed something was off. Why hasn't Xiao Ning come out yet? The guest room arranged for Feng Chen was on the second floor, while Guan Ning's room was on the third floor. After the two of them went upstairs and entered their rooms, she hadn't heard the sound of a door opening again. Deng Xiong guessed that Guan Ning had already returned to her room while she was getting the documents, so she didn't think much of it, closed the documents, and got up to go upstairs to rest. As she reached the second floor, she unconsciously glanced at the door at the end of the corridor, which was the room arranged for Feng Chen. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard Guan Ning's voice coming from that room. Deng Xiong froze. Why is she still in that room? Deng Xiong felt something was wrong, retracted her leg that was about to step up the stairs, and turned to walk towards that room. The closer she got, the louder the voices inside became, and she could already hear clear conversations. She heard Feng Chen's voice again. What's going on? Why is it so hard to get in? Immediately followed by Guan Ning's slightly speechless voice. Are you blind? Can't you look down a bit? Deng Xiong's heart sank, and before she could panic, Feng Chen's voice came out again. Can you help me hold this? Take it slow, don't rush. Why are you being so aggressive? It's a bit tight. There haven't been many people using it lately. Let's do it next time. Can't get in? Then use this, it's convenient to carry. Deng Xiong's footsteps stopped, unable to move an inch. Her thoughts lost all calmness at that moment. What are they doing? They're actually doing that kind of thing. This is too bold. Don't they realize where this is? As a 5th-tier martial artist, and with her husband being a 6th-tier master, she had seen a lot. But she had never encountered a situation like this before. Is this the thrill that young people pursue? She comforted herself, constantly adjusting her emotions through her breathing. She wanted to promote the relationship between the two, but she didn't expect their relationship to rocket forward so quickly. This completely shattered her understanding. What should she do now? After thinking for a moment, she decided to leave. After all, it was the young people's own business, and she wasn't suitable to interfere. But just as she was about to leave, the door suddenly opened. Mom, what are you doing standing at the door? Guan Ning walked out of the room, looking a bit confused. A rare panic appeared on Deng Xiong's calm face, and she even forgot to adjust her gold-rimmed glasses that had slipped down. I'm fine, I just came to ask if Feng Chen is uncomfortable anywhere. Since you two are still busy, I won't disturb you. After saying that, she turned around in a fluster to leave, but was stopped by Guan Ning. Don't go yet. I was just about to find you. The socket in this room is broken, and we've been trying for a while but it doesn't work. You remember to have someone come fix it. Deng Xiong hurriedly stopped, turned back. The socket? Guan Ning nodded. Yes, Feng Chen's charger won't fit in at all, so I had to lend him my power bank. Hearing this, Deng Xiong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out she had misunderstood. Then she felt embarrassed. She actually thought wrong. I got it. After saying that, she quickened her pace to leave, heading up to the 3rd floor. Why does it feel so strange? Looking at her mom's flustered back, Guan Ning was puzzled. It is indeed a bit strange. Feng Chen walked out from inside, leaning against the doorframe, staring at Guan Ning. Let's not worry about your mom for now. Don't we need to have an open and honest talk? Open and honest talk? Guan Ning was taken aback, her cheeks flushing. What do we have to talk about? Feng Chen clicked his tongue and said, Master, you really are a master at playing dumb. Don't you know why I'm spending the night here? Upon hearing this, Guan Ning's heart trembled. How could she not know that Feng Chen stayed because of her? But did their relationship have to be brought up at this moment? She clenched the hem of her clothes, her charming eyes filled with panic. Isn't it too early to say such things? After all, we don't really know each other well yet. Feng Chen frowned slightly. What is there to not understand? It's already this time, just tell me. Is Chu Yan really that person? Guan Ning was taken aback. Her heart was almost racing, and Feng Chen was actually asking about Chu Yan? Then she realized. The main reason Feng Chen could stay was indeed because of Chu Yan. She had overthought it. What am I even thinking? Guan Ning couldn't help but scold herself in her heart, but she felt a hint of disappointment. What's wrong with Chu Yan? I don't understand what you're saying. She quickly adjusted her thoughts, the blush on her cheeks fading significantly. She still held her ground, not wanting outsiders to know Chu Yan's secret. If you won't say anything, then forget it. Feng Chen chuckled lightly. Hurry back to sleep. I've been exhausted from the competition all day. After saying this, he walked into the room and closed the door. Guan Ning didn't expect Feng Chen to close the door so quickly. She frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating, reluctantly leaving. At that moment, Fang Chen in the room slowly exhaled. He thought to himself, I wonder if what Lu Feng said is useful. According to what teacher Lu taught, one shouldn't rush to define the relationship, as that would only increase a girl's aversion. The correct approach is to strike at the right moment after each advance, and it's best to mix in some small twists. This way, the other party will be left wanting more, and the rhythm can be controlled in one's own hands. Just like the candidness just now, he did it this way. However, given his current level, whether it would have any effect was still uncertain. Moreover, he pretended to know everything as he closed the door, ending the topic about Chu Yan, not because he didn't want to talk anymore, but because he wanted Guan Ning to take the initiative to find him. Sure enough, not long after, Guan Ning sent a message. Guan Ning, how did you know about Chu Yan? Fang Chen, Guan Ning, you wouldn't want your best friend's matters to be discovered, would you? Guan Ning, what? Do you want to control me from the root? Fang Chen, I'm afraid you won't be able to extricate yourself. Meanwhile, the video of the freshman competition was posted on the forum during the day. The moment it exploded, the barrage on the video instantly filled up. What the hell? Are you telling me this was done by a freshman? As we all know, videos can't be edited. How am I, a junior, supposed to live with this? It's a pity I'm not at school, otherwise, I would definitely want to meet this freshman. Most of the barrage and comments were from junior martial arts students. The martial arts university doesn't have as much theoretical knowledge to learn as liberal arts universities. Therefore, the martial arts university only has 3 semesters. The first 2 semesters are spent in school, while the third year is spent entering various organizations or guilds to start internships. This is also the reason why there were no junior students in the freshman competition. Having left campus, they weren't very interested in gossip posts but paid high attention to battle posts. Freshmen and sophomores also replied in the mix. Double SS level talent, of course, it's impressive. What the hell, double SS level talent? I remember now, it's the student named Fang Chen who ranked first in the National Martial Arts exam this year. I was sitting in the front row of the audience, thinking back to that wave of heat still gives me chills. He must have reached the 3rd stage. 3rd stage? Compared to him, I've learned nothing in these 2 years of college. Now those clubs must be keeping an eye on Fang Chen, determined to recruit him. No use being anxious, we still have to wait a month for this group of freshmen to get familiar with the school before they can start joining clubs. By the way, which teacher took Fang Chen as a disciple? Vice Principal Long Yi or Dean Xiao? No one took him as a disciple. No one? Are you kidding? Is this going to be my future disciple? In a courtyard by the lake at Magic City Martial University, a woman wrapped in a heavy cotton coat sat on the bed, watching a video of Fang Chen fighting on the forum, her eyes sparkling with unusual brilliance. Not bad, he can actually fuse 2 kinds of raging flames. This Fang Chen really has talent. I just don't know if he can help me, as Long Yi said. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman began to undress, the heavy cotton coat slipping off her voluptuous body and thrown aside. She was left wearing only a thin nightgown. Then, propping her jade arm against her pretty face, she lay diagonally on the bed, her beautiful body exposed. What good will it do to have help if he can't be with you all the time? She curled her lips. Why not listen to me and have someone bring another bed here? Then, under the pretense of training, let him live here in the future. What do you think? Compared to the excitement on the forum, Chu Yan appeared incredibly lonely. It was already past midnight, and she leaned against the headboard, feeling despondent. Similar events had happened before, so she didn't pay much attention. But as time went on, she grew more anxious. Why hadn't Guan Ning returned yet? Just then, Guan Ning sent her a message saying she was sleeping at home tonight and wouldn't be coming back. Although she didn't mention Fang Chen, she knew he must have stayed over too. Thus, the world where only she was hurt was established. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, so she sat up and scrolled through her phone. But Fang Chen's image unconsciously surfaced in her mind, making her punch the quilt in frustration. Then she took out her alternate account, opened the forum, and activated her troll mode on the thread about her rumored relationship with Fang Chen. He stole my person and still wants to be my CP, I can't stand it. Before she could start ranting, she saw someone repost a message with the comment, Big Ding's sweet story just updated, and it's already written that Fang Chen and Guan Ning are living under the same roof. This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chu Yan was completely furious. Fang Chen, I will not share the same sky with you. The next day, the first ray of morning sunlight lazily streamed through the window, filling the room with a golden glow, warm and vibrant. Outside, birds chirped among the trees, and the dew on the leaves had yet to fall, sparkling in the sunlight. After washing up, Fang Chen walked out of his room into the living room, where several breakfast dishes were laid out on the table. Hurry up and eat, Deng Xiong called from the dining table. At that moment, Guan Ning also came down from upstairs. Today, she wore a fitted solid-colored short-sleeve shirt, accentuating her impressive figure even more. At that moment, Fang Chen understood what it meant. The third wife follows the son. The two exchanged a glance without saying much, and Guan Ning sat down to eat breakfast. Last night, after some tugging, they finally laid everything on the table. Fang Chen confirmed his suspicions, while Guan Ning warned him not to speak carelessly. To this, Fang Chen replied, "As long as Chu Yan doesn't come looking for me, I will never leak anything." After breakfast, Deng Qiong drove the two back to school. As they parted ways, Deng Qiong reminded Fang Chen again to remember to meet Lin Qin in the afternoon. As for what to do in the morning, of course, it was to be assigned to classes and get to know classmates and teachers. He had received an official message from Magic City Martial University last night. He was assigned to the War Academy, Class 6. Lu Feng sent a message saying he was assigned to Class 2. After parting with Guan Ning, Fang Chen followed the map to find his classroom. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a commotion from inside. "Did you hear what happened last night?" Wang Ming from Class 12 approached a mentor to ask to be taken as a disciple, and he succeeded. "I heard something similar, but it was from the Auxiliary Academy." "Can it really be done like that?" "This is nothing to be surprised about. There were already second-year students who posted about it before. If you feel that you didn't fully showcase your strength during the freshman competition, you can seek out your desired mentor after the event. If you catch their eye, you might be accepted as their disciple, though the chances are slim. By the way, the school will announce the new students who have been accepted as disciples shortly. We can see who succeeded in finding a mentor after the competition." Just then, Fang Chen stepped into the classroom. The others in the class were momentarily stunned, then erupted in excitement. "Wow, Brother Chen! Incredible, guys, we're actually in the same class as Brother Chen. Sisters, don't be shy." The school only informed each person of their assigned class, without revealing who else was in it. It's no wonder they were so excited. After all, Fang Chen was a standout presence. Wherever he was, that class could be considered the strongest. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen found an empty seat and sat down. The two boys in the front row immediately turned around. The one on the left introduced himself first. "Brother Chen, I'm Zhu Wen, from the East Province." The one on the right followed, "I'm He Yangjie, from the Magic City, one of the people you defeated with a single move yesterday." Fang Chen chuckled lightly. "I remember you. You were the one shouting, 'I want this sky, I can no longer cover my eyes.'" Hearing this, He Yangjie's face turned red, and he pleaded, "Bro, you're my real brother, don't say that anymore. If it weren't for that guy Su Ming provoking me, I would never have said something like that in public, it was so embarrassing." At this, Zhuan laughed. No matter how awkward it wasn't as bad as what Cheng Hongi did. When he shouted that, I didn't even dare to look. He Yangjie replied, "Hearing you say that makes me feel much better." Fang Chen glanced at everyone and then looked at the time. There's still a minute until class starts, and one person hasn't arrived yet. Who is this person's subordinate? The War Academy had a total of 587 students, divided into 15 classes. Except for classes 14 and 15, the first 13 classes each had 39 students. This was what Deng Qiong had just told him on the way here. Currently, Class 6 had only 38 students, including him. To be late for the first class at the Magic City Martial University, this person is truly bold, Zhu Wen remarked. Wait! He Yangjie seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly interrupted the two, his brow furrowed. With only a minute left, why does this situation feel so familiar? Could it be? It is well known that making a grand entrance is a must for every protagonist. This is how they attract everyone's attention and showcase their strength. In short, it's about making a spectacle. The current situation was just like that. He Yangjie seemed to have unearthed some unpleasant memories and quickly lowered his head. Fang Chen and Zhu Wen also realized something, but it was already too late. Just then, a tall and flamboyant figure walked into the classroom. Strong individuals do not turn to look at others. He stared straight ahead, cleared his throat loudly to draw everyone's attention. Wow, Cheng Hongi. The second freshman is also in our class. Class 6 is amazing. Ha! I wonder who will dare to mess with our class in the future. The discussions erupted instantly. Hearing this, Cheng Hongi struggled to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth, but that barely concealed curve still revealed his inner thoughts. Awesome! Strong individuals should make their entrance last. At that moment, he felt like Long Yi from yesterday, enjoying the spotlight. He didn't walk in immediately but turned to close the classroom door, wanting to linger a bit longer to showcase himself more fully. But just as he turned around, his expression froze, and his face fell. He saw the one person he never wanted to see in his life. Some people, though not ostentatious, can be recognized at a glance in a crowd. Fang Chen was sitting in his seat, looking at him, and casually raised his chin in greeting. But at that moment, Cheng Hongi was completely flustered. Why Why was it so coincidental? Why was he in the same class as Fang Chen? He asked himself these 3 questions in a row. There was a person like this, whose brilliance in the eyes of others would surely diminish by more than half in the future, which was no different from killing him. How unwilling! At this moment, the praises from before suddenly lost their charm. But reality was already like this, and Cheng Hongi could only accept it with pain. Just as he was thinking of finding a seat, he saw He Yangjie in the front row, his eyes brightening, and he immediately walked over to sit beside him. Yangjie, we really are fated, same class in high school, same class in college. I didn't expect it either, what a coincidence. He Yangjie smiled with a forced grin, his voice squeezed out through clenched teeth, giving a somewhat gritting feeling. Fang Chen and Zhu Wen looked at him with pity. Cheng Hongi's pretentiousness was a torment for others. Poor He Yangjie had been suffering since high school, and now he continued to endure it in college. What luck! Just then, the class bell rang, and a young female teacher entered the classroom. Hello everyone, I am Han Xian, the counselor of class 6, nice to meet you all. The first class was the usual self-introduction, getting to know each other. 39 people took turns to speak, and then a class group was created, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for class to end. Everyone took a break, some played, while a few top students took out their martial arts skills to study. At this moment, Juan turned around from the front row. Chengge, I haven't asked you how the apprentice thing is going. With a topic to discuss, He Yangjie immediately joined in. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. You don't know, that group of juniors on the forum heard you haven't been taken as an apprentice, and they went crazy. I saw you being taken away by a teacher yesterday. That teacher seems to be a 5th-tier martial artist. Did she take you as her apprentice? Hearing this, Cheng Hongi unconsciously leaned a bit closer to the 3. Fang Chen shook his head. That was Director Deng from the admissions office. We just went out for a meal. Ha! He Yangjie and the others were stunned. So that means no one has taken you as an apprentice yet? It was unprecedented for a freshman to not be taken as an apprentice on the spot during the freshman competition. No wonder they were surprised. Cheng Hongi had the same expression. Although he was somewhat reluctant about being taken as an apprentice by Xiao Jun, at least it was better than Fang Chen, who hadn't even been taken in by a 5th-tier mentor, which was indeed a bit tragic. He didn't know the reason, but still comforted. There must be some other reason, just wait a bit. He spoke with a blank expression, but it was sincere. However, a thought quietly sprouted in his heart. He had already been taken as an apprentice, while Fang Chen had not. Didn't that mean he had won against Fang Chen this time? Thinking of this, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he began to feel a bit elated. This guy, although he liked to show off, wasn't bad at heart. Fang Chen was about to explain. But at that moment, the people around suddenly erupted in discussion. The school has released the list of all students who have been taken as apprentices by mentors. Go check it out. There are 5 or 6 more than yesterday. I saw it too. Chengge was actually taken as an apprentice by a 7th-tier grandmaster, truly the best of our class. 7th-tier grandmaster? Is it Vice Principal Long Yi? Zhu and He Yangjie were stunned and quickly opened their phones to check. The official list clearly stated which mentor had taken which students. At the bottom of the list, it noted, the initial list does not represent the future. As long as you are willing to work hard, there is still a chance to be accepted by your desired mentor. It really is a 7th-tier grandmaster. After reading the list, Juan exclaimed in shock, I told you, Chengge, with your amazing talent, it's impossible for no one to take you as an apprentice. Chengge, who is this mentor Lin Qin? He Yangjie asked. Besides the vice principal, our school actually has another 7th-tier grandmaster? Fang Chen replied, I haven't seen her either. At this moment, Cheng Hongi was staring blankly at the list in his hand. The little feeling of triumph that had just emerged was now completely scattered. 7th rank. Fang Chen has actually been accepted as a disciple by a 7th-ranked grandmaster. He didn't care who Lin Qin was, all he could see were the 5 words 7th-rank grandmaster. Xiao Jun was only a 6th-rank master, and he was ranked behind Fang Chen in this regard. He truly hadn't expected such a rapid change. No, I must also find a 7th-ranked grandmaster. His competitive spirit surged once again. Fang Chen looked at his dazed expression and silently said sorry in his heart. The manifestation was not his wish. He wanted to explain, but he wasn't given the chance. Time flew by, and the entire morning passed in class. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Fang Chen followed the address given by Deng Xiong to see what his mysterious teacher looked like. After wandering for half an hour, Fang Chen finally arrived at the edge of a large lake. The Martial University of Magic City covered a vast area, divided into 4 directions. The east, west, and north were filled with various buildings, while the south was a large lake, which was the least populated area on ordinary days. Standing by the shore, Fang Chen gazed out, struggling to see the opposite bank. The lake was like a giant mirror, the water crystal clear, with the deep blue color reflecting the azure sky. Sunlight spilled onto the lake's surface, shimmering and sparkling with enchanting brilliance. The surrounding trees swayed gently, their green branches brushing softly in the breeze, and occasionally a few egrets danced gracefully, skimming over the lake's surface, leaving a trail of ripples. The scenery was picturesque, evoking endless imagination and longing. However, Fang Chen looked from east to west and then from west to east. Where is everyone? The address given by Deng Qiong was a small island in the center of the lake. But the entire lake was vast and boundless, the water rippling like a huge piece of blue satin, smooth with hardly a ripple. Where was this small island? There was a small boat, though. Wait, a small boat? Fang Chen was taken aback as he saw a small boat slowly drifting from the center of the lake towards the shore. Indeed, it was drifting. There was no one on the boat. About 5 minutes later, the boat reached Fang Chen's location. Looks like it's here to pick me up. Fang Chen stepped onto the small boat, and immediately, the boat began to move on its own, drifting towards the center of the lake. The small boat gently rocked, cutting through the layers of ripples on the lake's surface. Fang Chen sat at the bow, feeling the breeze on his face. As the small boat gradually sailed towards the center of the lake, the surrounding scenery became even more enchanting, the deep blue sky reflected in the lake's water swaying with the ripples. However, just about 300 meters from the center of the lake, the scene ahead suddenly changed. It was as if the air in front of him had become a transparent glass barrier, blocking his way. Yet the boat did not stop, crashing straight into the screen and passing through. Fang Chen only felt a flash of light, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a small island appearing on the calm lake surface. The island was lush and green, with dense trees, as if it had quietly risen from the water. There were several quaint houses on the island, surrounded by colorful flowers, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance that was uplifting. Fang Chen was stunned. Had the peach blossom spring come to life? Or was it an illusion? He clearly hadn't seen any small island from the shore before, how could it suddenly appear now? But he quickly realized something was amiss. Everything before him was not an illusion, it was real. It must be related to that transparent barrier. It isolates this space from the outside world, this is a spatial ability. Fang Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting to see such a large-scale spatial ability here. This type of ability could generate space, the best example being a spatial ring. And this place was like an enlarged version of a spatial ring. When he was on the shore, he had seen egrets and some other birds flying over from the center of the lake without any abnormalities. Yet he could enter. This boat beneath my feet must be the key to entering this space. At this moment, the small boat had already drifted to the shore, and Fang Chen stepped onto the island. How could she use spatial abilities to isolate herself here? What happened to Teacher Lin? Fang Chen was about to walk towards the wooden house on the small island. At that moment, the door of the wooden house slowly opened, and a graceful figure stepped out. Although the woman was wrapped in a heavy cotton coat, it couldn't hide her curvaceous figure, exuding a unique charm. Fang Chen's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, his heart shaken. Though her figure was full and carried a mature allure, she did not give off a heavy feeling. Her face bore no marks of time, her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, delicate like that of a young girl, as if time had stopped for her. Fang Chen's first impression was that of a kind aunt. "You're here," she smiled slightly, the curve of her lips warm like a spring breeze, making Fang Chen feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Come in quickly." Her gentle tone lingered as she walked into the house. "She had been waiting for me." Fang Chen didn't hesitate and hurried over, pondering in his heart. The age of a martial artist increases with the elevation of their rank. Upon reaching the 6th rank, one could live for about 200 years. The 7th rank could grant around 400 years. Lin Qin had stepped into the 7th rank 10 years ago, so she must be over 50. The ancient room consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room, with only some simple furniture and not much decoration. At that moment, Lin Qin was in the living room. Seeing Fang Chen enter, she quickly raised her hand and said, "Please stop for a moment." Fang Chen was taken aback, though confused, he still halted. Lin Qin apologized, "It's not that I have an issue with you, but my current state cannot allow me to be too close to others. I will be going to the study soon to communicate with you from there. But I need to remind you, if you hear me say some strange things later, don't take it to heart, and don't do as I say. Stay calm, and it will be fine after a while. Do you understand? How strange could it be?" Fang Chen nodded, understood. Upon hearing this, Lin Qin smiled gently and walked into the adjacent study, drawing a curtain to block Fang Chen's view. What is going on? Fang Chen was increasingly puzzled. Ever since he entered, Teacher Lin had been acting strangely. Now she even put up a curtain. What is it that he can't see? The next moment, Lin Qin's gentle voice came from the study. "Hurry and sit down, don't just stand there." "Okay." Fong Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. You must have a general understanding of my situation, so I won't waste time. Lin Qin's voice was as warm as a spring breeze. Vice Principal Long Yi asked me to be your teacher, to guide you. Your innate abilities are just one aspect, the other is. He believes you can help me. But you don't need to worry, even if you can't help me, I will still teach you. Among all the mentors at Magic City Martial University, I have the highest attainment in fire abilities, and I will not let your talent go to waste. So it is. Fong Chen thought to himself. After hearing about Lin Qin's situation last night, he felt there must be some other reason behind it. What can I help you with? He asked. You are already my disciple, so I will share some things with you. Lin Qin explained, 10 years ago, when I stepped into the 7th rank, I suffered a backlash from the Taiyin Void Fire, causing some issues with my spirit, which leads me to often say strange things and do odd things. I tried many methods to cure it but to no avail, so I had no choice but to isolate myself here. More strange things, just how strange could it be? Just as Fong Chen was puzzled, Lin Qin's voice came from the room again. But this time, her tone was clearly different. Why are you so nagging? Just say it directly. Before Fong Chen could react, a light thud sound suddenly echoed in the room. The sound was very soft, and Fong Chen instantly thought it was the sound of the cotton coat falling. Cotton coat? This is the study. Where did the cotton coat come from? Could it be the one she's wearing? The next moment, a charming laugh echoed in the room. How boring, such a good disciple just left waiting outside. Lin Chen, stop standing out there, come in and chat with your master. I've been looking forward to your arrival since last night. What a sickness. A serious one. Just a second ago, she was speaking softly, and the next moment, she was inviting him in. This change was like she had become a different person. At that moment, Fong Chen understood Lin Qin's previous behaviors, why she maintained a fixed distance, and why she drew the curtains. Without those, he feared he would have been lost in it. That last sentence was no less than, hey handsome, come play with me, stirring his emotions. What are you still dawdling for? Didn't you hear your master calling you? Lin Qin called out again, sending a shiver down Fong Chen's spine. Unlike Guan Ning's spiritual allure, Lin Qin at this moment was a sensory temptation. To put it plainly, it was seduction. Especially that tingling voice, making his heart race. The first time we met, I don't want to charge in on my master. Fong Chen forced himself to calm down. Lin Qin was willing to share the cause of her condition with him, which surely meant she genuinely wanted to take him as her disciple. He couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. As a disciple, I must adhere to the master's teachings, so let's forget it. Upon hearing his response, Lin Qin in the study chuckled a few times. What I said before naturally needs to be adhered to, but you must also uphold your master's current path, so hurry in, or you might miss the opportunity. How difficult it is to follow the master's orders. Fong Chen, I'll stay in the living room. How boring. Lin Qin's tone was mixed with disappointment. You're just like that woman, a dullard, I can't be bothered to tease you. The next moment, Fong Chen heard the sound of clothes being picked up, sounding quite flustered. Immediately after, Lin Qin's tone changed again. I just had an episode. What I said shouldn't be taken seriously. Her voice returned to the previous gentleness, mixed with panic. I understand, master. Fong Chen originally wanted to ask, why did you seem like a different person just now? But thinking of Lin Qin just regaining her composure, she would surely feel shy and flustered, so he held back, giving her time to adjust. After all, there was plenty of time, he wasn't in a hurry. In the study, Lin Qin worked hard to adjust her emotions, feeling warmth in her heart when she saw Fong Chen not pressing for details. What you just saw was how I appeared during an episode, she slowly explained. The Taiyin has backfired on my spirit, causing me to sometimes seem like a different person. I know what I'm doing, but I can't control myself. The principal analyzed my condition and concluded that another personality has emerged in my spiritual world. What you saw before was one of them. Fong Chen was taken aback. That was just one of them? How many guardian spirits do you have? Since the principal intervened, why hasn't he cured you? He asked. The principal of Magic City Martial University was elusive, not even listed on the official website. Fong Chen had only heard people talk about him online, saying he was stronger than Vice Principal Long Yi. The principal can certainly cure me, but the cost is too great. At this, Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh. The other personalities are products of the Taiyin, closely related. To eliminate them, one must extinguish the innate abilities, something the principal is unwilling to do. So, he opened up a space here for me to wait for a solution. Lin Qin was a 7th-tier grandmaster. Extinguishing her abilities would be equivalent to turning her into an ordinary person. This would be a significant loss for both the individual martial artist and the entire country, so it couldn't be done lightly. Keeping her here was also a last resort. Lin Qin's situation was no different from that of a mental illness. Others would keep their distance from someone with a mental illness. Yet she was a 7th-tier grandmaster. If you go out and do something out of line, the losses are hard to predict. So, Principal Long Yi wants you to teach me because he wants to use my flame to suppress your Taiyin void fire? Fong Chen asked. He had picked up a key point from Lin Qin's earlier words. That is, the other personalities are closely linked to the Taiyin void fire. With his current 1st-tier intermediate strength, he could only help Lin Qin on the talent level. That's right. Lin Qin confirmed Fong Chen's guess. At yesterday's freshman conference, Long Yi assessed your talent flame, which is above the Taiyin void fire. In the future, your achievements will definitely reach the 7th tier. So, he wants me to cultivate you, and when you reach the 6th or 7th tier, you will be able to suppress the Taiyin void fire, allowing me to escape my current predicament. This is the best way for now. As she spoke, she let out a bitter smile. Although I know this may take 20 to 30 years, I'm willing to wait. After all, I've already waited 10 years, what else is there to fear? In the next moment, her tone changed again. What's there to be down about? You have a disciple now. It's not like before when I was the only one who could accompany you. During her speech, the sound of clothes falling mixed in. Hiss. It's only been a few minutes, and she's having another episode. Before Fong Chen could finish his complaint, Lin Qin sent another alluring voice. Xiao Chen, do you know why I came out? I'm not small. Fong Chen, I don't know. She, can't bring herself to ask you directly. Lin Qin chuckled lightly, then I can only say it myself. She wants to cultivate you to the 6th tier as soon as possible so she can leave this hellish place, so she wants to ask you, are you willing to move in with me, your sister, and live here? I'll teach you closely, I'm willing, but I doubt the other girl would be. Fong Chen didn't want to burn down the whole forest for a single tree. Teacher, you're joking. I'm not joking, I'm saying what she truly thinks. Lin Qin chuckled lightly, and also, don't call me teacher, call me Qin Jie. Suddenly, her tone shifted, and she anxiously reprimanded, don't talk nonsense here, I didn't mean that at all. Fong Chen, don't listen to her nonsense, I didn't mean that, Her tone became flustered. I just feel that the school's teaching and some task activities are wasting your time. I can tidy up this study, you can sleep here, making teaching more direct and convenient, and your growth speed will be faster. I can also leave this place sooner. By the end, her tone carried a hint of bitterness. One gentle, one radical, switching without warning. Fong Chen felt a bit helpless. If this continued, his mental state would eventually be affected. As for Lin Qin one's proposal, he still wouldn't agree. Living together may be beautiful, but one cannot lose big for the sake of small gains. However, while he couldn't stay here forever, he could let Lin Qin go out for a walk. The supreme fire. His level was far from Lin Qin's, but the status among flames could suppress the Taiyin void fire. Qin. Jia, I have a way to help you get out of here. What you said, is it true? Lin Qin didn't get excited but was somewhat puzzled. After all, she had been here for 10 years, and even the principal couldn't solve it. How could Fong Chen have a way? Fong Chen didn't explain and immediately released the fallen heart flame. The transparent fallen heart flame pulsed in Fong Chen's palm, like a tiny yet powerful heart, emitting suffocating heat. The surrounding air began to distort, the temperature skyrocketed, and the entire wooden house was filled with a scorching atmosphere. Lin Qin in the study frowned, instantly feeling the Taiyin void fire within her violently stirring at this moment, like her awakened beast, restless and seemingly in rebellion. What's going on? Lin Qin was startled. The Taiyin void fire had never reacted like this before. What on earth is going on? Before she could ask, Fong Chen's voice sounded first. Sister Qin, do not provide any assistance to the Taiyin void fire, let it act as an individual. Although Lin Qin did not understand what Fong Chen was trying to do, she still complied. Gradually, she felt the momentum of the Taiyin void fire being suppressed somewhat. It was still resisting, but not as fiercely as before. What was even more unbelievable was that her body, which had felt cold from the backlash, began to warm up at that moment. She was the main personality being countered by the Taiyin void fire, and due to its extreme coldness, she felt cold. Even in summer, she had to wrap herself in a layer of cotton clothing. The other personalities were closely related to the Taiyin void fire. When they appeared, the backlash would lessen, and her body would warm up. Yet, this situation was happening under the control of her main personality, something that had never occurred in the past 10 years. Could it be because of Fong Chen's flame? Just as she was puzzled, Fong Chen spoke again from outside. Sister Qin, you can come out now. Through the flames, he could sense that the Taiyin void fire had already wilted. Without Lin Qin's own level of assistance, the Taiyin void fire was equivalent to the previous sleepless fire and could naturally be controlled. The curtain was pulled back, and Lin Qin walked into the living room, looking at the flame in Fong Chen's hand, her delicate face filled with disbelief. "Sister Qin, take this." Fong Chen drew a wisp of fire from the falling heart flame in his left palm and handed it to Lin Qin. "This wisp of fire has been adjusted by me. It won't attack you. You just need to store it in your spatial ring and carry it with you, and the backlash of the Taiyin void fire can be suppressed, and the other personalities won't appear either. With it, you can leave here." Fong Chen's voice echoed in Lin Qin's ears, and the words "leave here" plunged her thoughts into chaos, as if entangled by invisible threads. Can I really get out? Her heart involuntarily raced as she trembled slightly while taking the fire from Fong Chen's hand. In an instant, she felt a gentle warmth enveloping her entire body, dispelling all the cold brought by the Taiyin void fire. Most importantly, this transparent flame had suppressed the resistance of the Taiyin void fire by more than half. Her spirit was completely shaken at that moment, unable to calm down. She understood the Taiyin void fire too well. Its lethality ranked among the top in SS level abilities. The method she had discussed with Long Yi required cultivating Fong Chen to the 6th level to suppress the Taiyin void fire. However, Fong Chen had achieved the desired result with just 1st level strength. What kind of extraordinary talent was this? After the shock, a bright smile blossomed on her face like a flower, quickly spreading across her features, reaching her brows. Fong Chen was not joking. She could really go out. Step out of this space and experience the outside world. Fong Chen, thank you. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes glistened with a layer of mist. Sister Qin, you're too polite, you are my teacher, so I naturally want to help you. Fong Chen said, but I still need to remind you that once you take this wisp of fire, you cannot use the Taiyin void fire anymore. If you assist it, this flame will definitely be extinguished. After saying this, he stood up, looking at the figure who had been trapped for 10 years. She had endured solitude for a decade. It was time to go out and see. Fong Chen pushed open the door, letting the gentle breeze from the outside in. Sister Qin, let's skip class today and go out for a stroll. There's a barbecue place that's especially delicious. I'll treat you. Okay. Lin Qin excitedly stored the wisp of fire in her spatial ring, just about to move her beautiful legs when she paused. I'm feeling a bit hot. I need to change clothes first. With that, she walked into her room a bit shyly. When she stepped out of the room again, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on her. She wore a pure white dress, a rather old-fashioned style, but it looked particularly fitting on her, as if it had been tailor-made for her. The soft fabric of the dress gently hugged her curves, and her voluptuous figure appeared especially enchanting under the sunlight. At this moment, it felt as if time had reversed, and the 10 years of time vanished without a trace. She lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the soft hair by her cheek shimmering delicately in the sunlight, adding a touch of youthful charm. Fong Chen was struck hard. Oh no, she looked even more like a kind-hearted aunt now. Cheng Hongyi is here to seek a master. Cheng Hongyi is here to seek a master. At the entrance of the principal's building of Magic City Martial University, Cheng Hongyi stood proudly, shouting towards the upper floor under the gaze of a crowd of new students. After being provoked by Fong Chen in the morning, he was unwilling to admit defeat and came here, hoping to be accepted as a disciple by Long Yi. This scene was indeed eye-catching, and soon a group of people gathered to watch. The vice principal hasn't taken on disciples for several years. Cheng Hongyi might have a tough time. Not just tough, the vice principal's previous disciples all had SS-level talent. He probably has no chance at all. Director Xiao suppressed him yesterday, and today he can't be bothered. Inside the vice principal's office, Xiao Jun leaned back on the sofa, looking helplessly at Long Yi in front of him. This kid Cheng Hongyi is too stubborn. I've suppressed him 3 times already. If it doesn't work out, you take him in. Besides, his talent is close to yours. It would be easier for you to teach him. Long Yi closed a document. I have a lot on my plate. I don't have much time to teach him. Xiao Jun chuckled lightly. This kid has a proud personality. Not many can get him to beg. Just enjoy it secretly. Don't wait any longer. Also, let me remind you again, if you don't stop him, the downstairs will become a popular spot for selfies. Upon hearing this, Long Yi sighed. Fine. Downstairs, just as Cheng Hongyi was about to shout again, the building door in front of him was pushed open, and Long Yi and Xiao Jun walked out. Cheng Hongyi, I've discussed it with Director Xiao. You are still his disciple and will cultivate under him. As soon as Long Yi said this, Cheng Hongyi was certainly unwilling and was about to speak, but Long Yi raised his hand to stop him. However, I can give you guidance once a week. How about that? At this, the crowd was left speechless. It worked. This guy really managed to pull it off. Although it's only once a week, it can still be considered as being half a disciple of the vice principal. This guy is impressive. Magic City Martial University did not have a conventional rule that a student could only have one master. Therefore, everyone was excited that Cheng Hongyi could be taught by Long Yi. Listening to the crowd's words, Chung Hongyi felt satisfied, thinking he must post this on the forum to show off. He also understood that Long Yi's response was the maximum he could hope for, so he hurriedly replied, "I'm willing." Long Yi nodded, as a form of acknowledgement. But just then, his expression suddenly changed. Xiao Jun behind him did the same, and the two exchanged a glance before instantly taking to the sky, flying southward, leaving the crowd in confusion. What's going on? In the center of the lake, the air rippled like the surface of the water. A small boat suddenly appeared on the lake. Lin Qin stood at the bow, her beautiful eyes joyfully surveying everything around her. Although she could also look around at the scenery on the small island, it felt completely different from this moment. She felt a long-lost sense of freedom. She happily spread her arms, closed her eyes, and felt the cool breeze, like a teenage girl. Watching this scene, Fang Chen smiled helplessly. He had clearly come to seek a master to learn skills, yet inexplicably brought Lin Qin out. He just had one question he didn't quite understand. "Sister Qin, you came out so easily, how was this small island able to trap you?" Lin Qin turned around, her eyes curved in a smile, and said, "It's not that I couldn't leave this small island, but that the others couldn't. The principal placed a restriction on this space. Apart from me, the other personalities cannot leave, and even that small house is also under a restriction." As she spoke, a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. "This is also the reason I dared to let you stay here before. You know me, teacher, I'm very eager to learn." Fang Chen nodded. "So that's how it is." In other words, Lin Qin's ability to isolate herself for 10 years was not due to the limitations of this space, but rather because of herself. At this moment, there were more sparse figures by the lakeside than when Fang Chen had arrived. Upon seeing the small boat that suddenly appeared on the lake's surface, she looked surprised. "I didn't see a boat on the lake just now." As the boat drew closer to the shore, Fang Chen and Lin Qin's faces became clearer. "Fang Chen, how did he get here? Who is this woman? I've never seen her before." At that moment, Long Yi's voice suddenly boomed by the lakeside. "Everyone, hurry and leave." Before his words fell, Long Yi and Xiao Jun stepped into the air, watching Lin Qin, who had already reached the shore, with great vigilance. In the next moment, the remaining 3 deans also arrived, and upon seeing Lin Qin step onto the shore, they were all taken aback. "Lin Qin, how did you come out?" At this moment, Xiao Jun was no longer relaxed. Instead, he looked tense, his thick black brows knitted together, even adopting a stance as if ready to fight. Hua Danqin and the other 3 deans were similarly on guard. They did not understand why Lin Qin had voluntarily left the island, but the situation did not allow them to think too much. Without the suppression of that space, if Lin Qin's other personalities appeared, they would undoubtedly have to take action. If a 7th-tier grandmaster went berserk, they would have to unite to suppress her. Some students by the shore, seeing this tense situation, immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly fled the area. Long Yi was the first to notice Lin Qin's difference, furrowing his brow in rare concern. "Your Taiyin void fire has been suppressed?" As soon as he said this, Xiao Jun and the others were taken aback. "Long Yi, this is not the time for jokes." Long Yi did not respond, still watching Lin Qin, waiting for her answer. At this moment, Lin Qin and Fang Chen had already stepped onto the shore. She looked at the few people in the sky, knowing they were on guard against her, and immediately replied, "The Taiyin void fire has indeed been suppressed, and it was Fang Chen who helped me." "Fang Chen?" The 5 of them were astonished, exchanging glances before descending from the air. "What exactly is going on?" Long Yi immediately inquired. After Lin Qin explained how the fallen heart flame suppressed the Taiyin void fire, the 5 of them found it even harder to believe. Their eyes widened, their expressions frozen, as if their entire bodies had been frozen. The problem that had troubled them for 10 years was so easily resolved by Fang Chen? That was an SS-level Taiyin void fire, even the principal had no way to deal with it, yet it was suppressed just like that? After a while, the 5 of them finally emerged from their shock. Long Yi still felt a bit uneasy and observed for a while longer before saying, "There really is no problem." As soon as he said this, the heavy weight in Xiao Jun and the others' hearts lifted, and they retracted their fighting stances. "You brat, you really keep surprising us," Xiao Jun said excitedly, patting Fang Chen on the shoulder and laughing joyfully. Not just him, but Hua Danqin and the others also showed genuine smiles. Over the past 10 years, they had thought of countless ways to help Lin Qin come out, but none had succeeded. After all, the Taiyin Void Fire was an SS-level ability, and abilities of the same level were difficult to effectively suppress it. The most effective and safest method would be to find an SSS-level talent, preferably a fire-type ability, which could naturally suppress the Taiyin Void Fire. However, SSS-level talents are extremely rare. There have only been 1 or 2 cases in the world over several decades, so how could they possibly find one? Compared to such a daunting task, Long Yi's proposal at the freshman conference was much simpler and safer. Even if it required 2 or 3 decades to cultivate Fong Chen, it would be worth it. But unexpectedly, Fong Chen only met Lin Qin once before bringing her out. This gave them a new perspective on Fong Chen's extraordinary talent. It was just luck, Fong Chen said, channeling his luck. You brat, you're being too modest. Xiao Jun laughed heartily. Hua Danqin and Fong Yu walked up to Lin Qin. You've had a tough 10 years. They had also been to the small island and knew how lonely it was to live there. I'll take you outside to see. There have been quite a few changes in these 10 years, Hua Danqin said. Okay. Although Lin Qin could see the development of society through electronic devices on the small island, she had never seen it with her own eyes. Naturally, she was excited. Warriors do not cultivate immortality. Even if they reach the 6th or 7th rank, they still have to rely on the material world to survive. Naturally, they would be curious about things they had never seen before. But Lin Qin might have been a bit too much. After interacting with Lin Qin, Fong Chen felt that she didn't seem like a 7th-rank grandmaster at all. She looked more like a gentle girl. There was indeed a bit of a contrast. Seeing that Hua Danqin had taken on the task of taking Lin Qin out, Fong Chen figured he had no more business there. Just as he was about to leave, Long Yi spoke up. Let's not go out just yet. It's safer to stay at school for a few days and observe the situation. If something goes wrong, we can act immediately. If everything is fine, we can go out later. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun and the others nodded. Safety was never a bad thing. I can do that, Lin Qin immediately agreed. Long Yi nodded. Since we're at school, let Fong Chen take you around. It will help you two get more familiar with each other as master and disciple. Well, the task is back. Fong Chen agreed, no problem. Long Yi continued, I'll rearrange the accommodation, and as for here, he looked towards the center of the lake, you don't need to come back for now. After giving his instructions, Long Yi and the others left. As school leaders, they had plenty of work waiting for them, leaving the task of accompanying Lin Qin entirely to Fong Chen. Sister Qin, where do you want to go first? The cafeteria, finally out, I want to have a big meal. Boss, this, and this, all of it. Beauty, ordering so much, can you finish it? And another roasted Jinlong leg. At the cafeteria of Wudi in Magic City, although it was already past 3 in the afternoon, the place was still bustling with people. The training and rest times for warriors were not fixed, so the cafeteria operated all day. Every time someone passed by Fong Chen and Lin Qin's table, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. The amount of food ordered was simply too much. The table was almost overflowing. Moreover, Lin Qin's beauty was so stunning that even with her mouth full of food, it was still a sight to behold. Isn't that Fong Chen? Why has he changed partners again? This girl is no less than Guan Ning and Xu Yan. Brother Chen's speed in changing partners is even faster than my speed in changing clothes. I'm so envious. Guan Ning and Xu Yan, hurry up and come scare him. For a moment, voices of jealousy and envy rose and fell. Fong Chen paid no attention, his gaze fixed on Lin Qin. She had already finished 3 plates, clearly hungry. Seeing that Lin Qin had finished her plate, Fong Chen quickly pushed a roasted Jinlong leg in front of her. Sister Qin, is that enough? Should I go get more? Lin Qin waved her right hand. Fong Chen asked, are you full? No, I mean bring me 5 more. Hiss. Fong Chen gasped, comforting her, you've suffered for 10 years. Just then, Xu Yan walked into the cafeteria. She had a practical class in the morning, which had just ended 10 minutes ago. She was already starving. But before she could go buy food, she suddenly noticed the strange looks from the crowd around her, mixed with pity. Xu Yan came at the wrong time. Let Fong Chen show off, finding a woman to eat in the cafeteria, and now look, he got caught. Is it possible? The CPI ship is really going to break up today. Fong Chen? A woman? Hearing the clamor of discussions, Xu Yan furrowed her brows and began to search for Fong Chen's figure. After a brief scan, she spotted Fong Chen and the woman sitting across from him. She was taken aback, her expression remained cold, but her heart was blooming with joy. Fong Chen, you're done for, Ning Ning is mine now. Guan Ning had chosen the War Academy and had no classes this afternoon, so she returned to the dormitory to wait for her to have dinner together. She had just received a call from her after class and was already on her way to the cafeteria. At this moment, Xu Yan had a plan in mind. If Guan Ning saw Fong Chen dining with another woman, she would definitely feel disappointed in him. This way, she could take advantage of the situation and pull Guan Ning back to her side. Perfect. The first step she needed to take was to attract Guan Ning's attention immediately. So, Xu Yan moved. She strode over to the window to buy some food. Then, she walked straight to Fong Chen's left and sat down. Only by sitting next to Fong Chen could she attract Guan Ning's attention right away and provoke a conflict. What the hell, am I seeing things? Xu Yan just sat next to Fong Chen. Is she declaring her territory? Xu Yan is finally being brave, the CPI ship is back, but Fong Chen is a bit of a scumbag. The crowd was excited, but Fong Chen was confused. What was going on? Why was this woman coming over to him? Not just him, even Lin Xin was a bit bewildered. How did a cold-faced girl suddenly sit down across from him? Xiao Chen, who is she? Xiao Chen? This woman actually called Fong Chen Xiao Chen? Their relationship must be quite close. Xu Yan speculated in her heart. Oh, she's just a friend, Fong Chen replied calmly. He had already reached an agreement with Guan Ning. As long as Chu Yan didn't cause trouble for him, he couldn't be bothered. Lin Xin glanced at the icy Chu Yan upon hearing this. Although she had a good temper, she was also a 7th-level grandmaster and had her own pride, not wanting to deal with someone who looked difficult to get along with. Just then, Guan Ning walked into the cafeteria. Chu Yan's eyes lit up as she straightened her back. She couldn't call out to Guan Ning, that would seem too deliberate. She needed Guan Ning to notice her on her own. Guan Ning's arrival also piqued the interest of the onlookers. Some who had already eaten bought another portion, eating while watching. 3 girls and 1 boy, this scene was quite captivating. And Guan Ning did not disappoint. She spotted Chu Yan in the crowd at a glance, and also saw Fong Chen and Lin Xin, momentarily taken aback. This made Chu Yan even happier inside. Fong Chen, you're doomed. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Guan Ning also went to buy a portion of food, then walked to Fong Chen's right and sat down, smiling as she greeted Lin Xin. Teacher Lin, I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Xin looked at her with some confusion, putting down her chopsticks. She had been closed off for 10 years, and yet a student recognized her? Seeing this, Guan Ning quickly introduced herself. I'm Deng Xiong's daughter. She told me you were brought out by Fong Chen. Half an hour ago, her dear mother had sent her a message saying that Lin Xin had been brought out. She didn't expect to run into a 7th-level grandmaster in the cafeteria, who was so approachable, which was why she was momentarily stunned. She was just a bit puzzled about why Chu Yan was sitting next to Fong Chen. So you're Deng Xiong's daughter, no wonder you look familiar, Lin Xin said with a smile. How is your mother doing lately? With that, Guan Ning and Lin Xin began to chat. Meanwhile, Chu Yan was stunned. Her originally cold face became even colder. She had seen the list released by the school that morning, but she never expected a grandmaster would come to the cafeteria, and she had been thinking of using this opportunity to break up Fong Chen and the other woman. With that thought, she silently began to eat, everything unspoken. And all of this went unnoticed by Fong Chen. It just feels so damn coincidental, everything came together. The crowd around them looked as if their heads had been smashed by a drumstick wrapped in cotton. They were dazed. They couldn't hear clearly what Guan Ning and Lin Xin were saying, but they could see the two were very familiar with each other. Damn, Chen Gu is amazing. How can 3 people get along so well? How did he manage that? Is there anyone who knows how? Come teach me. Not just you, I want to learn too. Hurry and post it on the forum. Sent. In the dormitory, Cheng Hongyi used a secondary account to post about being recognized as a named disciple by the vice principal on the forum. Soon, comments started pouring in. This kid Cheng Hongyi is impressive. He actually caught the vice principal's eye. His future is limitless. Seeing this, Cheng Hongyi nodded in satisfaction. What impressive. He was clearly shouting downstairs, forcing the vice principal to take action. Cheng Hongyi snorted coldly and deleted that comment. Teaching once a week can be considered a named disciple. With Dean Xiaowen the vice principal, this guy is about to take off. I'm so envious I'm about to grind my back teeth to dust. The comments kept increasing, and Cheng Hongyi couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to let out a howl of joy, he suddenly noticed the speed of new comments began to plummet. He quickly exited the post and saw that another post was skyrocketing, instantly overshadowing his. He hurriedly clicked to check and found it was about Fong Chen dining with 3 girls. The comments shot up. Damn, I'm so envious, Chen Go has such a good life. How did he do it? I want to learn too. Bro, just join our craft party, we don't understand Chen Ji's world. Chen Gu? No, he is Chang Gu. What a vicious curse, I like it. Cheng Hongyi's eyes turned bloodshot, gripping his phone, ready to fight. He had finally caught a chance to show off. Why was it snatched away so quickly? He was unwilling. Fong Chen, why do you have to do this to me? He howled to the sky, venting his frustration. At that moment, an official comment appeared in the post, revealing Lin Xin's identity. Instantly, the post exploded. Damn, she is Mentor Lin Xin, a 7th-level grandmaster. With this mentor buff, I'm so envious of Chen Gu. I dream of having such a gentle and beautiful mentor, but why did she end up by Chen Ji's side? Looking at these, Chung Hongyi suddenly felt that Long Yi wasn't so appealing anymore. After more than 5 hours of wandering, Fong Chen successfully completed the task, giving Lin Xin a new understanding of the school. At 9:13, he dropped Lin Xin off at her new accommodation. The villa was located in the mentor's residential area, 4 stories high, covering nearly 1,000 square meters, nestled by the mountains and water, leaving Fong Chen somewhat dazzled. He had thought the student dormitory was impressive, but he didn't expect there were even more skilled individuals. Sister Qin, it's getting late, you should rest, I'll head back. To be honest, he was really tired today, not physically, but mentally. All afternoon, Lin Xin had to touch and ask about everything new she saw, and he was constantly explaining beside her, feeling like he was back in his previous life accompanying a girl shopping. They hadn't walked much, and he hadn't played basketball, yet he felt utterly exhausted. Wait a moment. Lin Xin called out to Fong Chen, tomorrow, go to the martial arts library and bring back the burning annihilation blade record and the fiery melting body technique. All future teaching and training will take place here. I want you to assist me in my cultivation. Fong Chen nodded, okay. To make it more convenient for the mentor to teach students, all the villas were equipped with training rooms. Lin Xin only had him as a student, and in the future, this would be their world of 2. After giving her instructions, Fong Chen left the villa. Lin Xin watched his figure grow distant, her brows furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Until Fong Chen was completely out of sight, she turned around. At that moment, in the courtyard, there was one other person besides her. Long Yi stood by the water feature, admiring the fish swimming in the water and the bright moon, and slowly spoke, have you told Fong Chen about that matter? Lin Xin had long been aware of Long Yi's appearance and was not surprised. However, in response to his question, her expression showed some panic. After a long while, she finally replied, no. Long Yi sighed helplessly, the principal and I have watched you grow up, and we know that with your personality, you can't bring yourself to say it. I even sent Xiao Jun and the others away to create some space for you. He turned around, his expression becoming serious. You should know that the Taiyin can only be temporarily alleviated. Even if Fong Chen reaches the 7th level, it cannot be completely cured. When the time comes, you still have to go back. Right now, Fong Chen can save you 20 or 30 years of waiting. Short pain is better than long pain, or... He paused for a moment and still said, or just tell him the truth, try to get along, be together sooner, and end it sooner, so that the principal and I won't have to worry. Hearing this, Lin Xin's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but lower her head, softly replying, I will find a chance to tell him. The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became. This scene made Long Yi sigh again and shake his head repeatedly. The principal and I are still too protective of you. If it were another girl, Fong Chen would have probably been taken down already. After saying that, he waved his hand. Forget it, you can think about your own matters. But I still want to remind you, the forbidden area and some sects have been restless lately, and the principal doesn't know when he will be back. You better hurry. Don't let the duck that's almost in your mouth fly away. Before his words had even finished, Long Yi disappeared from the courtyard. At that moment, Lin Xin dared to lift her head and touched her ear. It was very hot. This made her heart even hotter, and she couldn't help but murmur softly, but, there's an age difference between us. On the other side, Fong Chen returned to the dormitory. As he opened the door, he happened to see Lu Feng limping out of the kitchen, holding a glass of juice that was swaying so much it was almost spilling. What happened to you? Fong Chen walked into the living room, unable to help but ask. Hey, what else could it be? I trained. Lu Feng leaned against the sofa and slowly sat down. You have no idea how ruthless that old Principal Xiao is. In the afternoon training, he immediately had the 3 of us spar with him to see our foundation. As he said this, he spat forcefully. What foundation? He clearly just wanted to beat us up, hitting me while saying this isn't good, that isn't good, it hurt so much. I'm still better off. You have no idea about Chung Hongyi. His face is swollen like a pig's head. Fong Chen chuckled lightly and sat on the sofa. Principal Zhao's straightforward temper has been talked about a lot on the forum. You should have been mentally prepared. Don't give me that cold comfort. Lu Feng downed the juice in one go. I'm going to the martial arts library tomorrow. Do you want to come along? Sure, I just happen to need to get some martial arts techniques too. After saying that, Fong Chen got up. After sitting for a while, fatigue swept over him, and his eyelids felt heavy. He was ready to wash up and sleep. Accompanying a girl shopping was exhausting even for a warrior. Just as he took a step, Lu Feng pulled him back. I was so focused on training this afternoon that I forgot to ask. He raised an eyebrow. What does your 7th level female teacher look like? I couldn't find anything on the official website this morning. No photos, but someone posted about her on the forum. After saying that, he waved his hand and stepped onto the stairs. Lu Feng took out his phone and opened the forum, and his eyes immediately fell on that post. After clicking it open, he was momentarily stunned. In Lin Xin, he saw various charms, gentle, pure, shy, encompassing all the beauty in the world. There are actually such women in the world. He had seen many women, and his mindset had long transcended. Even the stunning beauties like Guan Ning and Chu Yan only left him feeling amazed. But Lin Xin was different. She didn't make Lu Feng feel amazed, but rather made him think that this woman should be this beautiful. In the next moment, he clenched his fists. He saw a photo of the three women eating together. It should have been a tense atmosphere, yet it was so harmonious. He had never imagined such a scene, because if his women met, they would definitely fight. Then, he relaxed his fists and revealed a bitter smile. He silently scolded himself, Feng Chen, oh Feng Chen, you have already reached such a level, what else is there for you to learn from me? Finally, he gently slapped himself. I'm really such a fool, I shouldn't have asked him. After washing up, Feng Chen lay on the bed, feeling an incredibly refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body. Habitually, he opened his phone, ready to check if Ding's sweet stories had been updated. However, he saw a highly popular task post published by the official Wudi in Magic City. The Forbidden God Cult has recently appeared in the northern region of Magic City. The Forbidden God Cult? What is that? This really touched on his knowledge blind spot. Feng Chen clicked on the post to take a look, then searched for information about the Forbidden God Cult. Half an hour later, he had a rough understanding of it. The Forbidden God Cult does not mean the prohibition of deities, but rather the worship of those gods from the Forbidden Zones. Regarding the Forbidden Zones, Feng Chen did not find much information on the forum. The only content could be summarized in 2 words, dangerous. Within the Forbidden Zones, there are unknown creatures, and even a 6th-tier master would have a 10% chance of survival upon entering, extremely perilous. And among these creatures are the gods of the Forbidden God Cult. They believe that only these gods from the Forbidden Zones can lead them further. In summary, it's a cult. Feng Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead, this thing, why is it everywhere? The information showed that the Forbidden God Cult had developed rampantly over 20 years ago, causing the deaths of tens of thousands, and was eventually eradicated by several 7th-tier Grand Masters, not appearing again for 20 years. 20 years, no wonder I don't remember any information about the Forbidden God Cult. As for the task content, it was to assist the Public Security Bureau in capturing members of the Forbidden God Cult. But it was limited to second-year students. First-year students lacked the strength and would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Third-year students were busy with internships and couldn't cope. Seeing this, Feng Chen was too lazy to look further, closed the post, and opened a document about the locations of the Hansha Forbidden Zones. The document stated that there was not just one Forbidden Zone, there were 11 in total throughout Hansha. He saw an old friend among them. The boundary between the 72nd and 75th Monster Beast Wastelands, ranked 10th among the Forbidden Zones. No wonder Wei Chang was unwilling to disclose it. Feng Chen truly did not expect that there would be such a dangerous thing near his hometown. He recalled the rock lion that had put him and Li Mingqi in danger. What exactly was hidden in this 10th Forbidden Zone? Among the 11 Forbidden Zones in the entire document, only zones 9 to 11 had marked locations, while 1 to 8 had nothing written. After reading, Feng Chen exited the page. He knew that the information about these Forbidden Zones was not absent, but rather that his qualifications or permissions had not yet reached the required level. As drowsiness overtook him, Feng Chen was too lazy to look at anything else. He turned off his phone and went to sleep. The next day, the morning light was faint, the sun filtered through the gaps in the branches, falling onto the ground like scattered silver. After a night of rest, the feeling of fatigue had completely disappeared. After washing up, Feng Chen went out with Lu Feng. It was early morning, neither cold nor hot, with plenty of sunshine. The morning flowers still retained the dew from the night before, and a butterfly fluttered by, shaking off a few drops of dew. After having breakfast, the two headed to the martial arts library. From a distance, they could see a massive building, as if 3 or 4 libraries were stacked together, giving a sense of oppression. Upon entering the library, what caught their eyes were rows of towering bookshelves. The shelves filled with an array of martial arts texts were neatly arranged, starting from the B-level martial arts at the bottom, layer upon layer, rising to the 30-meter-high SSS-level martial arts, resembling a towering peak of martial arts. This was the first time Feng Chen had seen such a mountain-like accumulation of books, and he was at a loss for words. Only the phrase wow could express his feelings. In the 5-story martial arts library, the most numerous were the A-level martial arts, followed by B-level, then S, SS, and SSS. Feng Chen glanced at the B-level martial arts on the bottom shelf, which mostly consisted of special types of martial arts, such as sound waves and shadows. These martial arts were rarer compared to the strong attack types. In contrast, strong attack martial arts like Xianyan Dao Lu were pitifully few in the B-level area. The school's signature martial arts didn't even have a spot here. Is this the capital that Magic City Martial University has to stand among the top martial universities? Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Not to mention him, even the well-informed Lu Feng was astonished, taking a while to regain his composure. Let's go up, Brother Chen. The two stepped onto the several-meter-wide spiral staircase and arrived at the S-level martial arts area. The martial arts here were arranged in a staggered manner, in stark contrast to the tightly packed lower two levels. A rough glance revealed there were 300 to 400 books. Fang Chen searched among these martial arts, his gaze sweeping over the various covers of the martial arts texts. Before long, he found Fenyan Dao Lu. The cover emitted a blazing light, as if magma flowed across its surface, vibrant and eye-catching, delivering a strong visual impact. Once in hand, it seemed a warm energy was transmitted from the book. Then, he found Shi Yan Rongshan Fa. At this moment, Lu Feng had already finished his selection and was waiting in the hall. He looked at the martial arts book Jiu Ling Wuxin in his hand, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. This thing cost him 5,000 credits. He had worked hard to win over 10,000 credits in the freshman competition, and now he had lost nearly half of it. It was almost painful. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had already come down the stairs, holding 2 martial arts books, which made Lu Feng envious. Having credits was indeed good. Fang Chen had obtained an S-level rating, with a reward of 20,000 credits, making it easy for him to acquire 2 S-level martial arts. But the next moment, he was stunned. He saw Fang Chen merely show the martial arts to the library's managing teacher, and that was it. Brother Chen, do you know that teacher? Lu Feng asked mysteriously as Fang Chen approached. No, it's my first time meeting. Fang Chen replied. Then how come you can take martial arts without deducting credits? I have S-level privileges, granted during the special recruitment. This calm statement shocked Lu Feng as if he had been electrocuted. The S-level privileges of the martial arts library were actually given as a condition? The next moment, he wanted to slap himself. He shouldn't have asked. With Fang Chen's talent, how could he obtain it without some sacrifice? The two put away their martial arts and left the library. Lu Feng was about to head back to the War Academy when he saw Fang Chen walking in the opposite direction and hurriedly pulled him. The academy is this way, you're going the wrong way. I'm going to the equipment library to pick up some gear. This time, Lu Feng learned from his mistake and quickly shut up, not asking further. No need to say more, it was definitely another promise from the special recruitment. As long as he didn't ask, he wouldn't be left out. Take care, I'm heading back to the academy. With that, Lu Feng left decisively, not daring to linger. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow. Why does he seem a bit strange? Without thinking too much, Fang Chen hurried to the equipment library. Under the enthusiastic introduction of a sales assistant, he chose an S-level alloy battle knife and a pair of S-level combat boots. The battle knife was named Ran Yun, its blade covered in flames and cloud-like patterns, weighing about 100 pounds in his hand, which was just right for him. The combat boots were the same model as Guan Ning's, imbued with wind-type abilities, significantly enhancing the speed of the martial artist. This perfectly compensated for his speed deficiency. After putting away the 2 pieces of equipment into his space ring, Fang Chen did not leave the equipment department but instead walked towards the SSS-grade equipment hall. He wanted to see what kind of equipment could be sold for 500,000 credits. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he felt an indescribable sense of oppression, like the pressure emitted by a superior. It's clearly an inanimate object, yet it exudes such a sense of authority. Fang Chen looked around the entire hall. All the equipment was sealed behind thick transparent glass, like exhibits. Counting them up, there were no more than 20 pieces. Among them, he saw a completely black knife. Even from dozens of meters away, he could feel a heart-stopping aura. The blade of the long knife was as black as ink, as if it were absorbing the surrounding light, making it impossible to look directly at it. As Fang Chen approached, he read the introduction on the sign beside it. SSS-grade weapon, made from Forbidden Zone alloy. Forbidden Zone alloy. Fang Chen didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. SSS-grade equipment was too precious, only to be looked at, not touched. Fang Chen took a quick glance and then left. He couldn't afford it, not at all. The cheapest pair of boots was priced at 490,000 credits. He wondered how long it would take him to save that much. In the future, there would also be S-grade and above martial skills waiting for him to spend credits on. Each one was a credit burner. His 20,000 credits were in jeopardy. He had to plan ahead. As Fang Chen walked back to the teaching building, he pondered ways to earn credits. Relying on completing tasks to accumulate credits is too difficult, too tiring, and too troublesome. The simplest way is to come up with a few projects to earn credits. After the morning cultural class ended, Fang Chen had lunch and rested for a moment before returning to Lin Qin's villa. As soon as he rang the doorbell, the door opened the next moment. At the same time, Lin Qin's gentle voice came through. "Come in." He stepped inside. Fang Chen entered the living room and happened to see Lin Qin cleaning up the trash on the coffee table. Chips, cola, fried chicken, skewers. Upon seeing Fang Chen enter, Lin Qin instinctively blushed. "You go to the training room first, I'll be there soon." "Okay." Fang Chen turned and walked towards the training room, wondering why Lin Qin was blushing. The training room was in the basement of the villa, about 500 square meters, just right for 2 people to train. After a while, Lin Qin also arrived at the training room, dressed in combat gear, her voluptuous figure on full display. With such a figure, it was incredibly full and would not feel uncomfortable at all. "Did you bring the burning annihilation blade record and the blazing flame melting body technique?" "I brought them." "That's good. I haven't practiced in a long time, so I need to warm up." Lin Qin began to exercise, stretching her arms and twisting left and right. Fang Chen was worried her clothes might burst open. "Do you know why I wanted you to choose the burning annihilation blade record?" Lin Qin asked while shaking up and down. "Thank you for assigning me such a good teacher," Fang Chen replied, "because it's similar to the profound flame blade record." He had noticed the shadow of the profound flame blade record while studying the burning annihilation blade record in the morning. However, the former was dozens of times more difficult. Wanting to learn it without a teacher would consume a lot of time and might even lead him astray. "That's right." Lin Qin nodded, a few strands of hair falling by her ear, adding a touch of charm. "I watched your martial arts exam video before and knew you had practiced the profound flame blade record. And the profound flame blade record is derived from the burning annihilation blade record. With the foundation of the former, you can master the burning annihilation blade record more quickly. I've already learned this martial skill, I'll demonstrate it for you now." After saying that, she rummaged through her space ring but couldn't find anything. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she reached out her hand to Fang Chen. "I forgot that all my weapons were confiscated. Can you lend me your knife?" She looked awkward, like a girl asking a boy if he could buy her a toy. "Teacher, if you keep this up, your disciple will make mistakes." Fang Chen hurriedly handed over the burning cloud to her. "Escrade battle knife, not bad." Lin Qin took the ranyun and gripped it tightly. The blade shimmered with a dazzling luster under the light. Then, she slightly bent her waist, her toes pointing outward, forming a stable foundation. With a flick of her wrist, the ranyun battle knife spun gracefully in her hand, tracing a beautiful arc. As her movements gradually quickened, the blade's light began to flicker in the training room. Next, the blade turned, swiftly swinging downward, accompanied by her motion. A low rumbling sound seemed to arise in the air, as if flames were burning on the blade, stirring up a wave of heat that instantly raised the temperature of the entire training room. The burning annihilation blade record has a total of 7 levels, and what I demonstrated is the 3rd level. She gently handed the knife back to Fang Chen. "You can practice according to this." Fang Chen took the knife, his expression serious as he nodded. "Understood, Sister Qin." The heat generated by Lin Qin's casual swing was more than 10 times that produced by his 5th level of the Xianyan knife record. This was still under the condition that the Taiyin void fire was sealed, and most of her strength could not be used. A 7th-tier grandmaster, terrifying indeed. If she were at her peak, with one strike, the entire villa would likely be split in 2. Next is the blazing flame melting body technique. Lin Qin wasted no time and began the next explanation. To ensure Fang Chen understood, she even took out a blackboard from her spatial ring to write and draw. Just short of putting on a uniform and black stockings. The blazing flame melting body technique is a body refining method, divided into 5 levels. The practice method involves tempering the body with fire, allowing the flames to merge into the limbs and bones for forging and refining. The stronger the innate flame, the more perfect the forging effect. After reaching the 5th level, the strength of the body can even match that of A-grade alloy, which is why I had you choose this. With your talent, practicing this body refining technique is the most suitable. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Tempering the body with fire, isn't that the ability of the fallen heart flame? He had already been refining for quite a while. After another 10 minutes of explanation, Fang Chen had a more concrete understanding of the blazing flame melting body technique and a general grasp of his own situation. To put it simply, his current body was like a chaotic folder. The foundation was already there, and with some organization, he could achieve the desired effect. And this method of organization was the practice path of the blazing flame melting body technique. Alright, I've explained the first 3 levels of the blazing flame melting body technique. Are you planning to practice the burning annihilation blade record or the blazing flame melting body technique first? Lin Qin asked, blinking her eyes. The blazing flame melting body technique, I want to build my physique first. Okay, you practice first. I'm a bit thirsty from talking, so I'll go get a bottle of water. Lin Qin strode out of the training room. Fang Chen looked at the detailed explanation on the blackboard, immediately sitting cross-legged to begin his practice. As the fallen heart flame burned within Fang Chen, the scorching energy surged like a tide, quickly filling every inch of his skin. His heartbeat began to accelerate, blood coursing through his body, as if every cell was cheering, feeling that powerful force. Fang Chen closed his eyes, silently reciting the practice method of the blazing flame melting body technique, focusing on guiding the flow of this energy. In that moment, the surface of Fang Chen's body began to heat up, his skin reddening, as if wrapped in raging flames. Heat burst forth from his surface, and the surrounding air seemed to distort, faintly producing a slight humming sound. First level of the blazing flame melting body technique, complete. Fang Chen did not stop, continuing to guide the energy according to the practice path, the redness on his surface becoming more pronounced, as if a burning flame danced around him. Soon, faint flame patterns began to appear on his surface. Those patterns twisted like raging flames, shimmering with a faint red light, and with each breath, transparent flames flickered on his surface. Second level of the blazing flame melting body technique, complete. The second level is not his limit, Fang Chen thought without the slightest hesitation, continuing his training. He wanted to break through, to reach a higher realm. With the guidance of his will, the flame patterns on his body became increasingly pronounced, gradually turning blood red, and the transparent flames danced on his skin. The air around him seemed to be burning, becoming scorching hot, twisting more intensely, as if even space was making way for him. Third level of the blazing flame body refinement technique, activate. A loud sound echoed in Fang Chen's heart, as if the entire world was condensing at that moment. In just 2 minutes, he had cultivated the blazing flame body refinement technique to the third level. He slowly opened his eyes, clearly sensing that the chaotic energy within him had been completely sorted and gathered together. Every cell in his body was cheering, power rolling within him. With a gentle wave of his hand, he could stir up a large amount of heat. As for the fourth level of the blazing flame body refinement technique, the power within him was running low, and he could only wait for the fallen heart flame to continue refining before he could attempt it. I wonder how strong the third level is. Fang Chen stood up and lightly scratched his arm with the burning cloud. It left a white mark. Seeing this, Fang Chen had a rough guess in his heart. The physical strength was probably at the level of C-grade alloy, surpassing most demon beasts' armored bodies. At that moment, a sound of something falling suddenly came from the training room door. Following the sound, he saw Lin Qin frozen at the door, her hand spilling a whole bottle of soda on the ground. The third level. It actually reached the third level. At this moment, Lin Qin's thoughts completely froze, as if she were trapped in a giant ice block, unable to take any action. She stood there, letting her beloved soda spill little by little onto the ground. She had only gone to grab a bottle of cola, and Fang Chen's blazing flame body refinement technique had already reached the third level. As a martial artist who had also practiced this technique, she could not be mistaken. The blood-red patterns and the transparent flames bursting from his body indeed represented that Fang Chen had reached the third level in just 2 minutes. This scene felt like a dream. In the end, it was Fang Chen who pulled her thoughts back. Sister Qin, the soda is almost gone. Ah! Lin Qin immediately came to her senses, hurriedly picking up the soda from the ground. Without caring about the spill, she walked up to Fang Chen. You reached the third level? That's right. This time, Fang Chen did not hide anything, explaining that the fallen heart flame could help refine the body. He had already thought of a way to continuously earn credits. It wouldn't be long before this function of the fallen heart flame would be exposed, so it was better to reveal it now. Hearing Fang Chen's explanation, Lin Qin was momentarily stunned again. There was actually a flame that could continuously help refine the body? This was simply a cheat for cultivation. At that moment, she understood perfectly why the Taiyin void fire could be suppressed so easily. Compared to Fang Chen's flame, the Taiyin void fire was at a significantly lower level. So, you had already laid a solid foundation and just needed to guide it a bit to step into the third level? After sorting out the sequence of events, she confirmed. That's right. Fang Chen nodded in affirmation. What a fortunate coincidence. Lin Qin blinked her gentle eyes. I didn't expect the blazing flame body refinement technique to fit you so well. Looking at her student, she raised the corner of her lips, increasingly satisfied. Do you need me to help keep this a secret? She asked. No need. Fang Chen waved his hand. It won't be long before everyone in the school knows. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't continue, Lin Qin didn't ask further. Since you've already mastered the first 3 levels of the blazing flame body refinement technique, then I'll explain the last 2 levels as well. She had originally planned to cover this course a few months later, but it had come early. Then, Lin Qin explained the last 2 levels of the Blazing Flame Body Refinement Technique, and to ensure balanced development of both martial skills, she demonstrated all 7 levels of the Burning Obliteration Blade Manual. After that, Fang Chen began his training. Since there was only one student, Fang Chen, Lin Qin devoted all her energy to him. She directly moved snacks into the training room, eating while watching Fang Chen practice, and whenever she saw him making a mistake, she would remind him. Before long, a trash can was filled to the brim. Time flew by, and the entire afternoon passed. At 8:30, Fang Chen finished his training, and with the practice of these 2 techniques, he could clearly feel that he was about to break through to the advanced first level. Just as he was putting away his battle knife, he heard Lin Qin's voice coming from upstairs. "Dinner's ready." "Coming," Fang Chen replied habitually, but suddenly felt something was off. He had clearly come to find his teacher to practice, so how did he end up mooching a meal? Moreover, this exchange felt oddly domestic. Fang Chen didn't think too much about it, left the training room, and went upstairs, only to see that Lin Qin had bought a large spread of food, covering an entire table, with many bags still in the kitchen. It seemed she was eager to satisfy a craving that had gone unfulfilled for 10 years. "Hurry up and eat, don't just stand there," Lin Qin waved her hand. "I'm coming." Fang Chen washed his hands and began to eat. The 2 chatted while they ate. At 9:20, they finished clearing the table. "Sister Qin, I'm heading back." Fang Chen dried his hands with a paper towel and was about to leave when Lin Qin called out to him. "Fang Chen, wait a moment." Fang Chen stopped, turned back, and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Qin, who was drying her hands, opened her mouth as if to say something, but after a blush crept onto her cheeks, she still didn't make a sound. In the end, she simply said, "It's dark, be careful on the way." Are martial artists afraid of the dark? Fang Chen didn't understand, but he nodded in response, "Okay." With that, he walked out of the villa. Seeing this, Lin Qin let out a breath, her heart racing. Why can't I just say it? On the other side, Fang Chen returned to his dorm, washed up, and lay on his bed, opening his phone. He had thrown it aside all afternoon while practicing. Upon opening it, he saw group chat messages from Guan Ning and Li Mingqi among others. He first clicked on Guan Ning's. "Guan Ning, Chu Yan and I have taken a mission, leaving tomorrow afternoon." Fang Chen, "A mission from the Forbidden God Society?" Guan Ning, shocked. "Guan Ning, why didn't you wait until tomorrow to reply to me?" Fang Chen, "I was practicing in the afternoon." Guan Ning, "You're working so hard, trying to rush to become a master?" Fang Chen, "You can also be my teacher, I allow you to wear a student outfit." Guan Ning, "Go die, I'll whip you with a little whip." After some back and forth, Fang Chen learned that Guan Ning and her companion were not taking a mission from the Forbidden God Society but were going to the Beast Wilderness to hunt a low-level 3rd-tier beast. Fang Chen, "What time are you leaving tomorrow afternoon? I want to give you something." Guan Ning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, what is it? Fang Chen, "Something for self-defense." After chatting a little longer, their conversation for the day came to an end. Fang Chen opened the group chat and scrolled through the messages. Zhang Feng and Shi Wan were discussing their respective teachers. "Zhang Feng, do you all have teachers now?" "Shi Wan, I had to work on a mentor for a long time before she agreed to take me. Mengqi is lucky, she was accepted by a 5th-tier fire system mentor yesterday." Li Mingqi, sigh. "Li Mingqi, you had a tough opponent in that chaotic battle, it couldn't be helped." Zhang Feng, "I was noticed by a 6th-tier mentor, so happy." Zhang Feng at Xinsheng, "What about you?" "Xinsheng, my mentor is also 6th-tier." Xinsheng, Chen Ying and that Lin Song were both accepted as disciples by the dean of our school's war academy, while Lu Shanshan was accepted by the dean of the auxiliary academy. Shi Wan, the academy dean. So envious. Shi Wan, "I wonder how Fang Chen's apprenticeship is going." Xinsheng, "Don't ask him." Zhang Feng, "Stop it, don't tag him." Shi Wan at Fang Chen. Shi Wan, already sent it, why didn't you let me ask?" Zhang Feng, "Shen Chang. Fang Chen, my mentor is 7th tier." Zhang Feng, "Damn." Shen Qing, "Damn." The next day, Fang Chen didn't attend the cultural class but instead bought a pile of medicinal herbs and went to Lin Qin's villa. He had messaged Lin Qin the night before, wanting to borrow the training room to refine medicine. After seeing his message, Lin Qin waved her hand and directly gave him the password to the villa's main door, reminding him to keep it down so as not to disturb her sleep. Fang Chen entered the villa and did not see Lin Qin's figure. It was obvious that his teacher was still in dreamland. He went to the training room, took out the alchemy cauldron, and retrieved the herbs from his spatial ring. With 2 types of exotic flames summoned, he began refining medicine. 40 minutes later, the door to the training room was pushed open. Lin Qin, wearing a loose nightgown, yawned and walked lightly into the training room, her bare feet gliding across the floor. Although her nightgown was oversized, it still couldn't hide her voluptuous figure, her soft curves appeared particularly enchanting under the light. The fabric of the nightgown was soft, swaying gently as she moved, outlining her long legs, and her fair skin looked even smoother and more delicate under the light. Each step exuded an invisible charm, as if her very existence was a form of attraction. "I didn't expect you really could refine medicine," she said, her big eyes blinking with curiosity as she walked to the side. Watching Fong Chen's extremely meticulous fire control technique, she couldn't help but marvel, to control two flames so skillfully, no wonder you could create an explosion comparable to a third-tier one. She was increasingly satisfied with this disciple and couldn't help but ask, "What medicine are you refining? Be mindful of food hygiene, don't step on the ground." Fong Chen glanced at her bare feet and then replied seriously, "Do you really want to know?" Lin Qin furrowed her brows slightly, pouting, "I'm your teacher, what is there that I can't know?" Fong Chen, unfazed, replied, "Golden Gun Indestructible Pill." Lin Qin's face instantly turned red. "How can you refine such a pill at your young age? Could it be that you?" As she spoke, she subconsciously glanced down at Fong Chen. Then, she unconsciously took a step back. "This is for someone else," Fong Chen explained. "For someone else? Could it be that I have a friend?" "Sister Qin, you know quite a lot. I've had internet access on the small island for the past 10 years. Don't worry, I'm absolutely fine." "That's good." Lin Qin let out a long sigh of relief. "Fong Chen, Lin Qin thought to herself, "Oh no," and hurriedly blushed as she changed the subject. "Once you're done refining, hurry up and train. The test is in a month, and you better not embarrass me." A month after the new students at Magic City Martial University start school, there will be a competition arranged for first-year students who have been taken as disciples by their mentors, against second-year students, to assess a month's cultivation results, similar to the monthly exams of the previous life. Fong Chen nodded, "Don't worry, Sister Qin, your disciple is toughening up. Then I'll wait for your performance." Lin Qin chuckled lightly, turned to leave the training room, and paused at the door, a bit worried, turning back to ask, "This medicine really isn't for yourself, is it? If you really have difficulties, you can tell me." "Hiss. Sister Qin, you don't trust me?" No, just remember to take care of yourself." At 1:30 in the afternoon. At this time, the school gate was sparsely populated. Guan Ning stood enthusiastically in the shade of a large tree, enjoying a bit of coolness in the summer. This made Chu Yan feel gloomy beside her. She had been very happy in the morning because she could finally enjoy some time alone with Guan Ning again. But when she heard that Fong Chen was going to deliver something, her good mood instantly collapsed. Especially now, she felt like a supporting character in a romantic drama, about to witness the separation of the male and female leads. This made her even angrier, and she couldn't help but urge, "Let's go, don't wait for him." Guan Ning was a bit helpless. He said he would be here soon, just wait a bit longer. "Ha, what is there that we can't buy ourselves that we need him to deliver?" Chu Yan complained, "Sending things is just a pretense. The real intention is to make you forget him during this time. Men have these tricks, what they send won't be anything good." Just then, a deep male voice suddenly came from behind them, "Then you definitely shouldn't use it." Fong Chen appeared behind the two. "How come you walk without making a sound?" Guan Ning was startled. "If I made noise while walking, how could I hear someone chirping?" After saying that, Fong Chen's gaze fell on Chu Yan. A few minutes ago, he had just successfully refined the item he was going to send. In a hurry, he put on his S-class battle boots and rushed over as fast as he could. Since Lin Qin's villa was somewhat remote, he had to take a detour, and unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he heard someone chirping about him. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face flushed. She didn't expect to be caught talking bad about him on the spot, but she quickly suppressed it and returned to her cold demeanor. "I don't care to use your stuff. That's what you said, even if you're dying, you shouldn't use it." Fong Chen showed no leniency. "If you use it, I'll tell everyone about your business." Chu Yan's expression changed drastically. What secret could she have? Nothing more than. She instinctively looked at Guan Ning. Guan Ning quickly raised her hands in innocence, saying, "Don't look at me, that's what he guessed on his own." Seeing this, Chu Yan could only snort coldly, "Say it if you want, I'm not afraid of you." "Alright, you two stop arguing." Guan Ning felt a bit overwhelmed and quickly changed the subject, asking Fong Chen, "What are you going to give me?" Fong Chen ignored Chu Yan's icy gaze and took out 2 vials from his space ring, handing them over. "I know you don't lack life-saving pills, so I refined 2 vials of concealment powder for you to take." "Concealment powder?" Guan Ning took the small vial, somewhat puzzled. She knew Fong Chen could refine medicine, but she had never heard of concealment powder. Fong Chen explained, "The number of monsters in the 41st Monster Beast Wilderness is above average. It's hard to avoid being discovered by them there. This concealment powder is a second-tier potion that can mask your own aura. As long as you aren't seen, even 5th-tier monsters will find it hard to detect you." Hearing about 5th-tier monsters, Xu Yin scoffed. Having already torn off the mask, she no longer hid her disdain. A 2nd-tier potion can make 5th-tier monsters undetectable? You must be joking. Guan Ning, however, felt a surge of excitement. The shadow type is already hard to detect, and if combined with a potion that conceals one's aura, hunting monsters would become effortless. It was as if it was tailor-made for her. If she had had this potion back then, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed facing the bewitching vines. She could have even taken them down alone. Moreover, during nighttime rests, it could prevent passing monsters from smelling her, making it a great item. Thanks, she said happily. If you use it, just treat me to a meal when you come back, Feng Chen replied. Nowadays, most potions on the market are for enhancing strength. There are some that can mask auras, but they are pitifully few and not very effective. Concealment powder is the most suitable 2nd-tier potion for Guan Ning in the Encyclopedia of Alchemy. As for the reason for giving it to her, Xu Yan had already spoken for him. Then we'll be off. Guan Ning was as happy as a child, pulling Xu Yan away, and halfway down the road, she didn't forget to wave back at Feng Chen. As for Xu Yan, she snorted and turned her head away, no longer looking at him. After sending the 2 women off, Feng Chen did not return to Lin Qin's villa but instead turned and went to the library. He needed to meet someone. Compared to the 3 academies of war, tactics, and support, which were desperately doing tasks to earn credits, the Alchemy Academy was much safer. One only needed to stay indoors to refine medicine, and the continuity was high. Even many low-tier potions from the official Magic City Martial University were obtained from the Alchemy Academy. Therefore, Feng Chen's first step in earning credits was to start with alchemy. Last night, he posted a request for someone to collaborate on refining medicine and quickly received a private message from someone, agreeing to meet at the library at 2 in the afternoon. As for the second step, the credits required are quite a lot, so he still needs to wait a bit. He arrived at the library and found the agreed-upon spot. The other party was already there, a chubby guy. Damn, Chenggu, it's you. The chubby guy was taken aback to see Feng Chen sitting across from him. He didn't expect the anonymous contact to be the top freshman of this year. My name is Wen Zhishang. Chenggu, can you still refine medicine? I have some knowledge. Feng Chen handed over the golden gun invincible pill he had refined that morning. This is the medicine for mass production. Relying solely on himself to refine medicine, it would be difficult to continuously earn credits unless he gave up on cultivation and focused entirely on alchemy. Therefore, he needed to collaborate with someone from the pharmacy department. He would provide the formula, and the other party would handle production, a win-win situation. When Zhishang took the pill and looked at it, raising an eyebrow, golden gun. Realizing his voice was a bit loud, he quickly glanced around and lowered his voice. Why is it the golden gun invincible pill? This thing is practically everywhere. As a first-tier pharmacist, he immediately recognized the effects of this pill by its smell. Feng Chen also noticed the shock and rejection in Wen Zhishang's eyes. The golden gun invincible pill is the lowest tier among first-tier pills, with low technical requirements and minimal effects. Aside from making one last a bit longer, it was practically useless. It was something that almost all pharmacists scoffed at, especially for someone like Wen Zhishang, who had been admitted to the top university in Magic City. Asking him to produce such a pill was almost more painful than killing him. To put it bluntly, it was embarrassing. Feng Chen just chuckled lightly. What if I told you this golden gun invincible pill can last for over 2 hours and has no side effects? How would you respond? When Zhishang's eyes lit up, really? If half an hour was the worst of the common products, then over 2 hours would be a divine pill. Time determines everything, and it even has no side effects. What more could one ask for? Feng Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled, really? As a joke, there are no trash pills in the Encyclopedia of Alchemy, and 2 hours was him being modest. But when Zhishang still seemed a bit skeptical, Chenggu, even if it lasts an hour, those top-tier pharmaceutical companies wouldn't dare to guarantee it. Are you exaggerating a bit? Feng Chen leaned in closer and whispered, do you know why I wanted to give you a sample? When Zhishang shook his head, then suddenly froze, understanding, you want us to experience it. Feng Chen patted his shoulder, let's meet at the same place tomorrow. After saying that, he got up and left. Good things can only be known through experience. He wasn't worried that when Zhishang would analyze the pill, the two types of had completely fused the medicinal materials, making it impossible to analyze what specific ingredients were used. Leaving Wen Zhishang alone, staring blankly at the pill in his hand, deep in thought. If what Feng Chen said was true, the future business would be unimaginably prosperous. Although he looked down on the golden gun invincible pill, he couldn't let money slip away for the sake of dignity. Soon, he took out his phone and dialed, hey, Chin Chin, I miss you. I promise, I won't get you all drooly today. The next morning, before Fang Chen even reached Lin Qin's villa, he received a call from Wen Zhishang wanting to meet. His eagerness was extremely strong. Before Fang Chen even reached the library, he saw Wen Zhishang already waiting for him at the door. Upon seeing him, Wen Zhishang ran over, tears brimming in his eyes. "Zhengge, you are my real brother. My girlfriend. She praised me for being capable for the first time." Poor kid. Fang Chen sighed. "Let's not waste any more words, let's go sign the contract now." In the end, the two agreed on the price and profit sharing. Fang Chen authorized the Golden Gun Invincible Pill to Wen Zhishang, who would handle all the medicinal materials and personnel needed for the pill. Fang Chen would only take a 10% pure profit. As for the price, 3 credits. This was several times higher than the market price for the Golden Gun Invincible Pill, but the effects were there. Good wine needs no bush. In the future, it seems many people will suffer greatly. After that, Fang Chen began a life of training and resting, a simple 2-point routine. As for studying, what a joke! Of course, that was impossible. The cultural course content was all handled by Lin Qin. Fang Chen didn't even need to go to the teaching building. He spent every day at Lin Qin's villa, almost living there. His teacher was truly comprehensive, especially in theory. 26 days until the monthly exam. Fang Chen broke through to the high-level first stage, which made Lin Qin extremely happy. On the same day, Lin Qin was allowed to leave the school, going on a big shopping spree, buying a bunch of food and clothes. She was as happy as a little girl. 20 days until the monthly exam. The indestructible pill was released. From then on, it became uncontrollable. 18 days until the monthly exam. The indestructible pill exploded in popularity, and the stock was sold out. At Wen Zhishang's small shop, positive reviews kept pouring in. "Bro, no, you are my real dad. Hurry up and produce more, I can't wait. Just one, without it I feel terrible all over. You are truly a reincarnated divine doctor. Why is there nothing for girls? Hiss, if guys use it, doesn't that mean you can use it too?" 16 days until the monthly exam. The indestructible pill was being sold for 10 credits each. Most of it was planned to be released by Fang Chen and Wen Zhishang. That night, Fang Chen returned to the dormitory and found that Lu Feng had bought 2. Upon learning they were his pills, he immediately called him foster father, just to get another one. 11 days until the monthly exam. There were already people on campus helping those outside to purchase the pills. On the same day, when Zhishang posted a recruitment ad, as production capacity was simply unable to keep up. 10 days until the monthly exam. The indestructible pill appeared on Fang Yu's desk. At that moment, a group of teachers from the pharmacy college also arrived at her office. Fang Yu placed the indestructible pill in the center of the table for everyone. "You've all seen this pill, right?" Everyone nodded. "I've seen it. To combine a first-stage indestructible pill with such effects is truly surprising. I even think it has reached the second-stage level. This freshman Wen Zhishang is a genius. Dean, should we focus on nurturing him?" Fang Yu shook her head. "I've sent someone to find out. Wen Zhishang is just the producer, providing the formula, and the one teaching him how to make it is someone else. Could it be some genius within the college?" Someone asked. "You would never guess." Fang Yu chuckled lightly. "It's Fang Chen." "Fang Chen? He can refine medicine?" The teachers from the pharmacy department exchanged glances, unable to believe it. "I was initially just like you, somewhat skeptical," Fang Yu said softly, "so I had someone inquire in detail from Wen Zhishang, and according to him, the samples Fang Chen initially gave him had even stronger effects than this one we are looking at." Several teachers gasped. "Stronger than this pill? Does that mean he has already reached the level of a second-stage pharmacist?" In the entire freshman class, there are only 4 second-stage pharmacists, and they are all from prominent families. "Does that mean?" Although this teacher didn't finish his sentence, all the teachers present understood his meaning. Family members can reach the second-stage pharmacist level thanks to family resources, but they had all seen Fang Chen's information. His family background in high school was not very good, and both his parents had even passed away. In such circumstances, Fang Chen had actually reached the level of a second-stage pharmacist on his own. This kind of comprehension was simply against the odds. Incredible, truly incredible. Not only is his combat power the highest, but his talent in pharmacology is also so strong. "I've never seen such a genius." This teacher couldn't help but say, "Dean, aren't you tempted by such a genius?" The other teachers nodded in agreement. "That's right, although Lin Qin is powerful, she is not proficient in pharmacology. You could take Fang Chen as your disciple." Fang Yu sighed lightly and shook her head. "This matter is not as simple as you think. Do you remember the latest qi-gathering pill that Lu Qinghai released in August?" A few people nodded instinctively. "Yes, you and Master Lu are friends, and you specifically brought me and old Lu to his press conference." Right, afterwards we even specially studied the chi-gathering pill he released. Its potency is double that of the previous chi-gathering pill, and it has no side effects, which shocked all of us. I remember Master Lu said at the press conference that this was a prescription given to him by a friend. Dean, are you bringing this up now because the friend Master Lu mentioned is Fong Chen? As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned again. Indeed, the situation with the chi-gathering pill is very similar to that of the indestructible pill. Both are low-tier pills with significantly enhanced effects. It turns out to be done by a freshman. And this freshman is not even from the pharmacy academy. This left everyone feeling bewildered. Now you understand my troubles, right? Fong Yu sighed again. I specifically contacted Lu Qinghai about this yesterday. He told me that in order to keep Fong Chen, he even pushed his own granddaughter out, but even then, he was unsuccessful. Although old Lu's rank is not as high as mine, his experience in alchemy is not much worse than mine. If he couldn't succeed, my chances won't be too great either. Based on this, I suspect that Fong Chen may have found a teacher or received the inheritance of some powerful alchemist. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded instinctively. If it weren't for this, it would be hard to explain how Fong Chen had grown in alchemy. They couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. Even Qinglan Pharmaceuticals couldn't keep Fong Chen. How formidable must the opportunities he received be? However, Fong Yu changed her tone. Although the hope of taking Fong Chen as a disciple is slim, I will mention it to Lin Qin. If Fong Chen has any confusion in alchemy, he can come to me. His growth will also benefit the pharmacy academy. Perhaps in the future, we will need his help. After saying this, she looked around at everyone and remember, Fong Chen has not made it known that he can refine medicine, so we shouldn't spread it either. That afternoon, Fong Chen learned of Fong Yu's words from Lin Qin. He agreed. 5 days until the monthly exam. Fong Chen's blazing flame melting body technique reached the 4th level, and burning obliteration blade record reached the 3rd level. The former was still being honed with the falling heart flame. The latter's progress was slow, and he vaguely hit a bottleneck, making it difficult to advance. 4 days until the monthly exam. When Zhishang's small shop released a new potion, Clear Skin Elixir. This was the second prescription Fong Chen gave him after when Zhishang expanded the production line 6 days ago. It was still the familiar formula and familiar taste. A low-tier first-grade potion, but its efficacy was double that of the previous one. Not only could it remove scars, but it also had beautifying effects, which led to a frenzy among female warriors. At the same time, it received countless curses from male warriors. What are you making this for? My indestructible pill is still here, and my girlfriend has been urging me for days. When will you repay the pills you owe me? Everyone, step aside. I want to buy a few more for my boyfriend. Bro, give me another one. I'm about to collapse. I beg you, bro. I feel like ants are crawling on me. That night, Lu Feng knocked on Fong Chen's door. Yue Hong is here to seek medicine. Yue Hong is here to seek medicine. 3 days until the monthly exam. The Clear Skin Elixir exploded in popularity, and the few remaining stocks were snatched up, which shocked Wen Zhishang, who called Fong Chen to share the good news. Fong Chen remained calm about it. He knew that women's purchasing power was not limited to this. He then asked Wen Zhishang to release the stock that had been saved in advance. Hike up the price a bit. 1 day until the monthly exam. That night, Fong Chen finished a day of training and just returned to the dormitory when he saw Lu Feng looking utterly disheartened. What happened? Don't mention it. Lu Feng, tomorrow, the official match schedule for the 1st and 2nd year students has been released. My opponent is Lu Kai, ranked 20th overall in the 2nd year. I'm afraid I won't even last 5 moves. Fong Chen, the match schedule is out? He sat on the sofa and opened his phone. From the forum, he saw the matchups for the upcoming challenge between new and old students. The first row that caught his eye was him. Fong Chen versus Yan Hong. Fong Chen elbowed Lu Feng. Yan Hong, who is that? Lu Feng looked a bit surprised. Yan Hong is ranked 4th in the 2nd year leaderboard. You didn't know that? Fong Chen shook his head. I haven't paid attention to the 2nd year rankings. Recently, he had been focused on training, with no time to keep up with 2nd year matters. Most of the 2nd year students we usually see are those who haven't been taken as apprentices by mentors, and the top 20 or 30 are either in closed-door training or out on missions, making it hard to meet them. Lu Feng said, if it weren't for this competition, they probably wouldn't even show their faces. You only know how to train all day, so it's not surprising you don't know. Speaking of which, Yan Hong is actually my senior brother. No wonder he hadn't seen many strong 2nd year martial artists at the freshman conference. Fong Chen found the overall leaderboard for the 2nd year on the forum and clicked in. 1st, Song Huan. 2nd, Yuning Tian. 3rd, Lei Xia. 4th, Yan Hong. 5th, Feng Yeye. 6th, Wan Fei. 7th, He Yuelin. 8th, Guan Ning. 16th, Chu Yan. Guan Ning is only 8th? Fang Chen was astonished but quickly thought of the reason. The ranking matches were all during the day, and her Phantom Skyfox is of the shadow type, losing its advantage in appearance, naturally ranking lower. If it were cloudy or nighttime, her combat power would double. As for how Chu Yan ended up 16th, he had no idea. Among the names in the top 30, apart from the two girls, he hadn't heard of anyone else. As Lu Feng said, they were either training or on missions. Guan Ning and Chu Yan were good examples. They had been out for almost a month and still hadn't returned. Among the top 30 on the list, apart from the top 3 and a few like Guan Ning, 12 participated in this competition. Fang Chen couldn't help but smirk. Tomorrow, I'll finally witness the top combat power of the students at Modu Martial University. Today, it was for the ranking challenge. Whether first or second year martial artists, they could challenge students ranked higher than themselves. Today was also a challenge match between first and second year students. The two competitions were combined. To accommodate the event, all 4 arenas of Modu Martial University were activated, with each arena divided into 8 sections to facilitate student challenges. Among them, the most anticipated was the match between Fang Chen and Yan Hong. Arena 1. The combatants hadn't arrived yet, but the audience area was already filled with thousands of first and second year students, including teachers from various schools. Everyone wanted to see what the battle between the first of the first years and the fourth of the second years would be like. Yan Hong is a mid-level second stage, while Fang Chen is only a mid-level first stage. How long can he hold out? Hey, what does mid-level second stage even mean? Have you forgotten Fang Chen's explosion at the freshman competition? That explosion was indeed impressive, but it also has its drawbacks. The skill has a long wind-up. Do you think Yan Hong won't have a counter-strategy? Exactly, Yan Hong is a student of Dean Xiao. He won't just watch him lose. If they can prevent Fang Chen's explosion from happening, Yan Hong will definitely win. At this moment, Long Yi and Xiao Jun descended from the air, landing on the podium. Several mentors were already on the podium. They also wanted to see the outcome of the battle between Fang Chen and Yan Hong. Soon, amidst the murmurs, the combatants began to enter one after another. The most eye-catching was Fang Chen. Of course, it wasn't just because of his excellence attracting everyone's attention, but because Lin Qin was following closely beside him. Due to her suppressed talent, most of her power was difficult to use, so she walked in with Fang Chen. The handsome men and beautiful women truly caught the eye. Why? Why don't I have a gentle mentor? Is that what you want, a mentor? The heart of a thief, plain as day. Brother Chen's life, my dream. Below the arena, Lin Qin raised her small fists to cheer for Fang Chen. Go for it. Then, she stepped onto the podium, pausing midway to cheer for Fang Chen again. This scene, even for Fang Chen who had been with her for almost a month, nearly melted his heart. A gentleness mixed with a youthfulness and cuteness that didn't belong to her age. Teacher, it's not right to keep fanning the flames like this. After that, he stepped onto his own small arena, waiting for Yan Hong. One by one, figures began to appear on the other arenas. Before long, the audience in the front row erupted in voices again. Here he comes, Yan Hong is here. Haven't seen him in months, feels like his aura is even stronger. That build, as robust as ever. Following the sound, Fang Chen looked over and saw a male warrior over 2 meters tall stepping onto the arena. His body was like an iron tower, with muscular lines strong and powerful, as if sculpted from solid rock. On the arena, every step he took was heavy and forceful, resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of the spectators. On his arms, muscles coiled like dragons and snakes, hinting at explosive power. With his movements, the veins beneath his skin seemed to echo the rhythm of the arena, pulsing steadily. Yan Hong. He stopped and loudly called out his name to Fang Chen. Fang Chen. Fang Chen responded loudly. The two exchanged glances without much conversation. They waited for everyone on the arena to gather before a command was given. Lin Qin, Fang Chen is likely to lose today. On the podium, Xiao Jun looked at the two on the arena and expressed his opinion on the outcome. Not necessarily. Although according to seniority and age, Lin Qin should call Xiao Jun uncle, Fang Chen was her disciple, and she couldn't lose her momentum first. Xiao Jun chuckled lightly. I know Fang Chen's self-created move is strong, but Yan Hong has already thought of a countermeasure. Fang Chen. Wait, this aura. Xiao Jun suddenly sensed something was off with Fang Chen. He's already at the first tier advanced level? As a 6th tier master, low-level warriors couldn't hide their levels from his eyes. As soon as he said this, the other mentors immediately sensed it as well, all showing expressions of surprise. That's right, he's at the 1st tier advanced level. Looking at the strength of this aura, he's been at the 1st tier advanced level for almost a month. Calculating the time, it was just a few days after the semester started. This speed of advancement has already broken our school's record. In the path of martial artists, every tier, every level is extremely difficult. Some spend their entire lives without stepping out of the first tier. They are well aware of the hardships involved. Yet Fang Chen's speed has broken the record of Magic City Martial University, even ahead of schedule by 3 months. And the holder of this broken record is none other than Lin Qin. Xiao Jun smiled wryly and looked at Lin Qin. Your record being broken by your disciple, you must feel quite proud. Lin Qin replied, it's fine. But the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Even if Fang Chen has reached the first tier advanced level, he is still 2 levels below Yan Hong. Xiao Jun regained his calm. Yan Hong also has his trump cards. It won't take long to deal with Fang Chen. Lin Qin chuckled lightly. Then let's wait and see. Soon, all the warriors on the 8 arenas gathered. One by one, they began to release their auras, adjusting their states to the best, striving to gain the upper hand the moment the match began. Fang Chen was no exception. Although he had slain a second-tier intermediate beast, that was merely a mindless creature. Yan Hong possessed S-level talent, Earth Heart. With the addition of S-level martial skills, winning this match would certainly be quite difficult. As for Patrick Star, he knew that the opponent would not let him use his skills easily, so he had to be well prepared. It would be foolish to wait until the opponent attacked before making a move. As his aura began to reveal itself, the audience was taken aback. Wow, high-level first stage. Wasn't he just a mid-level first stage a month ago? How did he improve so fast? Damn, he really can't be viewed with ordinary standards. What face do I, a low-level second stage senior, have now? Many seniors felt like crying, but some shouted, so what if he's high-level first stage? The future belongs to him, but right now, he's still Yan Hong. Amidst these voices, Yan Hong on the stage did not appear as casual as others thought. He also revealed his aura, a mid-level second stage momentum sweeping across the entire arena. Although he did not speak, his actions conveyed to Fang Chen that he took this match seriously. Now this is interesting, Fang Chen smirked, his eyes filled with anticipation. After a month, he could finally have a satisfying fight. Just then, a mentor's voice rang out, all martial artists, get ready. Match starts in 3, 2, 1. As the voice fell, Yan Hong instantly vanished from his spot, appearing in front of Fang Chen in the blink of an eye, each hand gripping a giant axe, swinging down simultaneously. A tearing sound filled the air, and Fang Chen's heart tightened. He instinctively sidestepped, the axe blade grazing past his ear, creating a gust of cold wind. Indeed, it's all about speed, Fang Chen thought in shock. S-level ability, Earth Core. As long as the ability user stands on the ground, they can continuously absorb energy from below, enhancing their physical constitution and replenishing their stamina. This was also the reason for Yan Hong's robust physique. This ability not only has great lethality but is also very resilient. Even if one cannot win, they can exhaust their opponent. However, there is a clear drawback. After becoming so robust, speed decreases. Yet Yan Hong's speed was exceptionally fast, likely due to training in speed-type martial skills. But Yan Hong gave him no chance to breathe, the dual axe strikes falling like raindrops, forcing Fang Chen to dodge continuously. In this challenge match, to fully showcase the teaching results, the use of any equipment other than weapons was prohibited. Even weapons had to be of the same level. Without a speed advantage, he had to rely on attacks to force Yan Hong to slow down. Fang Chen tightened his grip on the battle knife Burning Cloud, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, and suddenly swung it out, the knife's momentum like a rainbow, directly cleaving towards Yan Hong. Burning Annihilation Knife Record, 3rd level. The blade light sliced through the air, carrying a flame like that of burning heaven. At the same time, 2 types of took shape, transforming into a lava giant python and towering ocean waves, all sweeping towards Yan Hong. With 3 sides attacking, Yan Hong had nowhere to hide and could only let the attacks hit him. Instantly, a cloud of dust rose on the stage. Seeing this, Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Damn, it's actually kicking up smoke. Sure enough, the next moment, Yan Hong flew out from the smoke, his combat suit only slightly damaged, his robust body radiating a deep yellow glow, like a towering mountain, imposing and magnificent. A layer of deep yellow glow on the surface. This is the 4th level of S-level Chasing Sun Rock Body. Someone in the audience immediately recognized the body-refining martial skill Yan Hong displayed, exclaiming in shock. 4th level? I've only refined to the 2nd level, impressive. Chasing Sun Rock Body 4th level, the physical strength is close to B-level alloy. Even with the support of 2 types of flames, Fang Chen is probably powerless. Unless Fang Chen also has body-refining methods that can match Yan Hong's strength. What are you thinking? Do you think body-refining martial skills are cabbages that you can just practice and achieve? At this moment, everyone subconsciously felt that the battle was about to end. This kid Yen Hong is honest, doesn't like to talk, and is extremely diligent in his training. The Chasing Sun Rock technique was the first martial skill I taught him after accepting him as my disciple. Until last month, he finally reached the 4th level, completely outpacing the other students practicing this technique. On the podium, Xiao Jun looked at Yen Hong's strength and nodded with satisfaction. Once this technique is unleashed, Yen Hong's defense will be maximized. Fang Chen is likely to suffer a bit. At this moment, Yen Hong had maximized his defense and speed, combined with his intermediate second-tier strength and innate endurance. He could be said to be a hexagonal warrior. Even the disadvantage in speed had been smoothed out, indicating that Xiao Jun had put a lot of thought into this disciple. However, Lin Xin was not worried at all. She calmly said, "It's a bit early to say this now. Empty shattering axe, shatter the waves." On the arena, Yen Hong rushed out from the dust without hesitation, charging towards Fang Chen again. His dual axes glinted with cold light under the sun, carrying immense power, as if he intended to split everything blocking his path in half. Fang Chen made no unnecessary movements, gripping his battle knife Burning Cloud to meet the attack. Boom! The axe and long knife collided instantly, sparking a dazzling display of fire, and the air was stirred into a gust. However, Yen Hong's immense strength quickly pressed down on Burning Cloud, the back of the knife emitting a piercing metallic grinding sound. Why did he have to shout the name of the technique? It felt so awkward. At that moment, blood-red flame patterns suddenly appeared on Fang Chen's body, like fiery serpents slithering across his skin. As these flame patterns emerged, a wave of scorching flames began to rise around him, filling the air with a suffocating heat, as if even space was distorting from it. This is... Yen Hong's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately recognized that Fang Chen was using a body-refining martial skill, with strength on par with his own. Even the power behind it had increased, and the battle knife that had been pressed down was now slowly rising. Then, Fang Chen suddenly swung, and the two instantly separated. Although Yen Hong was astonished, he quickly forced himself to calm down. He charged forward again. If he allowed Fang Chen to condense that terrifying strike, he would surely lose. Seeing this, Fang Chen immediately met him head-on. Now that the blazing flame body refining technique had been revealed, it was a matter of who could hold on until the end. The 4th level of the blazing flame body refining technique. The moment the flame patterns appeared all over Fang Chen's body, Xiao Jun and the other teachers on the podium were immediately shocked. Even the usually calm Long Yi was momentarily taken aback. The blood-red patterns are the mark of the 4th level of the blazing flame body refining technique, no doubt about it. The blazing flame body refining technique is a unique body refining martial skill of our school. He could only obtain it after coming to the school. In other words, he has cultivated an S-level body refining martial skill to the 4th level in just 1 month. This is impossible. The teachers expressed their disbelief. Xiao Jun's eyes widened, his smile frozen, as if his whole body had been frozen. He even thought he was seeing things, but the reality on the arena was right before his eyes. Fang Chen had stepped into the 4th level of the blazing flame body refining technique. What had taken Yen Hong about a year to accomplish, Fang Chen had done in just 1 month. Although both the Chasing Sun Rock technique and the blazing flame body refining technique were S-level martial skills, the difficulty of cultivation was higher for the latter. The higher the level of the refining flames, the more perfect the refining effect. Therefore, Fang Chen's physique at this moment was even above Yen Hong's. Realizing this, Xiao Jun let out a bitter smile. He found himself falling into a misunderstanding. Whether it was the explosion during the freshman competition or everything happening now, it all told him that he could not view Fang Chen with ordinary eyes. He looked at Lin Xin. "I wondered why you seemed so calm. It turns out you already had a sense of it." Lin Xin chuckled lightly. "I was even more shocked than you." She revealed that Fang Chen's fallen heart flame could refine the body. Fang Chen had said there was no need for secrecy, so she didn't hold back. As she finished her story, not only were Xiao Jun and the other teachers stunned, but even Long Yi was taken aback. To be able to refine one's body at any time, this flame has such incredible abilities. This must rank among the top 3 in SS level talents. No wonder the data before the martial arts exam showed he reached the 1st level in just a month. It turns out this is the reason. Long Yi regained his previous calmness. Such a miraculous flame is truly rare in the world. No wonder it can suppress the Taiyin void fire. This statement seemed directed at everyone, but also felt like it was meant for Lin Xin alone. Xiao Jun laughed heartily. "Our Magic City Martial University has struck gold this time, but..." He shifted his tone. "Winning against Yen Hong won't be easy." Meanwhile, on the arena, Fang Chen and Yen Hong were locked in a prolonged battle. Yen Hong had advantages in level and speed, while Fang Chen was empowered by 2 types of the blazing flame melting body technique. Although Yen Hong could continuously absorb energy from the ground, Fang Chen's falling heart flame was no slouch either. For a time, the two were at a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand. The audience gradually came to their senses from the incredibly exciting battle. Fong Chen's flame patterns, could they be the fourth level of the blazing flame melting body technique? As much as I don't want to admit it, that's the truth. Reaching the fourth level in a month, next to you, if you hit me, I must be dreaming. Amidst the murmurs, the battle between Fong Chen and Yen Hong gradually approached its conclusion. On the arena, the two continued their relentless fighting. Even after employing body-refining martial techniques, they both sustained injuries, with small wounds appearing on their bodies. But that was nothing compared to the internal injuries. Especially for Yen Hong, whose chasing sun rock body was already weaker than Fong Chen's blazing flame melting body technique. Coupled with Fong Chen's two flames attacking him, even though he could continuously absorb energy from the ground and had abundant stamina, the pain in his body slowed him down, making counterattacks increasingly difficult. Ultimately, after blocking a strike from Fong Chen, he quickly distanced himself. I concede, he shouted. Fong Chen, who was in the midst of attacking, immediately withdrew his offensive. This shout was heard by all the spectators. Yen Hong actually conceded? I noticed earlier, facing Fong Chen's onslaught, his speed had already slowed down, and his counterattacks were starting to lack strength. Fong Chen actually defeated the second-year fourth. Bro, get used to it, he is Fong Chen. On the arena, Yen Hong retracted his giant axe, smiling helplessly. If we continued, I would either be overwhelmed or blown up by your move. Since I am outmatched, it's better to concede early. His tone was sincere and extremely carefree. Fong Chen also put away the burning cloud into his spatial ring. You're too polite. Yen Hong nodded, then turned to Xiao Jun on the podium. Teacher, I lost. Xiao Jun sighed. You did your best, there's no need to worry too much. Yen Hong responded with a mm. Approaching was the voice of a mentor. Fong Chen versus Yen Hong, Fong Chen wins. As this announcement rang out, the audience began to leave. Their purpose for coming was to watch the battle between Fong Chen and Yen Hong. They didn't care about anyone else. Among them, some couldn't help but sigh as they walked away. As a second year, comparing myself to Fong Chen makes me feel like a freshman. Same here. Being able to defeat Yen Hong means he can at least tie with the three from Tsun Huan. So terrifying. Thankfully, I'll be going for an internship next year. On the arena, Yen Hong walked up to Fong Chen and smiled. Let's have a rematch when the opportunity arises. No problem. The two walked off the arena together. At that moment, dozens of second-year martial artists rushed down from the audience seats towards Fong Chen and the others. Your supporters are coming. Yen Hong patted Fong Chen's shoulder, smiled, and left a sentence before walking away. Before Fong Chen could figure out what was going on, dozens of people surrounded him tightly, with Wei Yi among them. Fong Chen, I am the vice president of the Greystone Society. We met at the school gate on the first day of school. If you join our Greystone Society, you will be the vice president. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen finally understood that the society was trying to recruit him. Seeing Wei Yi say such a thing, the other society members couldn't sit still. Fong Chen, I am the vice president of the Star Emperor Society. Our society is stronger than the Greystone Society. If you join, you will also be the vice president, and when the president graduates in the third year, you will be the next president. Fong Chen, I am from the Four Spirits Society. If you join, not only will you be the vice president, but we will also give you an A-level cultivation resource. Four spirits? Where's your mother? The crowd erupted into chaos. There was no way around it. Fong Chen's talent was simply too strong, and now he had defeated Yen Hong. Whichever society he joined would see a significant boost in strength and be able to compete for more resources. This made the passers-by around them incredibly envious. They had to go through assessments to join a society, but for Fong Chen, it was like a free gift. However, Fong Chen was not interested in any of this. He didn't lack cultivation resources. In fact, Lin Xin often found ways to help him replenish them. With his current strength, it would be better to start his own society than to join one. Sorry, I don't plan to join any society. After saying this, he pushed through the crowd and walked out. Lin Xin had already come down from the podium and was waiting for him at the entrance. When she saw Fong Chen approaching, she hurriedly tugged at his sleeve. Let's go, hurry back. Fong Chen was taken aback. Why the rush? You have a wound. We need to go back and apply medicine. Sister Qin, the wound has already stopped bleeding. This scene made the society members completely give up on recruiting Fong Chen, a meticulous 7th level mentor, rated SS. For such a talent, giving him a vice president position was simply wasting his potential. Unless it was the president's position, but the president hadn't stepped down yet. Meanwhile, in the second competition arena, Cheng Hongyi lost to the 28th place of the sophomore leaderboard after half an hour of fierce battle. In this fight, he had used all the martial arts techniques taught by Long Yi, truly showing all his cards. Fighting until his last breath, he ultimately fell short. Of course, this was just his own thought. There was no actual shortcoming, but his strength had indeed put considerable pressure on the opponent. Being able to compete with the older students to this extent had garnered quite a bit of discussion. This kid, no wonder he's the half-disciple of the vice principal, he managed to last half an hour. His strength is almost catching up to mine. Hurry back to Cultivate, if you don't step up your game, these freshmen will catch up to you. Brother E is amazing, I couldn't even take 3 moves. Chang Hongyi stood on the stage, enjoying the voices of the crowd, his lips curling up, as if he were the protagonist of this world. But suddenly, the direction of the crowd's discussion changed. Damn, the first arena sent a message that Fong Chen defeated Yen Hong. I got the news too. He also said Fong Chen's blazing flame melting body technique has reached the 4th level. What the hell, is he the old student or am I the old student? This is too abnormal. Chang Hongyi's smile instantly faded, wanting to cry without tears. Fong Chen, can't you let me enjoy it a little longer? Under Lin Qin's insistence, Fong Chen still applied the medicine. Afterwards, to celebrate the victory in the challenge match, Lin Qin excitedly bought many things to celebrate with Fong Chen. Her face was beaming with a radiant smile, as if the whole world was under her control. Cheers! She raised her glass excitedly like a little girl, her eyes sparkling. Fong Chen smiled slightly, clinking his glass with hers, the crisp sound echoing in the air. The liquid shimmering in the glass looked particularly tempting under the lights, as if foreshadowing the revelry of the night. As time passed, the delicacies on the table were gradually consumed, and the wineglasses were continuously filled. Lin Qin's laughter echoed in the night sky, occasionally sharing her thoughts on the competition with Fong Chen. Her words became increasingly excited, her eyes sparkling with intoxication, as if the entire world transformed into a colorful spectacle through her joyous laughter. Gradually, she became drunk. With her innate abilities and most of her power suppressed, she ultimately could not resist the allure of alcohol. At 9:56, Fong Chen, bolstered by 2 types of, remained relatively sober. Meanwhile, Lin Qin was completely intoxicated, sprawled elegantly on the sofa, her cheeks slightly flushed, appearing particularly charming. Her long legs were crossed, their graceful curves captivating under the soft light. Her fair, delicate feet dangled off the edge of the sofa, resembling a blooming petal, inadvertently exuding a hint of allure. The white short sleeves of her top rolled up slightly under a gentle breeze, revealing her smooth, pale belly, flat and delicate. Fong Chen couldn't help but glance, then look again, and again, finally forcing himself to divert his gaze. The intoxication made Lin Qin's movements slow and languid. She occasionally turned over gently, sighed softly, and at times, her fingers unconsciously caressed her belly. In the end, she couldn't overcome herself. Fong Chen quietly watched from the side, unable to suppress a smirk. His teacher had been completely unguarded, revealing her truest self. He gently picked up a blanket, intending to cover Lin Qin. Of course, his concern for her feeling cold was one reason, the other was his worry about feeling hot himself. As he carefully draped the blanket over her, preparing to step back, Lin Qin's previously closed eyes suddenly opened, her gaze shimmering with a dreamy light, a slight smile gracing her lips, revealing a charming grin. Thank you, good disciple. Her sultry voice was like a gentle breeze, brushing past Fong Chen's ear, instantly sobering him. He was all too familiar with that voice. In an instant, Fong Chen's heart raced with alarm, sensing the unusualness hidden in Lin Qin's soft gaze. He quickly retreated, increasing the distance between them. At that moment, his heart pounded like thunder, a sense of alertness seizing his thoughts. The Lin Qin before him, still intoxicated, yet exuding a hint of cunning clarity, her alluring smile seemed to silently provoke him. This was Lin Qin No. 2. How did she come out? Fong Chen had no time to think too much, preparing to turn and flee, but unexpectedly, Lin Qin No. 2's voice was like an invisible rope, tightly binding him. What, do you want to run away? Her tone carried a hint of mockery. Fong Chen immediately froze. As a 7th-tier grandmaster, even with most of her power suppressed, she was not someone he could contend with. Sister Qin, long time no see. Fong Chen could only adjust his approach, awkwardly greeting her while contemplating a way to escape. Lin Qin No. 2 smiled seductively, lazily sitting up from the sofa, her fair feet lightly touching the floor as she stood, stretching her body. Her movements were like an elegant cat, exuding endless allure. This made Fong Chen's heart race, countless warnings flooding his mind as he hurriedly averted his gaze from her. This woman was trying to seduce him, but he dared not respond aggressively. It could end badly. For his head. Seeing this, Lin Qin No. 2 curled her lips into a smile. You little brat, how can you still say that? It's all because of you that I haven't been able to go out for a month. It's been torturous. Her voice was soft yet carried a hint of dissatisfaction, making Fong Chen's heart race. Locked away for a month, could this be revenge against him? His body remained on high alert. Of course, it wasn't about confronting Lin Xin, it was about escaping. No joke. He wasn't tired of living yet to take on a grandmaster. Lin Xin seemed to understand what he was thinking, letting out a light laugh as she sat back down on the sofa, her long, fair legs crossed elegantly. She picked up the wine glass on the table and took a delicate sip. Don't worry, I'm just out here to get some fresh air for a moment. I don't have complete control over my body. And besides, I have no intention of making a move against you. You're the one who's sick. Fong Chen maintained his composure, forcing a smile. Sister Qin, since you finally come out, I won't disturb you. How about I just... As he spoke, he pointed towards the door. Leave? Lin Qin's lips curled slightly. I specifically came out to find you. Why would I want you to leave? Find me? Fong Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Qin nodded gently. I really can't stand her indecisive nature. She has been dragging on about one thing for a whole month without saying a word. Do you know that even if you suppress the tie-in at a certain time, it will still erupt uncontrollably? When that time comes, it won't just be me, she will also return to the small island and will go through an extremely painful period. Fong Chen frowned, half believing Lin Qin's words. But before he could ask, Lin Qin continued, actually, there is a way to completely cure the backlash of tie-in. She knew this method 10 years ago. Do you know what it is? I don't know. Fong Chen shook his head. She swirled the wine glass, her beautiful eyes like autumn waters, taking a delicate sip, leaving a faint red lip print on the glass. It's dual cultivation. Boom! Those two words exploded in Fong Chen's ears like thunder. His mind was filled with the words what the hell, and he felt utterly confused. Seeing his dazed expression, Lin Xin smiled triumphantly, adding fuel to the fire. This dual cultivation has two prerequisites. First, you must have a fire affinity talent. Second, you must be able to suppress the tie-in. With these two conditions met, you can combine it with medicinal pills for a complete cure. Originally, according to Long Yi's plan, he wanted her to train you for a decade or two, waiting for you to reach the 6th or 7th rank, and by then, your feelings would naturally develop, making it less awkward to discuss. But who would have thought you would so quickly succeed in suppressing the tie-in, shortening the decade or two into mere months, leaving her at a loss? She has been hesitating for a month, not knowing how to start. This made Fong Chen's expression shift from shock to complexity. He met both conditions. At the same time, he couldn't help but recall Lin Qin's care for him. And those first few days after arriving at the villa, when Lin Xin would occasionally blush and call out to him as she left at night. That hesitant look, which he hadn't paid much attention to at the time, now replayed in his mind. It seemed to validate Lin Xin's words. He admitted he wasn't a good person, often craving Sister Qin's body, but that was just a thought. A 7th-rank grandmaster? With his current strength, he didn't have the guts to provoke her. If it really came to that, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? In an instant, the figures of Guan Ning and the others faded away in his mind. He forcibly stopped himself halfway. Why should I trust you? He calmed down. If what you say is true, aren't you afraid of disappearing? At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. If what Lin Xin said was true, then everything from his apprenticeship until now had been prearranged. It wasn't that he had ill intentions towards Lin Xin, but rather that Lin Xin needed his body. A complete reversal. It seems she really hasn't told you anything. Lin Xin's eyes shimmered like the surface of water, reflecting the light. Whether it's me or the others, we all belong to her, to Lin Xin, it's just that the tie-in has magnified it. She pressed her lips together, shifting her crossed legs, revealing a large expanse of beauty. She did it on purpose. Fong Chen could only glare at this bad atmosphere, not daring to speak. In ordinary days, she can't suppress all her personalities, she can only let one out, and that is me. Compared to the others, my emotions are more stable and easier to communicate with. The reason I assisted and told you these things is very simple. She pressed her red lips together, gazing affectionately at Fong Chen, and said word by word, to have you is also what I want. Hiss. After all this time, this is your goal. You also desire my body. Fong Chen, with just this, I don't believe you. Whether it's true or false, you might as well ask her. Lin Xin no. Tu put down the wine glass in her hand, placed her long legs back on the sofa, and her fingers traced over her fair skin. Is it beautiful? Since the other party was so frank, Fong Chen didn't hold back. Beautiful. If it's beautiful, then work hard, it won't be long before this is yours. By then, when we meet again, the place probably won't be in the living room. After raising an eyebrow at Fong Chen, she fell into a drowsy sleep. Not even half a minute later, Lin Xin, who had just lain down, slowly opened her eyes and drunkenly crawled up from the sofa. Rubbing her fair, delicate face, she looked at Fong Chen in a daze. How long have I slept? About 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Lin Xin yawned. In such a short time, I actually had a dream, dreaming of talking to you, but I don't know what we talked about. Fong Chen, that's right. You were just talking to me. Lin Xin instantly sobered up. Drunkenness caused my main consciousness to fall into a coma. I didn't expect the other personalities to take advantage of the situation. I won't drink again in the future. Fortunately, it only appeared for a moment, otherwise it would have been a big deal. Hearing Fong Chen's account, Lin Xin felt a wave of fear, her eyes flashing with terror and unease. Sister Qin, it's getting late. You should rest quickly. I'm going back to sleep too, Fong Chen said beside her. He only recounted the matter of Lin Xin no. 2 occupying her body, but did not mention the dual cultivation matter, instead replacing it with an invitation to drink a bit more together. As for that matter, he had not discerned the truth from the falsehood, so he couldn't rashly speak out. Moreover, he was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others' misfortunes. Lu Feng had taught him that being too anxious could backfire. If what Lin Xin no. 2 said was true, he just needed to wait a while longer to know the answer, no need to rush. Most importantly, Guan Ning and the other girls were not yet stable. If such a huge entity appeared, it would surely scare them away. It's better to be cautious. Then take it slow on the way, Lin Xin reminded. Fong Chen responded with an and walked out of the villa. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already around 10:30. Lu Feng was still not in the dormitory. This guy had become increasingly reckless since getting the indestructible pill. He was rarely in the dormitory. If it weren't for him as a roommate, Lu Feng's bed would probably have become a check-in spot. After washing up, he lay on his familiar bed and began to browse his phone. As usual, he first checked the forum, and just opened it when he saw a piece of good news released by the official account. The Forbidden God Society has been arrested. The post stated that after a month of action, 103 members of the Forbidden God Society had been captured, with only 11 casualties. These 11 were students from several institutions, and none were students from Magic City University. At the same time, the official account had added 20 more to the previous number. The previous task acceptance number was 15. And this time it increased by more than half, presumably because they obtained certain information from those 103 people, requiring a large number of personnel. As for the task rewards, there was no change. Arresting members of the Forbidden God Society, first tier low level, 100 credits. First tier intermediate, 200 credits. First tier high level, 500 credits. Second tier low level, 1000 credits. Second tier intermediate, 3000 credits. Second tier high level, 8000 credits. Third tier low level, 15,000 credits. If you encounter life-threatening danger, you may kill on the spot. This task is still only open to second-year warriors. Afterwards, Fong Chen noticed that Ding still hadn't updated, so he opened his homepage to check his credits. Name, Fong Chen. Age, 18. War Academy, Class 6. Credits, 33487. After more than half a month of production under Wen Zhishan, Fong Chen received over 9,000 credits. This amount of credits could be said to be outstanding among all first-year students. But in his eyes, it was still not enough. Although the Magic City Martial University covers a vast area, buying a piece of land requires 60,000 credits. He was still nearly halfway from this goal. Relying solely on buying medicine is not enough. He frowned slightly. It seems I need to take on some tasks, which will also help me hone the Burning Annihilation Blade record. Almost half of the first-year students in the Pharmacy Academy had joined Wen Zhishan's pharmaceutical team, and the speed was already maxed out. The credits he could earn each month were around 10,000. He couldn't rely on this to gather enough credits, it was too time-consuming. His purpose for buying land was not for anything else, but to earn credits. Of course, this method of earning was much more violent compared to selling medicine. What he intended to do was the Burning Sky Refining Chi Tower. It is well known that the fallen heart flame can not only help the host enhance their strength but also accelerate the cultivation of others through the scorching heart fire. Such a bug-level thing would definitely cause a sensation. What he needed to do was to secure a piece of land and renovate it. This was his second step in earning credits. This was also the reason he no longer hid the ability of the fallen heart flame. It wouldn't be long before everyone in the school would know. What he needed to do next was to gather credits quickly and reach that 60,000. After that, he browsed for another 10 minutes or so before turning off his phone and going to sleep. The moonlight outside the window spilled onto his face through the curtains, bringing a slight cool touch. He closed his eyes, trying to relax. Half an hour later, he turned over. An hour later, he turned over again. In the end, he helplessly opened his eyes. He couldn't sleep. He simply couldn't sleep. The words of Lin Xin no. Two in the villa replayed in his mind like a tape, refusing to fade away. Every time he tried to sink into slumber, those words surged in like a tide, drowning his thoughts. This made him recall the first meeting with Lin Qin on the small island. Afterwards, with his help, the two of them left the island, instantly attracting the attention of Long Yi and the four deans. For safety's sake, Lin Qin stayed at the school for a few days. Staying at the school for a few days made it convenient for observation. Fang Chen looked out at the sky and was lost in thought. You want to take on the Forbidden God Society's task? The next day, in Lin Qin's villa. Hearing that Fang Chen wanted to take on a second-year warrior's task, Lin Qin immediately panicked. She turned around, a hint of worry on her face, her gaze fixed tightly on Fang Chen. You're only a first-year student. It's only been about a month since the semester started. Why do you want to take on a second-year task? My gentle mentor. Fang Chen helplessly replied, Sister Qin, the challenge match just ended yesterday. Did you forget the results? Last night, he had roughly skimmed through the task list, and the tasks that could earn him a large amount of credits were either hunting demons or the Forbidden God Society's tasks. He had already hunted demons during the summer vacation and had no interest for now, so he chose the Forbidden God Society, which offered generous rewards, and those bustling heads were very much in line with his credit needs. Upon hearing this, Lin Qin was taken aback, a blush rising to her cheeks. She subconsciously worried and even forgot the results from yesterday. With Fang Chen's current strength, he was already outstanding among second-year students, so he could naturally take on the Forbidden God Society's tasks. She was indeed worrying too much. Alright, since you've thought it through, I'll go talk to the mentor in charge of this matter and let you join. But you must be careful, absolutely be careful. Lin Qin kept reminding him. Fang Chen nodded, I understand. But this answer did not make Lin Qin's drooping willow brows relax. You practice first, I'll step out for a bit. She instructed and then left the villa. Half an hour later, she returned and handed a jade pendant to Fang Chen. This is a sensing jade pendant I got from the vice principal. If you encounter danger, just crush this pendant, and he will come to rescue you. Fang Chen felt a warmth in his heart. If it could prompt the vice principal to save him, Lin Qin must have persuaded him for a long time. He accepted it without hesitation. In the next moment, Lin Qin took out a large bag of food and a bunch of miscellaneous items from her spatial ring. This is the food I prepared for you, take it. And this pill, I got it from Dean Fong. For safety's sake, you should take it too. And this, you take all of it. Fang Chen helplessly said, Sister Qin, there are too many things, the spatial ring can't hold them all. It has to fit. It really can't go in. Look at you being so clumsy, I'll support it, and you push it in. Harder. It's in. With his own strength and Lin Qin's assistance, Fang Chen successfully joined the list of candidates for the Forbidden God Society mission. Soon, he received a detailed mission introduction from the official Wu University of Magic City. Sitting on the sofa in Lin Qin's villa, Fang Chen reviewed the mission details. The Forbidden God Society first appeared in Sioux City, next to Magic City, and was initially discovered by the Sioux City Public Security Bureau. Considering the manpower issue, they issued the mission to several Wu universities in Magic City and Sioux City. As Fang Chen had anticipated, they successfully arrested 103 members of the Forbidden God Society and learned of several hideouts from these individuals, with a large number of people involved. Therefore, they specifically increased the number of mission participants. The mission details clearly stated, if you encounter danger during the capture, you may kill on the spot. At the same time, the Sioux City Public Security Bureau also dispatched vehicles, which would arrive at each Wu University at 7 o'clock tomorrow to pick up students collectively. After understanding the general situation, Fang Chen began to cultivate again. After yesterday's battle with Yin Hong, he could feel that the barrier of the Burning Annihilation Blade record was about to break, and he would step into the 4th level. He tightened his grip on the Burning Cloud and kept swinging it, gradually immersing his consciousness in the essence of the sword technique. It was as if a blade was slowly taking shape in his heart, its light flickering and radiating sharpness. After 4 hours of honing, Fang Chen's body suddenly trembled, as if an invisible force had exploded within him. Buzz! A low, deep blade sound rang out, and Fang Chen's wrist gently shook, the heat wave transforming into a blade light, instantly slicing through the surrounding air, creating ripples. The heat wave gathered, condensing into blade light. This marked the 4th level of the Burning Annihilation Blade record. At this moment, Fang Chen finally stepped in. Indeed, it still relies on battle. If it weren't for the few minutes of confrontation with Yin Hong yesterday, this 4th level would probably have to wait a while longer. In the evening, after dinner, under Lin Qin's repeated reminders, Fang Chen returned to the dormitory. Lu Feng still had not returned. Sigh, at this rate, this guy will develop a resistance. Fang Chen said somewhat helplessly. Then, he told Lu Feng and Wen Jishang about his task. After that, he washed up and went to sleep. That night, the sweet story still hadn't updated. The next morning, thin light penetrated the clouds, casting down the first ray of light. Fang Chen woke up, sat up, and grabbed his phone, intending to go to the bathroom. But as soon as the phone screen lit up, he froze. A beast tide occurred in the No. 41 Monster Beast Wilderness early this morning, which has calmed down. This beast tide resulted in 247 martial artists dead or injured. The news headline hit Fang Chen's eyes like a bullet. The No. 41 Monster Beast Wilderness was precisely the location of Guan Ning and the others' mission. Without time to think, he hurriedly dialed Guan Ning's phone number, but was prompted that the other party was turned off. He immediately hung up and called Deng Xiong's number. After a moment, the call was connected. Teacher Deng, how is Guan Ning? Do you have any news about her? A calm voice came from Deng Xiong's phone. Don't worry, Ning Ning and the others are fine. By the way, we should thank you. After recounting the events, Fang Chen learned the general situation. The beast tide in the 41st Demon Beast Wilderness was caused by two 6th-tier demon beasts in the core area fighting over territory. Thousands of demon beasts, fearing the repercussions, fled outward, triggering the beast tide. Guan Ning and Chu Yan happened to be in the path of the beast tide. To survive, the two chose to hide in the basement of a building ruin, blocking the entrance and using concealment powder to mask their presence, which allowed them to escape. Ultimately, with the intervention of 3 6th-tier masters, the small-scale beast tide ended around 4 in the morning. After Guan Ning and the others were rescued back to the Dragon Guard military camp, they learned that nearly 90% of the martial artists in their area had been killed or injured. They were among the few who survived. It was the concealment powder that saved them. The two also lost their phones during the escape, and it was only after arriving at the Dragon Guard military camp that they used the camp's phone to report their safety. Fang Chen, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, Ning Ning and the others might not have made it back. I've already instructed them to properly thank you when they return. Deng Xiong's tone was calm, but upon closer listening, one could hear a tremor in her voice. This incident had frightened her quite a bit. Fang Chen also sighed inwardly, feeling fortunate for the two women. They had only encountered a large beast tide. If they had faced a small beast tide like the rat tide, given their hiding place, even with the help of concealment powder, survival would have been difficult. After chatting with Deng Xiong for a few more minutes, Fang Chen hung up the phone. Knowing that Guan Ning was safe, he felt relieved and could focus on his tasks without worry. In fact, upon reflection, Guan Ning could have relied on her shadow abilities to avoid this crisis. But Chu Yan could not. She was the one who survived thanks to the concealment powder. Guan Ning was merely dragged down by her. This made Fang Chen particularly eager. Chu Yan stubbornly insists she doesn't need my potions. I wonder how she'll face me when she returns. With that thought, a slight smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Chu Yan was like someone in need of training. He finally had the chance to catch her this time. After freshening up, Fang Chen went to the cafeteria for a hearty meal, then headed to the school gate. The bus to Sioux City had already arrived. As Fang Chen boarded the bus, he immediately attracted the attention of a dozen people inside. They were all sophomores, surprised to see a freshman participating in this task. But once they remembered that Fang Chen had defeated Yan Hong the day before, they quickly calmed down. Fang Chen, over here. A deep voice called out, and Fang Chen looked over to see Yan Hong waving at him from the back row. His large frame occupied 2 seats, and when he raised his arm to greet, he almost touched the ceiling of the bus, making him quite noticeable. Brother Hong, I didn't expect you to take this task too. Fang Chen walked to the back row and sat next to Yan Hong. Didn't I run out of credits from training a while back? Yan Hong chuckled lightly, but his deep voice was clear throughout the bus. And don't call me brother, I'm not as strong as you. Just call me Yan Hong. The two chatted casually. With Fang Chen's presence, the people in the front row exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, each lost in thought. Anyone taking on a task was naturally after credits, and they didn't want their credits to be snatched away. Having someone ranked 4th like Yan Hong was already enough to worry them, and now another with top 3 strength like Fang Chen had arrived. If the two teamed up, the credits they could earn would likely be reduced by 1 or 2 tenths. But now that they were on the bus, there was no turning back. They could only pray that these two would show some mercy and not take too much. 10 minutes later, all the students taking on the task boarded the bus, which slowly started and left the Magic City Martial University. October 6, 8:43 a.m. Sioux City, Flying Sports Stadium. To prevent alerting the enemy, the meeting point for the mission to capture the Forbidden God Society was set here. At this moment, nearly 200 second-year martial artists from the Magic City and Sioux City had gathered in the indoor stadium, each in their own groups, chatting animatedly. Did you see that tall guy? He's the top second-year student from Sioux City Martial University. At the entrance of the gymnasium stood 4 girls, observing the people inside through the glass doors and whispering to each other. Due to the situation with the Forbidden God Society, the workload for the public security personnel in Sioux City had doubled. To alleviate the pressure, the Public Security Bureau specially dispatched dozens of students from Sioux City Martial University to assist with the mission. These 4 girls were assigned to welcome the second-year martial artists inside the stadium. No need to think about that guy, he already has a girlfriend. The leader of the 4, named Kuing, who was quite good-looking and ranked second among the 4 in overall appearance, whispered to the other 3, we finally got this job here, not to just watch these martial artists. Then who are we here for? One girl asked. Of course, it's for the people from Magic City Martial University, Kuing said earnestly. This is a top-tier martial university, even the martial artists who aren't the strongest on campus are still at a top level here. Our goal is them. If we can get to know them and exchange contact information, it will be very beneficial for us in the future. Upon hearing this, the other 3 girls nodded in agreement. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to a beautiful girl on the left, especially you, Ying. You're better than us. When the people from Magic City Martial University arrive, be proactive. You'll definitely catch someone's eye, and then the 3 of us can benefit from you. Min-Ying nodded proudly, I will. She scored 23-25 on the martial arts exam, just hitting the minimum score for Sioux City Martial University and entered the auxiliary college. Although her score was low, her excellent appearance still attracted many admirers. However, none of them caught her eye. She had immense confidence in her looks. Those boys simply weren't worthy of her. The man she sought must be a once-in-a-million genius. As for the matters in Jiang City, they were all history, she no longer cared. Just then, a bus pulled up at the entrance. Here they come. Kuing glanced at the license plate. It's not Magic City Martial University, it's Zhanghai Martial University. If any of you have ideas, feel free to be proactive. The other 2 girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Zhanghai Martial University is located in the Magic City and ranks second among the many martial universities there. Although it is not as good as the first-ranked Magic City Martial University, its strength should not be underestimated. The 2 girls had a clear understanding of their own conditions. With their qualifications, they had no hope of winning the favor of the geniuses from Magic City Martial University. It was better to settle for Zhanghai Martial University. As for Min-Ying, she had already made up her mind that only the geniuses from Magic City Martial University were worthy of her charm. Kuing shared the same thought. As the bus stopped, 20 martial artists from Zhanghai Martial University got off, led by a boy over 195 meters tall and robust. The 4 girls welcomed them and led the 20 into the gymnasium. The martial artists inside were taken aback upon seeing the Zhanghai Martial University group. I didn't expect Pang Ji to come. Who is Pang Ji? He's the top second-year student from Zhanghai Martial University. You haven't heard of him? Earlier this year, he had a match with Yen Hong from Magic City Martial University, and they were evenly matched, ending in a draw. I was right there, and it was exhilarating. I remember Yen Hong ranked 4th at Magic City Martial University, so that means Pang Ji has the strength of the 4th-ranked student from Magic City Martial University. He seems like a tough character. As Pang Ji entered the gym, he scanned the crowd. The people from Magic City Martial University haven't arrived yet. I wonder who will come this time. Min-Ying and Kuing had no interest in Zhanghai Martial University, so after completing their tasks, they returned outside to wait for the arrival of the vehicles from Magic City Martial University. The other 2 girls were much more enthusiastic, helping to serve tea and water, constantly answering their questions. When the 2 of them came out, they excitedly shouted, "A guy asked for my contact information." Me too, this person is a second-tier beginner martial artist. To the excitement of the 2 girls, Min-Ying and Kuing felt nothing. Just then, another bus drove up to the entrance, and Kuing immediately recognized it as the vehicle from Magic City Martial University. She hurriedly adjusted her clothes and took out a mirror to touch up her makeup. Min-Ying looked at her with disdain. No amount of makeup could compare to her. But when the bus stopped, her smugness was abruptly cut short. She saw an extremely familiar figure among the crowd getting off the bus. Fong Chen. At that moment, memories flooded back like a torrent. Stepping into the first tier in a month, being escorted by military vehicles to the exam site. Hunting monsters was like chopping vegetables, easily overpowering Shen Qingjiang Feng. Scoring 20,000 points to win first place in the National Martial Arts exam. being specially recruited by Magic City Martial University with double SS level talent. And that slap that sent her spiraling upwards, along with the words idiot that lingered in her mind for so long. All of this, which she had almost forgotten, came rushing back in an instant. Isn't he a freshman? How could he be here? During the summer vacation, she had messaged Fong Chen countless times and had sought him out repeatedly, hoping to see him again. But Fong Chen had never acknowledged her. Why, of all times, did they meet again now? That person looks like Fong Chen. That's right, it's Fong Chen. I was watching his videos all summer, there's no way I could be wrong. I heard someone say that during the freshman competition, he defeated over 100 people by himself, not sure if it's true. If he can participate in this mission, could it be that he has already reached second-tier strength? The words of Kuing and the other two pierced into Min Yingying's mind like needles. The person she had been waiting for turned out to be Fong Chen. At that moment, a girl elbowed her. Yingying, aren't you from Jiangcheng? No. One high school? Fong Chen is too, do you know him? Min Yingying opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating, unsure how to respond. Stop talking, hurry up and welcome them. Kuing was the first to walk over, followed by the two girls. Seeing this, Min Yingying could only brace herself and step forward. This job was assigned by the Public Security Bureau, and if she left her post without permission, she would definitely be punished. Hello, I am the reception staff for this event, please follow me. Kuing perfectly recited the rehearsed lines she had practiced countless times, gesturing for the group from Magic City Martial University to follow. Min Yingying stood to the side, watching as Fong Chen's gaze swept over the four of them without stopping for even a moment. That gaze was like looking at a passerby, calm and indifferent. After leading the group from Magic City Martial University into the venue, Min Yingying was the first to return to the entrance. After a while, the other two girls also came out, leaving only Kuing circling around the group from Magic City Martial University. Yingying, what's wrong? Why don't you stay a little longer? Nothing. Nothing at all. At that moment, she had lost all her previous confidence, only feeling endless. Sioux City, Flying Sports Stadium. When the martial artists from Magic City Martial University got off the bus, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the gym. Yen Hong, it's Yen Hong. I didn't expect that someone from Magic City Martial University would be him. Pang Ji is here too, this is going to be fun. Hey, wait, who is that person next to him? Why do I feel so familiar? As soon as this was said, many people's gazes turned towards Fong Chen through the glass door. I remember now, it's Fong Chen, I watched his martial arts exam video before. He's the one with double SS level talent who topped the exam this year. Shouldn't he be a freshman? Why is he here? I admit he's a genius, but is this a place he should be? He must not be here to take on a mission, but to tag along on one. Tagging along on a mission means familiarizing oneself with the mission process and difficulty in order to apply to join a team-based mission. No need to output, just need to assist. After gaining a general understanding of the task process, return to take on your own tasks. This is a common method to familiarize oneself with tasks, serving as a protective measure for both newcomers who have never undertaken tasks and first-year warriors about to enter their second year. Of course, after completing the task, one would only earn a pitiful amount of credits. At this moment, everyone silently agreed with this idea. However, some couldn't help but mutter a few words. First year just started and already hitching a ride on second-year tasks. Yen Hong and a dozen others must be having a headache. After all, they are double SS level geniuses, the school will definitely give them more support, it's just a pity for Yen Hong and the others. It's simply unfair to Yen Hong and the others, how did they agree to this? Nearly half of them had previously taken advantage of second-year tasks during the last month of their first year. The reason? Naturally, it was due to their strength. Without sufficient strength, if you want to hitch a ride on a task, they won't give you that opportunity. It's not that they are heartless, but to avoid dragging themselves down, leading to task failure or even death. And this is why they felt indignant for Yen Hong and the others. The new semester had only just started a little over a month ago. In their view, no matter how monstrous Fong Chen's talent was, it couldn't possibly reach the level of hitching a ride on second-year tasks. It must be that the Magic City Martial University opened a green light for this genius, wanting Fong Chen to familiarize himself in advance. This only made it harder for Yen Hong and the others, adding a burden. But I heard someone say that Fong Chen defeated over 100 people by himself at the freshman conference. He's impressive, but he can't boast. We haven't seen it with our own eyes, so why say such things? Hearing these comments, Pang Ji from Jianghai University frowned slightly. At that moment, the glass door was pushed open by Kuing. Please come in, everyone. The group from Magic City Martial University entered the hall under Ku Ying's lead. The original discussions were immediately suppressed. However, as soon as they entered, one of the 4 girls hurriedly left, not daring to lift her head. Shortly after, the other 2 girls also left, leaving only Kuing. At this moment, Pangji took the initiative to walk towards Yen Hong. It's been 4 months since our last battle. I didn't expect to see you here again. Yen Hong was also surprised to see him here and laughed heartily. You, of all people, are here too. Since we've met. Pangji straightened his back, his booming voice no less than Yen Hong's. Shall we have another match to see who wins? Of course, no problem. Ever since our last battle, I've been training and have been wanting to spar with you. By the way, Yen Hong quickly pointed to the side and introduced. I forgot to introduce, this is Fong Chen, you should have heard of him. Double SS level genius, of course I've heard of him. Pangji extended his right hand to Fong Chen in a friendly manner. Zhanghai Martial University, Pangji, 2nd tier intermediate. Fong Chen, 1st tier advanced. Fong Chen politely extended his hand and shook it lightly, marking their formal acquaintance. He could sense that Pangji was merely being polite and did not regard him with the same importance as Yen Hong. At the same time, he noticed the looks from those around him after they heard his level. Their gazes were filled with hidden meanings. Just as Yen Hong and Pangji were chatting, the last martial artist from the school was brought into the hall by the 3 girls. With their arrival, all the martial artists for this Forbidden God Church task were present. In the next moment, a sturdy middle-aged man walked into the hall from the side door. The entire hall instantly fell silent, and everyone could sense the aura emanating from this person, which had already reached the 4th tier. Although not as powerful as a 6th tier master, he was still a top-tier combat force in every city. It seemed he was one of the leaders for this task. The man walked to the center of the crowd, stopped, glanced at Fong Chen standing nearby, then withdrew his gaze and said, I am Luo Shouwen, a level 4 beginner, the deputy commander for this mission to capture the Forbidden God Church. His voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear him clearly. Without any hesitation, he continued, next, I will provide you with detailed information about the mission and the action plan. Luo Shouwen waved his hand towards the sky, and a virtual screen appeared above everyone. The screen displayed a map of Su City, marked with 6 red dots. In order to eliminate the Forbidden God Church in one fell swoop, we have specially invited a level 6 psychic ability user to interrogate the captured criminals. These 6 locations are where the Forbidden God Church is hiding. Upon hearing this, all the martial artists were taken aback. A level 6 psychic ability user is much rarer than a strong offensive ability user. They didn't expect that such a gifted individual would be brought in for the Forbidden God Church. This clearly showed how much the Sioux City Public Security Bureau valued this mission. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Unless the opponent was a level 7 psychic powerhouse, this information would not be false. And in the entire Hanxia, there was only one level 7 psychic. The first location is a food warehouse in the southern suburbs, which is also the place where the most members of the Forbidden God Church are known to be. As Luo Shouwen explained, one of the red dots on the virtual screen enlarged, transforming into a fully viewable virtual scene. It was indeed the warehouse Luo Shouwen mentioned. The area was marked as 4,000 square meters. According to the investigation by shadow-type ability users, there are approximately over 40 members of the Forbidden God Church here, with the strongest being a level 2 intermediate, 6 of them, classified as A-level abilities, while the rest are mostly level 2 beginners and level 1 advanced martial artists, making the danger level the highest among the 6 locations. The next location is the Ziyuan Flower and Plant Company, located in the western suburbs of Sioux City, with a lower danger level. After dozens of minutes of explanation from Luo Shouwen, the 6 locations were ranked by danger level as follows: 1. Food Warehouse, 2. Wuwei Hotel, 3. Minglan Property, 4. Ziyuan Flower and Plant Company, 5. Zhengbazi Electric Vehicle Repair Center, 6. Qingyu Foot Spa. These are the hiding places of the members of the Forbidden God Church. After finishing his explanation, Luo Shouwen took a breath and continued, next, we will assign the action locations. At this point, Luo Shouwen frowned and looked at Fong Chen and the others. After discussing with the commander-in-chief, we decided to assign the most difficult food warehouse to the 2 schools with the strongest overall strength, Modu Martial University and Zhanghai Martial University. Upon hearing this, Yen Hong and Pangji showed no change in expression. They had long been prepared to take over the food warehouse. But the next moment, Luo Shouwen suddenly said, Fong Chen will go to Qingyu Foot Spa. Fong Chen? Foot Spa is also a form of therapy, and the techniques are also a method. As long as you wash your feet and get a massage, you can understand. The fairy is not in the mortal world, but in the private room. Even if her looks rival Diaochan, it is merely a threshold to meet you. Fong Chen did not dislike this place that could wash away the mud and anger, but it depended on the timing. Why? He frowned, looking at Luo Shouwen. Fong Chen came with us. Why should he go to another place? Yen Hong immediately echoed. The others from Modu Martial University were also quite puzzled. Why would their top person suddenly turn to go for a foot wash? Hearing this, Luo Xiuwen remained silent. This was the result of his discussion with Commander Su Qidong. Initially, when they received the list from Modu Martial University and saw that Fang Chen was already a level 1 advanced, they were surprised at how quickly he had leveled up. However, in this mission against the Forbidden God Church, the strength of a level 1 advanced was indeed somewhat lacking. With dual SS level talents, he could contend against level 2 beginners, but facing dozens of level 2 beginners was another matter. Even with the help of others, it is still difficult to avoid accidents. So, they thought of sending Fang Chen to the location with the lowest danger level. Although Luo Xiuwen did not speak, some other martial artists couldn't help but mutter softly. A high-level first stage, just dragging Yen Hong down. You can't just hitch a ride on a mission like this. So it was like this. Fang Chen chuckled inwardly. He was being underestimated. Luo Xiuwen's silence was to save face for him, and also for his safety considerations. However, he didn't need that. Fang Chen smiled lightly and said, Commander Luo, I apply to join the team heading to the food warehouse. Luo Xiuwen was taken aback, not expecting Fang Chen to completely reject his goodwill. For a moment, he even thought he hadn't made himself clear. There were 5 mid-level second-stage martial artists there. No matter how strong Fang Chen's talent was, his level was insufficient, and encountering them would surely lead to trouble. This young man was overly confident. Not only him, but even the others around exchanged glances, frowning as if to say he didn't understand a good person's heart. Just as Luo Xiuwen was about to refuse, Yen Hong suddenly said, Commander Luo, don't worry, Fang Chen's strength is greater than mine, he will definitely be fine. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Yen Hong was already a well-known strongman, how could Fang Chen possibly be stronger than him? After a month of school, defeating the fourth-year students, they wouldn't even dare to joke about it. The most surprised was Pang Ji, who knew Yen Hong's strength best. Even if Fang Chen had double SS level talent, it was impossible for him to surpass him so quickly. But Yen Hong was not the kind of person who would lie. Could it be that Magic City Martial University arranged for Yen Hong to take care of Fang Chen? Luo Xiuwen looked at Fang Chen's calm eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. Since Magic City Martial University dared to agree to Fang Chen coming, they must have their own plans. It seemed they had provided some means of protection. Moreover, where is there an absolutely safe mission? Missions are inherently filled with danger and the unknown. Being overly protective would instead hinder growth. Since Fang Chen had confidence, he would no longer insist. After all, he had already given the necessary reminders. Luo Xiuwen nodded in agreement. All right then. As for what Yen Hong said, he didn't take it to heart, considering it just a poor excuse for Fang Chen. But he still reminded him, remember, you must protect your own safety. He also didn't forget to instruct Yen Hong, take good care of him. This made everyone from Magic City Martial University gasp in shock. You let the second protect the first? Okay. Fang Chen nodded in response. He couldn't be bothered to care about these people's opinions. What interested him were those moving credits. They were simply too tempting. Afterwards, Luo Xiuwen assigned personnel to several other locations. The fifth location, Zhangbatzi Electric Vehicle Repair Center, was not assigned to the martial artists here but was left for someone who had taken the task a month ago. As for the sixth location, Qingyu Zudao Spa, it was assigned to the weakest martial artist university from Sioux City. After that, Luo Xiuwen distributed communication devices to everyone. The map you saw earlier has been synced to the communication devices. He gently tapped the device strapped to his wrist, and a small virtual projection map appeared instantly. This will help you check the route and discuss tactics. To avoid alarming the snake, different transportation will be used to reach each location. Maintain open communication during the mission. If any dangerous situation arises, we will provide support at the first opportunity. Finally, his expression turned serious as he looked around at everyone in the hall. You must remember, if you encounter life-threatening danger, do not hesitate to kill on the spot. You must protect your own safety. Action. Begin. Meanwhile, in an abandoned underground bar, dim light filtered through broken windows, and peeling posters hung on the walls, creating an eerie atmosphere. Although it had long been deserted, shadows still flitted about, walking back and forth, whispering to each other. Occasionally, a few stifled laughs could be heard, as if sharing a secret unknown to others. At that moment, an old man with graying hair, dressed in worn-out clothes, walked down from the upper stairs and approached a door, pushing it open and stepping inside. In the room, a young man wearing a dark tank top and camouflage military pants was sitting on the sofa. This man had sharp eyebrows and a tall, slender figure, constantly toying with a blood-red dagger in his hand. Saint, This is the list that just arrived, detailing the warriors heading to 6 locations, the old man said, taking a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it over. Even if a 6th-tier psychic were to check the insiders again, what difference would it make? The list is still in my hands. The young man, referred to as the saint, revealed a mocking smile as he took the list from the old man's hand. After glancing at the names on the paper, the corners of his mouth curled into an exaggerated arc. I never expected it, truly unexpected. I intended to hunt a few small fish, but I didn't expect that even Fong Chen, this double SS level genius, would come. What a pleasant surprise, it was worth all the effort I put in, even sending in over 100 people. He looked at the old man. How are the preparations at those 3 locations? All set, just waiting for these people to enter, the old man replied respectfully. Very good. The man cradled the dagger in his palm. It was not made of alloy, the blade's surface uneven, resembling blood-red agate, emitting a captivating crimson glow that reflected tiny sparks of light. His gaze wandered over the dagger, his right hand caressing the blade. Since these people have come, let them go without return, to accompany the forbidden god. Consider it our warning to the world on behalf of the forbidden god. In the Sioux City Public Security Bureau, the command room was lined with dozens of large screens, flickering with various real-time images, displaying the live dynamics of the 6 locations, the situation clear at a glance. The security personnel stared intently at the screens, their expressions serious. As the overall commander of this operation, Su Chidong stood in the center, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the strength of a mid-level 4th tier, surveying all the screens. With him in charge, the entire command room operated in an orderly manner. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Luo Shouwen walked in. Is everything arranged? Su Chidong asked. All set, all schools are following the previous plan, but only Fong Chen's situation is different from before. Luo Shouwen approached him. He didn't choose to follow our plan, instead, he actively applied to join the food warehouse team. Is that so? Su Chidong chuckled lightly. An active application, it seems he has some unknown trump card. Everything that needs to be said has been said. If he wants to go, let him go. Luo Shouwen glanced at the screens. What's the current situation? Su Chidong replied, apart from the people from Xianhua Company and Zhangbatzi Electric Vehicle Repair Center who have arrived, the others at the 4 locations are still on their way. Once everyone is gathered, we can start the operation. To avoid drawing attention and prevent alarming the snake, the transportation to the food warehouse was changed from a bus to smaller vehicles. Fong Chen was riding in a Tuguan infantry transport vehicle, with 7 others besides him and the driver. Yan Hong and Pang Ji were among them. Yan Hong, once the operation starts, do you want to compete to see who catches more people? Pang Ji turned around from the front seat to ask. The plan for this operation had already been discussed before boarding. The personnel from the 2 schools did not include tactical department members, they were all rough-and-tumble warriors. Thus, the safest and most reliable method was adopted. 40 people were divided into 4 groups, entering through the 4 entrances of the food warehouse to carry out a siege. Yan Hong led 9 warriors from Magic City Martial University to the west gate, while Fong Chen and another 9 went to the south gate. Pang Ji took charge of the north gate, with another 10 at the east gate. Hearing Pang Ji's words, Yan Hong couldn't help but slap his thigh, causing the entire transport vehicle to shake. Of course, no problem. Pang Ji twisted his neck, making a few cracking sounds. This time, I won't hold back. You better be ready to lose. You guy, as if you ever held back before. The 2 burly men couldn't help but burst into deafening laughter. As they chatted, Pang Ji couldn't help but glance at Fong Chen, who was looking out the window. Initially, he was worried that Fong Chen would follow Yan Hong, which would drag Yan Hong down and prevent him from going all out. What he didn't expect was that Fong Chen chose the south gate. Although he was surprised, he didn't ask further. It seemed Fong Chen had his own cards to play. He was thinking about competing with Yan Hong for victory. At that moment, the transport vehicle drove into an open area, and the driver in front spoke up, just 1 more kilometer ahead to the warehouse. You all get off here to avoid being discovered. The few of them got off the vehicle, didn't linger, and immediately dispersed, heading towards the food warehouse. The food warehouse was quite remote, next to a village. Fong Chen chose a small path to proceed, avoiding being conspicuous, stopping and going, and took about 5 minutes to reach the assembly point at the south gate. It was a relatively large supermarket, and as Fong Chen walked in, he saw 4 people from the Magic Capital Martial University already there, selecting items. Fong Chen quickly blended in, bought a bottle of drink, and after paying, walked out of the supermarket, just in time to see the south gate of the warehouse, about 400 meters away in a straight line. To ensure his safety, he had put on his S-Class battle boots early in the morning. With full speed, he could reach it in 10 seconds. 3 minutes later, all 10 people at the south gate had gathered, spreading out around the area, reporting the arrival message through their communication devices. 2 minutes later, a voice came through everyone's communication devices. I am the overall commander of this operation, Su Chidong. All personnel at the 6 locations are in position, the operation begins. As the commander's voice fell, Fong Chen burst forth with astonishing speed, rushing towards the south gate of the food factory like a gust of wind. The battle knife, Burning Cloud, flickered with a cold light in his hand, flames flowing along the blade. Credits, here I come. At the same time, the remaining 9 team members were not far behind, hurriedly following. Each person was unwilling to fall behind in this competition, especially with the pressure of competing for credits. They didn't want Fong Chen to snatch away too many credits from them. Their abilities sparkled like stars, various powers being unleashed in an instant, filling the air with the scent of electric sparks, all trying to gain the upper hand in this contest. Bang! The south gate of the warehouse was shattered by Fong Chen's knife, and he charged in without hesitation. The 9 figures also vanished from the sight of the surrounding crowd in the next moment. The sudden scene left the onlookers stunned. What's going on? Especially the supermarket owner, who was even more bewildered. These 10 people had just bought things in his supermarket. How did they suddenly go off to attack? At that moment, several plainclothes security personnel who had been waiting here stepped forward, showing their identification to the curious crowd. Security operation, for safety reasons, everyone quickly leave this area. Security operation, for safety reasons, everyone quickly leave this area. With 3 consecutive shouts, both villagers and passers-by realized the danger and hurriedly pulled their families to escape. While running, they muttered, I said this warehouse was suspicious before, hardly anyone came out all day, now do you believe it? It's already this time, hurry up and leave. Meanwhile, as the south gate was breached, 7 ability users dressed in black combat suits quickly appeared in front of Fong Chen and the others. The man at the front exuded a powerful aura, reaching the intermediate level of the second tier, surrounded by a faint black energy, giving an invisible sense of oppression. Fong Chen's face showed excitement. A big fish. The 4th level of the blazing flame body technique instantly unfolded, and blood-red flame patterns rapidly covered his entire body. The 2 types of were simultaneously formed. Without any hesitation, Fong Chen made his move, attacking the second-tier intermediate. Damn! The other 9, upon entering, saw that Fong Chen had already snatched the big fish, and without time to think, hurriedly attacked the other 9. No one wanted to return empty-handed, each using their full strength. On Fong Chen's side, he remarked, I haven't even used my strength, and you're already down. Compared to a genius like Yen Hong, this second-tier intermediate was simply not enough. He was taken down in just a couple of moves. Then, with a knife slicing across the neck, he was killed instantly. Only the dead would pose no threat to him. Capturing alive? Not a chance. This fluid and effortless display made the other 9 tremble inside. This did not look like the actions of a freshman just starting a mission. Just as Fong Chen was about to attack the other 9, he found that his own people had already cleaned up the area. Damn! Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately dashed towards the east gate, determined to get a share before the others finished. The other 9, seeing this, chose not to follow but scattered instead. Given Fong Chen's recent killing speed, if they followed, they would definitely end up with nothing. At the east gate of the warehouse, the 10 martial artists from Jianghai University were in a tough battle, appearing somewhat disheveled in the face of the relentless attacks. Their opponents had 2 second-tier intermediates, and the overwhelming pressure was palpable. On Jianghai University's side, there was only 1 second-tier intermediate, while the others were all second-tier beginners, clearly mismatched in strength. To cope with this disadvantage, they could only combine their efforts to hold on. Don't relax, keep defending, shouted the second-tier intermediate warrior. His name was Wang Chang, the leader of the 10 from Jianghai University. Despite his anxiety, he gritted his teeth and fought with all his might to withstand the opponent's attacks. This was the plan they had agreed upon before the operation. If they couldn't win, they would hold on until the other 3 groups arrived for rescue. Fortunately, although the opponents had 11 members, including 2 second-tier intermediates, they also had 2 first-tier advanced members. They could hold out for quite a while. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the warehouse, and a figure rushed in, bringing with it a strong aura, quickly approaching. Someone's coming. Wang Chang's voice was filled with excitement. He turned to look at the reinforcements. The next moment, his expression instantly fell. The person coming was actually Fong Chen, and he was alone. Big brother, are you here to reinforce us or to deliver your head? The other 9 also noticed this scene, their faces turning ashen. It must be that the south gate is the weakest and has already been breached. Can anyone else come? Why is it him? At this moment, they were barely able to take care of themselves, and now another burden had arrived, pushing them into the fire pit. First tier advanced? The leader of the other side sneered upon seeing Fang Chen. A first tier dares to come here, truly seeking death. Jinji, hurry up and kill him, don't let him hinder our escape. As he spoke, this person punched someone in front of him, instantly creating distance. No problem. A member of the Forbidden God Society, a second-tier beginner, quickly jumped out of the melee. The Zhanghai University members wanted to pursue but were blocked by the Forbidden God Society members, only able to watch as this person named Jinji charged towards Fang Chen. This is bad. The leader of Zhanghai University felt a tremor in his heart. This was a double SS level genius. Could something really happen here? Just because of this one gap, the opponent noticed the flaw, and an arm enhanced by abilities struck his chest, sending him back several meters. Daring to be distracted while fighting me, seeking death. The Forbidden God Society member sneered, glancing instinctively at Jinji's direction, wanting to see how Fang Chen would die. But the next moment, he froze. He saw Jinji rushing over with enthusiasm, his eyes shining with confidence, as if he had already foreseen his victory. However, something unexpected happened. Fang Chen's expression was cold. The fourth level of the Burning Annihilation Blade record. A flash of the blade, like flowing clouds in water, instantly killed this second-tier beginner warrior, blood splattering and dyeing the ground red. The people from Zhanghai University were stunned. Witnessing this scene, shock surged in their hearts. He just died like that? A team member muttered to himself, disbelief filling his eyes. With just one strike, a second-tier beginner warrior was slain. Was this the strength of a first-tier advanced? However, Fang Chen did not stop his steps, his gaze sharp as he charged directly at two second-tier intermediate warriors. At this moment, his strange fire surged around him, the scorching heat hitting them head-on, instantly making the two members of the Forbidden God Society's expressions turn serious. They exchanged glances, retracting their previous disdain. Fang Chen was definitely not an ordinary opponent. Looking for death. One of the second-tier intermediate men roared, kicking a Zhanghai University warrior in front of him away, then charging at Fang Chen, wanting to take him down in one blow. However, Fang Chen was already prepared. Burning Annihilation Blade record 4th level. Blazing Flame Melting Body Technique 4th level. The burning cloud in his hand swung out again, the blade light cutting through the air, directly pressing towards the enemy. The two clashed in an instant, blade light and fist shadows intertwining, producing deafening sounds. Two types of strange fire took shape beside him, waves of heat rolling, carrying a breath of destruction that made the members of the Forbidden God Society feel suffocated. Although this person's strength was greater than that of the second-tier intermediate at the south gate, it was only slightly so, and he could never gain the upper hand. Act quickly! Wang Chang from Zhanghai University suddenly reacted, not having time to think about how Fang Chen could restrain the second-tier intermediate warrior, hurriedly calling his people to take action. In an instant, the situation reversed. The members of the Forbidden God Society, lacking an important main force, were quickly suppressed by Zhanghai University and others. How could this happen? Another second-tier intermediate warrior from the Forbidden God Society, seeing this, felt anxious and tried to call the other person back. However, Fang Chen's attacks surged like a tide, giving that person no chance to breathe. With the operation of the Burning Annihilation Blade record 4th level, his swordsmanship became increasingly agile, each strike containing powerful force and the heat of flames. In just a few moves, Fang Chen forced that man to retreat step by step, his complexion growing paler. As a blade light flashed by, the man felt a tightness in his heart, trying to defend, but Fang Chen's blade momentum was like a rainbow, the power so great that he could not withstand it at all. With a muffled sound, the blade edge passed, blood gushing out wildly, and the man's body fell in response, completely losing its vitality. At this moment, the battle between the 10 from Zhanghai University and the Forbidden God Society came to an end. The 10 looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of respect. One strike to kill a second-tier beginner. Within 10 moves, he killed a second-tier intermediate warrior who had put them in danger. This was his strength. They had thought they were coming to deliver their heads, but unexpectedly, he was there to save their heads. However, Fang Chen did not care about this. Seeing that there were no enemies left to slay, he was about to head towards the north gate when he noticed Pang Ji and others rushing over. Although they had taken some hits, it also indicated that the north gate had been taken. Fang Chen immediately turned around, his eyes flashing with blazing flames, charging towards the west with great momentum. Credits, he needed credits. Pang Ji, who had just arrived, saw Fang Chen's figure and hadn't had time to greet him before he left. He walked over to his people, looked at the corpses on the ground, and smiled as he patted Wang Chang's shoulder. Not bad, Wang Chang, you managed to handle it all. We have 2 second-tier intermediates at the north gate. How many do you have here? 2, Wang Chang replied. Impressive. Impressive my ass. Wang Chang said helplessly, if it weren't for Fong Chen's intervention, we might still be in a fierce battle. Fong Chen? Wang Chang's answer surprised Pang Ji. How can a first-tier advanced help you? Ha! Wang Chang pointed at the 2 corpses in the distance. Do you see them? Those 2 were killed by him, 1 strike for each, a second-tier beginner, and within 10 moves, he killed a second-tier intermediate. After listening to Wang Chang's account, Pang Ji looked at the other 9 people at Dongmen with disbelief, and the only response he received was nods, affirming what Wang Chang had said. A first-tier advanced had actually killed a second-tier intermediate in less than 10 moves. At that moment, Pang Ji's mind completely lost its calm, and he could only hear the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. Earlier at Baymen, he had fought with a second-tier intermediate member of the Forbidden God Society for no less than 4 minutes, gradually gaining the upper hand from a stalemate. Another second-tier intermediate among the 10 had even been injured to win the battle. Yet Fong Chen had accomplished this so effortlessly. At that moment, he recalled what Yen Hong had said earlier in the gym. Fong Chen is stronger than me. At that time, he had thought that the Magic City Martial University had given Yen Hong a task and that Fong Chen would hold Yen Hong back. Pang Ji let out a bitter laugh. I underestimated him. Wang Chang patted his shoulder. You're not the only one. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and take a look around to see if there are any remaining members of the Forbidden God Society. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back to collect our credits. At the same time, in the Public Security Bureau, command room, numerous screens flickered with cold light, and the sounds of intense battles echoed from the images. The situations from various locations were synchronized through communication devices, displaying the brutal scenes of combat. On some screens, warriors fought with all their might, fists and feet colliding, flames and abilities intertwining, the air thick with a burning scent. Blood splattered, and the fallen figures were shocking. Su Chidong and Luo Shouwen frowned, their gazes darting between the screens, anxiety brewing within them, always ready to mobilize reinforcements to ensure that every warrior on the battlefield could return safely. At that moment, the liaison in charge of the food warehouse shouted to the 2, Commander, Deputy Commander, we received news from the food warehouse that all members of the Forbidden God Society have been killed. The mission is complete. It ended so quickly? Su Chidong and the 2 exchanged glances. No wonder they are the top 2 martial universities in Magic City, their strength is indeed different. Pull up the previous situation. Yes. With a series of operations from the liaison, the video recorded by the communication devices of the 40 people was quickly retrieved. As the 2 they considered the strongest, Yen Hong and Pang Ji's footage occupied most of the frames. The images of the others flashed continuously, various abilities and martial skills intertwining. The rapid switching of scenes was dazzling. However, as the video played quickly, the expressions of the 2 grew increasingly astonished, and after swiftly browsing through the entire process, they helplessly shook their heads. A first-tier advanced strength can kill a second-tier intermediate. We misunderstood Fong Chen and Magic City Martial University. Luo Shouwen sighed. Yeah, our good intentions ended up being counterproductive. Fortunately, Fong Chen insisted on his own views, otherwise, we would have delayed him. Just then, a liaison's voice suddenly came through. Commander, all personnel at the Minglan property location are sending out a distress signal. Su Chidong and the 2's expressions changed drastically. What's happening on site? After the distress signal was sent, all signals disappeared. The liaison looked at the dark screen in front of him, panic lacing his tone. The entire command room instantly fell into chaos. The originally orderly work rhythm was disrupted, and several liaisons hurriedly operated their equipment, trying to reconnect to the lost signals. However, the screen only displayed darkness, with no response. The atmosphere in the command room grew increasingly tense, and everyone exchanged anxious glances. Clearly, it was a task that was almost certain to succeed. Why had such an unexpected situation suddenly arisen? As the commander, Su Chidong quickly stepped forward, his face serious, a hint of determination in his eyes. He took a deep breath, his voice low and powerful, immediately send reinforcements to ensure the safety of these warriors. His command was like a horn, instantly awakening everyone's sense of urgency. The security personnel sprang into action, quickly relaying orders and dispatching reinforcement teams. All members of Team 1, head to Minglan property, depart immediately. At the same time, the medical team will follow for support. Just as this voice fell, another security officer's voice suddenly rang out. All signals from Jiyan Flower and Plant Company, 38 people, have been lost. All signals from Jiyan Flower and Plant Company, 38 people, have been lost. This shout struck everyone present like a thunderbolt, their hearts stopping, faces filled with shock and unease. Having just experienced the disappearance of 40 signals, they were not prepared for the same situation to arise again. immediately arranged to rescue these 38 people. Su Chidong's voice was as loud as a war drum, breaking the panic in the command room. Mobilize Team 2 to go, increase the speed to the maximum, we must protect the lives of these warriors. After saying this, Su Chidong's brow furrowed tightly, his hands clenched tightly, forcing himself to calm down. The mission arrangement for the Forbidden God Church had been meticulously planned, and all actions were under his control. The unexpected occurrence had already made him uneasy, and now with another signal loss, it was simply illogical. His past experiences told him this was no coincidence. There was only one possibility: they had been plotted against from the very beginning. The other side had been laying plans for a long time. There was no time to ponder the reasons. The most important thing now was to ensure the safety of personnel at the 4 locations. Quick, contact all personnel at the other 4 locations. Mission terminated, evacuate immediately. The Eastern reconnaissance is complete. There are no surviving members of the Forbidden God Church. The South is the same. The West has the same situation. Food warehouse. After a second thorough search, the 40 members from the 2 martial universities gathered in the center of the warehouse to report the situation. The mission has ended, the remaining matters will be handled by the Security Bureau. Pang Ji did not mention the competition to Yen Hong. Everyone present knew that Fang Chen had killed the most. He did not want to be the clown. Yen Hong also noticed that Pang Ji had something on his mind, so he followed his lead. Then let's hurry up and leave. If we move quickly, we can still make it back to Magic City tonight. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Fang Chen looked somewhat displeased. He had swept through and killed 2 intermediate second tier and 2 beginner second tier. That was only a few credits. He was not satisfied. Just then, an urgent shout suddenly came through everyone's communication devices. All personnel in the food warehouse, mission terminated, evacuate immediately. All personnel in the food warehouse, mission sizzle. The sound of electricity harshly drowned out the communicator's voice, sending a shockwave through everyone present. As experienced veterans, Yen Hong and the others immediately realized that the communication signal had been jammed. A strong sense of terror surged within them. Quick! Evacuate! Pang Ji shouted loudly. Just as they were about to run, a corpse not far away suddenly rose from the ground. It slowly lifted its head, the wound on its neck torn open, blood splattering, revealing a pair of hollow and sinister eyes, the corners of its mouth curling into a bloody arc. In the Security Bureau, the atmosphere in the command room was tense enough to cut through the air. With Su Chidong's command, the remaining liaison officers at the 4 locations quickly took action, urgently calling the mission personnel. All mission personnel at Wuwei Hotel, mission terminated, evacuate immediately. All mission personnel at Qingyu Zudao, mission terminated, evacuate immediately. In the entire command room, only the sound of keyboard typing and the buzzing of communicators intertwined, creating an exceptionally oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, the liaison officer from the food warehouse turned around with a terrified expression. Commander, contact with the 40 people in the food warehouse has been cut off. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, instantly making the atmosphere in the command room even more serious. Luo Xiuwen's face instantly turned pale, his fist heavily pounding on the table beside him, producing a muffled sound that suppressed the anxiety and anger within. These are the strongest 2 academy students for this mission. Nothing must go wrong. If Fang Chen and the others encountered any mishap here, the entire mission would fall into an irretrievable situation. Su Chidong immediately issued an order: activate the final contingency plan, urgently mobilize all 3rd tier and above active martial artists in Sioux City to rescue at 6 locations. This declaration was tantamount to announcing the complete failure of the mission. But he couldn't afford to think about that. Everything that could be mobilized must be used to save the lives of the martial artists at the 6 locations. Old Luo, I'm in command here. You hurry to the food warehouse and make sure to save them. Understood. Luo Xiuwen immediately replied, his tone filled with unwavering determination and urgency. He dashed out of the command room in an instant. Su Chidong watched him leave, his brows furrowed. The situation had completely exceeded expectations. Luo Xiuwen was the strongest person in the entire operation besides him. At full speed, he would definitely reach the food warehouse within 10 minutes. Fang Chen, you must hold on. The corpse is alive? A voice trembled, incredulously looking at the slowly standing corpse, while those around it exchanged glances, their faces pale and filled with terror. The person who had clearly been slain was actually resurrected. Run! The voices of Fang Chen, Yen Hong, and Pang Ji rang out simultaneously. In such a bizarre scene, standing still was tantamount to seeking death. Seeing the path ahead blocked by the resurrected corpse, the 3 immediately turned and rushed toward the eastern gate. The crowd had no time to think and hurriedly followed. But the corpse charged at them with astonishing speed, instantly covering dozens of meters and appearing at the eastern gate. The speed was so fast that Fang Chen's heart tightened. Before he could react, he saw the corpse swing its hand forcefully, and a powerful wave of energy swept toward them, striking the 40 people present like a violent storm. Fang Chen instantly felt a tearing pain and, along with Yen Hong and the others, was blasted back several dozen meters. Some second-tier junior martial artists even knelt on one knee, their faces pale, spitting out blood, clutching their chests in pain, as if even breathing had become difficult. The air was thick with the smell of blood, mixed with a sense of fear that nearly suffocated them. Third-tier junior. Pang Ji steadied himself, disbelief evident in his eyes as he stared at the corpse before them. Fang Chen's heart surged with turmoil. The blow he had just experienced made it clear that this corpse's strength had indeed reached the third-tier junior level. But he remembered clearly that this corpse was originally a second-tier intermediate martial artist whom he had slain with a single strike at the southern gate. How could it possibly have surged in strength to such a degree after being resurrected? He carefully observed the corpse before him, its expression dull, eyes vacant, not displaying any innate abilities, but rather resembling a puppet controlled by an invisible force, preparing to strike at them again. What do we do now? Yen Hong immediately asked Fang Chen. As the strongest person in the area, Yen Hong wanted to hear his thoughts. But just as Fang Chen was about to speak, a terrified shout came from behind. Another resurrected corpse. Fang Chen glanced back, his heart sinking. He saw another second-tier intermediate martial artist, previously slain, standing up again without warning. It too emanated a strong, bloody black aura, its gaze hollow and fierce, devoid of life, as if only the instinct to hunt remained. Two corpses, one in front and one behind, stared fixedly at Fang Chen and the others, surrounding them like prey waiting to be hunted. They gave no one a chance to escape. Another third-tier low level. From the aura emitted by the corpse, Pang Ji immediately sensed its level. If there was only one, the 40 of them could still have a chance to break through together. But now, with two third-tier beings, they had no chance of survival at all. Just then, two corpses lunged at them like unleashed beasts. They did not use their own abilities but relied on the black mist surrounding them, swinging their fists with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The crowd had no time to think and immediately entered a combat state, using all their strength to fend off this sudden attack. Pang Ji realized the severity of the battle situation and quickly moved from the front to the back, joining Wang Chang to fend off the attacks from the corpses behind. The other warriors also used their abilities, their flashing powers intertwining in the air as they began to fight for their lives. Fang Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly activated the fourth level of the blazing flame melting body technique, igniting intense flames around his body. The burning clouds were enveloped in flames, cutting forward with immense power. At the same time, Yen Hong was not to be outdone, using the chasing sun rock body to join the others in resisting the corpses' attacks. With one strike, 3 corpses were pushed back several meters by the combined strength of 40 people, the black mist rolling in the air, emitting a pungent odor. However, nearly half of the 40 warriors spat blood again due to the powerful recoil, their faces pale, clearly bearing immense pressure. Some warriors in the group showed despair, their eyes flickering with fear. Even with their combined efforts, they had only managed to push back 2 corpses a few meters, and a sense of helplessness arose in their hearts. They knew that once the command center realized they could not be contacted, reinforcements would surely come, but given the current situation, they could not possibly hold on until help arrived. At that moment, Fang Chen shouted, "Everyone, hold me off for 1 minute, and I'll take you out." His voice was like a fierce wind blowing into everyone's ears. Before the group from Jianghai University could express their confusion, the 20 from Moda University instantly took their positions, knowing that Fang Chen still had a trump card left. Although they did not know if they could kill the 2 third-tier beginners, there was no time to ask. The only way to escape now was this one. "Fang Chen, just go for it, we'll hold them off," Yen Hong shouted. Seeing this, Pang Ji also shouted without hesitation, "We're fine too." Fang Chen showed no hesitation and immediately began to gather fire. The fallen heart flame and the sea heart flame slowly merged in his palm, the scorching flames intertwining, producing a deep and resonant roar. From the earlier attacks of the 2 corpses, it could be determined that they had no consciousness and could not even use their own innate abilities, relying solely on that black mist, significantly reducing their strength. If it were 2 normal third-tier beginners, Fang Chen would have had no hesitation in shattering that jade pendant to summon Long Yi for rescue. But with these 2, he was confident he could at least give it a try. Just then, the 2 corpses launched another attack, as if enraged beasts, their frenzied power suffocating. This attack was even more ferocious than before, the corpses' movements swift and vicious, showing no hesitation whatsoever. "Let's go all out," Yen Hong shouted, his voice filled with unwavering determination. He was the first to strike, his arms bulging with veins as he gripped the giant axe. Sky-shattering axe, 5th level, shatter rivers and lakes. The dual axes sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Each swing was accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations, attempting to block the corpse's attacks, while his complexion visibly darkened, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Even with the support of Earth's core, it could not compensate for the consumption. He was draining his own vitality. Pang Ji quickly took out a pill and swallowed it without hesitation. In the next moment, a blood-colored mist erupted from his body, his eyes filled with blood vessels, as he sacrificed his life in another way. Gripping his long knife tightly, he swung it fiercely to fend off the corpse's attacks. At the same time, the other 37 people also launched their attacks simultaneously, using various means to fight for their lives. With the intertwining of various abilities, the entire warehouse instantly transformed into a chaotic battlefield. Countless streams of energy surged wildly through the air, forming brilliant light and shadow. Each attack's defense was accompanied by deafening explosions, causing the entire warehouse to shake violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. However, every time Yen Hong and the others withstood an attack, their faces turned a shade paler, and the burden on their bodies grew heavier. Especially for some junior second-tier martial artists, facing such a powerful enemy was simply unbearable. In just 30 seconds, 5 had already fallen, unconscious on the ground, their faces pale and breaths weak. Hold on. Yen Hong gritted his teeth. Yet, as 4 more collapsed from exhaustion, the pressure of the battle intensified, and an invisible despair began to rise in both his and Pang Ji's hearts. The two were almost at their limit, their eyes starting to blur, consciousness gradually fading, as if they were about to sink into darkness. At this critical moment, Fang Chen's voice cut through their despair like a breath of fresh air. Everyone, fall back. Without hesitation, Yen Hong and the others quickly retreated, increasing the distance from the corpses. 2 corpses immediately charged forward, their faces twisted with ferocity, as if they wanted to tear them apart. Fang Chen stepped forward, and the giant star floated ahead. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be drawn in by this force, the air distorting as the giant star passed through. Just as it was about to make contact with the corpses, explode. Fang Chen's voice boomed like thunder, carrying an unparalleled might. A massive surge of energy erupted instantly, like a giant flower of flames blooming in the air. Transparent and deep blue flames intertwined, instantly engulfing everything around, transforming into a giant star several dozen meters high. Artistry was about to explode again. The terrifying heat surged like a tide, the air in the food warehouse instantly became unbearably hot, the paint on the walls began to peel, and the ground twisted under the onslaught of high temperatures. In less than a second, the food warehouse collapsed with a thunderous roar. Luo Shouwen ran frantically, filled with anxiety and unease. He pushed his junior 4th-tier speed to the limit, his steps swift as the wind. But at that moment, a fireball suddenly erupted several kilometers away, sending up thick smoke. Luo Wensong's heart sank sharply, and he stopped, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was acutely aware of the explosion's location. It was the food warehouse, where Fang Chen and the others were operating. An unbelievable fear surged through him, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart. The scene before him blurred, and images of everyone in the gym flashed through his mind. Just 4 hours. Yen Hong shook his head and sighed. If Fang Chen had unleashed this ultimate move during the previous competition, he would have been instantly killed. Pang Ji and the others from Zhanghai University were left dumbfounded. This was actually something Fang Chen had created. Previously, due to the battle, they hadn't had time to consider how powerful Fang Chen's ultimate move could be, but the current scene provided them with the answer. It was a terrifying strike that reached the initial stage of the 3rd tier. Pang Ji's breath momentarily halted. At the moment of the explosion, if Fang Chen hadn't used his innate flames to protect them, they would have been burned to death in the blast. So this is what a double SS level genius is like. He recalled someone saying in the gym that Fang Chen had defeated over 100 people at the freshman tournament. At that time, he, like everyone else, hadn't believed it. At this moment, Fang Chen's strike completely changed his understanding of genius battles. Just then, a faint movement came from the ruins. A charred body staggered up from the debris, while another, with its legs blown off, was crawling slowly through the wreckage. Their skin was scorched by the flames, blackened and covered in blood, making it nearly impossible to discern their human form. Despite this, they still tried to crawl towards Fang Chen and the others. They're still not dead. Fang Chen tightened his grip on the burning cloud and stepped forward, ready to deliver a finishing blow. But as he approached, he frowned. He saw that embedded in the corpse's chest was a blood-red orb, emitting a faint black aura. Dozens of grotesque, terrifying blood vessels connected to the orb, twisting like tentacles, winding out and penetrating various parts of the corpse, seemingly sustaining their life. Was this the secret to the dead coming back to life? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Chen decided to remove the orb and hand it over to the security bureau later. To be safe, he wrapped his right hand in otherworldly fire to prevent any toxins from the orb. With a firm grip, he yanked the blood-red orb along with the twisted blood vessels, producing a sharp tearing sound. The blood vessels around the orb writhed like worms, as if struggling to escape. The corpse's body immediately lost its support and fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. So it really was because of this orb. Fang Chen examined the orb in his hand, feeling a strong energy surging from it, as if it were calling to him. This orb is attracting my consciousness. Could there be something inside? Fang Chen furrowed his brow, quickly maxing out the power of the fallen heart flame to ensure that if his consciousness was threatened, he could withdraw in time to protect himself from being eroded. Taking a deep breath, he slowly immersed his consciousness into the blood-red orb before him. Instantly, he found himself in a blood-red void, as if trapped in an endless nightmare. Then, it felt as if he passed through a corridor, the surrounding crimson receding like a tide. He sensed that he had become attached to an object, and his perspective gradually became clear. He discovered that he was being held in the palm of a man wearing a dark vest and camouflage military pants. Fang Chen looked around and found himself in a dilapidated bar, its walls adorned with faded posters, and the floor a patchwork of dirt and shattered glass. The dim yellow light cast a suffocating atmosphere. The man in the vest walked deeper into the bar through a passage, accompanied by an old man with graying hair. The man in military pants swayed his dagger as he walked, causing Fang Chen's perspective to spin. "Sigh, we still have to take those things downstairs, it's such a hassle." At that moment, the old man beside him spoke up. "It's time for the Holy Sun, we need to sever the connection with the blood orb." Got it. As soon as the words were spoken, Fang Chen's consciousness instantly returned to reality. Looking at the blood orb again, the intense pull had vanished, and his consciousness could no longer probe inside. He hurried over to another corpse and kicked it over. The corpse showed no reaction, and the orb on its chest was also shattered. Fang Chen recalled what the old man had just said. It's time to sever the connection with the blood orb. Everything he had just seen echoed in his mind like a tide. The Holy Sun. The blood orb. Could it be related to the Forbidden God Church? But why was I able to see these things? For a moment, he was a bit confused about the situation. Seeing Fang Chen squatting beside the corpse in a daze, Yan Hong and the others were about to approach him to speak. Boom! 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 A figure was rushing towards them from hundreds of meters away, kicking up clouds of dust behind. One moment it was 300 meters away, and the next it was right in front of them. The person was Luo Shouwen, his eyes blood-red, a violent aura surging like a tidal wave, exuding boundless rage. Forbidden God Church, damn you! Are you still alive? After arriving outside the warehouse, Luo Shouwen hurriedly braked, his anger abruptly stopping, leaving only confusion in his eyes. He could sense that the energy from the recent explosion had reached the initial stage of the third level. Fang Chen and the others were actually unharmed. Seeing that it was Luo Shouwen, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Fang Chen, if it weren't for him, we would probably have been done for. Pang Zhi walked over, his heart racing as he recounted everything that had just happened from start to finish. After understanding the situation, Luo Shouwen couldn't help but marvel. The explosion just now had actually been caused by Fang Chen, which truly exceeded his understanding. How could someone be this talented? It was simply unfathomable. He once again acknowledged that he hadn't forced Fang Chen to go to the Qingyu footpath, otherwise, Yan Hong and the others would probably have been done for. Deputy Commander, take a look at this. Fang Chen hurriedly handed the broken blood orb to Luo Shouwen. Upon seeing it, Luo Shouwen immediately furrowed his brows, his gaze roaming over the blood orb. Where did this come from? I took it from the corpse. From the corpse. No wonder it could come back to life. This orb can allow a corpse to come back to life. How is that possible? Yan Hong and the others were puzzled. Luo Shouwen did not answer their questions, his expression serious as he looked at Fang Chen. When you took it, was the corpse still moving? The orb wasn't broken? Yes. Fang Chen nodded. Did you see any scenes? Fang Chen was taken aback, not expecting Luo Shouwen to know this too. Seeing Luo Shouwen so anxious, he didn't ask why but recounted everything he had seen within the orb. A bar. After hearing Fang Chen's account, Luo Shouwen quickly activated the communicator. The warehouse had been destroyed, but communication had returned to normal. Soon, the communicator was connected. Luo Shouwen's first words were, "Old Su, listen to me, you must not expose." What? You say all 40 martial artists of Fang Chen have sacrificed? In the command room, Su Qidong, who was on the phone with Luo Shouwen, could no longer contain his anger. His previously calm demeanor instantly shattered, and the flames of rage burned fiercely in his heart. He smashed his fist into the nearby table, splintering it, and the scattered documents and cups on the table fell with a crisp sound, as if echoing his inner fury. In his extreme anger, his hands trembled slightly, his eyes flashing with disbelief and helplessness. Su Chidong's teeth ground together with a crunch, forcing himself to calm down. He shouted angrily, "What's the situation at the remaining 5 locations? All personnel have evacuated from Wuwei Hotel. Minglan Property has confirmed, all personnel sacrificed. Jiyan Flower and Grass Company, 26 sacrificed, 12 survived. Zhang Batzi Electric Vehicle Repair Center, all personnel have evacuated. Qingyu Footpath, all personnel have evacuated." The voices of the liaison officers from each location rang out in turn. A total of 106 people have sacrificed. Su Chidong's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth. "Issue the order. All active martial artists must search for members of the Forbidden God Church, leave not a single one." Su Chidong's voice was like a heavy hammer, completely bringing the mission failure to light. The entire command room was filled with a sorrowful and indignant atmosphere, everyone looking at each other, their hearts filled with loss and pain. "Zhang Lu, you take charge of wrapping things up, and I'll go bring back the bodies of Feng Chen and the others." Su Chidong instructed the person beside him, angrily slamming the door as he left. The door made a dull sound, as if echoing the fury within him. After exiting the command room, Su Chidong jumped into a car and sped away. Once he was far from the Public Security Bureau, the anger in his eyes quickly faded. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, old Su, help me check on a bar, and gather all the trustworthy brothers to join me in taking down the Forbidden God Society. I will make them pay in blood for their debts." Su Chidong was efficient. In less than 2 minutes, he found the specific location of the bar based on the environment provided by Feng Chen. The bar is located in the abandoned area of the northern suburbs of Su City. Luo Shouwen hung up the phone and looked at Feng Chen and the others. "You just went through a battle, so you shouldn't participate in what's next. Rest well, the rescue team will be here soon." "I'm fine, really," Feng Chen hurriedly replied. From the conversation between Luo Shouwen and Su Chidong, Feng Chen realized that the bar was an important stronghold of the Forbidden God Society. Although he didn't fully understand the reasoning behind it, he wouldn't miss this opportunity to earn credits. The previous 2 second-tier intermediate credits were barely enough to fill the gaps. "We're going to," Yan Hong, Pang Ji, and Wang Cheng quickly shouted. As the top 4 among the 40, they didn't want to miss this chance either. As for danger, the path of a martial artist was inherently fraught with peril. Having chosen this road, they were already prepared for death. This was also why they could quickly recover from the terror of death. As for the others, more than a dozen had collapsed from exhaustion, while some were sitting on the ground, unable to stand. The previous battle had drained all their strength. Luo Shouwen glanced at them. "Feng Chen can go, but as for you 3, you're barely able to stand, so don't go causing trouble." "No, I'm fine." Yan Hong quickly pulled out a pill and swallowed it, his complexion visibly becoming healthier. The other 2 also had their own methods. Seeing their determination, Luo Shouwen sighed. "Alright, just make sure to protect yourselves." Before long, 6 infantry transport vehicles from the Tu Guang arrived, all arranged by Su Chidong. They first took away the 36 for treatment, and then Feng Chen and the other 4 got into a vehicle, heading in another direction. At this point, Feng Chen could no longer hold back his curiosity. Unexpectedly, Pang Ji was even more eager. "Commander Luo, how did you determine the Forbidden God Society's stronghold from a blood bead?" At this moment, Luo Shouwen no longer held back and explained, "You don't understand what this blood bead is because your strength hasn't reached that level. Even I have only seen it once in the hands of a 7th-tier grandmaster. And this grandmaster," Luo Shouwen looked at Feng Chen and Yan Hong, "is none other than your Vice Principal Long Yi. Who would have thought Vice Principal Long Yi would make an appearance in this way? The blood bead is not naturally formed, it is derived from a blood weapon, and as for the blood weapon, it comes from the Forbidden Zone." The mention of the Forbidden Zone instantly made Feng Chen and the others serious. Anything related to the Forbidden Zone was certainly not ordinary. Luo Shouwen continued, "As for where the blood weapon is in the Forbidden Zone and how it is formed, I don't know. All I know is that blood weapons can produce derivatives similar to this blood bead, and these derivatives are linked to the blood weapon, obeying its commands." Upon hearing this, Feng Chen's eyes lit up. This crucial clue instantly clarified his previous doubts. The blood bead, as a derivative of the blood weapon, connects and obeys the blood weapon. Therefore, those 2 corpses that couldn't use their abilities were not resurrected but were controlled puppets. Damn it! What he saw in the blood bead was actually a reverse consciousness, attached to the blood weapon, coincidentally witnessing the environment of the controller. In summary, follow the wire to find you. The old man wanted to sever the link, which meant cutting the network cable, and then he returned. As for why he cut it at that time, Feng Chen had already guessed. It was all about time. From the resurrection of the corpse to the severing of time, it took about 5 minutes. Even for the strongest person in this operation, Luo Xiuwen, who rushed to the warehouse with all his might, it took over 6 minutes. Therefore, this 5 minutes was the time when the ambushed martial artists were isolated and helpless. Exceeding this time would mean reinforcements would arrive. To prevent being traced back, it was necessary to cut off the connection with the blood bead. In simple terms, it was like setting a bomb on a network connection. After the explosion, one had to quickly disconnect to avoid being discovered. From this, it can be seen that the person referred to as the Holy Sun had a clear understanding of the personnel planning for this operation, allowing for such a detailed plan. It is enough to show that there is a mole in the Public Security Bureau, or rather, someone controlled by the blood weapon. This is why Su Chidong shouted that they were all dead as soon as he heard the words blood bead on the other end of the communicator. It was a performance for those people to prevent the members of the Forbidden God Church from noticing that the family was about to be stolen. What Luo Xiuwen said next confirmed Fang Chen's thoughts. Everything was part of a meticulous plan. He also mentioned a point: the control of the blood weapon over derivatives has distance limitations, so he judged that the person was still in Sioux City. Unfortunately, what the Forbidden God Church did not anticipate was that 2 third-tier martial artists would be counter-killed, and by chance, someone was traced back. In fact, if it were someone else, they would not have anticipated it either. After all, the gap in levels cannot be compensated by numbers. Not to mention 42nd-tier intermediates, even 100 would not be a match for 2 third-tier martial artists. So, it wasn't that the opponent was weak, but rather that they encountered a formidable opponent. Fang Chen was the variable in this operation. To ensure the safety of this mission, I specifically invited a 6th-tier mental system expert to investigate the entire Public Security Bureau. Luo Xiuwen instinctively clenched his fists. I didn't expect that the people of the Forbidden God Church actually had such a thing as a blood weapon. The blood weapon links to derivatives, and is not controlled by mental manipulation, so mental system ability users cannot detect it at all. In terms of quantity, it is also extremely rare. According to Luo Xiuwen, in the entire Hanxia, there are only 3, even fewer than the number of grandmasters. Naturally, when planning the operation, one would not think in this direction. After all, even people of their level had only seen it once. Then why didn't the Forbidden God Church ambush 2 high-tier 3rd-tier or 4th-tier experts? Wouldn't that be safer? Wang Chang couldn't help but ask. This was also what Fang Chen wanted to ask. This is related to the strength of the user, Luo Xiuwen explained. The 3rd-tier strength of the corpse is not its own strength, but that given to them by the derivative blood bead. The derivative is formed by the blood weapon's owner through the blood weapon, similar to the owner's strength. So, the vest-wearing man referred to as the Holy Sun that Fang Chen saw should have a strength around the early 3rd tier. I see. As Luo Xiuwen spoke, they had already passed halfway to their destination. With the effect of the elixir, Yin Hong and the others had also mostly recovered. Seeing this, Fang Chen began to prepare, and under his control, 2 types have started to condense. This scene directly frightened Yin Hong and the others, who hurriedly moved aside. Fang Chen, what are you going to do? I'm preparing to shape it in advance and throw it directly when we get there. Hiss. That's a good idea, but why does yours look different from before? This time it's a new variety, little boy. The abandoned area in the northern suburbs of Sioux City was similar to the abandoned area in Zheng City. It had once suffered from the invasion of demon beasts, leaving behind a scene of devastation. After a fierce battle, it was reclaimed, but due to the frequent appearance of demon beasts, it later became a forbidden area in Sioux City. Weeds grew wildly, covering the once roads and buildings, hiding the traces of past prosperity. The abandoned buildings had long since collapsed, their walls peeling, windows shattered, and occasionally, the shadows of monsters would wander among the ruins. Fang Chen and his group got out of the car at a predetermined location outside the abandoned district. At this moment, more than 50 people had already gathered inside the derelict building, the lowest among them being mid-level 2nd tier. Of course, this was before Fang Chen arrived. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Su Chidong did not call for reinforcements from the Public Security Bureau. Some of these people were secretly dispatched from the branch office, while others were from the Public Security Bureau of a neighboring city. They had only received orders to come here and were not well informed about the operation. Upon seeing Luo Xiuwen, they hurriedly approached to inquire. When they heard that the Forbidden God Church had already killed dozens of people, their eyes turned bloodshot, vowing to slay this group. Yen Hong and Pang Ji clenched their fists silently. If it weren't for Fang Chen's skills, they too would have been counted among the casualties. Before long, Su Chidong arrived with his group. The first thing he did upon getting out of the car was to look at Fang Chen. Thank you for your help this time. His tone was filled with sincerity. You're too polite, just help me add a few more heads after the mission is over. Of course, no problem. Su Chidong appreciated Fang Chen's straightforwardness. He looked around at everyone, "Everyone, get ready." With this backbone's command, everyone donned their respective gear. Soon, a team of over 90 people was fully armed. With the attacks on the 6 locations completed, the people of the Forbidden God Church must be thinking about escaping. I won't waste time with unnecessary talk. Su Chidong tapped on the communicator in his hand, projecting a 3-dimensional map into the air. This is the map of the bar, located 1,000 meters straight from here, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, divided into 3 levels, 1 above ground and 2 underground. As he spoke, he looked at one person, Wang Shan, investigate the specific situation. Yes. The man named Wang Shan closed his eyes, a surge of vigorous mental energy erupted from his body, spreading towards the direction of the bar. The released aura reached high-level 3rd tier. 3 minutes later, Wang Shan opened his eyes. There are no guards 500 meters from the bar. He then moved to the virtual map, pointing at one of the buildings. Within 500 meters of the bar, there are 2 guards in this building, 1 here, and in this abandoned restaurant. After explaining, there were a total of 4 locations with lookout personnel, totaling 10 people, all at mid-level 2nd tier. As for the bar itself, there were strong guards at 4th tier, which he did not delve into. After learning this information, Su Chidong thought briefly and immediately instructed 4 3rd-tier strongmen to head to the 4 locations. Their formidable strength, combined with Wang Shan's mental confusion, would allow them to silently eliminate the guards. During the actions of these 4, Su Chidong made arrangements for the upcoming operation. We have 36 3rd-tier warriors, 31 high-level 2nd-tier warriors, and 26 mid-level 2nd-tier warriors. The situation inside the bar is unknown. We must be fully prepared. Old Luo, you lead 26 high-level 3rd-tier warriors and 20 high-level 2nd-tier warriors to storm the bar, he continued. The remaining 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier warriors will stay outside the bar with me to hunt down any escaping members of the Forbidden God Church. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Using elite forces to deal with unknown risks would minimize casualties. As for the mid-level 2nd-tier warriors, they all agreed with Su Chidong's arrangement. If they went in, they would be a hindrance, so it was better to stay outside. Fan Chen felt that the space inside the bar was small and would hinder his abilities, so he preferred to create an explosion outside. At that moment, they received news of the force success, and Su Chidong's expression grew serious. Begin the operation. Inside the bar, on the 2nd underground level, the surroundings were dark and damp, the air filled with a pungent smell of rust. In the center was a massive blood-red pool, the water resembling congealed blood, shimmering with an eerie glow. On the surface of the water, faint light reflected the rippling shadows, creating an especially strange atmosphere. At the center of the pool floated a blood-red blade. As time passed, the blood in the pool slowly gathered towards the blade, as if drawn by an invisible force, forming thin streams of blood that quietly flowed into the blade. The blood gradually receded, and the scene in the pool became increasingly clear, revealing 20 blood beads at the bottom, resembling bright red pearls, quietly lying at the bottom of the pool. These blood beads emitted a faint glow, like cursed gems, attracting people's gaze. Only 20 blood beads have formed, how slow? Well, as long as it helps us escape, that's enough. The Holy Son of the Forbidden God Church, Xinjia, walked to the side of the blood pool, took the central blood knife back into his hand, and caressed the blade. Li Bo, has there been any news? The old man standing in the shadows nodded. Yes, from the Minglan property, all 40 people are dead. From the Ziyuan Flower Company, 26 are dead, and 12 survived. Xinjia, Ziyuan Flower Company only released 1 3rd tier, 26 dead, that's already worth it. What about the food warehouse? All 40 people are dead. Xinjia scoffed. Wuda in Magic City, Zhanghai Wuda, double SS level talents. I thought they were something special. Li Bo stepped out of the darkness. Holy Son, Su Chidong is furious about this matter and has ordered a citywide search in Su City. We should leave. Understood, let those guys in. The old man nodded, then went upstairs, and after coming down, he was followed by 20 people. Upon seeing Xinjia, they immediately knelt. We meet the Holy Son. Xinjia stood up, looking down from above. You have performed well this year. The Forbidden God has granted you rewards. The blood beads are in the pool, eat them, and you will become deacons of the Forbidden God Church. Hurry and take them. Hearing this, the 20 people were overwhelmed with excitement, feelings of indescribable gratitude and reverence surging within them, and they all knelt before Xinjia, their voices trembling. Thank you, Holy Son, thank you, Lord Forbidden God. Then, like puppets being activated, the 20 people eagerly crawled to the side of the pool, their eyes shining with fervent light. They carefully picked up the 20 blood beads, the bright red hue appearing particularly enticing in the dim light. Each person placed a blood bead in their mouth, a strange sensation coursing through their throats, and with a low gurgling sound, they forced down the discomfort and swallowed the beads. These people were ecstatic, their faces glowing with fervor. I have become a deacon. I have finally become a deacon. I can also gain third-tier power now. Thank you, Holy Sun, thank you, Lord Forbidden God. Shinja looked at this group of foolish people, a mocking smile on his lips. Then, the blood-colored dagger in his hand emitted a dim bloodlight. In an instant, the eyes of the 20 people lost their luster, their arms drooping, turning into true puppets. Go, spread chaos throughout Sioux City. Consider it my final gift to Sioux City. Shinja, with your distraction, I can escape from Sioux City more easily. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion sounded from above. Bang! It was as if the entire space was trembling. Shinja's mocking smile instantly vanished. The old man beside him widened his eyes. Someone has found this place. Found by someone? How is that possible? A hint of ferocity and anger flashed in Shinja's eyes. Who is coming? The old man known as Li Bo furrowed his brows, sensing the aura coming from upstairs. There are more than 50 people, more than half of whom are third-tier warriors, and there are even fourth-tier warriors. More than 50? Shinja's expression turned fierce. Only the Public Security Bureau can mobilize so many people in Sioux City. They shouldn't be searching the city right now. How could they come here? I don't know either. Li Bo anxiously lowered his head, glancing at the blood-colored dagger, urging, Young master, they have already started fighting above. We must leave quickly. Shinja had no time to think further at this moment, hurriedly gripping the dagger, flashing with a seductive bloodlight. Go up and hold them back. The faces of the 20 puppets instantly turned pale, grotesque veins appearing on their necks, as if activated by some force, surging towards their chests, as if they were about to burst forth. Originally at the second level, their aura suddenly reached the third level, all rushing towards the upper floor. Meanwhile, Shinja, with a dark expression, walked into a small door beside him with the old man. On the first floor, as Luo Shiwen shattered the main door with a single strike, the deafening sound echoed throughout the bar, startling more than 30 members of the Forbidden God Church, and the battle officially began. The dark bar instantly transformed into a battlefield, the clash between the ability users as intense as sparks colliding, various powers erupting, accompanied by explosions, the air thick with a charred scent. Luo Shiwen moved like lightning, swinging his knife towards a mid-level third-tier martial artist. The blade flashed, and the martial artist had no reaction before being sent away with a single strike, blood splattering and staining the ground around him. Just as he prepared to continue his assault, a low-level fourth-tier enemy suddenly lunged out from the darkness, eyes vacant, face twisted, as if a walking corpse. Damn it, this one is controlled. Luo Shiwen's heart sank, realizing the severity of the situation. He engaged in a fierce clash with the low-level fourth-tier martial artist, the sound of blades clashing echoing in the bar, sparks flying. The surrounding battle showed a one-sided trend, as the members of the Forbidden God Church gradually appeared overwhelmed due to their numerical disadvantage. At that moment, 20 low-level third-tier puppets suddenly charged up from downstairs, their faces twisted, devoid of life, as if they were manipulated puppets, rushing towards them without hesitation. The previously one-sided battle escalated once more. The ability users engaged in fierce combat within the bar, flames and frost intertwining, lightning and thunder accompanying, the entire space torn apart by the aftermath of the battle. Amidst the chaotic fighting, some members of the Forbidden God Church who had not yet been controlled quietly escaped through the gaps, their faces filled with fear and despair, as if they had already realized the outcome of this battle. Luo Shiwen and the others glanced at those fleeing figures but did not stop them. Someone was waiting for them outside. Outside the bar, Tsuchidome stood to the side, his gaze sharp as an eagle, calmly directing the crowd to set up a tight encirclement 200 meters around the bar. Every so often, a martial artist stood guard, and any member of the Forbidden God Church attempting to escape would fall into the trap. The surrounding martial artists were prepared. If the martial artist beside them faltered, they would immediately step in to assist. As Luo Shiwen broke into the bar, the sounds of battle grew even more intense. Soon, 2 members of the Forbidden God Church crawled out from the shattered door, panic-stricken, looking around to find themselves surrounded on all sides, despair increasingly evident on their faces. They knew that if captured, endless torment and death awaited them. However, just as they were about to give up hope, their eyes inadvertently swept towards Fang Chen's direction, and a glimmer of hope sparked in their despair. High-level first tier. Break through from here. One of the members of the Forbidden God Church whispered, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. The 2 immediately charged towards the weakest point of the encirclement, their last hope ignited. Like Digga seeing the light. 2 mid-level second tiers. Fang Chen noticed the 2 trying to escape from him, a slight smirk appearing on his lips as he tightened his grip on the battle knife, the blade glinting coldly in the light. Looking for death. The 2 members of the Forbidden God Church, seeing Fang Chen holding the knife, had even more twisted expressions as they accelerated towards him, attempting to force their way through. Just as they were about to make contact, Fang Chen erupted with a powerful aura, fiery red flame patterns covering his body, as if transforming into a blazing war god, exuding a terrifying presence. The two mid-level second-tier members of the Forbidden God Church changed their expressions drastically, not expecting the enemy before them to have their aura suddenly rise by 2 levels. What awaited them next was the 4th level of the Burning Annihilation Blade record. The blade's momentum was like a rainbow, bearing down on the opponent with unmatched might. The light of the blade contained a fierce flame power, as if it aimed to burn away all obstacles. The members of the Forbidden God Church hurriedly defended themselves. After a dozen exchanges, with a single stroke, 2 of them fell dead. To prevent them from reviving after 60 seconds of watching an advertisement, Fang Chen deliberately cut them in half. He then checked his chest, there were no blood beads. Afterward, he kicked the bodies far away. This fluid scene left Su Chidong and the others in awe. Killing 2 mid-level second-tier opponents with high-level first-tier strength was truly impressive talent. On the left, Yan Hong shook his head with a bitter smile. In just 2 days, Fang Chen's close combat ability had surpassed that of the two during their battle. He just wondered what Fang Chen was doing kicking the bodies away. At that moment, another member of the Forbidden God Church fled from the bar. The same despair, the same bright eyes, the same rush towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Yan Hong immediately understood. Fang Chen was afraid that the bodies would scare the customers, worried they wouldn't come forward to offer credits. This person was a high-level second tier, and Fang Chen was fully prepared to face him, honing his Burning Annihilation Blade technique. However, with his current ability, it was clear he was not a match for a high-level second tier in close combat. Feeling that he had trained enough, he took out a small boy and released him, instantly creating a small mushroom cloud. After the flames were suppressed, only a charred remains was left. At this, the surrounding crowd went from awe to grimacing. They had already learned from Luo Xiuwen that Fang Chen had killed a third tier, but witnessing it in person turned their shock into a tumultuous wave. This damn talent! Then, Fang Chen kicked the body away again, and sure enough, another deceived member of the Forbidden God Church charged at him. This scene made Yan Hong and the others sigh helplessly. Fang Chen had already tricked several with his high-level first-tier advertisement, but they hadn't even started to feast. Just then, a dozen members of the Forbidden God Church suddenly surged out of the bar, immediately scattering and charging towards several weak points. Su Chidong suspected something was wrong inside the bar and hurriedly urged everyone around to work together to block them, determined not to let anyone break through. This time, no one chose Fang Chen, because when this group fled the bar, he had just blown up a high-level second-tier opponent, and the charred body lay right in front of him. Coincidentally, this scene obstructed his business. Just as Fang Chen kicked the body away and was about to assist Yan Hong, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. The Holy Son of the Forbidden God Church, Xinjia. Unlike the other members of the Forbidden God Church, they emerged from an abandoned building more than 100 meters away from the bar. That was the back door of the bar. Damn it! Xinjia cursed angrily, having thought that the attackers were all inside the bar, not realizing there was a circle of people outside. At the same time, Su Chidong also spotted Xinjia. To be precise, he first noticed the old man beside Xinjia. 4th tier beginner. Without any hesitation, Su Chidong's speed exploded to its peak, like a flash of lightning, charging towards the old man in front of him. Right now, only he could deal with this powerful enemy. No one else could match him. Holy Son, run! The old man, seeing Su Chidong rushing towards him, felt a tightness in his heart and urgently shouted at Xinjia. He resolutely moved to confront Su Chidong. In the instant they clashed, Su Chidong's punch made the old man spit out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground and instantly turning the surrounding earth red. Then, the old man only took 2 steps back, and his body erupted with a thick blood mist, instantly dyeing the surrounding air a dark red. His aura surged, reaching the intermediate 4th tier realm, nearly matching Su Chidong's strength. He actually squeezed his life to enhance his power. Su Chidong's heart trembled. The old man's actions were undoubtedly at the cost of his own life, trading it for a brief boost in strength. Before Su Chidong could think further, the old man lunged at him like a raging beast. Although he was still at a disadvantage, the ferocity of his momentum forced Su Chidong to respond with all his might. At the same time, Xinjia cursed, "Damn it, how could Su Chidong be here?" At this moment, 3 third-tier warriors were charging towards him, and he hurriedly searched for an escape route. Then, his gaze fell on Fang Chen, who was also looking at him. Xinjia was taken aback. This guy actually didn't die, what the hell is going on? There was no time to think further. He stepped onto the path of his predecessors and charged towards Fang Chen, wanting to take down this first-tier advanced warrior. Seeing this, the few third-tier warriors who were originally rushing towards him slowed down, afraid of being accidentally injured. Fang Chen smiled at this, his eyes sparkling with amusement. He hadn't even made a move yet, and the other side was already coming to him. Since that was the case, he naturally had to entertain them well. Fang Chen quickly took out 4 small boys that he had prepared in advance from a container and threw them all at once. The container was a ring that Lin Qin had given him yesterday, and it was just right to use today. Come on, enjoy this surprise. The small boys drew beautiful arcs in the air, as if dancing gracefully, reaching Qinja's front, amidst his puzzled gaze. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and a deafening explosion echoed throughout the ruined city. The explosion instantly engulfed everything around, the flames roaring like a furious beast, sweeping outward. The scorching flames intertwined with thick smoke, forming a sea of fire, as if the entire world had been dyed blood red. The air was filled with a burnt smell, the ground shattered into pieces, and flying stones and sparks fell like raindrops, scattering everywhere. But this was not the end. Fang Chen took out another one and threw it, exploding and then throwing again, exploding. Fang Chen said nothing, only focused on the explosions. On the way, he had prepared nearly 20 of them, unafraid of being blown to bits. This scene made the second-tier warriors around him swallow hard. Whose big move is so reckless? The few third-tier warriors who had slowed down were relieved they hadn't rushed in. The power of these continuous explosions was almost on par with that of a third-tier intermediate. But just as Fang Chen was about to throw the 7th one, a figure, completely charred, suddenly emerged from the flames. It was Qinja. His original face was barely recognizable, his features twisted by the flames, his eye sockets sunken, as if consumed by darkness. His clothes had long turned to ashes, his body exposed, charred by the flames, his skin covered in cracks, emitting a pungent burnt smell. However, even with his entire body charred, Qinja could still move. The moment he jumped out of the flames, he fixed his gaze on Fang Chen, his eyes burning with unparalleled rage, as if he wanted to tear him apart. It's a blood weapon. Fang Chen noticed that Qinja was holding a blood-colored dagger, with several blood threads piercing into Qinja's arm, delivering red liquid. The charred flesh on Qinja's arm was visibly regenerating. Fang Chen immediately recognized this as the thing he had possessed through the network. It was this thing that saved him. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen threw another small boy. However, Qinja did not flee. After jumping out of the sea of fire, he stared at Fang Chen from dozens of meters away. Fang Chen, I remember you. A jade pendant appeared in his hand at some point, and he suddenly plunged the blood-colored dagger into the jade pendant. Instantly, a barrier appeared around him, blocking the attacks from the small boys and several others. A summoning jade pendant? Fang Chen's expression grew serious, instantly recalling the jade pendant Lin Qin had given him, but he felt it was somewhat different. At the same time, the old man who was entangled with Su Qidong suddenly knelt down, looking painfully towards Qinja's direction, his body visibly withering. Young master, stop! He used all his strength, but Qinja did not respond at all. Su Qidong sensed something was wrong. Upon seeing the jade pendant in Qinja's hand, his expression changed drastically. That's a teleportation jade pendant, stop him quickly. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen and the others immediately enlarged their focus. However, all the attacks were blocked by that barrier. Damn it, I can't break the spell. Fang Chen, not willing to give up, threw another one. At that moment, Su Qidong also arrived, thrusting a long spear imbued with endless might towards Qinja, but it was still blocked by the barrier. Ha ha ha, you can't break it. Qinja laughed wildly from within the barrier, as the blood-red dagger surged with a large amount of blood that drilled into the jade pendant. The originally pure white jade pendant instantly turned blood red. As the old man's body in the distance gradually shriveled, until his last breath faded away, the flow of blood from the blood-red dagger abruptly stopped. In the next moment, the jade pendant erupted with a blinding blood-red light, slowly enveloping Qinja from bottom to top. Qinja turned his head, the corners of his mouth, covered in black scabs, twisted into a sinister arc. Fang Chen, this time I underestimated you. Next time, I will definitely kill you. This statement indicated that he had already realized the reason for the attack. As his words fell, the light grew even more dazzling, wrapping him completely in bloodlight. In the next moment, the light suddenly vanished, and Qinja's figure disappeared along with it, as if he had never existed. The surrounding barrier shattered with a crisp cracking sound, like torn paper, collapsing in an instant. Only a jade pendant fell to the ground, hitting the stone heavily, producing a clear sound, and then shattered into 2 halves, spilling out bright red blood, which flowed like winding rivers, slowly seeping into the ground, staining the surrounding stones red. Fang Chen stood at a distance, his gaze fixed on the broken jade pendant. He did not expect that this holy son could escape under the siege of so many people. This meant that he had completely established a grudge with the Forbidden God Church, and there would be no shortage of dealings in the future. Damn it, he actually let this guy escape. Su Qidong was rarely furious, gripping his spear so tightly that it buzzed. Commander, what's the deal with the barrier and that old man? Someone asked. It's a teleportation jade pendant with spatial abilities. When used, a protective barrier appears around the user. From the strength of the barrier, it can be seen that the ability user who created this jade pendant has reached the 6th tier advanced level. This teleportation jade pendant is priceless. At this point, Su Chidong took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, but his expression was still filled with rage. He immediately activated the communication device. Old Su, immediately issue a wanted notice for the Holy Son of the Forbidden God Church. The appearance is recorded in the communication device. A 6th tier spatial ability teleportation jade pendant requires at least a 4th tier strength user to activate. However, this Holy Son did not possess 4th tier strength. He could only drain the blood of a 4th tier powerhouse to activate it. Fang Chen glanced indifferently at the corpse of the deceased old man. There was no desperate protection, it was merely because his life was in someone else's hands. If he didn't fight for it, he would still die. Fang Chen recalled the scene where the blood-red dagger injected blood into the jade pendant. Clearly separated by hundreds of meters, yet it could still drain the blood. Not only could it grant lower-tier warriors greater strength, but it could also control higher-tier warriors to serve him. This made Fang Chen even more curious about blood artifacts. After returning to school, he must investigate the information on blood artifacts thoroughly. At the same time, he could understand why the Holy Son of the Forbidden God Church hated him so much. Everything was clearly planned, yet he had become a stumbling block, leading to a total loss, suffering backlash and being besieged. If he had only escaped from him, he could have saved a priceless teleportation jade pendant, but instead, he was left in a disfigured state. Reluctantly sacrificing the life of a 4th tier powerhouse and losing the jade pendant as a trump card, he had barely exchanged it for his own life. How could he not hate him? Fang Chen curled his lips. It was simple, if he killed this Holy Son, he would no longer hate him. That guy's last sentence was also what Fang Chen wanted to say. He tightened his grip on the battle knife. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. After this battle, Fang Chen also realized that the Forbidden God Church was much stronger than what the information had shown. As the saint's departure occurred, the 23rd tier puppets fell into a sudden coma, like kites with severed strings. The 4th tier puppet also lost its connection at the same moment. Luo Shouwen quickly took control of the bar. Su Chidong no longer needed to hide. He directly called in the main force to arrest and interrogate the members of the Forbidden God Church inside the bar. As for the traitor controlled by the blood weapon within the Public Security Bureau, Su Chidong contacted the Magic City Martial University, submitted an application, and requested Vice Principal Long Yi to investigate. As one of the blood weapon owners, Long Yi had a clearer understanding of the blood weapon than anyone else. The response from Magic City Martial University was swift. Someone would arrive in Sioux City by tomorrow morning. By around 8:30 in the evening, all members of the Forbidden God Church and the bar had been taken away, marking the end of this mission. In this battle, no martial artists died, only 33 were injured and had been sent for treatment. Among them was Pang Ji, who was slashed in the left abdomen while blocking 2 intermediate second-tier members of the Forbidden God Church, fortunately not injuring any internal organs. Fang Chen, let's go drink. Luo Shouwen pulled Fang Chen into the returning vehicle. This time, it was no longer the inconspicuous Tuguang infantry transport vehicle, but a bus. They headed straight to the largest restaurant in Sioux City. This meal was not a celebration banquet. Although dozens of members of the Forbidden God Church had been arrested, over 60 had also sacrificed their lives, so it could not be considered a successful mission. This meal could only be seen as a reward after the mission's conclusion. At the dining table, Luo Shouwen occasionally raised his glass to thank Fang Chen, and the others followed suit. As time passed, the glasses clinked on the table, and the atmosphere gradually became slightly tipsy. Several colleagues beside Luo Shouwen began to drink heavily, their words tinged with excitement and helplessness. Some started recounting events from the battle, while others lamented the sacrifices made. By the end, Fang Chen was also a bit drunk. After returning to his room and washing up, he opened his phone. The first thing that caught his eye was missed calls from Lin Qin and Deng Xiong. They must have sensed something about Sioux City and called to inquire. Fang Chen first returned Lin Qin's call to assure her of his safety. Lin Qin's emotions were relatively stable. With Long Yi's jade pendant, she knew Fang Chen would be fine. Next was Deng Xiong, who sighed in relief upon hearing Fang Chen's voice. After confirming his safety, Fang Chen opened the forum. Someone had already posted about today's events. The poster detailed the food warehouse incident, clearly one of the 20 people involved in this mission, while the subsequent bar operation was described very briefly. Soon, the post was pinned, and the forum exploded. Turtle's black head, damn, we were ambushed and almost wiped out. What is the Sioux City Public Security Bureau doing? Positive and upward, what is a blood weapon? I've never heard of it before. Today's viewing count exceeded. Don't mention you, I haven't heard of it either. I asked around, and no one knows. Couldn't find any information online. Turtle's black head. I can't believe no one has heard of it. Olive sweeping snow. Thank goodness for Fong Chen, or I would have met my end. Thinking back, I really want to slap myself. Before we set off, I was worried Fong Chen would steal my credits, but I didn't expect him to save my life. Jingfeng, I'm just like you. Now I want to slap myself. Damn it, Forbidden God Church. From now on, I'll kill one whenever I see one. Stone, let me tell you all about the battle at the bar. With this person's continuous lengthy comments, the already lively forum became even more chaotic. Stone, the general process is like this. Old 3, good job on the way, big move as a basic attack, this. Awesome. Jingfeng, damn, I can't believe that idiot didn't get blown up. What a pity. Today's viewing count exceeded. Please recharge VIP. If it were me, I would have been solved with one knife. Luckily, there was Fong Chen, U19, and those 20 from Jianghai University really hit the jackpot. MS. Yang 19, who has Fong Chen's contact information? Willing to pay for it. Lao San, what, you still think Fong Chen isn't tired after fighting all day? Want to add more fuel to the fire? Today's viewing quota is used up. That guy upstairs, you copied my name, change it quickly, or I'll kill you within 3 days and scatter your ashes. Nai by Shuizi, first the blood weapon, then the 6th tier teleportation jade pendant. These are all valuable but hard to find items. How far has the Forbidden God Church developed? You all finished talking, what do you want me to say? Fong Chen yawned, exited the forum, turned off his phone, and went to sleep. The next day, the morning sun rose, and the glow gradually painted the city. After Fong Chen finished washing up, he received a message. People from the Martial University of Magic City have arrived. The person who came was not Vice Principal Long Yi, but Xiao Jun. He brought blood weapons to Sioux City to assist the Public Security Bureau in their investigation, and Fong Chen and others who were on a mission were also within the scope of the investigation. After about an hour, the investigation was completed, and 3 people who had established contact with the blood weapons were found in the Public Security Bureau. One of them tried to escape last night but was caught by the people arranged by Su Qidong. Fong Chen and the others on the mission did not have any members of the Forbidden God Church. As for the 103 people who were captured earlier, only 12 were controlled by blood weapons, and the previous information was also obtained from these individuals. The others were people who hadn't even been to the bars in the abandoned districts. To put it bluntly, they were just the outermost members of the Forbidden God Church, not even considered real members. At the same time, various bounty notices regarding the Forbidden God Church were issued in cities across Hanxia. The incident in Sioux City made everyone realize that the Forbidden God Church, after more than a decade of lurking, was no longer what it used to be, and it must be struck down with full force. In an instant, various articles and videos related to the Forbidden God Church were published online, trending on hot lists. Various martial arts guilds and the Public Security Bureau began to take action, also promoting offline. They vowed to make the Forbidden God Church have nowhere to hide. Fong Chen, I thank you on behalf of Yin Hong and the other students. After finishing the investigation, Xiao Jun came to see the students from the Martial University of Magic City. This is what I should do, Fong Chen replied. Don't be modest, if it weren't for you, I might never see Yin Hong again. Xiao Jun patted Fong Chen on the shoulder. Su Qidong has arranged the car for us to go back. We can go back together. After saying goodbye to Su Qidong and Luo Shouwen, Fong Chen and the others set off on their way back. Martial University of Magic City, Task Settlement Center. Tasks can be accepted online, but settlements are done offline. You need to provide proof of the task location to settle how many credits were earned from the task. At 4 in the afternoon, it was still crowded, all there to settle accounts. People came and went, bustling with activity. How did this task go? I fought to the death and killed 2 second-tier low-level monsters, enough for a month's food and drink for me. How about you? I took a bodyguard task this time. The client is a 187 centimeters female CEO. What the heck? The bodyguard of the iceberg CEO. How is she? Pretty? 187 is her weight. Hiss, where did you get this task? What, you want to drive a tank? At this moment, a sudden wow erupted from the front row. The screen above the settlement window, which had been dark, lit up. Guan Ning hunted 4 second-tier intermediate monsters, 2 second-tier high-level monsters, 1 third-tier low-level monster, earned 43,000 credits. Chu Yan hunted 4 second-tier intermediate monsters, 2 second-tier high-level monsters, 1 third-tier low-level monster, earned 43,000 credits. This dazzling credit directly pierced everyone's eyes. 43,000 points, and it's 2 people, is it really that fierce? They actually killed a third-tier low-level monster. No one has done that besides Song Huan, right? I fought desperately to kill 2 second-tier low-level monsters, and it's not even enough for their leftovers, damn. If I remember correctly, this seems to be the highest credits earned in a single task. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the large screen began to change. Single task credit leaderboard, first, Guan Ning, 43,000 points. First, Chu Yan, 43,000 points. Second, Song Huan, 39,000 points. Third, Song Huan, 31,000 points. Fourth, Yuning Tian, 30,500 points. Wow, they really broke the record. 43,000 points, that's a full 4,000 points more than Song Huan. Hey, bro, what are you doing? I have too few credits, afraid of embarrassment, I'll come back for the party later. The task credit leaderboard was set up by the Magic City Martial University to motivate students. Guan Ning and the other girl looked at their rankings without excitement. They achieved this score purely by chance. They only killed 6 intermediate second-tier monsters and 1 high-tier second-tier monster. The others were killed by the beast tide. They merely survived by luck, picking up the spoils. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Feng Chen's potion, they wouldn't have made it back at all, let alone deal with these monsters. Especially Chu Yan, just thinking about it made her feel embarrassed. She had previously mocked Feng Chen's potion as trash, and now she realized she had survived thanks to it. If they crossed paths in the future, where would she put her face? Stop dawdling, let's hurry up and go. Guan Ning pulled Chu Yan away from the window, saying as they walked, do you remember what I told you? Chu Yan shot her a glance, I remember, no need for you to remind me. Because of the matter with the concealment powder, Deng Xiong had advised Guan Ning to treat Feng Chen to a meal to express their gratitude once they returned. Guan Ning kept this in mind and insisted that Chu Yan come alone. After all, they had survived thanks to his potion and earned 43,000 credits. They had to at least say thank you. Asking her rival for a favor felt like a knife to Chu Yan's heart. But she couldn't refuse, she had indeed survived thanks to him and earned those credits. She could only agree. But how should she say it? Since the way back, she had been mentally rehearsing how to thank Feng Chen, but every time she reached the moment to speak, she couldn't continue. The two were already enemies, and they had quarreled a month ago when they left. She felt embarrassed to say it out loud. However, Guan Ning kept reminding her, which made her anxious. Guan Ning was secretly calculating that she could take this opportunity to improve their relationship. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but say, I wonder where Feng Chen is now. My phone broke these past 2 days, so I haven't contacted him. Just then, a few people walked in from outside, excitedly saying, the 20 from Sioux City are back, and they're on their way to the calculation hall. Back? The crowd in the hall exchanged glances, becoming even more lively. As the main characters of last night's forum explosion, the return of Feng Chen and the others immediately attracted strong attention. I was shocked reading the content on the forum yesterday. I have to say, Yan Hong and the others are really lucky to have Feng Chen with them. Exactly, I wonder how many credits Feng Chen will earn. According to the posts, it shouldn't be low. Hey, let's not jump to conclusions. We don't know if what's in the posts is true or not. It might be something he made up with a secondary account. These voices made Guan Ning and the other girl stop in their tracks, their expressions filled with doubt. They had seen the news about the Sioux City Forbidden God Society this morning, but what did it have to do with Feng Chen? And how was Yan Hong so lucky? Knowing that Feng Chen was coming here, Guan Ning wasn't in a hurry to go out. She was just about to take out her newly bought phone to check the forum when Feng Chen and the others walked in. Long time no see. Feng Chen spotted the two girls at a glance, greeted them first, and then went to the service window. There was always time to talk. First, he needed to settle the credits. As the MVP of this trip to Sioux City, he naturally enjoyed the privilege of being the first to settle his credits. After he handed over the task proof issued by Su Qidong, the settlement staff took it, momentarily stunned, and then began a series of operations. Immediately, the large screen above the window changed again. Feng Chen, arrest/slay, members of the Forbidden God Church, for low-level second tier, 5 intermediate second tier, for advanced second tier, 2 beginner third tier, earned 81,000 credits. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Single mission credit leaderboard of first, Feng Chen, 81,000 points. Second, Guan Ning, 43,000 points. Second, Chu Yan, 43,000 points. Third, Song Huan, 39,000 points. Fourth, Song Huan, 31,000 points. Fifth, Yuning Tian, 30,500 points. After a while, the people in the hall finally snapped out of their daze, their eyes shining with disbelief. Some covered their mouths, their eyes wide open, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Others trembled slightly, their faces filled with shock and envy, even forgetting to breathe. Oh my god, am I seeing things? 81,000 points? In less than 10 minutes, the top of the leaderboard has changed, unheard of. This score is a bit insane. No, it's just that person is too insane. 81,000 points, I wouldn't even dare to dream of that much. Looks like what they said on the forum is true. Hey, dude, why did you leave too? Clatter. Guan Ning was also shocked by the exaggerated credits. Her phone that she had just taken out fell to the ground. Ah, my phone. Guan Ning hurriedly picked it up. Luckily it only had a bit of paint chipped off. She glanced at the exaggerated score again, feeling as if she were dreaming, her heart rolling like waves. She quickly opened the forum to see what was going on. Xu Yan swallowed hard. She thought the 43,000 they had gotten was already outrageous, but she didn't expect Fang Chen to be even more insane. After Guan Ning finished reading the general situation on the forum, she finally understood how outrageous Fang Chen's trip to Sioux City was. At the same time, she also saw the results of the monthly exam from a few days ago, where Fang Chen had defeated Yin Hong. Guan Ning smiled bitterly. This confirmed her previous guess, she was no longer Fang Chen's opponent. At this moment, Fang Chen looked at the task credit leaderboard on the screen. Seeing the credits of Guan Ning and Xu Yan, he immediately thought of the Beast Tide incident, which had some hidden secrets. Then there was Tsong Huan. He occupied 2 of the top 5 spots alone, truly deserving to be the top student of the second year. Fang Chen, your credits have been successfully sent. The staff finished their operations at this time. At the same moment, Fang Chen also received a notification of the deposit. His total credits reached 114,487. Not only could he buy land, but he even had enough credits to build a building. With the settlement completed, it was time to get down to business. Fang Chen left the window and walked over to Guan Ning and Xu Yan. 43,000 points, looks like you gained quite a bit from this trip to the Beast Wilderness. Guan Ning pouted, it can't compare to your 81,000. As long as you return safely, that's good. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow at Xu Yan, don't you think so? Not many words, but the sarcasm was full. This made Xu Yan puff up like a little cat, her cheeks slightly bulging, staring straight at Fang Chen. Then, Xu Yan snorted coldly, turned her face away, her long hair swaying gently, indicating that she didn't want to engage. Fang Chen curled his lips. Wasn't she jumping around like a jumping bean in the store before? Why wasn't she jumping now? Didn't she like it? A month ago, the scene at the school gate was still fresh in his mind, and even if she turned her face away, Fang Chen had no intention of letting her off. Seeing this, Guan Ning quickly interjected. We haven't seen each other for a month, let's go eat outside the school. Xu Yan, who cared about her image, knew that thanking him in school wouldn't do, it had to be outside. Alright then. Fang Chen agreed, as there were indeed quite a few people here. Xu Yan immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. After Fang Chen greeted Yin Hong and the others, he left the settlement hall with the 2 girls. The 3 of them walked away, their backs envied by everyone. Chen Jiyi's life is my dream. With credits and beautiful women, I've bitten my back teeth to pieces. In the training ground of Wu University in the Magic City. Bang! A loud noise, accompanied by a sharp blade of wind, instantly left a hideous scratch on the alloy wall, resembling a twisted scar, particularly eye-catching. Chum Hongi raised the corner of his mouth proudly, a confident smile appearing on his face, filled with an immense sense of accomplishment. After an all-night practice, he had finally cultivated his S-level martial skill to the 3rd level, far ahead of his fellow disciples Lu Feng and Yang Lu. To show off, he had specially come to the public training ground today to demonstrate his strength. Only he, throughout the entire freshman year, could leave such a hideous scar on this wall. He stood with his hands behind his back, ears perked up, scanning the crowd around him, secretly anticipating their admiration and worship. Sure enough, the people around him stopped their actions, gathering together to whisper, their faces overflowing with admiration. Chum Hongi felt secretly pleased, his heart racing, as if he could hear the gasps and praises echoing in the air. His lips involuntarily curled up even higher. At that moment, the voices of the crowd grew louder, reaching his ears. Quick, look at the forum. Fang Chen's task settlement got 81,000 points. Over 80,000, how did he do it? Didn't you see the forum last night? It exploded. I say Yin Hong and those people really need to give Fang Chen some credit. Chung Hongi's smile instantly flattened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift even a hint of a curve. Why is it Fang Chen again? What happened on the forum? He quietly slipped into a corner, taking out his phone to check the forum when no one was paying attention. After reading the post, he felt as if countless ants were crawling on his chest, making him uncomfortable. One person saved 19 second-year martial artists, supporting a collapsing building, counter-killing the Forbidden God Church. Credit settlement, 81,000. These pierced his eyes like needles. His hands trembled as he held the phone, struggling to breathe. Why? Why does Fang Chen always go against me? I clearly haven't provoked him. No. I can't just sit here and wait any longer. I can't be the fish on the chopping board. I will fight back. I will also take on tasks. I must surpass him. Chung Hongyi's gaze became incredibly resolute. He stood up, striding decisively out of the training ground, riding the wind to the office building of the War Academy, stepping inside. Bang! In the office, Xiao Jun had just returned from a long trip, not even having a sip of water before the door was pushed open. Chung Hongyi walked in and immediately said, "Teacher, I also want to take on the second-year tasks. Please support me." Xiao Jun was taken aback, then realized that Chung Hongyi must have been provoked by Fang Chen. He scoffed, "No matter what, Director Xiao, if there's something, it's Teacher Xiao. You change your face really fast. Teacher, I have already mastered the third level. I have the strength to take on the second-year tasks." Chang Hongyi pleaded. "No." Xiao Jun immediately rejected him. "With your current strength, taking on second-year tasks is just looking for death. If you want to take on tasks, go for the first-year ones." Seeing this, Chung Hongyi snorted coldly and turned to leave. "Since you don't agree, then I'll go find my other teacher." Just as his left foot stepped out the door, boom! A wave of pressure descended from the sky, and Chang Hongyi immediately fainted on the ground. Xiao Jun snorted coldly, "Look at how spoiled you've become." Chui Shangju. It is one of the best restaurants near Wu University in the Magic City. During lunch and dinner times, there is always a long line outside, bustling with activity, and the restaurant is packed inside. Guan Ning managed to book a private room thanks to her beloved mother's connections. "Your dishes are all served, please enjoy." After the waiter brought in the last dish and left the room, only Fang Chen and the three of them remained. Fang Chen sat in the main seat, with Guan Ning on his right and Chu Yan further right. Plop. Fang Chen was not polite, picking up his chopsticks to grab a piece of steamed fish and putting it in his mouth, nodding slightly. "Not bad." "Indeed," Guan Ning echoed. After a month of wandering in the wilderness of demon beasts, she was already craving food and immediately devoured it like a whirlwind. Her gluttonous appearance was completely at odds with her high-quality looks. Moreover, there were no outsiders here. Only Chu Yan seemed out of place, looking troubled and hesitating to move her chopsticks. Fang Chen looked at her with an innocent expression. "Why aren't you eating? Is the food not as good as that in the 41st Demon Beast Wilderness?" He naturally knew that Chu Yan had something on her mind. He was deliberately provoking her. She had jumped around so much before, even more than the eggs in the shop. Chu Yan shot him a glance, her cold, beautiful face on the verge of speaking but holding back. "You should say less," Guan Ning said while sipping her juice, trying to smooth things over. Since entering the private room, Fang Chen had made a quip now and then, and that was already the fourth time, each time mixed with references to the Demon Beast Wilderness, clearly teasing Chu Yan, taking revenge for her previous behavior. He was quite vengeful. Guan Ning glanced at Chu Yan's plate, which was completely clean, not a bite taken, and it was obvious that it was due to that matter on her mind. Chu Yan, an aloof goddess from the outside world, found it so easy to say words of apology, but dragging it out like this wasn't a solution either. Guan Ning nudged Chu Yan with her elbow. "Just get it over with, stop dawdling here. Here it comes, the good show is finally here." From the moment Chu Yan agreed to go out for a meal, Fang Chen knew she was likely going to thank him, and this much-anticipated scene was finally about to unfold. Chu Yan glanced at Fang Chen, whose eyes were shining with expectation, and couldn't help but lower her head, her cheeks flushing, yet there was still some unhappiness between her brows. To apologize to a rival in love, what kind of situation was this? But having come this far, she knew she couldn't delay any longer, so she steeled herself, her cherry lips slightly parted. Fang Chen, thank you for your potion." After saying that, her ears turned red, feeling unclean, no longer resembling the usual aloof school beauty. Her voice was so soft it was drowned out by the noise outside, sounding like a mosquito buzzing. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Did your vocal cords fall at home? What are you saying? I didn't hear a word." Guan Ning didn't interject. Chu Yan's voice was indeed too soft. Seeing that Guan Ning didn't speak up for her, Chu Yan could only clench her small fist and raise her volume. "Thank you for your potion. Can you lift your head and say it?" Fang Chen pressed on. Chu Yan, puffing up in anger, raised her head, her cheeks flushed, looking at him. "I said, thank you for your potion that saved my life." Finally heard that, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The mouth needs to be developed, of course. What Fang Chen meant was that she was being stubborn. If she didn't learn her lesson, she might provoke him again in the future. However, he had no intention of letting Chu Yan off so easily. "Is that all you have to say?" Chu Yan was taken aback, thinking that just expressing her gratitude would suffice, but she didn't expect there was more to it. But then she thought, Fang Chen's potion had indeed saved her life, and just saying thank you wasn't enough. She took a deep breath, the blush fading significantly. "What do you need? I can buy it for you, or I can give you credits." Guan Ning watched Fong Chen while eating. She had only said thank you, and compared to life, it was indeed not enough. Under the gaze of the two women, Fong Chen cleared his throat and stared at Chu Yan. I want you to be mine. Fong Chen's words were like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the originally calm atmosphere. Bang! The two women almost simultaneously slammed their hands on the table, their eyes blazing, glaring at him, their faces filled with disbelief and anger. Just as Chu Yan was about to angrily accuse Fong Chen of threatening her and trying to take advantage of her. Bang! Fong Chen also slammed the table, interrupting their spellcasting. He naturally knew what the two women were thinking. Can you let me finish? I want you to be mine, to help me oversee a project. Fong Chen's words made the two women swallow back what they were about to say. Fong Chen pressed on, don't worry, I have no interest in you. Chu Yan glanced at him, what project? You'll know tomorrow. Fong Chen looked at Guan Ning, I can understand her slamming the table, but why are you slamming the table? Guan Ning pouted, I like it, what's wrong with that? So it's because you like it. This meal lasted until 8 in the evening, and by the time the two women returned to the villa area, it was already 8:30. After entering the villa, the two women changed into slippers, and a comfortable feeling immediately enveloped them. Guan Ning walked lightly towards the living room, her delicate feet gently stepping on the soft mat, feeling the warmth and softness as if every cell in her body was cheering. She took a step forward and sank into the embrace of the sofa, instantly surrounded by that warm touch, as if she were immersed in a cloud-like comfort. Finally back. All the fatigue and pressure of the month dissipated in that moment. Chu Yan entered the kitchen, squeezed 2 cups of juice, and came to the living room. That guy Fong Chen is really annoying, he only targets me. Guan Ning chuckled lightly, who told you to say that about him before? Chu Yan snorted coldly, I think he's biased towards you, trying to drive me away. Guan Ning, what bias? You're overthinking it, he's just getting back at you. I don't believe it. That so-called project only lets me go see it, but not you. He just doesn't like me. Chu Yan placed the juice on the coffee table, the crisp sound breaking the tranquility of the living room. She turned around, her gaze locking onto Guan Ning's slender figure, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. Since he makes me uncomfortable, I'll make him uncomfortable too. She suddenly lunged forward, attempting to pin Guan Ning down. However, Guan Ning reacted quickly, instantly sensing her intention, using her arm to support Chu Yan's upper body, firmly resisting the force, a helpless smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Why are you making him uncomfortable by coming after me? Chu Yan, he's interested in you, so I'll collect some interest from you. You know I'm straight. Pasta is straight before it gets wet. Guan Ning. She pushed Chu Yan away. You contrast girl, stay away from me. Ha, as if you're not a contrast. At least I'm better than you, always using the table corner and not wiping it. Better than you rubbing your legs against the blanket. Meanwhile, Fong Chen returned to the dormitory and saw someone who had been missing for several days. Oh, a rare guest. Lu Feng, who was anxiously shaking his leg on the sofa, suddenly stood up to greet Fong Chen. Isn't it been a while since I've seen Brother Chen? I've missed you. Fong Chen scoffed. Didn't I just give you 2 pills a few days ago? Did you use them up so quickly? Lu Feng smiled casually. I've been a bit busy lately, the shipment volume is high, and I've been transporting a lot, so 2 pills are indeed a bit too few. The two walked into the living room and approached the sofa. Lu Feng eagerly picked up the cup from the coffee table. Brother Chen, no, adoptive father, please have some water. Fong Chen sighed helplessly, sitting on the sofa, you're doing this too frequently, you'll develop a resistance, and by then, all the pills on the market will be ineffective. This statement hit like a heavy blow, causing Lu Feng's expression to freeze instantly, shock and unease evident on his face, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, a wave of indescribable fear surging in his heart. The cup in his hand wobbled due to the loss of balance and ultimately slipped from his grasp. Fortunately, Fong Chen reacted quickly, reaching out just in time to catch the cup and took a sip. After 2 minutes of internal struggle, Lu Feng clenched his fists and made his decision. This is the last time, the very last time. After this, I'll quit. Give me one more, the last one. This line should be checked in the quit group. Fong Chen took out a pill and handed it over. Lu Feng held the pill in his palm as if it were a treasure. Chengge, I've transferred the credits to you, I'm off to get busy. He turned and walked away, as if he had made a certain decision. But after just 2 steps, he stopped and turned back. Chengge, I almost forgot to tell you, I've heard some rumors. Some first-year students from the pharmacy academy have set their sights on Wen Jishan, and they might cause some trouble in the next few days, so keep an eye out. Trouble. Fong Chen frowned slightly. This day had finally come. In fact, he had anticipated it long ago. His small team with Wen Jishan had developed too quickly, infringing on too many people's interests. The cake was too big, and it would attract envy. Lu Feng was a member of a prominent family, so his information couldn't be false. Thank you, he replied. No problem. Lu Feng dashed out of the villa like a gust of wind, as if he were a general heading to his battlefield. This guy goes out every day, who is he with? Feng Chen hadn't asked about it. Immediately, Feng Chen took out his phone and called Wen Zhisheng to inform him about being targeted and to be cautious. After the call, Feng Chen returned to his room, washed up, and lay on the bed playing with his phone. He was surprised to find that the sweet novel had updated. The next day, as dawn broke, the golden sun slowly rose from the horizon, casting rosy light across the land, and the cool breeze brought the fragrance of leaves. Feng Chen had eaten breakfast early and arrived at Lin Qin's villa. To avoid waking Lin Qin, Feng Chen carefully opened the door and walked in, only to find the living room piled high with packages of all sizes, totaling dozens. The entire sofa was covered. From the packaging, it was clear that they were all clothes, some bought offline and some online. After being sealed for 10 years, it was now time to eat, and now it was time to wear. Why are these packages so thin? Feng Chen noticed a few small packages on the sofa, feeling a bit puzzled but didn't look too closely. He had to protect Qin Jie's privacy. He went to the training room, and Ran Yun was once again unsheathed. After a series of battles with several high-level second-tier opponents in Sioux City, the Burning Annihilation Blade record showed signs of breaking through the 5th level. Time was of the essence, and Feng Chen immediately began practicing. Half an hour later, Feng Chen was drenched in sweat, with beads of perspiration sliding down his cheeks, completely immersed in his training. He heard soft footsteps outside the door. Turning his head, Lin Qin walked in, wearing a loose nightgown and holding a freshly made pancake. The nightgown looked oversized, but because of her figure, it appeared puffy. Her waist was slender, and the hem of the nightgown casually draped down, outlining her elegant curves, with the lines of her chest subtly visible, making one unable to help but glance a few more times. Good morning, Qin Jie. Feng Chen continued to swing his battle knife. Lin Qin nodded after watching. Not bad, going out has clearly improved you. Once your Burning Annihilation Blade record reaches the 5th level, you can practice other martial arts. She took a bite of the pancake, and the crispy crumbs fell into her neckline, not onto the floor. Terrifying indeed. Feng Chen stopped his movements and asked, Qin Jie, do you know about blood weapons? Last night, he had searched for information on blood weapons, and the number of articles and videos could be counted on one hand. The content was no different from writing nothing at all. His own Qin Jie was a 7th-tier grandmaster. It would be faster to ask her. Blood weapons? Lin Qin was clearly taken aback for a moment, nibbling on the crumbs at the corner of her lips. I heard about the Forbidden God Society in Sioux City yesterday, so it's no wonder you're interested in blood weapons. So, does that mean you know a lot about blood weapons? Of course, I'm your mentor. Lin Qin sat down on a nearby chair, took a bite of the pancake, and said while eating, you tell me what you know first. Feng Chen retracted Ran Yun and sat on a small stool to share everything Luo Xiuwen had said. After listening, Lin Qin blinked her beautiful eyes. What he said is not wrong. Blood weapons can indeed control others, but this ability does not belong to the weapon, but to the blood. Blood? Lin Qin took a bite of the Jianbing Guozi and continued, speaking of blood weapons, we must mention the blood pool in Zone 4. The blood in this pool not only helps people recover their bodies but also possesses a special ability. When a person is soaked in the blood of the pool, they can generate a body with the same genes, with physical abilities at their peak. This body is connected to the consciousness of the original self, and when the original self dies, the consciousness will transfer to the secondary body, giving the original self a second life. Blood weapons are weapons drawn from the blood pool, having absorbed a trace of the pool's ability after countless years of soaking. You can imagine the derivatives generated from blood weapons as a body that can connect with the main body and be directed by it, but because it is incomplete, it cannot generate just one like the blood pool. Of course, the generation of blood weapons is not infinite, each generation consumes a bit of ability, and after many times, it will be exhausted. A second life. Feng Chen was somewhat astonished, not expecting that blood weapons were related to Zone 4. Each derivative could be said to be a flawed version of oneself, able to connect with the consciousness and be controlled by the main body. No wonder the saint of the Forbidden God Church could manipulate so many people. But what surprised Feng Chen the most was the blood pool. While a person is alive, a perfectly identical body is formed. Such an incredible thing is beyond any ability, only the Forbidden Zone can achieve it. Feng Chen asked, so, does that mean the vice principal already has another body? Lin Qin chuckled lightly. What are you thinking? To enter the blood pool, one must have a minimum strength of an 8th-tier martial master. Any martial artist below the 8th tier who enters will surely die. The blood weapon of Vice Principal Long Yi is not his, it was brought out by the principal from Zone 4 20 years ago. He almost lost his life for this blood weapon. Everything I just said was also told to me by the principal. As for more detailed content, even I do not know. After speaking, Lin Qin finished off her Jianbingguozi. Fang Chen relaxed his brow, realizing, if there were no strength restrictions, the blood pool would likely become a large bathhouse. The source of blood weapons comes from the blood pool, and they can sense each other, which is also why Xiao Jun could root out the traitors in the Sioux City Public Security Bureau. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. The minimum threshold is an 8th-tier martial master. The Forbidden Zone hides too many secrets. Also, where did the Forbidden God Church get their blood weapons? Alright, I've said everything. Go help my master with something. Fang Chen, lost in thought, was taken aback. Help? What help? Lin Qin wiped her mouth. I bought a lot of clothes online, trying to follow the trends. I originally wanted to ask Dan Qin and the others to come and take a look. If they didn't fit, I would return them. But they all have to teach their disciples and have no time, so this task falls on you. Without giving Fang Chen a chance to refuse, Lin Qin excitedly grabbed his sleeve and pulled him to the upstairs hall. Pointing to the sofa beside her, you sit first, I'll go change into some clothes. Fang Chen glanced at the sofa piled high with packages. Where should I sit? Lin Qin, however, paid no mind to this, picking up 2 or 3 packages and pulling out a thin delivery from the sofa, happily heading to the fitting room. Fang Chen could only clear a small space from the packages and sit down to rest. Not long after, Lin Qin slowly walked out of the fitting room. She wore a purple mesh bodycon dress, the fabric light and translucent, slightly revealing her fair skin and outlining her perfect body curve. The design of the dress was just right, hugging her slender waist and showcasing her elegant silhouette, with the lines on her chest faintly visible, captivating the heart. Her long legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, the sheen of the stockings shimmering under the light, as if coating her legs with a delicate glow. Her hair fell casually over her shoulders, the slightly curled ends adding a touch of charm, exuding an overwhelming allure. How do I look? Lin Qin walked into the living room and twirled in front of Fang Chen. You're absolutely right, sister. It really has a charm. Fang Chen nodded, totally okay. He said this while looking at her legs. At this moment, he understood what that thin delivery package was. That's good, next one. Lin Qin happily took a few more packages and hurried into the fitting room. Fang Chen looked at the packages, lost in thought. This time, Lin Qin changed into a deep blue round-neck long-sleeve fitted t-shirt, simple yet elegant, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. Paired with a gray bodycon skirt, the skirt tightly wrapped around her hips, perfectly accentuating her curves. She wore black stockings on her legs, the smooth texture shimmering slightly under the light, complemented by a pair of high heels, making her legs appear even longer and straighter. With every slight movement, the lines of her legs looked particularly enticing, as if silently narrating her mature charm. At this moment, Fang Chen recalled a comic he had read in his previous life, the image of the plump neighbor ant materializing before him. Fang Chen's desire to be Zihao surged to the heavens. Lin Qin sat elegantly on a chair, her legs crossed gracefully, looking particularly composed. Snap! One of her high heels slipped off her fair, jade-like heel, dangling from her toes. Lin Qin slightly turned, gently brushing her hair that had fallen over her shoulder behind her ear, revealing her delicate profile and elegant neck. She turned her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and smiled slightly, asking, "Is it pretty?" Her voice was soft and charming, mixed with a hint of nervousness. Pretty. Fang Chen's gaze dropped to her small foot wrapped in black stockings. Perhaps noticing Fang Chen's gaze, her high heel instantly fell off, one foot perfectly displaying itself. Why do I feel like you're being so perfunctory? Can't you say a few more words? Lin Qin frowned slightly, glaring at him in annoyance. Both of your comments were so brief. Put in some effort. If someone says it looks bad later, I'll send you pictures every day to poke your eyes. This reward was simply too tempting. Fang Chen felt a bit helpless. Sister Qin, just a little dressing up is enough. If you look too beautiful, Dean Hua and the others will be jealous. Lin Qin immediately pouted her red lips. You're so glib, and I have other clothes, so wait here for me. She took a few more and walked into the fitting room again. Taking the opportunity, Fang Chen got up, grabbed some ice cubes from the fridge, and poured himself a glass of soda, drinking it down. The cool sensation swept through his body, suppressing the heat within. Little brother, you must not mess around. At this moment, Lin Qin reappeared, and Fang Chen was stunned, almost spitting out his soda. She was wearing a pure white JK shirt paired with a gray and white plaid pleated skirt, the hem of the skirt swaying gently with each of her steps. Her legs were wrapped in over-the-knee white stockings, exuding a youthful vibe. However, there seemed to be some size discrepancies. The buttons of the shirt appeared to be straining a bit, the slight tightness making her upper body look particularly enticing, as if it could burst open at any moment. Ultimately, the shirt buttons held up under the pressure. What Fang Chen never expected was that Lin Qin had specially tied her hair into a ponytail for this outfit. The ponytail swayed gently on her shoulder, adding a touch of playfulness and liveliness. This combination seemed to perfectly blend her mature charm with youthful vitality, creating a strong sense of contrast. She looked like the plump little ant next door, possessing the allure of a mature woman while still retaining the cuteness of a girl, making one unable to resist wanting to get closer. Oh no! It was the feeling of a crush. Fong Chen hurriedly drank his soda, but it had no effect. He quickly sat down in a chair. Is it pretty? This time, Lin Xin didn't dare to look at Fong Chen, turning her head slightly away, her cheeks faintly flushed. At this moment, her heart was already in chaos. Lin Xin, how old are you? How can you buy such clothes? It could be charming, it could be youthful, just missing the mature woman vibe. Fong Chen forced himself to calm down. Sister Qin, how could you buy such an outfit? He unconsciously glanced down. On the floor, white tinged with pink. I saw people wearing this in short videos. Lin Xin turned her face and blinked. What? Doesn't it look good? Please don't take it off, just this outfit. Fong Chen shook his head. No, it looks great, it just needs to be a size bigger. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin's ears immediately turned red, and she couldn't help but mock herself. Lin Xin, you said you would buy it, why did you have to buy a size smaller? What are you thinking? Her red lips slightly parted. I have a leather outfit too, wait for me to change. Cough cough cough. Fong Chen coughed hard. Sister Qin, I drank too much water, I need to use the restroom. He couldn't stay there any longer, not giving Lin Xin a chance to refuse, he hurriedly slipped away. He really just wanted to relieve himself. Lin Xin was about to stop him, but he dashed into the bathroom. This kid, I'll wait for him to change. Sister Qin, I have something to take care of, I need to ask for half a day off. Hey, don't rush to leave, help me see if this looks good. You little brat, why are you running so fast? After escaping the villa, Fong Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, some peace. Glancing back at the villa, Fong Chen felt a bit helpless. What am I going to do like this? After what just happened, he had confirmed his previous suspicions. Unfortunately, he couldn't take the initiative right now. Lin Xin was too powerful, a giant in terms of strength. If he took the initiative with a woman like her, all the other women like Guan Ning would leave him. It was like a small fish encountering a big shark in the ocean, it would be scared away. He didn't want all his previous efforts to go to waste. For now, he could only use the strategy of dragging and act dumb. He would wait until his strength increased and the timing was right, then he could make a move. One day at a time, Fong Chen sighed, fearing that such situations would happen more often in the future. Leaving the villa area, he headed towards the equipment department. There was no other business, just buying land. At Magic City Wu University, aside from trading items like potions, everything else was managed by the equipment department. Hello, what do you need? As soon as Fong Chen stepped into the equipment department, he immediately caught the manager's attention. He had become too famous recently, everyone knew he had earned 81,000 credits and was a big spender. Just as the manager was about to introduce various weapons, Fong Chen spoke in a flat tone, I'm here to buy a piece of land. The manager was stunned, and the staff were also taken aback. After being listed on the official website for decades, someone actually bought it? As people from the equipment department, they often complained about this land during their free time. As teachers, they had villas arranged for them, so they didn't need it at all. As students, the Potion Academy had its own potion-making facilities, so they didn't need it either. As for martial artists, it was even less necessary, the school provided food, accommodation, and training, so why waste so many credits on land? In their view, unless there was a collaboration with the school, it was something only a fool would do. They never expected a fool would actually come. And it was Fong Chen. The manager thought he had misheard and asked with a smile, you want to buy land? Fong Chen nodded, that's right, I remember you also have construction services, so help me build a building while you're at it. At this moment, the manager confirmed he hadn't misheard, Fong Chen really wanted to buy land and even wanted to build a house. Sure, of course, please follow me and see which piece you want. Wait a moment, let me call someone. A little over 10 minutes later, Chu Yan arrived at the equipment department. Originally, she wanted to call Guan Ning to come along, since she and Fong Chen didn't get along, it would be awkward to walk together. But Guan Ning had a class at the moment, so she could only come alone. Upon learning that Fong Chen actually wanted to buy land, her cold and beautiful face rarely showed surprise. You want to buy land? Why? What reason is there? Just follow me. Fong Chen was too lazy to explain to her as he followed the manager into a room. On the wall was a huge map of Magic City Wu University. Which piece of land do you want? After half an hour of discussion, Fong Chen finally settled on a location by the lake in the south of the school. Throughout the entire Magic City Wu University, many buildings had been constructed in the east, west, and north directions. If he were to purchase in these three areas, the size would be whatever he wanted. However, the south was vast and sparsely populated, and since Fangchen was the first to buy land there, he could get a bit more area. Of course, he wanted to take advantage of this benefit. Please wait a moment, I'll call the designer now, the manager said as he left the room, leaving only Fangchen and Chu Yen inside. Fangchen sat on the sofa, envisioning the appearance of the sky-burning refining chi tower in his mind, when suddenly he was interrupted by the ringtone of his phone. Lu Gu. Lu Qinghai had sent a message, informing Fangchen that he had arrived in Magic City and hoped to meet up for a drink that evening. Fangchen recalled a post he had seen on the forum the day before, stating that the Pharmacy Academy would invite a renowned pharmacist to give a lecture to the students. Unfortunately, this post had been overshadowed by the incident in Sioux City, and not many people paid attention to it. So this pharmacist is Lu Gu, Fangchen agreed immediately. Chu Yen, sitting nearby, furrowed her brows, feeling uncomfortable about the idea of a man and a woman alone together, and no matter how she sat on the sofa, it felt awkward. She decided to get up and step outside to avoid any misunderstandings. But just as she reached the door, she overheard the waitstaff discussing outside. Do you think Fangchen is buying land for Chu Yen? Isn't it obvious? The post on the forum said it, didn't it? Chu Yen is jealous of Guan Ning. Oh, now that you mention it, it makes sense. Fangchen is trying to appease her by buying it, and he specifically chose a lakeside villa with beautiful scenery. This is for living together. 60,000 credits, Fangchen is really investing here, it shows how much he likes Chu Yen. Hey, maybe the land has other uses, stop overthinking it. Guan Ning was about to grasp the doorknob but clenched her fist instead. Fangchen. She gritted her teeth, wanting to go out and explain. But she immediately dismissed the thought, as she had said before, the more she clarified, the more chaotic it became. At this moment, she wanted to suspect that Fangchen was doing it on purpose, but she had no evidence. After thinking for a moment, she sat back down on the sofa, sulking alone. After all, she felt guilty towards him. Soon, the designer arrived. As a top-tier university, Magic City Wu University not only had strong faculty, environment, and students, but even the service staff were among the best in the industry. After listening to Fangchen's requirements for the building, the designer quickly sketched a draft. The sky-burning refining chi tower was, of course, a tower. It could accommodate 200 people for cultivation, anymore, and the fallen heartflame wouldn't be able to manage. Okay, let's build according to this blueprint. For any construction issues, you can contact my assistant, Fangchen said, turning his gaze to Chu Yen. Did you hear that? Keep a close watch. With the land purchase and construction, his credits were likely to run low. He would need to go out and take on tasks to supplement his living expenses and also to advance the burning blade to the 5th level as soon as possible. This was also why he wanted Chu Yen to supervise. Saving your life isn't for nothing. Why did it turn into an assistant role? Chu Yen shot Fangchen a glare and nodded, got it. Though her tone was cold, she still understood the situation. One life in exchange for a thank you and 10 days of supervision. Fangchen was quite generous. But why was it only her supervising? What about Guan Ning? Chu Yen felt a bit unbalanced inside. After another hour, everything was finalized, and the price was set. As Fangchen had expected, it was very expensive. 110,000 credits. In an instant, Fangchen's credits dropped to 4487. From a financial backer to a laborer. Of course, you get what you pay for. It was a bit pricey, but the equipment department promised to complete the construction within 15 days. After settling the accounts, Fangchen and Chu Yen walked out of the equipment department together. You need to keep a close eye now, don't let any mistakes happen. Got it. Chu Yen replied impatiently, you've already said that at least 6 times, my ears are getting calloused. I'm leaving. Without any hesitation, Chu Yen left. Staying with this guy makes me uncomfortable. She muttered as she walked, I seem to be talking more to him. Fangchen couldn't be bothered to argue with her. At this moment, it was exactly 1:30, and he was already hungry, planning to go eat. Just then, his phone rang. After answering, Wen Shishang's anxious voice came through. Brother Chen, it's bad, something's happened. Brother Chen, here's the situation. In the cafeteria of Wu University in Magic City, Fangchen was devouring a bun. He had already learned the general situation from Wen Shishang. A guy named Gong Zhang had set his sights on the indestructible pill and clear skin elixir, and to force Wen Zhishang to cooperate, he used his connections to block the supply channels for the medicinal materials. This morning, when Wen Zhishang saw that the materials had not arrived, he called to inquire. Only then did he learn that Gong Zhang had issued a harsh warning, anyone who dared to deliver goods would face retaliation from the Gong family. In short, it meant being blacklisted. When Zhishang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, Brother Chen, the Gong family is a family of pharmacists. Gong Zhang's grandfather, Gong Tianming, is the chief sixth-tier pharmacist of Tianming Pharmaceuticals in Magic City, and no one dares to provoke them in the entire city. The fact that Gong Zhang, with such a background, had to resort to such means to force Wen Zhishang to submit showed just how tempting the indestructible pill and clear skin elixir were. "Boss, give me 5 more baskets of buns," Fang Chen called to the cafeteria window. The 10 baskets he had just ordered were down to 1, and he was still not full. He withdrew his gaze and pointed to the buns on the table. "Hurry up and eat, they won't taste good when they're cold." Seeing Fang Chen's calm demeanor, as if he didn't take it seriously at all, Wen Zhishang swallowed the words he was about to say. This matter was not a big deal for Fang Chen, it was just a change of partners, and the money would still be the same. In fact, Gong Zhang might even do better than him. Fang Chen had no need to offend the Gong family for him. Being kicked out might even be a good thing. Thinking of this, Wen Zhishang sighed helplessly, "Brother Chen, why not just give the production rights of the indestructible pill and clear skin elixir to Gong Zhang? With his strength, he will definitely." At this moment, Fang Chen knocked on the steamer, interrupting him. "Stop talking, hurry up and eat, so you can deal with him." When Zhishang was taken aback, "Deal? With him?" Fang Chen nodded. "What else? He's already bullying us at our doorstep, we need to make him remember this." During this time, his collaboration with Wen Zhishang had just gotten on track, how could it be cut off? Moreover, Gong Zhang's intentions were clearly not about cooperation but about the prescription. If he succeeded, wouldn't the next step be to control him? The Gong family? A 6th-tier pharmacist? Ha, I still have Sister Qin, a 7th-tier grandmaster. Fang Chen stuffed a bun into his mouth. He had just spent 110,000, and his savings were almost gone. This Gong Zhang had made him lose a day's worth of credits. Wasn't that asking for trouble? In the Pharmacy Academy, in the 6th Pharmacy Hall. The Pharmacy Hall, similar to a training ground in a war academy, was a place for refining medicines. With fewer than 600 people in the Pharmacy Academy, 5 pharmacy halls were more than enough, while the remaining 5 halls were contracted out for students to produce and sell medicines. When Zhishang had contracted the 6th hall. At this moment, outside the hall, stood 20 to 30 people, all production staff recruited by Wen Zhishang. A minute ago, they were still inside the hall refining medicines with the remaining materials. But Gong Zhang had barged in with people, driving them out under the pretext of familiarizing himself with the future production site. The crowd looked at each other outside. Most of them came from ordinary families and had no family background. Although they were furious about Gong Zhang's forceful occupation, they felt helpless. "Where's Wen Zhishang? Have you seen him? I heard him say he was going to meet someone, but I don't know who. I guess he's going to meet the big shot who gave him the prescription." When Zhishang's prescription was obtained from someone else, this was not a secret, and everyone knew it. Who exactly is this big shot, so mysterious? Could it be a sophomore? Sigh, even if it's a sophomore, what of it? We still wouldn't dare offend the Gong family. This time, Wen Zhishang is probably in trouble. In the hall, Gong Zhang lounged in a chair, his legs carelessly propped up on the table. The originally neat instruments were pushed aside, with a few even smashed, fragments scattered everywhere, creating a particularly chaotic scene. 2 other young members of the family were in the same posture, gleefully surveying their surroundings. "As long as Wen Zhishang agrees to cooperate, this place will be yours, Brother Zhang. By then, you just need to lie back and enjoy the villa's benefits." A family member named Zhang Huan scoffed. "What do you know? Brother Zhang doesn't care about any damn credits or cooperation, what he wants is the prescription." The other person was taken aback. "Yeah, once the prescription is in hand and sent back to the Gong family, won't he have whatever he wants?" Gong Zhang smiled with satisfaction. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of benefits for you in the future." He waved his hand, and a bottle of champagne appeared on the table. In Gong Zhang's view, Wen Zhishang could not refuse him, nor would he dare to. The prescription would soon be his. He was ready to celebrate in advance. Bang! Zhang Huan, with keen insight, opened the champagne, pouring it into 3 glasses, and handed one to Gong Zhang. Gong Zhang took it, gently swirling the glass, the liquid rippling against the crystal-clear walls, emitting an enticing sheen. He slightly raised his head, a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. "Good wine." His voice carried disdain, as if declaring victory. "It really is good wine." After taking a sip, Zhang Huan said, "Brother Zhang, have you found out who is behind Wen Zhishang? Is there a need to investigate? From the director's disciples, I've had someone inquire indirectly. It's not them. As for the others." The other person scoffed. "Even the mentors have to be polite in front of Brother Zhang. Could the person behind Wen Zhishang be stronger than the mentors? You're not wrong. Gong Zhang sneered. That guy, upon hearing my name, probably already wet himself in fear, not daring to show up. The three burst into loud laughter. At that moment, a commotion came from outside the hall, and through the door, the three couldn't make out what was being said outside. What's all the noise outside? Could it be that Wen Zhishang's backer has arrived? Oh! Gong Zhang became interested, stood up, and stretched his neck. I want to see who it is. Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open, and Wen Zhishang walked in first. Why are you alone? Gong Zhang stepped forward. Where's your backer? Didn't dare to come? Suddenly, the door was pushed open with a loud thud, like a clap of thunder. The three turned their gazes toward the entrance, where a tall figure walked in, like a towering mountain, imposing and impossible to ignore. The person had a long, straight figure, their posture sharp as if chiseled from stone. A hint of a cold smile graced their face, their eyes like ice, exuding disdain and contempt. As they approached Gong Zhang, it felt as if the air in the entire hall had solidified, and everyone's heartbeat halted at that moment. Are you looking for me? They looked down at Gong Zhang, and the surrounding air seemed to be suffocating under their presence. Gong Zhang's pupils widened in shock, as if struck by lightning, unable to believe the scene before him. Just as he was about to argue, Fang Chen threw a punch. Bang! Gong Zhang's figure was instantly embedded in the wall, a deep crack appearing on the surface, spreading out like a spider web. Dust flew, and the onlookers were stunned, their faces filled with shock. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent, only the sound of Gong Zhang's gasping and the echo of the crack on the wall, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that surged like a tide. Zhang Huan and the others stood frozen, the sudden turn of events completely beyond their expectations. Fang Chen was actually the backer of Wen Zhishang, the top martial artist, and he even understood potions? The crowd outside was equally astonished. After guessing for a long time, they never expected it to involve cross-academy matters. But seeing Gong Zhang's expression, they couldn't help but turn their heads away, afraid their smiles would be seen. At that moment, Gong Zhang's face was twisted, a mix of pain and disbelief, as if he had never imagined he would suffer such humiliation at this moment. As a member of a prominent family, he wouldn't die from this punch, but his whole body felt as if it were falling apart with pain. Fang Chen, you. The social influence of a 6th-tier pharmacist was not weaker than that of a 7th-tier grandmaster. He was not afraid of Fang Chen. But he was only not afraid, he didn't have the strength to take action against Fang Chen. For now, he could only swallow this anger and find a way later. Gong Zhang gritted his teeth. I didn't expect this to be your territory. This time, I admit defeat. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared in rage, pushing against the wall, trying to pull himself out. But after a few attempts, he couldn't get out at all. What the hell are you still standing there for? Come help! With a furious shout, Zhang Huan and the others finally reacted and wanted to step forward. Did I tell you to move? Fang Chen's voice was like a cold wind, slicing into their ears, and the other two immediately froze in place, not daring to move. Fang Chen, I've already given you face. What more do you want? Aren't I trying to help you out? Fang Chen grinned as he walked up to him. A punch to start things off is better than 100 punches later. Today's losses must be accounted for. A fierce glint flashed in Fang Chen's eyes as he mercilessly kicked out. In that instant, the air seemed to be filled with a taut power. Gong Zhang didn't have time to react before Fang Chen's foot kicked him out violently, his body crashing through the wall like a rag. With a loud bang, the wall cracked, leaving a deep hole, and bricks and stones flew out, dust swirling. Gong Zhang's body fell heavily to the ground, his face filled with pain, unable to rise, covered in wounds from the debris. The onlookers were all dumbfounded, seeing Gong Zhang in such a sorry state for the first time. Fang Chen, you're seeking death. Gong Zhang's eyes were bloodshot as he clutched his abdomen and roared. Fang Chen, however, laughed. Oh, I'm just trying to help you, and you turn against me? Is there no justice in this world? He walked over with a cheerful stride. In Gong Zhang's eyes, it was like the steps of a devil, constantly rubbing against his heart. The grimace on his face immediately vanished, and he pushed off the ground to crawl backward. Don't come over, my grandfather won't let you go. Another family member shouted angrily, Fang Chen, are you trying to go against the Gong family? Fang Chen merely glanced at him, and the person immediately shut up, like a frightened puppy. Useless trash, hurry up and call my grandfather. Zhang Huan rushed out of the hall to make the call. Fang Chen slapped Gong Zhang across the face, several teeth falling to the ground, blood filling his mouth. What's going on, making such a fuss? Do you have no manners? Fang Chen, when my grandfather arrives, even Lin Qin won't be able to save you. Is that so? Then I'll be waiting. Fang Chen grinned. If Gong Tianming dared to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind letting Tianming Pharmaceuticals go bankrupt. Then came another slap. Why are you hitting me again? I'm too bored. Has old Lu arranged everything? In the pharmacy academy, in the dean's office, Fong Yu leaned back in her chair, looking at the female instructor across from her. She wore a lace-up dress that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous curves. Her legs were crossed, and her skin appeared even smoother and more delicate under the light, as if it contained endless temptation. Her mature charm was fully displayed at that moment. Master Lu has already arranged everything. It's at the Anha Hotel outside the school, and the private dining room for dinner is also booked. By the way, Master Gong heard that Master Lu is in the Magic City and has already gone to find him, the female instructor said. Anha Hotel is a 5-star hotel outside the Magic City, considered the highest standard of treatment. These two old guys haven't seen each other in years, there's no need to pay attention to them. Fong Yu, if there's nothing else, you can go down. Okay. Just as the female mentor was about to leave, she suddenly received a message, and her brows furrowed tightly after reading it. Dean, something has happened. Fong Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. What happened? Fong Chen beat up Gong Jiang. What exactly is going on? At the Anha Hotel, in the presidential suite, the luxurious decor complemented the bustling scenery outside. Lu Qinghai and Gong Tianming sat leisurely on the soft sofa, holding exquisite tea sets in their hands, the fragrant tea wafting through the air, as if cleansing the space of noise and restlessness. Gong Tianming took a sip of tea. Old Lu, is your granddaughter still not interested in potions? Lu Qinghai sighed. You old man really knows how to hit the nail on the head. I've already started looking for a successor. I don't expect much from my own family. How's your grandson doing? The two had known each other for decades and were quite familiar with each other's situations. For the first 10 years, their meetings were mostly about potions, as they were the chief alchemists of their respective pharmaceutical companies, and exchanging knowledge was unavoidable. In the last 10 years, however, they mostly discussed their successors. It was a source of worry. Gong Tianming sighed. You know very well that my grandson hasn't inherited any of my potion-making talent. After pouring resources into him for so many years, he has just barely reached the second-tier potion master. It's frustrating to think about. I've already urged Wei Jia and his wife to start a side business. As for Gong Jiang, that kid is not reliable, he just causes trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghai felt even more melancholic. Although Gong Tianming's grandson was lacking, his son Gong Weijia had at least reached the 5th-tier potion master level and could take over in the future. As for him, the entire Qinglan pharmaceutical relied on him, an old man nearing the end of his days. Fortunately, there was Fong Chen, otherwise, his pressure would be even greater. Thinking of Fong Chen, Lu Qinghai raised his eyebrows playfully and said meaningfully, let's not talk about these trivial matters. So, what brings you here? Gong Tianming put down his teacup. What are you talking about? Of course, I'm here to see my old friend. Lu Qinghai waved his hand in disdain. Stop with the nonsense. We've known each other for decades. I know you too well. You don't come to see me without a reason. If you don't speak up, I might just ask you to leave. Alright, I'll say it. Seeing that his facade was exposed, Gong Tianming felt a bit helpless. After hesitating for a moment, he leaned in and asked, can you introduce me to the person who sent you the formula for the gathering chi pill? Ha, old man, I knew you were up to no good. I've seen your gathering chi pill. Its efficacy is simply too perfect. Only top-tier professionals in the potion industry could possibly develop such a potion. For a 6th-tier potion master like Gong Tianming, advancing further was exceptionally difficult. But the new gathering chi pill gave him hope. If he could meet the master behind this potion, he would surely have a chance to break through in the future. So, when he heard that Lu Qinghai had come to the Magic City, he hurried over. As for why he didn't mention it over the phone, it was because it seemed too informal. Tianming Pharmaceuticals was located in the Magic City and had originally been ahead of Qinglan Pharmaceuticals, but after the release of the new gathering chi pill, the situation changed. The two pharmaceutical companies reached a point of parity, with astonishing growth rates. Asking Lu Qinghai about the identity of the person behind the pill would be akin to cutting off someone's financial lifeline, which naturally felt inappropriate. It turned out he was here for Fong Chen. Lu Qinghai's intention to have Fong Chen marry into his family had never changed. With Fong Chen at the helm, Qinglan Pharmaceuticals would surely thrive. Naturally, he didn't want to introduce him to Gong Tianming. But more than a decade ago, Gong Tianming had helped him, saving his life, and this favor still needed to be repaid. Alright, I've already arranged to meet him at this hotel tonight. I'll introduce you two then. Thank you, old Lu. Gong Tianming smiled happily, but then he realized something and asked, meeting here tonight, does that mean this person is in the Magic City? Lu Qinghai nodded. That's right. Gong Tianming was taken aback. As the chief pharmacist of Tianming Pharmaceutical in the Magic City, he had no idea that such a significant figure was hidden in the city. Lu Qinghai chuckled lightly. No need to think about it. You won't figure out where this person is, because he's still a student, right at Magic City Wu University. Magic City Wu University? A student? Gong Tianming's eyes widened in shock, his expression freezing as if time had stopped at that moment. The legendary chi-gathering pill was actually created by a student. It felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. Then, he recalled something, his throat tightening slightly. Could it be that the indestructible pill and the clear face elixir are also his works? He had heard about these two potions recently and had even sent someone to buy them. After verifying their effects, he was thoroughly impressed. It was unheard of for low-tier potions to achieve such efficacy. Thinking about it, they indeed resembled the chi-gathering pill. Unfortunately, he had asked Fang Yu about the recipe, but she hadn't told him. That's right, those two potions were also developed by that person. Fang Yu had informed him about the indestructible pill and clear face elixir when she was inquiring about Fang Chen's news from Lu Qinghai. I didn't expect it to be the same person. This master has been right under my nose. Gong Tianming helplessly sipped his tea, regretting not having pressed Fang Yu for more information instead of wasting a huge favor on Lu Qinghai. What a pity. At that moment, Gong Tianming's phone rang. Upon answering, a woman's anxious voice came through. Dad, something's happened. Xiao Zhang was beaten at Magic City Wu University. Gong Tianming furrowed his brows. What happened? After all, it was his own grandson, he had to protect him. Just as Gong Zhang's mother was about to speak, Gong Tianming immediately reminded her, make sure to tell me everything clearly. If there's even a hint of falsehood, I'll deal with that brat. After 5 seconds of hesitation on the other end, the details of how Gong Zhang had disrupted someone's medicinal materials were revealed. Upon hearing this, Gong Tianming flew into a rage, smashing his cup to pieces. Lu Qinghai winced internally, my precious Qingshi cup. A doting mother spoils her child. If I hadn't known you spoiled that brat, I would have been more cautious and not been deceived by you. Gong Tianming forcibly suppressed his anger. You don't need to worry about this. I'm right next to Magic City Wu University and will give them an explanation. Wait, what potion made that brat so interested? It's the indestructible pill and the clear face elixir. In an instant, Gong Tianming felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his phone fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it! Lu Qinghai felt a sense of balance restored. My Shanshan is the best. The news of Gong Zhang being beaten spread like wildfire among all the students at the pharmacy school. Everyone rushed to share the news, excitedly coming to watch the spectacle, nearly surrounding the entire pharmacy hall. Some timid ones pretended to pass by, seizing the opportunity to watch the drama unfold. Soon, dozens of people were seen circling around. That's Gong Zhang, he looks like a pig. It must be Fang Chen, just go for it, who cares about the Gong family? That's easy to say, but if the Gong family really shows up, what will we do? At that moment, Gong Zhang was kneeling on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, wanting to cry but having no tears. Are you convinced? Fang Chen smirked. I am. Gong Zhang nodded desperately, his teeth loose, and his swollen lips made his words barely intelligible. Smack! Fang Chen slapped him again. Brother, I've already admitted defeat. Why do you still want to hit me? Gong Zhang covered his face, tears of regret streaming down, wishing he had brought more people with him. Zhang Huan and another person, sensing that things were going awry, ran off after making a phone call. You disrupted my medicinal materials, costing me so many credits. 1 slap for each credit I lost, I want them back. With that, he raised his hand again. Seeing this, Gong Zhang felt as if the sky was falling. At this rate, he really might be done for. Just as the slap was about to fall, a voice came from behind. Fang Chen, just let it go. Fang Chen turned around to see Fang Yu had appeared behind him without him noticing. Why didn't she come in mid-air? Fang Chen glanced at Fang Yu's outfit and had his answer. Gong Zhang, seeing his savior, rushed to Fang Yu's side, crying out, Dean, this guy just came up to hit me without any reason, you have to stand up for me. Oh, now you can speak clearly, Fang Chen said excitedly, his fingers cracking as he pinched them together. Gong Zhang looked as if he had seen hell. Dean, save me quickly, Fang Chen is. He wants to kill me. Fang Yu raised her hand to signal Fang Chen to stop. When Jishan, seeing this, hurriedly explained, Dean, it was Gong Zhang who threatened first. Fang Yu's tone was calm. No need to say more, I understand. She looked at Gong Zhang. Gong Zhang, the academy clearly states that competition must be fair, yet you dare to use your family's influence to bully others. Do you want to be expelled? Hearing this, Gong Zhang's face turned pale. He hadn't expected Fang Yu to show no respect for his grandfather. But that was not the end. The next moment, he felt even more despair. Fang Yu said, Fang Chen is my half-disciple. You really don't take me, the dean, seriously, do you? After saying this, she glanced at Fang Chen without a change in her expression. Since Fang Chen had agreed to seek her advice on any problems, it was not wrong for her to consider herself half a teacher to him. Yes, it was not wrong. She was definitely not coveting Fang Chen's talent. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting Fang Yu to label him as half a disciple. She didn't even give him a heads up. And in front of so many people, he couldn't refuse. This was a forced transaction. As for the others, they were dumbfounded. Fang Chen is actually the dean's disciple? This is too well hidden. Martial arts have 7 levels of grandmasters teaching, and the pharmacy has our 6th level dean. Wait, Brother Chen is also a pharmacist? Ha, you just realized that, huh? The 2 prescriptions from Wen Zhishan were given by Brother Chen. Damn, does a person really need to be this outstanding? Even Wen Zhishan didn't expect that their Brother Chen actually had the dean as a backing. With this background, what could Gong Tianming do? As for Gong Zhang, he was now numb, his legs trembling, unable to stand steady. He had been afraid of offending the dean's disciple and had even had someone investigate. He never expected there would be a Fang Chen, 7-level grandmaster, 6-level pharmacist. Forget about his grandfather, even if they dug up his ancestral grave, they wouldn't dare provoke him. Big brother, you're so impressive, why didn't you say so earlier? How could I dare to trouble you? Gong Zhang didn't know what to do. Admitting defeat was too humiliating, but the other side was too strong. If he didn't admit defeat, he would be finished. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Hey, isn't that Gong Tianming, Master Gong?" As soon as this was said, everyone looked in the direction the person was pointing. They saw an old man with gray hair rushing over at high speed. It's Master Gong Tianming, no doubt about it. He came so quickly, could it be that he's here to back Gong Zhang? This is going to get serious. As students of the Pharmacy Academy, they naturally recognized the various masters of pharmacy. Fang Chen looked puzzled. Was he rushing over out of a protective instinct? Fang Yu frowned slightly, mentally preparing herself. If Gong Tianming dared to favor Gong Zhang, she would not hesitate to expel him. Gong Zhang was internally lamenting how timely his grandfather's arrival was. I can't win, can I just leave? As long as his grandfather showed up, he wouldn't have to apologize and lose face. Screech! With the sound of brakes, Gong Tianming's feet sparked as he came to a steady stop in front of the pharmacy hall. Gong Zhang hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing his beloved grandfather's arm. Grandpa, it's fine now, it's all over, take me home. He is not too foolish, he knows that at this moment, Gong Tianming cannot contend with the 2 behind Fang Chen. Leaving is the best option. You, Fang Yu, can't possibly stop him from leaving, can you? He doesn't need to continue embarrassing himself. Unexpectedly, just as the words left his mouth, a heavy slap landed on his already plump face. You little brat, kneel down. Gong Tianming's voice rang out like a bell, shaking Gong Zhang's eardrums. Gong Zhang? Stunned, Gong Tianming kicked him to the ground. Did you not hear me speaking? At this moment, everyone was bewildered. Shouldn't he be hitting Fang Chen? Why is he starting to hit his own grandson? Gong Tianming had reached the 5th stage of martial arts, and with that kick, he directly broke Gong Zhang's legs. The intense pain snapped Gong Zhang out of his daze. The pain made him tremble all over, lying on the ground unable to get up. Grandpa, what? What are you doing? Gong Tianming remained silent, grabbing him by the collar and, like lifting a worthless object, brought him in front of Fang Chen and threw him to the ground. Young friend Fang, it is my fault for not disciplining him properly. You can hit or scold him as you wish, as long as he is still breathing. Fang Chen was somewhat confused. What is this old man doing? Hearing this, Gong Zhang panicked completely. Grandpa, I am your grandson. Before he could finish, Gong Tianming kicked him unconscious, his eyes rolling back as he lay on the ground. Gong Tianming, what do you mean by this? Fang Yu also couldn't understand Gong Tianming's actions. Gong Tianming's expression was serious. Of course, it's to teach this brat a lesson. How dare he use the family's power to threaten his classmates? He deserves a good beating. Saying this, he smiled at Fang Chen. What do you say, young friend Fang? If you are still not satisfied, I can break both of his arms right now. What do you think? Fang Chen, you are his real grandfather? Gong Tianming, absolutely. You old man, you really don't hold back. At this moment, Lu Qinghai appeared beside them. Unlike Gong Tianming, who needed to apologize urgently, he arrived at a normal pace. Everyone was shocked by Gong Tianming's actions, and no one noticed his arrival. It wasn't until he spoke that they realized there was an old man they recognized. Isn't this Master Lu Qinghai? Damn, when did Master Lu arrive? Brother Lu. Fang Chen also hadn't noticed Lu Qinghai's arrival. Sorry, Fang Chen, we agreed to meet in the evening, but I didn't expect to arrive early. Lu Qinghai greeted. Brother Lu? Everyone was stunned. Brother Lu? Did you hear that clearly? I heard it clearly, it's Brother Lu. Hiss. Damn, Fong Chen actually calls Master Lu Brother Lu. This relationship is getting a bit complicated. The teacher of a 7th-stage grandmaster, the dean of a 6th-stage pharmacist, is half his teacher, and now there's a 5th-stage pharmacist Master Lu calling him brother. I just feel a bit dazed. Me too. At this moment, when Ji Shang's mind was filled with one sentence. As expected of my brother Chen. Seeing Lu Qinghai and Gong Tianming familiar with each other, combined with what was just said, Fong Chen roughly understood the reason behind Gong Tianming's actions. It seems Gong Tianming had already learned of his identity from Lu Qinghai. Treating Gong Cheng this way was to win his favor. After all, he was a 6th-stage pharmacist, and as long as Gong Cheng had a breath left, he could save him. Originally, he thought that after dealing with the younger one, the older one would come, and if Gong Tianming dared to find trouble with him, he would expose several prescriptions and force Tianming Pharmaceutical to its demise. Unexpectedly, Gong Tianming took the initiative to curry favor with him. In that case, there was no need to continue. The authority he needed to establish had already been established, and stopping here would also give Gong Tianming some face. Master Gong, I see Gong Cheng is seriously injured. Hurry and take him for treatment. Hearing this, Gong Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. This brat deserves to be dealt with. Young friend Fong need not worry about him. After saying this, he immediately signaled his subordinates, who had already arrived, to take the person away. He deliberately severed Gong Cheng's legs as an opportunity for him to return home and hide for a while, so as not to be an eyesore to Fong Chen. Gong Tianming continued, young friend Fong Chen, this incident is entirely my useless grandson's fault. I sincerely apologize. I have already arranged everything. In the future, no one will dare to stop your medicinal materials. Then he looked at the onlookers. Students, I have also heard about Gong Cheng's actions in the courtyard. It's my fault for not educating him well. For every student of the Pharmacy Academy, I will gift a 3rd-tier potion as an apology. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in cheers. A 3rd-tier potion is worth over 1 million. Fang Yu secretly cursed the old fox. Not only did he win people's hearts and establish a good image, but he also saved Gong Zhang from being expelled. This face, she could only give. Alright, let's change the place to talk. Young friend Fong, the matter of Gong Zhang is my fault. I will drink a cup as punishment. At the Anha Hotel, in a private room. The warm light fell on the lavish dining table, with various delicious dishes that were visually appealing and mouth-watering. After Gong Tianming punished himself with a drink, he did not sit down but turned his gaze to Fong Chen. I never expected that the master alchemist I have been desperately seeking was so close at hand. Young friend Fong, I have purchased all 3 of your potions, their effects are truly astonishing. I have been in the alchemy industry for decades, and I cannot achieve such results. They say heroes emerge from youth. Seeing you today, it is indeed true. Gong Tianming spoke with spittle flying, and Lu Qinghai, showing disdain, pulled him down. Stop rambling here, it's making me uncomfortable. Fong Chen is not that kind of hypocritical person, no amount of flattery will help, just eat. Gong Tianming, having his stage interrupted, shot Lu Qinghai a glare, awkwardly smiled at Fong Chen and Fang Yu, and after sitting down, deliberately kicked Lu Qinghai under the table. Silently cursing, he greeted the other party. Soon after, a smile returned to his face. Young friend Fong, I wonder if you have developed any new potions recently? Indeed, he is coveting my formulas. Fong Chen thought to himself. Bang! Lu Qinghai slapped the table. Hey, you old man without any sense of martial ethics, what did I say on the way here? Eating is just for acquaintance. Never mention the formulas, yet you go back on your word. Do you still have any shame? Who agreed to that? I don't remember. Gong Tianming feigned ignorance. Besides, I just want to observe young friend Fong's potions. Young friend Fong, you must not listen to this old man's nonsense. You old thing, you really have no shame. What, do you want to fight? If it comes to that, do you really think I can't handle you? The 2 old men bickered, adding a unique flavor to the meal. It was truly entertaining. Fong Chen and Fong Yu watched like they were at a show, eating while observing. But this constant bickering was not a good thing. Most importantly, the 2 were spitting everywhere, making it unappetizing. Fang Yu frowned and called the waiter to remove all the dishes and replace them with new ones. To avoid the new dishes suffering the same fate, Fong Chen interrupted the 2. Recently, I really have developed a new potion. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 old men immediately stopped, looking at Fong Chen with excitement. Fang Yu also became interested, twisting her voluptuous figure, which had been half resting on the table, now hovering in the air, eagerly watching him. What kind of potion is it? This will open your eyes. Fong Chen calmly took out a potion bottle. This potion is called Concealment Powder, a 2nd-tier potion that can help martial artists hide their aura. Even 5th-tier demon beasts find it difficult to detect. The first batch of concealment powder only had 2 bottles, which he gave to Guan Ning and Chu Yan. This bottle was what he had recently refined. Even 5th-tier demon beasts find it difficult to detect? The 3 were astonished by what Fang Chen said. A 2nd-tier potion could have such an effect, which had never appeared on the market before. Fang Chen first handed the potion bottle to Fang Yu, who was closest to him. After Fang Yu took it, she opened the bottle stopper, and just with one glance, she was stunned. Beside them, Lu Qinghai was burning with anxiety. Without waiting for her to pass it, he directly reached out and snatched it away, observing it together with Gong Tianming. They both froze at first glance. As high-level pharmacists, their intuition and experience had long surpassed that of ordinary pharmacists. At this moment, facing the potion before them, a unique fragrance filled the air, as if it contained endless energy. Even without testing, the strong premonition in their hearts was continuously intensifying. This invisibility powder was extraordinary. If they were to develop it, it might take them decades. Invisibility powder. I feel like I've heard of it somewhere. Fang Yu lightly slapped the table, blinking her beautiful eyes. I remember now, the day before yesterday, Deng Qiong told me that her daughter was able to survive the beast tide from the 41st monster beast wilderness thanks to the invisibility powder. Could it be that? Fang Chen nodded. Yes, the invisibility powder that Guan Ning and the others used was given by me. Goodness, they had already tested its efficacy, and it was still amidst the beast tide. What was there to hesitate about? Gong Tianming slammed the table, his expression excited. Fang Chen, I want this invisibility powder. Name your price. I, Tianming Pharmaceuticals, will definitely need it. Regarding Gong Tianming's sudden and unscrupulous move, Lu Qinghai pulled him down and stood up himself. Fang Chen, this old man is very cunning. Don't fall for his tricks. We two are old friends. You should trust my character. What kind of potion is the most popular? Naturally, it's the one that saves lives. The invisibility powder is a 2nd-tier potion, low in cost but powerful in effect. If released, it would surely attract countless martial artists. If he had this potion, not only would it enhance his skills in potion making, but it would also elevate Qinglan Pharmaceuticals to the next level. Fang Chen, whatever price Lu old man offers you, I'll double it. Old man, I see you really want to challenge me. Hey, whoever doesn't make a move is a grandson. These 2 old men have quite the tempers. Fang Chen chuckled lightly. Sorry, Lu Ge, Master Gong, I don't plan to put this invisibility powder on the market. The voices of the 2 old men abruptly stopped, their eyes filled with disbelief. Fang Chen, why is that? Lu Qinghai asked. Young friend Fang, not putting the invisibility powder on the market is a huge loss, Gong Tianming echoed. It's naturally because of academic credits. Fang Chen sighed. I am still a student at Magic City Martial University. Money doesn't mean much to me. What I need is academic credits. So, I plan to produce invisibility powder on campus and sell it along with 2 other potions. He didn't lack money now. It was better to keep these 2 hanging for a while. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghai and Gong Tianming couldn't help but exchange glances, then shook their heads and sighed. They knew that at Magic City Martial University, martial skills required academic credits, so Fang Chen's reasoning was unassailable. This time, they could only be envious but unable to obtain it. Fang Chen, if you develop other potions in the future, you must think of your Lu Gu. Don't listen to him, come to me first. The price I offer will definitely satisfy you. Don't worry, if there are new potions, I will definitely contact both masters. After saying this, Fang Chen turned his gaze to Fang Yu. Fang, teacher, please take care of Wen Zhishang in the future. 2nd-tier potions required 2nd-year students to develop them, and when Zhishan was just a 1st-year student, his strength was insufficient, and he needed a big figure to support him. The title of teacher made Fang Yu nod in satisfaction. Although she wasn't his master, Fang Chen acknowledged this relationship. Don't worry, I will help. At this moment, the door opened, and the freshly prepared dishes were brought in. After talking for so long, I'm starving. Let's eat. Old Lu, do you want a drink? Sure. As night fell, the moon climbed to the treetops, casting a bright light and giving the earth a silver coating. Compared to the calmness of the night, the forum of Magic City Martial University was in an uproar. 2 posts, one after the other, occupied the 1st and 2nd places. Fang Chen violently beats Gong Zhang, even Gong Tianming agrees. After the accounts of no less than 100 students from the Alchemy Academy, the entire sequence of events was clarified, revealing several hot topics. First, Fang Chen can actually refine medicine. The immortal pill and the clear face elixir were actually created by him. Second, Dean Fang is actually half a master to Fang Chen. Third, Gong Tianming, for Fang Chen's sake, didn't hesitate to beat up his own grandson. Fourth, Fang Chen and Master Lu Qinghai are like brothers. These 4 points struck everyone like nails, one by one, piercing their eyes. Awesome, wow, is this still Chinese characters? I can't understand it at all when it's put together. Repairing the faucet, can't you understand? It's clearly disbelief. Elbow strike for you, Chenggu, you're my real brother, can you get more goods? My girlfriend is urging me. Turkey-flavored crispy rice, Chenggu is really amazing. Not only is he the strongest in martial arts, but he can also refine medicine, and it's so impressive. How can there be such an outstanding person in this world? Picking up self-esteem, I want to be super thick. Dean Fong is a master, and he calls Master Lu his brother. Chenggu must be cheating, it's simply unplayable. I strongly demand a title ban. Old 2, I'm so excited watching this. The power company just called me, saying I privately installed a utility pole. Old 3, there are outsiders here, be careful. Water avoiding golden-eye beast, thank you, Chenggu, for helping me get my first third-tier potion in life. Qingfeng, Gong Zheng really kicked a hard board this time. Old 3, Chenggu is transformed into a family disciple corrector. In the future, which family disciple would dare to be arrogant? Gentle little fat, I've already received news from Chenggu that the small shop will soon stock a new type of potion, stay tuned. Qingfeng, go check the next post, it's just as explosive. In the forum, the second post is also about Fong Chen. Fong Chen spent 110,000 credits to build a lakeside villa just to make the beauty smile. The post describes the scene of Fong Chen and Chu Yan buying land together, along with photos. Today's viewing limit has been reached. Chenggu is truly a model for our generation, strong and with many beauties. When can I also have such a dream? Today's viewing limit has been reached, please recharge VIP, you can't even dream of such a scene. Old second, 110,000 credits, that's 110,000 credits. Even if I do tasks for another 2 years, I can't earn that many credits. Chenggu actually used it to buy land. MS. Yang 19, upstairs, do you eat lamb? I can send you 8 sheep. Pink head, that's why you can't find a girlfriend. Not eating cilantro, task version, I'm so envious of Sister Chu Yan, having such a good boyfriend like Brother Fong Chen, unlike me, who can only secretly envy. Gummy bear, I'm also so envious of Sister Chu Yan, boo-hoo sad fried egg, is there no one to speak up for Sister Ning? Part Candy Bridge has vegetables, sisters, let's charge in for respect. Little sheep can't wake up, I bought Fong Chen's immortal pill before, does that mean Heart Candy Bridge has vegetables, after charging in, I don't want to think about these things anymore. MS. Yang 19, you all just talk big, only I did something and went to wash my hands. After class today, Guan Ning was pulled home by her mother for a meal to strengthen their mother-daughter bond. At the dinner table, her mother laid it all out, no more pretending. She urged Guan Ning to be more proactive and not let someone else get ahead. Guan Ning nonchalantly replied with This made Deng Xiong so angry that she didn't let her stay at home and sent her back to school. Just as she sank into the embrace of the sofa and opened her phone, she instantly sat up again. Fong Chen and Chu Yan were trending again, crushing all her efforts and sweet writing for a month into nothing. Dang dang dang. She rushed into Chu Yan's room without even knocking, bursting in. Chu Yan was bent over the table, familiarizing herself with the architectural drawings for future supervision. Guan Ning's sudden intrusion startled her. What's wrong with you? This is the first time Guan Ning has been so domineering. Chu Yan couldn't help but feel excited. Could it be that you want to communicate? Stop messing around. Guan Ning shot her a glance, sitting on the bed. What's going on with Fong Chen buying land? Everyone on the forum is saying he did it for you. Ha, I knew it. That group on the forum would definitely talk about this. Chu Yan disappointedly retracted her hand that was about to undress. Didn't I promise him to look at a project yesterday? It's this land, the construction drawings have come down, let me show you. Guan Ning took the drawings that Chu Yan handed over, her brows furrowing. Is this a tower? Fong Chen bought land just to build this thing? What's it for? How would I know? Maybe he just had a brain freeze and has money to burn. Chu Yan said calmly. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked Guan Ning up and down. Guan Ning felt uncomfortable under her gaze. What are you looking at me for? Chu Yan, you were so nervous when you came in, you don't really believe what the forum said, do you? Are you jealous of me and Fong Chen? Guan Ning was a bit at a loss for words. Get lost, who would be jealous of you? I just thought the post was too popular and was afraid you'd get angry again. I can't be bothered with you. Guan Ning threw the drawings on the table, wearing a look of someone who doesn't appreciate kindness, and angrily left the room. Chu Yan pouted. I can't believe you. Her gaze unconsciously fell on the doll placed on the bedside. She stood up and walked to the bedside. She gave the doll 2 light taps. Damn Fong Chen, always making me do things. After leaving Chu Yan's room, Guan Ning didn't return to the living room but rushed back to her own room, locked the door, and threw herself on the bed, burying her face in the quilt. In the unseen darkness, she could only hear her own heartbeat. It quickened. Was it because of Chu Yan's words? It was indeed because of Chu Yan's words. At this moment, she admitted to herself that she was indeed jealous, tightly wound up, and it felt uncomfortable. She had been contemplating her feelings for Feng Chen, and she was clear in her heart. She was sinking. She just didn't know how to face it. After all, it was her first time, in every aspect, it was the first time. She didn't know how to respond and felt it wasn't the right time to express herself. She wanted to wait a little longer. But the content of the forum posts kept drifting in her mind, refusing to go away. She felt flustered, wanting to become a little cat guarding its food, absolutely not letting anyone get close, not even her best friend. No, I have to keep an eye on that tower too. She unconsciously took out her phone, realizing it had been a while since she last chatted with Feng Chen. Why do you want to take off my pants to drink water? What do you think our relationship is? Stabbing you in the back doesn't necessarily mean to harm you, what do you think? Guan Ning, I feel like it's a hotel and a parking lot. Feng Chen, master, I'm in a dilemma. Guan Ning, silly, hotels have parking lots. Feng Chen, you think you're my cage. Guan Ning, hiss. Why? Feng Chen, so I can put the bird inside. Guan Ning, rude. Feng Chen, rude. Compared to the excitement of others, Cheng Hongyi was currently in a state of chaos. After reading the post about Feng Chen beating up Gong Zhang, he immersed himself in Feng Chen's perspective. Brother Chen is awesome, those family kids should be taught a lesson, let them show off every day. Let's see if those guys are still arrogant in the future. These guys won't be quiet for a few days. Seeing this, Cheng Hongyi quickly posted a comment. Call me Ego, are there a lot of these guys? Say it, I'll take care of them. Who are you, big brother? Talking so arrogantly, do you think you're brother Chen? Call me Ego, Feng Chen is nothing special. Damn, so arrogant, since you're so awesome, why don't you go deal with those guys? Call me Ego, heh, I'll go if I have to. Looking at the comments one by one, Cheng Hongyi could no longer contain his restless heart. He crawled out of bed, got dressed, and walked out the door. Ego, what are you going to do? A roommate in the living room saw Cheng Hongyi dressed neatly walking out of his room and couldn't help but ask. Going to teach a few people a lesson. Cheng Hongyi's voice was cold as he stormed out. The roommate, seeing this, quickly took out his phone and dialed. Dean, it's not good, Cheng Hongyi has gone crazy again. In the vice principal's office, Xiao Junsheng sat on the sofa, feeling helpless, and replied, let him be, I'm tired. He hung up the phone and tossed it aside. This Cheng Hongyi is really getting harder to deal with. Xiao Jun looked at Long Yi, who was focused on his phone, and asked curiously, what are you looking at so intently? Feng Chen bought a piece of land. Bought land? Feng Chen actually bought a piece of land? Xiao Jun's first reaction was, damn, there really is a fool buying land. The second reaction was, damn, this fool is actually Feng Chen. After decades of land sales, someone finally lost their mind. Yes, you heard it right. Long Yi snapped his fingers, and a virtual projection appeared between the two. This is the blueprint I got from the equipment department. What Feng Chen wants to build is this. Xiao Jun's eyes widened. A tower? What's he building that for? To get a better view of the lake? Long Yi shook his head. I don't know about that. Our genius always comes up with things we never expect. We just need to wait for the tower to be completed. Xiao Jun, I don't understand. Check the forum, there are plenty of things you won't understand. The forum is either gossip or tasks, what's there to see? Xiao Jun retrieved his phone from a distance, and as his rough fingers swiped across the screen, his expression froze when he opened the forum. His eyes widened like copper bells. Feng Chen can actually refine medicine. Meanwhile, many mentors on campus also saw the news about someone buying land. Damn, there really is a fool buying land. Damn, this fool is actually Feng Chen. Has he gone mad? Does he have credits with nowhere to spend them? What's this tower for? No one could answer their questions. Everything would have to wait for 16 more days. Feng Chen, why did you buy a piece of land? And build a tower? The next day, at Lin Qin's villa, Lin Qin wore a v-neck, waist-hugging dress that perfectly outlined her voluptuous curves. She sat on the sofa, slightly turned, her thigh-high stockings tightly wrapped around her long legs, exuding a hint of sensual sheen. Her toes lightly tapped her high heels, making a subtle sound, seemingly drawing attention unintentionally. Those high heels were just a breath away from falling, like a drama about to unfold, making one hold their breath in anticipation, secretly guessing her next move. Sister Qin, you'll know in 15 days. Feng Chen's gaze was firm, as if he were about to join a party, not sparing a glance at Lin Qin's outfit. Sister Qin, I took a monster hunting task and need to be out for over 10 days. Since the task in Sioux City, Fong Chen no longer needed Lin Qin's help to take on sophomore tasks. Got it. Lin Qin nodded with a hint of melancholy. You're just one step away from breaking through the 5th level of the Burning Annihilation Blade record. Once this task is over, you'll definitely break through, and then you can learn other martial arts. In the joint exam, you'll surely get first place. You could get first place without learning other martial arts. As she spoke, Lin Qin regretfully slapped her mouth. Poo, almost forgot I can't pop champagne halfway. Her cute demeanor paired with her mature outfit was indeed a stark contrast. Fong Chen, then I'll set off. Okay, be safe on the road, and if you encounter danger, be sure to crush the jade pendant. Understood. Fong Chen stood up, about to leave, but was stopped by Lin Qin. Wait, there's something I forgot to ask you, that Chu Yan. Who is she? It had finally come. Fong Chen knew this moment would come after seeing the forum post last night. He didn't hide it and directly mentioned the matter of the invisibility powder. Chu Yan was just helping him check the venue. As for why he sent Guan Ning the potion, to prevent Lin Qin from misunderstanding, it was changed to for the sake of Deng Xiong. You can't hide liking someone. If you like multiple people, then you must keep it hidden. After hearing the explanation, Lin Qin instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Sister Qin, what are you asking her for? Fong Chen used the knowledge taught by Lu Feng to turn the tables. This move clearly left Lin Qin a bit at a loss. I was just curious because I saw it trending online. It's getting late, you should hurry. Alright, then I'll leave. After Fong Chen left, Lin Qin let out a long sigh. She took out her phone, opened a short video, and looked at the alluring figure of the female lead, then glanced at herself, feeling quite puzzled. Clearly, it's the same outfit. Why doesn't Fong Chen look at me? Is my figure not good enough? Today, many first-year students discovered a strange phenomenon. The previously lively scions of wealthy families had become subdued, and some even bore injuries. Among them was Zhang Huan, the sycophant of Gong Zhang. His family, while not as powerful as the Gong family, was still a significant force. Today, he was completely subdued, not daring to make a sound when he saw others. Starting a family was not something he could provoke. Meanwhile, on the forum, call me Brother E, who else? Call me Brother E, I want to fight 10 of them. Fong Chen's task this time was to head to the 45th Demon Beast Wilderness to hunt demons. After a 3-hour drive, he once again set foot on the Demon Beast Wilderness. The air was filled with the scent of demon beasts, and low growls occasionally echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Once again returning to this both strange and familiar place, gazing at the desolate land, his heart was filled with excitement. He drew the Burning Cloud battle blade, stretched his muscles, and adjusted his body to its best state, then dashed off. Let the killing begin. Unknowingly, the autumn air grew denser, hinting at a chill. After several days of action, over 1,000 members of the Forbidden God Church were arrested nationwide, but without exception, they were all peripheral figures, with not a single core member among them. The core members of the Forbidden God Church seemed to have vanished into thin air, with not a trace of news. By the 8th day, the Burning Sky Refining Chi Tower had completed its basic structure. Many people came to see, wanting to check in on Fong Chen and Chu Yan's love nest, but when they saw the tower, their minds involuntarily associated it with something else. Were Fong Chen and Chu Yan going to play prince and princess? They actually built a tower. Thus, checking in turned into discussions, and everyone began taking photos to post on the forum. MS. Yang 19, is this a potion Fong Chen is making? Is he building a fortress? Stone, this doesn't look like a villa at all. Does anyone understand architecture? Old 3, I don't understand, but I know this isn't a place for people to live. Which good family doesn't even have a window? Today's viewing limit has been reached. I really don't understand Brother Chen's operations. Boss of Bien Air, I asked my mentor, and he doesn't understand either. Wu Tao Choti, I heard someone asked Chu Yan and Guan Ning, and they also don't know what Fong Chen is up to. Qingfeng, I understand less and less. Time passed day by day. The discussions about the tower grew louder. A new topic emerged. What did Fong Chen build? On the 10th day, when Ji Shang released the invisibility powder. After the incident with Gong Chang, the orders for the small workshop expanded several times, to match the production capacity, when Ji Shang also rented the No. 7 Potion Hall. Fang Yu waved his hand and immediately agreed, arranging for his students to help out. The first batch of invisibility powder was sold out immediately, leading to many complaints. Who told you to produce this? I want my golden gun to be unyielding. I don't want this, I only want the golden gun to be unyielding. I'm a girl, I also want the golden gun to be unyielding. Hurry up, my girlfriend says I've been too unmotivated lately. On the 14th day, the sky gradually darkened. Fong Chen returned to the Dragon Guard army camp. After 14 days of fierce battles, he was covered in blood, his cheeks smeared with dirt and scars, as if he had crawled out from a pile of corpses. The camp commander had been a subordinate of Xiang Tianwen 5 years ago and took good care of Fang Chen. Upon learning of Fang Chen's return, he immediately arranged a lively welcome feast. Late at night, Fang Chen entered the tent prepared for him to rest, and his phone, which had been silent for 14 days, was turned on. After replying to a series of messages, just as Fang Chen was about to sleep, his phone rang. Someone had tagged him. She wanted everyone, I have news for you, next month our school will have an exchange student from Europa. Jiang Feng, what level of talent? Li Mingqi, SS level talent. Shi Wan, SS level talent. Shi Wan, Mingqi, you actually stole my words. Jiang Feng, damn, SS level. Shanhua Martial University is quietly making big moves. Fang Chen, what talent? Shi Wan, the school forum only mentioned the exchange student but did not specify what talent this person has. Shen Xing, how long will this person stay? Shi Wan, 1 semester. Fang Chen, 1 semester. Does that mean this person will also participate in the joint examination of the 4 schools? Jiang Feng at Fang Chen, you have a rival now, evil grin. Shi Wan, in 2 months, we will finally meet, I wonder where this joint examination will be held. Jiang Feng, are you looking forward to meeting us? I'm almost embarrassed to say it. Jiang Feng has been muted by the group owner. The joint examination is an event held by 4 top martial universities. The participants are first-year students, and it takes place in the last month of the first semester. In terms of the previous life, this is called a final exam. The purpose is naturally to test the learning outcomes of first-year martial artists. As for this SS-level person, Fang Chen did not take it to heart, tossing his phone aside and closing his eyes to sleep. These 14 days had exhausted him. The next day, after a 3-hour drive, Fang Chen returned to Modu Martial University at 3 in the afternoon. The first thing he did upon returning to school was to go to the settlement hall. Fang Chen hunted 2 intermediate second-tier monsters, 3 advanced second-tier monsters, 1 beginner third-tier monster, earning 45,000 credits. The screen shone brightly for him again. Single mission credit leaderboard of first, Fang Chen, 81,000 points. Second, Fang Chen, 45,000 points. Third, Guan Ning, 43,000 points. Third, Xu Yan, 43,000 points. Fourth, Song Huan, 39,000 points. Fifth, Itsong Huan, 31,000 points. The main purpose of this mission was to hone his martial skills, earning credits was secondary. Over the 14 days, he had continuously battled advanced second-tier monsters, successfully hunting only 3. The Burning Annihilation Blade record had already reached the 5th level, and he was on the threshold of the 6th level. As for that third-tier monster, he had deliberately released a little boy yesterday to increase his credits. Beginner third-tier monsters had already developed some intelligence. Not only were they powerful, but they also knew how to call for help. They were not comparable to those 2 beginner third-tier puppets. After blowing one up, Fang Chen immediately fled to avoid being discovered by higher-tier monsters. Compared to the monster wasteland, the trip to Sioux City was simply a blessing. After settling his credits, the next thing on his mind was the Burning Sky Refining Chi Tower. This morning, he had received news that the tower was completed. From over 1,000 meters away from Nanhu, Fang Chen's gaze was drawn to a black tower. As he gradually approached, the outline of the tower became clearer, and after 50 meters, he finally saw this magnificent structure. The tower stood over 30 meters tall, towering majestically, built from natural rocks, its surface rough, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The black rocks shimmered faintly in the glow of the setting sun. Fang Chen walked into the tower. The layout was exactly the same as the one he had designed before, with rooms arranged in a staggered manner, giving him a wonderful sense of dislocation. In the spacious hall, ancient reliefs were embedded in the surrounding walls. Each room was separated by heavy stone doors. This isn't a room, this is my credit. Fang Chen was just about to investigate further when the door that had just closed was pushed open again. You really are in a hurry. The first thing you do when you come back is come here. Guan Ning and Xu Yan had received news last night that Fang Chen was returning, so they were not surprised to see him. Guan Ning asked, so, with both me and Yan Yan keeping an eye on things, is the completion of this tower as you expected? You're also keeping an eye on it? Yeah, I come here every day. What, you're not happy about it? If someone is working, you can just rest, why take on this job? Biased guy. Xu Yan shot a glare at Fang Chen, stop reminiscing and hurry up and check. If there are no problems, I'll be done. Assistant, is that how you talk to your boss? Get lost. After checking everything upstairs and confirming there were no issues, Xu Yan officially reported back. Her cold eyes fixed on Fang Chen. Now can you tell us the purpose of building this tower? Guan Ning blinked excitedly. Quick, we can't wait. So anxious, did you take a shower? Fang Chen replied, I'm a bit hungry, I'll tell you after we eat. Hey, can't you just not tease us? Exactly. Don't worry, tonight we're only serving you. After a hearty meal at Chuixianju, it was 9 o'clock at night. The moon climbed to the treetops, casting a bright light that coated the earth in silver. The three returned to school, walking towards the South Lake, drawing curious glances from those around them. What are they up to at this hour? That direction is towards the tower by the lake. 2 girls and a guy, going to the tower at night, TSK. The three were already used to such attention. Once back in the tower, Fang Chen headed straight to the second basement level. Dim light filtered through the stone cracks, casting mottled shadows on the ground. In the center stood a circular platform, its surface carved from smooth black stone. What's going to be placed here? Guan Ning asked. That's right. Under the gaze of the 2 girls, Fang Chen stepped forward, and a ball of fallen heart flame appeared in his palm, bouncing up and down. He turned to the 2 girls, get ready. Ready? The 2 exchanged glances, ready for what? Ready for takeoff. Under their watchful eyes, Fang Chen placed the fallen heart flame in the center of the platform. In an instant, the entire space seemed to ignite, the temperature soaring suddenly, and a suffocating wave of heat filled the air. As the temperature rose, a flush appeared on Guan Ning and Chu Yan's faces, the heat surging into their bodies, conducting an invisible tempering and forging. They could clearly feel every cell in their bodies being stimulated by this intense energy, their blood surging within. Chu Yan felt the same change, her eyes revealing astonishment. What's happening? Guan Ning murmured, her voice filled with disbelief. Fang Chen yawned, don't ask too many questions, hurry and find a room to go into, mobilize your entire energy to cooperate with the heat to temper your bodies. I'm only giving you 2 hours, I'll go back to sleep when the time's up. The 2 girls understood and hurried upstairs to find their own rooms. Fang Chen wandered around the tower, familiarizing himself with the environment. He had complete control over the fallen heart flame, suppressing it to the lowest level. Anyone entering the tower would only feel a slight pressure in their hearts. Just like Guan Ning and the others, they could feel the heat but wouldn't suffer. After all, it was a business. He certainly couldn't welcome customers with a scorching heart fire as a show of strength. Speaking of business, he hurriedly sent a message to Wen Jishan, informing him that the Burning Heaven Refining Qi Tower would open tomorrow, to promote it. 2 hours later, Fang Chen returned to the first underground floor. The 2 women finished their training, walked out of the room, feeling the changes in themselves, their joy evident. In just 2 hours, I feel like I've trained for 4 or 5 days, my vitality visibly increasing, Chu Yan said, her cold eyes fixed on Fang Chen, shocked. What on earth is going on? Guan Ning pointed at the fallen heart flame. Could it be because of this flame? Fang Chen nodded in response to Guan Ning, you're smarter than her. Chu Yan shot him a glare, her cold, beautiful face hiding a hint of resentment. Fang Chen said, that's right, it's because of this flame. It can help refine one's vitality, temper the body, making it more solid, and speed up the training process. Guan Ning blinked her peach blossom eyes, suddenly enlightened. So that's it, no wonder your strength has improved so quickly. Fang Chen nodded. But, Guan Ning frowned, a bit worried, are you sure you want to reveal such an important trump card? Trump card? In a while, he would be able to break through to the second tier, and by then, new would appear, and new trump cards would be in place. The training sheet was already a remnant of the old era, it was time to show it off. Are you that worried about me? He asked with a smile. Guan Ning was taken aback, the corners of her eyes slightly lifting, charmingly saying, you're my parking lot, of course, I have to worry about you. Good for you, birdcage. Although Chu Yan beside them didn't understand what they were saying, she knew it wasn't anything good. With a cold face, she said, it's already 11 o'clock, hurry back to rest. What's the rush? Fang Chen replied, I'm preparing to open tomorrow, you two come help me. Sure. Why should we? The 2 women responded simultaneously. Fang Chen stared at Chu Yan, just because you used up 2 hours of my time, is that reason enough? Chu Yan snorted coldly, I used your fire, not you. Meanwhile, when Jishang's shop posted a message, tomorrow, the Burning Heaven Refining Qi Tower opens, everyone support it. Price, 3 credits for 2 hours. Product effect, can help refine vitality, temper the body, making it more solid, and speed up the training process. Since the release of the indestructible gold gun pill, when Jishang's small shop has remained popular in the forum. He was the most suitable person to advertise this. Soon, the post's popularity skyrocketed. Stone, speeding up training? Is it really that amazing? Old 3, damn, so this tower has a name. I almost thought it was the Lakeside Villa. Heart Sugar Bridge has vegetables, tempering the body, refining vitality, speeding up training. Is this Chinese? I can't understand it at all. Old 2, me too, is this thing really that miraculous? Xingfeng, the ad is out, it shouldn't be fake, I'll go try it tomorrow. Snowmilk's white peas, this has piqued my curiosity, 3 credits isn't too much, brothers, I'll go scout the way for you tomorrow morning. Boss of the second transformation, it sounds so ridiculous to speed up training, I have to go see for myself. Turkey-flavored crispy rice, you still have the nerve to post here, hurry up and refine the medicine. Peppa Pig, right, my indestructible gold gun, hurry up and produce it. Autumn Wind, if I don't urge you for a while, you'll just be slacking off here, I want the indestructible gold gun. Not eating cilantro, whoever bought the indestructible gold gun can come find me, awesome slippery mushroom, up there, wear warm pants when the sun rises, be careful not to freeze on the road to wealth. As the comments increased, the post was seen by more people. Some even shared it on their social media or took screenshots to send to friends. The responses were mostly similar. Improving strength? Nonsense. In the minds of many, the only way to quickly enhance strength was through drugs, which had significant side effects. Fang Chen's Burning Sky refining tower clearly exceeded their understanding, and naturally, many people were skeptical. However, because of this, the Burning Sky refining tower gained increasing popularity, and more people were curious about the truth of the advertisement, wanting to investigate for themselves. In response, Fang Chen stated that the results would be seen the next day. The following day, just as Fang Chen had anticipated, on the first day of opening, business boomed. The operating hours were set for 10 o'clock. Fang Chen and the others took leave early and arrived at the tower at 9:30 to start preparations. They first posted the printed price list and important notes, then prepared some peanut drinks and mineral water. Once everything was ready, Fang Chen felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he were opening an internet cafe. Guan Ning and Xu Yan also became familiar with their respective tasks. Guan Ning was responsible for collecting credits at checkout, while Xu Yan was in charge of assigning rooms and doing some odd jobs, like fetching water for anyone who was thirsty. As a result, within half an hour, Xu Yan glared at Fang Chen no less than 20 times, occasionally muttering something under her breath. He vaguely heard the words biased. At 9:58, the three gathered at the entrance. In 2 minutes, we will open, Fang Chen said, staring at Xu Yan. I want to remind you to smile at the customers instead of always having a stern face. All he got in return was an eye roll. Fang Chen didn't press the issue. After being cold for over a decade, it was not something he could change in a short time. At that moment, it was 10 o'clock. The opening. The doors swung open, and over 100 people waiting outside surged in like a tide. They had all come to explore the store. Upon entering the hall, they instantly felt a wave of heat flooding into their bodies, undergoing an invisible tempering and forging. They could clearly sense that every cell in their bodies was being stimulated by this intense energy, their blood surging within. Everyone immediately felt something different. Why do I feel my blood surging, as if my body is actively refining itself? Exactly, I feel the same way. Yan Hong was among the crowd, and like the others, he could clearly perceive the changes in his body. At that moment, Fang Chen's voice rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone, 3 credits for 2 hours, please line up to buy tickets. Remember, inside you can only temper your body, no fighting, to avoid damaging the building. Without hesitation, Yan Hong walked straight to the bar. 2 hours. Guan Ning, slightly awkward in collecting payments, while Chu Yan coldly interjected, room 1, basement level. With Yan Hong leading the way, the others hurriedly followed. Fang Chen organized the line, ensuring everyone paid and received their tickets. Room 2, basement level. Room 3, room 4, 7th floor. One by one, the rooms were assigned, and Fang Chen directed the line while guiding people. Half an hour later, all of the initial 100 people were arranged, and new customers continued to trickle in. When the 192nd person paid, the first ticket buyer, Yan Hong, had just finished his 2 hours. He excitedly ran from the lower floor to the upper hall, like a rampaging bull, each step causing a slight tremor. I want to renew, he shouted at the bar. Another 2. No, I want to stay here all day, how many credits do I need? I'll pay now. The newcomers were stunned by this scene. Yan Hong's eyes held no impurities, only a thirst for renewal. Could this be a setup? Just as some began to speculate, thud, thud, thud. Another person rushed up from the basement. Renew, I want to renew, book for 2 days. Before he could finish, another person dashed up, even more outrageous. I want a book for 4 days. Hiss. The newcomers in line exchanged glances. The previous suspicions were shattered. They had forgotten to mention the renewal. Fang Chen hurried to the bar and said to Yan Hong and the others, each person is limited to 2 hours per day, no more. After saying that, he instructed Xu Yan, quickly write this down and post it on the wall. Xu Yan let out a cold snort, reluctantly going to work, while the task of assigning rooms temporarily fell to Guan Ning. We can't renew, Fong Chen, why is that? Yan Hong was quite anxious. He had just been feeling great after his body training, but as soon as the 2 hours were up, the heat in the room suddenly stopped. It was like being online, just about to show off in front of others, and then the time was up. This was too uncomfortable. Yes, why is that? The other two echoed. Just then, another person rushed up from downstairs, shouting about wanting to renew, but was stopped by Fong Chen. There aren't many rooms available. If one person keeps paying, it will definitely affect the others, so we can only limit the number of times. Fong Chen spoke honestly. With 3,000 to 4,000 students in the school, if one person kept occupying the space, what would happen to the others? In business, one naturally has to consider more people. After hearing this, Yan Hong and the others all sighed in regret. Looks like we'll have to come back tomorrow, Yan Hong said as he bid farewell to Fong Chen, leaving the burning sky chi tower with great reluctance. The others felt the same. Xu Yan quickly wrote up the notice about the inability to renew and posted it prominently on the wall. Many who wanted to renew left sadly after seeing the notice, as if they had just lost their ex-girlfriend. As more and more store explorers completed their tasks, posts about the burning sky chi tower surged on the forum. Old 2, has anyone experienced it? Speak up. Snowmilk's white child, hurry up and say something, I've been waiting forever. Stone, I don't know how to describe it, it's just awesome. Xingfeng, not awesome at all, it's just trash, you all better not go. Turkey-flavored crispy rice, yeah, really trash, you all better not go. Stone, ugh. Right, it's so bad, don't get fooled. Old 2, what's going on? Snowmilk's white child, don't listen to these guys, my friend just finished the experience and told me that in just 2 hours, he felt like he had trained for 5 days, his strength skyrocketed. No cilantro, so amazing, it must be fake. Leader of the second transformation, don't get fooled by those guys, they just don't want others to go so they won't miss out on tickets. Old 2, damn, you guys are so low. Stone, we have no choice, I want to renew but can't, just have to wait until tomorrow. Gummy Bear, damn, I just came out of the burning sky chi tower, it was so freaking powerful, 2 hours felt like 4 or 5 days of training. Qingfeng, the person who invented Brother Chen is a genius. Today's viewing times are used up, damn, I'm not watching anymore, I'm going to line up. Qingfeng, I used to say I didn't understand Brother Chen's moves, now I'm really getting slapped in the face. Today's viewing times are used up, me too. Damn, brothers, the school beauty is selling tickets here, hurry up and come. Snowmilk's white child, the school beauty is working, I'm so envious. As time passed, more and more people began to share their thoughts on the forum. To summarize, there were 3 points. 1. Brother Chen is really freaking strong. 2. The burning sky chi tower opened by Brother Chen is really freaking strong. 3. The school beauty is working, Brother Chen is amazing. Time passed. By the afternoon, a long line formed outside the burning sky chi tower. The area outside the burning sky chi tower was packed with people, the lively scene impossible for anyone passing by to ignore. The long queue wound on, seemingly endless. Some even began to complain, what era is this, and we still have to wait in such a long line. This was a reflection of the booming business. After confirming the maximum number of guests for the day, Fong Chen stepped out of the tower and went to the end of the line, hurriedly stopping the martial artists who wanted to continue queuing. On the first day of the Chi Tower's opening, it was planned to operate for only 12 hours, from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. The tower could accommodate a maximum of 200 people at a time, with each person allowed 2 hours, roughly accommodating 1,200 people. This left those leaving feeling extremely reluctant. Got to hurry up and hire people, set up a 24-hour operation, I really am a wicked capitalist. But this was clearly not the most important thing, the priority was the queue issue, which needed to be optimized. Just then, Long Yi arrived with 4 deans and a group of mentors to visit the burning sky refining tower. Looking at the line of over 1,000 people, they were all astonished. Is business really this good? After the forum exploded in the morning, they had received news one after another and were quite curious about Fong Chen's tower, so they decided to come and take a look. But they truly did not expect so many people. Hey, isn't the solution right here? Fong Chen stepped forward to greet Long Yi and the others. Vice President, 4 deans and mentors, welcome to guide our work. You kid, always managing to come up with something amazing. Xiao Jun's loud voice rang out first, unceremoniously placing a hand on Fong Chen's shoulder. They say your tower can enhance cultivation, so tell us how it works. Hua Danqin and the others looked at him with eager expressions. If I'm not mistaken, it's your flame, right? Long Yi stared at the tower and spoke first. I can feel the heat inside the tower is the same as the aura of your transparent flame. This flame not only helps you refine your body but can also assist others. It really is a grandmaster, he can't escape his eyes. Fong Chen nodded, you're right. Goodness, you kid actually have more tricks up your sleeve. Xiao Jun, your secrets really are endless. Hua Danqin and the others exchanged glances. They had previously learned from Lin Qin that Feng Chen's flame could refine the body, but they didn't expect it could also work on others. Feng Yu couldn't help but ask, I see your line is nearly 200 meters long. Our school hasn't had such a booming business in decades. How many credits can you earn in a day? Finally, an opportunity. Feng Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Not much, should be able to earn about 35 or 600. He had heard from Lin Qin before that some mentors had been chirping about him in the mentor group after hearing he bought land. They directly said he might have too much money and nowhere to spend it. Many mentors echoed this sentiment. Although they didn't explicitly say who it was, some of those present were definitely among them. So he naturally had to give them a good return. After hearing Feng Chen's answer, everyone felt their heads buzzing. 35 or 600, and that's not much? Just based on 3,500, that's over 100,000 credits a month. Some students might not even earn that much credit after completing a dozen tasks. Even for these mentors who had been at Magic City Martial University for decades, they had never seen such a violent way to earn credits. This was a bit too humble. Xiao Jun now felt a bit itchy on his face, as if something had slapped him. He was one of those who said in the group that Feng Chen had money to burn. His previous words felt like a boomerang, hitting him back in the head. It wasn't Feng Chen who had a problem, it was clearly him who lacked experience. At this moment, Xiao Jun couldn't remember how many times he had warned himself internally. When will I ever change this habit of speaking too fast? Some of the mentors unconsciously showed awkward expressions. Stop being so modest. Feng Yu smiled broadly. She hadn't joined the chirping army before, but she had always believed that Feng Chen must have his reasons for doing this. Now seeing her half-student so outstanding, she couldn't help but praise him. Over 100,000 credits a month. If others knew, they'd probably be so jealous their back teeth would break. Feng Chen immediately began to complain. Credits are plenty, but it's exhausting. He pointed at the 200-meter-long line, looking helpless. Look at this line, it stretches endlessly, and with the dry weather, everyone is getting anxious waiting. Just now, two people almost got into a fight over the queue. If I hadn't stopped them, their abilities would have almost come out. Still a few people almost started a fight over who goes first, but luckily I stopped it, otherwise it would have been a big deal. Teachers, tell me, am I not tired? Not only do I have to run the store and do business, but I also have to mediate fights. If only. Feng Chen deliberately paused. If there were an online app that could help buy tickets and remind everyone to come for training, that would be great. It would not only ensure the school's safety but also reasonably arrange everyone's time to avoid wasting it in line. Teachers, don't you think so? Goodness, the truth is out. After saying so much, he just wanted to get an app for free. Xiao Jun and the others turned their gaze to Long Yi. They couldn't make a decision on this matter. Naturally, they agreed with Feng Chen's idea. No one wanted students to waste time queuing for tickets. If time could be arranged properly and the sky-burning Chi Tower could be fully utilized, the students' strength would surely see substantial improvement. That's a good idea. I'll contact the equipment department to help you get one when I go back. Long Yi agreed immediately without much thought. Feng Chen was helping him improve the students' strength, so he certainly couldn't be stingy. Thank you, Vice Principal. Feng Chen replied happily. Getting something for free was indeed comfortable. After chatting for a few more minutes, Feng Chen led everyone into the tower to experience it. After the experience, the mentors felt a knot in their hearts. If they had had this tower when they were young, they would have stepped into their current realm years earlier. Unfortunately, this tower was only useful for low-level warriors, and they were not blessed to enjoy it. After the experience, Long Yi took everyone away. Feng Chen continued to busy himself in the tower. It wasn't until 10:43 p.m. that he finished today's business. It feels more tiring than hunting monsters, even though I was just collecting payments. Guan Ning wanted to lean on the bar, but two things were pressing against her, making her uncomfortable, so she had to lean against the chair instead. Shuyan leaned back in her chair, still cold, but her eyes showed a bit of fatigue. The need to hire someone was urgent. Feng Chen shook his tired shoulders and sat down next to the bar. Hurry up, calculate how much we earned today. You heartless guy, can't you let me rest a bit longer? Guan Ning reluctantly detached herself from the chair's back and started the calculations. After finishing the tally, both women looked at the numbers in disbelief. 3,440 credits. Guan Ning and Shu Yan exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with incredulity. They had been so busy during the day that they never expected to earn such a substantial amount of credits. Excitement surged in Guan Ning's heart. Over 3,000 in a day. Wouldn't that be 300,000 in a month? Feng Chen? Shu Yan? Guan Ning? I calculated wrong. It's over 100,000 credits. Xu Yan forced herself to maintain her cold demeanor, but her heart was already in turmoil. They risked their lives hunting monsters in the beast wasteland, barely earning over 40,000 credits, while Fang Chen didn't have to do anything, and a tower could help him earn 100,000. Jealous, she pouted her little hands. At that moment, Fang Chen received a message from the equipment department. App? No. Mini program, it's done. Let Fang Chen see what needs improvement. The vice principal's words were indeed effective. If I had done it myself, it would have taken at least 2 or 3 days. Fang Chen checked it out and briefly mentioned a few details that needed optimization. After finishing, he transferred 1,000 credits each to Guan Ning and Xu Yan. Your wages for today. Guan Ning blinked her peach blossom eyes, unable to hide her excitement. Thank you, Boss Fang. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow at Xu Yan. What about you? Xu Yan remained silent and cold. Thank you, Boss Fang, was something she simply couldn't bring herself to say. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen took back the credits. You. Xu Yan snorted coldly, turning her head away, muttering in a voice only she could hear. Biased. Fang Chen waved his hand. Let's go, it's time to eat. I'm treating. Great. Humph. After Fang Chen made his suggestions, the equipment department quickly improved the issues and released this feature on the forum. The ticket purchasing function for the Burning Sky Refining Tower is now unlocked. Hurry up and grab your tickets. The listing was instantaneous, and the comments were filled with curses. Awesome slippery. Damn, is your hand speed really that fast? Stone, it was just a moment and the tickets were gone. I might as well have queued up. Snowmilk's white piece. Damn it, I've been a craftsman for over 10 years, and I couldn't even grab a ticket. Are you guys cheating? Qingfeng, I, Lubin, am not cheating. MS. Yang 19, I got a ticket, hahaha. Positive and upbeat. Show off your sister, I want to beat you up. Qingfeng, you're rewarding her. Pick up your dignity. I want to be super thick. Hiss, I just calculated. The Burning Sky Refining Tower can accommodate a maximum of 200 people at a time, 2 hours per person, 12 hours a day. Can accommodate about 1,200 people, 3 credits per person, that's 3,600 credits in a day, about 108,000 credits in a month. Chenggu is going to get rich. Look at your return key, 108,000 credits, and that's just the result of 12 hours of operation. If it operates 24 hours, wouldn't that be? Who's good at math? Help me calculate. Under investigation, 216,000. Turkey-flavored crispy rice, how much? 216,000? Doing nothing every month, just sitting back and collecting 216,000? Chenggu is a bit too awesome, right? Stone, I've gotten used to it, really. Moonlight, I didn't understand what Chenggu was building before, now I just want to cry. Today's viewing time's used up. Just thinking about how Chenji's credits can buy SS-level martial arts, I'm jealous like I've eaten a lemon. Today's viewing time's used up, please recharge VIP. Chenggu, no, adoptive father, are you watching? Can you spare some credits? Not eating cilantro, task version, no, I can't wait any longer, I'm going to flirt with Fang Chen tomorrow. MS. Yang 19, Guan Ning and Xu Yan are here. Little Bear Biscuit, so what if they are? They haven't officially announced they are together. Heart Sugar Bridge has vegetables, even if they are together, so what? Who says I can't interfere? Little Bear Biscuit, that's right, whether there's a good life in the future depends on one's own ability. Under investigation, it's still the girls, when they go crazy, we're all scared. Qingfeng, exactly. Half an hour later, the equipment department's account sent another message. To ensure everyone can buy tickets, a limit on the number of purchases will be implemented. The next day, Fang Chen and the others took another day off. They arrived at the Burning Sky Refining Tower at 9:30 sharp to start preparing. Fang Chen even specially posted a recruitment advertisement in the lobby. He and Guan Ning and Xu Yan were there to cultivate and couldn't spend all their time there. At 10, they started operations. With the help of the ticket-grabbing mini-program, the queuing situation improved significantly, basically not needing to be maintained. Guan Ning and Xu Yan also relaxed a lot. However, one thing Fang Chen did not anticipate was that today, many girls were particularly close. After seeing the recruitment notice in the lobby, one by one, they swayed their hips towards him, speaking in a soft, sweet, and pitiful manner. Hello, I'm here to apply. Do you think I'm suitable? Hello, I'm here to apply for the assistant position. Do you think I'm suitable? Hello, I'm here to apply for the female secretary position. Do you think I'm suitable? Look at my figure. Can't I really get the job? You want to date? Hiss. Are they not even pretending? These girls had no desire to apply, only the expectation of winning over Fang Chen. Fortunately, they came one by one, otherwise, I would have been surrounded. In front of Guan Ning, Fang Chen rejected all these women with ulterior motives. Seeing Fong Chen refuse, Guan Ning, who had been tense countless times, finally relaxed again. Before she could relax for a moment, the news of Fong Chen's recruitment spread like wildfire, attracting more and more girls to apply. Before she could even start a conversation, the next one arrived. Each of them had their own unique style, quite refreshing. In the sunlight, some dresses swayed gently in the breeze, their hems light and fluttering with their steps, revealing long legs. Others chose black tight shorts paired with a sheer shirt, the hem casually tucked into their pants, accentuating their slender waists. They wore black stockings, the smooth texture shimmering in the sunlight, making it hard not to steal a glance, 2 glances, 3 glances. Some girls opted for fresh denim shorts paired with white tank tops, their cool outfits making them look like a refreshing summer breeze. These girls, each with their own style, some fresh, some sexy, some lively, some elegant, surrounded Fong Chen. This scene left the customers waiting in line captivated, filled with envy. Their envy was almost palpable. Seeing this, Guan Ning unconsciously gripped the bar counter tightly. Chu Yan looked at Guan Ning's expression, gritting her teeth. Boss Fong, I'm here to apply. Sister, can you have some decency? Didn't you see I was here first? Fong Chen looked down and was momentarily dazzled by the sight before him. A girl dressed as a green tea type pretended to accidentally fall into his arms, looking pitiful as she said, Brother Chen, I'm sorry, someone just pushed me. Crack! Guan Ning directly broke off a small piece of the bar counter. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have posted the recruitment ad in the hall, I should have recruited offline separately. Looking at the milky white snow, Fong Chen regretted his earlier decision but could only refuse. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a familiar face walk into the hall. Teacher Deng. Fong Chen hurriedly pushed through the crowd of dazzling girls and stepped forward. What brings you here? I heard you set up a tower, so I came to take a look. Deng Xiong adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her tone calm. After saying that, she eagerly looked at her daughter, her brows slightly furrowed. It seemed to say, where are your eyes? Can't you see all these girls surrounding you? What use are you? Guan Ning, feeling guilty, turned her head away, choosing to ignore it. How long will this silly girl keep being timid? Deng Xiong glanced at the applying girls and couldn't help but sigh. Looks like I have to step in. Deng Xiong stood up and said, can you show me around? Fong Chen, of course, no problem, please. Fong Chen led Deng Xiong into the tower. This made the group of girls quite unhappy. They suspected Deng Xiong was targeting them, but they couldn't show it too obviously, so they could only feign a look of resentment and continue waiting, hoping to win Fong Chen's favor. A few minutes later, after Deng Xiong finished her tour, she returned to the hall. The more she looked at Fong Chen, the more satisfied she became, but unfortunately, her daughter was not up to par. When you have time in the future, remember to come home for dinner with Ning Ning. No problem. Deng Xiong glanced at the 20 girls on the other side of the hall, her eyes narrowing slightly. After a moment of thought, she said, I see you're hiring, student part-time jobs might interfere with classes. How about I talk to the vice principal and see if he can help you bring in a few staff members from the school? What do you think? This was clearing the competition for her daughter. Experience speaks volumes. Fong Chen showed a surprised expression. That would be great, I could save some expenses. After saying that, Fong Chen unhesitatingly took down the recruitment notice. In that moment, the beautiful distractions felt as if the sky had fallen in half. Before her daughter could say anything, the mother had already made her move. How could one act so quickly? Deng Xiong nodded with satisfaction. Good, I'll go find the vice principal now. I'll take my leave. Deng Xiong turned to leave, giving Guan Ning a glare before she left. It seemed to say, learn from this, put in more effort. Guan Ning silently lowered her head. I'll see you out. Fong Chen sent Deng Xiong out of the burning heaven refining Qi Tower. Just as they stepped out, he saw a familiar figure. His own sister, Qin Jia. Lin Qin was dressed in casual attire, walking towards them while surveying the tower. Upon seeing Fong Chen, she waved happily and quickened her pace. Deng Xiong also noticed Lin Qin and hurriedly greeted her as she approached. Xiao Qin, are you here to see the tower too? Xiao Qin, it seems Qin Jia is younger than teacher Deng. Fong Chen silently noted. This kid has been on leave since his task ended, so I came to see what he's up to. Lin Qin lied. She had actually seen a bunch of girls on the forum eyeing Fong Chen and came over to assert her presence. She couldn't let others take advantage. After a brief chat, Deng Xiong left. Her main purpose for coming was also to prevent Fong Chen from being approached by other girls, and now that was resolved, she felt no burden. Guan Ning, there are no rivals left. Qin Jia, why didn't you say anything before coming over? Fong Chen led Lin Qin into the tower, feeling relieved. With Lin Qin meeting Deng Xiong, she wouldn't suspect his relationship with Guan Ning. She would only think Guan Ning was here because of Deng Xiong. He had narrowly escaped a disaster and secretly complained, you can go home. but you can't just suddenly go home. It's best to call before you head back. Aren't I just curious about your tower? Lin Xin said this, but as soon as she entered the hall, her eyes immediately scanned the surroundings. When she spotted a group of over 10 girls in the corner, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she whispered, Fang Chen, this tower is too important. It's not safe to leave it in the hands of outsiders. How about I ask the vice principal to send a few people over? What do you think? Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for the group of beauties to hear. Instantly, their remaining confidence crumbled. As women, they immediately understood that Lin Xin wanted them to leave. First, there was a 5th-tier Deng Xiong, and now a 7th-tier Grandmaster. Each one stronger than the last. No need, Teacher Deng has already gone to discuss it with the vice principal, Fang Chen replied. That's good, you don't even need to pay them, Lin Xin said gently. Seeing that Fang Chen had said this, the girls realized it was pointless to stay and hurriedly left after saying their goodbyes. Satisfied, Lin Xin nodded and then glanced at Guan Ning and the others, smiling as a form of greeting. Fang Chen, take me for a tour inside. No problem. Fang Chen transformed into a tour guide again, leading Lin Xin into the tower. Watching their backs, Guan Ning wore a contemplative expression. Just now, Lin Xin's gaze towards that group of girls was very similar to her mother's, filled with resistance. What was she doing this for? Could it be that she had feelings for Fang Chen? That couldn't be, they had an age difference. Guan Ning recalled the scene outside the tower, where her dear mother was interacting with Lin Xin. Could it be that Lin Xin was also helping her? Meanwhile, after leading Lin Xin around, Fang Chen returned to the hall. Lin Xin instructed, after this, you should hurry back to Cultivate, got it? Is that really what you want me to do? Fang Chen replied, got it, Xin Jia. Lin Xin didn't linger any longer. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered that Guan Ning was Deng Qiang's daughter and was kindly helping Fang Chen here, so she should at least say hello. She walked to the bar and gently said to Guan Ning, if Fang Chen dares to bully you, just let me know, and I'll take care of him. With that one sentence, Guan Ning immediately understood. Lin Xin was helping her. A warm current flowed through her heart, making her feel very touched. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Fang Chen watched this scene from the side, feeling relieved. The fish pond hadn't been disturbed. But why was it so harmonious? He had clearly prepared to patch things up, yet it had inexplicably not been needed. Then I'll take my leave. Fang Chen, remember to hurry back to Cultivate. Got it. Lin Xin and Fang Chen walked out together. The moment they stepped out of the tower, Lin Xin felt an immense sense of relief. I have no rivals left. Inside the tower, Guan Ning was left feeling moved all alone. Everyone is helping me, yet I am the most disappointing. Beside me, Xu Yin furrows her brows slightly. As an outsider, she always feels that something is off, but she can't quite put her finger on it. In the afternoon, the people Long Yi had summoned arrived, all of them staff from the school. After communicating with Fang Chen, the work schedule was confirmed. For shifts, 24 hours of operation, starting work the next day. At 10:30 in the evening, Fang Chen and the others finished their shift, and the accounts added up to exactly 3,600 credits. Fang Chen first transferred 1,000 to Guan Ning, then looked at Chu Yan, who responded with a cold snort. Thus, Fang Chen retracted his finger that was about to make another transfer. Chu Yan was fuming inside, but her expression remained unchanged. Let's go, it's on me. The three of them went to Chui Xiangju for a big meal as usual. After returning to school, it was already 11:40. Fang Chen's shadow was elongated by the streetlights, and Chu Yan deliberately lagged behind the two of them, stepping on Fang Chen's shadow in frustration. Once back in the dormitory, Guan Ning looked at her in confusion. Why do I feel like something's off with you? Is there? I don't feel anything, she replied. You look like you're about to burst with unhappiness. Guan Ning sat on the sofa and joked. You're not mad that Fang Chen didn't transfer you credits, are you? This sentence was like a firecracker, causing Chu Yan to explode. Who cares about that? I don't need his credits. I'm going to sleep. She coldly tossed out this sentence and walked back to her room. Guan Ning was puzzled. Why are you so angry? Back in her room, Chu Yan punched the pillow on her bed twice, fuming, I don't need your credits. At that moment, her phone chimed with a notification. You have received 2,000 credits, please check. Chu Yan was taken aback, then lightly huffed, who needs your credits? Yet her finger unconsciously tapped on the message. In the training room, it was so quiet that one could hear every tiny heartbeat. Fang Chen closed his eyes tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body taut like a tightly strung bow. His arms stretched forward, fingers slightly bent, like an arrow ready to be released, a surge of intense energy flowing in his palm. As his consciousness delved deeper, many invisible heat waves gradually gathered at his fingertips, the air around him began to distort, and a faint light flickered at his fingertips. His heartbeat grew clearer, seemingly resonating with that heat. At that moment, Fang Chen's eyes suddenly opened wide, shining with a blinding brilliance. Flame finger. His fingers decisively flicked out, and that violent heat instantly transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight towards the alloy wall of the training room. A deafening roar erupted in the air, and the heat wave surged like a tide, causing the surrounding objects to tremble involuntarily. As the alloy wall was torn apart by the heat, molten metal splattered everywhere. Suddenly, an invisible pressure swept through the entire training room like a storm, instantly suppressing the heat Fang Chen released. The blazing flames extinguished like a candle before this force, and the air around became heavy. Fang Chen felt a wave of suffocation. Even a 7th-tier grandmaster, even if their power was sealed, could easily overpower him with a casual strike. Lin Xin waved her hand beside him, retracting the pressure in the space, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, you completed the flame finger training in just a month. I'm a bit envious. Today, she wore an exquisite camellia qipao, perfectly tailored to outline her slender waist and elegant curves, both voluptuous and graceful. Her legs were long and proportionate, wrapped in a layer of flesh-colored stockings that emitted a faint sheen, the silky texture clinging to her legs, accentuating alluring lines, and the lightness of her legs appeared particularly captivating. Truly, she never wears the same thing twice. Fang Chen silently complained in his heart. A month had passed since the opening of the Burning Sky Chi refining tower, and with the school staff taking over, he only needed to take a tour once a week, and he didn't have to worry about anything else. During this time, he was fully immersed in his training, having newly learned 2 martial arts techniques, flame-devouring finger and shadow step. The former was the technique he had just demonstrated, concentrating heat to a point, compressing it, then releasing it in an explosive burst. At the beginning of his training, Fang Chen thought of the energy waves from the comics of his past life. As for shadow step, it was a technique that significantly enhanced the speed of the practitioner, perfectly compensating for his speed deficiencies. After a month of training, he had completely mastered these 2 techniques. Although Blazing Flame Body technique was still at the 4th level, Fang Chen sensed that he would break through to the 5th level in less than 10 days. Burning Annihilation Blade record had already reached the 6th level. To unleash the final 7th level, he needed to fully comprehend the essence of the first 6 levels and merge them into one. Fang Chen still needed some time, but it wouldn't be long. Throughout this month, besides training, one thing had been lingering in Fang Chen's mind: Lin Xin's outfits. Each day brought a new style, never repeating, with an endless array of outfits that filled the gap in his knowledge of women's clothing and stockings. Over this month, he learned about Aurora socks, thick black pantyhose, black stockings with red edges, lace bounty socks, lace long tube integrated suspender socks, fishnet stockings, shrimp line black silk, and so on, too many to list here. The one he found most unbearable was the silk stockings. It was truly outrageous. In terms of clothing, there were endless variations of stepmother skirts, backless sweaters, suspender dresses, and fragmented gold kipaos. During this time, Fang Chen could no longer endure the situation and specifically asked Lin Xin where she learned her outfits. Lin Xin's answer was online, and somewhat reluctantly, she shared a few bloggers, which Fang Chen noted down one by one. That night, with the intention of scolding the bad trends, Fang Chen harshly criticized in the comments sections of these bloggers. Update quickly, I love watching. He was urging the bloggers, but in reality, he was urging Lin Xin. Fortunately, in recent days, Lin Xin had become obsessed with games and no longer focused all her attention on him. This made things much easier for Fang Chen. Just now, Long Yi sent a message saying there will be a mobilization meeting for the joint exam in the afternoon. You've sweated so much, hurry up and wash up. After saying this, Lin Xin eagerly took out her phone. I'm going to the living room to play games. Call me if you need anything. First eating, then dressing, and now finally it was time to play. Fang Chen nodded, got it. Since starting classes here, he would shower in the villa after every training session. He had gotten used to it, and so had Lin Xin. Being shirtless was no issue. Of course, being bottomless was not acceptable. Just as Lin Xin was about to leave the training room, she suddenly stopped and reminded him, oh, by the way, the water pipe broke last night and needs parts replaced. It won't be fixed until this afternoon. The whole building only has water in the 2nd floor bathroom, so you can wash there. My towel is also there. If you don't have one, just use mine, I don't mind. Lin Xin's room was on the 3rd floor, and the 2nd floor was empty, with no one using it. Occasionally, when Fang Chen trained late, he would stay on the 2nd floor and was very familiar with the room layout. Okay. Remember, you can only wipe your head, not anything else, Lin Xin instructed. Okay, I'll only wipe my head. You don't even know which head. Lin Xin left the training room, and after Fang Chen packed up all his gear, he headed up the stairs. Before he reached the hall, he heard Lin Xin's voice shouting, can you even play? You little elementary school student. If you're bad, just practice more. If you can't handle losing, then don't play. My playful female mentor. Fang Chen arrived at the second floor room, walked into the bathroom, and felt the water flowing over his body, making him feel completely relaxed. After turning off the shower, Fang Chen wiped the water droplets off his body and his gaze fell on a clothing rack nearby. There was only a purple towel, crumpled into a ball. Why does this towel have lace edges? And why is it so small? Fang Chen didn't think much of it, casually picked it up, and as he unfolded a corner to wipe himself, he suddenly froze. This towel was not right. In the living room, Lin Xinyu lay sprawled on the sofa, her long and slender legs crossed, as her fingers danced skillfully over the game controller. Her delicate feet swayed gently, sometimes rising on tiptoe, sometimes relaxing, and occasionally bending slightly. Can you even play? Where are your eyes? If you can't play, get off and don't waste time here. What? Are you actually questioning my skills? It makes me so mad. The word mad was left unspoken, her voice abruptly cut off. Lin Xinyu suddenly remembered something. In the entire villa, only the water pipes on the second floor were separate, the water on the third, first, and basement floors was connected. After the water pipe issue last night, her room on the third floor also had no water, forcing her to shower in the second floor bathroom. After bathing, she was solely focused on gaming and hurried back to her room on the third floor. Lin Xinyu's breathing began to quicken. She thought she had left her towel in the bathroom last night, but the reality was that the towel was wrapped around her hair, having come back with her to the third floor. Moreover, she had left something significant in the bathroom. She had intended to wash it in the morning, but forgot as soon as she started the game. That thing was. Lin Xinyu immediately got up and rushed to the second floor. This is actually. In the bathroom, Fang Chen unfolded the item in his hand. This small piece of fabric, this lace edge. Is this a towel? Fang Chen was bewildered. He knew Lin Xinyu had always been active, but it only showed in her outfits. There had never been any outrageous situations. What was going on now? Had she decided to break boundaries? Using something like this to dry her hair seemed a bit excessive, didn't it? Am I really just using this towel to dry my hair? Can someone give me an answer? It's urgent. Bang! At that moment, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Xinyu stood outside, panic-stricken as she looked at the now empty rod, and then immediately noticed the item in Fang Chen's hand. It was already unfolded, fully exposed to both of their eyes. Instantly, they stared at each other, the atmosphere becoming exceptionally awkward. It's over, I arrived too late, he has already unfolded it. Lin Xinyu's charming face immediately flushed red, just as she was about to ask for the towel back, her gaze unconsciously drifted downward. Her heart raced, and her face visibly turned red. Fang Chen also sensed something was off, feeling numb all over, instinctively covering himself, but upon touching it, he realized the sensation was wrong and suddenly remembered he was still holding something, so he could only raise one hand and let the other hang down, maintaining a strange posture. Lin Xinyu was thrown into a frenzy by Fang Chen's series of actions, her heart racing again. With a bang, she slammed the door shut, her mind in chaos, and in her struggle to control her strength, she accidentally pulled the doorknob off. Not caring about the doorknob in her hand, she tossed it aside. Fang Chen, wait a moment, I'll go get you a new towel. She moved at lightning speed, returning from the third floor with a towel in an instant. Fang Chen, open the door, I'll pass the towel to you. A crack opened in the door, and she handed the towel inside. In the bathroom, Fang Chen sighed in relief upon seeing the towel. The real towel had finally arrived. If it hadn't, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. He hurriedly placed the towel he was holding back on the rack and took the new towel. Just as he was about to dry himself, he realized a bug. I have strange fire with me. Do I even need a towel to dry off? Sigh, I actually forgot about that. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters, so he dried himself off and took out clothes from his spatial ring to put on. He twisted off the doorknob, opened the door, and walked out. Lin Xinyu was not in the room. After going downstairs, Lin Xinyu was sitting on the sofa, her head bowed, tightly hugging a cushion as if seeking some shelter. The soft touch of the cushion gave her a bit of comfort, but her peripheral vision still glanced at Fang Chen, her heart in turmoil, not daring to meet his gaze, her cheeks still flushed. Seeing her like this, Fang Chen had his answer. The earlier scene was definitely not intentional on Lin Xinyu's part. As Fang Chen descended the stairs, he pondered how to break the awkward atmosphere. 4 options unconsciously appeared in his mind. 1. Displeased. Why did you come in so quickly just now? I still had time to not use it. 2. Evil smile. Is that your original W? It's really not bad. Purple has a certain charm. 3. Teasing. Sister Chin, the lace trim is beautiful. Do you have the same style? Can you wear it just for me to see? For pretending nothing happened, Sister Chin, the towel is on the rack. I have to go to a meeting, so I'll leave first. Options 1 and 2 were simply too bold, rejected. Option 3 was too dangerous, if said, Guan Ning and the others would definitely leave me, rejected. Option 4, playing dumb is always the most effective answer when facing problems. At that moment, Fong Chen stepped onto the living room floor. He pretended nothing was wrong and said, Sister Chin, the towel is on the rack. I have to go to a meeting, so I'll leave first. After several seconds, Lin Qin softly replied with a faint Then I'll go. After Fong Chen left, Lin Qin slowly pulled half of her face out from the cushion, her shy blush showing no signs of fading. A wave of complex emotions surged within her. She felt very shy, recalling the earlier scene, her heart still racing. The image of Fong Chen unfolding the towel kept flashing in her mind. It was so bare before their eyes. In the end, as a mentor, she was unexpectedly given a way out by her disciple. Lin Qin, is this how you act as a mentor? Emotionally, she was not a brave person. If she were brave, why bother with this disguise? It was precisely because she was afraid to be direct that she resorted to some tricks. Unexpectedly, because of a damn game, she took a big step forward. Fortunately, Fong Chen provided a way out, otherwise, she wouldn't know how to face the future. Now that it's come to this, why can't Fong Chen be a bit more proactive? Lin Qin muttered softly. Her fair feet slipped into slippers as she made her way to the second floor room. Upon entering the bathroom, she immediately spotted the 2 towels on the rack. She picked up the one she often used, her cheeks burning. Fong Chen had already used it. Should she still, or just leave it? Lin Qin unconsciously recalled Fong Chen's covering gesture, her cheeks burning even more. I will be very happy in the future. The first competition venue. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the entire area, as over 1,000 first-year students gathered once again. On the podium, Long Yi and 4 deans gathered again to announce that the location for this joint examination of the 4 schools would be Yin City. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Yin City in the East Province, this joint examination is actually going to deal with water-type demon beasts. I remember that a few months ago, Qing City in the East Province was attacked by water-type demon beasts. The battle was extremely fierce. In recent years, the frequency of marine demon beasts attacking the land has been increasing. Yin City, as a coastal city, had been invaded by marine demon beasts decades ago. After years of fighting, human warriors reclaimed the city from the marine demon beasts. However, due to its geographical location, it would occasionally face attacks from marine demon beasts, and the war never ceased. Yin City was no longer suitable for human habitation and had become a training ground. This joint examination will be led by Dean Xiao. There's only 1 month left, so everyone hurry up and work hard to achieve good results. Long Yi's speech was as simple as ever, briefly summarizing the details of the joint examination. The examination content would still be demon hunting, with scores determined by the level and number of demon beasts. As human warriors, their main enemies would always be demon beasts, and hunting demons was the preferred content for any scoring activity. Except for the top 20 students on the overall leaderboard, everyone else can disperse. With Long Yi's words, over 1,000 students began to leave. Only Fong Chen, Lu Feng, Cheng Hongyi, Yang Lu, and a few others remained on the stage. The 5 of them stepped down from the podium and landed on the stage. Long Yi glanced at Fong Chen and the others, his expression unusually serious. As the 20 strongest in the first year, there are some things I need to tell you. The 4 martial arts universities have always been competing, each wanting to outdo the other 3. And the joint examination is an opportunity for the 4 schools to compete. Long Yi continued, there is an unwritten rule in the joint examination. The more students from a school that make it into the top 50 of the overall ranking, the higher that school's ranking will be. Last year's joint examination, our Modu Martial University had 1 less person in the top 50 than Kyoto Martial University, ranking 2nd. This year, I hope you all work hard to achieve first place. Truly, as expected of you, the vice principal who speaks in an extremely plain manner about everything. Fong Chen thought to himself. It should have been an impassioned motivational moment, but the flat tone made it feel devoid of any excitement. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun was filled with ambition. If it were the beginning of the semester, he would definitely think that after this examination, Modu Martial University would surely be 4th. But now it was different, with Fong Chen around in the burning sky refining Qi Tower open 24 hours, they would definitely be 1st. Xiao Jun's inner thoughts abruptly halted, preventing him from popping the champagne and assuming victory. Seeing that the students were not very enthusiastic, Long Yi remained calm and continued, of course, those who enter the top 50 will also receive rewards. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Those who enter the top 10 will receive 80,000 credits, those from 11th to 20th will receive 60,000 credits, and those from 21st to 50th will receive 40,000 credits. But before everyone could get excited, Long Yi shifted his tone. In addition to the credit rewards, there is another type of reward. Another type of reward? The crowd exchanged glances. It is a pass to Zone 11. Long Yi's voice was flat, yet it thundered in everyone's ears. Lu Feng and the others looked at each other, their faces showing shock and confusion, each frozen in place as if they couldn't believe their ears. Fang Chen was equally astonished, waves of turmoil rising in his heart. He never expected it to be the Forbidden Zone. This was synonymous with danger. There was no information available online, and he could only inquire about it from Lin Qin. Yet now it was being offered as a reward. On the other hand, Cheng Hongyi seemed to know in advance, his emotions not fluctuating much. Long Yi continued, I cannot provide information about Zone 11 here, I can only say 3 points. First, there are endless opportunities inside Zone 11. Second, the number of entrants is fixed. Third, the 4 top martial arts universities control 10 spots. The 10 spots are allocated simply. Through this joint examination, the 4 schools will be ranked. The first ranked school will receive 4 spots, the second will receive 3 spots, and so on. Last year's joint examination, our Modu Martial University ranked second, obtaining 3 spots. The holders of these 3 spots are the top 3 from the second year, Song Huan, Yuning Tian, and Lei Xia. They are currently training in Zone 11. No wonder I haven't seen those 3. Fang Chen thought to himself. The spots were in his hands, and he felt no pressure at all. However, Lu Feng and Yang Lu were somewhat panicked, as they were being stared at by 16 pairs of eyes, feeling a chill run down their spines. In the overall top 20, Fang Chen's scores were far ahead, and no one dared to target him. Cheng Hongyi, while not as strong as Fang Chen, was also a top contender, and no one dared to provoke him. If they wanted to obtain a pass, they could only get it from Lu Feng and Yang Lu. The two felt immense pressure at that moment. Just then, Long Yi looked at Fang Chen. In this joint examination, an SS-level exchange student from Shanghai Martial University will also participate. The crowd did not show much surprise. They all had classmates from Shanghai Martial University and had long known about the exchange student. Fang Chen asked, what abilities does this person have? Long Yi shook his head. Shanghai Martial University has done a great job keeping it a secret. This person's abilities have never been revealed in front of others. Beside him, Xiao Jun couldn't help but complain, Shanhai Wuda is really something, isn't it just a talent ability? Why make it so mysterious? Good grief, I was stripped bare and still didn't know the other party's ability. Fang Chen was too lazy to retort. Everyone in the magic capital's Wuda knew all his methods, even if Long Yi wanted to hide them, he couldn't. The next moment, Long Yi's voice rang out again, however, I did find out this person's level, it's a beginner of the second tier. Beginner of the second tier? Lu Feng and the others were astonished. Isn't it said that exchange students are all in the same grade? How could they reach the second tier? Could it be that they falsely reported their age? Not at all, Xiao Jun answered for Long Yi. It is said that this exchange student awakened their talent at around 14 years old. 14? The crowd was once again shocked, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Usually, martial artists awaken their talents at 17 or 18, during these 2 years. And this person awakened their talent at 14, which means they had 3 to 4 more years of training than ordinary martial artists. In a 100-meter sprint, if someone starts a few seconds ahead of you, what's the point? Why is everyone looking so downcast? Xiao Jun frowned and scolded, Fang Chen is still here, what's there to be afraid of? Ever since Fang Chen had repeatedly slapped him in the face, Xiao Jun had immense trust in him, only regretting that he wasn't his own disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Feng and the others looked at Fang Chen. They saw him calm, as if he had heard something trivial. And indeed, that was the case. He had heard something trivial. He was already used to cross-tire battles. What did a beginner of the second tier count for? Moreover, he had a premonition that he would break through to the second tier next month. Before that, it was time to learn SS-level martial arts. He had already practiced 4 S-level martial arts. No matter how many more he learned, it wouldn't trigger a qualitative change. He had to focus on SS-level martial arts. As for the required credits, he had long since gathered enough. Seeing Fang Chen so calm, Long Yi and the others admired him even more. Not panicking in the face of events, that is the mindset of a strong person. As for whether Fang Chen's score would be lower than that of this exchange student, their answer was the same as Xiao Jun's, they wouldn't doubt Fang Chen. Regarding Shanghai University allowing exchange students to compete, they were not dissatisfied. Exchange students were a matter at the national level, aimed at promoting exchanges between the two countries, not something Shanghai Wuda led. Allowing them to participate in the joint examination was also for better communication, both emotionally and logically. Alright, there's still a month left, so make good use of your time to train and prepare to achieve good results. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yi waved his sleeve and flew away. Lu Feng and the others didn't have time to say goodbye before Xiao Jun whisked them away like he was carrying little chicks. Hurry back to train, the past must not be snatched away. The other 15 were also called away by their mentors, determined to bring Lu Feng and Yang Lu down a peg. Fang Chen then took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Qin. Fang Chen, Sister Qin, I want to choose an SS-level martial art. Lin Qin quickly replied. Lin Qin, choose Great Sunflame Prison. Great Sunflame Prison requires 150,000 credits. Do you wish to pay? Pay. As the words fell, Fang Chen's 278,600 credits instantly became 128,600. Martial arts really consume credits. Fang Chen walked out of the martial arts library. The sky was getting dark, and after dinner, he returned to the dormitory to study this SS-level martial art. Great Sunflame Prison transforms flames into fire tornadoes, sealing the surroundings. The world within the tornado is like a fiery hell, and when the fire tornadoes gather and explode, the enemy will surely be annihilated. It is divided into 3 levels. The first level has 9 fire tornadoes. The second level has 25 fire tornadoes. The third level has 50 fire tornadoes, densely packed like a spider web. Just as he was engrossed in reading, his phone rang. She wanted everyone. We held a mobilization meeting this afternoon and announced that the location of the joint examination will be Yin City. Xin, we said the same here. Fang Chen, same here. Qiwan, why isn't Zhang Feng speaking today? Fang Chen, you muted him. Qiwan, Zhang Feng's ban has been lifted. Zhang Feng, I can finally speak, I've been dying to. Zhang Feng, I heard from my mentor today that the exchange students from Shanhawuda have reached the second-tier beginner level. Isn't that ridiculous? Are we even allowed to play? Li Mingqi, this person awakened their special ability at 14, so their level is naturally higher than ours. Xincheng at Fang Chen, will we win? Fang Chen, we will. You have bad intentions. Zhang Feng, Xincheng, you've gone bad, trying to make Fang Chen into 2. Zhang Feng at Qiwan at Li Mingqi, do you know about that exchange student's special ability? My mentor said he couldn't find out? Li Mingqi, no, this person has never revealed their abilities in front of outsiders. Qiwan, this person said that no one at Shanhawuda is worthy of him using his abilities. Zhang Feng, so arrogant? How can those people at your school tolerate that? Xinxing, stop talking nonsense, at the second-tier beginner level, even Lin Sung can't compete, probably only Fang Chen can match him. Zhang Feng at Fang Chen, will we win? Xincheng at Fang Chen, will we win? Qiwan at Fang Chen, will we win? Li Mingqi at Fang Chen, will we win? Fang Chen at Li Mingqi, you've changed. Li Mingqi, sorry, Qiwan sent it using my phone. Panic emoji. Qiwan, Li Mingqi, don't frame the good person. Qiwan, everyone, see you in a month, let's set a place to meet up then. Fang Chen, no problem. Li Mingqi, no problem. Zhang Feng has been banned by the group owner. Xunsheng, the next day. The morning wind blew gently with a hint of chill, rustling the sparse leaves. The morning light filtered through layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, flickering and changing, dazzling to the eyes. After having breakfast, Fang Chen braved the crisp autumn wind to Lin Qin's villa. The person was still asleep. Just as Fang Chen was about to head to the training room, he paused, turned around, and went to the bathroom in the living room, turning on the faucet. There was water. How did water come? Fang Chen went to the training room and began to practice. Today, Lin Qin arrived a bit later than usual, her gaze cautious upon entering the training room. Even her attire was careful, only wearing pajamas, wrapped from head to toe. It seemed yesterday's events were still on her mind. Fang Chen broke the silence first. Sister Qin, you're awake. Awake. Seeing Fang Chen acting as usual, Lin Qin breathed a sigh of relief, chiding herself internally. Lin Qin, Fang Chen doesn't care anymore, why are you still thinking about it? Just move on. She adjusted her emotions, regaining some of her previous demeanor. Did you watch The Great Sunflame Prison? I did. Good, then let me demonstrate it for you. Wait, let me change my clothes. Fang Chen watched Lin Qin leave the training room and head up the stairs. At that moment, he noticed something different. Lin Qin's pajama pants slipped slightly due to her movement. Thus, Fang Chen caught a glimpse of some familiar purple and lace trim. He froze, silently turning away and bending slightly. Does Sister Qin not have money to buy new ones? Or does she have an identical pair? Well, this must be the one. When Lin Qin returned to the training room, she looked a bit puzzled. Why are you bending down? Maybe I slept wrong. Time flew by, and winter replaced autumn. The heat dissipated, frost formed on the windows, and the cold wind sliced through like ice blades, scraping against people's bones. However, inside the villa, Fang Chen was bare-chested, holding a burning cloud in his hand. In the next moment, blood-golden flame patterns began to emerge on the surface of Fang Chen's body, resembling a winding fire dragon dancing across his skin, radiating intense brilliance. As the patterns emerged, his black hair gradually turned a dazzling red, as if the flames were dancing in the wind, flickering with brilliant light. The flames surrounding him surged like a tide, enveloping his body, the temperature rising sharply, and the air filled with a scorched scent. With every breath, Fang Chen could feel the awakening of power within him, as if every cell was cheering, yearning to unleash endless energy. The fiery body melting technique, 5th level. Fang Chen tightened his grip on the battle knife, holding his breath and focusing, then swung it out fiercely, the blade slicing through the air, accompanied by a suffocating momentum. In an instant, it seemed as if 6 knife shadows merged into one in the air, descending with unparalleled power and speed. Immediately after, a torrent of flames surged forth, sweeping through the entire training room like a flood. The surrounding air twisted under his attack, becoming suffocating, as if everything became insignificant beneath this strike. The Burning Annihilation Blade record, 7th level, achieved. The fiery pattern slowly faded from his body, and Fang Chen returned to his normal state. After a month of hard training, the Burning Annihilation Blade record and the fiery body melting technique were completed. The Great Sunflame Prison had also reached the 1st level. He was just waiting to set off along the city tomorrow. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Qin arrived at the training room, waving her hand lightly, and a large pile of items appeared in the room. As before, there were countless things to eat, wear, and elixirs. The joint exam is in about 15 days, and this is all the stuff I prepared for you. Hurry up and collect it, Lin Qin said, not forgetting to glance at Fang Chen's muscular upper body. Fang Chen was not polite and stored everything in his spatial ring, then looked at Lin Qin's outfit. She wore an exquisite cheongsam that outlined her elegant curves, perfectly showcasing her slender waist. The high-slit design of the cheongsam made her long legs subtly visible, paired with black stockings, adding a touch of mystery and sensuality. The black silk shimmered under the light, outlining the lines of her legs, like a work of art that was breathtaking. Those legs were still as beautiful as ever. Seeing Fang Chen staring at her legs, Lin Qin raised the corner of her mouth and teased, "Why don't you wear these stockings too? If you miss me, you can take them out to look at." "Sure." Fang Chen reached out. Lin Qin raised her hands, and just as her thumbs were about to hook the waistband, intending to take them off, unexpectedly, she feigned a move, changed direction, and gently tapped Fang Chen's hand. "Dream on. What do you think I'm going to give you?" The two stopped there. After the awkward period of the towel incident passed, their relationship progressed a little. Just like at this moment, they could tease each other slightly. Once the boundary was crossed, it was crossed, even if they didn't mention it. Returning to the way things were before was impossible. After taking a shower, Fang Chen bid farewell to Lin Qin and left the villa. He had an appointment and wouldn't stay here for dinner. At this time, the sun was setting, and the afterglow of the sunset was as colorful as a rainbow, painting the sky into a magnificent oil painting, immersing people in the splendid scenery. Chui Xiangju, private room. When Fang Chen arrived, Huan Ning and Chu Yan had already ordered the food. As soon as he sat down, Huan Ning couldn't wait to wave her hand, and many items were transferred from the spatial ring to the table. The joint exam is in about 15 days, and as someone who has been through it, Yen and I specially selected some food and potions for you. Hurry up and collect them. I must be hearing things. Fang Chen sat down, pretending to be incredulous. She actually helped me pick things. This successfully earned him an eye roll from Chu Yan. If it weren't for the 2,000 credits, I wouldn't bother helping you. As always, so tsundere. Fang Chen accepted the items, adding them to the large pile from Lin Qin. The spatial ring was almost full, feeling quite tight. After a few rounds of drinks, Huan Ning raised her glass, wishing you smooth sailing in the joint exam. Cheers. Hiss. I hope there's no bad luck. Fang Chen stood up, raising his glass. Chu Yan reluctantly stood up. Bang! The glasses clinked together. The farewell before leaving ended here. The next morning, Fang Chen and Lu Feng braved the winter chill and arrived at Training Ground No. 1. The journey was quite long, and the Magic City Martial University had coordinated several high-speed trains to the city outskirts. They first needed to take a bus to the train station. After finding their seats on the bus, Fang Chen opened his phone to find a new message from Chi Wan in the group chat. Chi Wan, already on the bus, see you in the afternoon. After 4 hours, everyone from the Magic City Martial University disembarked the high-speed train at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They then took another bus and, after a 2-hour journey, arrived at their destination around 3 o'clock. Before the bus even came to a stop, Fang Chen and the others saw a cluster of buildings. This was the only complex within several kilometers, with dozens of 6-story buildings standing in neat rows, lacking excessive decorations, giving it a very monotonous appearance. It was a gathering place for the Dragon Guard army and martial artists training here. The people from Magic City Martial University have arrived. At the entrance of the building complex, a middle-aged man gazed at the dozens of buses approaching. This man was the supervisor of the entire complex, responsible for the accommodation and meals of all the students. As the first bus came to a stop, he hurried forward to greet them. "Old Xiao, we haven't seen each other in a few years." "Yeah, old Wang." Xiao Jun was the first to get off the bus and quickly greeted Wang Che. "Let's go, they have arrived too, just waiting for you." "Who told Magic City to be the farthest away?" "Enough of that, I've already arranged the students' accommodations, let's hurry." "All right." The two quickly left the entrance to meet a few old friends. Meanwhile, as Fang Chen and the others just got off the bus, they were greeted by people in uniforms. "Students, please follow me." 10 staff members led the way, and over 1,000 students orderly entered the building complex. After passing through identity verification, they received their room cards. Each building has a cafeteria on the second floor, open 24 hours. The staff shouted while guiding them. Coincidentally, Fang Chen and Lu Feng's rooms were on the same floor of Building No. 10. "Why do I feel like you're very excited?" On the way to Building No. 10, Fang Chen noticed Lu Feng bouncing along, almost ready to jump. "Aren't we going to see old classmates?" Lu Feng's eyes sparkled. This meeting of students from 4 schools meant many could see their high school classmates, naturally making them excited. Just like Chi Wan, who had just sent a message in the group, Fang Chen hadn't even had time to look. But while others' classmates were just classmates, Lu Feng's classmates might be something else entirely. Goodness, old flames meeting, it would be a fiery encounter. Fang Chen quickly reminded him, "Let's be clear, keep the noise down tonight, don't disturb my sleep." This joint examination didn't state that they couldn't share everything, nor was there a welcoming rule in this building complex. Many old classmates would probably have a wild night in their assigned rooms. Lu Feng smirked, "You really understand me." Saying that, he extended his hand. "Got any supplies? Didn't you say you quit?" "Just this once, the last time. I really don't have any this time." The two arrived at Building No. 10, took the elevator to the 6th floor, and apart from the two of them, no one else had arrived yet. "No more talking, I've been getting messages, I need to hurry and get ready to meet them." As he spoke, Lu Feng sighed dramatically, pretending to be troubled. Old classmates being so proactive is really a headache. What a good actor. Fang Chen said, "I'll remind you again, keep the noise down tonight. Don't worry, there's a room between us, you won't hear a thing. Besides, I've already inquired, the room assignments are random, and everyone on this floor must be outsiders. If they hear us, so what? They'll just envy me." With that, Lu Feng eagerly opened his room, rushing to tidy up and meet his old classmates. Fang Chen didn't delay either, opening his own room door, which was a simple 1-bedroom apartment. After taking out his personal items from his spatial ring and tidying up a bit, Fang Chen opened the group chat. It was buzzing with activity. "Chi wanted everyone, have you all arrived? Meng Chi and I are already packed." Chi Wan, why is no one talking? Has everyone not arrived yet?" "Li Mingqi, the most active one has been muted by you." Chi Wan, Jiang Feng's mute has been lifted. "Jiang Feng, I'm here, our military defense team was the first to arrive, I've been waiting for you two for over 2 hours. Shen Xing, I'm ready too. Jiang Feng, it's almost 4 o'clock, I'm a bit hungry. Fang Chen, me too. Chi Wan, let's go to the cafeteria in Building 2, I heard it's the largest cafeteria here, with a lot of food options." Fang Chen, no problem. Jiang Feng, let's go, see you in Building 2. Shen Xing, let's go. Long time no see, everyone. In Building 1, the conference hall, Xiao Jun and Wang Che arrived, and as they pushed the door open, they saw 3 familiar faces. The person in charge of the joint exam at Kyoto Wu University, Zhong Liangkai. The person in charge of the military defense joint exam, Zhuan Hui. The person in charge of the Shanhua Wu University joint exam, Hong Zue. All of them held important positions in their respective schools and had interacted many times. "Hurry and sit down, we've been waiting for you for half a day." Zhuang Hui greeted Xiao Jun warmly. Xiao Jun walked to an empty seat, just about to sit down when he suddenly remembered something and asked Wang Che, "Old Wang, did you take care of that matter I mentioned before?" "Don't worry, I specifically had someone arrange for Fang Chen and the others to be on the same floor, even the rooms are next to each other. Not only did you mention it to me, but the other 3 also asked me about it." Xiao Jun was taken aback. He originally thought it would be convenient for his 4 to live close together for communication, but he didn't expect the other 3 families had the same idea. "I didn't expect you 3 to be so dishonest." Zhuang Hui chuckled lightly, mutual understanding. Zhong Liangkai still smiled like a warm spring breeze as before. When Fang Chen was taken away by Deng Xiong, I volunteered to lead the team this time just to see how much he has grown. Old Xiao, you guys from Motowu University better not disappoint me. Xiao Jun sat down and laughed heartily. You, the smiling tiger, don't need to be so sarcastic, just wait, Fong Chen's strength will definitely surprise you. The teachers leading the team are not fixed, as long as they reach the 5th level, anyone can take on the role. Motowu University was originally supposed to be led by Deng Xiong, but Xiao Jun wanted to see how much his 3 disciples had grown, so he volunteered. If their performance was poor, he would definitely take good care of them when they returned. Fong Chen's talent is indeed formidable. If it were in previous joint exams, he would definitely be first. Zhuang Hui's rugged brows furrowed slightly as he looked towards the team leader from Shanhua Wu University, Hong Zui, but this time there are exchange students, so he might come in second. Upon hearing this, Zhong Liangkai instinctively looked at Hong Zui. In their view, Fong Chen's talent was indeed extraordinary. However, the exchange student with the same SS-level talent had awakened their abilities earlier and at a higher level, making it difficult to bridge that gap. As the dean of the War Academy at Shanhua Wu University, Hong Zui's main reason for leading this joint exam was probably to look after the exchange student named Cliche. Xiao Jun scoffed, looking at the others as if he were seeing his former self. It was as if he were looking in a mirror. He kindly reminded them, Fong Chen was already able to kill a level 3 low-level beast 2 months ago, you guys are speaking a bit too early. At this moment, the usually silent Hong Zui spoke up. Cliche was able to kill a level 3 low-level beast 6 months ago. Hong Zui's physique was not as robust as Xiao Jun and the others. Sitting on the sofa, he appeared relaxed, with his hands folded and a calm expression. His taciturn demeanor made him seem less like the dean of the War Academy and more like someone from the Tactical Academy. He looked at the 3 and sighed slightly, appearing somewhat helpless. Although I really don't want to admit it, Cliche's strength has already far surpassed that of the first-year students in the same cohort. The first place in this joint exam will only be him. This is the result calculated by all the mentors at Shanhua Wu University. Zhuang Hui and Zhong Liangkai furrowed their brows. What had previously been their speculation was now confirmed by Hong Zui's words. Zhuang Hui sighed helplessly, just like Hong Zui. The smile that Zhong Liangkai had maintained had unknowingly vanished. If Cliche really became number 1, surpassing all first-year martial artists from the 4 schools, this news would surely cause a strong reaction if it got out. It might even affect some people's state of mind. The first person they thought of was Fong Chen. As a genius who appeared once in decades in Huanxia, losing to an outsider would make it hard to guarantee that his mind would remain undisturbed. The next moment, they heard Xiao Jun's mocking voice beside them. You haven't even competed yet, and you're already boosting others' confidence while diminishing your own. Once the results of the competition come out, you'll be the one suffering. Xiao Jun even imagined the scene of that day. I'm just speaking the truth, Hong Zui waved his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about this. However, I still remind you, when you go back, make sure to warn your own students. Cliche is very proud, don't provoke him. Meanwhile, Fong Chen was heading to building No. 2. With 100 meters to go, his gaze was drawn to 2 familiar figures. Li Mingqi was as quiet as ever, her hair flowing like water, draping over her shoulders, resembling the white moonlight that fell, giving a cool and enchanting feeling. She wore a white cotton coat, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting golden spots on her face, making every expression appear gentle and captivating. In contrast, Qiwan was lively and spirited, constantly looking around with curious eyes. Her short hair danced like a cheerful bird in the wind, echoing her boundless energy. At this moment, she wore a bright blue cotton jacket paired with simple jeans, creating a youthful and vibrant look. Qiwan occasionally stood on her tiptoes, as if hoping to see further. The 2 figures intertwined in the sunlight, appearing as the most charming scenery in this cluster of buildings, making those around them linger. Some male martial artists were about to approach and ask for contact information. At that moment, Qiwan spotted Fong Chen and excitedly waved, Fong Chen, over here. Clatter. The hearts of the surrounding boys shattered. Damn, who is this guy? 2 goddesses are waiting for him. Wait, did I just hear Fong Chen? Could it be that Fong Chen who ranked first in the martial arts exam? Hey, old Gong, aren't you from Modu Martial University? Is this guy Fong Chen? Why aren't you saying anything? Speak up, old Gong. Stop talking, I'm not okay. Several people from Modu Martial University nodded in agreement. Me too. Brother Chen is amazing, there are so many admirers in school, and outside, there are such beauties. Ah, I can't accept this. I've almost had my fill of his drama in school, how come there's more outside? Can someone save me? I really want to go somewhere I can't see Brother Chen. If that's the case, the golden gun won't stand. I love Brother Chen. Li Mingqi and Qiwan's eyes were filled with Fong Chen, completely oblivious to what outsiders were saying. Fang Chen walked up to the two. Long time no see. Li Mingqi was about to respond when a female voice interrupted her. Long time no see. The smiles of the two women froze. They were very familiar with this voice. Chen Ning, Lu Shanshan, and Shen Cheng had come together. The two women had their hair tied in ponytails, looking as carefree as ever. They heard I was coming to see you, so they came along, Shen Cheng said coldly as usual. Fang Chen smiled at Chen Ning. Just to be clear, no challenges today. Chen Ning flicked her ponytail and chuckled lightly. Don't worry, there's a big exam tomorrow. Only a fool would challenge today. This scene made Chi Wan's teeth itch with anger. Damn woman, interrupting my conversation with Fang Chen. Wait, I forgot, she will. Chi Wan's eyes widened as she thought of something terrifying. In the next moment, Chen Ning looked at her with a slight smile. You were just thinking. Chi Wan spoke up first. Sister Ring, I was wrong. Chen Ning replied, don't worry, I was just joking with you. To Li Mingqi and the others, her smile resembled that of a devil, instantly evoking past nightmares. Li Mingqi took a step back, maintaining her distance. Everything was still the same. Fang Chen said, let's go in and eat, it's on me. Lu Shanshan replied, then I won't be polite. Li Mingqi remarked, it seems like someone is missing. It's Cheng Hongyi. Then let's wait a bit. At that moment, a bald man came running from a distance, skidding to a stop beside them. He anxiously said, don't eat yet, hurry up and go watch the show. Cheng Hongyi and Lin Song are about to fight. Fight? What happened? I heard Cheng Hongyi challenged Lin Song to see who is stronger, and Lin Sang accepted. Jiang Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, excitedly saying. Fang Chen and the others exchanged glances instinctively. Just a moment ago, Chen Ning had said that only a fool would challenge someone. And now, the fool had arrived. Hurry up, if we go late, there won't be any spots left. Let's go, let's take a look. Second against third, it should be interesting. To facilitate communication among martial artists, a dedicated arena was set up in the southern part of the building complex. When Fang Chen and the others arrived, the entire arena was already packed. It took a while to find a spot where they could see the whole scene. In the center of the arena stood a tall figure, broad-shouldered, exuding a sharp aura. He held a long knife, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, seemingly ready to welcome a challenge at any moment. That's Lin Song, with an S-class talent for immortality, Shen Qing explained from the side, looking at the empty half of the arena, puzzled. Where's Cheng Hongyi? This guy really doesn't miss any chance to show off. Fang Chen said, with so many spectators, he should be coming out soon. After saying that, he turned to the side to avoid seeing the next scene, just as he faced Li Mingqi. Why are you turning to the side? Li Mingqi was caught off guard by the sudden situation, a hint of blush appearing on her cheeks. I felt the sun was a bit strong, dazzling. The sun? Isn't it cloudy today? Hey, there are a lot of people in the crowd turning around. Seems like they are all from Magic City Martial University. Before Jiang Feng's voice fell, someone in the crowd shouted, wow, look up, someone is flying with a sword. The students from the three schools instinctively looked up, while the students from Magic City Martial University dared not raise their heads. They saw Cheng Hongyi flying in the air, spinning around, his figure light and graceful, like a divine bird soaring in the sky. His long sword glimmered with a cold light, seemingly dancing beneath him, tracing an elegant arc. In that instant, the tip of the sword detached, rushing downward, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, like a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying an unstoppable sharpness. Swish! The sword tip plunged into the ground, producing a deafening thud, splattering small clods of dirt, and the surrounding air trembled instantly. Cheng Hongyi slowly descended, firmly landing on the sword's hilt with one foot, his hands casually resting behind him, his expression stern, his gaze looking down on the world, as if he were the ruler of this realm. His extreme showiness left the surrounding audience in awe. Wow, so showy. He really knows how to show off. Dude, spare us, why are you still showing off like this after leaving school? Sang-gu, take this guy down. Cheng Hongyi received unanimous praise. Li Mingqi and the others understood Fang Chen's reason for turning away, secretly thinking it was good that their school didn't have such a person. Even Shen Shine, the cold youth, felt that Cheng Hongyi was too showy. Fang Chen, realizing that Cheng Hongyi had finished showing off, turned back around. In the arena, Cheng Hongyi stood proudly. Lin Song, do you still remember the result of our battle 7 months ago? The two were familiar with each other, and Lin Song was not at all concerned about Cheng Hongyi showing off in front of others. He said softly, of course I remember, it's a draw. Cheng Hongyi raised the corner of his lips. I have already taken Vice Principal Long Yi as my master. This time, you will definitely lose. After saying this, he twitched his ears, wanting to hear the voices of those around him. As expected, he was not disappointed. This statement caused a huge reaction. Vice Principal Long Yi of Magic City Martial University. I remember he is a 7th tier Grand Master, right? Lin Song's mentor is only 6th tier. To be able to take a 7th tier Grand Master as a master, Chung Honi is impressive. Hey, aren't you from Magic City Martial University? Is what Chung Honi said true? How long is he going to keep pretending? The vice principal does indeed teach him, but only once a week. Li Mingqi and the others once again felt fortunate that their school did not have such a person. At the same time, they looked at Fang Chen with a hint of pity, as if to say, you are suffering. Stop with the nonsense, let's get started. Lin Song tightened his grip on the battle knife, his gaze sharp as lightning, his legs slightly bent, lowering his center of gravity, the tip of the knife pointing forward, striking a pose like a beast ready to pounce. Seeing this, Chung Hongyi also stopped pretending. If he kept it up, losing the match would only lead to more ridicule. He landed steadily on the ground, flicking his fingers casually, and the long sword responded, moving from the ground like a nimble snake, instantly flying out, the sword body drawing a gorgeous arc in the air, landing in his hand in a very flashy manner. As he gripped the long sword tightly, a fierce wind rose around him, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand, the sand particles dancing in the air like countless small knives slicing through the atmosphere, making a faint whistling sound. As someone shouted start, the curtain of battle was drawn. The air instantly solidified, and Cheng Hongyi swung his long sword fiercely, the sword's momentum like a rainbow, accompanied by several sharp wind blades, directly pressing towards Lin Song. The surrounding dust was also stirred up, forming several tornadoes that intertwined with the wind blades, all rushing violently towards Lin Song. Lin Song's expression remained unchanged. Facing the sudden attack, he lightly stepped forward, his whole body shooting out like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, the long knife in his hand slashed out like lightning. The force was overwhelming. The long knife swung out, carrying an unmatched momentum, as if a mountain was collapsing and the earth was cracking, scattering the incoming wind blades in tornadoes one by one. The collision of knife and sword erupted dazzling sparks in the air, the deafening sound leaving people dumbfounded. Not shouting the names of techniques, very good. Fang Chen thought. Chung Hongyi's sword suddenly spun in the air, once again stirring the wind, lifting the surrounding air, countless small wind blades falling like raindrops, directly pouncing on Lin Song. Lin Song once again waved the long knife, dispersing those wind blades one by one. However, the small wind blades grazed his body, leaving behind scars. The next second, these wounds healed as if they had never existed. S-class ability, an immortal body, no matter what kind of injury he sustained, he could quickly recover as before. Of course, immortal is just an exaggeration. If he encountered a talent ability like that could burn heaven and earth, there would be nothing left but ashes. The battle between the two continued to escalate. They circled in the sandstorm, like two ferocious beasts, neither giving way, their momentum overwhelming, the fight intensifying in this ever-changing arena. The spectators were shocked by this thrilling duel, all of them clenching their fists, afraid of missing even a moment of excitement. Finally, after 15 minutes of engagement, the two were evenly matched, ending in a draw. Tomorrow was the big exam, they could not afford any accidents today, so they stopped at that. Lin Song retracted the battle knife in his hand. This time, there was no winner or loser. We will determine the outcome in the big exam. Cheng Hongyi casually placed his hands behind his back. No problem. He had lost some points to Lin Song in the National Martial Arts exam, and this time he must surpass him. The surrounding audience gradually recovered from the previous battle. No wonder they are ranked second and third in the National Martial Arts exam, so strong. It's dazzling to watch. It's hard to imagine how strong Fang Chen must be. As the excitement began to fade, Fang Chen turned to the few people beside him and said, "Let's go, it's time to eat." Just then, a brazen voice rang out in everyone's ears. The genius of Huanxia is nothing special. No, that's not quite accurate. It should be, like garbage. The crowd was taken aback, and they all turned their gazes toward the direction of the clumsy pronunciation. Not far away, under a large tree, stood a young man from another clan, tall and proud, slightly tilting his head back, a disdainful smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It's Cliche. Li Mingqi and Qi Wan frowned instantly. Fang Chen assessed the person, and indeed, as Qi Wan said, he was very arrogant. Damn, so cocky. Jiang Feng's temples bulged with anger, clearly displeased. Xin Qing quickly intervened. Don't be impulsive. Not only Jiang Feng, but the people around the arena also couldn't help but whisper among themselves. This person's distinct appearance and clumsy pronunciation immediately reminded everyone of the exchange student from Shanhua Wuda. Faced with this sudden provocation, their hearts inevitably filled with anger. Cliche's belittling of Lin Song and Cheng Hongyi was equivalent to looking down on everyone except Fang Chen. However, the identity of the exchange student and his second-tier strength made them hesitate to act. On the stage, Lin Song and Chung Hongyi stared intently at this unfriendly newcomer, remaining calm. Under the tree, Cliche let out a disdainful laugh, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, a hint of contempt in his smile. I originally wanted to see what kind of strength these second and third geniuses possess, but I didn't expect them to be just as mediocre as those from Shanhua Wuda, not even interesting enough to make me want to take action. Boring. His voice was like a cold blade, cutting through the tense atmosphere of the battlefield, making people feel uncomfortable. Swish! Chung Hongyi's long sword suddenly unsheathed, without any flashy movements, it flew directly back into his hand. He gripped the sword tightly, glaring at Cliche, his anger boiling within. He valued his pride, and Cliche's words were not only a provocation to him personally but also an insult to all those who worked hard. He couldn't tolerate it. Just as he was about to act, Lin Song hurriedly pulled him back. Don't be impulsive. Lin Song remained calm, but his eyes were icy cold, struggling to contain his emotions. He awakened earlier than us. If we engage him, we will surely lose. Upon hearing this, Chung Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot, and he did not advance further. His goal was the joint examination. If he got injured today, it would be a small matter if his score dropped, but losing the pass to Zone 11 would be a big deal. The people around the arena, like Chung Hongyi and Lin Song, were also extremely angry but helpless against Cliche's strength. Though they felt 100 grievances in their hearts, they could not act. No one wanted to lose their qualification for the joint examination due to a moment of impulse at this critical time. Cliche slightly turned his body, locking eyes with Fang Chen, his gaze filled with mockery and disdain. So boring. Directly pointing at Fang Chen was also a way of belittling everyone. How interesting, someone actually seeking death. Fang Chen couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He was so excited that he couldn't hold back, patting Zhang Feng and Shen Cheng on the shoulders. Here comes the fun. The two were taken aback, but upon seeing Fang Chen's expression, they immediately understood, and out of their understanding of him, they did not dissuade him. At the same time, they smirked. Got it. Fang Chen looked at Chen Ing and the others. Are you ready? On the other side, Cliche was about to leave when he suddenly took a step back. A giant lava python roared past him, igniting the surrounding weeds upon landing, flames quickly spreading with a crackling sound. Cliche frowned slightly, glancing disdainfully at Fang Chen, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, finally couldn't hold back and made a move. His tone was filled with contempt, as if to say that Fang Chen's attack was nothing but a futile struggle. A spark of provocation flickered in his eyes. I've wanted to test your strength for a long time. Idiot, so much talk. With a thought, Fang Chen sent the lava python charging toward Cliche again, the scorching heat seeming to sear the very air. Cliche felt the oppressive heat, his brow furrowing slightly, his confidence wavering in that moment, no longer as relaxed as before. He immediately took a step back to evade the wave of attacks. Seeing that it missed, he scoffed again. But as for... At that moment, a sword light mixed with arcs of electricity surged towards him, interrupting his words. He hurriedly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. What are you still dawdling for? Zhang Feng shouted at the crowd. With Fang Chen here, what are you waiting for? At this shout, the people from the Martial University of Demon City reacted first. The others from the three schools were not very clear about Fang Chen's specific strength, but they understood well enough. Their top fighter had already made a move, and with someone leading, there was no reason to hesitate. If the sky fell, there was someone tall to hold it up. Moreover, the joint examination was under real-time monitoring, and it wouldn't allow martial artists to harm each other, so they weren't afraid of retaliation during the exam. They all began to showcase their powers. As they started to act, countless abilities instantly revealed themselves, intertwining various elemental forces to form dazzling yet fierce attacks, charging straight at Cliche. At that moment, Cliche's expression finally turned serious, and a staff inlaid with brilliant white crystals appeared in his hand, shining with dazzling light under the sun. Cliche raised the staff in front of him, and instantly a bright white barrier unfolded around him, firmly blocking all incoming attacks. The barrier was like a solid fortress, absorbing the impacts of flames and abilities, its surface only rippling slightly, yet it remained completely unmoved. Fang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so cowardly, not daring to challenge alone. Do I need to fight one-on-one with so many people? With a thought, Fang Chen sent the lava giant python to attack again, the terrifying heat colliding with the white barrier, causing ripples like waves, threatening to shatter it. At the same time, the people from the other three schools joined the battle. Damn it, I've been displeased with this guy for a long time. One by one, they unleashed their abilities as if they were fireworks. On the arena, Chung Hongyi continuously wielded wind blades. Although he hated Fang Chen for often stealing his spotlight, he had never complained to his face. There was no other reason, just admiration. Since Fang Chen had made a move, he couldn't back down either. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of hundreds of different abilities, Cleesh's expression grew increasingly serious, secretly gritting his teeth. He hadn't expected Fong Chen to be so unscrupulous, actually prompting over 100 people to launch a fierce attack together. With just the staff in his hand, he could no longer withstand such a torrent of attacks. Realizing the crisis was imminent, he decided to stop holding back and was about to use his innate abilities to fend off the layered attacks when suddenly a deep rumble echoed from the sky, a powerful pressure descending like a mountain, instantly suppressing hundreds of attacks. Those dazzling abilities were like weak sparks in the face of the pressure, all extinguishing and turning into nothingness. Fong Chen and the others looked up to see Xiao Jun and Hong Zui stepping through the air, exuding an aura that instilled fear in everyone. At the same time, Zhuang Hui, Zhong Liangkai, and Wang Che also rushed to the scene. What's going on? Hong Zui landed between Fong Chen and Cleesh, inquiring. Fong Chen chuckled lightly. It's nothing, this guy wants to die, and we're just kindly seeing him off. Fong Chen is right, this guy is looking for death, and we're just doing a good deed. Jiang Feng quickly echoed. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately drew strong declarations from the crowd. I testify, this guy said in front of us that he wanted to die. I also testify. That's right, Brother Chen, and we are just doing a good deed. Maybe it's a different custom, but anyway, we won't take the initiative to seek death. Foreigners are different, they play for excitement, I admire it, truly admire it. Directors and deans, we are all good people, wanting to help him transcend. The waves of voices made Xiao Jun and the others frown. They had originally been eating and happily chatting about the past when suddenly someone called to say that Fong Chen had started a fight with Cleesh along with the crowd. They hurriedly put down their chopsticks and came over. In this scene, it was obvious what Click had done to anger everyone. Indeed, he was very arrogant. Xiao Jun, Zhong Liangkai, and Zhuang Hui exchanged glances, not intending to intervene. Since it was Click who caused the trouble, they would leave this mess to Hong Zui, they couldn't be bothered. Seeing the crowd angrily cursing at him, Click gripped his staff menacingly, looking for death. Fong Chen laughed. Teachers, did you all hear that? This guy is asking for death himself. I'm talking about you, Fong Chen. Click raised his staff, ready to attack, and Fong Chen immediately drew his burning cloud battle blade, while the people behind him began to gather their energy. It looked like a fight was about to break out again. Enough! Hong Zui shouted, his master-level pressure radiating out, suppressing everyone's abilities. Save your strength for the joint examination, no private duels allowed. With the master's command, everyone had to back down, retracting their weapons and abilities. Fong Chen, no one will help you in the joint examination. Click retracted his staff and arrogantly made a throat-cutting gesture towards Fong Chen, leaving behind a harsh remark before turning to leave. Hong Zui, witnessing this scene, felt both angry and helpless. The exchange students were crucial to the relationship between the two countries, so he couldn't say too much and could only shift the conflict to be resolved in the joint examination. Well done. Xiao Jun came forward and patted Fong Chen on the shoulder. It's a pity you didn't teach that kid a lesson. Fong Chen shrugged. It's not my fault you guys came too quickly. Xiao Jun, stop fanning the flames. Do you want things to get even messy, eh? Hong Zui glanced at Fong Chen and the others. I originally wanted to remind you not to provoke Click, but it seems that's unnecessary now. Let's resolve all conflicts in the joint examination. Stop talking so much, I haven't finished my drink yet. Xiao Jun urged, let's hurry back. After saying goodbye to Fong Chen, Zhuang Hui and Zhong Liangkai left with Xiao Jun. With the master's command, no one dared to make a move, and everyone began to leave. Lin Song and Cheng Hongyi jumped down from the arena and approached Fong Chen. Thanks for that just now, Lin Song said. If it weren't for Fong Chen willing to stand at the forefront, they wouldn't have had the chance to act. Fong Chen nodded. You're welcome. At this moment, the first and second place in the martial arts examination officially got acquainted. He then looked at Cheng Hongyi, who nodded at him, as a sign of gratitude for his earlier action. Still so concerned about face. Thanking him in front of so many people was practically asking for his life. This isn't the place to talk, let's go to the cafeteria and discuss while we eat. Chening, who had the same master as Lin Song, said without any awkwardness, let's go to the second cafeteria, they have the most variety of food and plenty of space. Xinxing, no problem, I've been hungry for a while. Let's go, let's go. The cafeteria in Building 2 was spacious enough to accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 people dining at the same time, and the atmosphere was very lively. Each window was filled with delicious dishes made from fresh demon beast meat, the aroma wafting through the air, making one drool. Whether it was stewed demon beast soup or grilled meat skewers, the variety was overwhelming. After Fong Chen and the others got their meals, they gathered around a long table, the steaming dishes emitting an enticing fragrance that whetted their appetites. Everyone chatted and laughed while eating. The moment Cheng Hongyi saw Xinxing, he felt an instant familiarity. This kid is just like me. So, he shared tips on how to show off in front of others, leaving Shinching feeling overwhelmed. Brother, I'm going for a cold and aloof vibe, we're not on the same path. Fang Chen, Chening, and Lin Song chatted about how to act in the joint examination. The joint examination for hunting demons lasted 15 days, and based on the experiences shared by previous martial artists, it was advised not to rush into hunting in the first few days but to familiarize themselves with the environment first before taking action. Chening asked Fang Chen if he needed to form a team. In this joint examination, the lowest level demon beast is a first-tier low-level one, with no low-tier demon beasts, while second-tier demon beasts are countless. The closer one gets to the seaside, the stronger the demon beasts become. If martial artists act rashly without understanding the environment, they will only find themselves in an irretrievable situation. The danger level here is completely different from that of the martial arts examination, and most students choose to form teams. If we're forming a team, then forget it, Fang Chen replied. With his current strength, teaming up would only hold him back. However, getting familiar with the environment in the past 2 days can be done together. After hearing this, Chening immediately clinked glasses with Fang Chen. With Fang Chen around, the situation would be much safer, and she could also see how much Fang Chen had grown. Lin Song also had his own thoughts, wanting to see for himself how strong those above him in the martial arts examination really were. Zhang Feng and Shin Shang, on the other hand, had no such thoughts. Among them, only Qi Wan and Li Mingqi were somewhat downcast. The former couldn't hide her emotions, which showed on her face, and she had no appetite even while eating. The latter, though hiding it well, occasionally revealed her feelings of loneliness. Originally, she had hoped to spend some time alone with Fang Chen after dinner, but unexpected guests had completely disrupted their rhythm. There was simply no way to find a reason to be alone with Fang Chen. Fortunately, there would still be opportunities in the 2 days before the joint examination. The meal lasted until 8:30 p.m., and everyone reluctantly left the cafeteria, still feeling unsatisfied. This refers to Cheng Hongi, who had not shared all his strength and was reluctant to part with Shin Chang. Stepping out of building No. 2, night had already fallen, the stars twinkling, and the air was cool. Everyone exchanged pleasantries, discussing the amusing moments from dinner. Fang Chen walked alongside a few people, watching as others gradually dispersed towards their respective dormitories. Gradually, he sensed something was off. Cheng Hongi returned to building No. 10 with him, took the elevator together, and pressed the button for the 6th floor. You live on the 6th floor too? You do as well? What a coincidence. Wasn't it supposed to be randomly assigned? As Fang Chen and the others exited the elevator, they happened to see someone opening a door, right next to Lu Feng's room. Fang Chen gasped. Yang Lu, you also live on this floor? Yang Lu, who had just opened the door, was taken aback. You guys too? Yang Lu was not particularly stunning but had a type of beauty that was easy on the eyes, giving a comfortable and unforgettable feeling. Her face was an oval shape, radiating a healthy glow, with a high ponytail and a few soft strands of hair gently falling over her forehead, making her expression appear both capable and gentle. With her tall and slender figure, every movement seemed particularly neat, as if she were a female general, exuding an undeniable aura of heroism. She looked at Fang Chen and Cheng Hongi, surprised to find that 3 of the top 4 from Magic City Martial University were on the same floor. I'm in room 601, what about you? Cheng Hongi, I'm in 603. Fang Chen, I'm in 604, 602 is Lu Feng. After confirming their room numbers, the 3 immediately realized that their rooms had been deliberately arranged. Fang Chen's emotions became excited, and he unconsciously recalled what Lu Feng had said in the afternoon. Outsiders are envious, but where are the outsiders now? They are clearly all family. With familiar faces on both sides, if they were to say something while doing business, what would be the difference from defecating in the street? You guys, are you interested in hearing something fun? Fun? The 2 looked at him in confusion. Fang Chen led Cheng Hongi to Yang Lu's side and quietly shared the matter about Lu Feng. As they listened, their eyes grew brighter. As fellow disciples, their bond was deep, and nothing was better than seeing fellow disciples turn against each other. Cheng Hongi breathed rapidly, and Yang Lu was full of enthusiasm. In the past, Lu Feng often boasted about his romantic history in front of the 2 of them, and now they finally caught the opportunity. The 3 exchanged smiles. See you tonight. At 11 o'clock at night, the entire building complex was immersed in a tranquil atmosphere, with the occasional chirping of insects adding to the serenity. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Lu Feng, slightly tipsy and beaming with a smile, stepped out with a beautiful girl. Her long hair shimmered softly under the lights, and as she locked eyes with Lu Feng, a happy smile graced her lips. The 2 were deeply affectionate, occasionally leaning against each other and whispering sweet nothings, as if the world consisted only of the 2 of them. Arriving at the door, Lu Feng slightly lowered his head and carefully adjusted her collar. Xiaolan, let me open the door for you. You're so annoying. You're so flirty. Fang Chen sat on his bed in his room, listening to Lu Feng's antics, thinking to himself, learned something. In the other two rooms, Cheng Hongyi was indifferent to the flirtation, eager to retaliate against Lu Feng. Yang Lu, on the other hand, felt her cheeks flush, secretly cursing Lu Feng for being such a guy controlled by his lower half, getting so heated outside. Click! The three of them shivered simultaneously. The door opened, and the show was about to begin. Lu Feng embraced his Xiaolan as they entered the room, the warm light casting a soft filter over their world. He gently pushed Xiaolan onto the bed, carefully tucking her hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate face, his eyes filled with deep affection and obsession. His gaze was like a gentle ocean, deep and captivating, as if he wanted to engrave every detail of her in his heart. Xiaolan, you're even more beautiful than before, he whispered, his voice trembling slightly, as if confessing his most sincere feelings. Xiaolan's cheeks flushed slightly, a wave of sweetness washing over her, but she huffed softly, looking at him with a hint of grievance. You just know how to say sweet things to flatter me. If you really cared about me, why haven't you come to see me these past few months? Damn, how did we end up on this topic? Lu Feng's expression immediately turned melancholic. You know I'd become a disciple of Xiao Jun, but you don't know how twisted he is. If I don't work hard in my training, he hits me. I hardly have time to find you. And my two fellow disciples, one more competitive than the other, I can't fall behind them, and my roommate Feng. He sighed deeply. No, it's all my fault. If I had enough talent and was stronger, I would definitely come to find you. It's all my fault. This self-reproach made Xiaolan's eyes slightly redden as she caressed Lu Feng's face. Don't say that anymore. I just need to know that you care about me. Lu Feng grasped Xiaolan's hand on his face, gazing at her with deep affection. Xiaolan, you're so good to me. Lu Feng slowly leaned in for a kiss, and their movements became bolder. Just as Lu Feng was about to open the door, Xiaolan hurriedly pushed him away, breathing heavily. I want to take a shower. Lu Feng affectionately kissed her cheek. No need to wash, I like the original scent. You're so annoying. Xiaolan looked at him with hopeful eyes. A phone, can you call my mom like last time? I really liked that feeling. Lu Feng quickly covered her mouth with his lips, then, slightly panicked, released her and whispered, there are people on both sides. Let's not do anything too stimulating tonight. He silently prayed that Fang Chen hadn't heard. Then, the two of them shared another passionate kiss, their movements growing more intense, the boundaries expanding. As their clothes gradually came off, Lu Feng was fully charged and was about to open the door. Suddenly, a furious female voice came from the left room. Hey, next door, are you done? Can't anyone sleep around here? Lu Feng froze, someone interrupted at a critical moment. Damn it. Wait, that voice sounds so familiar, like that one. No way. The rooms were randomly assigned. How could a girl be next to me? It must be an illusion. A Feng, let's keep it down, Xiaolan said, exhaling warm breath. Okay. After that shout, although it consumed some of his energy, it was still enough. Just as he was about to start again, suddenly, a loud male voice came from the room on the right. Next door, I advise you not to disturb my sleep, or don't blame me for being rude. Boom! Lu Feng instantly felt as if the sky had fallen. He was all too familiar with that arrogant voice. It was by Wang Chunghongi. The two often trained together, and he would never mistake it. If the right side was Chunghongi, then that meant the left side was Yang Lu. Lu Feng's long-stored energy was instantly depleted, even to the point of negative energy. A Feng, what's wrong with you? A Feng, what's not good? A Feng. Seeing Lu Feng's energy depleted and his expression dazed, Xiaolan immediately panicked, then shouted angrily to both sides, we've been quiet enough, what more do you want? Before she could finish the word, Lu Feng covered her mouth. With his last bit of stubbornness, he said, Xiaolan, it's really not appropriate for us to do this at such a late hour. How about we postpone it to another day? Seeing Lu Feng say this, Xiaolan glanced at his energy bar and nodded helplessly. Alright then. After getting dressed, Lu Feng opened the door and escorted Xiaolan downstairs. Xiaolan left reluctantly. Lu Feng felt anxious, and after returning to the 6th floor, he saw three familiar smiling faces. The moment the elevator doors opened, the scene in the hallway stunned Lu Feng. Fang Chen, Yang Lu, and Cheng Hongyi were gathered together, looking at him with bright smiles. Lu Feng stepped out of the elevator with heavy footsteps and said in a deep voice, You, how come you are here? Yang Lu shrugged, the assigned rooms are here, where else would we be? Lu Feng didn't have time to think about why their rooms were connected and hurriedly asked, You didn't hear anything, right? Yang Lu shook her head, didn't hear much, just, Xiaolan, let me open the door for you, annoying. Fang Chen stepped forward, his eyes filled with deep affection. Xiaolan, you are even more beautiful than before. In an instant, he pounded his chest and looked remorseful. No, it's all my fault. If my talent were enough, if I were stronger, I would definitely come to find you. It's all my fault. Slap. Lu Feng's heart shattered, his body swayed as if he would fall at any moment. Chung Hongyi cleared his throat and said with deep emotion, Xiaolan, you are so good to me. No need to wash, I like it original. After saying that, he looked at Fong Chen and the others with slight dissatisfaction. Why do I get this line? It's a bit dirty. Once again, it was Yang Lu's turn, and she tried hard to suppress her expression. A phone, can you still call me mom like last time? I really liked that feeling. Put. She couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Just that one laugh completely shattered Lu Feng. At that moment, a strong sense of shame surged in Lu Feng's heart, as if he had been stripped bare, exposed to everyone's gaze. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he wanted to find a hole to burrow into, but the damned concrete wouldn't let him in. If outsiders heard this, they might curse a few times, but they would feel envious. Hearing this from family was no different from publicly defecating, especially the call mom part. Watching Lu Feng, who was about to crumble, the three of them contentedly returned to their rooms to sleep. Yang Lu didn't forget to add a parting shot before closing the door. The joint exam is tomorrow, hurry up and sleep, mama's boy. Bang. The door closed, and Lu Feng stood alone in the corridor, feeling as if the whole world had turned gray. He looked down from the 6th floor. What meaning is there in living? Just jump down, it won't kill me. The next day, early morning. After Fong Chen finished washing up, he changed into his combat uniform and checked his supplies. The 20 square meter space ring was stuffed full with supplies from Lin Xin and Guan Ning, including food, clothing, seasonings, etc. Enough for him to survive for 2 months in the monster beast wilderness. Even Lin Xin had prepared toilet paper for him, which was a bit too considerate. As he stepped out of the door, Chung Hongyi came out at the same time. The next moment, Yan Lu also pushed open her door, dressed in combat gear, ready to go. The three exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. In the magical city of Wuda, how could the top 4 be missing one person? Knock, knock, knock. Yang Lu knocked on Lu Feng's door. Hurry up, we're just waiting for you. A reluctant roar came from inside. Get out of here. The three exchanged smiles and then left. After the three had breakfast together, they arrived at an open space outside the building complex. At this time, more than 2,000 people had gathered, most of them in teams. Yang Lu had made arrangements with someone and left first, while Fong Chen and Chung Hongyi quickly found Lin Song and Chen Ning, gathering together. The top 4 teaming up, what's the point of playing? Even if it's the Longclaw Turtle, we can't lose. The top 4 of Wu stood together, their presence causing those around them to frequently look back. They actually teamed up, what a joke. In the distance, Klecha saw Fong Chen and the others gathering and scoffed in disdain. The events of yesterday replayed in his mind. He had defeated countless peers since childhood, and everyone had always respected him. But Fong Chen dared to treat him that way, and in this joint examination, he was determined to trample Fong Chen underfoot, leaving him unable to rise. 6 minutes later, Li Mingqi, Wan, Zhang Feng, and others also arrived. The 2 women were dressed in combat uniforms, outlining their perfect figures. This scene seemed to take them back to that summer a few months ago. At 8:30, the monitoring equipment was officially distributed. At 9 o'clock, with a command, more than 4,000 people began a new journey. Let's go, brothers. Damn, I must make it into the top 50 this time. No one can stop me. Brothers, let's go. The moment the voices fell, Chung Hongyi soared into the air on his sword, leaping quickly, making countless people envious. He could scout the environment from above, not teaming up with Fong Chen and the others. Fong Chen and the others moved forward with the main group. Along the city, the once prosperous scene seemed like a distant dream. Before the disaster, this was a famous city, with skyscrapers standing everywhere. However, the streets now were filled with broken buildings, scattered bricks and tiles, and collapsed high-rises resembling the bones of giants, twisted and powerless as they reached for the sky. Windows had long been shattered, iron railings rusted and broken, and wild grass covered the streets and alleys, life quietly spreading among the ruins, stirring mixed feelings in one's heart. After Fong Chen and the others set off, they rushed northeast. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled shadows, and the air was filled with the fragrance of earth and grass. This joint examination had no distribution map of the monsters, and the task of finding them relied entirely on their intuition and experience, forcing them to explore on their own. Fong Chen and the others rushed through various abandoned buildings and jungles. As they delved deeper, they occasionally encountered some first-tier low-level or mid-level monsters that launched attacks against them. Lin Song and Channing showcased their strength, easily dealing with these monsters. At noon, the sun was just right, and after rushing over 20 kilometers, everyone felt exhausted and found an abandoned building, planning to rest. Just as they relaxed their guard, suddenly, the air around them seemed to freeze. Immediately, a low, rumbling roar came from afar, deafening, causing everyone's hearts to tighten, and they quickly became alert. "It's a second-tier monster. Prepare for battle!" Chening shouted, and everyone immediately got up, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to fight. The approaching monsters were three large turtle-like creatures, their hard shells shimmering with dazzling light under the sun, resembling polished bronze. They slowly crawled out from the shadows, their four sturdy legs firmly supporting them, and the air was filled with a distant pressure that made one's heart tighten involuntarily. "It's a second-tier longclaw turtle, its shell is comparable to B-grade alloy, and its defense is on par with second-tier mid-level. We must join forces." Lin Song's voice sounded particularly clear in the tense atmosphere. Chening instinctively tightened her grip on her spear, her expression becoming serious, clearly realizing the severity of this battle. Li Mengqi and the others also quickly prepared for combat. The claws of the long-clawed turtle are incredibly sharp, and its attack power should not be underestimated, while its heavy shell makes it even more challenging. Three long-clawed turtles stand side by side, and they must give their all to face the situation. "You all rest, let me handle this beast," Fang Chen said as he drew his battle knife, stretching his body while walking towards the three long-clawed turtles. "Fang Chen, be careful," Li Mingqi warned. Lin Song and Channing exchanged glances and stopped moving. They took this opportunity to observe Fang Chen's strength. The long-clawed turtle let out a low growl as Fang Chen approached, its massive body twisting like a moving hill as it charged at him. After decades of evolutionary changes, the long-clawed turtle was no longer an ordinary turtle. Its speed was dozens of times that of a regular turtle, quickly closing the distance between them. It opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp teeth, seemingly ready to tear Fang Chen apart, sending chills down his spine. Swish! A crisp and sharp blade light suddenly flashed, drawing a stunning arc in the sunlight, striking directly at the long-clawed turtle's vital point. As the blade light passed, the three long-clawed turtles froze in place, seemingly unable to react in time. Then, their bodies split in half along the trajectory of the blade light, the shells emitting a chilling shattering sound, the hard exterior crumbling like fragile porcelain, utterly defenseless. Bright red blood splattered out along with the fragments of the shell, making the scene particularly gruesome. The massive body of the long-clawed turtle fell without resistance, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, making the atmosphere feel increasingly heavy due to this sudden change. One strike. Just one strike. As the sound of the shattered shell echoed in the air, Lin Song, Chuning, and Lu Shanshan couldn't help but gasp in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They stared at the collapsed shell on the ground, unable to comprehend. The shells of the three long-clawed turtles are so hard, yet they couldn't withstand even a single strike. What kind of power and martial skill is this? Lin Song murmured, a strong sense of awe for Fang Chen rising in his heart. The defense of a second-tier long-clawed turtle is close to B-grade alloy, enough to deter ordinary warriors. Yet, the scene before him completely shattered his previous understanding. He had heard that Fang Chen could slay third-tier beasts and thought there was an element of exaggeration. Now it seemed he had underestimated him. Chen Ying's face showed excitement as she speculated about Fang Chen's strength. Fang Chen was a first-tier advanced, yet he displayed the strength of a second-tier intermediate. She was on the verge of breaking through to first-tier advanced, and even her full-strength strike could barely reach 1/10 of that blow. This is not just about power and martial skill, it's also about rich combat experience, she whispered, her eyes glimmering with conviction and anticipation. Even if they were given another year, they would find it hard to achieve such a feat. Thinking of this, a desire for challenge surged within her. But she quickly suppressed that desire. With her current strength, challenging Fang Chen was not worth his effort. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Mingqi and the others finally reacted, letting out a helpless sigh. Even though they were used to it, they still couldn't bear Fang Chen's rapid progress. Fang Chen cut off the useful parts of the long-clawed turtle's corpse and stored them in his spatial ring. Certain parts of the beast's body could not only be sold for money but also used for alchemy. Such good things should not be wasted. Returning to the group, he looked around at the others and said, "Next, you will handle first-tier beasts, and I will take care of the second-tier ones. Let's speed up the reconnaissance." He needed to quickly familiarize himself with the terrain and understand the distribution of the beasts, making it easier to score points in future hunts. "No problem," Lin Song and the others replied. After a rest, the group set off again. After Fang Chen displayed his strength, everyone no longer acted cautiously and increased their speed. The vast wilderness unfolded before them, and as they advanced, first-tier demon beasts turned to ashes under the swords of Lin Song and the others. Second-tier demon beasts were easily slain by Fang Chen, as if they were mere chives being cut. Along the way, various demon beasts became prey without any suspense, as if they had lost their ability to resist. As the sky gradually darkened, the surrounding scenery was shrouded in night, becoming increasingly hazy. At 8 o'clock in the evening, they finally found an abandoned building, its thick walls and rusted iron doors revealing the passage of time. They stopped here, deciding to rest. Li Mingqi and the others could hardly resist the encroaching fatigue, walking in a daze into the building and randomly choosing a corner to sit down. Nearby, Lin Song, Chuning, and Lu Shanshan also found a place to sit, their breathing gradually stabilizing, but fatigue was evident on their faces. After a day of rushing and fighting, they were all exhausted, lacking the previous energy. However, Fang Chen appeared lively, seemingly oblivious to any signs of fatigue. The others looked at him, secretly amazed. What kind of freak is this, to have no sign of tiredness after a day of rushing? Everyone took out the food they had prepared from their spatial rings to replenish their energy. Fang Chen pulled out a braised demon beast leg that Guan Ning had bought for him, and a rich aroma instantly filled the air, making mouths water. The moment he bit into it, the succulent meat and the unique flavor of the spices intertwined, bringing him great satisfaction. Seeing Fang Chen enjoying his meal, Lin Song handed him a bottle of soda and asked, "Cliche's powerful, we have no chance. Will you win this time?" Fang Chen suddenly choked on his food. This topic immediately piqued the interest of Chuning and Lu Shanshan, who asked in unison, "Will you win?" Li Mingqi and the others also cast their gazes over. "You guys are really trying to get me killed." Fang Chen replied, "Let's just eat. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight." After some discussion, the team finally established the watch schedule, with Fang Chen becoming the first to keep watch. The surroundings were quiet, with only the occasional sound of the wind and insects. The night sky was dotted with stars, twinkling with enchanting light, like brilliant gems embedded in the deep blue canvas above. Fang Chen remained vigilant while rubbing his hands together to create fire. "Fang Chen, what are you doing?" Li Mingqi asked. "I'm restocking." The next morning, Fang Chen and the others woke up, had a simple breakfast, and continued on their journey. As their pace quickened, a strong smell of the sea wafted through the air. They were getting closer to the shore. However, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. The coastal ecosystem was rich and diverse, and the level of demon beasts gradually increased as they approached, most of which were water-type demon beasts. Those that had lived in the ocean for generations had evolved to not only thrive in water but also to run freely on land. Fang Chen observed that the surrounding demon beasts included crustaceans like crabs, with hard shells and pincers as sharp as iron claws. There were also colorful fish that, although they had left the water, could survive on land for several hours. Not far away, crawling demon beasts resembling giant lizards were full of aggression. "Take this." Behind a hidden abandoned building, Fang Chen handed some concealment powder to the others. "Sprinkle this on yourselves to mask your scent." Lu Shanshan took it and exclaimed, "Is this the concealment powder?" Chening asked in confusion, "Concealment powder? Why does that sound so familiar? Don't you remember? Last time my grandfather came to Kyoto, he said the new potion Fang Chen refined couldn't be detected by fifth-tier demon beasts." Chening, Li Mingqi, and the others knew that Fang Chen could refine medicine, so they weren't too surprised. However, Lin Song was unaware. He never expected Fang Chen to have this skill, especially since the potion was only second tier. This is seriously overpowered. After the group sprinkled the potion on themselves, they set off again. To avoid detection by second tier and above demon beasts, Fang Chen and the others noticeably slowed their pace. The closer they got to the coast, the more second tier and above demon beasts there were, so they had to be even more cautious. They moved near the seaside, trying to stay close to hidden places to avoid direct contact with those powerful demon beasts. The entire afternoon, they carefully observed the movements of the demon beasts, recording their distribution locations and routes. Until dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the ground. Fang Chen and the others officially concluded today's exploration. "Let's leave this area now and find a safe place to rest." After some discussion, the team decided to head southwest, away from the coast. After a whole day of exploration, Fang Chen had roughly figured out the environment and the distribution of the demon beasts here, knowing where to escape in case of danger, preparing to part ways with a few people tomorrow and officially start hunting demons. At this moment, he envied Cheng Hongyi. Being able to fly and scout from the air would save a lot of time. The group rushed southwest, passing through several abandoned buildings, the air filled with a damp and decayed smell. Just then, Li Mingqi and Qi Wan suddenly froze, instinctively stopping in their tracks. "Wait a moment," they shouted. The group halted and followed the gaze of the two women. A kilometer away, two snake-like demon beasts were fiercely battling, the scene overwhelming, as if a storm was brewing with the scent of slaughter. The two demon beasts belonged to the same species, their bodies covered in light blue scales, shining brilliantly even in the dusk. One of the snake-like demon beasts had a fierce posture, its sinuous body moving like waves in the ocean, emitting a low growl when attacking. The other had faintly glowing scales on its abdomen, giving off an extremely ferocious feeling, with each attack carrying a chilling aura. In the battle, both demon beasts quickly twisted their bodies, aiming for each other's necks. However, in this contest of speed and strength, one of the demon beasts soon appeared to be at a disadvantage, while the other's attacks were like a torrential storm, continuously eroding its defenses. Crack! A loud sound echoed. The weaker one was heavily struck, falling to the ground, its scales shattered, blood splattering. In its last moments, it desperately twisted its body, trying to counterattack. Nevertheless, the red demon beast's offensive was as fierce as flames, giving it no chance to breathe. A fatal blow was approaching. That's a bone ice snake, a non-social demon beast. From the looks of the battle, both have reached the initial stage of the third tier. Chunning looked at Li Mingqi and Chi Wan in confusion. You two stopped. Does this bone ice snake have any use for you? Chi Wan nodded, her expression serious. There's someone on the forum of Shanhawuda offering 15,000 credits to buy the snake gall of a third-tier bone ice snake. We want to wait for a chance to pick it up. The others exchanged glances, not refusing. At this moment, they had already left the danger zone, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered by demon beasts. Moreover, being able to pick up 15,000 credits was too good an opportunity to pass up. Wait another 10 minutes, that bone ice snake on the ground will definitely die, Li Mingqi said seriously. No need to be so troublesome. At this time, Fang Chen took out the battle knife, Ranyun, the blade shimmering with a cold light. You all wait for me here. After he finished speaking, without hesitation, he used the shadow step technique and instantly disappeared from his spot, rushing towards the two bone ice snakes that were locked in battle. When the victorious bone ice snake noticed Fang Chen's figure, its massive body suddenly twisted and lunged at Fang Chen like lightning. It opened its huge mouth, exposing its fangs, intending to tear this intruder apart. However, Fang Chen had already anticipated all of this, and two little boys appeared in his hands. They emitted terrifying energy, causing the bone ice snake to instinctively sense a danger, and it stopped its massive body in shock. The intelligence of a third-tier demon beast meant they were no longer mindless beasts. The bone ice snake hurriedly turned to escape, not wanting to die here. At the same time, the already dying bone ice snake also sensed the urgency around it, struggling to twist its body in an attempt to escape. Want to leave? It's too late. Fang Chen sneered coldly, throwing the two little boys towards the two snakes. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere in the space suddenly became tense. Boom! With a deafening roar, the two little boys exploded simultaneously, and a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire battlefield. The flames spread like torn fabric, scattering outward, as fierce as the sun, lighting up every corner around. Accompanying the explosion was a deafening sound wave, forming a terrifying shockwave that stirred up a whirlwind, sweeping dust and debris, crashing against the surrounding dilapidated buildings, making them sway as if the entire space was trembling. The scorching flames immediately engulfed the two bone ice snakes, the fiery tongues raging, devouring them in an instant. The bone ice snakes let out a piercing scream, a blend of pain and despair, desperately writhing their bodies, but in such violent heat, there was no way to escape. This was created by Fang Chen. At the moment the little boys exploded in mid-air, Lin Song, Chen Ying, and others were stunned by the deafening explosion. This move has reached the third tier. Chen Ying's eyes widened like copper bells, her voice trembling, her face filled with incredulous shock. As she spoke, she covered her mouth with her hand, fearing she couldn't hide her inner excitement. Those two bone ice snakes had no chance to resist at all. They were simply like playthings in front of a strong person. As some rumors said, Fang Chen can hunt third-tier low-level monsters. Lin Song murmured in astonishment, his face full of shock. First, he killed 3 long-clawed turtles in one strike, and now he easily dealt with 2 bone ice snakes. Fang Chen seemed extremely relaxed. He couldn't imagine what state Fang Chen would be in at his peak. Chi Wan's eyes sparkled, her expression shifting from shock to fervor. Fang Chen is so cool. I've never seen such a powerful explosion. Shen Chang and Jiang Feng exchanged glances, feeling both happy and helpless. Their brother was getting stronger and stronger, and the gap between them was widening. At that moment, Li Mingqi thought of something and said, these 2 explosions seem to have come from that thing Fang Chen made last night. He said he was restocking. Could it be that he can use this kind of attack many times? As soon as Li Mingqi's words fell, everyone was once again stunned, their faces showing even more shock and disbelief. The destructive power brought by each explosion was simply chilling. If Fang Chen could indeed use this power frequently, the answer to the previous question was already clear. After suppressing the flames of the explosion and retrieving the bodies of the 2 bone ice snakes into his spatial ring, Fang Chen quickly returned to the group. Let's go! The explosion and the dazzling light had already attracted the attention of countless monsters. They had to leave quickly, or they would be surrounded by the monsters coming here. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately got up and quickened their pace to escape. During the escape, relying on the concealment powder, they avoided several batches of monsters' attention, as if they had turned into air, silent and quiet. After 2 hours of rushing through the intricate woods and streams, they finally found a relatively safe hiding place. After sprinkling concealment powder outside the building, they gained a rare moment of rest. The surroundings were quiet, only the gentle breeze brushed by, occasionally interrupted by a few bird calls, indicating that danger had receded. Leaning against the wall, they breathed heavily, their bodies gradually calming down. After ensuring there was no danger around, they took out food and water from their backpacks, devouring it hungrily, their parched throats finally relieved. The moment the food was swallowed, they felt a spark of life rejuvenating them, temporarily forgetting the tension and fatigue from before. After eating and drinking their fill, Fong-chan and the others briefly organized their map and began to rest. The next morning, the first rays of dawn quietly fell, and the horizon gradually glowed with golden light. The morning mist gently spread, like a thin veil covering the earth, revealing a hint of mystery. A group of people woke up, and after a simple meal, it was time to part ways. Fong-chen took out some concealment powder to give to a few of them, then handed the snake gallbladder to Li Mengqi and Shi Wan, specifically reminding them to protect their own safety. Although the two women were reluctant, they could only part ways. They, along with Jiang Feng and Shen Shang, all understood that Fong-chen could act independently in the next 2 days, which would be more efficient. The reason for being together was also to help them familiarize themselves with the environment. Fong-chen, see you in 13 days. The farewell words echoed in the air. See you in 13 days. Fong-chen turned around, gazing deeply at them, then resolutely turned and hurried towards the coastline. Li Mengqi and Shi Wan stood quietly in place, watching his figure gradually fade away, a wave of reluctance swelling in their hearts. Then we should leave too. After Lin Song, Chuning, and Lu Shanshan packed their belongings, they bid farewell to the four of Li Mengqi and waved goodbye. They had already discussed their action teams before the joint exam began. Lin Song and the others, whose strengths were similar, would leave after familiarizing themselves with the map. Li Mengqi and Shi Wan formed a team to hunt. Let's hurry and leave. We can't be left too far behind by Fong-chen. After parting ways with Li Mengqi and the others, Fong-chen accelerated and dashed through the abandoned buildings in dense jungles. The former prosperity had long been forgotten by time, with moss covering the crumbling walls, and trees growing wildly under the leaden sky. 2 hours later, Fong-chen returned to the vicinity of the coastline. He stood at a high point, scanning the land below. Within a range of several dozen kilometers, a large number of second-tier intermediate and above water-type monsters were gathered, with third-tier monsters being as common as catching fish. In the abandoned buildings, the figures of monsters could be seen wandering, lurking in the shadows, occasionally emitting low growls, declaring their territory. On the beach, various monsters swam in the water and crawled on the sand, like a colorful yet heart-pounding painting. Crustacean monsters, fish, and even large crawling turtles formed the ecological chain of this water area, as if they were all waiting for prey to arrive. A surge of excitement welled up in Fong-chen's heart. This is my battlefield. A firm smile appeared on his lips as he gripped the battle knife in his hand, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. After the reconnaissance of the past 2 days, he had already planned various escape routes, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Fong-chen took a deep breath, activated the within him, feeling the hot power circulating in his body, invigorating him. Now, he was ready to hunt to his heart's content. Fong-chen silently rushed towards a gathering point of second-tier intermediate monsters, the night spirit crab. Taking advantage of the fact that 2 of them had not yet reacted, Fong-chen struck with his knife. The next moment, a low roar shattered the silence as a night spirit crab discovered him. The sharp crab claw whipped up a gust of wind, charging straight at Fong-chen. Fong-chen quickly adjusted his direction, exerting force under his feet, and instantly dashed towards the monster. His battle knife was like a flash of lightning, drawing a beautiful arc under the sunlight, piercing towards the shrimp monster's vital point. Just as the tip of the knife was about to make contact, erupted violently, enveloped in dazzling flames, transforming into a surge of fervent power, instantly wrapping around the battle knife, forming a circle of raging fire. The knife surged like a rainbow, the flames swelling, instantly tearing apart the charging night spirit crab, blood splattering in the air, dazzling and piercing. 5 days later, in a jungle outside a water pool in the central area of the city, Shuan, He Yangjie, and 3 other members of Class 6 were closely watching the center of the pool. The lake's surface shimmered, and beneath the water lurked 3 second-tier beginner longclaw turtles. Zhuan lowered his voice, his gaze firm. Lao He will be the main attackers, while Wang He and Li Ling will provide support. Zhao Jiang, you need to stay alert and ensure our safety. Are you ready? Everyone in the team felt the urgency, and Yangjia nodded, his eyes shining with fighting spirit, joining the other three in saying, "Ready. Then let's get moving." With a command, Zhu Wen and Yangjia quickly launched into action, coordinating seamlessly as they approached the three Longclaw turtles with rapid speed. The atmosphere in the team was tense, like a tightly strung bow, with each of the four having clear roles, unleashing their abilities to catch the Longclaw turtles off guard. Wang He and Li Ling, positioned at the back, worked in harmony, each releasing their powers, creating ripples on the lake's surface. However, to their surprise, the toughness of the Longclaw turtles' shells far exceeded their expectations. Their attacks only left shallow scratches on the hard exterior, failing to inflict any substantial damage. As time ticked away, anxiety grew within the four. They had already expended considerable energy, while the Longclaw turtles appeared unscathed and even began to counterattack. The claws on the turtles' shells were as sharp as pincers, striking at them with a fierce wind. Zhu Wen stumbled, nearly being knocked over. In the moments that followed, the attacks from the Longclaw turtles intensified, and the four began to feel an unsettling pressure. "Quick, everyone concentrate your fire." Zhu Wen felt a surge of unwillingness. Before he could finish speaking, he sensed the situation spiraling out of control. At that moment, although he was reluctant to retreat, the repeated attacks from the Longclaw turtles were rapidly depleting their energy reserves. Just as he was about to shout the order for everyone to fall back, a blade of light suddenly sliced through the air before him. Transparent flames intertwined with deep blue flames, like a meteor streaking across the sky, severing a small portion of the three Longclaw turtles' bodies in an instant. Where the blade passed, a chilling wind followed, sending ripples across the water's surface. The lake was instantly stained red with the turtles' blood, the bright red liquid glistening under the sunlight, and the three Longclaw turtles let out painful howls, seemingly struggling with their last ounce of strength. "What's going on?" Zhu Wen exclaimed, looking up just in time to see a tall figure rushing over from the opposite shore of the lake, exuding an imposing presence. The five immediately recognized this person. Yangjia felt a stir in his heart and called out, "Chenggu, these three beasts are left to you," Feng Chen said without pausing, leaving behind a single sentence before hurriedly departing. Having just blown up a low-level third-tier beast, he had attracted the attention of other beasts. He was quickly fleeing, on his way to the next location, while also helping a familiar face with a strike. This strike turned the nearly collapsing battle situation for Zhu Wen around in an instant. "Chenggu, thank you," the five shouted, but Feng Chen had already gone far away. "Stop shouting, let's get to work." Zhu Wen and the others quickly reacted, surrounding the Longclaw turtles before they could recover, mercilessly delivering finishing blows. Each strike was precise and powerful, accompanied by the harsh sound of metal clashing, and in a matter of moments, the three Longclaw turtles were slain, their blood staining the lake's surface. At that moment, not far away in the jungle, a few onlookers finally reacted. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. "What the hell? Who just did that with one strike?" One person stammered, eyes flashing with fear and awe. "One strike to injure three Longclaw turtles? No, this person deliberately held back to let them finish the job. Even Lin Song couldn't do that with one strike. I heard them call him Chenggu, could it be Feng Chen? No doubt about it, this must be Feng Chen's doing, he's so damn strong. After the big exam, his score is going to be off the charts." On the other side, Feng Chen continued his sprint, still not having reached the next location. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his gaze drawn to a blood shadow leopard 1,000 meters away, which could be judged to be a second-tier high-level beast by its length. The blood shadow leopard was fiercely tearing into its prey, the bright red blood glistening under the sunlight. Feng Chen slowly drew out the burning cloud battle blade, his expression becoming serious, the blade shimmering with a cold light in the sun. More than a month ago, he could not have slain a second-tier high-level beast without relying on the little boy. But now, after a month of improvement, he wanted to see to what extent he had reached. Feng Chen made a decision, gripping the burning cloud tightly, stepping out from the jungle, exposing himself to the blood shadow leopard's line of sight. In an instant, the blood shadow leopard sensed the threat, quickly turning around, its massive jaws opening wide, revealing sharp teeth, letting out a low growl at Feng Chen. At that moment, a layer of blazing golden flames covered Feng Chen's entire body, as if he had transformed into a fiery war god in an instant. His black hair, as if baptized by flames, instantly turned a dazzling blood red. Flames surged around him, a hot current permeated the air, and one could even hear the faint sound of surrounding plants burning due to the high temperature. At this moment, he exuded a strong aura, like a fierce beast in the flames, making one's heart race. The blazing flame melting body technique, 5th level. Feng Chen used the shadow step, instantly disappearing from his original position, rushing towards the blood shadow leopard at breakneck speed, becoming a blur. The battle had begun. The blood shadow leopard, feeling provoked, did not hesitate to swipe its claws, leaving behind an afterimage as it swiftly pounced towards Fang Chen. Its speed ranked among the top among beasts of the same level, much faster than Fang Chen, almost impossible to react to. Fang Chen only felt a blur in front of him, and the blood shadow leopard was already before him, like a sharp blade, its edge menacing. Battle experience made Fang Chen raise the Burning Cloud battle blade without hesitation to counter. The blood shadow leopard's claws, filled with intense killing intent, sliced through the air like black lightning, crashing down on the battle blade with a thunderous sound. The claws had reached the strength of B-grade alloy, incredibly tough. The collision produced intense sparks. Fang Chen felt a tremendous force hit him, and his instantly tensed nerves prompted him to swing the blade fiercely, using that force to retreat 20 meters, quickly escaping the danger zone. The blood shadow leopard, though, only retreated 5 meters, not fully deterred. Fang Chen quickly unleashed two types of, the transparent and deep blue flames swirling in his hands. The fallen heart flame transformed into a lava giant python, its body covered in flowing lava, like dark red magma boiling, with intense heat continuously surging from it. The sea heart flame transformed into a vast wave, the waves layered like brocade, shimmering with a blue sheen, rolling in the air, as if it could devour everything. The combination of these two flames instantly formed a dazzling cage, sealing off the space of several dozen meters, causing the heat within to rise higher and higher. Accompanied by a fierce wind and terrifying roars, it was blinding, as if the fires of hell had descended. The blood shadow leopard instinctively wanted to escape this cage. As soon as it moved, the beast's instincts drove it to retreat over 10 meters. Just where it had just stood, a concentrated flame bullet shot in like a meteor. With a loud bang, it instantly created a deep pit in the ground, the splattered dirt and debris flying everywhere, echoing the brutal remnants of an ancient battlefield. That vibrant flame instantly turned into a wave of heat, radiating outward, causing ripples in the air. Flame-devouring finger. Damn it, it actually dodged. Fang Chen clicked his tongue. At that moment, the condensed fallen heart flame and sea heart flame firmly trapped the blood shadow leopard within, as if the entire world had become extraordinary in the dance of flames, ready to burn everything around to ashes. The blood shadow leopard was completely enraged, its fur standing on end, bloodshot eyes rolling, as if burning with endless fury and killing intent. It gathered all its strength and swiftly pounced on Fang Chen, like a gust of wind, wanting to tear him apart in the final moment and then escape this deadly hell. In an instant, Fang Chen threw himself wholeheartedly into the fight, the condensed, strange fire, leaping to surround the blood shadow leopard. The burning cloud in Fang Chen's hand rolled like a sea of fire, tearing the sky apart, the scorching might approaching, as if the very heavens and earth changed color in that moment. The Burning Annihilation Blade Record, 7th level. The burning cloud in Fang Chen's hand swirled with flames. Clearly just one strike, yet it seemed to transform into countless blades, the shadows of the blades intertwining and dancing in the sky. As the blade light swept across, the blade shadows merged into one, and the space seemed to freeze for an instant, with only the scorching air traced by the blade still swirling in a tangible path, bringing endless residual heat. Bang! The blood shadow leopard, which had been in midair, fell to the ground, its body scorched beyond recognition by the strange fire, which wrapped around it like an invisible chain. Its fur burned wildly under the assault of the flames, the bright red blood and black fur intertwining to create a scene of horror. The blood shadow leopard tried to struggle, attempting to use its claws to fend off the merciless flames, but in the next moment, it collapsed to the ground. Its disfigured body was like shattered porcelain, split in two, blood splattering everywhere, staining the ground. The battle ended, and silence instantly enveloped the entire space, with only the flames still swirling wantonly, radiating residual warmth, casting Fang Chen's figure in a more resolute and calm light. Fang Chen released the blazing body technique, retrieved his battle knife, and glanced faintly at the corpse of the blood shadow leopard. At this moment, he had a comprehensive understanding of his own strength, using 4S rank martial techniques could contend with and slay a second-tier high-level beast. If he used the Great Sunflame Prison, he could barely exchange a few blows with a third-tier beginner. But just a few blows. With this knowledge in mind, Fang Chen did not linger and continued on his way. Time flew by, and it was the last day of the joint examination. The cold winter wind howled past, and the temperature gradually dropped to freezing point. The entire wilderness along the city was covered in thick snow, transforming the surroundings into a vast white world, as if even time had come to a standstill in this endless whiteness. Snowflakes danced gently like goose feathers, falling in a flurry, covering the withered grass and bare branches, adding a touch of tranquility and cold beauty to the desolate scene. In this tranquil moment, a second-tier high-level black crystal snake quietly slithered out from the thick snow, its cold vertical pupils like two pieces of obsidian, cruel yet cunning, greedily surveying this sun-deprived, lifeless world. Its body twisted like a ghost in the snow, light and silent, as if it were a hunter in the night, stealthily approaching its prey. When the black crystal snake's gaze locked onto a rock bull slowly moving through the snow, its vertical pupils filled with excitement. The rock bull's massive body trudged through the snow with difficulty, completely unaware. The black crystal snake slowly probed into the snow layer, the heavy snow making almost no sound. It gradually drew closer, waiting for the perfect moment. As the distance closed, the black crystal snake's body tightened like a drawn bowstring, a threatening aura permeating the air. At that moment, the black crystal snake was poised to strike, suddenly bursting forth from the snow, revealing its sharp fangs, charging towards the rock bull, wanting to tear its flesh apart with its vicious mouth. However, the arrival of despair and destruction was swift and merciless. A blade of light mixed with scorching flames instantly shattered the silence, like a terrifying lightning strike. The blade was astonishingly precise, and the black crystal snake's head was almost severed in an instant, blood gushing out, intertwining with the flames, creating a horrifying scene. At the same time, the rock bull was also struck by the blade light. One strike, 2 kills. The immense force tore its body apart, bright red blood instantly dyeing the white snow a vivid crimson, glaring and shocking. The surrounding snow was stained with blood in that moment, the blood flowing along the patterns of the snow. As the light of the blade dissipated, silence once again enveloped the snowy wilderness, and the air seemed to freeze time. Fatally, a tall figure emerged from behind the trees, his build long and sturdy, his expression resolute, and his eyes exuding a sense of calm and composure. He slowly walked towards the 2 dead demon beasts, the sound of crushed twigs and leaves underfoot echoing in the stillness. With each step he took, the warmth radiating from him contrasted sharply with the cold environment, instantly melting the snow around him, and the rising steam spread out beside him, his body temperature clashing with the icy expanse. Each of his steps appeared steady and powerful, as if declaring his undeniable presence. On the snow, the corpses of the demon beasts lay quietly, their bright red blood stark against the white snow. Fang Chen's gaze swept over the demon beasts, a flicker of contemplation and scrutiny in his eyes. With a few swift cuts, he severed the usable parts of the demon beasts and stored them in his spatial ring. Time to head back. Fang Chen glanced at the time. It was 11 in the morning. He was near the coastal line of the city, and if he hurried back, he could return to the building complex by 6 in the afternoon, before the joint examination ended. Fang Chen clenched his fist, feeling the power emanating from his palm, closed his eyes, and observed the aura radiating from his body. After 15 days of hunting and fighting, his strength had significantly improved. He could clearly sense that he had touched the bottleneck, getting closer to the initial stage of the second tier. It felt as if there was a thin membrane separating him, and a gentle touch would break it. In just a few days, he would be able to break through to the second tier. The path of a martial artist was fraught with difficulties, each breakthrough was a monumental challenge. For ordinary martial artists, most would remain at the 3rd or 4th tier, finding it hard to advance further. Even for those with strong talent, stepping into the 5th or 6th tier would require decades of cultivation. He was already on the verge of breaking through to the second tier in his first year of college, making him far ahead of his peers. It was worth noting that among all the students from the 4 top martial universities, he was the only one to break through to the advanced stage of the first tier, while the rest remained at the intermediate stage. Even in the decades-long history of martial artists in Hanxia, his speed was among the best. If he had awakened early like Cliche, he would probably be at the 3rd or 4th tier by now. Fang Chen glanced at the monitoring equipment. This watch was different from the one used during the martial examination, as it could only monitor and transmit data to the back end, preventing him from checking how many points he had earned. If he knew how many demon beasts he had slain, he could calculate it. Unfortunately, he had killed too many to remember. During this time, Fang Chen's hunting process had become increasingly swift, with both his strength and experience reaching a new level, even more formidable than when he hunted the Blood Shadow Leopard. But it was not without its challenges. 3 days ago, he was quietly waiting for prey near the coastline, using the concealment powder in his hand to stealthily approach a junior tier 3 turtle-like demon beast. Just as he was about to strike, a chilling killing intent suddenly surged towards him. A senior tier 3 ferocious wolf appeared out of nowhere, its body covered in black fur, its eyes flashing with a fierce light. Caught off guard, his combat suit was torn by the wolf's sharp claws, bringing with it a wave of bone-chilling fear and pain. Realizing the danger, he instantly activated the shadow step, combining it with his combat boots, and fled towards the coast at an incredible speed. The ferocious wolf would not let him escape easily, it followed closely behind him like a shadow. To get away, he had to keep throwing small boys, quickly tossing one after another, accompanied by deafening explosions, flames instantly engulfing the surrounding air, using powerful firepower to block the wolf's pursuit. The sound of explosions echoed in his ears, flames and smoke intertwining, widening the distance between him and the wolf. In the end, after exhausting most of the small boys, he managed to escape the wolf's chase and found a concealed rocky shelter to hide. This experience was the most thrilling of his fighting career, fraught with danger, making him almost unable to resist crushing the life-saving jade pendant. Now, thinking back on it, the low growl of the wolves and the echoes of the explosions still resonate in his ears. Hurry up, if we don't leave now, we'll be late. Fang Chen's steps were like sharp blades, his figure moving swiftly through the swirling white snow. Accompanied by the gentle dance of the snowflakes, it seemed as if he maintained a thread of tranquility and harmony with the entire world. As the distance grew, Fang Chen's figure was gradually swallowed by the white snow, as if transforming into a lively phantom, disappearing into the endless expanse of snow. In the square outside the building complex, it was unusually lively at this moment, yet there was a hint of a heavy atmosphere. Thousands of students gathered here, their eyes filled with fatigue and determination. After 15 days of life and death battles, many wore battle uniforms that were already tattered, revealing scarred skin, their faces smeared with dust and blood, their breaths mixed with the strong scent of post-battle. Their scores had long been calculated, yet they did not leave, all wanting to see the final rankings of this joint examination. Damn it, if it weren't for being targeted by a second-tier high-level beast, I wouldn't have only scored 9,400. This joint examination tests not only talent but also practical experience. What good is it to say this now? Sigh, I have no chance for the top 50, might as well wait for the final ranking. Dude, you're outside the top 1,000 now, and you still want the top 50? In the center of the square stood a machine for calculating scores. Students only needed to place their monitoring wristbands into the device, which would calculate their credits through the recorded footage. Next to the machine was a large screen displaying the current score rankings. First place, Lin Song, Kyoto Martial University, 50,680 points. Second place, Chen Ing, Kyoto Martial University, 50,400 points. Third place, Jiang Qinghe, Shanghai Martial University, 50,200 points. Fourth place, Gong Qi, Military Defense Martial University, 50,100 points. Fifth place, Suyu, Shanghai Martial University, 49,900 points. 12th place, Yang Lu, Modu Martial University, 47,700 points. 18th place, Lu Feng, Modu Martial University, 46,300 points. Damn it, not a single person from our Modu Martial University in the top 10. Don't worry, Chenggu and Cheng Hongyi haven't come back yet. Who knows how many points Cliche will get. Hey, I remember Lu Feng was 18th during the martial examination. How come after so long, he's still 18th? This statement directly caused Lu Feng to feel despondent, angrily berating himself for taking the wrong path and making no progress at all. He didn't even dare to look back at the entrance of the square, because Xiao Jun was glaring at him there. It's over, going back will definitely mean a beating. At the entrance of the square, the heads of the 4 schools and the building complex manager Wang Che gathered together, discussing the score rankings of this examination. Lin Song is still as formidable as ever. What surprised me the most is Chen Ing, a psychic talent, yet her physical strength is so formidable. Hey, I don't know if you all noticed. Zhuang Hui stared at the score rankings, his thick brows furrowed tightly. Although Modu Martial University doesn't have many in the top 20, we have the most people in the 30s to 50s, even 3 more than you Kyoto. Upon this reminder, the others noticed the issue. Oh, right. Zhong Liangkai and Zhuang Hui exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled. They were all aware of the enrollment situation from a few months ago. Because Fang Chen was snatched away, they had intensified their recruitment of other top talent students. They had besieged Modu Martial University. Given this situation, Modu Martial University should have the least number of students in the top 50. But the current situation was completely the opposite. Including Fang Chen and Cheng Hongyi, the number of people from Magic City Martial University is the highest among the 4 schools. Hey, and there's this Yang Lu, I remember she ranked 26th in the martial arts exam, and now she's actually 12th. Not just that, look at the rankings from 51 to 500. Magic City Martial University actually has so many people on the list, this doesn't seem right. The few of them were even more confused. Zhuang Hui shouted at Xiao Jun, who was staring at the playground, Old Xiao, what's going on with your school? This shout brought Xiao Jun back. Just now, he had been glaring at Lu Feng. He had already noticed the situation that Zhuang Hui and the others were talking about. With the help of the Burning Heaven Refining Qi Tower, the strength of the first-year students at Magic City Martial University had significantly improved. Especially Yang Lu, who jumped straight to 12th place. As her master, he was genuinely happy. But when he saw Lu Feng's ranking, his good mood shattered instantly. 18th in the martial arts exam, still 18th, with no progress at all. What on earth has this brat been practicing? He was preparing to go back and give this guy a good talking to. What else could it be? Of course, it's because our Magic City Martial University has good teaching quality, Xiao Jun replied. Clearly, Zhuang Hui and the others still didn't know about the existence of the Burning Heaven Refining Qi Tower, so he took a moment to revel in his triumph. Damn it, you actually kept this from us. Seeing that Xiao Jun was being evasive, Zhuang Hui and the others stopped trying to pry information from him and directly called someone from their own school to explain the situation here and asked them to find out the reason. Soon, they received information about the Burning Heaven Refining Qi Tower. After looking at it, all four of them widened their eyes in shock. This tower can actually accelerate cultivation? And it was created by Feng Chen? No, what other secrets does Feng Chen have that we don't know about? The smile that had been hanging on Zhong Liang's face disappeared. He now recalled the scene from the day of the special recruitment. That kid Feng Chen definitely had some tricks up his sleeve. This is too overpowered. Knowing you have this thing, what's the point of the joint exam? Zhuang Hui said bluntly. Hong Zui remained silent, but his brows were furrowed. They never expected that Feng Chen alone could influence the entire situation of the joint exam. Magic City Martial University is really on a roll, Chening muttered as she surveyed the leaderboard in the center of the square. Lu Shanshan nodded in response. Why does it feel like the overall strength of Magic City Martial University has been elevated? I feel that way too, Chening said, looking at Lin Song beside her. From the rankings, Cheng Hongyi is very likely to surpass you. To this, Lin Sang smiled indifferently. If he surpasses me, then I'll just work harder. Compared to that, I'm more concerned about how many points Feng Chen can score, and that cliche. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted excitedly, Cheng Hongyi is back, look at the sky. As soon as the words fell, thousands of eyes turned upward in unison, focusing on the sky. They saw Cheng Hongyi riding a sword, arriving above the center of the square, then diving down with a confident and flamboyant posture. Accompanied by the fluttering of his clothes in the breeze, he landed steadily beside the machine, instantly becoming the center of attention like a superhero from a movie. Under the gaze of thousands, Cheng Hongyi gently placed his monitoring wristwatch into the machine. The device began to read. 10 seconds later, with a crisp prompt sound, the small screen on the machine gradually lit up, and bright numbers flashed on the screen. Cheng Hongyi, 50,800 points. At the same time, the large screen beside it began to change. First place, Cheng Hongyi, Magic City Martial University, 50,800 points. Second place, Lin Song, Kyoto Martial University, 50,680 points. Third place, Chening, Kyoto Martial University, 50,400 points. Fourth place, Jiang Qinghe, Mountain River Martial University, 50,200 points. Fifth place, Gong Qi, Military Defense Martial University, 50,100 points. Wow, he actually scored higher than Lin Song. Finally, we have someone from Magic City Martial University in the top 10. Why is the momentum of Magic City Wu University so strong this year? The crowd on the playground exclaimed, which made Cheng Hongyi feel refreshed, affirming himself in his heart. I am worthy of the name Out Yen. Seeing this scene, Lin Sung smiled wryly. It seems I need to work harder. Xiao Jun felt a surge of pride and joy upon seeing Cheng Hongyi's score. Any unpleasant moments Cheng Hongyi had brought him vanished like smoke. He excitedly patted Zhuang Hui on the shoulder. Did you see that, my disciple, now in first place? Zhuang Hui hurriedly pushed his hand away, twisting his sore shoulder. We're still a realm apart, don't slap around here. Zhang Liangkai, I wonder how many points Feng Chen and Click will get. Hong Zui, there are only 40 minutes left until the joint exam ends. They should be arriving soon. At that moment, he suddenly looked towards a small hill outside the square, where a middle-aged man resembling someone from the Europa region suddenly appeared, gazing far into the northeast direction. Xiao Jun and the others noticed at the same time. Zhong Liangkai, it seems Click is about to arrive. This person was named Luca Ramsey, a fifth-tier powerhouse, and Click's bodyguard, who rarely appeared in front of outsiders. He had been secretly protecting Click during the joint exam to prevent any harm from coming to him. His return here indicated that Click was not far from the square. Sure enough, after a few more students returned, Click appeared before everyone. It's Click, he's back. I met him once before, he killed 2 second-tier low-level bone ice snakes with a single strike, he's too strong. It seems the first place is about to change hands again. Click glanced impatiently at the people in the square, as if looking at buzzing flies, his eyes revealing disdain and disgust. He walked to the instrument and casually tossed the monitoring wristwatch into the device's slot. It began to read. The surrounding people quieted down, their gazes fixed tightly on the instrument's screen, as if the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Cheng Hongyi and Lin Song furrowed their brows, holding their breath, their eyes locked on the instrument. The tense atmosphere made the sounds around them seem distant, as if time had frozen at that moment. The 10 seconds felt long and torturous. Finally, the screen lit up. Boren click, 320,460 points. At the same time, the large screen beside it began to change. First place, Boren click, Magic City Wu University, 320,460 points. Second place, Chunghongi, Magic City Wu University, 50,800 points. Third place, Lin Son, Kyoto Wu University, 50,680 points. Fourth place, Chening, Kyoto Wu University, 50,400 points. Fifth place, Zhangqingha, Magic City Wu University, 50,200 points. As Click's score instantly lit up on the screen, the entire square fell into a dead silence, as if time had frozen again. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes revealing shock and unwillingness, their emotions surging like a storm. Click's high and mighty smile seemed to pierce through their hopes, and everyone stared incredulously at the flickering numbers. He had nearly 270,000 points more than the second-place Chunghongi. Several minutes later, the crowd finally regained their composure from the shock. 200,000, such a high score has never appeared in the joint exam in the past decade. I only have over 30,000 points, the gap is too big. How could such a score possibly lose? Even Chen Gu can't win. Click's terrifying score was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at the hearts of everyone present, instantly turning their expectations to dust. The hope and confidence they had in Fong Chen evaporated in that moment, replaced by endless despair. A score of 320,000 was too terrifying. The once fervent discussions turned into silence, even whispers felt powerless. Chunghongi, Lin Son, Chening, and the others watched the big screen, clenching their fists, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Cliche looked at the screen and scoffed disdainfully. At the entrance, Hong Zue and his three companions sighed helplessly. It seems the first place this time goes to Cliche. There's nothing we can do about it. Cliche's talent and level are beyond what Chunghongi and the others can contend with. Xiao Jun, do you really believe Fong Chen can surpass Cliche? Hong Zue couldn't help but ask. Xiao Jun stared at the screen, frowning, but his gaze remained resolute. I have always believed. Congratulations on winning first place, young Master Cliche. After verifying the scores, Luca Ramsey instantly appeared beside Cliche, congratulating him in the language of Europa. Cliche snorted coldly, don't compare me to these people, they aren't worthy. Yes. The two walked into a dim area, and Ramsey slowly took out a chair from his spatial ring and gently placed it on the ground. Cliche had already convinced himself that victory was in his grasp, arrogantly sitting down, the smile on his face growing increasingly brazen. He swung his legs, casually leaning back in the chair, his eyes sparkling with pride, as if savoring this moment of victory. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and his words dripped with mockery. I really want to see Fong Chen's unwilling expression right now. It must be quite spectacular. There are only 30 minutes left. Why hasn't Fong Chen returned yet? As time passed, the returning figures grew fewer. Li Mingqi searched among the crowd but could not catch sight of Fong Chen, a vague unease swelling in her heart like a tide. Don't worry, with Fong Chen's strength, nothing will happen. Zhang Feng patted his shiny bald head. That's right. Xin Sheng nodded. He has been active in the northeast, quite far from here, so he will naturally take longer to return. Li Mingqi and Shi Wan did not respond, continuing to gaze outside the square. Not just them, many other students also began to discuss as time dwindled. Damn, why hasn't Chen Gu come back yet? Our Wu University in Magic City is still waiting for him to secure a spot in the top 10. Could something have happened? What are you thinking? If something happened, Chen Gu would be fine. Hey, did you hear any explosions while hunting demons? Now that you mention it, I do remember hearing one from a distance 6 days ago. It kept exploding near the seaside, but I didn't dare to go closer. I encountered it too. I thought it was a battle between third-tier demon beasts and ran away in fright. Does anyone know who caused it? No idea, never saw it. Time ticked away, and the final 10 minutes quietly arrived, the tense atmosphere growing heavier. All students except Fong Chen had returned. Li Mingqi and Qiwan felt as if they were crushed under a giant rock, while Zhang Feng and Xinqing furrowed their brows in worry, exchanging glances that revealed a hint of anxiety. The surrounding students also began to fret. Cliche looked on disdainfully. In his view, the outcome was already decided, and it didn't matter whether Fong Chen returned or not. Of course, if he died outside, that would be even better. Just as the unease spread among the crowd, someone near the exit suddenly shouted, Fong Chen is back. This shout was like a shot of adrenaline, causing everyone to turn their heads, their gazes converging outside the square. They saw a tall figure walking slowly, his combat suit covered in scratches, his body smeared with blood, as if he had fought his way out of 1,000 troops. Upon seeing Fong Chen, Li Mingqi and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Jun felt the same. If Fong Chen didn't return soon, he would have to go out and look for him. What does it matter if he comes back? Cliche scoffed disdainfully. I swear, I really didn't mean to be the last one to show off. Fang Chen felt the gaze of the crowd upon him, a layer of goosebumps rising on his skin, wondering how Chung Honi had endured it. If at that moment someone had started clapping and said some encouraging words, he would have felt embarrassed to death. But soon, he realized that the enthusiasm in everyone's eyes had faded. When he reached the center of the square and saw the scoreboard on the screen, he understood. Cliche, 320,460 points. That's nearly 270,000 points more than Chung Honi, a truly astonishing number. I guess Chen Gu only has a little over 200,000. About what I thought, after all, Fang Chen is in second tier. It's too hard to surpass Cliche. Give Fang Chen another year or two, he will definitely surpass Cliche. It's just a pity it's not now. I wonder how many points I have. Under the gaze and whispers of thousands, Fang Chen carefully placed the monitoring wristwatch into the device. The atmosphere around suddenly tensed, anxiety and anticipation filled the air, people held their breath, and even the sound of their heartbeats seemed to become particularly clear. Li Mingqi's palms were slightly sweaty, so nervous she almost wanted to claw her palms, while Jiang Feng and Shen Qing frowned, their eyes flickering with unease. The 10 seconds felt incredibly long at this moment, each second felt like a century, suffocating. Some whispered discussions, some clenched their fists, almost everyone's gaze was fixed on the screen of the device, and every time they heard a slight noise from the device, their hearts tightened involuntarily, they could almost hear their own rapid breathing. What will the result be? Just as everyone was caught in this tangled emotion. Finally, with a soft sound, the device finished reading, the screen began to flicker, the air around instantly flowed, the tense atmosphere felt like a bomb about to explode, everyone held their breath, waiting for that moment to arrive. Fang Chen, 437,800 points. At the same time, the large screen beside began to change. First place, Fang Chen, Moduwuda, 437,800 points. Second place, Bowen Cliche, Shanhawuda, 320,460 points. Third place, Chung Honi, Moduwuda, 50,800 points. Fourth place, Lin Song, Kyoto Wuda, 50,680 points. Fifth place, Chening, Kyoto Wuda, 50,400 points. Boom! The moment the leaderboard updated, the square instantly fell into an unbelievable silence, as if even the air had solidified. Countless eyes turned towards the flickering score, many seemed to be in a dream, staring blankly at the screen, their eyes revealing incredible shock. Some even forgot to close their mouths. Someone's throat moved, their expression became dazed, and all that was left in their ears was the sound of their own heartbeat. Some suddenly grabbed the hand of the person next to them, as if confirming this was not an illusion. It felt as if the whole world was shocked by Fang Chen's score, with only the faint sound of the wind and heartbeats intertwining. 437,800 points. Am I dreaming? Is this real? No. It's not a dream, it's real. In an instant, the entire square exploded, cheers surged like waves, like the sea whipped up by a storm, sweeping everyone along. Some couldn't help but jump up, raising their fists and shouting, Chen Gu is awesome. 437,800 points. How many monsters did he have to kill for that? In front of Chen Gu, Cliche is nothing. Damn it, when we specially recruited Chen Gu, why couldn't our school give him more resources? Exactly. Who said before that Chen Gu couldn't do it? Step forward. Cheers, gasps, and congratulations intertwined. The entire square at that moment seemed to transform into a jubilant ocean. 43,000 credits, to obtain through hunting first or second tier low-level monsters. It can't be said to be exceptionally difficult, it can be said to be completely impossible. Even if given another 15 days, it wouldn't work. Such a massive amount of credits could only be obtained by slaying intermediate second tier monsters and above. This shows that Fang Chen has been fighting at a higher level all along, and the number of demon beasts he has slain is extraordinarily large. At this moment, all the first-year martial artists can see in their eyes is admiration and envy for Fang Chen. Li Mingqi and Qi Wan exchanged glances, filled with excitement and joy. They couldn't help but stretch out their arms and embrace each other tightly, their laughter almost overflowing, their cheeks flushed. At this moment, they had completely forgotten that they were excited for the same person. Sigh, we worried for him for nothing again. Jiang Feng and Xin Qing exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly together. 430,000, Fang Chen has already left us far behind. Chening, Lin Song, and Lu Shanchan looked at the exaggerated score, feeling a sense of helplessness arise in their hearts. Lin Song remained silent, his eyes revealing envy and admiration. They had witnessed Fang Chen blow up 2 bone ice snakes and knew his strength. Therefore, they held an uncertain view on whether Fang Chen would lose to Cliche. They just didn't expect that Fang Chen not only surpassed Cliche but also had an additional score of 110,000. It far exceeded their expectations. They understood that Fang Chen's rate of progress had already left them far behind. Chung Hongyi looked at the score of 400,000, thinking he had long since gotten used to it. But as soon as he replaced Fang Chen with himself in his mind, he felt a spasm, his whole body tingling. An unparalleled thrill blossomed in his heart. How I hate it, why isn't the one with 430,000 points me? 430,000 points. Hong Zue's voice echoed in the ears of the others, and the four of them looked at each other in surprise and disbelief. As already famous strong individuals, they had seen countless geniuses in numerous competitions but had never encountered an anomaly like Fang Chen. Achieving such a shocking score in the first half of the first year was truly jaw-dropping. Old Xiao, you really bet right this time. Zhong Liang couldn't help but sigh, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. He recalled the special recruitment from months ago. If only they had been willing to invest more resources to recruit Fang Chen. But there were so many if-onlys. Zhuang Hui and Hong Zue also felt waves of emotion, imagining what it would be like if Fang Chen were in their school. Seeing the expressions of the three, Xiao Jun felt a sense of pride, as if he were looking at his former self. To be honest, he had expected Fang Chen's score to be higher than Cliche, but not by more than 50,000 points. But he never expected Fang Chen to give him such a big surprise, exceeding him by 110,000 points. This made the corners of his mouth involuntarily curl up, unable to suppress it. I wasn't betting, I always believed in Fang Chen. Just then, a piercing roar shattered the atmosphere of surprise around them. This is impossible. This score must be fake. Cliche was seething with rage, his eyes bloodshot, like a furious beast. He crushed the armrest of his chair, stood up, and stared intently at the screen. As an SS-level genius, he had been the center of attention since childhood, always ranking first, never surpassed by his peers. Fang Chen's score was undoubtedly a desecration of his glory. How could a first-tier advanced individual possibly exceed him by 110,000 points? Ramsey beside him also found it hard to believe, his brows furrowed, the coldness and doubt on his face becoming more apparent. He coldly looked towards Xiao Jun and the others not far away. Dean Hong, I suspect Fang Chen's score, he is very likely cheating. Please pull up the surveillance video for verification. As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the square instantly erupted in anger, their fury boiling. Before they could shout in protest, the atmosphere in the square suddenly froze. The students felt a terrifying pressure surge from behind, as if a violent wind was sweeping in, suffocating them. They saw Xiao Jun emanating the powerful aura of a sixth-tier master, like a giant beast awakening. He slowly lifted off the ground, hovering in the air, looking down at Ramsey, his eyes flashing with a blood-red light. Do you want to die? His voice was deep and powerful, causing everyone in the square to involuntarily hold their breath. Ramsey and Cliche were questioning Fang Chen, which was tantamount to questioning the fairness of the Magic City Martial University. As the dean of the Magic City Martial University, he had always taken it upon himself to cultivate talent, but today he heard someone questioning the integrity and strength of his academy, igniting his anger. Xiao Jun's expression suddenly darkened, his brows furrowed, and his gaze was like a torch, as if he wanted to kill Ramsey with a single blow. This scene stirred immense excitement among the students. Asking if the other party wanted to die right off the bat was indeed a powerful social tactic. Feeling the pressure of Xiao Jun, a sixth-tier master like a mountain, Ramsey broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale. The arrogance he had before had long since vanished, replaced by deep unease and anxiety. He did not expect Xiao Jun to be so direct, and hurriedly shielded Cliche behind him, adjusting his tone to adopt a more peaceful attitude. Dean Xiao, Fang Chen's score is too exaggerated. It's really hard to believe. I'm just making a request, I hope you can agree. Ramsey was not a fool, this was not Europa, and he could no longer put on airs. If he angered this powerful dean in front of him, it would surely lead to irreparable consequences. Seeing that the pressure was about right, Hong Zue quickly flew to Xiao Jun's side and advised, Old Xiao, don't get angry. After all, Cliche was an exchange student, and he couldn't let anything really happen. Damn it, I actually have to play the bad cop. Xiao Jun glanced at Hong Zue but maintained his previous angry demeanor. I'll give you face this time, but if there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Jun snorted coldly and landed. Hong Zue landed as well, looking at Ramsey and Cliche. Huanxia and Europa have always had a friendly relationship. As guests, you naturally have the right to question, but remember the manner. Upon hearing this, Cliche was extremely displeased. Ramsey blocked him behind, responding in a gentle tone, I was a bit emotional earlier and may have offended you. Please don't hold it against everyone. Hong Zue nodded, in that case, let's pull up the surveillance footage. Saying this, he turned his gaze to Fang Chen, is that alright? Since you've brought it up, what else can I say? Fang Chen replied, of course. If it weren't for Hong Zue mediating, he wouldn't have bothered to respond. Seeing Fang Chen agree so readily, Ramsey had a very bad premonition. With Hong Zue's permission, several staff members quickly operated the equipment. A few seconds later, the large screen beside them lit up, and a dazzling image appeared before everyone. The footage started playing from the moment Fong Chen left the square. Li Mengqi, Lin Song, and others followed closely behind him, constantly rushing forward, with first-tier demon beasts occasionally springing out, but they were effortlessly slain one by Lin Song and the others. These scenes evoked memories for Lin Song and the others. Click scoffed disdainfully at this point. Trash hunting in a group. The footage accelerated. At that moment, Fong Chen made his first move. With astonishing speed, he swung his knife, striking 3 long-clawed turtles. In an instant, a strong attack sound echoed in the air, and the turtle shells cracked in response. The onlookers erupted in excitement, cheers surging like a tide, as if all their enthusiasm and anticipation were ignited at that moment. Wow, he killed 3 long-clawed turtles with one strike. This is a bit too impressive, right? I struggle to kill a mid-level first-tier demon beast now. Brother Chen, that's terrifying. At this point, Click's expression slightly changed. Fong Chen's effortless killing of 3 long-clawed turtles clearly exceeded his expectations. However, he wasn't too worried. He could achieve similar results using martial skills. The video continued to play. Fong Chen and the others continued on their journey, and Fong Chen hunted second-tier demon beasts as if he were chopping vegetables, until Li Mingqi spotted a bone ice snake. The 2 snakes fought, and Fong Chen stepped forward with 2 strikes. As the dull roar erupted, the scene was instantly enveloped in bright light, as if the world had frozen at that moment. The ground shattered, dust flew, and sparks scattered like fireworks, dazzling yet terrifying. The crowd from the 3 schools witnessed this scene, their eyes wide open, faces filled with shock and disbelief, their breaths nearly halted. They seemed to feel a heat wave rushing towards them, like an invisible giant wave, suffocating. Damn, what kind of ultimate move is this? It feels comparable to the 3rd tier. No need to feel, I experienced it during the freshman competition. It definitely reached the 3rd tier. This explosion sound is what we heard during the demon hunting before. It was actually created by Fong Chen. Wait, Fong Chen said he was stocking up. Could it be that he has a lot of these? What the hell? If this thing can be used continuously, then what would happen? Hiss. Now that you mention it, I remember the chain explosions I heard before. The people from the 3 schools were completely stunned by this move, while everyone from the Magic City Martial University seemed unfazed. Many girls looked enviously at Li Mengqi and Shi Wan, admiring how effortlessly they obtained the 3rd-tier demon beast's ice snake gallbladder and how close they were to Fong Chen. Shi Wan couldn't help but show a proud smile, while Li Mengqi remained as dignified as ever. Hong Zue and his 3 companions were equally shocked by Fong Chen's explosion. Is this Fong Chen's method of hunting 3rd-tier demon beasts? It was no secret that Fong Chen could hunt 3rd-tier demon beasts. They had already found out, but the specific methods were unclear. Now seeing it, they didn't expect it to be so simple. It ended with just 2 shots. Old Xiao, what kind of martial skill is this? Why have we never seen it before? Zhuang Hui asked. This is not a martial skill from our Magic City Martial University, but one created by Fong Chen himself. Created by himself? The 4 were stunned again. A high-level 1st tier unleashing a full-force strike of a low-level 3rd tier, this martial skill was even more formidable than SS-level martial skills. It turned out to be created by Fong Chen? At this moment, Zhang Liangkai and Zhuang Hui regretted not giving more resources back then. Truly a genius, an absolute genius, Hong Zue sighed from the heart. The video continued to play quickly. The following events unfolded just as everyone had imagined. Fong Chen simply bulldozed through, encountering low-level and mid-level 2nd-tier demon beasts, directly slashing, encountering high-level 2nd-tier and low-level 3rd-tier demon beasts, directly exploding, encountering 3rd-tier and above demon beasts, directly fleeing without a moment's pause, delivering goods during the day and restocking at night. It was a production line. In just a few days, countless low-level 3rd-tier demon beasts had died, and the sound of explosions was incessant, making everyone feel as if their ears were about to burst. Bang bang bang. It was like celebrating the new year. Brother Chen is truly making progress. Back during the freshman competition, he was still struggling. Now he's upgraded to pre-made moves. Damn, I can't even count the high-level 2nd tier and above demon beasts that have died. This is the first time I've seen pre-made ultimate moves. My eyes are almost blinded by the explosions. The video continued to advance, and on the 7th day, after casually injuring 3 long-claw turtles, Fong Chen encountered a blood shadow leopard. Initially thinking Fong Chen would continue to explode, he instead chose to fight. When Fong Chen unleashed his full power, slaying the blood shadow leopard with 2 types of flames, everyone was shocked again. 1, 2, 3, 4, Fong Chen used a total of 4 S-level martial skills. Are S-level martial skills really that worthless? I bought one, and my credits are gone. Let me tell you secretly, Brother Chen doesn't need to pay for S-level martial skills. If I'm not mistaken, that's the S-level burning annihilation blade technique, and that one is the blazing body refinement technique. Zhong Liangkai recognized Fang Chen's sword technique and body refinement method. These two S-level martial skills were well-known techniques from the Magic City Martial University, and their Kyoto Martial University had once wanted to trade for them but couldn't get them. Both techniques are divided into several levels, and even students with good talent need 7 to 8 months to cultivate them. Fang Chen had only been practicing for a few months, yet he had already mastered them. This made him regret once again. Zhuang Hui felt the same. In just a few months, for S-rank martial arts techniques, this speed is truly unmatched. The video continued to play at an accelerated speed, and when everyone saw Fang Chen being targeted by the third-tier advanced beast, the sinister wolf, their hearts leaped into their throats. Especially Li Mingqi and Qi Wan, tears were almost flowing. Fortunately, Fang Chen managed to escape disaster through continuous explosions. The video sped through, completing 15 days of content in just 4 hours. Everyone felt as if their eyes were about to shatter. Hong Zui looked at Ramsey, his tone calm. The recording is finished, do you have any other requests? No. None. Ramsey wore an awkward smile, not expecting Fang Chen's strength to far exceed his expectations, giving him a resounding slap in the face. Especially that explosive technique, he had never heard of it before. Since there are no more requests, the joint examination is hereby concluded. Hong Zui announced, all students will leave Yin City in 3 days. After the joint examination, there would be 2 to 3 days of free activity time for the students. This would help students build relationships and also allow them to team up to hunt monsters, returning to school to exchange for credits. As for the rankings, the joint examination did not explicitly state the competition among the 4 schools, so it would not be announced. But everyone already had the answer in their hearts. We are the best at Magic City Martial University. It's still Brother Chen. Brother Chen is amazing. I thought we in the capital could maintain first place, but I didn't expect a mishap. It's not that we aren't strong, it's that Fang Chen is too strong. Even Cliche was suppressed by him. I am completely convinced by Brother Chen. What are we doing tomorrow? Should we go hunt monsters together? Still hunting? Let's take a day off. I've killed for 15 days. I'm about to throw up. As Hong Zuo's words fell, the joint examination came to an end. At this moment, night had fallen, everything was silent, the stars twinkled like countless pearls scattered across the sky, and the moonlight poured down, shimmering silver on the snow-covered ground. In the face of the joint examination results, some were happy while others were worried. Li Mingqi and Qi Wan approached Fang Chen. Let's go, let's celebrate in the cafeteria. Just as they were about to leave, Cliche's voice suddenly rang out. Fang Chen, I want to challenge you. Fang Chen, I want to challenge you. Cliche's voice echoed across the square, deafening and instantly attracting everyone's attention. The group of Xiao Jun, who were about to leave, stopped in their tracks, frowning. Hong Zui released the pressure of a 6th-tier master first, his gaze piercing as he stared at Ramsey and the others. What do you mean by this? Having just warned them, they were now looking for trouble, which Hong Zui would not tolerate. The surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly, the oppressive feeling causing everyone present to hold their breath unconsciously. Ramsey's face turned tense. Sorry, Dean Hong, Cliche is just a bit excited, I will persuade him right away. No need to persuade me. Cliche turned to Hong Zui. Dean Hong, I am not dissatisfied with the results of the joint martial examination, I just want to challenge Fang Chen. Before the joint examination started, the principal said that if I wanted to fight someone, I could apply for a challenge, and I am now officially applying to challenge Fang Chen. As a rare genius in Europa for decades, he was furious to lose to Fang Chen. He could not bear to watch himself being suppressed by Fang Chen. He wanted to step on Fang Chen instead. Since he couldn't compete with Fang Chen in hunting monsters, he would fight one-on-one. Hong Zui pondered for a moment and nodded. The principal did say that, but the premise of the challenge is that you need to obtain the other party's consent. You should ask Fang Chen. The students in the square instinctively focused their attention back on Fang Chen. The battle between two SS-level geniuses naturally excited many people. Fang Chen, do you dare to fight me? Cliche flashed a provocative spark, seemingly trying to ignite Fang Chen's fighting spirit. However, Fang Chen appeared extremely indifferent to all of this. He didn't even have the interest to glance at Cliche, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said in a flat tone, not interested. After saying that, Fang Chen turned to leave. The crowd was momentarily stunned, exchanging glances, and the originally tense atmosphere instantly became awkward and silent. You! Cliche's face darkened in an instant, anger surging within him. No one had ever dared to refuse him like this. Seeing Cliche on the verge of exploding, Ramsey hurriedly called out, "Fong Chen, if you're willing to accept the challenge, we are prepared to offer a generous reward." As Cliche's bodyguard, he was very clear about Cliche's temperament. Proud and stubborn, if he didn't speak up, Cliche would definitely be blinded by rage and make some dangerous moves. Xiao Jun was still watching from a distance. Such a thing could never happen. A generous reward. Fong Chen showed interest, immediately stopping in his tracks and turning around. How generous are we talking about? Seeing this scene, Chening felt as if she were looking at herself with Fong Chen from months ago. "Ramsey, we can give you a lot of money." "I'm not interested in money. We can give you 2 pieces of S-grade equipment." "I already have S-grade, no need." This. Ramsey looked awkwardly at Cliche. This was the highest reward he could offer. "Cliche, what do you want in order to accept my challenge?" "Fong Chen, 2 pieces of SS-grade equipment." At this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. They had never seen anyone use SS-grade equipment as a wager, let alone 2 pieces. Hearing Fong Chen's condition, Cliche became exceptionally conflicted, ultimately gritting his teeth and saying, "Only 1 piece." As soon as he said this, Ramsey panicked. The cost of this challenge was too great. Just as he was about to stop it, he was shot a glare by Cliche. Fong Chen pretended to be in a dilemma, and after a moment of thought, he said, "All right then, I accept." 1 piece of SS-grade equipment was worth over 100 million on the market. There was no hesitation. "Damn, Brother Chen can get an SS-grade equipment regardless of winning or losing. That's a win. Why not challenge me?" "You need to have Brother Chen's strength to do that. I thought Brother Chen was above the fray, but it turns out he's such a realistic person. No profit, no early rise, don't say SS-grade equipment. Even if you give me an S-grade equipment, I'd let you beat me up." Cliche paid no attention to the voices around him. As long as he could defeat Fong Chen, what did it matter if he had to give up an SS-grade equipment? "Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, at this square, I'll be waiting for you." Cliche's voice echoed in the air, full of provocation. Fong Chen slightly turned his head, casually throwing out a "got it," before leaving alongside Li Mingqi and the others. He just wanted to have a hearty meal and then sleep. As Fong Chen left, the students in the area also began to disperse. 2 major SS-grade battles, really looking forward to it. Who do you think will win? Do we even need to ask? Of course, it's Brother Chen, he'll blow him away. Let's wait and see. "Let's go too," Xiao Jun said to Hong Zui and the others. No one commented on Fong Chen accepting the challenge. It was Fong Chen's own decision, and they wouldn't stop him. At that moment, Hong Zui reminded Xiao Jun, "Did you tell Fong Chen about that matter?" Xiao Jun slapped his forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot since you mentioned it." Soon, everyone in the square left, entering the buildings, leaving only Ramsey and Cliche. At this point, Ramsey finally voiced his concern. "Young Master Cliche, you've seen Fong Chen's video. His methods of hunting third-tier beginners are very strong. Are you sure you can win against him?" He knew he couldn't persuade Cliche to give up the challenge, so he could only inquire about their chances of winning. Of course. Cliche's eyes were filled with confidence. Most of the third-tier low-level monsters that Fong Chen hunts rely on a potion called concealment powder to mask their presence and launch sneak attacks. As long as I prepare well, increase my speed, and make it impossible for him to hit me, I will naturally win. He scoffed. "Even if he does hit me, so what? I can withstand several hits from a third-tier low-level attack. This time is enough for me to defeat him. I want everyone to see that their so-called number 1 is nothing special. I will make Fong Chen regret agreeing to this challenge." After a moment of thought, Ramsey said no more. Since Cliche had already devised a strategy, all that was left was to wait for the result. On the other side, before Fong Chen and the others reached Building No. 2, Xiao Jun suddenly appeared beside them. "Fong Chen, come here, I need to tell you something." Fong Chen was slightly taken aback, then stopped, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He let Li Mingqi and the others leave first and walked with Xiao Jun to a nearby secluded corner. "What is it, Teacher Xiao?" Xiao Jun replied, "On the 4th day after the big exam, we received news from the City Dragon Guard Army that the War General Shi Minghui will come here to meet you tomorrow afternoon." "Meet me? Why?" "They only said it was for your blue flame. The specifics will have to wait until he arrives." Xiao Jun continued, "I will accompany you to meet Shi Minghui tomorrow afternoon." Fong Chen nodded, pondering. Coming for the Sea Heart Flame, could it be? After Xiao Jun left, Fong Chen entered the dining hall, raised his glass, and celebrated with a few people, instantly warming the atmosphere. Everyone sat together, freely sharing their amusing stories and achievements from the past 15 days. Delicious food was spread across the table, laughter and the sound of clinking glasses echoed, until just before midnight, when everyone reluctantly dispersed. When Fong Chen returned to Building No. 10, he happened to run into Lu Feng. His brow was furrowed, and his expression was troubled, as if he bore a heavy burden. What's wrong? Is Xiaolan ignoring you? Shut up. The two entered the elevator, and Lu Feng shared his situation regarding his 18 points, hoping Feng Chen could plead with Xiao Jun on his behalf. Feng Chen patted his shoulder. I advise you to just take the punishment honestly. Stop thinking about all this nonsense. Lu Feng sighed helplessly after hearing this. You're right, I might as well take the punishment. Given Xiao Jun's temperament, the more he sought help, the harsher the punishment would be. I really envy you for having a good mentor. If only he knew that Sister Qin had disguised herself for me, he would be furious. Feng Chen said, You've had a hard time. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 6th floor, and the two walked out, heading toward their respective rooms. Creak! The door to room 601 swung open, and Yang Lu stepped out, holding a bag of trash. Upon seeing Lu Feng, a mocking smile crept across her face. Oh, isn't this the mama's boy? What's wrong? Didn't you bring your someone back today? Lu Feng was furious. Yang Lu, enough. Do you believe I? What? Want to hit me? Do you have the strength for that now? Yang Lu pushed Lu Feng aside. Get out of the way, don't block me from throwing out the trash. Yang Lu's words struck Lu Feng hard, causing him to stagger and lean against the cold wall. I can't believe I'm not Yang Lu's match. He wanted to cry but had no tears, murmuring to himself as he caught a glimpse of his gaunt face through the window behind him. I've been hurt by beauty, and I'm so haggard. From today on, I will abstain from lust. He looked at Feng Chen with unwavering determination. In the future, I absolutely cannot have even one golden gun invincible pill, not even one. Feng Chen, with deep brotherly affection, patted his shoulder. I promise you. At that moment, Lu Feng's phone suddenly rang. Someone had sent a message. Xiaolan, I just finished washing up. Hurry over. Lu Feng awkwardly glanced at Feng Chen, clenching his fists. So-called beauty is just a handful of dirt in the end. If you want to disturb my peace of mind, no way. He turned off his phone and returned to his room with a determined expression. He didn't know how long he could hold on. As Feng Chen just got back to his room, he heard the sound of a door opening outside. Well, I underestimated him. Feng Chen walked into the bathroom, the warm water flowing over his tired body like a gentle stream, easing the soreness left by 15 days of hunting, washing away all the pressure and fatigue. After his shower, he changed into his regular clothes, feeling refreshed, and lay down on the bed, comfortably stretching his body in the tranquil surroundings. He took out his phone, re-establishing a connection with the outside world, and began to quickly catch up on the recent news. After replying to some unimportant messages, he reached Guan Ning's messages. Guan Ning, are you back? Guan Ning, why aren't you talking? Hurry up and say something. Waiting JPG. Feng Chen, just got back to the dorm, so tired, come help me massage my waist. Guan Ning, massaging is boring, let's do a back massage instead. Feng Chen, ha, you little demon, don't think I don't know you wanna pick mushrooms. Guan Ning, exposed JPG. Guan Ning, how did you do on the big exam? Feng Chen, just as you expected. Guan Ning, proud JPG. Guan Ning, as expected, since you got first place, what reward do you want? Tell your sister, she can satisfy anything you want. Feng Chen, really? Guan Ning, caring for my brother, of course it's true. Feng Chen, then give me a lip print, I really want one. Bad smile JPG. Guan Ning, ha? Guan Ning, you wish. Feng Chen, didn't you say anything was possible? Guan Ning, this is not possible, you little rascal, you've been getting worse lately. Guan Ning, pouting JPG. Feng Chen, you've changed, it was clearly you who taught me that boys should have a thicker skin, otherwise how would the younger brother get enough to eat? Guan Ning, but you can't bully my sister. After that, the two chatted about various topics, and at the end, Guan Ning specifically reminded him. Guan Ning, Xingcheng has been attacked by sea beasts again, be careful. Feng Chen, got it. Inside the villa, Guan Ning curled up on the soft sofa, surrounded by scattered snacks and drinks. She focused intently on her phone screen, a happy smile on her face, occasionally letting out light laughter. As messages kept flashing across the screen, her mood soared, her cheeks flushed as if she had been drinking, charmingly so. This made Chu Yan clench her small fists. Today was the last day of the joint exam, and Guan Ning had dragged her to wait for Feng Chen's news. Initially, they had been chatting and laughing, but everything changed when Feng Chen sent a message. Watching Guan Ning smile, Chu Yan felt heartbroken, angry, yet helpless. Guan Ning didn't belong to her. Chu Yan felt like a numb husband in a movie, with a son doing homework, only able to watch as Guan Ning drifted further away from her, with no way to stop it. Feng Chen, I hate you. After ending the conversation with Guan Ning, Feng Chen opened Lin Qin's chat box. Lin Qin, how did you do on the big exam? Lin Qin, looking forward to a JPG. Feng Chen, with your guidance, Sister Qin, of course I got first place. Lin Qin, happy JPG, Lin Qin, as expected of my disciple. By the way, someone came to ask about you, wanting to introduce a girlfriend to you. What type do you like? Tell me. Sister Qin, your intentions are a bit too obvious. Fang Chen, hardworking, capable, obedient, gentle. Lin Qin, is that all 4 requirements? Clearly 5. Fang Chen, yes, if I could have half of how good you are, I would be satisfied. Lin Qin, happy JPG, Lin Qin, so, have you thought about your teacher? Fang Chen, sigh JPG, Fang Chen, what can I think about? I don't even have a chance to reminisce. Lin Qin, shy little fist JPG Lin Qin, actually. You have a chance, I put something among those items, you can take it out to see if you miss me. Something? Fang Chen, what is it? Fang Chen took out the item Lin Qin gave him from the spatial ring, rummaged for a long time, and found a thin piece of fabric from the layers of a few clothes. He took it all out and unfolded it. Fang Chen was stunned. Silk. Lin Qin, I saw you wanted it at the time, so I secretly put a pair in. If you really miss me, don't worry, it's been washed. What kind of operation is this? Fang Chen, Sister Qin, I was just joking at that time. Lin Qin, no need to explain, I've been your age too, having some thoughts is normal. Take care of your health. Fang Chen, Sister Qin. Fang Chen, Sister Qin. Fang Chen, listen to my explanation, I really was just talking nonsense. Lin Qin, no need to be shy. I understand. Oh dear, Lin Qin, what have you done? The moonlight spilled through the curtains onto the bed, illuminating the room. Lin Qin, wearing a loose nightgown, was as light as a cloud, lying on the soft big bed, her heart full of shyness, burying her face in the soft pillow to hide the blush. Her originally raised jade feet kept lifting and dropping due to shyness, like a little rabbit playing in a flower bush. Before the joint exam, after Lin Qin joked with her, she impulsively put that pair of stockings in the layers. She thought of mimicking the towel incident to push their relationship again. However, afterward, her nervousness made her both hope Fang Chen would discover it and not want him to find out. She even had a reason ready, saying it accidentally fell in. But just now, she got carried away and made the matter clear, even saying such things. How should she face Fang Chen in the future? Suddenly, Lin Qin stopped the action of raising her little leg, hurriedly struggled out of the pillow, sat up, her willow brows tightly knitted. Recently, my emotional fluctuations have been getting bigger, and the time left for me is getting less. Saying this, she lay back down on the bed, presenting a big shape. She looked aggrieved, but I clearly worked so hard before. On the other side, after finishing the chat, Fang Chen looked at the news from the past half-month. The hottest topic was yesterday's headline, Xinjiang has once again been invaded by demon beasts, please evacuate urgently. In this invasion, the Dragon Guard army sacrificed 321 people again. Xinjiang is connected to the surrounding city, but the situation is different from the surrounding city. The surrounding city became a wasteland many years ago, and everyone moved to other cities, while half of Xinjiang still has a large number of ordinary people living in it. This makes Xinjiang a frequent target for demon beast attacks, with the Dragon Guard army constantly losing lives. The ongoing war between humans and demon beasts is the most real aspect of this world. Fang Chen turned off his phone and slowly fell asleep. He had to adjust his body to the best state for the match with Cliche tomorrow. The next morning, sunlight spilled through the morning mist onto the square in Xinjiang, and the air was filled with anticipation. Many students, after having a hearty breakfast, rushed to the square, eager to witness the fierce duel between Fang Chen and Cliche. The clock pointed to 9:50, and the square was already crowded with people, with many who couldn't get a spot having to watch from high points around the square. There are so many people. Li Mingqi, Jiang Feng, and the others secured a spot on the south side of the square, able to watch up close. Fang Chen should be fine this time, right? Li Mingqi looked a bit worried. Don't worry, he's a freak, how could he lose? Exactly. But, we still don't know what Cliche's special ability is. Shi Wan expressed concern. The most feared thing in a battle is being completely unaware of the opponent. Fang Chen's methods have all been displayed through video playback, and Cliche could think of countermeasures in advance. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng and Shen Xing, who were originally quite confident, showed worried expressions. What they were worried about was the same as what others were worried about. Chen Ji's skills have all been revealed, it's quite a disadvantage. Indeed, if Cliche has thought of a countermeasure, then Chen Ge will be in danger. Do you think Chen Ge might have other martial arts? S-level martial arts won't have much effect on the outcome of a battle between the two, unless it's SS-level martial arts. SS-level martial arts, you really dare to think that? Not to mention needing hundreds of thousands of credits, just the training time would take at least half a year. In the center of the square, Cliche held a gem-studded scepter, sneering at the discussions around him. As a genius of all Europa, he was the center of attention, able to obtain countless resources with just a gesture. Even so, he had only trained one SS-level martial art, and the entire process was exceptionally difficult and time-consuming. He had already inquired and learned that Fang Chen only started to come into contact with S-level martial arts in the second half of this year. How could he possibly have time to train in SS-level martial arts? In this battle, he only needed to restrain Fang Chen's explosion. Fang Chen would surely lose. Xiao Jun and others were on a small hill outside the square, overlooking the entire area. Hong Zue, it's already this time, so stop hiding it. What kind of ability does Cliche have? Xiao Jun asked impatiently. It's an SS-level ability, Holy Light Guidance. At this moment, Hong Zue no longer concealed it. Zhuang Hui and the others were taken aback. Holy Light Guidance. I didn't expect it to be this talent. Fang Chen is in a bit of trouble now. Even Xiao Jun frowned. SS level, Holy Light Guidance, is a very famous talent ability in Europa. It not only possesses the characteristics of fast light type abilities but can also summon a guardian during battle, similar to a clone, assisting in combat, sharing damage, and providing extra protection and help to teammates. It is said that high-level users of Holy Light Guidance can even communicate with what the people of Europa call angels. It is an extremely troublesome ability. Fang Chen's explosion is indeed powerful, but if Cliche can dodge it, it will be hard to deal with. Cliche knows all of Fang Chen's methods. This is very unfavorable for Fang Chen. Fang Chen shouldn't have accepted this challenge. What if he loses? The few of them did not continue, all showing worried expressions. 9:54. Fang Chen walked into the square like a breeze, sunlight pouring over him as if draping him in a layer of golden radiance. His tall figure instantly attracted the attention of those around him. Countless girls looked at him with admiration, their cheeks slightly flushed, quietly sizing him up. People outside the square saw him arrive and instinctively made way, causing the lively atmosphere to suddenly become quiet. All eyes focused on the young man entering the square, eagerly anticipating his upcoming battle. You finally came. Cliche pulled the scepter from the ground, the metal clashing against the ground making a crisp sound. His gaze was like a sharp blade, staring directly at Fang Chen, eyes gleaming with arrogance, as if the fruit of victory was already in his hands. I overslept and almost arrived late. Fang Chen's tone was flat, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Cliche, seemingly unconcerned with his opponent's arrogant demeanor, a hint of a relaxed smile on his face. Then, he drew the burning cloud battle blade from behind him, the blade shimmering with a cold light under the sun, as if it could cut through the tense atmosphere in the air. Cliche felt that Fang Chen's calm attitude was a great provocation to him. Today, I will make you regret accepting the challenge. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. The crowd around them showed excited expressions, whispering in anticipation. The battle between the two great geniuses is finally about to begin. At this moment, Hong Zue stepped into the air above the square. This competition will be hosted by me. In this competition, I and the other 3 deans will ensure everyone's safety. You can go all out. But remember, it's only about winning or losing, and do not use lethal force. If any accidents occur, we will stop the match. Now both sides are ready. 3, 2, 1, the match begins. As the voice fell, Cliche was instantly enveloped in a dazzling halo, as if a deity had descended, radiating light that illuminated the entire arena, draping him in a sacred glow. Behind him, within the halo, a humanoid shadow emerged, a towering 6-winged angel exuding unparalleled majesty. Its wings were as white as clouds, shimmering with brilliant silver light, though its outline was illusory, it radiated a cold disdain. In an instant, it merged into Cliche's body. Cliche's aura suddenly became more noble and imperious, as if everything in the world lay beneath his feet. This is the Holy Light Guidance. Someone in the audience instantly recognized Cliche's displayed talent, their expression turning grim. That unparalleled sacred radiance was the symbol of the Holy Light Guidance, a well-known talent in Europa, and everyone knew how troublesome it could be, instinctively growing tense. So it's the Holy Light Guidance, no wonder he dares to challenge. Fang Chen chuckled lightly, then waved his hands, instantly releasing 2 types of exotic flames, the dazzling flames swirling in the air, merging like scorching fire and icy waves. The quickly took shape, transforming into a massive lava giant python, slithering out with its tail trailing fiery sparks, as if it aimed to devour everything. At the same time, towering waves surged beside him, roaring as if they would swallow the entire square. In an instant, the temperature in the square skyrocketed, the surrounding air becoming scorching and suffocating, making it hard to breathe. The snowflakes outside the square melted instantly in this powerful heat wave, turning into trickling streams, disappearing in the wild dance of flames and waves. Damn, this is the first time I've seen Fang Chen's abilities live. Is the heat really this terrifying? It's dozens of times stronger than the suffocating feeling in the recordings. I've been blown up by Chingo before, felt the explosion up close. You guys will never want to experience that in your lifetime. Hong Zue sighed, looks like we need to act early. He had originally thought they would only need to step in to protect others after Fong Chen and the others went all out, but after the two released their powers, he knew they needed to act sooner. Especially Fong Chen, the heat from the intertwining flames was too terrifying. Fong Chen is about to break through. Xiao Jun sensed that Fong Chen's aura was even stronger than before. Is Fong Chen about to step into the second tier? Zhuang Hui and the others were astonished, their eyes wide. They hadn't expected Fong Chen's speed of improvement to be so fast. While others hadn't even broken through to the advanced first tier, he was already close to the second tier. It should be noted that Cliche had awakened several years early to achieve his current strength, while Fong Chen was about to surpass him in just a few months. This talent was too terrifying. In the square, the moment Fong Chen released the Cliche felt his own radiance dim slightly. This was a suppression of talent. Blood vessels appeared in Cliche's eyes as he was furious that his lofty talent was being suppressed by the two flames. Cliche raised his staff, striking the ground heavily, and a dozen light circles instantly blossomed around him. These light circles resembled shattered stars, bursting forth with brilliant light, rushing towards Fong Chen. Before the crowd could fully grasp the situation, they saw flames surging around Fong Chen, forming a fiery barrier that swallowed all the light. Just then, Cliche appeared before Fong Chen like a specter. The staff in his hand radiated dazzling light, harboring terrifying power, instantly compressing the surrounding air, creating waves of pressure as it smashed down towards Fong Chen's face with an irresistible force. Bang! Fong Chen reacted extremely quickly, instantly raising his flame-wrapped battle knife, clashing violently with Cliche's staff in midair, producing a deafening sound and sparks flying. Cliche stared at Fong Chen in astonishment. You can actually keep up with my speed. Through yesterday's video, he had already realized that Fong Chen was not only explosively powerful but also had an extremely strong physical body. The damage from long-range attacks to him was minimal, and it was necessary to combine them with close combat. The speed of light-based abilities ranked high among gifted powers. Although his strength had not yet reached the speed of light, within 100 meters illuminated by his own radiance was his domain, allowing him to move freely, which was also his capital to dare to confront Fong Chen. To be more secure, he even launched a wave of long-range attacks to attract Fong Chen's attention and concentrated his power onto his staff, intending to end the battle with a single strike. However, Fong Chen easily blocked his attack. You're just not fast enough, Fong Chen said flatly. The 50-meter distance was the most turbulent area of and all the heat here was under his control. As long as Cliche appeared, he would be able to sense it. His speed was not faster than Cliche's, making it impossible to hit accurately, but it was equally impossible for Cliche to harm him. Cliche, not believing in evil, attacked again, but after 3 consecutive attempts, all were blocked by Fong Chen. Continuing like this would yield no results. Cliche flashed to 100 meters away, instantly creating distance. Fong Chen, from now on, I won't hold back. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and a tense atmosphere instantly spread. At that moment, the six-winged angel phantom behind Cliche began to solidify, as if summoned from another dimension. The brilliant light wings flapped in the air, creating a dazzling radiance, distorting the surrounding air with this powerful energy. Sacred and invincible. Cliche's body became even brighter, his aura suddenly rising, and in a short moment, he reached the advanced second tier. The crowd was in an uproar. This actually soared to the advanced second tier. Is this a gifted skill or a martial skill? Damn, I kind of want to take back what I said about Chengu winning. If he can't blow it up, with Cliche's speed, Chengu won't be able to block the next attack at all. Such a solid angel phantom, with his initial second-tier strength, he simply couldn't achieve this. This is an amplification-type martial skill. Zhuang Hui exclaimed in shock. That's right, being able to leap from initial second tier to advanced second tier, this is an SS-level martial skill. Zhong Liang's smile vanished again. The Holy Light Guidance could summon angel phantoms to fight together, and while it could enhance some strength, it couldn't leap 2 tiers at once. Only amplification-type martial skills could achieve this, and such martial skills were extremely rare, with few people practicing them. Xiao Jun felt a bit worried. With Cliche attacking in conjunction with the Angel Phantom, his strength was close to the initial 3rd tier. If Fong Chen did not suppress Cliche's speed, it would be troublesome. Ramsey, seeing Cliche's appearance, began to feel smug. Fong Chen was bound to lose. Fong Chen, use whatever means you have left, so you won't deny it after losing, Cliche said, standing in the center of the square, a slight smirk on his lips, the six-winged angel phantom behind him, like him, exuding arrogance and disdain. He was now at the advanced 2nd tier, aided by the six-winged angel. Fong Chen was bound to lose. That's what you said, Fong Chen replied calmly. I originally wanted to give you some face considering the SS level equipment. It seems that's no longer necessary. With that, Fang Chen brought his palms together, and instantly erupted. Flames that seemed to burn everything danced at his fingertips. Following this was a wave of scorching heat surging like a tide. The surrounding air was instantly evacuated, flowing rapidly due to the extreme high temperature. A fierce wind rose, stirring up dust and fallen leaves from the ground, forming 9 fiery tornadoes around him and Cliche. The transparent and deep blue flames danced in the air, their intense light resembling 9 fire dragons, growing thicker, as if to engulf half the square. The heat of the flames continued to rise, the surrounding temperature was almost suffocating, and the air was filled with a burning scent, as if everything were to be incinerated. Fang Chen was enveloped in blood-red flames, his hair a deep crimson, standing amidst the 9 fiery tornadoes like a war god emerging from myth, exuding unparalleled majesty and mystery. This momentum, is it really SS-level martial arts? Cliche stared in disbelief at the 9 blazing fire tornadoes. How could someone who had been in contact with S-level martial arts for no more than 5 months possibly have cultivated an SS-level martial art? But this was not the time to be dazed. Cliche quickly regained his focus, and the phantom of a 6-winged angel behind him spread its massive wings, instantly forming dozens of light circles, countless rays of light rushing towards Fang Chen, aggressive and suffocating. At the same time, Cliche vanished from his original spot, like a wisp of ethereal smoke. He wanted to launch a surprise attack. Fang Chen's thoughts stirred, and the 9 fire tornadoes immediately converged, their momentum suddenly becoming scorching and fierce, as if they possessed life, locking onto Cliche's figure tightly. Meanwhile, countless small fire tornadoes burst forth from these 9 massive tornadoes, winding like serpents, flames leaping between the tornadoes, weaving an invisible web, agile and resilient, completely surrounding the entire arena. Great Sun Flame Prison, first layer, activate. At the same time, Cliche appeared in front of Fang Chen, his staff crashing down heavily. Following closely were countless rays of light from all directions, surrounding Fang Chen. An uncountable force approached like thunder, about to strike Fang Chen in an instant. However, there was not a trace of fear on Fang Chen's face. Countless small fiery serpents suddenly gathered from all directions, twisting and dancing, intertwining and spinning together, forming a liquid-like barrier that enveloped Fang Chen, blocking all light attacks. At the same time, the flames visible throughout the Great Sun Flame Prison wrapped around the 6-winged angel and the surrounding light circles, consuming and burning them. A thunderous roar echoed, flames and brilliance intertwined in the air, rippling through the entire square. Fang Chen stood unharmed, in place. How is this possible? Cliche's pupils trembled violently. The Great Sun Flame Prison could trap and strangle enemies, while all the small fire serpents in the fiery tornado space acted according to Fang Chen's will, helping him block any attacks. Fang Chen paid no mind to Cliche's shocked expression and quickly retreated. Just as Fang Chen was about to escape the flame prison space, Cliche suddenly charged forward like an enraged beast, trying to keep him there. But countless small fire serpents surged forth like a tide, quickly forming a barrier to block Cliche. Although these fire serpents were individually weak, their sheer numbers instantly created a sea of flames, like invisible nets, tightly intercepting Cliche and the 6-winged angel, continuously weakening his speed. No matter which direction he wanted to go, he would be captured by the fire serpents, leaving him in a dilemma. The prison of flames, how could it allow anyone to escape? Fang Chen sneered. The 9 fire tornadoes quickly converged, and Fang Chen easily exited the flame prison. Just as he was leaving, he suddenly turned back, took out a little boy from his bosom, and threw him into the flame prison. Cliche and the 6-winged angel barely reached the initial 3rd tier of strength together. The ever-changing, impenetrable environment of the Great Sun Flame Prison could only slow him down, causing trouble, but not defeating him. It was necessary to add fuel to the fire. The entire space of the flame prison was getting smaller, making it increasingly difficult for Cliche to escape. This was the perfect moment for an explosion. The martial arts technique chosen by Sister Qin truly suited my situation. Fang Chen sent the fire lotus into the center of the flame prison above. The explosive flames surged forth like a torrent, causing every hair on Cliche's body to stand on end. He witnessed the blazing flames sweeping towards him, a strong sense of fear surging within him, hard to contain. It felt as if the entire world was ignited, the panic of body and soul intertwining. For a moment, he couldn't even bring himself to shout out his surrender. Just as the flames were about to engulf Cliche, the aura of a 6th-tier master suddenly descended, instantly covering the entire square. Hong Zue had made his move. If he didn't act now, Cliche would be lost. Hong Zue raised his hand, and the Great Sunflame Prison instantly dissipated. The surrounding air began to flow rapidly, swirling like a river, quickly wrapping around the explosive flames, gradually condensing into a massive fireball. With a gentle wave of his hand, the fireball was thrown into a wilderness 500 meters away. Bang! A loud explosion echoed. From a distance, a dazzling flame flower bloomed in the sky above the wilderness, the soaring flames turning the night sky a brilliant red, like a meteor streaking across the horizon, fierce and spectacular. In the aftermath of that power, a strong wind swept back, carrying a hint of scorching air back to the square. Cleese stood frozen in terror, his body seemingly nailed to the ground, an indescribable fear surging within him, the shadow of impending death lingering in his heart. Hong Zue appeared in the square. Cleese, if I hadn't intervened, you would be either dead or injured. What else do you have to say? The sudden voice startled Cleese, his breathing became rapid, unable to speak, with only one thought in his mind. I am still alive. Director Hong, we have nothing to say, we are willing to concede the bet. Ramsey appeared beside Cleese, speaking on his behalf. As he spoke, he glanced at Cleese, whose terrified expression clearly showed he was scared out of his wits. The once celebrated genius felt the breath of death for the first time. He needed time to accept it. Not just Cleese, even he was frightened by Fang Chen's methods, not expecting him to possess an SS-level martial skill that complemented the explosion. Had he known such a move existed, he would never have let Cleese challenge. It was only at this moment that the onlookers finally regained their composure. Damn, we won, Brother Chen won. This is a complete domination. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. From start to finish, it took less than 5 minutes. What level of martial skill was that just now, to be able to surround Cleese? Do we even need to think? It must be an SS-level martial skill. Brother Chang has several S-level martial skills that have made me envious enough. I didn't expect there to be an SS-level one, he's too overpowered. I strongly demand a nerf. When Cleese advanced to the second-tier high level, I thought Brother Chen was done for, but I didn't expect he still had a trump card. Fang Chen used the SS-level Great Sunflame Prison, right? Zhuang Hui asked Xiao Jun. That's right. Xiao Jun's reply was filled with disbelief. He was not shocked that Fang Chen could afford the Great Sunflame Prison. He was astonished that Fang Chen had cultivated to the first level so quickly. This martial skill, he had once taught a disciple, and that disciple took a full 6 months to reach the first level. He couldn't help but sigh. A genius teacher instructing a genius student, each one more monstrous than the last. In just a few months, not only has he cultivated several S-level martial skills, but he is also working on SS level. His talent is truly abnormal. First, he trapped Cleese with the Great Sunflame Prison, then guided it precisely. The two complemented each other well. Lin Qin taught well. Zhong Liangkai and Zhuang Hui analyzed Fang Chen's battle. In summary, it was a powerful master teaching an even more powerful disciple. Of course, the main factor was still Fang Chen. Without his talent, no matter how strong the teaching, it wouldn't achieve such results. They couldn't help but think of their own disciples, who had trained up to now without successfully cultivating a single S-level martial skill. It wasn't that they weren't strong, it was that Fang Chen was too monstrous. Phew, we still won, that really scared me just now. Shi Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mingqi's beautiful eyes shimmered as she gazed at the tall figure in the square, somewhat entranced. Meanwhile, Lin Sangcheng and others exchanged glances, at a loss for words. They had thought that explosion was Fang Chen's limit, but they didn't expect there to be an SS-level martial skill as a trump card. Lin Sangxin said that in the future, he should say less about effort. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless in front of Fang Chen. Chen Ying was imagining herself as Fang Chen's opponent. Hiss! How did I turn myself into a unit of measurement? Cheng Hongyi felt completely numb, unable to pretend any longer. Jiang Feng and Shen Qing had calm expressions. They had long since given up in the face of Fang Chen. For a moment, the atmosphere in the square became heated and tense, as everyone struggled to contain their admiration and awe. Brother Chen is so damn cool, when will I ever have his strength? In your dreams. Many girls cast fiery glances, their faces slightly flushed. They whispered to each other, their eyes revealing admiration and infatuation for Fang Chen's immense power, a fervor that seemed to ignite the entire square, stirring the hearts of everyone present. Does anyone have Fang Chen's contact information? Same here. On the west side of the square, Xiaolun grabbed Liu Feng's hand and said in a soft voice, Ah Feng, aren't you in the same dorm as Fang Chen? Can you give me his contact information? Qingqing wants it. Qingqing wants it. I was just with her this morning, why didn't he tell me? Lu Feng was about to speak when suddenly a girl nearby exclaimed in surprise, you are Fang Chen's roommate. The voice wasn't loud, but several people heard it. In an instant, the news spread like wildfire. Immediately, a dozen girls approached, their eyes fixed on Lu Feng. Can you give me Fang Chen's contact information? I will definitely repay you. Me too. Don't fight, Fang Chen is mine. Lu Feng felt quite helpless. Being in the same dorm as Fang Chen was truly a trial. Seeing these uncontrollable emotions, Shi Wan and Li Mingqi silently warned themselves. In this competition, Fang Chen wins. Quick, bring out the bet. Hong Zui's voice rang out again, and Cleese finally came to his senses from his shock, realizing he had truly lost. A surge of unwillingness and anger churned within him, his fists clenched, knuckles turning white. Once upon a time, he was full of confidence, believing his strength was unmatched, but now it had collapsed in an instant, making it hard for him to face his own arrogant face. Seeing Cleach unable to speak, Ramsey could only respond on his behalf. No problem. With that, Ramsey waved his hand lightly, and two pieces of SS-level equipment floated in the air, a staff and a long sword. The staff was similar in style to the one Cleach used, while the long sword had a Europa style, intricately carved with ornate patterns. These are the only two pieces of SS-level equipment I have, please choose one. I want the sword. Fong Chen immediately made his choice. Neither piece of equipment was to his liking, he chose one at random, planning to have the equipment department remake it into a burning cloud sword after returning to school. Once the long sword was handed to Fong Chen, the competition was completely over. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Fong Chen walked out of the square, glancing at Cleach's expression as he left. Ha, you're unhappy when you can't challenge me, and you're still unhappy after the challenge, you're really hard to please. Just as he stepped out of the square, dozens of people rushed up excitedly. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded, Fong Chen hurriedly quickened his pace to break through the encirclement. He couldn't stand the scene of everyone shouting at him, just thinking about it gave him goosebumps, so he quickly fled this place of trouble. The event is over, the event is over. Xiao Jun left the square with satisfaction. At 11 o'clock, Fong Chen and Li Mingqi went to the cafeteria for lunch. The entire complex had no entertainment facilities, and Jiang Feng suggested hunting some monsters to bring back to school for credits. With nothing else to do, Fong Chen agreed to go along. At 12:30, after finishing his meal, Fong Chen returned to his room, rested for about an hour, and received a message from Xiao Jun. The Ward General Shi Minghui had arrived. Fong Chen went downstairs, and Xiao Jun was already waiting for him. Let's go, General Shi is in the reception hall of Building 1. He spoke with a seriousness that was completely unlike his usual casual demeanor. Noticing the hint of doubt in Fong Chen's eyes, Xiao Jun explained, General Shi is a warrior I greatly respect. The two continued walking and talking. 23 years ago, he led the Dragon Guard army to reclaim Yen City from the clutches of the demon beasts. In that battle, his wife and children all perished, and he was left with a hidden ailment, unable to break through to the 7th tier for the rest of his life. Since then, he has remained stationed at Yen City, safeguarding the safety of the city behind him, never leaving. After hearing this, Fong Chen felt a sense of respect for this person he had never met. The two arrived at Building No. 1 and stepped into the reception hall on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, they were immediately greeted by a middle-aged man with half-white hair, sitting on the sofa. His cheeks were slightly sunken, and his skin was covered with fine wrinkles, like sand dunes weathered by the wind, bearing countless marks of time. His figure was slightly hunched, and his shoulders appeared a bit drooped, but the military uniform of the Dragon Guard army he wore was still impeccably straight, displaying a hint of an indomitable soldier's demeanor. Shi Minghui looked at Fong Chen's upright figure and nodded as he stood up. Not bad, truly a hero emerges from youth. He could tell at a glance that Fong Chen's aura was nearing the 2nd tier, a speed that was quite terrifying. General Shi, good to meet you, Fong Chen said respectfully. Sorry to disturb you, Fong classmate, while you were resting. You are too polite, General Shi. The three sat on the sofa, and Shi Minghui got straight to the point. I won't waste words. Fong Chen, you know that the invasion of marine demon beasts has been a persistent problem for humanity. Just the day before yesterday, Qing City was once again attacked by marine demon beasts, suffering heavy losses. Therefore, our Dragon Guard army has been searching for a solution, and your blue flame is the purpose of my visit. Some time ago, I contacted Long Yi and learned about your situation at school, including the matter of Lin Qin and the Burning Heaven refining tower. So, we were wondering if you could spare some of your blue flame for us to channel, merging it with seawater to form a firewall to block the invasion of the sea beasts? Shi Minghui expressed his thoughts. Just as I suspected. Fong Chen had already guessed Shi Minghui's intentions based on the characteristics of the sea heart flame and the recent frequent attacks by the sea beasts. Of course, no problem, Fong Chen immediately agreed, but then voiced his concerns. However, my flame is quite harmful, so it's best if a fire-type ability user channels it. Other ability users might risk injuring themselves. Though it was too strong, and others would definitely suffer backlash in controlling it. Shi Minghui, upon hearing this, was not overly surprised. He had already been shocked when he heard from Long Yi that Lin Qin's Taiyin Void Fire was suppressed by a small flame from Fong Chen. Don't worry, we have candidates for high-tier fire-type ability users, and you know him. I know him? Fong Chen was taken aback. Could it be General Xiang? Aside from the mentors at Magic City Martial University like Lin Qin, the only high-tier ability user he knew was Xiang Tianwen. That's right, Shi Minghui nodded. The method of borrowing your blue flame was proposed by him. Xiao Jun added from the side, Xiang Tianwen is a disciple of General Shi. I didn't expect this connection, Fang Chen said. Then there's no problem. Shi Minghui replied, the mobilization of a general is a significant matter. I will have Xiang Tianwen come before you leave. After chatting for a while longer, Shi Minghui took his leave. Xiao Jun had wanted to have a meal with this idol, but Shi Minghui said the front line needed him to guard, so he had to give up. After bidding farewell to Shi Minghui, the matter concluded, and Fang Chen sent a message to Li Mingqi and the others. At 3 o'clock, the 5-member team from Jiang City gathered and set off to hunt demon beasts. Due to the attack on Qing City, the 5 did not head to the coastline but decided to hunt in the central area of Yan City. Fang Chen's purpose for this outing was to help the 4 of them accumulate credits, so he did not limit himself to just dealing with second-tier demon beasts as before, but instead attacked whatever they encountered. Before reaching the central region, more than 30 demon beasts had already perished at his hands. The sky darkened, and heavy shadows enveloped the surroundings, as the night gradually descended, with only faint starlight piercing through the thick clouds, illuminating this desolate land. Fang Chen and the others found an abandoned building, preparing to rest once more. They quickly ate some food to replenish the energy consumed from their long journey. After sprinkling some concealment powder, just as everyone was about to lean against the wall to rest, 2 faint and cautious footsteps suddenly broke the night's tranquility. Fang Chen and the others quickly gripped their weapons, nerves taut, holding their breath and focusing, carefully observing the outside movement through a crack in the wall with the dim light inside the building. In the pitch-black ruins, only the occasional flicker of moonlight cast a sliver of silver glow, illuminating 2 cautious figures who were looking around, clearly on guard against their surroundings. As the moonlight fell, Fang Chen's vision gradually cleared, and he instinctively froze. Lu Feng? He was holding the hand of an unfamiliar girl. After surveying their surroundings, the girl still seemed a bit timid. Feng, is it safe here? Lu Feng smiled faintly, don't worry, Xingxing, I've sensed it, there are no demon beasts auras here. There were no human auras either. Let's rest here tonight. Xingxing appeared delicate, okay, I'll listen to you. At this moment, Lu Feng raised Xingxing's hand, feigning surprise, his eyes filled with affection. Xingxing, I just realized today, your hands are so small. I was born this way. Your skin is also whiter than mine, and your frame is so small. Lu Feng sniffed, you smell so good. Xingxing said shyly, stop it, I'm embarrassed. Just a few sentences, and Fang Chen and the others instantly got goosebumps. The Sea King versus the green tea. They didn't need to think to know what the next scene would be. You're really so cute, let's compare hand sizes. I really just went out for a bit, it's not my fault, it's too slippery, sorry, I'm not in the mood today. Fang Chen hurriedly called a stop in his mind. To preserve Lu Feng's reputation, he quickly coughed. Cough cough. Suddenly, a voice broke the dark night, and Lu Feng and the girl tensed up. Who is it? It's me. Fang Chen stepped out from the side, looking at him teasingly. Damn, it's the concealment powder, how come you're everywhere? Lu Feng was displeased. But when he saw the other 4 figures behind Fang Chen, he immediately looked at Fang Chen gratefully. So it's you. Implicitly, thank you, adoptive father, for preserving my reputation. He couldn't imagine how awkward it would be to be watched while doing things in this pitch-black darkness. Xingxing, upon seeing Fang Chen, was first delighted, but then thought of her situation with Lu Feng, regretting agreeing to come out hunting demons. Now, there was no chance of getting close to Fang Chen. Are you looking for another resting area, or will you join us? Fang Chen asked. After this incident, Lu Feng lost all interest, he didn't want to do anything anymore. Moreover, it was too dangerous to go out at this hour. Let's stick together. Xingxing nodded in agreement. If she couldn't have him, it was still good to see him a few more times. Thus, the original 5 turned into 7, and after discussing the night watch order, Fang Chen said, I'll go take care of something first. Then, he pulled Lu Feng away with him. A question had been lingering in his mind since last night, and with Lu Feng here, it was a good opportunity to ask. As someone who shared a dormitory, Lu Feng naturally knew Fang Chen had something to discuss. After they walked to a secluded corner, he immediately asked, Go on, what's the matter? Fang Chen looked around to ensure no one was listening, then whispered, I have a friend. Lu Feng? Fang Chen, recently, a woman stronger than him has taken a liking to me, and she's very proactive, but my friend. Lu Feng quickly made a stopping gesture with his hand. I get it, you're afraid that the big shark will scare away the little fish, right? Wait, a woman stronger than you? You've already crushed your sophomore year, who else is stronger than you? How come I've never heard of this person? Truly a master of emotions, he understood immediately. Fang Chen, it doesn't matter who she is, just hurry up and tell me the solution. He had noticed Lin Qin's emotional changes and needed to think of a solution quickly. This is simple. Lu Feng whispered a few words to Feng Chen, and Feng Chen's eyes gradually widened. Will this really work? Lu Feng clicked his tongue. I'm trying to help you, and you're questioning me. Feng Chen furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and made up his mind. He would do as Lu Feng said. In the wilderness, the white snow covered the ground, and the cold wind howled, freezing the originally soft snow into a hard shell of ice. Feng Chen stood in the clearing, the ice shell around him turning into water vapor, the burning cloud blade in his hand trembling slightly, flames wrapping around the blade. At that moment, a low growl came from deep within the woods, breaking the silence of the wilderness. Immediately after, 5 white figures sprang out from the snow, 5 intermediate-level second-stage cloud foxes. Their fur was as white as the snow, and their eyes sparkled with cunning and fierce light, looking at Feng Chen as if he were a delicious meal. Their sharp claws scraped against the ice, making a piercing sound as they quickly surrounded Feng Chen. Feng Chen stood still, his gaze calm, and with a gentle wave of the burning cloud blade, the flames on the blade surged instantly, transforming into a scorching wave of fire that swept outward. Then, he twisted his body, and with a single slash, the flames instantly engulfed the bodies of the 5 cloud foxes. By the time he retracted the strange fire, the 5 cloud foxes had already lost their breath. Feng Chen sheathed the burning cloud blade, the flames gradually extinguishing, and the temperature around him dropped accordingly. He stood in place, scanning the surroundings, and after confirming there were no other beasts, he called out to the nearby woods. It's over, come out. The next moment, rustling sounds came from the woods, and Li Mengqi and the others walked out from behind the trees. Their gazes fell on the 5 cloud fox corpses on the ground. Although they were already well aware of Feng Chen's strength, every time they witnessed him effortlessly slay beasts, the 4 still couldn't hide their shock. Feng Chen pointed at the 5 corpses. It's getting late, collect these 5 cloud foxes, and we'll head back. Today was the 3rd day after the joint exam ended, and after about 2.5 days of hunting, no less than 200 beasts had died at their hands. The space rings of Li Mingqi and the others were nearly full. It was now 4 in the afternoon, and they had to hurry back to the building complex before dark. Tomorrow morning, there would be special vehicles to take the students from the 4 schools away. The 4 collected the cloud fox corpses into their space rings and then set off, rushing towards the building complex. The cold wind was still biting, and the snow-covered ground made progress somewhat difficult, but the 4 had long since grown accustomed to this environment. After more than 2 hours, the familiar outline of the building complex finally appeared in their sight, the outer walls faintly visible in the wind and snow, with patrolling guards vaguely seen around. The 4 quickened their pace and returned to the building complex before 6:30, with others still coming back one after another. The cafeteria today was livelier than usual, filled with the aroma of food and laughter, as many people gathered together for this last opportunity before parting ways tomorrow. Feng Chen and Li Mingqi entered the cafeteria and ordered a lot of dishes. When Chen Ying and Lu Shanshan learned that Feng Chen was back, they also came to join the fun. Feng Chen, are you going back to Jiangqing for the new year? Li Mingqi asked. I haven't thought it through yet, Feng Chen replied. In half a month, it would be the new year, and many martial artists in school would not return home for the holiday, choosing instead to use this time for training. Feng Chen also wanted to take this opportunity to visit the No. 11 restricted area, but he would have to wait until he returned to school to learn the specifics. Are you all going back? Li Mengqi and Qi Wan exchanged glances. We'll go back for a day or 2, then we'll start training. Zhang Feng, me too. Xin Xing, same here. Chen Ying waved her hand. I've already told my family that I'm not going back. I'm planning to make the most of the winter break and surpass Lin Song. Lu Shanshan, I'm not going back either. 3 hours later, everyone had eaten and drunk enough, left the cafeteria, and returned to their respective rooms. After Feng Chen finished his shower and chatted with Guan Ning for a bit, he turned off his phone and went to sleep, just waiting to go back tomorrow. Time slowly passed. At midnight, the entire building complex fell into slumber, with only a few scattered lights flickering in the darkness. The stars in the night sky sparkled like broken diamonds, casting a faint yet clear light, adding a touch of serene beauty to the silence. However, in this tranquil night, an invisible sense of oppression quietly spread. In the distance along the coastline, a thick mass of dark clouds was slowly drifting in, gradually swallowing the moonlight and starlight. The originally bright night sky was gradually shrouded in darkness, and the cold wind began to turn biting, carrying a hint of damp sea smell. In one room, a faint scent of alcohol lingered. Xiao Jun had just finished a drinking session with Hong Zui and the others, lying on the bed slightly tipsy. His consciousness was a bit hazy, and the scene of boasting at the table still echoed in his mind. However, just as he was about to sink into slumber, the keen spiritual sense of a 6th-tier master suddenly detected something unusual. His body stiffened abruptly, the drunkenness instantly dissipating, replaced by a strong sense of crisis. Something's wrong. Xiao Jun's heart raced with alarm, and in a flash, he disappeared from the room. Almost simultaneously, he and Hong Zue appeared in the air above the building complex. The night wind was biting, dispersing the lingering scent of alcohol from their bodies, and both of their expressions were grave as they looked northeast. They saw that the distant horizon was already shrouded in thick dark clouds, completely obscuring the moonlight and starlight, as if the entire sky was being pressed down by an invisible hand. From within the dark clouds came a low rumbling sound, like the roar of some giant beast, sending chills down their spines. At the same time, Zhong Liangkai, Zhuang Hui, and Wang Che also appeared on the rooftop of Building No. 1. Their faces were equally serious, their gazes fixed on the northeast, where the ground in the distance began to tremble slightly, initially resembling distant thunder, but soon the frequency and intensity of the tremors rapidly increased, as if thousands of horses and troops were charging forward. "That's a beast tide," Zhong Liangkai exclaimed in shock. As soon as he finished speaking, the tremors in the distance grew even more intense, causing the walls of the building complex to begin to shake slightly. Xiao Jun's face turned pale instantly, and he shouted down at the building complex, "Everyone, the beast tide is coming. Gather immediately and prepare for battle." The thunderous voice instantly woke every person still asleep. Within the building complex, the originally quiet night was shattered in an instant. Fang Chen was jolted awake, sitting up abruptly in bed, his heart pounding like a drum, the sound of Xiao Jun's voice echoing in his ears. Without time to think, he quickly jumped out of bed and put on his battle gear. At the same time, the lights in the rooms turned on one by one, and everyone in the building complex woke from their dreams, hurriedly putting on their battle gear and grabbing their weapons. The entire building complex instantly became noisy, with footsteps, shouts, and the clashing of weapons intertwining, forming a tense pre-battle overture. The beast tide came without warning, catching everyone off guard. 5 minutes earlier, at the command center of the city Dragon Guard, in the monitoring room. In the 500 square meter space, the lights were bright, and numerous surveillance screens flickered with various data and images, monitoring the movements of the beasts throughout the city in real time. Dozens of uniformed inspectors were intently staring at the screens, their fingers flying over the keyboards, recording every detail. Shi Minghui walked into the monitoring room with steady steps, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk. Every night, he conducted a final patrol to ensure that the defenses along the city were foolproof. "Is there any abnormal situation?" The monitoring personnel from each area reported in turn. "No abnormalities in the central area of the city. All monitoring points have not detected any unusual activity of the demon beasts. No abnormalities in the northwest area of the city. The activity frequency of the demon beasts is within the normal range. No abnormalities along the northeastern coastline. The sea is calm, and no large-scale gathering of demon beasts has been detected. No abnormalities along the northern coastline. All monitoring data is normal." Shi Minghui nodded and said slowly, "Continue to stay vigilant and report any abnormalities immediately." In his heart, he was looking forward to the scene tomorrow morning when the firewall would be erected after Tianwen's arrival. If successful, the pressure on the coastline would be greatly reduced, and the Dragon Guard army would also suffer fewer casualties. At that time, he would be able to relax a bit. As Shi Minghui turned to leave, just as he took his first step, a monitoring officer suddenly shouted, "Commander! A large number of life forms have been detected in the northeastern ocean, rapidly approaching the shore." The sudden occurrence made Shi Minghui turn sharply, his gaze like lightning directed at the officer. "Specific location?" The officer's fingers flew over the keyboard, and the screen immediately displayed real-time footage of the coastline. The once calm sea suddenly surged with huge waves, countless dark shadows moving quickly in the water, closing in on the shore. The demon beasts near the coastline are starting a large-scale riot, migrating inland. Another officer's voice trembled slightly. "Demon beasts in the central area are also rioting," yet another officer exclaimed. Instantly, the entire monitoring room fell into chaos. On the monitoring screen, the originally green safe zone was rapidly covered in red, alarms blaring one after another, the piercing sound quickening everyone's heartbeat. Shi Minghui's expression turned grave as he strode to the control panel, his eyes fixed on the screen. In the footage of the coastline, countless demon beasts surged from the sea, sweeping in like a black tide. Their eyes glinted with a ferocious light, fangs bared, as if they were going to devour everything. "Detect the level of the demon beasts." The officer's fingers flew over the keyboard again, his voice trembling with barely concealed fear. "Based on the emitted energy detection, there are 4 5th-tier demon beasts in the herd, and 2 6th-tier demon beasts." Boom! It was as if a thunderclap exploded in everyone's ears, and the entire monitoring room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's faces turned pale, their eyes filled with disbelief and deep fear. 6th-tier demon beasts are capable of destroying a city, After all, each city is only guarded by one 6th tier master, not to mention that this batch of demon beasts also has 4 5th tier beasts following. This beast tide has reached the level of a 1st tier beast tide. Some of the young monitoring officers had weak legs, some were sweating coldly, their expressions filled with despair. A 1st tier beast tide means a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Shi Minghui's expression was equally grave. The beast tide came so suddenly, without warning. If it could be accurately predicted, who knows how many warriors could be saved, how many Dragon Guard soldiers could be spared, but reality has no ifs. Moreover, in this beast tide, the appearance of 2 6th tier demon beasts likely indicates that there are higher level 6th tier beasts, or even 7th tier beasts, pushing from behind. However, he did not fall into despair like the others but calmly issued orders. Immediately activate the 1st tier alert. Notify all Dragon Guard soldiers to form 2 defensive lines and prepare for battle. Additionally, request support from the Dragon Guard in the city, contact the nearest Grandmaster to take action, and reach out to Tianwen, asking him to come to the coastline as quickly as possible. This beast tide is too fierce. Relying solely on the forces of the Dragon Guard in the city is insufficient to withstand it. The inspectors quickly sprang into action, their fingers flying over the keyboards as the alarm echoed throughout the entire city. Soon, an inspector in contact with the city's Dragon Guard shouted, "The city has sent word that their waters are also under attack by the demon beasts. They have contacted other cities and will need an hour for our reinforcements." As the words fell, the hearts of everyone in the inspection room sank to the depths. They had originally thought the city could help, but unexpectedly, they too were experiencing the invasion of demon beasts. Immediately, another inspector said, "We've contacted General Xiang, and he is rushing over at full speed. It will take about an hour." Additionally, Grandmaster Ling Xiong has been reached. He just finished a mission and will take about an hour and a half to arrive. "Brother Shi, how are we going to hold on during this time?" asked the deputy commander beside Shi Minghui. Compared to the beast horde, the Dragon Guard was not only lacking in high-end combat power but also strained in numbers. If the defense line of the city was breached, both the city and Qing City would be caught in a pincer, and vast lands would be eroded by the demon beasts, resulting in countless deaths. Shi Minghui furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed like a torch on the overwhelming horde of demon beasts displayed on the monitor. He took a deep breath, his voice low yet resolute. "The students from the 4 schools have not left. Immediately contact their leaders and request their assistance and defense." After he finished speaking, his fist clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the force, his tone filled with determination. "The frontline Dragon Guard will fight to the death against demon beasts of 2nd tier and above. Leave the lower tier demon beasts to these students." Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Shi Minghui intended to leave the hope of survival to these students. Though they were anxious and afraid, their gazes were resolute, and no one opposed. They began to execute the orders given by Shi Minghui, contacting Xiao Jun and others. Shi Minghui looked at the inspection room that was back in operation and said to the deputy commander beside him, "I leave this to you to command." With that, he stepped out of the inspection room and vanished from sight. The deputy commander's expression was heavy. He knew Shi Minghui was heading to the front lines to confront the 6th tier and even 7th tier demon beasts. Fang Chen quickly donned his combat suit and opened the door, just as Yang Lu and Cheng Honi happened to step out at that moment. The three exchanged tense glances, their eyes flickering with unease and anxiety, as if the air was thick with pressure. The oncoming beast tide came without warning, leaving no time for idle chatter. Cheng Honi wasted no time and soared into the wind, instantly transforming into a streak of swift wind. Fang Chen followed closely, decisively leaping down from the building, the air whistling past his ears as he landed and dashed toward the square. Along the way, Fang Chen's footsteps were rapid, filled with the chaotic sounds of hurried footsteps and quickened breaths. Countless students surged toward the entrance from all directions, their faces etched with tension and unease upon hearing the alarm ringing around them. "This is a first-tier beast tide. Damn it, why did it have to come tonight? I don't want to die here." Before they could exit the building complex, the distant scene made Fang Chen's heart sink. Flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and explosions echoed one after another, as if the entire world was trembling. The Dragon Guard had already engaged the demon beasts, and the sounds of battle even reached this place. In the sky, Hong Zui's figure stood like an insurmountable mountain, his gaze cold, with spiritual energy surging in his hands. Whenever a demon beast attempted to approach the building complex, he would gently wave his hand, instantly reducing it to ashes. Fang Chen arrived at the square, where some students had already gathered, their faces filled with panic, their eyes unable to hide their fear of the beast tide. Fang Chen quickly scanned the crowd and soon spotted Qi Wan and Li Mingqi, hurriedly waving for them to come over. The two girls, seeing this, quickly squeezed through the crowd and ran to Fang Chen's side. "Stay by my side in a bit," Fang Chen whispered. Chiwan nodded, exchanging a terrified glance with Li Mingqi, her voice trembling slightly. Fang Chen, can we really hold on? Although Li Mingqi did not speak, her eyes were filled with unease. Fang Chen's expression was grave. I don't know either. Before long, Xin Cheng and Zhang Feng also arrived at the square, their expressions equally serious, clearly aware of the severity of the situation. As time passed, more and more students gathered in the square, and a stifling atmosphere permeated the densely packed crowd. Lin Song, Chen Ning, and others arrived in succession. Fang Chen also spotted Cliche, who was not in the square but was on a mound outside with Ramsey. When the number of people reached over 4,000, Xiao Jun's figure suddenly appeared in the air above the square, standing in midair, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over the students below. His voice boomed like thunder, instantly silencing all the noise. Upon receiving a request from the Dragon Guard army, all students and staff from the 4 schools will work together to form a defense line to hunt down the demon beasts. We must not let the demon beasts break through, otherwise, the city in Xinjiang will be attacked from both sides, and the consequences are unimaginable. This defense line only needs to hold for about an hour, and the Dragon Guard army will come to support us. We will now begin to assign areas. The building complex was located between the main road leading to the city and the city of Wei, designed to withstand the beast tide and prevent the city from suffering behind. As long as this place was held, the vast majority of the demon beasts and the beast tide could be blocked. Centered around the building complex, the 4 schools assigned positions, linking together to form a line in front of the complex. Assignment complete, let's start moving. Xiao Jun's words were like war drums, stirring the deep-seated alertness and panic within everyone, their expressions growing increasingly tense, even their breathing becoming rapid. The task of hunting demons was entirely different from facing the beast tide. The former was a dangerous proactive strike, while the latter was a defense against a massive enemy force. Everyone could clearly feel the helplessness and anxiety of about to enter battle, the fear of facing the unknown. As the sense of urgency intensified, that oppressive emotion pressed down to their hearts, forcing them to confront reality and accept the challenge before them. The air was thick with tension, as if even breathing had become heavy. Choosing the path of a warrior meant they had already made the decision to face such situations. This path had never been smooth. Blood, death, and crisis were the realities they had to confront. Brothers, let's go. A burly warrior patted his companion's shoulder, his voice low but firm. Don't wet your pants from fear later. Another warrior joked, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere with a casual tone. However, his fingers were tightly gripping his weapon, knuckles turning white from the force. With me guarding, these demon beasts won't get past. I just spoke to my family during the day. Let's go, the Dragon Guard army has already held them off for a wave, we can't fall behind. Everyone tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes filled with determination. In the next moment, they shot towards the battlefield like arrows released from a bow, the firelight reflecting on their faces, elongating and solidifying their figures. Take care of yourselves, Fang Chen said to Li Mingqi and the others, his tone carrying a hint of worry. The 4 schools acted separately, and he could not help but could only hope they could protect themselves. Li Mingqi and Qiwan nodded, you be safe too. Xin Cheng and Zhang Feng patted Fang Chen's shoulder, saying nothing more. After watching them leave, Fang Chen took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the burning cloud in his hand, and turned to walk towards the square's exit. The defense line of Magic City Wu University was just outside the building complex. At that moment, Xiao Jun suddenly appeared beside him, reminding him, Xiang Tianwen will arrive in about an hour. With your abilities, you will definitely be safe until he arrives. Remember, do not act impulsively. Xiao Jun's voice was low and serious. I understand. Fang Chen nodded, his expression calm yet resolute. He had just learned about the severe situation of the beast tide along the coastline from a staff member. The front line was in a tight spot, and Xiao Jun and the others had to go for support. Otherwise, the Dragon Guard's defense line could easily be breached by the monsters. Taking him along would only add pressure, so it was better to leave him here. With his combat power comparable to a beginner 3rd tier, he could protect himself against 1st and 2nd tier beasts. After hearing Fang Chen's response, Xiao Jun nodded and disappeared from the spot, appearing next to Hong Zui and the other 3. Old Wang, these students are in your hands. Make sure to protect them, especially Fang Chen. Wang Che nodded solemnly, I will, you can rest assured. Hong Zui interjected, I just asked Ramsey, and he said he would provide help, but protecting Cliche is his top priority. If danger arises, he will take Cliche and flee. Xiao Jun scoffed, waving his hand dismissively, I never expected those Europeans to help anyway. Let's go, there's no time to waste. With that, he flashed away, soaring into the air like a bolt of lightning towards the coastal defense line. Hongzui, Zhong Liangkai, and Zhuang Hui followed closely behind, their 4 figures cutting through the night sky with an unmatched momentum. In the face of the beast tide, they were no longer mentors, they were simply warriors, protectors of the city, guardians of every person on this land. In the night sky, dark clouds gathered, and the sounds of fire and explosions intertwined, as if heralding the prelude to this life and death battle. In the distance, the roars of the beasts grew closer, and the ground trembled under their trampling. The warriors from the four schools showed no signs of retreat, gripping their weapons tightly in preparation for battle. The fight was about to begin. At Magic City University, the news of the beast tide outbreak in the city exploded like a bomb, instantly flipping the entire forum upside down. Everyone in the sophomore class knew about it. The once quiet night was shattered, and the dormitory buildings were brightly lit, all waiting for the latest news from the city. What the hell? I was just chatting with the freshmen during the day. How did it suddenly turn into a beast tide? The beast tide had no warning at all, and I heard this one is extremely dangerous. Please don't let anything happen. Please don't let anything happen. Guan Ning sat on the sofa in the villa, her face pale, fingers tightly gripping her phone as she dialed Deng Qiong's number. Mom, how is the city? On the other end of the line, Deng Qiong was silent for a moment. Your dad has found out that this beast tide in the city is a level 1, and the situation is very severe. However, there are already Grand Masters and 6th tier Masters heading for support, so don't worry. Fang Chen is stronger than you, he will be fine. Mom will keep an eye on the situation in the city. If there's any news, I will let you know immediately. After soothing her a bit more, Deng Qiong hung up the phone. Guan Ning held her phone, her eyes filled with worry, feeling a bit breathless from the tension. She could hear the strong concern in Deng Qiong's tone, but it was left unspoken. At this moment, rescue was already on the way to the city, and all she could do was wait. Beside her, Chu Yen sat on the sofa, hugging her knees, her expression complex. Although she usually had no good feelings towards Fang Chen, even disliking him a bit, at this moment, all she hoped for was that Fang Chen could return safely. At the same time, Lin Qin was thrown into a panic upon learning about the beast tide outbreak in the city. Her mind went blank, and she instinctively wanted to extinguish that flicker of the fallen heart flame, immediately preparing to head to the city. However, just as she was about to act, Long Ye's voice echoed in her ears from the void. Don't be impulsive. Support is already on the way to the city, and that jade pendant also contains my power. If Fang Chen crushes it, he will be safe. Lin Qin halted her movements, biting her lip, and finally nodded. She suppressed her unease and sat back down on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the window. Consciousness constantly circled around the fallen heart flame subfire. If she sensed even a hint of weakness from the subfire, she would immediately break the seal and head towards the city. Fang Chen quickly arrived outside the square, where thousands of students from the Magic City Martial University had already gathered. They gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions tense and grave, their gazes fixed ahead, the air thick with a stifling atmosphere, as if even breathing had become heavy. He noticed the Tactical Academy students arranging formations. The beast tide was war, and it was their time to shine. To maximize everyone's abilities and minimize casualties, Su Ming had already begun to command. The Auxiliary Academy and long-range attack ability users had started to gather energy, beams of light coalescing in their hands, preparing for the first round of attacks against the beast tide. After that, the warriors from the War Academy would unleash their strength and engage in close combat. As for the Potion Academy, they were distributing potions from the rear, ensuring that every student going to the front line could receive the most basic survival guarantee. Yang Lu and Lu Feng stood at the front of the crowd from the War Academy, ready for action. Cheng Hongi floated in the air, arms crossed, his expression serious as he gazed into the distance. This guy, who usually liked to show off in front of others, appeared particularly composed at this moment. Fang Chen looked up at Cheng Hongi, thinking of a project he had long wanted to try. He walked beneath Cheng Hongi and shouted, "Come down." Cheng Hongi was taken aback, looking down at Fang Chen, confused. He slowly descended from the air. "Why are you calling me?" Fang Chen said straightforwardly, "Can you take me flying?" "Take you?" Cheng Hongi assessed Fang Chen's figure and then nodded, "Of course. Then wait for me a moment." With that, Fang Chen began to gather fire, two types of swirling rapidly, flames coalescing in his palm, gradually forming a blazing fireball that eventually took the shape of a little boy. He was restocking. Cheng Hongi noticed this, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes, seemingly grasping Fang Chen's intention. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled violently, as if thousands of troops were approaching. In the jungle 4 kilometers away, a large number of surged forth like a black tide, their eyes flashing with a fierce light, fangs bared, emitting low growls. Among the beast horde, the vast majority were first and second tier low level. Clearly the frontline dragon guard had held them back too much. Upon seeing the 4 schools people, the beasts suddenly accelerated, as if they had spotted prey, charging forward madly. "They're coming!" Someone whispered in alarm, their voice trembling slightly. Wang Chei's figure suddenly appeared at the front of the defense line, the aura of a fifth-tier warrior erupting instantly, like a towering mountain, blocking the horde of beasts. His gaze was cold, fists clenched, and he suddenly punched the ground. Boom! A loud sound erupted, the ground half a kilometer ahead instantly cracking, countless fissures spreading like a spider web. Wherever the punch wind passed, there were sent flying, blood and flesh flying, instantly causing countless casualties. However, the number of was simply too great. After one batch was killed, more surged forth from behind, coming in waves, as if endless. Everyone, prepare for battle. Wang Chei's voice thundered. He stood at the very front of the defense line, slaughtering all mid-level above the second tier. The beast tide drew ever closer, and Su Ming's voice rang out among the crowd, long-range attack, fire. At the same time, not only the Magic City Martial University, but students from the other 3 martial universities also launched their attacks. Thousands of attacks poured out like raindrops, various attribute attacks intertwining, forming torrents of energy. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted one after another, the ground instantly lighting up with countless flames, illuminating the night sky as if it were daytime. They at the front suffered countless casualties under the fierce assault, the air thick with the heavy scent of blood. However, they were not completely annihilated. Many demon beasts stubbornly withstood the first wave of attacks and continued to charge towards the crowd. Don't stop! Keep attacking! Su Ming's voice rang out again. The crowd gritted their teeth, once more gathering their abilities to maintain the offensive. The warriors from the War Academy tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to engage in close combat as the demon beasts approached within a certain distance. At this moment, Fang Chen finished restocking. He glanced at the 6th space ring, which was nearly full. It's time to take action. Fang Chen stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and his gaze swept over the surging horde of demon beasts ahead. He turned to Chung Honi, a slight smile on his lips. Take me up, I'll give them a bombing. Let's go. In the next moment, Chung Honi grabbed Fang Chen's shoulder. Fang Chen felt a gentle force lift his body, and the two quickly ascended into the air. The night wind howled past, tousling Fang Chen's hair, but his gaze remained fixed on the horde of demon beasts below. Once they flew above the demon beasts, Fang Chen flicked his wrist, and a little boy traced a graceful arc, plummeting towards the center of the demon beast horde. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, flames instantly engulfing dozens of low-tier demon beasts, the intense fire sweeping out like a giant wave, turning the surrounding beasts to ashes. The shockwave from the explosion even sent distant demon beasts flying, creating chaos all around. Now this is what a little boy should look like, Fang Chen couldn't help but murmur, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Continue. The two quickly moved, continuously dropping little boys in front of the beast horde. Each drop triggered a violent explosion, flames shooting into the sky, illuminating the night as if it were day. The sounds of explosions echoed one after another, resembling a grand fireworks display. The people on the front line watched this scene, their eyes wide with shock. Damn, it can be played like this? How come I didn't think of this before? This is simply a human bomber. We've been firing for half a day, and it's not as effective as Chen Ji's bombing. Lu Feng and Yang Lu also didn't expect that Fang Chen and Cheng Honi would have a day of cooperation. Even Wang Chei couldn't help but look up at the sky, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. This kid really knows what he's doing. Fang Chen and Cheng Honi's bombing greatly alleviated the pressure on the front line. The low-tier demon beasts suffered heavy casualties from the explosions of the strange fire, blood and flesh flying everywhere, the air thick with the smell of charred remains. Even those above the first-tier intermediate level were shaken by the shockwaves of the explosions, their offensive clearly slowing down. The warriors from the War Academy, who originally wanted to engage in close combat, could afford to wait a moment. Keep going. Don't stop. Fang Chen's voice rang out in the air. The pressure on the Magic City Martial University's front line had eased, and they needed to quickly head to the positions of the other 3 schools. Boom boom boom. The explosions continued to sound. The two of them made a round at the other 3 martial universities, completely disrupting the demon beast horde's offensive. The people from the other 3 schools, witnessing this scene, expressed similar sentiments. Damn, it can be played like this? In an instant, the morale of the students on the front line surged, each gripping their weapons tightly, ready to face the upcoming battle. Damn, Fang Chen is on a killing spree, we can't fall behind. Let's get them. We can't let Magic City Martial University get ahead of us. The explosions continued, fire and smoke intertwining, enveloping the entire battlefield in chaos. Meanwhile, Fang Chen and Cheng Honi continued to circle in the air. On a small hill, Click looked at this scene with a complex expression. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to exert such power amidst the beast tide. He felt he had lost to Fong Chen in this regard, clenching his fists in frustration. The continuous bombings by Fong Chen and Chung Hongyi greatly slowed the advance of the beast tide. However, even so, some demon beasts still charged out from the aftermath of the explosion, attempting to break through the defense line. However, these stragglers were quickly dealt with by the united efforts of those on the defense line. Fong Chen remained silent, only continuing the bombardment. Chung Hongyi said nothing, merely carrying Fong Chen as they flew. In the past, during quiet times, Fong Chen would restock his little boy, and at this moment, his supply was still quite ample. Fortunately, they are all oceanic crawling demon beasts. If flying demon beasts appeared, it would be even harder to handle, Fong Chen thought to himself after bombarding the defense line of the magic capital Wu University. Just then, Wang Chei's voice suddenly exploded in front of the defense line, deafening like thunder. Everyone, pay attention. The Dragon Guard Army's defense line has been briefly breached, and over a dozen demon beasts of third rank and above have charged in. Spread the message and prepare for battle. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere on the defense line instantly became tense. The students who had just been buoyed by Fong Chen's bombardment now felt as if they had been doused with cold water. Damn, we can handle second-rank demon beasts, but how do we fight third-rank ones? Third-rank demon beasts are nothing. Compared to the Dragon Guard army in front, what do we count for? In the distance, several roars of demon beasts echoed, deep and terrifying, as if they were coming from the depths of hell. Everyone's heart raced, their eyes fixed on the jungle ahead. Soon, several large third-rank demon beasts charged out from the jungle, their eyes flashing with a fierce light, fangs bared, exuding a suffocating pressure. Wang Chei stood at the very front of the defense line, his muscles taut like an insurmountable mountain. His fists were tightly clenched, and a metallic sheen glimmered on the surface of his skin. Boom! A punch was thrown, the wind from his fist exploding like thunder, instantly turning 3 third-rank demon beasts into mush. His movements showed no signs of stopping. He followed up with 2 more punches, and where the wind from his fists passed, 6 third-rank demon beasts were instantly killed. However, just as Wang Chei was preparing to continue hunting the remaining third-rank demon beasts, a low-level third-rank demon beast charged out from the side, attempting to bypass him to attack the rear. Fong Chen was quick to react, throwing his little boy, and the blazing flames engulfed the demon beast, the shockwave from the explosion even shaking the surrounding trees. However, before Wang Chei could catch his breath, 3 demon beasts suddenly charged out from the side, surrounding him completely. This is a high-level 4th-rank rock-armored red turtle. The crowd immediately recognized the demon beast, a flicker of fear and tension flashing in their eyes. This is bad. The defense of the rock-armored red turtle is comparable to a low-level 5th rank, and with 3 blocking together, there's no way to escape. A warning bell rang in Wang Chei's heart, every nerve in his body instantly tensing. He was only a low-level 5th rank. Wang Chei quickly used all his speed, trying to break free from the encirclement, but the massive size and heavy armor of the rock-armored red turtles were like walls of steel, their claws constantly attacking him, making it impossible to break through easily. As he sought a way out, accompanied by a low rumble of roars, 2 more 4th-rank rock-armored red turtles suddenly appeared, charging towards the defense line like mountains. Ramsey, who had not yet made a move, immediately charged out from the back, attacking the 2 rock-armored red turtles with astonishing speed, trying to hold them back. However, he was only restraining them and did not use his full strength. If things went awry, he would immediately lead Cliche away. Just when Wang Chei thought no more demon beasts of 3rd rank and above would appear, a sharp wolf howl suddenly pierced the night sky, stabbing into everyone's hearts like a blade. In the jungle a kilometer away from the mountain river Wu University defense line, a massive, ferocious wolf slowly stepped out. Its fur was as deep as the night, and its blood-red eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light in the darkness, fixating on everyone on the defense line. Each step seemed to tread on everyone's hearts, bringing an endless sense of oppression. A high-level 3rd-rank ferocious wolf. The students of Mountain River Wu University were terrified, their faces instantly turning pale. It's actually that dire wolf. Fong Chen's gaze slightly tightened as he immediately recognized the dire wolf, the very one that had relentlessly pursued him during the joint examination. He hadn't expected to encounter it again. His brows furrowed as he quickly checked his body, secretly calculating in his mind. Cheng Outyin, take me to a position 100 meters away from the dire wolf. Fong Chen suddenly spoke. Chung Hongyi was taken aback, looking at Fong Chen in disbelief. Are you crazy? That's a high-level 3rd-tier dire wolf. Going there is like walking to your death. Fong Chen's expression was calm. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. Hurry. Chung Hongyi, unable to divert the dire wolf in the air, decided it was better for him to run on the ground. Chung Hongyi frowned, filled with doubts, but he chose to trust Fong Chen, and the 2 quickly flew toward the direction of the dire wolf. Wang Che, seeing this, was engaged in a fierce battle with 3 rock-armored red turtles while anxiously shouting, "Fang Chen, come back! You're no match for that dire wolf." However, he was firmly held back by the 3 rock-armored red turtles and couldn't break free, only able to watch helplessly as Fang Chen was taken near the dire wolf by Chang Hongyi. The dire wolf was charging toward the defense line of Shanhawuda, unaware of Fang Chen's presence. When Fang Chen reached 100 meters away from it, he quickly landed and suddenly threw the little boy in his hand. Boom! The explosion sounded instantly, and flames shot up into the sky. The dire wolf was drawn by the sound of the explosion, stopping in its tracks, its blood-red eyes fixed on Fang Chen. When it recognized Fang Chen's face, a trace of fierce killing intent flashed in its eyes, clearly recognizing this human who had once toyed with it using explosions, letting out an enraged roar that was deafening. Is Fang Chen trying to lure the monster away for us? The students of Shanhawuda were stunned, their eyes filled with shock. Chuan, seeing this scene, immediately became restless. Fang Chen is no match for the dire wolf. We need to save him. As she spoke, she was about to rush out. Li Mingqi hurriedly pulled her back, and although she was also worried about Fang Chen, she calmly said, Fang Chen won't act impulsively, going there would only cause him more trouble. Chuan bit her lip, ultimately stopping in her tracks, her gaze fixed on Fang Chen's back, filled with concern. Under everyone's watch, Fang Chen quickly fled toward the northwest. The northwest was a wasteland, not the direction from which the beast tide was coming, with few monsters, making it suitable for escape. Fang Chen pushed his speed to the limit, darting through the wilderness at high speed, throwing the little boy behind him at the pursuing dire wolf, the explosions overwhelming, the flames illuminating the night sky as if it were daytime. It felt like he was back in the scene of being hunted during the joint examination. However, the dire wolf had extremely strong defenses. Although the explosions slowed it down, they did not cause it any substantial harm. Its eyes were filled with rage and killing intent as it crazily pursued Fang Chen. In the wasteland, without abandoned buildings or forest trees for cover, Fang Chen found it difficult to escape like last time. Gradually, his stamina was depleting faster, and his speed slowed down, his breathing became rapid, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The dire wolf was getting closer behind him, he could even feel its hot breath and sharp fangs. Chang Hongyi desperately tried to keep up with the speed of the man and beast from the air, preventing Fang Chen from falling into a desperate situation. Almost there, just a little more. Fang Chen gritted his teeth, feeling the changes in his body. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, and the dire wolf's pursuit was the best opportunity for him to break through. The distance between the man and beast was closing in. Just as the dire wolf's claws were about to reach Fang Chen, a faint crack sound suddenly came from within him, as if some barrier had been broken. Immediately after, a powerful force surged through his entire body. I broke through. A glimmer of joy flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He felt as if his body was enveloped by a warm current, his previously exhausted muscles instantly filled with strength, and his speed suddenly increased. The claws of the fierce wolf grazed against Fang Chen's back but only caught a slice of air. It roared in anger and accelerated to chase him again. At this moment, Fang Chen was no longer the same Fang Chen as before. His speed was faster, his movements more agile, and each dodge was perfectly timed. Meanwhile, that familiar mechanical voice finally rang out again. Detected that the host has entered the primary level of the second stage martial artist. Do you wish to extract the? Extract. Fang Chen did not hesitate. Beginning extraction of. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8 Desolation Annihilation Flame. As the system's voice fell, a surge of violent energy erupted from within Fang Chen, instantly filling his body like a volcanic eruption. His body, originally covered in transparent and deep blue flames, suddenly sprouted a wisp of pitch-black flame. The flame grew at a visible speed, emanating a heart-pounding aura of destruction, as if it could burn through space itself. This is 8 Desolation Annihilation Flame? Fang Chen murmured softly, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. The 8 Desolation Annihilation Flame ranked 6th. It possessed immense destructive power, capable of instantly turning large areas to ashes, easily breaking through defenses and rendering them weak under the flame's scorching. In the hands of a strong person, its released power could tear through the void. Additionally, it had a formidable ability to manifest enormous fiery wings on the wielder, unleashing astonishing speed. It can fly and increase speed, just in time. A tingling sensation suddenly spread across Fang Chen's back, as if something was about to burst forth. In the next moment, a pair of several meter-long fiery wings suddenly extended from his back. Boom! The moment the wings fully unfurled, a destructive energy surged from Fang Chen, sweeping outward. Within 100 meters, all living beings, except for the fierce wolf, were instantly burned to ashes, and even the ground was charred black, as if it had experienced an apocalyptic disaster. The fierce wolf was pushed back several steps by this energy, a flicker of surprise flashing in its blood-red eyes. But soon, its instincts sensed that Fang Chen was only at the primary level of the second stage, and its surprise turned to a grimace as it lunged at Fang Chen again. However, at this moment, Fang Chen had already taken to the skies, soaring upward in an instant. The pitch-black fiery wings spread out in the night sky, and Fang Chen hovered above, looking down at the fierce wolf with a mocking gaze. After chasing me for so long, it's my turn now. In the distance, Chung Hongyi suddenly slammed on the brakes, frozen in midair, feeling as if he were dreaming. Fang Chen's breath suddenly grew stronger as he ran, and then a faint black flame appeared on his body. Immediately after, what the hell is going on? How can this guy fly? Roar! The fierce wolf threw its head back and roared, its blood-red eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. It tried to leap up to pounce on Fang Chen in the air, but its height was nowhere near reaching those pitch-black fiery wings. Fang Chen hovered in the air, coldly looking down at the fierce wolf. Little thing, it's time to settle the score for chasing me. His hands quickly came together, and the falling heart flame, see heart flame, and 8 desolation annihilation flame began to coalesce in his palms. The 3 colors of flames churned continuously, resembling a small sun that could explode at any moment, with terrifying energy fluctuations radiating from it, even distorting the surrounding air. The fierce wolf sensed this energy and was instantly filled with terror. Its instincts urged it to flee immediately. Want to escape? Too late. Fang Chen sneered, and the pitch-black fiery wings behind him suddenly flapped, sending a wave of scorching heat surging forward, swish, as he chased after it. It ran, he pursued. It was impossible for it to fly away. A minute later, the new little boy was officially launched. Fang Chen unhesitatingly offered it to the fierce wolf for free, allowing it to experience it first, with the option to return if the effect was unsatisfactory. The fierce wolf sensed the terrifying energy closing in, looked back, and saw the new little boy growing larger in its pupils. Boom! The soaring flames instantly engulfed the fierce wolf's figure. 3 colors of flames intertwined, forming a brilliant yet deadly pillar of light. A scorching heat wave swept through, turning the ground within 200 meters into a chaotic upheaval. Various plants instantly reduced to ashes. As the flames gradually extinguished and the smoke cleared, only a blurred corpse of a vicious wolf remained on the ground. After experimentation, it was concluded that the new little boy had achieved a 3rd-tier advanced power. Not bad, the effect is even better than expected. Fang Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile as his black flame wings slowly flapped, and he instantly appeared beside Chung Hongyi. We should head back. With that, he flapped his wings and flew towards the 4-school defense line. Chung Hongyi stared at the wolf's corpse, taking a long time to regain his composure. Is this over? What kind of freak is this? Is this going to let me live? Seeing Fang Chen being chased by the wolf, his figure gradually disappearing into the wilderness to the northwest, Wang Che's eyes instantly turned crimson. His heart was filled with anxiety and self-blame. If something happened to Fang Chen, not only would the firewall plan fail to initiate, but it would also lead to the deaths of thousands. He couldn't explain this to Xiao Jun. Damn it! Wang Che roared, his powers surging wildly within him. Countless stones and rubble flew up from the ground, quickly gathering around him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a rock giant over 10 meters tall, his fists smashing down like mountains onto the 3 rock-armored red turtles. Boom! 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 Each punch carried devastating power, causing the ground to crack under the force. However, the 3 rock-armored red turtles had extremely strong defenses, their heavy shells like iron walls. Even with Wang Che's fierce attacks, it was difficult to break through for the time being. On the defense line, without Fang Chen's bombardment, the beast horde began a large-scale assault. Thousands of low-tier demon beasts surged in like a tide, and the students from the 4 schools fought with all their might to resist, the scene descending into chaos, with students already starting to get injured. Hurry! Faster! Wang Che was filled with anxiety. Time passed second by second, and the pressure on the defense line grew heavier. Suddenly, a terrifying oppressive force descended from the sky, like an invisible mountain pressing down on the battlefield. The 3 rock-armored red turtles had yet to react before being instantly crushed into meat paste by this pressure. At the same time, in front of the 4-school defense line, crimson flames swept through like the sea. Wherever the flames passed, thousands of demon beasts were instantly reduced to powder, leaving not even ashes behind. This is Xiang Tianwen. Wang Che looked up at the sky, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He saw a robust figure standing in the air. It was the 6th-tier master Xiang Tianwen. What would normally take about an hour to travel, he had rushed over in just over 40 minutes. Xiang Tianwen's gaze was cold as he scanned the students from the 4 schools, his brows furrowing. In a flash, he appeared beside Wang Che. Where is Fang Chen? Overuse of his powers had left Wang Che pale, gasping for breath. Northwest. Fang Chen was chased by a vicious wolf and fled to the northwest. What? Fury ignited in Xiang Tianwen's eyes, the pressure of a 6th-tier master unconsciously leaking out, making it hard for Wang Che to breathe. His heart was filled with rage and anxiety. If something happened to Fang Chen, the firewall couldn't be constructed, and the entire city would fall into despair. Xiang Tianwen had no time to scold Wang Che and turned to rush northwest. However, at that moment, a firelight suddenly shot up into the sky from the northwest, illuminating the night as if it were daytime. Immediately after, a deafening explosion echoed. What is happening? The people on the defense line were also drawn to the sudden explosion, looking up towards the northwest. Fang Chen won't be in trouble, right? A student from Shanhao Wuda murmured, his voice trembling, filled with self-blame and guilt. Fang Chen had drawn the vicious wolf away to protect them. Please don't let anything happen. Shi Wan prayed, her voice trembling. Li Mingqi was extremely anxious. Zhang Feng, Shen Xing, and the others nervously looked towards the northwest, their hearts filled with worry, yet feeling powerless. No one knew what was happening in the northwest, they could only wait. Xiang Tianwen's eyes were bloodshot as he vanished from the spot to search for Fang Chen. Suddenly, he reappeared 100 meters away, looking surprised as he gazed into the distant sky. There, a figure was slowly flapping its wings, flying towards the defense line. At the same time, others noticed this figure. Quick, who is that? It's Cheng Hongi, I saw him heading northwest, but wait, he doesn't have wings. Could it be a sky demon beast? Damn it, if a sky demon beast appears now, we won't be able to fight. The crowd began to feel tense. After suppressing 2 rock-armored turtles, Ramsey's expression remained calm, but he felt a slight joy inside. If this beast tide could lead to Fang Chen's death, it would be perfect. He wouldn't have to worry about the new generation of power in Europa being suppressed. As the figure drew closer, everyone finally saw the face of that figure. It was Fang Chen. His body was covered in pitch-black flames, and a pair of flame wings several meters long spread out behind him, his expression calm, as if the battle he had just experienced was merely a trivial matter. Fang Chen. He's still alive. A student couldn't help but exclaim, his voice filled with excitement. Damn, if Fang Chen is fine, doesn't that mean he has already killed that fierce wolf? The people from Shanhua Martial University, seeing Fang Chen safe and sound, felt their guilt and self-blame instantly transform into endless gratitude and admiration. Was that explosion just now caused by Brother Chen? The energy of the explosion reached high-level Tier 3, how did he do it? Fang Chen's aura has already reached beginner Tier 2. Aren't you supposed to be amazed at how he can fly? What's up with those wings? That's great, he's fine. Shi Wan and Li Mingqi saw Fang Chen safe and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes slightly red. Shen Sheng and Zhang Feng also set aside their worries. Zhang Feng examined Fang Chen's wings and smiled helplessly. Good guy, another one with a cheat. Lin Song and Chen Ning, who had just fought with the demon beasts, looked at Fang Chen in the sky, silent, only wanting to kill demons to numb themselves. Unfortunately, most of the demon beasts had been burned to death by Xiang Tianwen, leaving them with no chance to numb themselves. On the hill, Cliche clenched his fists in frustration, his knuckles turning white. After losing to Fang Chen the day before yesterday, he never expected that in just 2 days, Fang Chen would break through to beginner Tier 2 and even kill the high-level fierce wolf of Tier 3. This filled him with a strong sense of defeat. Ramsey's earlier joy instantly dissipated, his brows furrowing. He had hoped that this rising genius would fall in the beast tide, but unexpectedly, Fang Chen not only survived but also quietly broke through, displaying even more powerful strength. If he continued to grow safely, not only Europa but also the other countries would be surpassed by Huanxia. Fang Chen, are you hurt? Xiang Tianwen's figure suddenly appeared beside Fang Chen. I'm fine, Fang Chen shook his head. That's good. Xiang Tianwen breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the faint black flame wings behind Fang Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The violent energy emanating from those wings even made him, a 6th-tier master, feel a sense of palpitations. When did Fang Chen gain another type of flame? He was puzzled, but it was clearly not the time to ask. Since you're fine, let's hurry to the coastline, we'll leave this to them. Xiang Tianwen's voice was filled with urgency. Fang Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the people on the defense line. Compared to the war at the coastline, the skirmishes at the four-school defense line could only be considered minor. The real battlefield was at the coastline, and only by blocking the demon beasts there could the beast tide be completely halted. Xiang Tianwen said no more, raising his hand to wave, an invisible force instantly enveloping Fang Chen's entire body. Fang Chen only felt his body lighten, and the scenery around him began to rapidly retreat, as if all the scenes had turned into blurred lines. His gaze could not capture any specific images, only feeling the wind howling past his ears. This is the speed of a 6th-tier master, Fang Chen marveled in his heart, he had never experienced such terrifying speed, as if the entire world was rushing by beneath his feet. Along the way, Xiang Tianwen casually launched several attacks on the battlefield below. With each wave of his hand, a terrifying energy fluctuation swept down, instantly crushing several high-level demon beasts into powder. Soon, Fang Chen arrived near the coastline. Here, demon beasts were flying everywhere, and Xiang Tianwen's speed slowed down. Fang Chen's vision gradually became clearer, and the full picture of the Dragon Guard army's second defense line finally unfolded before his eyes. The sight before him made Fang Chen's heart sink to the bottom. The entire land was littered with the corpses of the Dragon Guard army and demon beasts, blood staining the ground, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. The traces of hot weapons and supernatural powers working together were everywhere. On the ruins, the Dragon Guard army's guns and laser weapons continuously fired at the tide-like horde of beasts. In the sky above, fighter jets bombarded the demon beast swarm incessantly. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions echoed, and the flames illuminated the night sky as if it were daytime. However, on the ruins, the gun barrels had long since turned red, and spent shells piled up like mountains. Even though the Dragon Guard army's firepower was fierce, it could not completely stop the onslaught of the beast horde. Further in, thousands of Dragon Guard soldiers, led by their commander, engaged in close combat with the demon beasts using their supernatural powers. The sounds of supernatural clashes mixed with the roars of the demon beasts, blood splattering onto the ground, staining every inch of the battlefield. For everyone that fell, another took their place, pressing forward. Boom! A loud sound erupted as a third-tier demon beast was killed by the combined efforts of the Dragon Guard's supernatural users, but that user also collapsed from exhaustion. His comrades had no time to mourn, they immediately took his place and continued to fight the demon beasts. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the battlefield, filled with immense sorrow and anger. He saw over 100 corpses of demon beasts above Tier 3 lying on the ground, but the casualties of the Dragon Guard army were even more severe. This is true war. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Seeing this, he finally understood how much the Dragon Guard army had shielded them from. Boom! 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 Xiang Tianwen struck again, several terrifying energy fluctuations sweeping down, instantly turning large areas of demon beasts into powder. After relieving the pressure on the Dragon Guard army, he did not pause for a moment, taking Fang Chen further north. There lay the coastline, the most intense battlefield of the entire war, and they needed to quickly build the firewall. The situation at the coastline was even more brutal than the second defense line, resembling a hell on earth. Blood stained the entire coastline, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and charred flesh. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the battlefield and soon spotted Xiao Jun and the others. Xiao Jun's figure swelled several times, his body covered in thick scales, his limbs transformed into sharp beast claws, making him look like an ancient war god. S-class supernatural power, Dragon God. At this moment, he was fiercely battling a 6th-tier demon beast in the air. The demon beast was massive, covered in pitch-black scales, its eyes flashing with a fierce light. With each collision, the air rippled as if it were about to be torn apart, and the ground shook from their battle, strong winds swirling, dark clouds gathering, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Boom! Xiao Jun threw a punch, the wind of his fist mixed with thunder, pushing the 6th-tier demon beast back several steps. Then, the demon beast retaliated even more frantically, and the two continued their bloody fight. On the other side, Hong Zue was surrounded by a dozen high-level 5th-tier demon beasts. His figure darted through the horde, the long knife in his hand swinging continuously. However, the number of demon beasts was simply too great, making it difficult for Hong Zue to escape. Zhong Liangkai, along with Shuang Hui and several 5th-tier strong members of the Dragon Guard army, were engaged in a bloody battle with several 5th-tier demon beasts, surrounded by corpses, with no demon beasts daring to approach. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the battlefield, finally resting on Shi Mingwei. This battle-hardened general, with hair half-white, was currently locked in a bloody fight with a 6th-tier high-level demon beast in the sky above the ocean. Each clash sent waves soaring dozens of meters high, and the dark clouds in the sky rolled continuously due to their battle, as if thunder would strike at any moment. The scene resembled the apocalypse. Quick, build a firewall. Xiao Jun, seeing Fang Chen and Xiang Tianwen, immediately urged them to act. Xiang Tianwen nodded, his gaze cold as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, it's our turn to strike. Fang Chen took a deep breath and immediately split off a large strand of sea heart flame, floating between the two of them. You take control, I'll assist you from the side, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Xiang Tianwen was not familiar with the sea heart flame. He needed guidance, just like a novice driver needs an experienced one beside them. Without hesitation, Xiang Tianwen moved closer to the sea heart flame. The moment he made contact with the flame, he felt his S-rank ability's fire being instantly suppressed, with no power to resist. The deep blue flame seemed to possess its own will, exuding an overwhelming majesty. What a terrifying innate flame! Xiang Tianwen was shocked, but he had no time to think further and immediately urged his spiritual power to begin controlling the sea heart flame. Soon, the sea heart flame erupted, filling the sky with deep blue flames. Then, the flames began to gather, condensing into a giant wave hundreds of feet high. The waves rolled, surging from the sky into the sea. The moment the flames touched the seawater, the entire ocean seemed to ignite, the deep blue flames spreading across the surface at a visible speed. Boom! Flames rose from the seawater, forming a towering flame wave dozens of meters high. The waves churned, and the deep blue flames danced atop the crests, as if fire dragons were swimming across the surface, the wall of flames rapidly spreading to both sides of the ocean, quickly expanding to 5 kilometers and continuing to spread. The sea heart flame merged with the water, and the seawater became the flame. The demon beasts in the seawater that came into contact with the sea heart flame were instantly ignited, turning to ashes, with no chance to struggle. Roar! A fourth-tier demon beast attempted to rush toward the shore, but as soon as its body touched the seawater within 100 meters of the shore, it was instantly consumed. The deep blue flames clung to it like maggots, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Ultimately, it let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing down, turning to ashes. Xiang Tianwen, with his initial 6th-tier strength, ensured that any demon beast below 5th-tier high could not cross the firewall. Boom boom boom! The wall of flames continued to spread, completely separating the ocean from the land, countless demon beasts turning to ashes in the flames, and the seawater within 100 meters was nearly black. This is the scene of a 6th-tier powerhouse using. Fang Chen stood in the air above the coastline, watching the scene before him. If he himself reached the 6th tier, the scene of him unleashing the sea heart flame would be even more terrifying than now. This is the SS level. Xiang Tianwen felt the heaven-burning heat and trembled inside. If he were to use his own flames to confront the enemy, he could not cause such massive damage. The demon beasts could hide in the seawater when in danger, but now they could not even escape into the water. With the establishment of the firewall, the demon beasts' offensive was completely cut off, and the pressure on the Dragon Guard army on the coastline was instantly relieved. We did it! The firewall has been successfully established. Brothers, kill! Eliminate all these beasts! The morale of the Dragon Guard army surged, and they began to fight even harder to slay the remaining demon beasts. Xiao Jun, Hong Zui, and the others also noticed the establishment of the firewall, and they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could slay these high-tier demon beasts, this beast tide would be completely over. Thus, they became even more ferocious in their attacks, each clash stirring up a gale that tore through the surrounding air. Several high-tier demon beasts, seeing their underlings all blocked in the sea, instantly panicked. They were not low-level demon beasts without intelligence. On the contrary, their intelligence was comparable to that of humans. If this continued, they would only fall into a desperate situation. However, just when everyone thought victory was in sight, a low roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the sea. Roar! The sound was deep and terrifying, as if it came from the depths of hell, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. In an instant, a flicker of fear flashed in the eyes of all the demon beasts, as if they had heard some irresistible command. Immediately after, in the waters outside the firewall, the group of demon beasts began to thrash violently, rushing towards the shore without regard for the burning flames. What's going on? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the frenzied demon beasts, filled with confusion. Xiang Tianwen's expression instantly became serious. He increased the output of the flames, and the deep blue firewall became even hotter, incinerating all the demon beasts that charged forward. There is a high-level demon beast commanding them, Xiang Tianwen said in a low voice, his gaze fixed on the distant deep sea. Soon, another low roar came from the deep sea, the sound becoming increasingly distinct, as some colossal creature was approaching. Several kilometers away, the sea's surface suddenly churned with a massive amount of water, and a gigantic figure slowly emerged from the depths. Shrouded in mist, the figure appeared blurry and menacing, towering over 100 meters, like a moving mountain. As it drew closer, towering waves surged on the sea surface, as if even the heavens and earth were trembling at its arrival. What? What is this? Fang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. The figure drew nearer, the mist gradually dissipating, and its full form finally revealed to everyone. It was a gigantic python, covered in pitch-black scales, its head fierce and terrifying, with exposed fangs and eyes that glimmered with a crimson light, like two burning blood moons. Each twist of its massive body stirred up monstrous waves, as if the ocean itself was under its control. 7th rank. Sea-splitting giant python. Xiang Tianwen's voice trembled slightly. Roar! The sea-splitting giant python let out a deafening roar, its voice carrying endless pressure. The people on the coastline felt their souls tremble, as if even breathing had become difficult. Is this the power of a 7th-ranked demon beast? Fong Chen's eyes were filled with shock. The approach of the sea-splitting giant python plunged the already stable battle situation back into crisis. In the ocean, countless demon beasts began to charge en masse under its command, surging towards the shore like a black tide. Xiang Tianwen gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to increase the output of the firewall, the deep blue flames burning even hotter on the sea surface, large numbers of demon beasts turning to ash in the sea of fire, emitting piercing screams. Fong Chen also exerted all his effort to maintain the stability of the firewall. However, at that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. Put! Fong Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale in an instant. Fortunately, Xiang Tianwen acted quickly, shielding Fong Chen, otherwise, he might have fallen into a coma on the spot. However, even Xiang Tianwen was not feeling well at this moment. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his expression was gravely serious. This pressure was coming from the sea-splitting giant python. Its vertical pupils locked onto the two of them, as if it had already discerned that they were the source of the firewall. It began to gather a terrifying energy in its mouth, the air seeming to twist around it, the target aimed directly at Fong Chen and Xiang Tianwen. At that moment, a suffocating sense of despair surged in their hearts. Run! Xiang Tianwen shouted loudly, preparing to quickly retreat with Fong Chen. However, just as they were about to leave, a figure suddenly blocked the path of the breath. Leave the sea-splitting giant python to me, you two continue to maintain the firewall. Fong Chen looked and saw Shi Minghui. At this moment, his hair was completely white, his battle attire tattered, veins bulging on his skin, covered in dense cracks, as if he would shatter at any moment. He held the 6-tiered demon beast he had just fought in his hand and casually tossed it onto the shore, or it lay lifeless. This is the blood explosion's secret technique. Xiang Tianwen's expression turned pained. For martial artists above the 6th tier, rapidly increasing their strength was exceptionally difficult. Even the most powerful enhancement martial techniques were often ineffective. The blood explosion secret technique, however, forcibly increased one's power at the cost of burning one's own vitality, risking a reduction in lifespan. After using it, not only would it shorten one's life, but it would also leave severe aftereffects, making further advancement impossible. Ordinary high-tier martial artists would never use it. Fong Chen looked at Shi Minghui's back, filled with admiration. This warrior was using his life to protect everything behind him. The sea-splitting giant python was enraged by Shi Minghui's appearance, and its breath erupted violently, carrying destructive energy straight towards him. The air twisted and deformed under the impact of the breath, as if even heaven and earth were about to be torn apart. Shi Minghui's expression was extremely grave. He suddenly raised both hands, and dozens of earth dragons surged up from the ocean beneath him and the land behind him, charging towards the breath of the sea-splitting giant python. Boom! The two attacks collided, producing a deafening roar. The scorching energy waves swept out, distorting the surrounding air. As the colliding energy dissipated, Shi Minghui spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Clearly, even after using the blood explosion secret technique, Shi Minghui was still no match for the 7th-tier sea-splitting giant python and could only barely delay it. The sea-splitting giant python was thoroughly enraged by Shi Minghui's counterattack. Its body twisted violently, creating towering waves over 100 meters high on the sea's surface. The waves crashed towards the shore like mountains, as if they were going to swallow everything. At the same time, the sea-splitting giant python's body suddenly swung towards the continent, its massive tail striking down like a colossal pillar. Boom! Shi Minghui exerted all his strength to resist, raising his hands again, causing the ground to rise once more and form a massive earthen wall. However, the power of the sea-splitting giant python was simply too terrifying. The earthen wall crumbled instantly beneath its tail, and Shi Minghui was sent flying several dozen meters, spitting out blood again. Master! Xiang Tianwen exclaimed, his eyes filled with anxiety, but he had to maintain the firewall and couldn't break free. Seeing this, Xiao Jun and the others began to fight desperately, hoping to rush to Shi Minghui's aid. Just as Shi Minghui had barely caught his breath after blocking one attack, the sea-splitting giant python's breath came rushing at him again. However, the solidification of the earthen wall had slowed slightly. Just as the breath was about to hit Shi Minghui, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. This person raised a hand and gently waved it. In an instant, an invisible force erupted from his body, coalescing in the air into a crystal-clear barrier that blocked all the impact of the breath. Then, this person raised his right hand, pointing towards the distant sea. A vast energy circulated around him, striking the towering waves over 100 meters high like a tangible current. Instantly, the seawater formed a massive whirlpool in the air, crashing back down like a waterfall. The sea surface was suddenly thrown into violent turbulence, with white waves splashing everywhere. Sea-splitting giant python, your opponent is me. The 7th-tier Grandmaster Ling Qiong stood with his hands behind his back, his tone deep and powerful, carrying endless authority. General Shi, you go rest, leave this to me. Shi Minghui nodded, dragging his injured body slowly back onto the land. Ling Qiong stood on the surface of the sea, his height of less than 2 meters appearing particularly small before the sea-splitting giant python, like an ant facing a mountain. However, the aura he exuded was not in the slightest inferior to that of the sea-splitting giant python, even faintly overshadowing it. The vertical pupils of the sea-splitting giant python suddenly constricted. As a 7th-tier demon beast, its intelligence was extremely high, and it clearly sensed that Ling Qiong's power was close to its own. Its body slightly recoiled, a hint of wariness flashing in its eyes. Roar! The sea-splitting giant python let out a low roar, its voice filled with endless anger and pressure. Its body twisted and swam across the surface of the sea, stirring up towering waves, trying to overwhelm Ling Qiong with its momentum. However, Ling Qiong remained unfazed, his aura like a drawn sword, pointing directly at the sea-splitting giant python, their forces clashing violently in the air. Boom! The two terrifying auras collided, producing thunderous roars in the air. After several minutes of standoff, both sides reached a balance. Finally, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in the eyes of the sea-splitting giant python as it glanced towards the southwest, let out a low roar, and suddenly twisted its body, slowly sinking into the sea, creating a massive whirlpool before disappearing from sight. With the retreat of the sea-splitting giant python, the beasts in the ocean sank beneath the waves. The high-level land beasts quickly withdrew from the battle, retreating back into the ocean, leaving only some low-level beasts on land with nowhere to escape, who were wiped out by Xiao Jun and the others. The pressure brought by the sea-splitting giant python vanished, and the soldiers of the Dragon Guard breathed a sigh of relief. Shi Minghui shouted, "Don't let your guard down. Slay the remaining beasts, clear the battlefield, and tend to the wounded." Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Fang Chen and Xiang Tianwen continued to maintain the firewall, continuing to eliminate the beasts trying to escape. With Ling Qiong stationed at the coastline, Xiao Jun and Hong Zui began to slay the beasts around them. After about half an hour, the remaining beasts near the coastline were nearly hunted down, and the beast tide officially came to an end. Only then did Fang Chen breathe a sigh of relief. "You've worked hard, Fang Chen." Shi Minghui appeared beside him to express his gratitude. At this moment, Shi Minghui's hair had turned completely white, making him look even older. "You're too kind, General Shi. Hunting beasts is what I should do," Fang Chen replied. Xiang Tianwen looked at the young man, feeling emotional. In just a few months, Fang Chen had already grown to the point where he could fight alongside him. At that moment, Ling Qiong appeared beside the three. "Young man, you are too modest. If it weren't for your flames, this beast tide wouldn't have ended so easily." He looked young at 30, but at the 7th level, his appearance no longer revealed his true age. Ling Qiong turned to Shi Minghui, "Have you figured out the cause of the beast tide?" Most beast tides occur for a reason, many due to resource competition, but there are also a few other causes. Shi Minghui shook his head. "The beast tide appeared too suddenly. I've already sent people to investigate the cause, but we haven't found anything specific yet. This beast tide indeed appeared too suddenly, and its scale exceeded all beast tides in the past 20 years. Ling Qiong recalled the scene of confronting the sea-splitting giant python and instinctively looked towards the southwest. The sea-splitting giant python has already moved away and won't return. The remaining matters here will be handled by you. I will go find out the cause of the beast tide." With that, he vanished from the spot. Shortly after Ling Qiong disappeared, Xiao Jun and Hong Zui returned to the vicinity of the coastline. The surrounding beasts had been completely cleared by them. Fang Chen and the others descended from the air and joined Xiao Jun and the others. "Thank you this time. If it weren't for you, the entire city would have likely fallen to the beasts." Shi Minghui expressed his gratitude. "General Shi, you are too kind. We are martial artists, resisting the beast tide is our duty." Xiao Jun turned his gaze to Fang Chen. "By the way, what's up with your wings? There are no martial techniques in the academy that condense flames into wings?" He had noticed the double wings on Fang Chen's back during the battle, but the situation had been urgent, and he hadn't had the chance to ask. Upon hearing this, Hong Zui and the others also turned their attention to him. "I'm not too sure either. It seems that after breaking through to the 2nd level, my ability mutated again." Fang Chen feigned a confused expression. "Mutated again?" Xiao Jun and the others exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with surprise. There aren't many things that could astonish these high-level martial artists at the 5th and 6th levels. The previous two types of mutated flames were already crazy enough, and now there was another one. This frequency of mutation was too much. Could it be some kind of easily mutated physique? Zhong Liangkai speculated. "Thank you, you've given me another reason." Fong Chen felt grateful in his heart. A mutated physique? Why haven't I heard of it? Not just you, I haven't either. Aren't I just talking nonsense? Let's not talk about that for now. Xiao Jun frowned tightly. We'll discuss the mutation later, let's hurry back. I don't know how the situation at the building complex is. They had been away for almost 2 hours and had no idea what was happening. For them, the students from the 4 schools were the top priority. Shi Minghui and Xiang Tianwen were still guarding the coastline. After greeting the two, Xiao Jun took Fong Chen and flew towards the building complex, with Hong Zue following beside them. Zhuo Hui and the other two were sprinting on land. Soon, they returned to the vicinity of the building complex. At this time, the building complex had already been taken over by the Wei City Dragon Guard army, and the land was littered with the corpses of dead monsters, piled high like mountains, the air thick with the smell of blood and charred remains. At the 4 schools' defense line, everyone looked extremely disheveled, their clothes torn, covered in blood and dirt, clearly having gone through quite a battle. Many seriously injured individuals were being carried away for treatment, while the remaining students sat exhausted on the ground, their faces filled with the relief of having survived. When Xiao Jun and the others saw this scene, their expressions were incredibly tense. They quickly began to patrol and understand the specific situation. After some inquiries and statistics, they learned that a total of 185 students from the 4 schools were seriously injured, and 342 were lightly injured, fortunately with no fatalities. This made the 4 of them breathe a sigh of relief, the heavy stone in their hearts finally falling. When Fong Chen's figure appeared at the defense line, everyone greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Chen, thank you for the bombing earlier. When you come to Shanhua Wuda, we'll treat you to a foot bath. Damn, you guys from Shanhua Wuda are really stingy. Ha, we're treating you to something worth thousands. Everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration. Especially the students from Shanhua Wuda, who were immensely grateful to Fong Chen. If it weren't for his bombing, many more would have been injured or even killed. Fong Chen, you weren't hurt, right? Li Mingqi and Qi Wan rushed over, their faces filled with worry. I'm fine. Fong Chen shook his head, his tone calm. Upon hearing his response, Li Mingqi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Wan, however, tightly grasped Fong Chen's arm, not letting go. Fong Chen smiled slightly and comforted her, don't worry, I'm okay. Due to the sudden beast tide, a lot of problems arose. After a brief discussion among the 4 school leaders, Xiao Jun flew into the air and announced the next arrangements to everyone from the 4 schools. Everyone, pay attention. Xiao Jun's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Due to the beast tide, the departure time has been postponed to tomorrow. Injured students should report for treatment quickly, and uninjured students should return to the building complex to rest and adjust. Upon hearing the arrangements, everyone dragged their exhausted bodies and slowly walked back to the building complex. I almost thought I wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. Me too, luckily Brother Chen was here. Brother Chen is awesome. Thanks to the solid defense line, the entire building complex only suffered minor damage. After the students returned to the building complex, some went back to their rooms, while others casually found a place to sit on the ground, calming their still tense emotions. Xiao Jun and the others needed to deal with the aftermath of the beast tide and left the defense line. Fong Chen returned to the building complex with Li Mingqi and Qi Wan. The sky was still dark, but it was completely different from before when it was overcast. The starry sky was scattered across the vast night, bringing light to the land. After parting ways with the 2 girls, Fong Chen returned to his room, and the tension from the beast tide completely relaxed at that moment. He picked up his phone, the screen displaying a series of missed calls and messages. He replied one by one. At the villa in Motowuda, Huan Ning curled up on the sofa, her eyes red, her nerves taut like a string. The news of the beast tide hung over her heart like a sharp sword, preventing her from thinking, only able to tightly grip her phone. Just then, the phone rang. Huan Ning hurriedly grabbed her phone, her heart filled with anxiety as she clicked to check. Fong Chen, don't worry, it's all fine now. Those simple 5 words were like a sweet rain, instantly extinguishing the burning anxiety in her heart. The suppressed emotions turned into tears, sliding down her cheeks, but she was smiling. Guan Ning, I'll wait for you to come back. Guan Ning excitedly grabbed the arm of Chu Yan beside her. Yan, Fong Chen is fine, he's okay. I know, if you pull any harder, my arm will come off. Chu Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a hint of a relaxed smile appearing on her face. She silently thought, as long as he's fine. In the room, the bright moonlight spilled through the curtains onto Lin Qin, casting a soft glow on her face. As time passed, her unease grew stronger, the anxious emotions churning in her chest. She stared intently at the flickering flame of the fallen heartfire, fearing an accident might occur. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she quickly opened it. Fong Chen, Sister Qin, it's fine now, the beast tide has passed. In that moment, a heavy stone lifted from Lin Qin's heart, and she let out a sigh of relief, all her worries vanishing in an instant. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, yet an incredibly fragile expression emerged, tears welling in her eyes as she sobbed, "It's good that it's fine." In the next moment, the fragile expression disappeared, and she returned to her previous worried demeanor. "I can't wait any longer, we must resolve this quickly. This is good for both me and Feng Chen. Old classmate, it's fine now, the beast tide has passed." In the room, after Feng Chen returned Su Yang's call, he finally replied to everyone's messages. When he broke through to the second tier earlier, the situation was urgent, and he hadn't had time to check the system tasks. Now, he finally had the time. Feng Chen summoned the system, and the panel displayed, "The host has stepped into the second tier, reopening life choices. Choice 1, obtain any treasure from the Tsangming Hall, reward, Sakura adult toy for men. 1:1 replica, vibrating sound, strong power, real jelly feel. Choice 2, obtain treasure from the central area of the Tsangming Hall, reward, SSS level cultivation method. Choice 3, obtain the teleportation token for the core area of the Tsangming Hall, reward, cultivation method, how to press acupoints, how to prison heaven finger, also known as Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger." Tsangming Hall? What is this? Feng Chen frowned, he had never heard of such a place. He hurriedly searched for Tsangming Hall on his phone but found no useful information. Not believing it, he searched again in the database of Magic City University, but still found nothing. What the hell is this Tsangming Hall? Dude, at least give a specific location when you issue a task. The system was silent, as quiet as if it were dead. Feng Chen felt frustrated. Option 1 was so tempting, option 2 was still so standard. Option 3 was even more impressive. He really wanted to experience the feeling of not being a cultured person. On the way, he could rub Fire Lotus and press handprints on the spot. Whoever he pressed down would die. But at least give a location for Tsangming Hall. In the current situation, it was like inviting someone to dinner and only providing chopsticks. Forget it, I'll ask Sister Qin when I get back. Since he couldn't find anything, he could only ask Lin Qin after returning to school. After bombing for so long, I'm exhausted. The fatigue washed over him like a tide, and Feng Chen fell asleep immediately. He didn't wake up until 11 in the morning. After a simple wash, he went out to eat. After the beast tide incident, more people greeted him on the way than ever before, and they were more enthusiastic. "Chen Gu! Thank you, Chen Gu. If it weren't for your bombing, we wouldn't have held on." Whether they knew him or not, everyone who saw Feng Chen would nod in greeting, and some even came up to thank him directly. Feng Chen smiled and nodded in response, not saying much. On the way, he also saw many people going out to help the Dragon Guard army tidy up the battlefield and collect the corpses of the demon beasts. It was obvious that these people were doing it to earn credits. Although the corpse of the demon beast was broken, its fur, bones, and some parts were precious resources that could be exchanged for a large amount of credits and money. Some people also learned many things from the Dragon Guard about the front lines. "I didn't expect so many people to die on the front. If it weren't for the Dragon Guard protecting us, we wouldn't have survived at all. Damn demon beasts. And Chen Ji's firewall made of flames, I really want to see what that scene looks like. Chen Gu is busy with us and still has to attend to the front. When will I be as excellent as him?" The cafeteria's food today was exceptionally rich, all seafood feasts. The ingredients had died no more than 8 hours ago, very fresh, and the restaurant was filled with a rich aroma that whetted the appetite. Due to breaking through to the second tier, Feng Chen's appetite had greatly increased, almost double that of before. He sat down with a large plate of food, devouring it with gusto, nearly reaching the level of 3 bites for a pig. Time passed, and at 2 in the afternoon, Feng Chen was resting in the dormitory when he suddenly received a message from Xiao Jun, asking him to come to the reception hall for something. Feng Chen did not delay and got up to head to Building 1. Upon entering the hall, he found that not only were Xiao Jun and the 4 school leaders present, but Ling Xiong and Shi Minghui were also there. "You're here, hurry and sit down," Xiao Jun greeted, pointing to a nearby sofa. Feng Chen nodded and sat on the sofa. His gaze swept over everyone and noticed that their expressions were filled with a hint of anticipation and curiosity. Xiao Jun glanced at Hong Zui and the others, helplessly saying, "I originally wanted to evaluate your new flame back at school, but these guys insisted I do it today. Are you willing?" Feng Chen nodded without hesitation. "Of course, no problem." The 8 Desolation Destruction flame had already been seen by everyone, so there was nothing to hide. "Alright, then show us your new flame," Xiao Jun said, his voice tinged with expectation. Feng Chen said nothing more, raised his right hand with his palm facing up. In the next moment, a wisp of faint black flame began to dance in his palm. The flame was not much, but it emitted a heart-pounding energy fluctuation, causing the temperature in the entire hall to rise instantly, as if the air had been ignited, even distorting the space. Even from a distance, Xiao Jun and the others could feel the intense heat. What terrifying energy! Zhuanghui couldn't help but whisper, his eyes filled with shock. This flame! Even I feel my heart racing, Hongzue said quietly, his tone serious. Just from the energy it emits, it's even more terrifying than the previous transparent and deep blue flames, Zhong Liangkai said, frowning. We won't know how it is until we test it, Xiao Jun said, taking out a C-grade alloy from his spatial ring and making it float in the air. Feng Chen, try its power. Feng Chen nodded, lightly waving his palm, and the 8 Desolation Destruction flame instantly transformed into a wave of fire, attacking the alloy. Hiss! The moment the flame made contact with the test stone, a sound like boiling water was heard. The C-grade alloy quickly melted under the burning, soon turning into a puddle of liquid. Without using any power, just the temperature of the flame itself can instantly melt C-grade alloy. I've never seen such an exaggerated flame, Hongzue exclaimed. The eyes of Xiao Jun and the others were also filled with shock. The destructive power of the first 2 types of flames was already formidable, but this newly mutated flame was even more perverse. Even someone like Ling Xiong, a 7th-tier grandmaster, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Feng Chen, does this faint black flame have any other abilities? Zhong Liangkai asked carefully. As you have seen before, this flame can condense into wings for flight, helping me increase my speed, Feng Chen did not hide. Although they had already witnessed it, hearing it from Feng Chen's mouth still made Xiao Jun and the others gasp in amazement. Each of the 3 flames had its own accompanying abilities. This meant that Feng Chen possessed multiple capabilities. Such a thing was unimaginable to outsiders. My assessment is SS-level talent. Xiao Jun was the first to give an assessment. My assessment is also SS-level talent, Hongzue said. Me too. Same here. Zhong Liangkai and Zhuanghui exchanged glances, and the regret that had yet to dissipate surged back into their hearts. If only they had been willing to provide Feng Chen with more resources back then, he wouldn't have been taken by the Martial University of Magic City. But thinking back now, they couldn't really blame themselves. They had already offered the maximum they could commit to. If there was anyone to blame, it was the school principal for not granting them more authority, which led to the loss of a once-in-a-generation genius with 3 SS-level talents. And this was just the present. What if Feng Chen mutated again? What if another flame appeared? The principal is confused. At this moment, everyone tacitly accepted that Feng Chen was a variable mutant. 3 SS-level abilities, Feng Chen, well done. Xiao Jun laughed heartily, his wrinkles smoothing out, looking particularly excited. He was immensely grateful that Feng Chen was a student of the Martial University of Magic City. As for Zhuanghui and Zhong Liangkai, they looked displeased but were helpless. Although Zhong Liangkai was weak and pale, he still forced a smile, his tone tinged with emotion. With Feng Chen here, how can we, Hanxia, worry about the future? Ling Xiong also nodded, his gaze filled with admiration. With such strength guaranteed, we can be more confident when we go to the Songming Hall later. Songming Hall? Feng Chen was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the Songming Hall, which he had searched for all day without finding any information, would be mentioned at this moment. He feigned confusion and asked curiously, Sangming Hall? What is that? As soon as he said this, the reception room fell silent. After exchanging glances, Xiao Jun and Ling Xiong said, actually, the main purpose of bringing you here this time is not to rate the new flame, but to tell you some things about the Sangming Hall. This is the reason for the beast tide that Elder Ling investigated, take a look. With that, Xiao Jun took out a stack of documents and floated them into Feng Chen's hands. Feng Chen frowned and opened the documents, pausing for a moment when he saw the first line of text. After assessment, the seal of the Songming Hall in the No. 11 restricted area is significantly weakening and will be completely unsealed in April. This is the main reason for the beast tide along the city. The Songming Hall is actually in the No. 11 restricted area? He quickly read through the subsequent information. 3 minutes later, Feng Chen finished reading the documents and had a general understanding. The No. 11 restricted area is located in the southwest of the Wei City. It has 2 layers. The outer layer poses no significant risk and is suitable for cultivation. The inner layer has been sealed for a long time, having only been unsealed once 63 years ago, when over 100 martial artists entered, and only a few dozen survived, gaining resources, with one person's strength increasing by 2 levels and even creating an SSS-level martial skill. The unsealing lasted only a month before the inner area was sealed again. Due to the rarity of unsealing, no one knew the specific unsealing time. After the beast tide occurred, Ling Xiong followed the clues to the No. 11 restricted area, and with his 7th level Grandmaster's spiritual power, he sensed that the seal had begun to weaken. Based on the rate of weakening, the seal would be completely lifted around April. Because there are level restrictions within the No. 11 restricted area, martial artists cannot exceed the 4th level. This led to all the martial artists inside being unaware of this change. The inner area has another name, Songming Hall. Fong Chen never expected that Songming Hall would be within the No. 11 restricted area. At the end of the information, after a series of investigations and verifications, it was confirmed that the purpose of the beast tide initiated by the sea-splitting giant python was to target the No. 11 restricted area. Beasts have a natural sensitivity that is stronger than humans, and Wei City is not far from the sea. This allowed the sea-splitting giant python to sense the weakening of the Songming Hall seal immediately, launching the beast tide to attack the No. 11 restricted area in hopes of obtaining the treasures within the Songming Hall. Unfortunately, it was thwarted by the Dragon Guard army, which sacrificed their lives to prevent its success. As Fong Chen closed the document, Xiao Jun said, in the past, students from the 4 schools would go to the No. 11 restricted area at the beginning of the 2nd semester of their sophomore year. However, due to the impending lifting of the seal on the Songming Hall, the 4 of us will discuss and coordinate a series of issues with everyone after we return to school, allowing you to enter early. This is a rare opportunity that hasn't occurred in decades, and it must not be missed. Of course, given the strength of Lin Sangqing and Hongyi, entering the internal area would be a dead end. Just taking a look at the outer area is enough. The main focus is still on you, Fong Chen. Xiao Jun's expression became serious. Your strength has already surpassed all the sophomore students from the 4 schools, and you are capable of entering the Songming Hall. We are showing you this document to help you understand the situation in the Songming Hall in advance. This is also a way for General Shi and Elder Ling to repay you for your assistance during the beast tide. Of course, the dangers inside the Songming Hall are immense, and whether you enter or not will ultimately be your decision. The system task has arrived. How could I not go in? Fong Chen feigned hesitation. I will consider this matter seriously. At that moment, a jade token appeared in Ling Qiong's hand and slowly flew towards Fong Chen. This is a protective jade token I crafted. As long as you crush it, it will ensure your absolute safety for 1 hour against attacks from non-7th tier martial artists. Consider it a repayment from me and General Shi for your actions during this beast tide. Fong Chen's eyes lit up. Wow, a life-saving artifact. This is far more precious than rewards in money, equipment, or potions. Thank you, Elder Ling and General Shi. Fong Chen accepted the jade token without hesitation and stored it in his spatial ring. General Shi, what is the casualty count for the Dragon Guard army this time? Xiao Jun inquired. The casualties are significant and are still being tallied. Shi Minghui looked pained, appearing even older. Ling Qiong sighed helplessly. It's a pity my abilities would be weakened in a coastal environment, otherwise, I would definitely skin the sea-splitting giant python and never set foot on land again. Martial artists' abilities can have different effects in specific environments. Just like Xiang Tianwen, even though his flames are S-class abilities, their attack power would be greatly diminished in the ocean. Lightning-type martial artists would unleash greater energy during thunderstorms, while water-type martial artists would double their abilities in water. Wait! At that moment, Fong Chen suddenly thought of something. Although Lin Qin's Taiyin Void Fire is a type of fire, it is extremely cold. Correspondingly, in a cold environment, the power of the Taiyin Void Fire would increase. The coldest days of the year are in January. Guliolu. Fong Chen instinctively swallowed. Lin Qin no. Tu said the time is approaching. Lin Qin's offensive has been getting stronger over the past 2 months. Lin Qin's emotional fluctuations have been intense recently. Various details flashed through Fong Chen's mind one by one and began to organize. Wow, the coldest time of the year is when the Taiyin Void Fire is at its most vigorous. Could it be that the time Lin Qin no. Tu mentioned refers to this period? Fong Chen tried to calm his heart, but no matter how hard he tried, it still felt chaotic. It is currently mid-January, the time when Lin Qin is most likely to lose control. If that is the case, when he returns to school tomorrow, he will definitely face unimaginable scenes, and it will surely be a bloody storm. Fortunately, he has already received a solution from Lu Feng, so he is not completely unprepared. There are still many things we need to attend to on the front lines, so we won't stay here any longer. Ling Qiong and Shi Minghui stood up to bid farewell to Fong Chen and the others. After the two left, Fong Chen looked at Xiao Jun and asked, Director Xiao, do you have detailed information about the No. 11 restricted area? The previous document only provided a general overview of the situation in the No. 11 restricted area, and he was still unaware of the detailed information. I don't have the specific information about the Songming Hall here. It will be provided to you uniformly after you return to school. Xiao Jun said, it's all right now, We leave tomorrow, so go and catch up with your old classmates. Okay. Fang Chen nodded and left the reception hall. At night, Fang Chen and Li Mingqi, along with two others, gathered again in the cafeteria. Just as they were about to finish, someone shouted, "Quick, look at the news." Everyone took out their phones and saw the top news across various platforms. Level 1 Beast Tide in Yen City, Dragon Guard Army sacrificed 2,471 people, 2,897 seriously injured, 1,621 lightly injured. In the comments section, countless people paid tribute to the Dragon Guard Army. The once lively cafeteria fell into a dead silence in an instant, and everyone was silent. 2,471 people. Li Mingqi murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly. They all sacrificed themselves to protect us. Shi Wan's eyes reddened slightly, her voice choked. Fang Chen clenched his fists, filled with grief and anger. The images from the front lines resurfaced in his mind. They could still sit here, all because the Dragon Guard army was protecting them. After dinner, many students spontaneously went to the coastline to commemorate the fallen Dragon Guard soldiers. Fang Chen and the others also went. They stood on the coastline, looking at the sea that had once been ravaged by the beast tide, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Fang Chen. A deep voice sounded from behind. Fang Chen turned around and saw Xiang Tianwen standing not far away, looking at him with deep eyes. General Xiang. Fang Chen stepped forward. Xiang Tianwen sighed, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue. This beast tide has cost us too much. Fang Chen was silent for a moment and quietly asked, "Will General Shi leave Yin City?" It was unprecedented for a city to be guarded by two sixth-tier masters, especially in a dilapidated city like Yin City. During the day, Shi Minghui was in the hall, and he hadn't directly inquired. Now he could ask Xiang Tianwen for information. Xiang Tianwen shook his head. Teacher has sacrificed too much for Yin City and Huanxia. Originally, the higher-ups wanted to transfer him to a safer city for defense, but he has been here for decades and doesn't want to leave. As he spoke, Xiang Tianwen sighed. Teacher can't let go of his wife and children. He looked out at the ocean. In the end, after discussion, I will guard Yen City together with teacher. I can activate the firewall and will also assist Xinjiang and other coastal cities in the eastern provinces. Hearing this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he explained the matter of the Haixing flame. Since it was only a subfire, it would be exhausted after a few uses. He would contact him in advance, and he would bring new subfire. Finally, Xiang Tianwen patted Fang Chen's shoulder, his tone firm. Fang Chen, you are the most talented martial artist I have ever seen. I believe the day you personally release the firewall is not far off. Fang Chen looked at the boundless sea. Not far. The next day, the bus arrived at the complex at 9 in the morning. After bidding farewell to Li Mingqi and the others, Fang Chen approached the bus of Modu Martial University, took one last look at this impressive place, and finally glanced in the direction of the coastline before boarding the bus. The vehicle slowly started, and the scenery of Yin City gradually faded away. In the afternoon, at the Modu Martial University competition venue, the sun shone brightly on the ground. Although the sun hung high in the sky with not a cloud in sight, the temperature remained bone-chilling, and the cold wind howled, stinging people's cheeks. Due to the beast tide incident, many second-year students came to the venue, waiting for the return of the first-year students. They wanted to know what these newcomers had experienced during the beast tide, whether anyone was injured, and whether anyone had performed exceptionally. Among the crowd, two graceful figures stood out. Guan Ning and Xu Yan stood together, one charming like water, the other cold and elegant like ice. Their temperaments were completely different, yet both attracted everyone's attention. However, despite their captivating beauty, no one dared to approach them. The reason? Naturally, everyone tacitly acknowledged that they were already taken. Yen, do you think Fang Chen will be injured? Guan Ning asked softly, her tone carrying a hint of worry she wasn't even aware of. Xu Yan was speechless. Fang Chen said he's fine, so stop worrying unnecessarily. In her heart, the cricket said, clearly, I didn't want to come, yet they insisted on dragging me here. At that moment, a low rumble of engines approached, and one by one, buses slowly entered the venue. Once they stopped, the doors opened, and thousands of students began to disembark, all wearing tired expressions. Among the crowd, a tall figure stood out. Fang Chen. Guan Ning waved her arms excitedly and hurried forward. Thankfully, she had informed Lin Qin in advance that someone was treating them to a meal, so she didn't come. Fang Chen heard the voice and walked towards them. What are you doing here? Ha! Xu Yan pouted. If it weren't for someone worrying to death and insisting I come, I wouldn't have come at all. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Guan Ning shot a glance at Xu Yan, then turned to Fang Chen. You weren't hurt, were you? Fang Chen stretched his back. Don't worry, I'm in good shape. I can take on all 6 of you. Keep dreaming, Xu Yan scoffed. Hey! Guan Ning was taken aback, her tone filled with disbelief. Feng Chen, you actually reached the second-tier beginner. At that moment, Chu Yan also noticed the change in Feng Chen's aura, her cold eyes widening in surprise. She had been too busy complaining to notice Feng Chen's level. The speed of his progress was simply outrageous. Feng Chen chuckled lightly, a hint of teasing in his tone. Don't believe me? Want to give it a try? Chu Yan snorted coldly, falling silent and returning to her usual aloof demeanor, thinking to herself, don't get too proud. Guan Ning tugged at Feng Chen's sleeve. Stop talking, let's hurry to Chui Xiangju. The longer we wait, the more crowded it will get. Feng Chen nodded, and the three of them chatted and laughed as they left the venue, heading towards Chui Xiangju. The sunlight bathed them, elongating their shadows and drawing the attention of passers-by. Ah, did you see that? Guan Ning was waving at Feng Chen. She's no longer that charming and sexy goddess. Damn Feng Chen, he actually turned my goddess into this. When the three of them arrived at Chui Xiangju, there was already a long line outside. Fortunately, Guan Ning had reserved a private room in advance thanks to her mother's connections. After ordering their meals, Feng Chen began to recount the situation of the beast tied to the two girls. Guan Ning and Chu Yan listened with their hearts racing, as if they were once again thrown back into the beast tide they had experienced, the fear and helplessness surging back to the surface. 20 minutes later, Feng Chen's throat was nearly smoking from talking, yet the food still hadn't arrived. He couldn't help but frown. Why hasn't the food come yet? The waiter replied, sorry, there are too many people, the kitchen is a bit overwhelmed, it will take some more time. Feng Chen felt his throat was extremely dry, and his stomach was growling. Then just bring me a pot of boiling water to fill my stomach. Guan Ning instinctively teased, you really love cleanliness. Feng Chen? Chu Yan? Waiter? Oh no, I said the wrong thing. Guan Ning covered her mouth, her expression awkward. She had gotten used to chatting casually with Feng Chen. With the return of the first-year martial artists, the Martial Arts University of Magic City regained its usual liveliness. Second-year students eagerly inquired about the details of the first-year beast tide, and as more stories were shared, they became increasingly exaggerated, the scenes of the beast tide vividly appearing in the minds of the second-year martial artists. They seemed to see the overwhelming horde of monsters, hear the deafening roars, and feel the tension and fear of life and death hanging by a thread. Among this, Feng Chen also casually mentioned his scores from the martial arts exam and the battle against Cliche. It didn't take long for the forum of the Martial Arts University of Magic City to explode. Discussion threads about the beast tide emerged one after another, and Feng Chen's name was frequently mentioned. If I had been there at the time, I would have been scared to death. Same here. To be honest, I was already mentally prepared for death at that time. Feng Chen is really too strong. If it weren't for his help, we might not have made it. I've never seen such terrifying talent, killing high-level third-tier monsters at the second tier. He's simply a monster. Combining the scores from the big exam, over 400,000, that's more than 10 times mine. Before I heard about the genius from Europa, I thought Feng Chen was done for, but I didn't expect him to crush it again. This is simply too abnormal. An SS-level martial skill, and I haven't even accumulated enough credits as a sophomore, yet he has already mastered it. Just one semester, and it's only been one semester since school started, and Feng Chen is already at the same level as me. I just want to cry, cry, cry. And that wall of flames, I can't even imagine how Chen Gu will be after reaching the 6th level, going on a killing spree. Wouldn't he set the entire ocean ablaze? I heard someone say Feng Chen blew up over 300 demon beasts this time. No way, I heard it was over 1,000. Nonsense, I saw it with my own eyes, it was clearly over 5,000. Ha, stop talking nonsense, it was clearly over 10,000. Hold on a second, I want to angrily criticize my boyfriend's family's mindset, it really disgusts me. Got gossip. Hurry up and tell me. It's like this, a while ago, I went to my boyfriend's hometown for the first time, and it was quite unpleasant. I really didn't want to go again, but I couldn't resist my boyfriend's pleas, so I went. My boyfriend's mom was a bit nicer than last time, she made some vegetables and even killed a rooster. At dinner, my boyfriend asked why there were no fried eggs. He usually loves them, and his mom makes them for him every meal. At that moment, she said, where would a rooster get eggs? If roosters could lay eggs, then men could give birth, right? It turns out my boyfriend's mom still wants a grandchild and dislikes me because I'm a man. Damn, you son of a gun. All your sneaky tricks are used on your classmates. I'll kill you within 3 days. Unknowingly, the number of demon beasts Feng Chen had killed rose to over 20,000. Yen Hong had just finished training and was sitting in the lounge area, looking at the content on the forum, smiling bitterly and sighing. I can't compete. I wonder how Song Huan and the others reacted when they found out about Feng Chen's achievements. Meanwhile, Feng Chen was completely unaware of the heated discussions on the forum. He had just said goodbye to Guan Ning and Chu Yan and returned to his long-lost dormitory. Pushing open the dorm door, it was empty inside. Lu Feng was not there. He didn't need to think to know that Lu Feng must have gone to fight again. A battle maniac, how could he easily let go of the first day back? Feng Chen walked into the room and lay on the bed. The long-lost bed made him feel exceptionally comfortable, as if all his fatigue dissipated at that moment. The next morning, sunlight filled the earth. Feng Chen got up early and first went to the equipment department. Spending 10,000 credits, he had them forge a new burning cloud using the SS-level battle knife he had won. After that, Feng Chen arrived at Lin Qin's villa. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Qin excitedly bouncing down the stairs, like an 18-year-old girl, lively and spirited. You finally came, come in quickly, I can't wait. Lin Qin's voice carried a hint of urgency, her eyes full of excitement. Feng Chen was taken aback and asked in confusion, Sister Qin, what are you in such a hurry for? He instinctively tightened his belt, thinking, I just got here, can't I have a moment to breathe? Why the rush? Yes, I'm very anxious. Lin Qin stepped forward, grabbed Feng Chen's sleeve, and pulled him into the living room, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, her tone laced with anticipation. Xiao Jun said you have mutated a new flame. As she spoke, her liveliness visibly faded, returning to her usual gentle and calm demeanor. I want to see it. Feng Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, what a false alarm, I thought we were going to fight right away. However, this change in emotion was even more apparent. He nodded and smiled, saying, okay. Feng Chen raised his right hand, palm up. The next moment, a wisp of dark black flame began to dance in his palm, emitting a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. The temperature in the entire room instantly soared, as if the air had been ignited. This is the newly mutated flame. Feng Chen murmured softly, his gaze focused on the flames in his palm. Lin Qin's gentle eyes were filled with shock. Although she had heard from Xiao Jun about Feng Chen's new flames, seeing it with her own eyes still left her stunned by this terrifying energy. Just as Xiao Jun said, the energy of this flame is even more terrifying than the previous two kinds, Lin Qin said softly, her tone carrying a hint of admiration. With this, if you go to the Tsangming Hall, I can be more at ease. The two chatted for a while longer, and Lin Qin inquired in detail about Feng Chen's experiences during the Beast Tide. Feng Chen answered one by one, remaining calm, but Lin Qin was clearly not at ease. Her brows gradually furrowed, her originally gentle expression turning into worry, and when she heard about being chased by the fierce wolf, her eyes turned red. After finishing her story, she felt extremely guilty, saying, if my strength hadn't been suppressed, I would never have let you encounter any danger. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Wow, the emotional shift is too drastic. Feng Chen hurriedly reassured her, it's okay, Qin Jia. I was aware of the situation at that time. If I encounter danger in the future, I will definitely be the first to run. Upon hearing this, Lin Qin gradually returned to her original state, murmuring, that's good. Seeing this scene, Feng Chen understood that it wouldn't be long now. Afterward, Lin Qin checked Feng Chen's growth after the joint examination. Feng Chen immediately demonstrated the Great Sunflame Prison. After stepping into the second-tier beginner level, the number of fire dragons in the Great Sunflame Prison had reached 15, advancing to the second level. With the addition of the 8 Desolation Destruction Flame, the destructive power of the entire cage had increased significantly. The faint black flames intertwined with the deep blue sea heart flame and the blazing Great Sunflame Prison, forming a three-colored flame that danced in the air like a sky full of fireworks, brilliant and deadly. Lin Qin looked at this scene before her, her gaze becoming even gentler, as if she were a newlywed wife, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Your progress is so fast, Feng Chen, you're really amazing. This affectionate gaze made Feng Chen's heart flutter. He cleared his throat, trying to change the subject. Qin Jia, when will there be results regarding the No. 11 restricted area? Long Yi is already discussing it with the other 3 schools, there should be results by tomorrow. Feng Chen nodded, feeling a bit expectant. The two chatted for a while longer, and Feng Chen immersed himself in his training until nightfall. After taking a shower and having dinner, Feng Chen was about to leave when Lin Qin suddenly called out to him, Feng Chen, wait a moment. Feng Chen turned around, feigning confusion as he asked, what's wrong, Qin Jie? Lin Qin's pretty face flushed slightly, hesitating to speak. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, finding it hard to voice her thoughts. After half a minute of struggle, she smiled a bit shyly, it's nothing, it's just that it's been really cold lately, so you need to take care of yourself. Hurry back and rest. Feng Chen nodded, pretending to be puzzled, okay. After Feng Chen left, Lin Qin instantly slumped into her seat, her face flushed, murmuring to herself, Lin Qin, why can't you just say it? She covered her face, her voice tinged with frustration, but that kind of thing is really embarrassing, how can I say it out loud? After a moment, she lowered her hands, regaining her gentle expression. However, her brows slightly furrowed as she recalled what Long Yi had told her yesterday. Long Yi had informed her that if she didn't take action soon, her body might go out of control in 7 days, and she needed to return to the small island as soon as possible. After some inner turmoil, she responded, "Just give me a few more days." After Fang Chen returned to the dormitory, he found that Lu Feng had actually come back. However, Lu Feng's condition was clearly not good, with a bruised face, evidently having just gone through a lesson in love. "Did you get beaten up by Dean Xiao again?" Fang Chen asked with a smile, his tone teasing. Lu Feng snorted coldly, his voice full of displeasure, "That Xiao Jun, once I reach the 6th tier, I will definitely return this humiliation." Fang Chen sat on the sofa, chuckling lightly. "We're about to enter Zone 11, Dean Xiao is doing this for your own good." Lu Feng sighed helplessly upon hearing this. He naturally understood Xiao Jun's intentions. Zone 11 was fraught with danger, and now they were to enter early. With his current strength, it was completely insufficient, and he needed to improve quickly. At that moment, both of their phones rang simultaneously. They opened them to find a notification from the school. "Please arrive at the vice principal's office at 9 o'clock tomorrow for your Zone 11 access passes." Fang Chen and Lu Feng exchanged glances. It really is as they say. Fang Chen leaned back on the sofa, recalling the system's task. The teleportation token of the Tsangming Hall. The main point wasn't the Tsangming Hall, but the word teleportation. Where would they be teleported to? "Forget it, I won't think about it." Fang Chen murmured softly and went upstairs to sleep. The next morning, Fang Chen and Lu Feng headed to the vice principal's office early. The sunlight spilled onto the campus path, and a fresh scent filled the air. As they walked halfway, they happened to run into Yang Lu and Cheng Hongyi. "We're finally going to get the access passes," Yang Lu said, her tone laced with excitement. The four of them arrived at the vice principal's office, pushed the door open, and found Long Yi and Xiao Jun already inside. The two were sitting on the sofa, their expressions serious, clearly waiting for their arrival. "Sit," Xiao Jun pointed to the sofa across from them. Fang Chen and the others sat down in turn. Xiao Jun picked up 4 documents from the table and handed them out, Fang Chen's being thicker than Cheng Hongyi's 3. "This is the detailed information about Zone 11, you should familiarize yourselves with it," Xiao Jun said in a deep voice. Fang Chen opened the document and began to read carefully. As he delved deeper into the information, he finally gained a better understanding of Zone 11. Zone 11 was a relic of an ancient civilization, divided into an outer area and an inner area. The spiritual energy in the outer area was exceptionally rich. An ordinary person could cultivate here for a month, equivalent to half a year elsewhere. However, violent spiritual energy tides often formed here, and these tides were immensely powerful, making it difficult for even 5th-tier experts to resist, posing great danger. One point particularly caught Fang Chen's attention: the ancient civilization. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago, there existed a much stronger human civilization. But this legend had been treated as a joke during the original owner's childhood, and he never expected to encounter it again today. Just as Fang Chen was about to continue reading about the inner area's Tsangming Hall, Cheng Hongyi spoke up. "Why do I only have information about the outer area? What about the inner area?" Cheng Hongyi frowned, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. This remark earned him a roll of the eyes from Xiao Jun, who snorted coldly, "With your strength, you want to enter the inner area? Are you looking to get yourself killed?" Cheng Hongyi instantly stood up, his gaze resolute, confidence brimming in his voice. "I, Cheng Hongyi, have exceptional talent, why can't I enter? Don't underestimate me." Before he could finish, Long Yi gently waved a finger and said. Cheng Hongyi's body seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, and he immediately sat back down on the sofa, sitting upright, his mouth seemingly glued shut, unable to open it. He could only make muffled sounds. Lu Feng and Yang Lu exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of pity. "Alright, let me talk about something else." Xiao Jun's voice rang out again, carrying a note of seriousness. "After coordination, the time for entering Zone 11 has been set, February 29th, for a duration of 9 months. This is your access pass, take it." With that, 4 stone-carved tokens flew into the hands of Fang Chen and the others. Fang Chen examined it closely but couldn't discern what material it was made of. "You 3 listen carefully," Xiao Jun looked at Lu Feng and the others. "Your goal is the outer area, make good use of the spiritual energy there to enhance your strength. Entering early is just to broaden your horizons, but do not venture into the inner area to seek death, understood?" "Understood." Lu Feng and Yang Lu nodded, internally complaining, "They haven't even sent the information for the internal area, there's no chance to go." Cheng Hongyi was woo, clearly protesting. Xiao Jun nodded, "You understand now, that's good." Cheng Hongyi, woo. Long Yi looked at Fang Chen, "Your strength is already sufficient to enter the Tsangming Hall, but whether to choose to go is up to you. Fong Chen, I understand. After that, Xiao Jun and Long Yi discussed some other matters. Since their group was ahead of schedule, they would encounter the three from the second year, Song Huan, and cultivate together. The strength of the three from Song Huan had also reached the qualification to enter the Tsangming Hall, but whether to enter still depended on them. Later, Xiao Jun specifically emphasized that the Tsangming Hall, this coveted place, attracted many people. It wasn't just people from the four schools heading to the No. 11 restricted area, there were also many from martial arts families. A mix of fish and dragons. Proceed with caution. Alright, we've said what needs to be said. Do you have any questions? Long Yi asked. Fong Chen was the first to speak. Vice Principal, what was ancient civilization really like? Upon hearing ancient civilization, Lu Feng, Yang Lu, and Cheng Hongyi's expressions became serious. Clearly, they were also filled with curiosity and confusion about this topic. Long Yi frowned slightly, sighed softly, and slowly said, I don't know much about the specifics of ancient civilization either. I only know that that era was far more powerful than we can imagine. Half of the global restricted areas are like the No. 11 restricted area, connected to ancient civilization. But I don't know what happened that caused that era to suddenly disappear. Hearing this, Fong Chen's brow furrowed tightly. He hadn't expected ancient civilization to be so formidable that even Long Yi, one of the strongest forces today, would say such things. But how could such a powerful era suddenly vanish? What exactly happened? Vice Principal, is there really not a single clue about the disappearance of ancient civilization? Yang Lu couldn't help but ask. Long Yi shook his head. The disappearance of ancient civilization remains an unsolved mystery to this day. We can only catch a glimpse from some ruins, but the specific truth has probably long been obliterated in the river of history. Or perhaps, only higher-level martial artists can catch a glimpse. Higher-level martial artists. Martial venerates or martial saints? Do these powerful beings know? Fong Chen's heart was filled with shock and confusion. After that, Long Yi also explained some precautions regarding the No. 11 restricted area, including dangerous zones and some survival skills. The four listened attentively, their hearts filled with anticipation and tension for the upcoming journey to the restricted area. This trip to the No. 11 restricted area will have a mentor leading you. Who it is has not yet been determined, but you will be informed later. Take this time to focus on your cultivation, Long Yi finally reminded. The four nodded, their expressions serious. The dangers of the No. 11 restricted area far exceeded their imagination, and they had to be fully prepared. After leaving the office, Fong Chen went to Lin Qin's villa and practiced until 6 in the afternoon. Today, he had made plans to eat with Guan Ning and Chu Yan, preparing to leave early. Thus, the same situation as yesterday occurred. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Qin called out to him. Fong Chen, wait. What's wrong, Sister Qin? After a long silence of more than 10 seconds. It's nothing, just reminding you not to forget to bring the new martial skill tomorrow. I remember, I'm leaving now. After Fong Chen left, Lin Qin fell into self-reproach once again, curling up on the sofa, tightly hugging a cushion. What should I do? What should I do? That kind of thing is impossible to say out loud. In the next second, she twirled a strand of hair around her fingertip, her gentle eyes gaining a hint of charm. If you say it directly, what's the difference from not using lubricant? You need to learn to use methods. What methods? Half a minute later. Can it work? It has to work even if it doesn't. Cui Shangju. In the private room, Fong Chen and the other two were eating and chatting. After the holiday, my mom will take me to my dad's place for him to teach me, Guan Ning said with a smile, a hint of anticipation in her tone. There were 4 days left until the winter break, and many students in the school had started looking for tasks. Some planned to team up to hunt monsters in the beast wilderness to improve their strength, while others intended to stay at school to cultivate in the burning sky refining tower. Everyone wanted to make a leap forward during the winter break, especially the freshmen, who, after witnessing the beast tide, realized their own weakness and were training desperately. Guan Ning's father was a 6th-tier master, assigned to guard a city in Qing province, and would not be able to return for the new year. Deng Qiong and Guan Ning would go to him for a family reunion. The guidance of a 6th-tier master would greatly help Guan Ning's strength improvement. Yan Yan will return to Jiang City for a few days. Do you want to go back with her? Guan Ning asked. Fong Chen shook his head, his tone calm. No need, I want to train for a while longer and return to Jiang City later. After some thought, he decided to go back for a short visit to see Su Yangwei and the others. It would only take a day or two, and he would hurry back to continue training for the upcoming Sangming Palace. At that moment, Fong Chen suddenly thought of Lin Qin. He had never learned about Lin Qin's family situation, only knowing that she had been locked away for 10 years. Where would she go during the new year? That's good. I don't want to go back with you anyway, Chu Yen snorted coldly, her tone a bit proud. After dinner, the three of them returned to school and dispersed. The next day, Fong Chen arrived at Lin Qin's villa with a new SS-level martial skill. As soon as he entered, he was taken aback. Today, Lin Qin was a bit different from usual. She had woken up early and was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a cup of water, but her expression seemed a bit distracted. When she saw Fong Chen come in, a flash of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Sister Qin, you actually woke up so early today? Fong Chen asked in surprise. Lin Qin smiled slightly, her tone carrying an unnatural ease. I was thinking of helping you improve your strength quickly. Of course, she wouldn't say that she couldn't sleep all night due to that idea. Did you bring 9 transformations of the dragon body? I brought it, Fong Chen nodded. Good, let's go to the training room, and I'll explain it to you. Lin Qin eagerly walked down to the training room and began to explain the key points of cultivating 9 transformations of the dragon body in detail. 9 transformations of the dragon body was a body-refining martial skill, divided into 9 transformations. With each transformation, the body would undergo a metamorphosis, and combat power would significantly increase. Above the 5th transformation, the physical body could reach A-level alloy strength, and above the 8th transformation, it could reach S-level alloy strength. The 5th level of blazing flame melting body technique corresponded to the 2nd transformation of 9 transformations of the dragon body. After the explanation, Lin Qin personally demonstrated for Fong Chen. Today, she was wearing yoga pants, and her curvy figure looked particularly alluring in the tight clothing. She stood in front of Fong Chen, her hips slightly raised during the demonstration, round and full, with an unintentional charm in her movements. It was as if she was about to speak. Fong Chen slightly bent down. As the demonstration came to an end, Lin Qin turned around, and her ankle suddenly twisted, letting out a soft whimper. Sister Qin, are you okay? Fong Chen hurriedly stepped forward to support her, thinking to himself that a 7th-tier grandmaster twisting an ankle was clearly not right. I'm fine. Lin Qin rubbed her fair ankle, revealing an extremely delicate expression. She stood up, her tone firm. Let's start training. Fong Chen nodded and began to immerse himself in the training. As time passed, he gradually found some insights, and the 3 flames on his body gradually transformed into scales, covering him entirely. Although it was just a moment, the powerful sense of strength made his heart tremble. The first step of transforming into a dragon was to condense armor. Using his own abilities combined with spiritual energy to condense dragon scales on the surface of his body, enhancing physical strength. In the morning, Lin Qin was still guiding him, but after lunch, only Fong Chen remained in the training room. He was immersed in his training, completely forgetting the passage of time. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Fong Chen had just finished his training when Lin Qin appeared outside the training room. Hurry up and take a shower, then eat. Her voice carried a hint of urgency, and her eyes were more flustered than during the day. Fong Chen looked up and noticed that Lin Qin had changed into a sleeveless chipa with lace and gold accents, paired with flesh-colored stockings, making her appear both elegant and sexy. There was a hint of evasion and tension in her gaze, as if she was waiting for something.